In a moment of unexpected fate, Jiang Ce, the son of the Duke of Zhenghua, finds himself transported into the realm of Daqian, where he had anticipated a life of luxury and splendor. However, the newly enthroned Empress, swayed by the deceitful words of treacherous ministers, harbors distrust towards the Duke, who commands a formidable military presence. Guarding the borders in a swift and ruthless decree, she issues 12 orders for the withdrawal of troops, stripping the Duke of his military authority and ultimately condemning him to death with poison wine. While his entire household faces execution at the brink of life and death, Jiang Ce awakens to the supremacy system, summoning the renowned General Su De and acquiring an army of 50,000 elite cavalry. He also obtains the sword of the slaying serpent from Han Dynasty and the imperial seal from Qin Shi Huang. The chill of impending conflict envelopes him. He dons a yellow robe and prepares to rebel. When Jiang Ce finds himself commanding 1,000,000 troops, the Empress issues a self-penitential edict in hopes of swaying him back to her side. With the imperial seal in hand, he contemplates. Is it too late to apologize now? Chapter 1. 12 Orders of Urgency. Rebellion is born of desperation. The Sacred Sun's golden order has arrived. The Duke of Zhenghua, Jiang Nantian, has repeatedly challenged authority and disrupted the peace between Jin and Qian. I am greatly angered and have issued 11 golden orders, commanding the Duke to withdraw his troops and cease hostilities in hopes of reconciliation. Yet, the Duke remains obstinate, reckless, and defiant, continuing his northern campaign. Therefore, I issue yet another order for troop withdrawal, commanding the Duke to immediately relinquish his military power. The 40,000 Xuanwu guards at Xuanwu Pass will be placed under the command of Deputy General Qin Baozhen. So be it. At the northern border of Daqian, within the Duke's residence at Xuanwu Pass, Deputy General Qin Baozhen proclaims the 12th Golden Order. Jiang Nantian, who has held command at Xuanwu Pass for over a decade, reluctantly hands over the military command, primarily due to the betrayal of his most trusted deputy, Qin Baozhen. Duke, it is time to depart. Qin Baozhen displays a sinister demeanor, raising a cup of poisoned wine and malevolently stating, "Only with your death can Her Majesty be at ease, and the court can feel secure." Jiang Nantian resolutely accepts the poisoned wine, raising it high and consuming it in one gulp. Moments later, his once mighty form collapses, his gaze fixed on his son, Jiang Ce, standing at the doorway. Witnessing the demise of his father by poison shatters Jiang Ce's spirit as memories flood back to a distant past. He is not of this world, he has been reborn from a parallel modern civilization. His father, the Duke, who had fought valiantly for Daqian, was determined to reclaim the 16 states of Yanyuan in the north, and personally commanded the defense at Xuanwu Pass. 3 months prior, the Jin forces seized the opportunity following the death of the previous emperor, launching a fierce invasion with 500,000 cavalry heading straight for Xuanwu Pass. However, the newly enthroned Empress, swayed by malicious counsel, grew wary of Jiang Nantian's military might. Not only did she issue an edict preventing him from engaging in battle, but she also sought to strip him of his military authority. Yet, as the Jin cavalry approached Xuanwu Pass, war was imminent, and the Duke had no choice but to defy the edict and lead his troops into battle. In response, the Empress issued 11 golden orders, culminating in the 12th order that condemned his father to death by poison. Meanwhile, ministers who feared confrontation with the Jin suggested abandoning the northern front altogether, seeking to negotiate peace and cease hostilities. Thus, the gates of Xuanwu Pass were handed over without resistance. Jiang Nantian breathed his last. Qin Baozhen declared loudly, "Duke Jiang Nantian defied the imperial decree with his military authority. He is hereby dismissed from office, stripped of his title, and sentenced to death by Her Majesty. Xuanwu Pass is to be surrendered to the Jin to secure peace between our nations and facilitate their military movements. The Northern Army is to retreat within the walls and return to court. All members of the Duke's family are to be executed." In an instant, the Duke's residence descended into chaos and bloodshed. Qin Baozhen approached Jiang Ce, who was forcefully held to the ground by armored soldiers. "Young master, what's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? I doubt you ever imagined the Jiang family would meet such a fate. Indeed, you likely never expected it." He sneered, grasping Jiang Ce's chin mockingly. "I doubt your ignorant father ever anticipated that the Empress would order his execution." "To be honest, I did not foresee it either." Filled with rage, Jiang Ce spat a mouthful of blood at Qin Baozhen. With a bold laugh, he retorted, "You treacherous scoundrel. You will forever remain a servant of the Jiang family past, present, and future." Qin Baozhen, once triumphant, wiped the blood from his face and drew his sword, pressing it against Jiang Ce's throat. "You little brat, let me tell you, your Jiang family is finished. Do you still think of yourself as the noble young master? Without your father, you are nothing. From now on, I shall be the Duke of Zhenghua." Qin Baozhen screamed in a frenzy, only to suddenly retract his sword with a sinister grin. Killing you would be too merciful. I intend for you to witness the demise of every single member of your family. You will be the last to die." With that, he swung his sword, severing the head of Jiang Ce's personal maid, Su. "Beast, if you have the guts, come for me. Come on, kill me," Jiang Ce shouted in anguish. Yet, Chun Baozhen ignored him completely, ordering the soldiers to bring forth the members of the Jiang family for execution, one by one. In no time, the courtyard became a river of blood. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. "General, we have an urgent military situation. A few Jin nobles have arrived outside the pass and request an audience with the general." Finally, they have come. Chun Baozhen's expression brightened at the news. "Quickly, bring the Jin nobles to the general's quarters." With that, he lost interest in the massacre and hastily commanded, "Kill them all," before departing in a hurry. At this moment, Liu Bang, the captain of the personal guard left at the duke's residence, approached with a dark expression. "Alas, how unfortunate for the once lofty young master. You are now even beneath me, a mere soldier. So, how does it feel, young master?" The taste of betrayal as the walls come crashing down, the soldiers surrounding Jiang Ce looked upon him with mocking expressions. The once high and mighty young master now kneeling at their feet brought them great satisfaction. "If you bow down to me 3 times, I might just spare your life." Liu Bang sneered, but Jiang Ce suddenly raised his head defiantly. "Liu Bang, you are nothing but a servant of the Jiang family." Hearing this, Liu Bang scoffed and ordered his men to continue the slaughter of Jiang's servants. "Refusing to drink the toast leads to a penalty. Now you will witness the complete annihilation of your family." At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Ce's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The supremacy system has been activated, and binding is in progress. Binding successful." This system, known as the supremacy system, can assist the host in seizing power and conquering the world. The host can obtain system rewards through conquest. System rewards include military supplies, equipment, and opportunities to summon renowned ministers and generals. The more populous and strategically significant the cities conquered, the greater the number of troops and stronger the types of soldiers obtained, with an increased chance of summoning rare historical units. Likewise, the likelihood of summoning rare ministers and formidable generals rises correspondingly. Ding! The new player gift pack has been distributed. Please claim your rewards promptly and commence your conquest for dominance. Among the system rewards, high-tier troops such as Hu Benwei, Xin Jiying, San Xianing, Tai Fu Tu, and others await your unlocking. By heavens, the system activates just as I face death? Jiang Ce, who had prepared to embrace his demise, was utterly astonished. After traversing into this world for so long, the system only appeared at the moment of his family's execution. What on earth is happening? Upon gazing at the rewards displayed on the system panel, Jiang Ce instinctively inhaled sharply. The system interface clearly delineated the following. Newbie gift pack as follows: Hu Baoqi 50,000. The Hu Baoqi was one of the most elite special forces during the Three Kingdoms period, under Cao Cao. Its members were chosen from among the best, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess, charging into battle with the ferocity of tigers and leopards. Qi Shao Jian. In the 34th year of the first emperor, Liu Bang of Han discovered an iron sword in Nanshan, 3 feet in length, with the words Qi Shao inscribed in large seal script on the blade. Liu Bang wielded this sword to slay the white serpent and unify the realm. Chuan Guayu Shi. After unifying the 6 states, the first emperor commanded artisans to carve a seal. From the He Shi Bi I.it bears the inscription Shou Ming Yu Tian, Ji Shou Yong Chong penned by Li Si. Every new dynasty must possess this jade seal to validate its mandate of heaven. Upon witnessing these treasures, the once extinguished heart of Jiang Ce reignited with fervor. 50,000 Hu Baoqi, a Qi Shao Jian, a Chuan Guoxi. Heaven does not forsake Jiang Ce, since the Qian is unfeeling, the Empress unjust, and the ministers corrupt. Do not blame Jiang Ce for his cold-heartedness. Today, I shall rebel. Chapter 2. The Hu Baoqi are at the gates, and you claim you were mistaken? Just as Liu Bang approached with a bloodied long knife, grinning savagely, intent on cleaving Jiang Ce's head, Jiang Ce slightly closed his eyes. In the next moment, a flash of golden light appeared as the Qi Shao Jian materialized in Jiang Ce's grasp. With a flick of his wrist, he executed a swift flourish of the sword, then decisively thrust it into the throat of the nearest armored soldier. The soldier fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding throat. Liu Bang, witnessing this scene, felt as though his head had exploded. In a state of disbelief, Jiang Ce lunged forward, resting the sword against Liu Bang's neck. He then maneuvered to Liu Bang's rear. Liu Bang, possessing a modicum of courage, defied him, saying, "Young master, cease your struggles. With your lone sword, what can you do against me? With so many brothers present, should you harm me in the slightest, they will bind you hand and foot and tear you apart." Liu Bang threatened arrogantly, Believing that his numerous soldiers provided him with invulnerability, as the soldiers of the Duke's residence observed Jiang Ce with a sword at Liu Bang's neck, they surged forward, armed and ready, their eyes fixed hungrily upon Jiang Ce. Jiang Ce coldly laughed. You believe numbers will prevail against me? Hu Baoqi. With a fierce roar, a tremendous crash echoed as the gates of the Duke's residence collapsed. Amidst the billowing dust, a dark mass of iron cavalry surged into the Duke's residence. Following closely behind were foot soldiers clad in crimson dark iron armor. What army is this? What manner of attire is this, unseen before? Liu Bang, who had been so brazen moments ago, suddenly sensed impending doom. The soldiers of Daqian were equally bewildered, standing frozen in place, their expressions tense and uncertain. The Hu Benwei soldiers pointed their long halberds at Liu Bang, causing him to tremble with fear. In mere moments, all of Daqian's troops within the Duke's residence were subdued by the Hu Benwei. With the situation under control, the commander of the Hu Baoqi dismounted and approached Jiang Ce, declaring, "This subordinate, Liu Zhan, has arrived late to the rescue. I beseech your forgiveness, my lord." Liu Zhan knelt on one knee, clasping his fists, his voice resonant. This scene left everyone present utterly speechless. Especially Liu Bang, who was completely stunned. Where did Jiang Ce acquire such troops? Could he have secretly trained them? The city of Xuanwu was not large enough for anyone to notice the presence of a private army. In an instant, the balance of power shifted. Trembling with fear, Liu Bang realized his life hung by a thread. Young master, I too was forced into this. I was merely following General Chun Baozhen's orders. Please spare me, young master. Jiang Ce responded with a cold smile, raising his sword to strike. Liu Bang, being a slippery character, realizing his pleas were in vain, desperately resorted to hysterical threats. Jiang Ce, are you planning a rebellion? You must think this through. One misstep leads to another. If you dare to rebel today, General Qin's army will arrive immediately to suppress you. You will surely die without a burial place. Haha. Jiang Ce let out a chilling laugh. Indeed, you are correct. Since Daqian is unprincipled and the Empress inept, then today, Jiang Ce shall rebel. What of it? No sooner had Jiang Ce spoken than Liu Zhan knelt again, hastily producing an object from his bosom and offering it while kneeling. This subordinate, Liu Zhan, presents the Chuan Guashi to my lord, bestowed by heaven. I beseech my lord, by the grace of heaven, ascend to the throne, establish the Yuan era and achieve a lasting hegemony. Subsequently, the Hu Benwei collectively knelt. We humbly beseech your majesty to ascend and declare the Yuan era. We implore your majesty to pursue hegemony. Jiang Ce remained silent. Upon receiving the jade seal, he observed the inscription, Shou Ming Yu Tian, Ji Shou Yong Chong. Liu Bang, stealing a furtive glance, was instantly dumbfounded. The long-lost Chuan Guoyu she had reappeared here. Realizing Jiang Ce's intent was resolute, Liu Bang felt dread wash over him. Jiang Ce, General Chun commands an army of 400,000, stationed 30 miles south of Xuanwu Pass. There are still 10,000 elite troops guarding the city. Even if you have these soldiers, they are no match for the court. You must consider carefully whether to rebel or be executed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce's gaze turned icy as he coldly declared, I bestow upon you the punishment of being cut in half. With a gesture, a Hu Baoqi warrior stepped forward and publicly executed the still ranting Liu Bang. Ultimately, Jiang Ce turned to the nearly 1,000 Daqian soldiers committing atrocities within the Duke's residence. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Jiang Ce issued the cold command. In an instant, the Hu Baoqi sprang into action, and the Daqian soldiers within the Duke's residence were nearly all slaughtered. Then, Jiang Ce opened his eyes wide, brandishing his sword. Hu Baoqi, target the General's Pavilion. The General's Pavilion at Xuanwu Pass is where the Duke handles military affairs. General Qin Baozhen was currently there, awaiting the arrival of the Jin emissaries to negotiate the handover of Xuanwu Pass. Afterward, he only needed to withdraw from the city and, upon returning to the court, enjoy boundless wealth and glory. However, what General Qin Baozhen did not realize was that since the Jin cavalry had invaded the 16 states of Yanyun, Xuanwu Pass had become the last bastion for Daqian. Against the Jin cavalry, should this pass fall, how could Daqian find peace? Suddenly, a subordinate general burst into the general's pavilion. General, a grave situation has arisen. What is so urgent? Qin Baozhen's expression darkened. Jiang Ce has rebelled. The subordinate reported, bowing. A troop of soldiers in crimson and dark armor suddenly appeared in the city. They stormed the Duke's residence and rescued Jiang Ce. Such combat prowess must be the assassins secretly trained by the Duke. At this moment, Jiang Ce is leading them through the city, indiscriminately slaughtering Daqian soldiers. They are heading straight for the general's pavilion. What? Qin Baozhen was taken aback. How many troops does he have? From what this subordinate observed, there are at least 1,000. Hearing this, Qin Baozhen's previously anxious heart relaxed immediately. Just a mere 1,000, a rabble. There are still 10,000 elite troops in the city. They are not to be feared. Sound the drums and assemble the troops. Follow me to suppress the rebels." Chen Baozhen returned to his command seat. After a moment, the 10,000 elite Daqian soldiers lined up and marched out of the general's pavilion. However, as they stepped outside, a cloud of dust suddenly rose ahead that a dense formation of dark-armored soldiers charged toward the general's pavilion, with Jiang Ce leading the charge. Behind Jiang Ce, the banners fluttered with a sound reminiscent of a soaring dragon, while the three crimson characters of Hu Baoqi appeared, both distinct and elusive. Chen Baozhen, witnessing this spectacle, was struck with immense astonishment. However, constrained by the narrow streets, he could only glimpse a fraction of the Hu Baoqi forces. Before the general's pavilion, the two armies were locked in a tense standoff. Under the blazing sun, the soldiers of Hu Baoqi stood frozen like statues, wielding finely crafted steel halberds and clad in dark armor, exuding an aura of lethal intent. In stark contrast, the so-called elite of the Jin Kingdom, numbering 10,000, displayed outdated armor and lacked any semblance of morale. Yet, due to the obscured view afforded by the alleys, Chen Baozhen was led to believe that the advantage lay with him. With a disdainful expression, he declared, "Young master, do you think that hiding a few thousand ruffians can alter the heavens?" He continued, "Rebellion? It is nothing but a jest. I command an army of 400,000. In an instant, I could crush you to dust." Jiang Ce, upon hearing this, responded with a smile rather than anger. "A former house slave dares to converse with me." His expression turned contemptuous as he fixed his gaze upon the 10,000 elite soldiers of Daqian. "Those who abandon the shadows and surrender shall live. Those who resist shall die." With his words steeped in a chilling intent to kill, the soldiers of Daqian exchanged uncertain glances, none daring to move. Observing this, Chen Baozhen found amusement. "Jiang Ce, do you still believe yourself to be the young master of the Duke's residence? Your ragtag band of over 1,000 brigands can be extinguished with a mere word from me. I know you harbor hatred towards me, but if you seek someone to blame, let it be Jiang Nantian. The cavalry of the Jin Kingdom is invincible. The northern expedition is merely a farce. Only negotiations hold merit. Yet Jiang Nantian fails to grasp this truth. Oh, I almost forgot to inform you. Just moments ago, your mother perished by my sword, pleading for my mercy on your behalf." He clicked his tongue. Alas, her pleas were of no consequence. Chen Baozhen spoke with a taunting demeanor. A frost settled upon Jiang Ce's visage, his eyes brimming with palpable malice. With a pointed gesture of his sword, he commanded, "Eliminate them completely." "Understood." A thunderous response followed as 50,000 Hu Baoqi soldiers surged forward, their murderous intent piercing the heavens. The two armies engaged in a fierce battle. After the span of an incense stick, Chen Baozhen realized the grim reality. The Hu Baoqi forces under Jiang Ce far exceeded merely a few thousand. They numbered in the tens of thousands, exhibiting terrifying combat prowess, capable of overcoming 10 foes with ease. Half an hour later, from Chen Baozhen's contingent of 10,000, 6,000 lay slain, and 4,000 were captured. The banner of Daqian was unceremoniously kicked down from the general's pavilion. After a desperate struggle, Chen Baozhen found himself taken prisoner by Hu Baoqi. Stripped of his armor and bound tightly, he knelt before Jiang Ce, grappling with the overwhelming nature of his defeat. "Young master, I was mistaken. I acted under the emperor's orders. You cannot kill me." Chapter 3. The Conquest of Xuanwu Pass. Drawing the northern expedition's vanguard, Suda in a desperate plea for survival, Chen Baozhen, while seeking mercy, did not forget to assist Jiang Ce in analyzing the situation. "Your Highness, there are a total of 400,000 troops from the north and south at Xuanwu Pass. Moreover, the Jin Kingdom's 500,000 cavalry are currently advancing southward. We must seize control of this fortress before sunset. If you were to kill me, the 40,000 soldiers of Daqian to the south would undoubtedly march north to quell the rebellion. And if the Jin cavalry do not see me by evening, they will certainly breach the gates and capture the city. Your Highness, you must not act impulsively." In a state of terror and astonishment, Chen Baozhen gazed in shock at the Huabao cavalry behind Jiang Ce. Still kneeling, he continued his frantic entreaties. Believing that Jiang Ce, like himself, was a coward clinging to life, he thought that the might of Daqian and the Jin forces would render Jiang Ce too fearful to kill him. However, Jiang Ce merely scoffed in response. "If the forces of Daqian dare to move, I shall march south. If the Jin cavalry dare to act, I shall launch a northern expedition." With that, Jiang Ce leisurely approached the 4,000 captives. These soldiers had long been thoroughly subdued by the Huabao cavalry. Upon seeing Jiang Ce approach, they all fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Yet, Jiang Ce slowly shook his head. He had already given these men a chance. "Lu Zhen, execute them all." At the command, heads rolled one after another onto the ground. This gruesome scene left Chen Baozhen and the other Daqian generals utterly heartbroken. 4,000 soldiers, simply lost because of Jiang Ce's casual decree? The group of generals, including the previously confident Qin Baozhen, were all left pale and shaken. Even the once arrogant Qin Baozhen collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I, Qin Baozhen, swear eternal loyalty to you. I beseech you to spare my life." Understanding that it was time to capitulate, the other generals followed suit, kneeling as well. "Your Highness, all of this is merely the machination of that wicked Empress. We are but pawns in her game. We wish to continue to follow you as the Duke of the state. Let us march south to capture the dragon and avenge our Duke." The generals all begged for clemency in unison. However, Jiang Ce merely smiled and shook his head. "The Duke of the state? When have I ever required your endorsement to appoint a duke?" The expressions of Qin Baozhen and the others turned to shock upon hearing Jiang Ce's self-reference. Yet, before they could fully comprehend their astonishment, Jiang Ce resolutely sheathed his sword. The Qishao. Almost simultaneously, the Hu Ben cavalrymen standing behind Qin Baozhen raised their swords high. With a resounding crack, several bloody heads fell heavily to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully conquering Xuanwu Pass. Reward, 1 draw. Would you like to draw? Jiang Ce's eyes brightened as he decisively chose to draw. Congratulations, host, for winning a rare general, Su De. Su De, the foremost general of the Ming Dynasty, and the only Han general in 5,000 years of Chinese history to have accomplished a northern expedition. The nemesis of the Hu people, he brought down the Yuan dynasty, renowned for his martial prowess, and earned the nickname the Great Wall of 10,000 Miles. By heavens, my first draw yields Su De, the premier figure of the northern expedition, specifically adept at defeating the barbarous nomads of the grasslands. This aligns perfectly with the Jin Kingdom's intentions. As he contemplated the impending arrival of the Jin cavalry outside Xuanwu Pass that very night, a grin spread across Jiang Ce's face. These 500,000 Jin barbarian forces have truly walked into a trap. Reflecting on Xuanwu Pass, Jiang Ce understood its significance. This fortification was the most crucial military stronghold of Daqian. Once the Jin cavalry passed through Xuanwu Pass, they would have an unimpeded path across fertile lands. Such a vital strategic location had been seized by him, naturally yielding a rare and formidable general. However, he soon pondered the grim reality. This essential fortress, the northern gate of the realm, had been foolishly ceded to the Jin Kingdom by the short-sighted Empress. If Jiangnan was the spear of Daqian, invincible in offense, then Xuanwu Pass was its impenetrable shield. Now, with both spear and shield lost, it was tantamount to offering their necks to the Jin barbarians, an act of self-destruction. Just then, the system's voice resounded once more. Conquering Xuanwu Pass grants a reward of 100,000 iron warhorses and 1 million stone rations. Iron warhorses, the steeds of the soldiers are clad in heavy armor, while the cavalry don 3 layers of heavy armor, revealing only their eyes, wielding deadly weapons. This entire cavalry unit appears as towering iron fortresses, galloping across the plains, undefeated and invincible. 100,000 iron warhorses have been summoned to the military training ground at Xuanwu Pass. Please check, host. First the Huobao cavalry, and now the heavy cavalry of iron warhorses. Jiang Ce was about to confront the Jin cavalry, and the iron warhorses against the so-called world's strongest cavalry of the Jin Kingdom. Victory was assured. The system evidently urged him to ruthlessly confront the Jin Kingdom. Jiang Ce was acutely aware that treachery had infiltrated the Daqian court, leading the Empress to abandon her martial prowess. Behind this, there must be the nefarious influence of the Jin Kingdom's golden bloodline. With the imminent battle approaching, time was of the essence. Jiang Ce called over Liu Zhen, the commander of the nearby Huobao cavalry. "Liu Zhen, your servant is here," Liu Zhen replied, clasping his fists and kneeling on one knee. "Proclaim a military order, close the city gates, and impose martial law throughout the city. Prepare to face the Jin forces attacking the city. Change the banners. Let the crimson dragon flag fly throughout the city. Issue a proclamation. I, at the border, establish a nation, named Deming. The era begins." As Jiang Ce contemplated, a smile crept upon his lips. "Hongwu, drive out the Hu people and restore China. Throughout history, only Deming has established a rightful nation." The 5,000 Huobao cavalry wept at the decree. The voice thundered like a rolling storm, echoing the cheers of a myriad of voices. Jiang Ce, after surveying the formidable Huobao cavalry from atop his steed, galloped forth to the grand parade ground. The 100,000 iron warriors, clad in armor and wielding spears, stood solemnly by their horses. Beside the banners stood a towering figure, exuding charisma and valor, adorned in the armor of the Han Dynasty, draped in a crimson cloak, and wielding a sword with pride. This was none other than Su De, the foremost marshal of the Ming Dynasty. As Jiang Ce approached, Su De stepped forward, kneeling to receive the emperor. "This humble general, Su De, pays his respects to your majesty. The 100,000 iron warriors await your command." The Iron Warriors, statuesque in formation, knelt in unison, paying their homage. We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Jiang Ce, with a resonant voice, replied, no need for such formalities. General Ce, nor for the soldiers. He dismounted and aided Su De to his feet, gazing at him and the 10,000 iron warriors with fervor. This was an unparalleled general, a supreme talent. With the first hero of the northern expedition joined by these iron warriors, the fall of the Jin court seemed imminent. Jiang Ce hastily commanded, Su De, with battle imminent and military affairs urgent, move the troops to the city walls. Join me in the general's pavilion to strategize. Understood. Su De replied, clasping his hands in salute. In the general's pavilion, a vast map hung prominently, depicting the territory of the Daqian and the 16 states of Yanyan. Jiang Ce stood before the map, pointing at Xuanwu Pass, strategically positioned between Daqian and the Jin Empire. At this moment, 30 miles south of Xuanwu Pass lay an army of 400,000 that once guarded it. In 2 hours, 500,000 iron cavalry from the Jin would arrive at the city gates. Su De, what is your perspective? Su De studied the map, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He indicated the Jin Empire on the map, stating, in the current situation, the Jin Empire is one of the 4 great powers among the 9 eastern nations, far surpassing Daqian in strength. Thus, I believe our forces should avoid their might and instead march south. The terrain of Daqian is flat and devoid of natural defenses, and our soldiers are not as battle-hardened as the Jins. Should the Iron Warriors and Hubao cavalry advance southward, they could easily seize the capital of Daqian without effort, avenging past grievances and altering the course of history. Once we capture the capital, establish our sovereignty, and solidify our position, then we may contemplate a northern expedition. This is the prudent course. One cannot deny that from a purely military standpoint, Su De's strategy was indeed sagacious. Jiang Ce could not help but admire it. However, if action were taken as Su De suggested, it would be imprudent. Jiang Ce gazed at the map, shaking his head coldly. You speak wisely. Should our forces march south, the tens of thousands of Daqian soldiers would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Yet, Daqian has only been established for a decade. The populace is unsettled, and rekindling war would be met with disdain. Therefore, this great conflict cannot be initiated by me. Furthermore, the Jin's 40,000 iron cavalry are already on the move southward. By this evening at the latest, they will arrive at Xuanwu Pass. If we abandon the pass and march south, the Jin will face no obstacles, plundering our provinces and slaughtering our people. A Daqian laid waste, with its citizens suffering, would only become a burden to us. Jiang Ce spoke with a calm demeanor, his words piercing through to Su De, who bowed in reverence. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Su De clasped his hands in salute. Then, as you see it, how should our army proceed to win the hearts of the people? Jiang Ce smiled slightly, looking towards the 16 states of Yanyan. The 16 states of Yanyan, once the territory of Daqian, had fallen into the hands of the Jin barbarians for 400 years. The citizens living under Jin rule were of lowly status and endured great suffering. This region was a source of distress for all the people of Daqian. If I were to launch a northern expedition and reclaim the 16 states of Yanyan from the Jin, the people's hearts would surely align with us, and the mandate of heaven would be ours. Thus, Jiang Ce's eyes gleamed with determination as he pointed to the 16 states on the map. We shall march north. Meanwhile, outside Xuanwu Pass, the Jin Empire, having learned that Daqian would capitulate without a fight and surrender the pass, rejoiced as their 40,000 horsemen hastily camped just 10 miles from Xuanwu Pass. Inside the Jin camp, a general exclaimed, who would have thought that with the rise of a new female emperor in Daqian, the entire southern dynasty has become so soft and feeble? Our iron cavalry has yet to arrive, yet they are already opening their gates to welcome us. I wonder, when we reach the southern capital, will the female emperor also embrace us with open arms? A grotesque and balding Jin general laughed lewdly, his crude remarks eliciting uproarious laughter from the assembly of commanders. Amidst their mirth, another stepped forward, declaring, the southerners are spineless. The only man of steel among them, Jiang Nantian, was poisoned to death by the southern emperor and her ministers. With the death of Duke Jiang Nantian, it won't be long before the female emperor is laid bare. The room erupted in laughter again. Even the commander of the Jin Eagle troops, Wan Yanhong, could not suppress a smile. Gentlemen, Xuanwu Pass is within our grasp. Once we seize this stronghold and march south to obliterate Daqian, we will transform the land of the southerners into pastures for our horses and sheep. At that time, all southerners will become our slaves. Our Jin Empire will rise to become the supreme power among the 9 eastern nations. Wan Yanhong's words ignited the flames of ambition in the hearts of all present, each one gazing eagerly towards the direction of Xuanwu Pass. Imagining the moment when the Han territories are subdued brings a sense of exhilaration. Wan Yanhong, the grandson of the Khan Jin Wu Shu of the Jin state, commands an army renowned across the world as the four armies of Tiger, Leopard, Eagle, and Wolf. Among these, the Eagle army is considered the weakest. However, it stands invincible before the Qian army. Wang Yanhong, leading a vanguard, arrives at the gates of Xuanwu Pass, intending to claim it and finalize the handover. He initially believed that the gates would be wide open, but to his astonishment, they are firmly shut, with heavily armored soldiers stationed at the entrance. Unbeknownst to him, he misinterprets the situation, assuming that Chun Baozhun and his men are merely neglecting him, which ignites his fury. He rides forth and demands the Southern Dynasty's general, Chun Baozhun, to present himself. Silence prevails atop the city walls, save for the fluttering of crimson dragon flags. It is then that Wang Yanhong realizes that the banners flying above are not the Qian character flags of the Southern Dynasty, but rather the blood-red dragon flags. How naive these Southerners are, thinking that merely changing their flag means they can avoid surrender. As he gazes at the crimson banners, his expression darkens. After waiting for a considerable time without a response, Wang Yanhong senses something amiss. Listen well, you Southern cowards. You have half an instant sticks time to open the gates and surrender. After that, my Jin cavalry shall breach your defenses. The city will be left in ruins. At that moment, the gates finally stir. Jiang Ce strides forth to the forefront, and the iron floating tower soldiers kneel in reverence. Your Majesty, Jiang Ce approaches the battlements. Gazing down at the furious Wang Yanhong, a slight smile gracing his lips. Deliver my grand gift to General Wang Yan. With that, several darkened heads are tossed down from the battlements. As Wang Yanhong gazes upon them, terror washes over him. These are the severed heads of Chun Baozhun and other commanding officers of the Xuanwu Pass Guards. His eyes widen as he locks gazes with Jiang Ce, now adorned in golden armor, radiating authority. It dawns on him that the previously agreed surrender has gone awry. Who are you? Wang Yanhong demands. Jiang Ce coldly chuckles and declares, I am Jiang Ce, the Emperor Hongwu of the Great Ming. Wang Yanhong, you have 1 instant sticks time to withdraw your troops. If you do not retreat after that, I shall march north and strike at your Jin Khan's main tent. Jiang Ce, Wang Yanhong's pupils dilate in shock. This cannot be. Jiang Ce is the son of the Duke of the State, Jiang Nantian. Yet just 3 hours prior, Chun Baozhun reported that he had secured control of Xuanwu Pass, and that Jiang Nantian had taken poison to end his life. Confused, Wang Yanhong ponders how Jiang Ce could still be alive, claiming authority. Furthermore, what of the heads of Chun Baozhun and these southern generals? They were all proponents of peace. The final words of Jiang Ce, demanding a retreat within an instant sticks time or facing the wrath of the Jin cavalry, are intolerable. He unsheathes his sword, pointing it towards the battlements. Jiang Ce, open the gates and surrender within an hour, or I shall use the citizens of your great Qian as sacrifices. My Jin cavalry will march south, leaving no one alive in the Southern Dynasty. Jiang Ce, high above, regards the scene with an icy demeanor, offering no response. Very well, you have spirit. Wang Yanhong, seeing Jiang Ce's prolonged silence, turns his horse back to camp. Shortly thereafter, hundreds of great Qian citizens are dragged from the Jin camp, treated like livestock and executed without hesitation. Over 300 heads roll to the ground, staining the area before Xuanwu Pass with blood. Yet, even this brutal display does not satiate the Jin soldiers. They pile the heads into a small mound, constructing a grim monument to assert their power. Observing this from the battlements, Jiang Ce remains impassive, gripping the hilt of the Qi Shao sword tightly. He then turns away from the city. Meanwhile, the 10,000 iron floating tower soldiers have assembled behind the gates, with 5,000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry ready to charge. Jiang Ce stands before his 15,000 troops, his heart ablaze with righteous fervor. Warriors, the Jin have acted without honor, invading our mountains and rivers, slaughtering our people. They not only occupy the 16 states of Yanyun, but now threaten our very gates. They seek to seize Xuanwu Pass and dominate the Southern Dynasty. With a resounding clang, Jiang Ce draws the Qi Shao sword and raises it to the heavens. Today, I issue the decree for a northern expedition under heaven's mandate. Throughout history, emperors have achieved glory through martial prowess, with Han standing supreme, spanning across the seas for millennia. Yet, now the northern half of our territory, the states of Yanyun, languish in the hands of the enemy, on the brink of annihilation. I, today, shall lead the royal army, embarking on this northern expedition, vowing to extinguish the Jin and reclaim our lands, restoring the glory of our great Ming. We shall eradicate the Jin's lineage and sever their existence, honoring our mountains and rivers. Before Jiang Ce's fervent declaration for the northern expedition can conclude, his 15,000 troops are already filled with fervor and a thirst for battle. To reclaim Yanyun and elevate our Ming dynasty. The multitude of soldiers echoed resoundingly. At that moment, Su De approached the formation with a tray in hand. Your Majesty, it is chilly. Allow me to drape a garment upon you. He then retrieved a dark yellow dragon robe from the tray, which he adorned upon Jiang Ce. Gazing at the robe embroidered with a 9-clawed golden dragon, Jiang Ce swallowed hard, momentarily taken aback. After a while, he adjusted the robe and, with a smile directed at Suda, remarked, "Indeed, it is rather cold. Suda, your thoughtfulness is much appreciated." Since the withdrawal of the Daqian army from Guan City, the common folk had been in a state of alarm upon hearing that the city would be surrendered to the Jin Dynasty. However, unexpectedly, a formidable army clad in unfamiliar armor had appeared within the city. Unbeknownst to them, the son of the Duke of the state of Zhenghua had risen to become the Hongwu Emperor, proclaiming the intent to reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yinyan. The 16 prefectures. They had been lost for 400 years and had never returned. Now, with Jiang Ce's declaration to recover them, the populace was naturally stirred with excitement. As the great army prepared to march northward, the citizens hastily returned home to gather provisions, offering food and drink to send off the troops. Yet, in anticipation of the impending battle, the soldiers refrained from even a drop of water, demonstrating the discipline of the Ming army, which far surpassed that of the Daqian forces. As long as Xuanwu Pass was not ceded to the Jin, they would willingly offer up every grain of their food. The young master and the Duke of the state of Zhenghua were the backbone of our Daqian. What Daqian? What young master? I now only recognize the Ming Dynasty and the Hongwu Emperor. The war drums thundered. Jiang Ce led a grand army of 150,000 forth from the gates. Not far beyond the gates, within the Jin encampment, Wang Yin Hongwen was momentarily taken aback as the doors of Xuanwu Pass swung open unexpectedly. His eagle troops had yet to assault the city. How could those within the pass come charging out? The other Jin generals were equally baffled. They were well aware that the Daqian's 40,000 troops had already marched southward, leaving no more than 10,000 in the city. And they were not even elite forces. How dared they charge out? As Jiang Ce led his troops forth, Wang Yin Hongwen shook his head disdainfully. Such youthful exuberance. So rash. He thought to himself, I merely executed a few civilians, and they were incited to rush out of the pass. With just 10,000 men, they are marching to their doom. Yet, before he could finish his thoughts, the Jin generals beheld the formidable cavalry surging forth from the gate. Cavalry? Wang Yin Hongwen's amusement quickly turned to alarm. The Daqian cavalry was merely a fade. Compared to my mighty Jin cavalry, they were merely inviting humiliation. The Jin soldiers around him erupted into laughter, but their mirth was short-lived as they were suddenly gripped by an overwhelming sense of foreboding. The raucous laughter ceased abruptly as they realized that the cavalry pouring out from the pass was an unending torrent, swelling to over 30 or 50,000 in mere moments, with no end in sight. Furthermore, Wang Yin Hongwen's gaze was fixed upon the 50,000 elite cavalry under Jiang Ce, his breath quickening with anxiety. Heavy cavalry. He whispered in shock, then raised his voice, hastily mounting his horse. It is heavy cavalry. Quickly, mount up and prepare to meet the enemy. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the mighty force of 100,000 ironclad soldiers made their grand entrance. Beneath the blazing sun, the gleaming armor of the ironclad soldiers dazzled, nearly blinding Wang Yin Hongwen. This is bad. The southern forces are treacherous. They never intended to surrender the city. They feigned weakness to conceal their troops. How cunning. Witnessing the immense display orchestrated by Jiang Ce, Wang Yin Hongwen's mind raced with alarm. Do not act rashly. Our army may number 40,000, but we have only 20,000 cavalry. Even if we can prevail, the losses will be substantial. With a shift in thought, he resolved to feign a truce to preserve his forces, planning to launch a night raid later. After a moment's contemplation, he quickly dispatched envoys to negotiate with Jiang Ce. Alas, despite Wang Yin Hongwen's well-laid plans, Jiang Ce granted him no such opportunity. As soon as the envoy arrived, Jiang Ce ordered his execution with a single stroke of his sword. After beheading the Jin envoy and offering his head as a tribute, Jiang Ce pointed his sword towards the Jin encampment. Attack! Suda led the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry at the forefront. The Jin soldiers, left with no choice, could only scramble to meet the oncoming assault. Chapter 6. With the spirit of a tiger swallowing the vast expanse, the tide of attack and defense shifts. Wang Yin Hongwen never anticipated that one day, a robust cavalry would surge forth from the southern city. This cavalry appeared even more formidable than his own Jin horses. What astonished him further was Jiang Ce's audacity to abandon the defense of the city and choose to engage in open battle outside Xuanwu Pass. At that moment, the 50,000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, under Su Da's command, charged toward the Jin encampment with the ferocity of a tiger devouring the landscape. The Jin soldiers, who had been resting within their camp, quickly rallied upon witnessing the overwhelming tide of cavalry advancing toward them. The sound of war drums resonated through the air, and the atmosphere before Xuanwu Pass grew increasingly tense. Wang Yin Hongwen, the commander of the Eagle troops, surveyed the scene before him, his eyes darkening. Are the Southerners not renowned for their defensive strategies? How dare they venture out to engage in open combat? With that, Wang Yin Hongwen let out a cold snort. Previously, Jiang Nantian merely occupied a defensive position, yet this Jiang Ce displayed an audacity akin to that of a naive calf, unafraid of wolves. Wang Yin Hongwen observed the formidable army charging from below the pass. With agility and grace, he mounted his steed. What of 50,000 heavy cavalry? This battle, my lord is determined to win. Wang Yin Hongwen unsheathed his curved blade and bellowed. Men of the Eagle Division, annihilate the mounted southern men. Capture the Xuanwu Pass and trample the southern dynasty underfoot. Let those untrustworthy southerners learn the consequences of deceiving us. Until now, Wang Yin Hongwen harbored doubts about the deceitful tactics of the Daqian court. In the distance, Jiang Ce stood at the pass, observing the battle unfolding below. At this moment, Su De led the charge, breaking through enemy lines with valor. Kill! Su Da's veins bulged as he roared violently, the crimson dragon banner billowing behind him. The 5,000 Hubao cavalry accelerated once more, surging towards the enemy like ravenous wolves. Dust and smoke billowed as they advanced, closing in swiftly. 400 paces, 300 paces, 200 paces. Meanwhile, the Jin army had also arranged its formations, prepared for the confrontation. However, once the Hubao cavalry clashed with the Jin troops, an unexpected scene unfolded. Su De, as the spearhead of the Hubao cavalry, pierced through the Jin cavalry formations with the ease of a hot knife through butter, creating a massive breach. The cavalry behind him surged in like a tide, overwhelming the enemy. Wang Yin Hongwen promptly commanded the Eagle Division cavalry to seal the breach. Yet after half an hour of fierce combat, they began to retreat in disarray. Su De alone had slain dozens. As the commander, he led the charge at the forefront of the Hubao cavalry. The soldiers following Su De fought with reckless abandon, crashing through the densely packed Jin troops. After half an hour, the Eagle Division cavalry was thoroughly routed, their ranks in chaos. The advantages of the Hubao cavalry became apparent. Many Jin soldiers discovered that even if they managed to strike their foes with their curved blades, they merely left shallow marks upon the obsidian armor of their opponents, inflicting no real damage. In contrast, each swing of the Hubao cavalry's ring pommel sword struck precisely at the throats of the Jin soldiers. Wang Yin Hongwen then realized the terrifying combat capability of these 50,000 heavy cavalry. In the span of just half an hour, the Hubao cavalry had already slain over 50,000 Jin soldiers. Leading the charge, Su De seemed to embody a demonic force, directly breaching the ranks of the Jin army's 200,000 cavalry and confronting the 30,000 infantry arrayed before the Jin camp. Hold the line. Hold the line. Any who flee shall be executed. Upon witnessing Su Da's ferocious approach, Wang Yin Hongwen's forces fell into disarray, panic setting in. He never anticipated that Jiang Ce's 5,000 cavalry would be so formidable. This unfamiliar southern general displayed a martial prowess so striking it was almost monstrous, cleaving through his 200,000 cavalry with ease. At that moment, Wang Yin Hongwen's strategist, Abohan, approached. Abohan, a defector from the southern dynasty now serving the Jin, had adopted a Jin name. My lord, we cannot withstand a direct confrontation. Before the battle commenced, I concealed 2 archer units behind the hills flanking our camp. Simply allow the southern cavalry to enter the camp, and the archers will unleash a volley to turn the tide. Wang Yin Hongwen, impressed by Abohan's cleverness, quickly made a decision. He commanded a retreat for both cavalry and infantry, instructing the archers to unleash as many arrows as they had at their disposal. The Jin were skilled archers from a young age, making this archer unit a vital reserve. Moments later, the Jin army opened a gap, allowing the entire 5,000 Hubao cavalry to surge through. Immediately, 3 waves of arrows darkened the sky, piercing towards the Jin's own camp. Observing the rain of arrows, Wang Yin Hongwen cast a scornful glance towards the camp, a smirk curling upon his lips. He thought that after 3 volleys, the 5,000 southern cavalry would be either dead or gravely wounded. However, moments later, Wang Yin Hongwen was left dumbfounded. Su Da's cavalry emerged from the hills flanking the camp, and the arrows from the heights suddenly ceased. Just moments ago, Su Da had suspected this was a trap when he noticed the Jin army opened a breach in their formation. Seizing the opportunity, he charged directly into the Jin camp without hesitation, heading straight for the archer units on the hills. Impossible. Wang Yin Hongwen's eyes widened in disbelief. First, his iron cavalry was crushed, and now both archer units had been annihilated. In a fit of rage and confusion, he spat blood, feeling as if the air had been let out of him. He saw the Hubao cavalry splitting into 2 forces, flanking him from both sides. Wang Yin Hongwen hurriedly ordered the retreat, ringing the retreat bell, taking the remaining cavalry with him. Otherwise, not only would he lose the battle, but his very life would also be at stake. Just then, a cloud of dust rose from the rear as crimson dragon banners surged forth. Led by none other than Jiang Ce, he charged ahead, followed by a formidable force of 100,000 iron soldiers. Moments earlier, upon witnessing the Jin attempting to flee, Jiang Ce had immediately rallied his troops to pursue the Jin soldiers and capture Wang Yanhong when alive. Jiang Ce was acutely aware that Wang Yanhong was the grandson of the Khan of the Jin Dynasty. Should he manage to seize Wang Yanhong, it would be an extraordinary triumph. Just moments ago, the formidable iron floating tower had transformed from a demon emerging from the depths of hell into a ferocious tiger unleashed from its cage. It charged directly into the ranks of the enemy cavalry, unleashing a massacre. The combat tactics of the iron floating tower were diametrically opposed to those of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. While the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry operated as a cohesive unit, working together to vanquish their foes, the iron floating tower deployed small teams of 2 or 3 riders, infiltrating the enemy lines with remarkable agility. This strategy resulted in a rapid and multifaceted assault on the enemy, leading to an accelerated rate of slaughter. After half an hour of relentless combat, the entire Eagle army could no longer withstand the pressure, having already been demoralized by the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. The sight of the ravenous iron floating tower drove many soldiers of the Jin army into a panic. Some abandoned their helmets and armor, fleeing in disarray. Once one soldier took flight, others quickly followed suit, leading to a complete rout. In a brief span of time, out of over 500,000 Jin troops, nearly 80 to 90,000 fled the battlefield in a chaotic retreat to the north. With the army in disarray, the soldiers began to scatter wildly, providing the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, as well as the iron floating tower, the opportunity to annihilate the enemy. Witnessing his soldiers flee around him, Wang Yanhong found it futile to attempt to block their escape. Persuaded by his advisor, Abu Han, he reluctantly turned his horse northward. Wang Yanhong was acutely aware that defeat was inevitable. He immediately urged his horse into a frenzied gallop toward the north. However, Su De, who had long set his sights on Wang Yanhong, would not allow him to escape. He pursued him single-handedly, and with a single stroke of his sword, he brought the fleeing Wang Yanhong crashing to the ground. Under Su De's command, Wang Yanhong had no choice but to surrender and be taken captive. Chapter 7. A resounding victory, decapitating the Eagle Army commander. The clash between the two armies, each numbering in the hundreds of thousands, concluded in less than an hour. The anguished wails and cries of the Jin soldiers intertwined with the battle cries of the Ming army. Ultimately, upon witnessing their commander Wang Yanhong captured, the morale of the Jin soldiers plummeted, leading to a mass retreat to the north. The speed of their withdrawal was nothing short of miraculous. Many soldiers, unable to escape the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, surrendered on the spot, casting down their weapons and kneeling in submission. Of the 500,000 troops of the Eagle Army, 10,000 were annihilated, while over 100,000 surrendered and 300,000 fled northward. While the Jin cavalry may not have excelled in combat, their ability to flee was unparalleled. Seeing the Ming army clad in heavy armor, they hastily removed their own armor and abandoned all supplies, opting for lighter mounts as they fled northward. In the midst of their frantic escape, the Jin cavalry vice commander Xuanwu encountered the advisor Abu Han. Heavens! How could the cavalry of the Southern Dynasty, once mere playthings beneath our mighty Jin steeds, suddenly become so formidable? Xuanwu's eyes were filled with terror, clearly still haunted by the ferocity of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry and the iron floating tower. Those heavy cavalry are swift. We must escape quickly. Abu Han urged Xuanwu. Our commander has been captured by the Southern Dynasty on the battlefield, with over 100,000 troops lost at Xuanwu Pass. We may not survive to see the Khan again. Xuanwu, evidently fatigued from fleeing, replied, "Let us slow our pace. It seems the Southern cavalry are not pursuing us." As the two gathered their troops, they continued their retreat northward. After an hour, they realized they had crossed into Jin territory. Just over 10 miles north of Xuanwu Pass lay the land of the Great Jin, which was also known as the 16 prefectures of Yanyun in the eyes of the Southern Dynasty. Since the Jin dynasty had taken control of the 16 prefectures of Yanyun, no Southern people had set foot on this land again. Xuanwu quickly assessed the situation and concluded that reaching this location ensured their safety. Having narrowly escaped, he reined in his horse and called out to Abu Han, who was still galloping ahead. "Hey Abu Han, there's no need to run anymore. We have reached the land of the Great Jin and are safe now. Those Southern people, even if they have defeated our Jin cavalry, would not dare to pursue us directly onto Jin soil." However, Abu Han merely glanced back at him with an expression of disbelief. "Even if the Southern cavalry do not pursue us, we must find a secure place to camp tonight." Xuanwu spoke with evident dissatisfaction. "You Southern people are so cunning and full of schemes." Abu Han, having once belonged to the Southern Dynasty, felt the weight of Xuanwu's words. At Xuanwu Pass, the chaos of battle had finally subsided. In this engagement, Jiang Ce's Ming army had annihilated and captured over 100,000 Jin soldiers. Su De wished to pursue the fleeing Jin troops further, but was halted by Jiang Ce. Su De then organized his men to scour the battlefield and detain thousands of captives, working tirelessly until midnight. Upon returning to Xuanwu Pass, Su De personally brought the captured commander Wan Yanhong of the Jin Eagle Army before the flag of the Red Blood Dragon. Your Majesty, this is the commander of the Jin Eagle Army, captured by this humble general. Please decide his fate. Su De bowed deeply, kneeling before Jiang Ce. Thank you for your hard work, General Su. Jiang Ce gazed at Su De with admiration. This resounding victory was entirely due to the general's prowess. Jiang Ce patted Su De's shoulder with great emphasis. Since his rebirth, having lived at Xuanwu Pass for over a decade, Jiang Ce had grown weary of the rampant arrogance of the Jin barbarians. Under the iron-fisted oppression of the Jin army, the common folk of the Southern Dynasty lived lives worse than those of pigs and dogs. The events unfolding in the northern territories pierced Jiang Ce's heart deeply. Today's magnificent victory left Jiang Ce feeling immensely exhilarated. However, Su De humbly remarked, "This success is entirely due to your Majesty's astute command, personally leading the Iron Floating Tower army to pursue the Jin soldiers. Otherwise, even if I were to display unmatched valor, victory would still be uncertain." The two sovereigns exchanged mutual praises amidst the battlefield, completely disregarding the Jin commander, Wan Yanhong. When had Wan Yanhong ever been treated in such a manner? Confident in his stature, he believed that even if Jiang Ce were to capture him, he would not dare to harm him. At most, Jiang Ce would use him as a bargaining chip to negotiate terms with the Jin. In his mind, there was no doubt that his life would be spared. Thus, seeing Jiang Ce and Su De completely ignore him, Wan Yanhong could not contain himself and erupted with curses. "Jiang Ce, though I have fallen to you, I am the grandson of the Khagan of Jin, a descendant of golden blood. You have captured me, yet 1,000,000 elite troops of the Jin are poised to march south at any moment. Do you think your mere 100,000 soldiers can withstand our 1,000,000-strong army?" Despite being apprehended, Wan Yanhong maintained an air of superiority, exhibiting no semblance of a defeated general, and even dared to threaten Jiang Ce. Unfortunately for him, his threat was cut short as Jiang Ce suddenly sprang into action. With a swift motion, Jiang Ce drew his sword and severed Wan Yanhong's neck. The head, adorned with a look of disbelief, rolled to the ground, the lips still moving as if to utter unspoken words. "The grandson of the great Jin? Who do you think you are to speak to me? I have slain the prince of your Jin. Let alone you, a mere grandson. Even your grandfather, the Khagan, is no exception. When I decree death, it is done." Jiang Ce took a deep breath and commanded, "Bring forth a fine brocade box. Prepare the head of this Jin prince with decorum and send it to the Khagan's tent. Inform him that I shall march north to reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun. Should any Jin army dare to obstruct my efforts, I will annihilate the Jin without mercy." Lu Zhan, standing nearby, bowed respectfully before proceeding to make arrangements. At this moment, Su De interjected, "Your Majesty, I request permission to lead 50,000 Hubao cavalry to pursue the fleeing Jin soldiers." Jiang Ce, however, shook his head. "Today's restraint from pursuing the enemy is to allow our forces to recuperate. After a fierce day of battle, both men and horses are exhausted. At dawn, we shall pursue while the enemy is in slumber. Would that not be advantageous? Although we retreat today, I have no intention of letting the 30,000 fleeing Jin soldiers escape. It is my principle to eradicate evil completely. After all, our soldiers have fought valiantly for so long. With nightfall upon us, it is far more prudent to pursue when we can see better. Once our army has rested and regained their strength, we will chase the Jin at dawn. The Jin soldiers have also been on the run all day, and after such a chaotic retreat, they cannot have gone far. That will be our prime opportunity." Jiang Ce contemplated this strategy and explained his thoughts to Su De and Lu Zhan. Beyond chasing the Jin soldiers, Jiang Ce felt the most pressing task at hand was to compose a state letter to the Daqian Empress, Li Shih. "Bring me writing materials. Soon." A soldier presented him with the necessary tools. Jiang Ce's brush danced across the paper, and he ultimately affixed the imperial seal to the state letter. Chapter 8. The imperial court reviews the state letter. Empress Li Shih in fury. In the capital of Daqian, the Grand Palace Hall was abuzz with activity as thousands of court officials gathered for the day's assembly. The Empress, Li Shih, adorned in a dragon robe and crowned with a 9-dragon tiara, presided majestically upon the dragon throne. Her countenance exuded authority, and her demeanor was dignified, commanding respect throughout the realm. Her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of autumn waves, alongside her delicate eyebrows and naturally red lips, added a touch of allure to her regal presence. Particularly, her slender waist and curvaceous figure could drive countless men to madness. Yet, despite their awareness of her breathtaking beauty, the assembly of officials dared not steal a glance. "Esteemed ministers, if you have matters to address, do so. Otherwise, you may withdraw," the Empress languidly intoned, repeating phrases she had uttered countless times over the past months. Just as she anticipated another uneventful day, The Minister of Rights, Xuanwu, unsteadily rose to his feet, cradling a box and a letter. I beg to report to your majesty. The Ministry of War has dispatched an urgent letter this morning, sent from Xuanwu Pass. After review, they wish for your majesty to peruse it before making a decision. The aged Minister of War, Xuanwu, presented the letter and box with trembling hands, his eyes betraying fear and unease. Upon hearing that it was from Xuanwu Pass, the Empress's gaze sharpened instantly. Has Xuanwu Pass been surrendered? Before she could finish her thought, a high-ranking official stepped forward from behind Xuanwu. It was the Vice Minister of Rights, who responded, I report to your majesty that 3 days ago, the Ministry of War delivered your majesty's decree to withdraw troops. The Northern Front, comprising 400,000 soldiers, has already been redirected south, and Xuanwu Pass is under the control of General Qin Baozhen. Our ministry dispatched personnel that day, anticipating that after the Jiang family's execution, the handover of the pass would be finalized. The Empress nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, and then opened the letter. However, upon reading just a glance at its contents, she began to tremble uncontrollably. In response, the young chancellor, dressed in a purple court robe, stood at the forefront of the ministers, his expression a blend of scholarly grace and resolute strength. Zhao Yi stepped forward with purpose. Despite his youth, he held the esteemed position of chancellor, a privilege inherited from his father, the former chancellor Zhao Yangping. The Zhao family had effectively monopolized the court. He inquired of the emperor, what is inscribed upon this document? Having received the letter that morning, Zhao Yi had yet to peruse its contents. At this moment, Li Shishir, with her porcelain-like complexion, was fuming, her face turning a deep shade of purple, trembling uncontrollably. It is a missive from Jiang Ce, son of the Duke of State. Upon hearing this, a tumultuous uproar erupted within the grand hall. Logically, with the traitor Jiang Nantian having been executed and his family annihilated, how could Jiang Ce still be alive? The son of the Duke of State presenting a memorial to the emperor, was he seeking to vindicate himself? Jiang Nantian, having amassed troops and committed treason, deserved his fate. The ministers debated vigorously, with some envious of Qin Baozhen seizing the opportunity to declare, Your Majesty, Jiang Ce, who should have perished, now brazenly presents a petition. This surely reflects Qin Baozhen's incompetence at Xuanwu Pass, allowing this scoundrel to escape. I urge Your Majesty to investigate and hold Qin Baozhen accountable. The atmosphere in Fengming Hall became increasingly charged. However, upon hearing Jiang Ce's name, Chancellor Zhao Yi's expression darkened ominously. The orchestrations leading to the demise of the Duke of State and the obliteration of the Jiang family were all executed by him. Yet, he had presumed everything was proceeding smoothly until now, when he learned of Jiang Ce's survival. Contemplating the situation, Zhao Yi rose and respectfully addressed the emperor, Your Majesty. The Duke of State, Jiang Nantian, amassed troops and plotted rebellion, evidence of which is irrefutable. The decree for the annihilation of the Jiang family was issued by the imperial edict. To leave Jiang Ce alive is to harbor a future calamity. I believe Your Majesty should issue another decree to behead Jiang Ce, thereby upholding the principles of governance. Zhao Yi spoke with conviction. Yet, the Empress's gaze remained fixed on the document in her hand, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Yi's counsel. Her focus was drawn to the bold characters inscribed on the paper. The imperial letter from Emperor Jiang Ce of the Ming Dynasty to Empress Li Shishir of the Daqian Dynasty. Ming, Hongwu, Emperor. The Empress had been utterly bewildered upon first reading it. She continued to peruse the letter, which recounted the past when the Jin cavalry descended southward, and the Daqian court was at a loss for strategies to repel them. Instead, they sought to surrender at Xuanwu Pass, even going so far as to assassinate the Duke of State. The letter laid bare the incompetence of the Daqian regime and the Empress's folly. I am the son of the Duke of State, yet I have been coerced by 12 golden medals to act against my will. You slaughter my loyal family, and I shall seize the pass and establish my own rule. Now, I command the formidable Xuanwu Pass with an army of 150,000, all elite troops, and an inexhaustible supply of provisions. Today, my Ming forces have triumphed over 500,000 Jin soldiers. Once I achieve success in the north and reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun, I shall descend southward to avenge my family's honor. This imperial letter was penned by Jiang Ce upon his return from battle, infused with an unmistakable spirit of vengeance. The Empress hurled this so-called imperial letter before her ministers, exclaiming, This is outrageous. Rebellion! Rebellion! In her fury, she commanded a nearby maidservant to read Jiang Ce's letter aloud in front of the assembled officials. Instantly, the hall erupted in commotion. Jiang Ce was not only alive, but dared to raise an army in revolt. The Ministry of War had received no such intelligence. Moreover, the forces at Xuanwu Pass had long been mobilized. How could Jiang Ce, as a mere son of a traitor, possibly command troops, let alone the endless supplies he claimed to possess? Yet, upon witnessing the Empress trembling slightly, Chancellor Zhao Yi mistakenly believed her to be intimidated. He was the first to speak. Your Majesty, do not be angered. Jiang Ce is merely spouting nonsense. The 40,000 troops at Xuanwu Pass are entirely under the court's control. How could he possibly muster an army of 150,000 for rebellion? Furthermore, Your Majesty, it is likely that the Jin forces have already occupied Xuanwu Pass. How could a mere traitor's son challenge us? He continued. His claims of defeating 500,000 Jin soldiers are utterly absurd. He has likely fled Xuanwu Pass, gathering a few scattered mercenaries to boast. All we require is Your Majesty's decree for the northern commander Chen Baojin to collaborate with the Jin forces to apprehend the traitor Jiang Ce. With Zhao Yi's assertion, the other ministers quickly rallied in agreement, criticizing the Duke of State and condemning Jiang Ce. However, this uproar gradually brought the Empress back to her senses. She coldly regarded the imperial letter on the table, suddenly scoffing in disbelief. Not only did Jiang Ce dare to rebel, but he also proclaimed himself an emperor. The audacity to write an imperial letter in provocation was beyond comprehension. Regardless of his lineage as the son of a powerful minister, the Daqian Empire would not tolerate traitors. Li Shirshi's eyes were now filled with murderous intent, her gaze fixating on the wooden box that accompanied Jiang Ce's letter. The Minister of War, who had presented the letter, had also brought forth a wooden box. The Empress, curious, reached for it. As she prepared to open the box, the Minister of War shouted in alarm, "Your Majesty, do not." This warning startled the Empress. What could possibly be so concerning? She retorted, and without hesitation, she opened the wooden box. Upon seeing its contents, the Empress's expression darkened even further than when she had first read the audacious letter. At this moment, the box contained a severed head, bloodied and refusing to close its eyes. The Empress recognized the owner of this head, the northern general Chen Baojin, whom she had summoned previously. Her breath grew heavy, and her complexion shifted from calm to pale, then to disbelief. In a fit of rage, she overturned the box onto the imperial desk, causing the head to roll down the steps of the throne. Instantly, the courtiers in the grand hall fell into a state of panic. Chen Baojin. The Prime Minister Zhao Yi immediately recognized the head. Was it not the very general he had placed his hopes upon? Sent to eliminate the Duke of the nation and to take command of the 400,000 troops at Xuanwu Pass? How could the head of General Chen appear here? Some ministers were so frightened by the sight that they felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that General Chen was slain by the rebel Jiang Ce? If that were true, Jiang Ce's act of murdering a high-ranking official would be a grievous crime. Not only a grave sin, but by sending the head to the imperial capital, he displayed utter arrogance and blatant disregard for authority. The Empress glared at her officials, demanding silence. How could there be such uproar in the Grand Hall? Jiang Ce shall be punished for his transgressions. You need not be alarmed. Even if Jiang Ce has rebelled, Daqian remains Daqian. As the Empress regained her composure, her demeanor became calm once more. At this point, Zhao Yi stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, it is evident that there has been a breach in the handover of Xuanwu Pass by Chen Baojin. Firstly, it is now confirmed that the once promising Chen Baojin has indeed been killed. The 10,000 troops he brought to Xuanwu Pass must have fallen into the hands of Jiang Ce. After all, Xuanwu Pass has long been managed by the Duke of the nation, Jiang Nantian, and his influence runs deep. Many soldiers' loyalties lie with the Jiang family, not the court." Zhao Yi's expression turned sinister as he continued. "Thus, Your Majesty, the solution cannot simply be to eliminate Jiang Ce. In my opinion, it would be best to unite with the Jin cavalry outside Xuanwu Pass to issue a bounty for his capture and simultaneously apprehend Jiang Ce's entire clan." Upon hearing this, the Empress pondered for a moment. Jiang Ce currently commands 10,000 troops, which adds to his strength. We must not underestimate him. Initially agreeing with Zhao Yi, she then contemplated further and decreed, "Order the 400,000 troops stationed south of Xuanwu Pass to march north immediately. Unite with the Jin cavalry outside Xuanwu Pass to eliminate the remaining traitors of the Duke's household. Furthermore, issue a nationwide bounty for this thief, Jiang Ce." Unbeknownst to Jiang Ce, as he penned that letter of state, he could not have anticipated the uproar it would cause in the court. The sight of Chen Baojin's head had startled the Empress and all the officials alike. After completing the letter, Jiang Ce casually instructed that it be sent along with Chen Baojin's head to Daqian before seeking out several high-ranking Jin captives for some amusement. Indeed, amusement it was. He playfully questioned them about how many individuals the Jin Dynasty had managed to bribe within the halls of Daqian. At Xuanwu Pass, Jiang Ce interrogated the Jin general on the ground. "What is the relation of the Duke's death to your Jin state? If there is a connection, who masterminded it?" He rested his sword against the shoulder of the nearest Jin general, lightly inquiring. However, to his surprise, this individual proved to be quite resolute. When Jiang Ce posed his question, not only did he refuse to answer, but he also held his head high, as if daring Jiang Ce to do his worst. Since he remained silent, Jiang Ce saw no reason to be courteous. With a swift motion, he beheaded the Jin general right then and there. Next, He placed the still-bloodied Qishao sword upon the shoulder of the second captive. This man, upon witnessing the fate of his comrade, fell silent, refraining from further defiance. Ultimately, Jiang Ce pierced through his mouth, killing him instantly. In a blink, only 2 of the 4 captured generals remained. Witnessing the gruesome fate of their peers, they exchanged fearful glances. At that moment, Jiang Ce directed his gaze toward the 3rd captive, who became utterly frantic, especially upon meeting Jiang Ce's seemingly unthreatening yet chilling gaze. Please, do not kill me. I truly do not know who was behind the Duke of the South's demise. Then why do you still live? Jiang Ce's fury erupted. As he raised his sword again, what purpose do you serve? He drove the blade down from the top of the man's head, splitting him in 2. Among the 4 captured generals, the only one left alive was so terrified that he knelt in the muddy mixture of blood and urine, pleading for mercy. Spare me. Spare me. I only know that the Prime Minister of the South, Zhao Yi, sends tributes to our Jin every year, and that Zhao Yi's students occupy half of the officials in the South. The one behind the Duke's murder is the strategist Wanyan Hongwan of the Eagle Division. The South's Prime Minister Zhao Ce orchestrated this, and the mastermind has likely fled north by now. This man spilled all he knew in a torrent of words. Yet Jiang Ce was still unsatisfied, continuing to inquire, what is the strategist's name? Jiang Ce's demeanor remained calm, yet his words dripped with malice. The strategist was named Abohan, originally from the southern dynasties. It is said that after following the prince, he was bestowed the name Abohan by the Khan. Beyond this detail, I am not privy to further information. With the desired intelligence acquired, Jiang Ce's demeanor shifted dramatically. He swiftly beheaded the last enemy general with a single stroke of his sword. Lu Zhan, take these severed heads, along with that of Wanyan Hongwan, and present them to the Khan of the Jin Kingdom. Understood. The soldier beside him immediately accepted the command. He grasped a handful of hair from the Jin soldiers and proceeded to carry the rounded heads away. Jiang Ce gazed at the sky, which was already brightening with dawn. He then summoned Suda and Lu Zhan. Suda, I am assigning you 50,000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. You shall lead them to pursue the remnants of the fleeing Jin army's Eagle Division. It is imperative that we capture their strategist, Abohan. Chapter 10. Dividing forces to attack Jin City. At dawn, as the sun began to rise above the horizon, Jiang Ce raised his gaze to the sky. Suda. Suda clasped his fists in respect and knelt before Jiang Ce, his eyes brimming with a yearning for battle. This humble servant is ready. Jiang Ce presented the tiger talisman to Suda. In this pursuit of the remnants, we must eradicate evil entirely. We must strike with the swiftness of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, delivering a crushing blow to the Jin Kingdom's Eagle Division. The Jin must feel pain. Only then will they cease their aggression. Furthermore, Abohan must be captured alive. This man, hailing from my southern dynasties, is now scheming for the Jin. Allowing him to remain in Jin poses endless future troubles. Suda rose gallantly, returning the gesture with clasped fists. Your Majesty, rest assured, I vow not to return until the Eagle Division is vanquished. In this pursuit, I shall ensure the Jin army's claws and beaks are thoroughly plucked. After a night of rest, the 50,000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry stood ready at the city gates. With a command from Jiang Ce, the Grand Army surged forth from the city. The bright red cloak of Su De stood out conspicuously among the ranks. The citizens within the city, upon hearing the stirrings of the departing army, rushed to the gates to bid farewell. Jiang Ce watched the sun rise in the distance, standing resolutely against the wind. The Jin army had suffered a great defeat at Xuanwu Pass, and the northern borders were momentarily at peace. Given the Jin's relentless nature, they would surely descend south once more. A swift campaign to reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yenyun is essential. Additionally, we must possess the capability to fortify the cities and territories we have captured. Therefore, what I currently lack most is an extraordinary minister and strategist. Moreover, the Daqian Empress resides in the imperial capital, with Prime Minister Zhao Yi at her side whispering slanderous counsel. Relying solely on Xuanwu Pass makes our path to resurgence excessively arduous. After contemplation, Jiang Ce had Lu Zhan bring forth a map. Subsequently, he focused on the southern region of Xuanwu Pass, specifically Jin City. Lu Zhan, how many troops do you require to seize Jin City for me? Jiang Ce pointed at Jin City, his gaze intense. Lu Zhan clasped his hands and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, may I take a moment to deliberate before responding? Just south of Jin City lies the camp of 400,000 Daqian troops. We must be wary, otherwise, during our siege, we might be ambushed by these 400,000 soldiers, leading to certain doom. Furthermore, Jin City serves as the county seat of Suzhun in Daqian, boasting a population of 500,000. It is the first significant stronghold after descending from Xuanwu Pass. Your Majesty, 50,000 Iron Pagoda troops will suffice. Lu Zhan declared with unwavering confidence. Oh, Jiang Ce's interest peaked. Pray tell, what strategies do you propose for the siege? Lu Zhan cleared his throat and stood up, stating, The assault on Jin City presents two formidable challenges. The city derives its name from its fortress-like defenses, resembling an impenetrable stronghold, surrounded by plains that are easy to defend yet difficult to assault. This is the first challenge. 30 miles south of Xuanwu Pass lies the camp of 400,000 Daqian troops, poised to provide support to Jin City at any moment. This is the second challenge. Thus, to breach Jin City, we must attack swiftly. I will lead the 50,000 Iron Pagoda troops directly into the heart of the city for a decisive battle. Even if the 400,000 Daqian troops arrive later, I can hold Jin City with the 50,000 Iron Pagoda troops. If we can defend for half a month, General Su will return to aid us, and 400,000 Daqian troops will be of little consequence. Listening to Liu Zhan's analysis, Jiang Ce nodded frequently. Liu Zhan, I shall allocate 50,000 Iron Pagoda troops to you. Can you capture Jin City within 10 days? Your Majesty, 3 days will suffice. Liu Zhan replied with confidence. This 3-day period also considers the time for the 50,000 Iron Pagoda troops to reach Jin City. We must act swiftly and not delay. Let us depart at once. Liu Zhan led the 50,000 Iron Pagoda troops to attack Jin City, while Jiang Ce retained another 50,000 Iron Pagoda troops to guard Xuanwu Pass. He also dispatched soldiers to reassure the citizens, posting announcements that all corvée labor and taxes would be suspended during wartime. Soldiers are strictly forbidden from bullying the common people. This action garnered greater support for Jiang Ce among the citizens, enhancing his popularity. Upon reaching Jin City, Liu Zhan beheld the majestic city walls from a distance. The mere presence of 50,000 heavily armed troops was enough to intimidate the defenders within. Not to mention, these 50,000 Iron Pagoda troops had just emerged victorious from a recent battle, their spirits high and their blood boiling with martial fervor. Moreover, the 50,000 Iron Pagoda troops were solely loyal to Jiang Ce, united in purpose without any dissent. The veteran commander stationed in Jin City, upon learning of the formidable army approaching, was understandably alarmed. Upon gazing from the city walls, he saw only heavy cavalry and realized that victory was unattainable. He promptly ordered the gates closed and refused to engage, ignoring Liu Zhan's taunts as if they were nothing more than distant echoes. However, the county governor, Cao Cao, was not so perceptive. The county governor, a pupil of Prime Minister Zhao Yi, lacked both political acumen and depth of understanding. In a predicament, the intricacies of human connections ran deep, allowing one to cling to the line of Zhao Yi. Observing the utter incompetence of this individual, Zhao Yi decided to dispatch Cao Cao to the remote borders, appointing him as a lowly county magistrate, thereby sparing himself the nuisance of his presence. Left to languish at the frontier, Cao Cao would pose no threat. Cao Cao shared this sentiment, having relied on his network for so long that he presumed Zhao Yi, the contemporary chancellor, would shield him. Even with the Jin army looming, he felt no fear. Upon learning of an unknown army approaching the city, he hastily donned his garments. Listening to the reports from the city's defenders, he then scoffed at the notion that a mere 50,000 soldiers could instill fear in him. The fortifications of Jincheng were robust. Even 100,000 troops would struggle to breach them. There was no rush. Arriving at the city gates, he was still adjusting his belt. What were these 50,000 foes? General Wang, an old warrior, could lead the troops out to annihilate them. However, upon hearing this, the city's commander, Wang Yan, turned red with frustration, his white beard trembling. With 5,000 defenders inside and 50,000 heavy cavalry outside, could annihilation be so easily spoken of? Yet, due to the hierarchy of their ranks, Wang Yan refrained from speaking too much. He suppressed his temper and earnestly advised, "My lord, the enemy approaches with great ferocity. Their momentum is such that our soldiers cannot withstand them. Just 10 miles southeast, the court has stationed 400,000 troops. Our immediate priority is to seek reinforcements." Wang Yan's words were already quite direct, but Cao Cao refused to listen. He cleared his ears and retorted, "General Wang, how can you bolster the enemy's confidence while diminishing our own? My Jincheng has 3,000 soldiers. They are still the court's formidable forces. Outside, those 10,000 troops are nothing but disorganized rabble. What is there to fear? Wang Yan, you are too timid." In Cao Cao's mind, the court's military strength was unparalleled. Witnessing Cao Cao's ignorance of the gravity of the situation, Wang Yan, suppressing his anger, fell silent. With a cold snort, he chose not to engage further with Cao Cao. Cao Cao then leaned over the battlements, addressing the approaching enemy soldiers. "I am Cao Cao, the magistrate of Jincheng. Surrender your weapons at once, or I shall lead my army out to crush you without mercy." At the city gate, Liu Zhan grinned upon hearing this challenge and replied, "To the defenders on the walls, you have half an hour to open the gates and surrender the city. After half an hour, we shall commence the assault. All defenders and officials shall be slaughtered." The defenders of Jincheng cowered behind the parapets, shrinking away. Liu Zhan understood that further delay would only work against him. "Cao Cao, listen well. If the gates remain shut for half an hour, once we break through, you shall be the first to be sacrificed." Lu Xun's deep voice reached both Cao Hai and Wang En. With great concern, urged Cao Hai, "My lord, I have dispatched a swift horse to request aid from the northern army. If we wait for the reinforcements, these 50,000 brigands can be completely eliminated." Hearing Wang En's words, Cao Hai recalled the edict recently issued by the court regarding the suppression of the rebels. He quickly grasped that these brigands were indeed the forces of the rebel Jiang Ce, let alone 50,000 troops. Even if another 50,000 come, I, Cao Hai, shall annihilate them all. With that, Cao Hai poked his head over the battlements. "Tell that rebel Jiang Ce, if you dare to raise a flag in rebellion, I will take your head and present it to the chancellor. At least then, you will die with purpose." Knowing that Daqian's 400,000 soldiers were on their way to assist, Cao Hai boasted extravagantly. Titles such as the Duke of State or the Heir Apparent are nothing but old tales. Now, it is the chancellor who holds sway in the Daqian court. Lu Xun raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Cao Hai, and chose silence. The words had been spoken. Now, they awaited the passage of half an hour. Should the gates remain closed, he would turn Jin Chung upside down. Observing Lu Xun's earlier bravado now lacking any response, Cao Hai smirked repeatedly. Convinced that Lu Xun had grown timid and was caught in a dilemma. In a moment of impulsiveness, he commanded Wang En to charge forth. "My lord, this is unthinkable. The enemy possesses 50,000 heavy cavalry, while we have only 5,000 defenders." Wang En implored. "We are outnumbered and will surely face defeat." Cao Hai, dismissing the warning, rolled his eyes. "Wang En, you are old and cowardly. We must strike while the enemy is faltering. This is the wisdom of warfare. If you fear for your life, simply watch from the walls. My 5,000 troops are all elite soldiers, supported by the court and unmatched in combat prowess. The forces outside may seem intimidating, but in truth, they are devoid of fighting capability. I shall seize this opportunity for glory." Cao Hai stubbornly issued the order, leading the 5,000 stationed soldiers out. The gates swung wide open as 1,000 soldiers surged forth in a flash. Lu Xun's eyes sparkled upon seeing the unexpected movement. It seemed that the magistrate had delivered himself to their doorstep. He quickly dispatched a squad of ironclad warriors, their formidable armor and curved sabers arranged in battle formation. "Capture Cao Hai alive. All others shall be executed," Lu Xun commanded, and the ironclad warriors advanced with great momentum. Cao Hai, filled with enthusiasm, charged into the fray, only to find himself ensnared in a quagmire, unable to move. As the chaos unfolded around him, he became disoriented, losing all sense of direction amidst the turmoil. In no time, he was captured and brought before Lu Xun. Wang En, recognizing the inevitability of defeat, could only open the gates and surrender. Stripped of his armor, he knelt at the city gate, accompanied by the defeated forces of Jin Chung. After conquering Jin Chung, Lu Xun interrogated Cao Hai and learned that Wang En had sent for reinforcements. He immediately ordered the city to be sealed off and penned a letter detailing the situation in Jin Chung, dispatching a swift horse to deliver it to Xuanwu Pass. "Congratulations to the host. You have successfully captured Jin Chung. Reward, 1 chance to draw. Should you draw?" Within Xuanwu Pass, Jiang Ce's eyes lit up upon hearing the system's notification. Lu Xun had indeed lived up to expectations, swiftly seizing Jin Chung. This suggests that Lu Xun's leadership in battle is not inferior to that of Suda. The only difference lies in the different directions each general takes in command. After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Ce directly opted to draw rewards. "Congratulations, host, you have drawn a rare strategist, Yao Guangxiao. Yao Guangxiao, the black-clad chancellor, with the Dharma named Daqian, nicknamed the Demon Monk. He is the planner of the Jingnan campaign, possessing foresight of 800 years and hindsight of 1,000 years. Throughout his life, he has eschewed the pursuit of Zen enlightenment, fearing that the world cannot descend into chaos. The siege rewards have been issued. 100,000 Qin Rue troops, under the rule of the first emperor, the foundation of the 6 kingdoms, with unparalleled martial prowess and finely crafted equipment, fully armored. Skilled in close combat with blades, and excelling in cavalry warfare, they are elite warriors with exceptional endurance, unafraid of close-quarters combat, making them formidable on the battlefield. The 100,000 Qin Rue troops have been summoned to the Xuanwu Pass military training grounds. Please accept them, host. The rewards have been dispatched." Jiang Ce felt a stir in his heart. He saw the strategist Yao Guangxiao summoned to his side, clad in black, exuding an air of mystery and an uncanny demeanor. Loyal only to Jiang Ce. "Your Majesty, I apologize for my tardiness. Yao humbly requests your forgiveness." Jiang Ce reassured him, "It is of no concern." He scrutinized Yao Guangxiao from head to toe, nodding subtly. This demon monk excels in turning the tides in desperate situations and possesses the ability to break through obstacles. Now that the Ming is newly established, apart from the Hongwu era and Suda and Lu Xun, there is little else. Whether one wishes to launch a northern expedition or defend Xuanwu, the challenges are considerable. The appearance of Yao Guangxiao is akin to a timely gift from the system. capable of aiding him in breaking the impasse and assisting him in discerning the situation to avoid misjudgments. May I inquire, Chancellor Yao, what insights do you have regarding the current situation of the Ming? Jiang Ce inquired. Yao Guangxiao contemplated briefly before respectfully responding, Your Majesty, the strategy you have set for the northern expedition to the 16 states of Yanyun is indeed correct. However, the Ming currently possesses only 250,000 troops available for your command. The 16 states of Yanyun are vast and populous. Relying on 250,000 troops alone to advance is challenging. It would be more prudent to seize one of the states as a stronghold for rapid development. Jiang Ce nodded, agreeing with Yao Guangxiao's thoughts. The 16 states must become my territory. Yet we face the looming threat of the Jin Kingdom in front and the chaos of the Daqian behind us. What insights does the Chancellor have on this matter? Jiang Ce continued to inquire. This was also a source of his concern. As Yao Guangxiao pointed out, the Ming is sandwiched between the Jin and Daqian. 250,000 troops are indeed insufficient. Your Majesty, do not be overly worried. The Jin Kingdom has just suffered defeat and dares not act recklessly at this moment. While their nomadic nature has fostered a significant cavalry force, they ultimately cannot match our ironclad troops. In infantry combat, they are no match for the Qin Rui troops. Moreover, the Jin Kingdom is a vast prairie nation, and its terrain is flat. We must advance cautiously against them, without haste. Yao Guangxiao analyzed while pointing at the map. The more Jiang Ce listened, the more he admired Yao Guangxiao's judgment on the state of the world. The situation regarding Daqian was considerably simpler. The Daqian's forces are dispersed. The court is in disarray, and the burdens of corvée labor and taxes weigh heavily on the populace, leading to a loss of public support. Once our troops reclaim the 16 states of Yanyun, the people's perception will shift, and the Ming will stand tall, enough to intimidate Daqian. Furthermore, having already occupied Xuanwu Pass, we can advance from this stronghold towards the capital of Daqian, seizing the southern court in one swift motion. Jiang Ce nodded emphatically. The Chancellor speaks wisely. Although Daqian appears robust on the surface, their forces have been fractured by their Chancellor Zhao Yi. With my back against Xuanwu Pass and Su De, skilled in field command, at my side, the southern advance will likely go unchallenged by the Daqian court. Jiang Ce and Yao Guangxiao engaged in further discussion, confirming the clarity of the current Ming situation. Your Majesty, with the Ming defending Xuanwu Pass and poised to attack the fortified Jin city, all that is needed is the people's will, and the Ming shall rise swiftly. Yao Guangxiao, perceiving Jiang Ce's concerns, bowed and offered comforting words. The people are like water. They can carry a boat or capsize it, all in a single thought. Jiang Ce sighed softly. There is no need for your Majesty to sigh. Simply await General Su's extermination of the remnants of the Jin army and the good news that will follow. Yao Guangxiao alleviated Jiang Ce's worries. At this moment, Su De, weary from travel, led his light troops, all of whom bore the marks of battle. The 5,000 Hubao cavalry, stained with blood, included those fierce in combat who had tied the heads of 10 Jin soldiers around their waists. The defeated Jin soldiers could scarcely anticipate the swiftness of Su De's pursuit. Believing that Jiang Ce had abandoned the chase, they had let their guards down. Upon sighting the Hubao cavalry, they were struck with terror as if confronted by the Grim Reaper. Su De's countenance was resolute, his gaze sharp as he searched among the remnants for the figure of Abu Han. Any Jin soldier in his way was met with death. In an instant, the small contingent of Jin soldiers was nearly annihilated, blood staining the yellow sands. After dealing with this small group of Jin soldiers, Su De still had not spotted Abu Han nor the main Jin force. He seized a Jin officer and inquired, "Where is the strategist Abu Han, alive or dead?" The Jin officer looked at Su De as if he were a specter. Abu Han is a southern man, quite cunning. Perhaps they have successfully fled back to the Jin Kingdom? Su De scoffed coldly, drawing his sword and declaring, "Hu Baoqi, heed my command. Advance and pursue. We are resolute in capturing Abu Han alive." The sound of galloping hooves echoed, leaving a myriad of hoof prints upon the yellow earth. Su De led his troops at full speed, the sun blazing overhead. At last, he caught sight of the main force of the Jin army. With an uplifted arm, he rallied the Hu Baoqi, invigorating their spirits. "Charge!" The battle cries resonated like thunder. Upon hearing this, the Jin forces fell into disarray. Already lacking supplies, their troops were weary and their mounts feeble. Faced with Su De's advancing army, they were devoid of any will to resist. Even if they attempted to fight back, they could not withstand the ruthless strikes of the Hu Baoqi. In a short time, the yellow sands transformed into a sea of blood. Su De fought until his blade dulled, then switched to another and continued his assault. After several rounds, the Jin army suffered tens of thousands of casualties. The remaining forces, initially inclined to resist, lost all heart upon witnessing the scene and scattered in all directions. Yet Su De would not allow such an opportunity to slip by. He launched another charge to eradicate the remnants completely. The disbanded Jin forces could not muster any combat effectiveness. colliding chaotically as the Hu Baoqi easily cut them down from their mounts. Abohan glanced back. The relentless escape had left him mentally unstable. At this moment, a surge of fear overwhelmed him, causing him to tumble from his horse. Su De, with keen eyes, noted this spectacle and smirked. All troops, heed my command. Capture every one of them, save for the Eagle Division commander. The morale surged once more. The white clouds in the sky were scattered by the fierce aura of the Hu Baoqi. Under the simultaneous charge of 50,000 Hu Baoqi, the great host of the Jin army was declared defeated. The main commanders of the Eagle Division, along with the strategist Abohan, were all captured alive. Su De ordered that these individuals be bound with hands behind their backs and made to kneel in a group. Dismounting, he drew his sword. I am the deputy commander of the Eagle Division, Wanyanju Lai, and I wish to surrender to His Majesty the Hongwu Emperor of the Ming. Spare my life. Su De remained silent. The sword fell, and the head rolled away. The same fate befell all the commanders except for Abohan. Knowing resistance was futile, Abohan extended his neck. Awaiting death, you, as a southerner, have betrayed your kin to the Jin Kingdom. Do you not recognize your crime? Abohan coldly snorted. Recognize my crime? What crime have I committed? A soldier dies for his true master. The Daqian court shows no use for me, while the Khan of the Jin values me highly. I shall serve the Jin Kingdom. Su De swiftly slapped Abohan across the face. Whatever you have to say, save it for His Majesty. Guards, carve words upon this scoundrel's face and cut off his nose. Bind him securely and take him back. Upon hearing this, Abohan trembled. You dare? I am the military strategist of the Eagle Division. Are you not afraid of retaliation from the Jin army? Su De kicked Abohan to the ground. Cut off his hands as well. All troops, heed my command. Return to Xuanwu Pass. At the training grounds of Xuanwu Pass, on the elevated platform, Jiang Ce and Yao Guangxiao stood in succession. They gazed at the 100,000 Qin Rue troops in the training grounds, their expressions filled with joy. Your Majesty, I am fortunate to have fulfilled my duty, eliminating the fleeing Jin army and successfully capturing Abohan. Su De dragged Abohan forward. Following this, Jiang Ce interrogated him. Abohan, having been tortured beyond recognition, answered every question. Upon confirming that his father had been murdered at Abohan's behest, Jiang Ce personally severed Abohan's head. Just as he was about to commend the entire army, a soldier rushed forward anxiously, kneeling to present a letter. Report. Jin City is in distress. This is General Lu Zhen's military report. Please read. Your Majesty. Jiang Ce's expression darkened. He immediately snatched the letter, scrutinizing its contents. The message revealed that Jin City was besieged by 100,000 troops of Daqian, with supplies running critically low. A mere phrase indicated the urgency of the situation. Jiang Ce handed the letter to Su De, and Yao Guangxiao looked on. Jin City, a vital stronghold in Suzhun, was known to have 50,000 Tai Fu Tu defending it, yet only 10,000 Daqian troops were dispatched to besiege the city. The Daqian army aimed to encircle and strike at reinforcements. Yao Guangxiao squinted. The remaining 300,000 Daqian troops must be lurking near Xuanwu Pass, waiting for our army to emerge before launching a surprise attack. Hearing Yao Guangxiao's analysis, Jiang Ce chuckled coldly. I command 100,000 Qin Rue soldiers, all elite troops. In addition, there are 50,000 Hu Baoqi under Su De's command, with 50,000 Tai Fu Tu on standby. We possess a total of 200,000 troops to annihilate these 40,000 foes with ease. These 200,000 soldiers are all elite. They surpass the 40,000 thin and weak soldiers of Daqian by a significant margin. Without further ado, Jiang Ce led 100,000 Qin Rue troops personally. He instructed Su De to make slight preparations, leading 50,000 Hu Baoqi equipped with good armor and long blades to guard the flanks. The rear was entrusted to Yao Guangxiao and 50,000 Tai Fu Tu to prevent a surprise attack from the Daqian army. The Grand Army departed the pass. Heading south, outside Xuanwu Pass, the view was expansive, yet no enemy ambush was in sight. Jiang Ce led a vast force of cavalry, advancing unimpeded towards Jin City. The 10,000 Daqian troops that had come to support Jin City, upon seeing the overwhelming numbers, fell into disarray. Especially upon spotting Jiang Ce in his yellow robe and the crimson dragon flag, they understood that this battle was inevitable. Jiang Ce and Daqian had blood feuds. As the two armies faced off, no matter the angle, the Ming forces held an overwhelming advantage, achieving a resounding victory. Your Majesty, this journey has been devoid of any sign of ambush. Is it possible? Jiang Ce shook his head with a cold smile. Let them have their ambush. With our grand army assembled, anyone who stands in our way shall be slain. With grandiosity, he drew the red sky sword and pointed to the heavens. Ming army, heed my command. Charge. The united front of 200,000 troops resounded with cries that shook the heavens. Kill. The fervor surged, and the spirit of battle soared. The swift Hu Baoqi, under Su De's leadership, cut through the battlefield like a sharp blade. The troops were precisely inserted into the left flank of the Daqian army, ruthlessly splitting their formation apart. Jiang Ce personally took to the field, leading an impressive force of 100,000 Qin Rue soldiers into the fray, their bodies stained with blood, their spirits soaring. In Jincheng, Liu Zhan, witnessing the unfolding chaos, swung open the city gates, unleashing a full force of 50,000 iron warriors. The Daqian army found themselves besieged from all sides. Jiang Ce and Liu Zhan coordinated their assault, treating the beleaguered Daqian forces as mere prey, slaughtering them mercilessly. Whenever the Daqian troops attempted to resist, Suda was quick to sever their chances of unity. Yao Guangxiao, whose intellect bordered on the supernatural, consistently managed to fracture the battlefield. As the evening sun descended, the sky turned a murky yellow, casting a grim pall over the blood-soaked battleground. Outside the gates of Jincheng, the confrontation ended with the Ming army suffering a mere 3,000 casualties while annihilating the entire force of 100,000 Daqian soldiers. Chapter 13. The Fall of Jincheng, a shock to the court. In the imperial capital of Daqian, Empress Li Shishir gazed at the military report presented before her. The four characters Jincheng lost glaring back. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly. Could it be that our Daqian's 400,000 troops are inferior to the rebel Jiang Ce? Enraged, she slammed the report onto the table. Minister of War, explain to me why Jincheng has fallen. Under the piercing gaze of Empress Li Shishir, the Minister of War broke into a cold sweat. Your Majesty, the reasons for Jincheng's loss are complex. I have not been on site and cannot provide a clear explanation. He paused, however. The 400,000 troops have already received the distress signal from Jincheng and are on their way to suppress the rebels. The 5,000 soldiers led by the rebel Jiang Ce cannot possibly stand against our forces, and I am certain we shall soon receive news of a great victory. The Minister of War assured confidently. Yet, Empress Li Shishir remained troubled. During the incident at Xuanwu Pass, the officials had spoken similarly, and in the blink of an eye, not only had Xuanwu Pass been lost, but now Jincheng was as well. Zhao Yi, noticing the fluctuating expression on Li Shishir's face, immediately spoke up. Your Majesty, there is no need for excessive worry. Our Daqian will surely achieve victory in this battle. Not to mention that the rebels lack the support of the populace. Our Daqian is destined for triumph due to the people's favor. Furthermore, Jiang Ce's forces are composed of remnants and defeated soldiers, while our Daqian army of 400,000 is made up of the elite among elites, easily capable of quelling the rebels. The Chancellor Zhao Yi's words calmed Li Shishir's anxious heart. As the Chancellor stated, Jiang Ce's rebellion will not pose any significant threat to our Daqian. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement, declaring that the petty thieves at the border could not stir up any substantial waves. What is particularly infuriating is that Jiang Ce obstructs our Daqian from allying with the Jin Kingdom. It is clear that he cannot bear to see your Majesty forge an alliance with Daqian. This is a violation of national policy. Li Shishir also nodded in agreement with indignation, lamenting that had she known Jiang Ce harbored treasonous intentions, she would have commanded the generals at Xuanwu Pass to execute his entire clan, thus avoiding such distress. Your Majesty, please do not be anxious. It is detrimental to your health. Zhao Yi offered words of comfort and proposed another plan. I have dispatched my disciple Chong Yunfang to supervise the military. He is well-versed in military strategy, astute in gathering support, and I assure you, there will be no chaos. With him and the new Northern Border Army Commander Cao Cao present, our 400,000 troops will march forward, reclaiming Jincheng and annihilating the rebels. Upon hearing these words, Li Shishir's countenance brightened with joy. As long as our Daqian has a chancellor, we shall maintain stability and honor the cultivation bestowed upon us by my father. Zhao Yi smiled subtly, affirming her sentiment. Not far to the east of Jincheng, in a deep valley, the remaining 300,000 Daqian troops were encamped. The commander of the Daqian forces, Cao Cao, looked upon Chong Yunfang with a grim expression. As a leader commanding 400,000 soldiers, he found himself under the orders of a mere youth. Commander Chong, this ambush in the valley is a tactical blunder. The limited visibility may secure our military, but leaves us ignorant of the enemy's movements, rendering our efforts futile. Chong Yunfang retorted with a cold snort. Are you claiming to know more than the military texts? The texts state that valleys are ideal for ambushes, capable of concealing forces. How is it that in your old mouth, it has turned into a tactical blunder? Or do you harbor dissatisfaction with Daqian, wishing to use this opportunity to bury the 300,000 soldiers we have painstakingly cultivated? Chong Yunfang accused, placing the blame squarely upon Cao Cao. Commander Chong, I harbor no such intentions. I genuinely care for our army. Cao Cao found himself at a loss for words. He had devoted himself to Daqian, achieving remarkable military feats, yet now he must bow to Chong Yunfang. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned. The 100,000 Daqian troops should be more than enough to capture Jincheng and the 5,000 rebel soldiers. As for Chong Yunfang, he could treat this as a lesson in composure. After all, This individual would soon return to the imperial capital. General Tao, your age may hinder your vision, preventing you from grasping the unpredictable nature of the battlefield. I can understand. I will encircle Jincheng with 100,000 troops. And the rebel Jiang Ce will surely be unable to remain idle, emptying Xuanwu Pass of troops to relieve his predicament. At that time, all 300,000 Daqian soldiers will emerge from the valley, guaranteed to annihilate the rebels. With the rebels eradicated, we will naturally reclaim Xuanwu Pass and Jincheng, and we shall both gain great merit. Chang Yunfang declared, filled with ambition. Poor Jiang Ce, blinded by foolishness, dares to oppose the court. This will be his undoing. In response to Chang Yunfang's arrogance, Tao Shouzhua merely shook his head. He anticipated that with 40,000 troops, they could easily overwhelm the Ming forces. He decided to let Chang Yunfang continue his folly. Report. General. Urgent news. A soldier burst into the tent in a flurry. What kind of disorder is this? Tao Shouzhua scolded, urging him to steady himself and speak clearly. General. The enemy has arrived with 200,000 troops, and the 10,000 soldiers outside Jincheng have been completely annihilated. The soldier reported, eyes wide with alarm. 200,000. Where did Jiang Ce acquire 200,000 troops? Chang Yunfang exclaimed in a fit of rage, grasping the collar of the soldier. One must acknowledge that including Xuanwu Pass, there are merely 100,000 rebels. How could you conjure up an army of 200,000? Are you aware that misreporting military intelligence is a grave offense punishable by death? Chang Yunfang's furious outburst was interrupted by Tao Shouzhua. Commander, the military situation is precise. Do not let personal grievances cloud your judgment. It is wiser to remain in the valley and devise a better strategy. His aged face was etched with worry, and his heart was in turmoil. A tiger's father does not bear a puppy, and Jiang Ce is indeed the son of the Duke of State. How could his martial prowess possibly falter? Throughout history, great talents have triumphed over greater numbers, especially considering that Jiang Ce commands elite troops. Meanwhile, the Daqian army, complacent for too long, has become oblivious to the looming threat. Their morale is notably inferior to that of the Ming army, which is poised to rebel. Furthermore, Chang Yunfang's reckless command has squandered the initiative, leading to further losses. In military strategy, one misstep leads to another. At this point, the possibility of reversal is nearly non-existent. Damn Jiang Ce, I shall not let this go unpunished. The incompetence and rage of Chang Yunfang beside him caused Tao Shouzhua to sigh once more. He then dispatched a courier to urgently convey the battle report to the imperial capital. In the imperial capital, a man hurriedly brought the battle report to court. Li Shi and Zhao Yi, among others, were visibly shaken, having heard of 2 consecutive defeats. Could it be that the auspicious tidings of Jiang Ce's downfall were finally at hand? Your Majesty, this is the latest military report from the frontier. Li Shi, overly excited, impatiently urged, proceed with the announcement. Yes, Your Majesty. The man dared not delay, unfolding the military report. Upon reading it, his eyes widened in shock. He looked up, hesitating to speak. Quickly report. Seeing his expression, Li Shi became even more anxious. The court had recently experienced some unrest stemming from Jiang Ce. For many years, Daqian had believed itself to be on par with the Jin Kingdom. Now, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats at the hands of the rebels, the faces of the court members were clouded with gloom. At this moment, a rare victory was needed to bolster morale. In the Battle of Jincheng, our army suffered a catastrophic defeat. 100,000 Daqian soldiers were completely annihilated. The court fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 14. The Empress's Fury, a surprise attack on Fengcheng. A tumultuous atmosphere enveloped the court. The soldier announcing the military situation trembled, struggling to find his footing. Empress Li Shi slammed her hand against the dragon throne in anger, shock mingling with rage. She could never have anticipated that a mere band of rebels could outmatch the court's hundreds of thousands of troops. First, it was Xuanwu Pass and the head of Chun Baozhen, and now Jincheng, along with the annihilation of today's 100,000 troops. Time and again, Jiang Ce has humiliated the court. Li Shi trembled with fury. I refuse to accept this. With the loss of Jiang Nantian in the frontier, Jiang Ce has emerged to disturb the tranquility of my Daqian. Now I have nurtured a white-eyed wolf, and he seeks my life. Li Shi glared at the surrounding ministers, who exchanged incredulous glances, all equally horrified. No one could have imagined that Jiang Ce would prove to be an unstoppable force, repeatedly causing the court to lose face. Chancellor Zhao Yi's expression darkened. He harbored a deep resentment. Chun Baozhen had eliminated Jiang Nantian, but failed to eradicate Jiang Ce. It seemed the Jiang family had made an enemy of him. He could not fathom how Jiang Ce had amassed such a formidable force, or how he had managed to capture Jincheng and annihilate the court's troops. Bang! Li Shi sat upright on her dragon throne, forcefully striking the armrest and directing her ire toward the Minister of War. Did you not claim that Jiang Ce's few thousand bandits were not to be feared? Explain to me how Jiang Ce managed to seize Jincheng with a band of refugees. Losing Jincheng is one thing, attributed to the incompetence of its governor. But how could my Daqian's meticulously cultivated 100,000 troops be utterly obliterated? Li Shirshi's countenance was filled with rage. The Minister of War, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, immediately fell to his knees, his head knocking against the ground in fear of punishment. Your Majesty, the annihilation of our 100,000 soldiers cannot solely be attributed to Jiang Ce. Perhaps that scoundrel incited the commoners, with the Jin Kingdom covertly instigating them, which led to our defeat. Otherwise, with Jiang Ce's cunning and troop numbers, how could he have completely destroyed our forces? Upon hearing this, Li Shirshi's expression softened slightly. If the commoners had revolted, compounded by support from the Jin Kingdom, it would explain the situation. This thought brought her some relief. Humph. Regardless, as Minister of War, you cannot escape responsibility for these consecutive defeats. Prepare your resignation. The Minister of War's face turned ashen. Chancellor Zhao Yi seized the moment to speak up. Your Majesty, in my opinion, Jiang Ce does not have the support of the Jin army. The Jin Kingdom has already formed an alliance with our Daqian. It would be illogical for them to conspire with a rebel like Jiang Ce. Moreover, Xuanwu Pass is explicitly ceded to the Jin Kingdom in the treaty. They would not conspire with that scoundrel Jiang Ce. Zhao Yi analyzed the situation. Li Shirshi furrowed her brow. If I understand correctly, does this imply that Jiang Ce possesses exceptional military skills, capable of defeating greater numbers? Zhao Yi shook his head. Not necessarily. The frontier's topography is complex. Jiang Ce has grown up in that region and is well versed in its geography. Furthermore, this army of 400,000 is composed of troops led by Jiang Nantian. I suspect that these 100,000 soldiers may have turned against us at a critical moment. That scoundrel Jiang Ce must have deceived the masses, using his father's name to swindle them. Li Shirshi silently nodded. This is something I had not fully considered. Given the Chancellor's analysis, how should we eradicate Jiang Ce? Zhao Yi pondered for a moment. Currently, our Daqian still has 300,000 troops stationed south of Xuanwu Pass. One must seize the opportunity while Jiang Ce, that scoundrel, has just captured Jincheng and has yet to fully regroup. By dispatching an additional 200,000 troops northward, totaling 500,000, we are certain to catch him off guard. In that moment, my 200,000 soldiers shall reclaim Jincheng, ensuring Jiang Ce meets a fate most dire. Li Shirshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Chancellor's strategy is indeed brilliant. Jiang Ce and his cohort, having occupied Jiangcheng, will surely be complacent and slacken their vigilance. They would never anticipate that I would once again mobilize troops northward. Imagining the scene of Jiang Ce's downfall ignited a fervor within Li Shirshi. She swiftly sent messages to summon 200,000 soldiers to launch an assault on Jincheng. As night fell, within the valley of Jincheng, the morale of the Qian army had plummeted to an all-time low. Chang Yunfang, in a fit of rage, cursed Jiang Ce vehemently while expressing discontent with Cao Cao. Your soldiers are utterly useless. They cannot even withstand the bandits in the enemy's ranks, yet the court dares to place 40,000 troops under your command. Aware of Chang Yunfang's temperament, Cao Cao chose not to engage in disputes. However, the recently humiliated Qian army was already resentful of the newly appointed commander. With 10,000 of their comrades lost, anger surged in their hearts. When Chang Yunfang insulted their general, Vice General Liu Lai immediately pointed at him and rebuked, "You, a mere bookish scholar, only know how to strategize on paper. Had we heeded the general's advice earlier and set an ambush in the nearby valley of Xuanwu Pass, we could have encircled and annihilated them as they emerged from the city, thus avoiding the loss of 10,000 brothers." Chang Yunfang's eyes widened in fury. It was clear that your general's ineptitude in training troops is to blame, and yet you attempt to place the blame on me? Do not forget that I am a student of the Chancellor. Today's words will reach him without fail. I shall ensure he knows that your frontier Qian army is nothing but a collection of second-rate scoundrels who only know how to embezzle military funds. Upon hearing this, even the typically composed Cao Cao could no longer contain his rage. In a fit of anger, he slapped Chang Yunfang. The sound rang out sharply. Chang Yunfang covered his face, staring incredulously at Cao Cao. You, how dare you strike me? Cao Cao snorted coldly. Should you continue to speak recklessly, I shall not spare you, even if the Chancellor holds me accountable. Chang Yunfang fell silent, glaring at Cao Cao with hatred. Cao Cao disregarded him and instead produced an order, discussing the battle strategy with Liu Lai. The court had sent word that 200,000 troops were advancing northward to support our forces. My 200,000 soldiers are filled with vigor, and Jiang Ce, having seized Jincheng, will undoubtedly be arrogant. Let us take advantage of this opportunity to capture Jiang Ce and reclaim Jincheng, Liu Lai proposed. Cao Cao nodded in agreement. After a brief period of reorganization, they assembled the 200,000 troops and began to march out of the valley, heading straight for Jincheng. Upon reaching Jincheng, Cao Cao looked up and saw that the city walls were manned by only a few guards. Observing the lack of defense, he was taken aback and ordered a halt. Could this be a trap? He was filled with uncertainty. The air was still and silent around Jincheng. The soldiers stationed on the walls, upon seeing the 200,000 troops led by Cao Cao, paid them no heed. This extreme abnormality left Cao Cao perplexed regarding Jiang Ce's intentions. Just as he pondered whether Jincheng was a ruse, a fast horse galloped towards him, stirring up dust. A messenger arrived, breathlessly reporting, "General Tao, I am the vice commander of Fengcheng. Jiang Ce has launched a surprise attack with his forces, and Fengcheng is on the verge of falling. The city is adorned with crimson dragon flags. I implore General Tao to provide immediate support." What? Cao Cao's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Chapter 15. Another 10,000 of the Qian army annihilated. The Ming envoy enters Jincheng. Learning of Fengcheng's imminent downfall, Cao Cao felt as though the heavens were collapsing. Why is he attacking Fengcheng again? He was astonished by Jiang Ce's tactics and speed of assault. His prior confidence in allowing Chang Yunfang to act recklessly stemmed from his belief that Jiang Ce could not hold Jincheng for long. Once his 30,000 troops surrounded Jincheng, reinforced by the additional 200,000, Jiang Ce would inevitably face defeat. But now, with Jiang Ce's sudden attack on Fengcheng, the situation had grown precarious. Fengcheng lies to the east of Jincheng, forming a strategic angle. It is the second largest city in Su commandery after Jincheng. Should Jiang Ce capture Fengcheng, the two cities would be mutually supportive. At that point, not only would my 30,000 troops be rendered ineffective, but even the 200,000 reinforcements from the court would be unable to seize either city. Given that Fengcheng is likely heavily guarded, an assault on the city would be challenging. If the rebel forces return to aid, it would become even more complicated. The urgent matter at hand is not to reclaim Jincheng, but to prevent the rebel forces from capturing Fengcheng. Issue orders for the 30,000 troops to march urgently to Fengcheng. Meanwhile, Fengcheng had already fallen, with only the remnants of the Qian army left to be eliminated. Jiang Ce stood atop the city walls, calmly reviewing battle reports and maps. Having secured Fengcheng, the strategic position is now in our favor. Master Yao, your strategy is truly remarkable. Yao Guangxiao, standing beside Jiang Ce, slightly bowed and continued, "Your Majesty is too kind." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce smiled faintly. "Everyone believes I shall use Jincheng as a stronghold to delay and regroup. However, speed is of the essence in warfare. Fengcheng is not far from Jincheng, and if we seize the momentum to capture both cities in one fierce assault, it will undoubtedly bolster our morale." With that, Jiang Ce shrugged off his yellow robe and adjusted his armor. For this campaign against Fengcheng, Jiang Ce had brought along 100,000 Hu Baoqi and 100,000 Qin Rui soldiers, as well as 50,000 Tai Fu Tuesday. He was certain that the Northern Army would receive word of their advance and hasten towards Fengcheng. While he pondered this, Su De approached, reporting, "Your Majesty, scouts have informed us that the Qian army is heading this way. The route from Jincheng to Fengcheng is clear, but the terrain is flanked by valleys. I am willing to lead 50,000 Hu Baoqi to ambush them in the valleys." Jiang Ce nodded in agreement. 50,000 is insufficient to instill fear in them. Take another 50,000 Tai Fu Tu with you. I shall command 100,000 Qin Rui soldiers to surround them from the south. Su De was overjoyed and promptly led his troops out. As for the 100,000 Qin Rui soldiers, Jiang Ce personally commanded them to secure the retreat route of the Qian army. Soon, Su De, hidden in the valleys, spotted a cloud of dust rising in the distance. The vast army of 300,000 stretched for miles, seemingly endless, a formidable sight. Once the Qian army fully entered the valley, Su De gave the order. The valiant Hu Baoqi and Tai Fu Tu surged down from both sides of the valley. The swiftly advancing 300,000 Qian soldiers were thrown into disarray in an instant. The battle was imminent. The sudden emergence of the Hu Baoqi and Tai Fu Tu left Cao Cao feeling cold with dread. He had meticulously planned, never anticipating that the rebels would lay an ambush here, with a formidable force of 100,000 cavalry. Heavy cavalry against infantry is a one-sided massacre. After more than 2 hours of fierce combat, Cao Cao finally broke free from the encirclement of the Hu Baoqi with over 200,000 troops. He dared not return to Jincheng and had no choice but to flee south. After an hour of flight, he encountered Jiang Ce leading 100,000 Qin Rui soldiers, blocking their path southward. Just as he had escaped the jaws of the tiger, he stumbled into the den of the wolf. "General Tao, how do you fare?" Jiang Ce's laughter rang out. As a commander of the Northern Army, Cao Cao naturally recognized Jiang Ce and was taken aback. He had been promoted to lead the Northern Army under Chen Baozhen because he was a pro-peace general. "You are the heir of the Daqian dynasty," Jiang Ce coldly retorted. "Now, I am no longer the heir of the Daqian dynasty. I am the Emperor Hongwu of the Daming dynasty. General Tao, my father treated you well, yet you conspired with Chen Baozhen. Today, I demand an explanation. With that, Jiang Ce brandished his Qishao sword. And the 100,000 Qin Rue soldiers advanced with heavy, resolute steps, shaking the earth beneath them. Banners fluttered. The military formation was imposing. In stark contrast, Cao Cao's forces began to falter in confusion. As the war horns sounded urgently, the Qin Rue soldiers surged towards the enemy. The battlefield became eerily chaotic. Clad in black armor, the Qin Rue soldiers struck like a tempest, while the Daqian army resembled orderly waves of wheat in the fields. As the Qin Rue soldiers charged, the waves rolled, and tens of thousands of soldiers fell. The battle came to an abrupt end. To conserve his forces, Jiang Ce did not allow the Qin Rue soldiers to fight to the death, sparing the desperate Cao Cao. Meanwhile, Chang Yunfang, the overseer dispatched by the chancellor, had already perished, his head severed by the Qin Rue soldiers and presented to Jiang Ce. Upon assessing the casualties, he found that only over 2,000 remained on his side, while the northern army of the Daqian had lost over 50,000. This battle claimed more than 50,000 lives, reducing the grand army of 300,000 to fewer than 200,000. Jiang Ce dispatched 5,000 Qin Rue soldiers to secure the battlefield, then returned to Fengcheng with Chang Yunfang's head. At this moment, the remnants of the Daqian army within Fengcheng had been eradicated. Jiang Ce ordered that Chang Yunfang's head be properly adorned, and subsequently penned a letter to be sent south. This victory must bring joy to the Empress of the Daqian Dynasty. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing Fengcheng. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Would you like to draw? After entrusting the affairs of the city to Yao Guangxiao, Jiang Ce rested in a temporary military tent. Hearing the system's voice, he lazily opted to draw. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a rare general, Zhao Yun. Reward has been issued. Brave General Zhao Yun, courtesy name Zilong. A renowned general of the Shu Kingdom, devoted to his duties, with loyalty as his creed. His prowess is extraordinary, amidst 10,000 enemies. He can slay their leader and retreat unscathed. 50,000 Hu Baoqi. The Hu Baoqi were among the most elite special forces of Cao Cao during the Three Kingdoms period, with members selected from the finest, demonstrating exceptional combat prowess, charging into battle with the ferocity of tigers and leopards. 50,000 Hu Baoqi have been summoned to Fengcheng's military training grounds. Please check, host. In total, 100,000 Hu Baoqi, 100,000 Tai Fu Tu, and 100,000 Qin Rue soldiers. 500,000 measures of provisions have been sent to Fengcheng's granary. Listening to the rewards, Jiang Ce, who had been reclining in his chair, suddenly sprang up. Zhao Zilong. He gazed eagerly at the summoned Zhao Yun, deeply moved. Before him stood a striking figure, tall and well-proportioned, adorned in silver armor and wielding a silver spear, exuding an extraordinary aura. I pay my respects to the Lord. Zhao Yun knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Beyond Zhao Zilong, the system had also rewarded him with an additional 50,000 Hu Baoqi. Now, tallying his forces, he commanded 100,000 Hu Baoqi, 100,000 Tai Fu Tu, and 100,000 Qin Rue soldiers, with a total of 300,000 troops. He was poised to dominate the world. In the expansive grasslands of the Jin Kingdom, within the Khan's grand tent. As the Khan of the Jin Empire listened to the account of the fleeing commander of the Eagle Division, a sharp twitch appeared at the corner of his eye. The saying, "A tiger does not father a dog," and the father and son of Jiangnan forever linger as a dagger in my heart. While he was lost in contemplation, a report came in. Reporting. I humbly inform the Khan that the envoy sent by Jiang Ce has arrived. The Khan scoffed coldly and commanded, "Let him enter." The envoy from the Ming Dynasty stepped into the tent, removing a blood-soaked cloth bag from his waist. He opened it and shook it over the ground. The severed heads of Wan Yen Hongwen and several other Eagle Division commanders tumbled forth, leaving trails of blood. The great Ming Emperor Hongwu sends a generous gift to the great Khan. Chapter 16. The Wolf Division marches southward, angrily slaying the envoy. The twisted and lifeless head of Wan Yen Hongwen rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a halt. The Jin officials gazed at the bloody head. And aside from that of Wan Yen Hongwen, the head of the Eagle Division's commander, there were also the heads of other Eagle Division generals. The expressions of the ministers turned somber, filled with a mix of sorrow and rage. Even the Khan, typically calm while ruling over the Jin Empire, could no longer suppress his fury and rose abruptly. His towering figure stood in stark contrast to the ordinary stature of the Ming envoy, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. He bent down to lift Wan Yen Hongwen's head, his expression filled with compassion. "Hongwen, my grandson, had I known it would come to this, I would never have sent you and the Eagle Division southward. I swear to the eternal heaven, I shall avenge my grandson and repay this grievous blood feud." He let out a heart-wrenching cry, holding back his tears. Wan Yen Hongwen was his most cherished grandson, whom he had entrusted with the command of the Eagle Division, hoping for him to gain experience. Little did he expect that he would perish at the insignificant Xuanwu Pass. How could he endure this? A mere son of a Southern Dynasty general, still wet behind the ears, dared to arrogantly call himself the great Ming Emperor Hanwu? When did emperors of this world become so easily seated? The Khan's eyes turned bloodshot, and his fists clenched so tightly that they turned purple, filled with indignation. The other Jin ministers were equally moved, their expressions filled with outrage. The Southerners are despicable. The Southern Dynasty is spineless. Even the female emperor of the Southern Dynasty has shown courtesy to our Jin Empire. Yet Jiang Ce, a mere rebel, dares to raise arms against us and sends envoys to humiliate our great Jin. Such heinous crimes are utterly unforgivable. In the eyes of the Jin people, Southerners were weak and should kneel in submission before the mighty cavalry of the steppe. To resist was to invite certain death. Thus, in the face of Won Yin Hongwen's defeat, the ministers found it hard to accept. The Ming envoy, witnessing the scene, let out a cold laugh. Won Yin Hongwen invaded our Ming territory. Leaving his head is already an act of grace from my sovereign. As for your claims of southern inferiority, if my people are truly weak, how did your Eagle division crumble before our army? The envoy stood tall, defiantly shaking his sleeve, his expression resolute. However, the envoy's words brutally tore open the wounds of the Jin officials, shifting the atmosphere in the tent dramatically. The gazes of the Jin ministers turned dark and menacing towards the envoy. Anger surged within them, wishing to tear the envoy apart on the spot. You Southerners speak so eloquently, yet your master is but a rebel of the Daqian. What territory do you claim? Just because you took a small Xuanwu pass. You speak with such arrogance. Outsiders might think you have conquered the Daqian. One Jin minister could no longer contain himself and leapt forth to scold the envoy. Silence. The Khan waved his hand, his eye twitching. The defeat of Won Yin Hongwen is a disgrace to our Jin Empire. This debt will soon be settled with your rebel leader Jiang Ce. And you, representing the so-called Ming, bringing forth my grandson's head to humiliate our Jin Empire, cannot be tolerated. By your own words, it is improper to come without a return gift. He paused, coldly asserting, I command. We shall send you a grand gift in return. The commander of the Wolf Division, Won Yin Hongsheng, you shall lead the Wolf Division southward, seize Xuanwu Pass, and capture Jiang Ce. With a single command, Won Yin Hongsheng accepted the order and knelt respectfully before the Khan, saying, I shall faithfully obey the Khan's command. Won Yin Hongsheng's words stirred excitement among the Jin officials present, both civil and military. Among the 4 divisions, the Eagle Division was the weakest. The Wolf Division, in contrast, boasted stronger soldiers and horses, equipped with heavy cavalry, compensating for the Eagle Division's entirely light cavalry. This southern expedition would surely yield a splendid victory and a triumphant return. Excellent. If you annihilate the Ming, I shall promote you to commander of the 3rd Division. The Khan praised. As Won Yin Hongsheng rose to exit the tent, he was halted by the Ming envoy, who called out, Hold on. The Jin officials, believing the envoy to be weak, intended to persuade the Khan to retract the Wolf Division, mocking him. See, I told you Southerners are born spineless. Upon hearing of our great Wolf Division's deployment, the Ming envoy seems unfazed. I also bring a decree from my sovereign. He produced the edict issued by Jiang Ce for the northern expedition and read it aloud. Since ancient times, emperors have held dominion over the world, with only the Han standing supreme for thousands of years. Yet half of the northern territory, including the Yinyan provinces, has fallen to the hands of foreign barbarians. Barely hanging on, I now raise the royal army for the northern expedition, swearing to extinguish the Jin Empire, reclaim lost lands, and restore my Ming. Hearing the decree, the Jin officials turned red with fury, gritting their teeth in hatred. This edict was clearly a slap in their faces, especially the Khan and Won Yin Hongsheng, their eyes burning with rage. Upon finishing the reading, the envoy tucked away the scroll and continued. The sovereign also instructed me to convey a message. Should the Jin forces dare to act recklessly during the Ming expedition, await your annihilation. The envoy's words ignited the Khan's vengeful heart. He struck his waist with great force, overwhelmed with fury. Bring him. Execute him. With a grand gesture, the Khan commanded, and 2 Jin warriors stepped forward to force the Ming envoy to kneel. The execution of envoys during wartime was a disgraceful act for the Jin Empire, truly laughable. My humble life may perish, yet in the future, your majesty shall surely take the kingdom of Jin as my burial companion. The envoy from Ming laughed boisterously. The 2 Jin warriors snorted coldly and struck down with their great blades. The envoy's head fell to the ground, blood splattering at the scene. The Khan cast a chilling glance at the severed head, ordering it to be packed and sent to Xuanwu Pass, informing the future emperor of Ming that he, too, would meet such a fate. A man took a cloth bag to secure the envoy's head and chose a swift steed to hasten southward. Won Yin Hongsheng and the Khan delivered a rousing speech to the Wolf army, stirring their spirits, before setting forth towards Xuanwu Pass. Feng City. Before the city gates, the battlefield had been cleared. Jiang Ce instituted strict wartime laws in Feng City, exempting taxes for 3 years. The citizens of Feng City finally felt at ease. For them, stability was the foremost priority, indifferent to whether it was Deming or Daqian. In the military training grounds of Feng City, Jiang Ce, along with Yao Guangxiao, Su De, Zhao Yun, and Lu Zhan, rested the troops on the elevated platform while discussing the aftermath of capturing Feng City. Your Majesty, with Jinsheng and Fengcheng as our bulwarks, the Qian army would undoubtedly refrain from invading. Next, we must launch a northern expedition. Your Majesty should proceed to Xuanwu Pass to command the Jin soldiers. It suffices to leave 50,000 Qin Rui troops stationed here. Yao Guangxiao pointed at the map. Jiang Ce nodded, stating that Feng City was not suitable for offensive or defensive actions, yet its abundant resources made it a crucial supply point that must not be abandoned. 50,000 Qin Rui troops would be enough to hold the fort. As for Jinsheng, Jiang Ce's gaze flickered, pondering for a moment. Lu Zhan, can you lead 50,000 Qin Rui troops to guard Jinsheng? Lu Zhan bowed, acknowledging the command. Jiang Ce nodded, contemplating the map. With 50,000 Qin Rui troops stationed in each city and the 3 points of Xuanwu Pass, our position is as secure as a fortress. Launching a northern expedition from these 3 cities would prove arduous and lengthy. Jiang Ce sighed softly. Reclaiming the 16 prefectures of Yanyun is a daunting task, and we cannot rush it. Chapter 17. The Fury of the Empress and Jiang Ce's State Letter. The imperial capital of Daqian. The court. Some time had passed since the order for 200,000 troops had been issued, including Empress Li Shishir and Prime Minister Zhao Yi. Every member of the court felt a gnawing anxiety. They eagerly awaited the arrival of victorious news to wash away the recent failures that had dampened the spirits of Daqian's court. Simultaneously, there was a palpable fear that Jiang Ce might achieve another victory. If Jiang Ce were to truly rise to prominence, none of them would escape unscathed. After all, at the time of the insurrection by Duke Jiang Nantian, no one had dared to intervene. Who could have foreseen that a mere youth from the frontier would rally forces and declare himself emperor in just a few days? Moreover, he had repeatedly triumphed against overwhelming odds, with his first victory against the elite forces of the Da Baijin army. Such accomplishments were indeed remarkable. A soldier burst in. Stumbling, ignoring the sweat dripping from his brow, he clutched the military report tightly, kneeling before Li Shishir. At last, the latest battle report had arrived. This time, with a total of 500,000 troops, they could not possibly allow Jiang Ce's forces to obliterate them again, could they? Li Shishir's eyes brightened, quickly commanding him to announce the report before her, eager to hear the news. The other ministers perked up, their expressions tense, not daring to slacken their attention. They fervently hoped to hear the good news of Jiang Ce's demise on the battlefield. I report to your Majesty. Jiang Ce, the soldier, upon reading the report, wore a face of despair, his words caught in his throat. Seeing this, Li Shishir and the ministers of Daqian sensed an ominous premonition. Had this not occurred recently? Do not dawdle, I command you to read. Li Shishir urged, her brow furrowing. The soldier swallowed hard, cleared his throat. The northern front, with 300,000 troops, has suffered 2 consecutive defeats, losing yet another city, with 100,000 troops annihilated. Commander Chang Yunfang has perished, and the main general, Tao Shouzhua, is gravely injured and unconscious. Feng City has fallen. The report was brief, yet the implications were staggering. Did I not dispatch 200,000 troops northward? The soldier continued. By the time the 200,000 reinforcements made their way north, the main force had already collapsed and could not escape. The Empress directly overturned everything on her desk in fury. Are our Daqian troops incapable of defeating a single rebel? Absurd. Utterly absurd. You ministers and officials, enjoying the Emperor's salary, how can you relieve the nation's woes? Li Shishir seethed with rage. The armrests of the dragon throne trembled under her pounding fists. Your Majesty, the latest intelligence states that Jiang Ce commands 200,000 troops, no less. The new northern front of 300,000 was completely annihilated by Jiang Ce's ambush. The soldier opened the report and continued to read the information. At this, the court erupted in chaos. Li Shishir trembled with fury, her face flushed. Where did this sudden 200,000 troops come from? Could it be that Jiang Ce has summoned divine soldiers? Even if Jiang Ce truly possesses 200,000 troops, how could my 300,000 troops lose to just 200,000? Whose fault is this? Who will explain to me whether it is the weakness of Daqian's army or the strength of Jiang Ce's rebels? Faced with Li Shishir's piercing question, no one dared to respond. Meanwhile, the ministers engaged in discussions, all curious about the source of Jiang Ce's reinforcements. Only Prime Minister Zhao Yi wore a grim expression, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. He had underestimated Jiang Ce's tenacity. Considering the plans between himself and the kingdom of Jin, if they could not proceed smoothly, it would surely lead to further issues. Jiang Ce must be dealt with swiftly, Zhao Yi mused. A bunch of useless individuals. Li Shishir glared at the ministers below, fuming. I shall dispatch another 500,000 troops. Who is willing to lead the charge? Whoever can capture the rebel Jiang Ce shall be rewarded with land and elevated ranks, and recognized for extraordinary merit. Upon hearing the words of Li Shishir, the ministers dared not lift their heads, their gazes intertwining. Yet none were willing to seize this perilous opportunity. In an instant, the once tumultuous court fell into an eerie silence. You all! Li Shishir's anger surged, her heart racing as if it had skipped a beat. Countless words were lodged within her, unable to escape. Your Majesty, this matter requires careful deliberation. At this pivotal moment, it was Chancellor Zhao Yi who stepped forward, stating, although Jiang Ce commands an army of 200,000, he is ensnared at the border, lacking the provisions to breach the imperial capital. Currently, he is not a cause for concern. However, we cannot allow the rogue Jiang Ce to continue his reckless ambitions. For if he gains momentum, the court shall be in peril. Zhao Yi's words successfully quelled Li Shishir's fury, allowing her to regain her composure. According to the Chancellor's counsel, how should I respond? She began to feel a sense of urgency. After repeated failures, she had no choice but to reassess Jiang Ce's strength. I believe the best approach at present is to send envoys to the Jin Kingdom for an alliance, to jointly eliminate the bandit Jiang, Zhao Ce proposed. This strategy not only promised the recovery of Xuanwu Pass and its surrounding territories, but also fostered a close relationship with the Jin Kingdom, resulting in mutual benefit. Li Shishir pondered, her eyes gleaming, and resolved to send an envoy with a personal decree to the Jin Kingdom to negotiate an alliance against Jiang Ce. Upon hearing this, a smile finally broke across Li Shishir's face. However, before her smile could fully form, a eunuch rushed into the hall with a blood-stained imperial edict. Your Majesty, the rebel Jiang Ce has sent a decree from the Ming Dynasty. The eunuch cried out in a high-pitched voice. Read it. Li Shishir's smile faded, her brow furrowed. I, the Hongwu Emperor of the Ming Dynasty, hereby declare my intention to launch a northern expedition to reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yan'an. Should Daqian dare to obstruct my grand campaign, the Ming army shall immediately march south, seize the imperial capital, and annihilate the entire court. The decree contained but 2 lengthy sentences, yet Jiang Ce's domineering aura seeped through the written words, leaving the ministers in stunned silence. Li Shishir's face darkened as she tore the decree to shreds and hastily dismissed the court. After the court session, Zhao Yi approached the imperial study to speak with Li Shishir. Your Majesty, Jiang Ce harbors wild ambitions, and his army grows increasingly formidable. We must devise a sound strategy to avoid prolonged uncertainties. Oh, Li Shishir, overwhelmed with anxiety, looked up at Zhao Yi. Now that Jiang Ce has mobilized the majority of his forces for the northern campaign, Xuanwu Pass must surely be weakened. It would be wise to send spies to Xuanwu Pass to uncover Jiang Ce's true capabilities and prepare accordingly, Zhao Yi suggested earnestly. Li Shishir nodded in agreement, delegating the matter to Zhao Yi. At Xuanwu Pass, once the army had regrouped, Sude assembled 100,000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry and 100,000 iron floating troops at the military grounds in Fengsheng for unified training. Your Majesty, while the total population of the 16 prefectures of Yan'an is considerable, the vast expanse of territory has led to a dispersal of forces, rendering them not particularly strong. To launch a northern expedition, we must act swiftly and decisively, focusing on nearby targets rather than distant ones. Coincidentally, Yun City in Yun Prefecture is in close proximity to Xuanwu Pass. We should capture this city before the Jin army advances southward. Yao Guangxiao analyzed with the map in hand. Jiang Ce nodded in agreement with Yao Guangxiao's assessment. Of the 16 prefectures of Yan'an, I place the utmost importance on Yun City. Once we seize Yun City, the path ahead will become significantly easier. As the two deliberated, a soldier ascended the high platform to report, Your Majesty, the envoy from the Jin Kingdom has arrived, requesting an audience. A Jin envoy? Jiang Ce responded with a slight, cold smile. It seemed the Khan had received the gift he had sent. Bring him forth, he gestured lightly. The soldier complied, quickly leading the Jin envoy forward. The delegation consisted of several dozen individuals, led by someone who purportedly held the title of Deputy Minister of Rights in the Jin Kingdom. The envoy strode forward with an air of arrogance, clearly looking down upon the Southerners, akin to an envoy from a great nation addressing a vassal state. Jiang Ce saw through their intentions, recognizing this delegation was sent to provoke him. Upon reaching the high platform, the Jin envoy noticed Jiang Ce's indifference and felt a surge of resentment. The Southerners are indeed frail and lack vigor in their training. When our great Jin Wolf cavalry descends, how will you withstand us? Jiang Ce glanced at the Jin envoy, noticing a blood-stained bag hanging from his waist, his expression turning cold. In the event of conflict between our two nations, we do not harm envoys. If your Jin Kingdom is so devoid of principles, then I shall not be courteous. Seize him and execute him. Jiang Ce barked in a deep voice. Immediately, 2 soldiers approached, dragging the envoy down from the platform to face execution. The envoy cursed vehemently in his native tongue as he faced death. Jiang Ce, unable to comprehend the words, merely watched coldly. Once the envoy's head fell, Jiang Ce waved his hand, commanding that the severed head be displayed on the city walls for all to see. He then ordered the bag to be opened, revealing the head of a Ming envoy inside. Fury ignited within Jiang Ce. After managing to calm himself, he ordered a high-standard burial for the severed head. Once this was concluded, Yao Guangxiao approached Jiang Ce, stating, "Your Majesty, our scouts stationed in the north have reported that the Wolf Cavalry has indeed advanced southward and will soon arrive. The Wolf Cavalry is far more ferocious than the Eagle Cavalry, and we must remain vigilant." Jiang Ce nodded slightly at this news. The Wolf Cavalry are the elite among the Jin army, incomparable to the Eagle Cavalry. Furthermore, every soldier in the Wolf Cavalry is fierce and combative, filled with fighting spirit. Equipped with heavy cavalry and supported by crossbowmen, their combat prowess cannot be underestimated. Therefore, it is imperative that we capture Yun City before the Jin Wolf Cavalry descends. Before long, Jiang Ce devised a strategy in his mind and summoned Su De and Zhao Yun. "Su De, I bestow upon you 100,000 Hubao Cavalry and 100,000 Tai Fu too, with Zhao Yun serving as your deputy. Can you capture Yincheng within 3 days? Your Majesty, I shall not fail in this mission." Su De and Zhao Yun knelt on one knee, respectfully clasping their fists. Descending from the high platform, they led their troops forth. Jiang Ce gazed upon the formidable sight of 200,000 soldiers marching in unison, a smile breaking across his face. Su De, as the commander, was adept at directing large forces, and leading tens of thousands was well within his capabilities. The 100,000 Hubao Cavalry and 100,000 Tai Fu too could only muster a fraction of their commanding prowess. Zhao Yun, a peerless warrior, could single-handedly decimate enemies, even amidst throngs of adversaries. Moreover, Zhao Yun was renowned for his ability to rescue and rally troops in dire situations. Who could forget how he gallantly carried a doe back to Shu after a 1,000-mile charge? Although the forces within Yuncheng were substantial, the city was governed by a Jin Kingdom commander, with the soldiers being predominantly southern men. Given the speed of the Hubao Cavalry and Su De's leadership, 3 days should suffice to seize Yuncheng. Once the training concluded, Jiang Ce left 1,000 men to guard Xuanwu Pass, while the remaining soldiers were stationed in Jincheng and Fengcheng. Once Su De captured Yuncheng, reinforcements would be dispatched from Jiang Ce's side, and upon receiving system rewards, additional troops would be left to garrison Yuncheng. Meanwhile, Su De and Zhao Yun were swiftly making their way to Yuncheng. The journey was smooth, with the Hubao Cavalry leading the charge and the Tai Fu too closely following, exuding an impressive aura. The 200,000 cavalry advanced at remarkable speed, reaching Yuncheng within a day. The defenders atop the city walls, upon witnessing the massive force, hurriedly reported to their commander. Realizing they faced an army of 200,000, they decisively shut the city gates. The soldiers within Yuncheng, numbering less than 5,000, were engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness against such overwhelming odds. The citizens, aware of the impending assault, were gripped by fear, plunging Yuncheng into chaos. The city's defenders not only had to deploy some of their forces to maintain order, but also prepare for the imminent siege. Su De, unhurried yet resolute, set up a command tent before the city gates, observing the movements within Yuncheng. Witnessing the disarray among the defenders, he felt a deep sorrow. The Yun 16 prefectures had long suffered under barbarian rule, leaving their military strength woefully inadequate, almost devoid of any will to resist. Zhao Yun silently concurred. Once the command tent was established, Su De rode forth to the city gates, standing tall and proclaiming, "Defenders of Yuncheng, do not resist. We come in the name of the great Ming Emperor Hongwu to reclaim this city. As southern men, why do you serve a foreign power?" His words began to sway the already wavering morale of the defenders. Observing the silence in response, Su De immediately ordered the assault on the city. The 100,000 Tai Fu too advanced in waves, armed with siege weapons, ladders, and catapults, relentlessly pushing towards the gates. The Hubao cavalry readied themselves on the flanks, poised to charge into the city the moment the gates fell. With a resounding crash, the gates were struck repeatedly. Inside, panic seized the defenders, and many inexperienced soldiers, confronted by the terrifying presence of the Tai Fu too, collapsed in fear. In no time, the defenders were routed. Losing their armor and weapons, reinforcements soon arrived, but the attackers remained at a disadvantage, and the defenders, fueled by the sight of bloodshed, fought with renewed ferocity. The pace of the Tai Fu two's assault began to falter. With a thunderous roar, the city gates finally succumbed to the battering ram. The Jin commander, seeing the gates breached, mounted his horse to rally his southern troops, urging them not to falter. Zhao Yun's eyes gleamed, and he charged forth on his white steed like a silver lightning bolt, swiftly traversing the battlefield. He caught up with the Jin commander, thrusting his long Dan spear and unseating him from his mount. With a swift rein pull, he turned and launched a counterattack, striking down the Jin leader. The red tassel of his spear was soon stained crimson. Without their commander, the defenders of Yuncheng suffered a crushing defeat. Remarkably, the entire campaign from mobilization to the capture of the city took merely 3 days. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured Yunzhou Yuncheng. Reward, 100,000 Mo Dao troops. Mo Dao troops, the Tang Dynasty's elite infantry, clad in armor, adept at wielding the heavy long Mo Dao. Devastating cavalry, and supported by crossbowmen, they are unmatched in mounted combat. 100,000 Mo Dao troops have been summoned to Fengcheng's training grounds. Please check. Host, Jiang Ce was in Fengcheng, discussing the state of the realm with Yao Guangxiao. Reward, 1 draw. Would you like to draw? Upon hearing the familiar voice, he chose to draw. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a renowned minister, Zhang Jujing. Zhang Jujing, a man of exceptional insight and courage, dedicated to the safety of the realm, tirelessly working without complaint, ultimately stabilizing the nation as the only great statesman of the Ming Dynasty. Reward has been issued. Chapter 19. Unifying Governance, Revitalizing the Nation. This reward was far beyond Jiang Ce's expectations, filling him with delight. Although the Mo Dao troops were elite infantry, their heavy weapons were specifically designed to counter cavalry. Any cavalry that encountered the Mo Dao troops would meet their nemesis. For Jiang Ce, the Mo Dao troops were particularly effective against the cavalry of the Jin Kingdom, making them ideal for the upcoming confrontation with the Jin Wolf cavalry. As for Zhang Jujing, Jiang Ce turned to observe the summoned figure. Dressed in a simple gray and white robe, with hair flecked with gray, he exuded an aura of humility. Yet, Jiang Ce understood that Zhang Jujing had devoted his life to the Ming Dynasty, enduring hardships far beyond appearances. He was a man who persisted in implementing reforms even after the death of his own father, a resolute reformer who extended the Ming Dynasty's fortunes through multiple initiatives, ensuring its survival for many years. Not only that, but Zhang Jujing's numerous reforms tangibly enhanced the quality of life for the populace of the Ming Dynasty. For Jiang Ce in the present day, this is akin to a life-saving elixir. Jincheng, Fengcheng, Xuanwu Pass, Yuncheng, and the 16 prefectures of Yanyun that must be reclaimed in the future all necessitate a capable individual to assist in governance. Yao Guangxiao, a person who thrives on chaos, is evidently not as adept in statecraft as Zhang Jujing. I, Minister Jujing, pay my respects to your majesty. Zhang Jujing bowed respectfully, his demeanor radiating integrity and righteousness. Unlike Yao Guangxiao and others, whose eyes reflected unwavering loyalty, Zhang Jujing, while loyal to Jiang Ce, harbored his own contemplations. Jiang Ce was well aware of this. After all, Zhang Jujing's political style was characterized by absolute power, meting out death to those who opposed him. During wartime, formalities were dispensed with. Jiang Ce waved his hand, pondered for a moment, and pointed at the map before him. Jujing, now that Yuncheng has been captured by Suda, and after I march north to reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yanyun, how should we govern? Given the current pace of development, it is not far-fetched to say that not only the entirety of the 16 prefectures of Yanyun, but also the annexation of Daqian could soon be realized. However, mere warfare can only sustain the army through conflict. The populace is not composed of soldiers. A comprehensive governance philosophy must be established to forge an unparalleled Ming dynasty. Zhang Jujing followed Jiang Ce's finger, furrowing his brow. Your Majesty, in my observation of the global situation, the 16 prefectures of Yanyun cover vast territories with a scattered population. The Jin people, ignorant of geography, have abandoned vast tracts of arable land in favor of pastures. It would be prudent to relocate the southern populace to Yanyun, enacting a national policy that grants usage rights of cultivated land to the cultivators while retaining ownership for the state. Furthermore, we should waive land rents for 3 years and levy taxes based on the quality and quantity of crops produced, structured in tiers. The more Jiang Ce listened, the more his eyes sparkled with intensity. Zhang Jujing, an ancient figure, could surprisingly view land policy with such foresight. Truly, he is the sole great statesman of the Ming dynasty. The system's lottery was indeed fortuitous. Your Majesty, if only the populace migrates north, the population void in Yanyun will remain unfilled. Observing Jiang Ce's expression, Zhang Jujing continued, this soil is exceedingly barren, having been neglected by the Jin for many years. I propose, Your Majesty, that you should march south to attack some prosperous prefectures to supply the barren lands of Yanyun, ensuring that both the local and migrating people can cultivate the wasteland with peace of mind. Indeed, Jiang Ce nodded in approval. Jujing, you truly understand my intentions. Zhang Jujing's thoughts resonated profoundly with Jiang Ce's own. Yanyun has languished in poverty for far too long, relying solely on the current low productivity of the populace. It would likely take over a decade to see any results. It is imperative to quickly compensate for the long-standing resource scarcity in Yanyun with the abundant resources of the prosperous prefectures. Jujing, I will lead 100,000 Mo Dao troops to garrison Yuncheng. The affairs of Jincheng and Fengcheng, as well as Xuanwu Pass, will be entrusted entirely to your capable hands. The 100,000 Qin Rui soldiers stationed in Jincheng and Fengcheng will also be at your command. Should you require more, you may send a missive to summon reinforcements at any time. Upon concluding his remarks, Jiang Ce bestowed upon Zhang Juzhing a tiger talisman, granting him command over the military forces of Fengcheng and Jincheng. Jiang Ce felt quite reassured regarding Zhang's political prowess. Aware of his political style, he willingly delegated a modicum of authority to facilitate smooth governance. I accept the mandate and vow not to disappoint your majesty's high expectations. With Zhang Juzhing's affirmation, Jiang Ce led the 100,000 Mo Dao troops swiftly to Yuncheng. Upon reaching Yuncheng, Suda and Zhao Yun had already organized the city in an orderly fashion, leaving Jiang Ce with little to worry about, aside from overseeing the troops and allowing them to rest. After the troop exercises, the soldiers dispersed to rest. Only Jiang Ce, Suda, and Zhao Yun remained on the high platform to discuss military matters. Jiang Ce pointed at the map, indicating that above Yuncheng was Wucheng and Wuzhou. Wucheng was impoverished, its people suffering, and the Jin people paid little heed to it. Moreover, Wucheng had 3 city gates, making its defenses vulnerable. An urgent assault on Wucheng was necessary. The defending general must not be given time to react. Zhao Yun, you excel in rapid assaults. I grant you 100,000 Hubao cavalry for a night raid on Wucheng. Can you capture it? Zhao Yun's eyes gleamed with determination as he nodded vigorously. In response to your majesty, Zilong will not fail to meet your majesty's expectations. I shall lead the troops into action. Jiang Ce nodded in approval. Zhao Yun set forth with his troops, the 100,000 Hubao cavalry donning light armor as they marched forth with great vigor. Suda, you have toiled all day and must be weary. Go and rest. Thank you, your majesty. Suda did not hesitate, descending from the high platform to take his leave. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun, with silver horse and spear, led the 100,000 Hubao cavalry in a surprise attack on Wucheng. The night was deep, devoid of moonlight, presenting an opportune moment. By the time the guards of Wucheng realized the threat, Zhao Yun had already reached the city walls. The Jin commanders, obscured by the darkness, could not discern the number of Hubao cavalry and assumed they were few, thus mobilizing all their forces to defend the main gate. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Yun had divided his forces into 3 and launched assaults on the other 2 gates. By the time the Jin commanders reacted, Wucheng had already fallen. The impoverished citizens within the city, recognizing that the Ming army shared their bloodline, rose up against the Jin. Households armed with shovels and iron pots joined the Hubao cavalry in capturing the Jin soldiers. After capturing the city, Zhao Yun made brief arrangements before dispatching a report of victory to Yuncheng. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully capturing Wuzhou Wucheng. Reward, troop upgrade. 100,000 Hubao cavalry have been enhanced. Hubao cavalry, light armor replaced with chainmail, ring sabers replaced with high-quality steel sabers, and each soldier equipped with a Zhuge crossbow. Rewards have been distributed. In Yuncheng, Jiang Ce smiled upon hearing the system's notification. This marked the first troop upgrade, and the enhancement was substantial. The Hubao cavalry, known for their speed, depended on their charge. Thus, their armor could not be heavy. Otherwise, when clashing with the Jin cavalry, the impact would be somewhat diminished. However, now that the equipment has been upgraded, the army's defensive and offensive capabilities have significantly improved. Not to mention, there is also a Zhuge crossbow, which is exceptionally effective whether in pursuing enemy forces or attacking flanks. Jiang Ce smiled as he envisioned how formidable the other units would become after their upgrades. Chapter 20. Fortifying defensive structures and preparing the front line. Early in the morning, Jiang Ce, Yao Guangxiao, and Suda stood on a high platform, observing the multitude of soldiers in training. Witnessing the morale and fighting spirit of the 200,000-strong army, Jiang Ce's thoughts were focused on how to confront the Jin state's wolf troops. He then turned around and pointed to the map before him. Yuncheng and Wuzhou, as the southernmost cities of the 16 prefectures of Yanyun, serve as the final bastion against the Jin army, and are also essential for the continued reclamation of the 16 prefectures of Yanyun. Jiang Ce's calm voice reached Yao Guangxiao's ears. The latter slightly bowed, his expression stern. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the urgent matter is not the northern expedition to Yanyun, but rather the Jin army's wolf troops. He understood that with the ever-growing strength of the Ming army, reclaiming the 16 prefectures of Yanyun was inevitable. However, if the wolf troops launched a surprise attack during the northern expedition, it could lead to severe logistical issues or even the devastating weakening of the nation. Consequently, Yao Guangxiao recognized Jiang Ce's concerns. The Jin state's wolf troops are renowned for their prowess in open-field warfare, with strong steeds, valiant soldiers, and complete equipment, surpassing the Eagle troops in every respect. Moreover, The Wolf Troops commander, Wanyan Hongshang, has an illustrious record, having repeatedly achieved victories against larger forces, inflicting great defeats upon the Daqian army. His ruthless nature and exceptional cunning pose a grave threat. A moment's carelessness could lead to being ensnared, Yao Guangxiao remarked. Beside him, Jiang Ce stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his countenance serene, concealing his inner thoughts. The Wolf Troops, among the 4 elite divisions of the Jin state, specialize in field battles. Even his father, Jiang Nantian, faced difficulties when engaging the Wolf Troops in the wild, often managing only to retreat without losses to his men and horses to be considered a victory. Yet, he believed he had an advantage over his father with Suda, Lu Zhun, Zhang Jujing, and Zhao Zilong at his side, along with 100,000 Hu Bao cavalry, 100,000 iron floating towers, 100,000 Emo Dao troops, and 100,000 Qin Rue soldiers, totaling 400,000 elite soldiers. How could they possibly fear the Wolf Troops? However, the previous annihilation of the Eagle Troops was a sudden strike. This time, the Wolf Troops come prepared, and their combat capability is several levels above that of the Eagle Troops. Thus, a direct confrontation would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. For a moment, he truly could not conceive a strategy to deal with the Wolf Troops at the least cost. Then, according to your counsel, how shall we contend with the Wolf Troops? Jiang Ce inquired. Yao Guangxiao contemplated for a moment and replied solemnly, Your Majesty, I believe that if our forces engage the Wolf Troops in open battle, it would be akin to striking short against long, which would inevitably lead to our disadvantage. It would be wiser to fortify our defenses and bolster the garrison strength of Yuncheng and Wucheng, relying on our robust logistical support. We can surely wear down the Wolf Troops, transforming their advantages in open warfare into disadvantages, ultimately forcing them to attack our cities. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. A splendid strategy. Jin and Feng are both formidable logistical supply stations, not to mention that in the large granaries of several cities, there are several million stones of grain from the system rewards yet to be utilized. The Wolf Troops, seeking advantages in field battles, will inevitably abandon part of their logistical support. Meanwhile, relying solely on these several million stones of grain, he could exhaust them. Your Majesty, we must not be negligent in fortifying the city defenses. It is best to commence immediately. The pressing task is to raise high walls and increase personnel. Even if the Wolf Troops set up siege ladders, it will be exceedingly difficult for them to scale our walls. Furthermore, we should send people to destroy the wells near the 2 cities, as the water channels within the city are interconnected, to prevent the enemy from poisoning the wells and infiltrating the water supply. Lastly, we must fell the trees outside the city, clear the cover, and expand our field of vision, allowing our forces to observe enemy movements in a timely manner. Jiang Ce nodded and sent a swift letter to Wucheng, instructing Zhao Yun to fortify the city defenses according to Yao Guangxiao's method. Thus, the fortifications of the 2 cities commenced with great fervor. In the Jin state's main tent, the envoy sent by Li Shishir was summoned into the Khan's grand tent to meet the Khan. After bowing to the Khan, the envoy stated, I have come at the behest of the great Daqian Empress. As he spoke, he presented the Empress's handwritten letter. Our esteemed Empress wishes to ally with the Jin state to eliminate Jiang Ce. The envoy spoke with utmost respect. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed his surroundings. The Jin officials, previously angered by the Daming envoys, now exhibited extreme impatience towards the southern envoy, their gazes filled with hatred, which left him quite alarmed. Humph, you southern people are cunning and treacherous. Daqian is even more so. And you dare to fantasize about an alliance with my Daqian? The Khan shook his head, his expression cold. The envoy, witnessing this, was now trembling with fear. What does the Khan mean by this? He pondered, for Daqian had not offended the Khan, nor had they caused any transgressions. If not for Daqian's hidden support behind Jiang Ce, how could a mere youth, still in his prime, lead a northern expedition against Yanyan? The troops at Xuanwu Pass barely number 100,000. Were it not for your Daqian's secret assistance, how could my Jin army's Eagle troops, numbering several tens of thousands, be defeated by a mere child? The Khan's eyes reddened, filled with skepticism. He could not believe that Jiang Ce, a mere child, could muster an army of hundreds of thousands in such a short time. The numbers of soldiers, their weaponry, the source of their steeds, and the supply of provisions were all unknown. Moreover, this wretch raised a banner of rebellion but immediately launched a northern expedition against Yanyan, disregarding the Daqian capital. With his sword pointed directly at the Jin state, what is his intention? Clearly, this is merely a pretext for Daqian to invade Daqian. The envoy, bewildered, could not comprehend why the Khan held such deep-seated misunderstandings. Then he thought to produce a handwritten letter from Prime Minister Zhao Yi Khan. The annihilation of the Eagle troops has nothing to do with Daqian. This is a letter from my Prime Minister, who specifically instructed me to present it for your inspection. The emissary respectfully presented the letter with both hands. The Khan ordered his men to bring the letter. and upon unfolding it, he let out a slight cold laugh after browsing through its contents. Your prime minister has devised a clever scheme. The letter contained some pleasantries from Zhao Yi, the prime minister of Daqian. The crux of the matter was Zhao Yi's promise that after the Jin Kingdom eliminated Jiang Ce, they would pay tribute with 1 million shur of grain, 1 million bolts of cloth and silk, and 500,000 jin of gold and silver. At the end of the letter, Zhao Yi subtly advised the Khan to temporarily ally with Daqian, suggesting that they first eliminate Jiang Ce before advancing their plans. The Khan remained somewhat dissatisfied with the alliance request from the Empress of Daqian. Li Shishir's actions were akin to using a dagger to kill someone. She aimed to pit her Jin army against Jiang Ce, incurring only minor losses while sacrificing the carefully nurtured generals and soldiers. Were it not for the vast grasslands of the Jin Kingdom, which hindered both forging and cultivation due to a lack of iron and resources, Li Shishir's bargaining chips would still be considerable. He would never acquiesce to her demands. Pretending to ponder, the Khan finally addressed the Daqian emissary, instructing him to return and inform the Empress that the warriors of the Jin Kingdom are formidable and that the eradication of the rebel Jiang Ce would be effortlessly achieved. However, once Jiang Ce is vanquished, the matter of the land at Xuanwu Pass must be promptly fulfilled. Otherwise, the iron cavalry of Daqian shall inevitably sweep through the southern dynasties, leaving no survivors among the southern people. The Khan narrowed his eyes and threatened. Xuanwu Pass was akin to a chasm, firmly blocking his path to annexing Daqian. After the demise of Tian, he had hoped to advance without obstacles and capture Daqian in one fell swoop. Yet, Jiang Ce emerged, obstructing his grand plans to station troops in the southern dynasties. How could he not harbor resentment towards the Jiang family? Witnessing this, the Daqian emissary broke into a cold sweat, trembling as he respectfully nodded. Khan, I shall report to His Majesty upon my return. After dropping this remark, the Daqian emissary hastily fled the tent, provoking laughter among the Jin officials inside. Chapter 21. The Princess of the Jin Kingdom seeks command. The wolf army rushes to Xuanwu Pass. Outside the Khan's tent, a woman with a wheat-colored complexion, striking features, and a tall, athletic build approached. Clad in a short fur coat, her resolute demeanor was evident in her expression. This woman, named Wan Yin Tana, was the youngest granddaughter of the Khan and the sister of Wan Yin Hongwan. Tana means moon. Hearing the laughter erupting from within the tent, and seeing the Daqian emissary flee in disarray, Tana furrowed her brow and entered the grand tent. My brother Hongwan perished at Xuanwu Pass, and you ministers still find humor in this? Have you forgotten the blood feud between our Jin and the southern people? The loss of 500,000 eagle troops in battle is a disgrace for us as descendants of the steppe. Her tone was filled with discontent as she criticized the leaders and ministers her grandfather had raised, deeming them nothing but drunkards and gluttons, unworthy of Jin resources. A great nation of the steppe should invest its resources in cultivating cavalry. With cavalry as its foundation, it should amplify its advantages. The steppe cavalry could sweep through the central plains. Faced with Wan Yin Tana's questioning, the ministers lowered their heads in silence, well aware of her formidable nature. As a female general, she was not only resilient but also possessed ruthless tactics. Were it not for her striking beauty, outsiders might mistake her for a valiant steppe warrior. Humph, useless fools. Seeing the ministers rendered mute, Wan Yin Tana scornfully expressed her disdain. Enough, Wan Yin Tana. Why have you come to the grand tent instead of guarding the eastern city? The Khan interjected at the opportune moment. He felt a headache over his youngest granddaughter. On one hand, he hoped she would gain experience on the battlefield, while on the other, he was exceedingly fond of her. This contradiction led the Khan to assign her to a prosperous eastern city to nurture her well-being. Yet, Wan Yin Tana could not bear the solitude and spent her days training and unifying troops, even capturing several small cities, which made the Khan quite proud of her. Khan, I have heard that my brother Hongwan was slain by the southern Jiang Ce, his head severed. The brutality of his death is unbearable. I beseech the Khan to grant me 100,000 cavalry. I will march south to Xuanwu Pass and behead Jiang Ce to avenge my brother. Wan Yin Tana knelt on one knee, earnestly pleading. Absolutely not. The Khan slammed the armrest of his chair, his brows furrowing tightly. He had strong reservations about women fighting. While her desire for vengeance was commendable, the enemy commanded an army of hundreds of thousands under Jiang Ce, who had gained momentum after capturing several cities. She was far from a match for him. He did not wish to lose a grandson and a granddaughter alike. Otherwise, the bloodline of the Wan Yin family would be severed by Jiang Ce alone. Khan, why not? How can I find peace and sleep if I cannot avenge my brother? As she spoke, tears streamed down Wan Yin Tana's face, yet her expression remained resolute. It is forbidden, it is forbidden. The vengeance for Hongwan shall be avenged by Hong Sheng. You need not concern yourself. As a woman, learning to ride is commendable enough. Why should you toil on the battlefield? Guards, keep a close watch on Wan Yin Tana and do not let her escape. The Khan declared emphatically, his words sharp. Wan Yin Tana, feeling wronged, knew the Khan's temperament and had no choice but to take her leave from the grand tent. She waited outside for a considerable time. Only when the stars hung high in the sky and no one was guarding the outer tent did she don the stars and moon, stealthily riding a swift horse towards Xuanwu Pass. The Khan, upon learning of this, was filled with helpless anger. Before Xuanwu Pass, in the yellow sand desert, 500,000 troops resembled a winding serpent. The wolf army marched southward in great numbers. Upon receiving news from the scouts that they were approaching Xuanwu Pass, he halted the advance of his army. This was the very place where the Eagle army had met its demise. Wan Yin Hongsheng dismounted. Days later, the bloodstained yellow sand bore only faint traces of the battle. Following the bloodstains, one could still find the remains and armor of the Eagle army soldiers. He commanded the collection of the armor, arranging the remains of the soldiers of the Ingshi in an orderly manner. Wan Yin Hongsheng meticulously examined the damaged armor. Lost in contemplation, the armor of the Ingshi soldiers bore severe damage, yet the affected areas were relatively small. In contrast, the ribcages of the corpses were shattered, as if they had endured tremendous impact. This was true for the majority of the deceased Ingshi soldiers. Jiang Ce, though still young, was adept at employing heavy cavalry. The demise of Hong when at his hands was truly not unjust. It was a pity, however, that he encountered me. Wan Yin Hongsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment. By analyzing the extent of the armor's damage in conjunction with the wounds on the corpses, he deduced that the main forces of the Ingshi had perished due to the onslaught of heavy cavalry. He excelled at battlefield analysis, discerning the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy from the minutiae of combat. Jiang Ce was indeed skilled in heavy cavalry. The ferocity of heavy cavalry charges was formidable, yet their movements were not particularly agile. If one wished to engage in battle with them, one could also assemble a contingent of heavy cavalry. Compared to Jiang Ce, his own forces would be superior, if not equal. After all, the Jin people were physically imposing, and their war horses were robust. They were particularly skilled in equestrian combat. Moreover, given Jiang Ce's youth, his victories would surely have inflated his pride. By enticing him with heavy cavalry, he would undoubtedly respond in kind. At that moment, Jiang Ce would fall into his carefully laid trap. Having come to this conclusion, Wan Yin Hongsheng ordered the collection of the heavy cavalry armor from the Ingshi. Every usable piece was to be employed. He then selected a contingent of tall, elite soldiers from the 500,000 wolf army, alongside robust war horses, to form a formidable force of 100,000 heavy cavalry. He equipped them with heavy armor and blunt weapons, complementing them with longbows, thus creating a terrifying battalion of heavily armored cavalry. He personally led this heavy cavalry, conducting drills before Xuanwu Pass, their shouts reverberating through the heavens. In terms of military command, no Wan Yin Hong one could match his prowess. In terms of soldierly might, the Ingshi were unworthy to carry his shoes. The oppressive aura emanating from these 100,000 heavy cavalry was as thick as a thunderstorm's dark clouds, revealing their formidable presence. Hongsheng, my brother. A swift horse galloped forth. A woman, dust-covered and weary, arrived at the forefront of the wolf army. Upon seeing Wan Yin Hongsheng, her joy was palpable. Oh, what brings you here? Wan Yin Hongsheng focused his gaze and noticed she had come alone, her face marked by the elements. With his keen intellect, he instantly surmised that she had sneaked out due to a quarrel with the Khan regarding revenge for Hongwen. At this moment, Wan Yin Hongsheng was not overly concerned. Since she had arrived, he decided to temporarily incorporate her into the wolf army as my deputy commander. Tana nodded in agreement. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the newly formed 100,000 heavy cavalry. Excellent horses, excellent soldiers. Once this heavy cavalry is unleashed, Jiang Ce will surely meet his end. Wan Yin Hongsheng smiled with satisfaction, pondering Jiang Ce's insignificance. His father, the Duke of Daqian, had grappled with the Jin for over a decade, earning the title of Daqian's fiercest warrior. Even the heavens of Jiang and could not breach Xuanwu Pass. How could the mere Jiang Ce compare? After his laughter subsided, Wan Yin Hongsheng's expression turned cold. Those who opposed the Jin and slaughtered Hongwen and the Ingshi would surely pay a bloody price. Once the heavy cavalry of my wolf army trampled Jiang Ce's forces, they would pivot and head straight for Xuanwu Pass. Jiang Ce's corpse would be hung at the pass for 3 years, ensuring he could not rest in peace. Wan Yin Hongsheng's resolve was unprecedentedly strong. In regard to this battle, while he appeared reckless, he was, in fact, more cautious than ever. This battle could only result in victory, not defeat. Chapter 22. The maid Lianer infiltrates the Great Ming. Within the Daqian court, in the Empress's chamber, the bath was filled with steaming hot water. Mist swirled, petals floated, and fragrant aromas wafted through the air. By the hot spring, Li Shishir's stunning and enchanting figure appeared hazy within the steam, her curves accentuated. Standing at the edge of the pool, she wearily massaged her throbbing temples. The recent rebellion instigated by Jiang Su had been a source of great distress for her. The affairs of state had also been neglected, nearly entirely delegated to Prime Minister Zhao Yi. Li Shishir stepped forward, her long, slender legs submerging into the pool. The water splashed, ripples dancing across the surface. The warm water added a sheen to her fair and delicate skin, making it appear even more supple. She gathered her dark hair and casually pinned it up with a hairpin. Below her neck, she submerged herself in the water, creating gentle patterns on the clear, transparent surface, bestowing an air of elegance upon this tranquil aquatic realm. The warmth of the water soothed her restless heart, bringing her some semblance of calm. She smoothed her delicate brows. Her captivating phoenix eyes closed tightly. Li Shishir endeavored to still her racing thoughts. Yet, the recent losses suffered by Daqian, all at the hands of the rebel Jiang Ce, ignited her fury. Suddenly, she rose, splashing water forcefully with her palms, sending waves across the surface. "Lianer," she called out in a deep voice. From the shadows of the chamber, a young girl emerged. Her name was Lianer, possessing a cool demeanor and a slightly slender figure, exuding an air of aloofness. Lianer cast a glance at Li Shishir's graceful form before quickly averting her gaze. "Your Majesty, Lianer is here." She had grown up alongside Li Shishir, learning martial arts and assassination techniques since the age of 12. Mastering formidable combat skills, she became Li Shishir's personal guard after her training. Over the years, her unwavering loyalty to the Empress had become ingrained in her very being. If Prime Minister Zhao Yi was Li Shishir's confidant and a capable aide in governing Daqian, then Lianer was her sworn sister, one to whom she could entrust her life. Having accompanied Li Shishir for over 20 years, this was the first time Lianer witnessed her in such a state of agitation. The usually approachable Empress had lost her composure due to a mere rebel. Such behavior could not be easily forgiven. "Lianer, come and massage my back," Li Shishir softly beckoned. Lianer acknowledged and moved to stand behind her. With both hands resting gently on Lianer's shoulders, Li Shishir began to massage her lightly. Soft sighs of comfort escaped Li Shishir's lips, causing the typically aloof Lianer to blush slightly. "Lianer, the forces under Jiang Ce numbering over 200,000 have already become a significant concern for the court. Currently, there is no clear progress regarding the alliance with the Jin Kingdom. The entire court is filled with inept officials, shaken by the defeats at Jincheng and Fengcheng, leaving the civil and military officials in utter disarray. Could it be that I am truly unworthy of ruling this vast Daqian realm?" Li Shishir spoke with Lianer, sharing thoughts that outsiders could never comprehend. Upon hearing her words, Lianer's heart trembled, unconsciously tightening her grip, causing Li Shishir to wince in pain. "Ah, Lianer, be gentle." Lianer quickly apologized and continued, "Your Majesty, I believe your achievements in governance are commendable. It is all due to the rebel Jiang Ce's insurrection that the people are in turmoil. If it weren't for the chaos instigated by Jiang Ce and his father at the borders, how could your Majesty be so troubled?" Lianer's sentiments garnered Li Shishir's agreement. "You are right. My father held Jiang Nan in high regard during his lifetime, never anticipating that his son Jiang Ce would dare to rebel. If my late father were to know that the Daqian Empire was seized by Jiang Ce, he would be furious beyond measure. Therefore, I must safeguard this realm and honor my father's legacy," Li Shishir declared resolutely. "Your Majesty, you worry too much. With the protection of the late emperor's spirit, under your governance, Daqian will surely prosper." Lianer replied joyfully. This was one of the few times in recent days that Li Shishir appeared so elated. "Lianer, should I require you to infiltrate the rebel Jiang Ce's side, would you be willing?" Li Shishir pondered for a moment before asking. Lianer's existence within the Daqian realm was profoundly clandestine, and she was fully aware of Lianer's unwavering loyalty. Dispatching Lianer to Jiang Ce would pose no risk of her being swayed. Moreover, she wished to seize the opportunity to discern the sources of Jiang Ce's troops and provisions. The court was still in the dark about the defeats at Jincheng and Fengcheng. "I shall obey your Majesty's command. If your Majesty desires my life, I shall not dare to die. If your Majesty desires my death, I shall not dare to live," Lianer pledged faithfully. Feeling the strength in Lianer's hands, Li Shishir, who had been tense recently, finally relaxed a bit. "What I need you to do is not particularly dangerous, merely to remain by Jiang Ce's side as my informant. The entire court is unaware of your true identity, and with your martial prowess, infiltrating his ranks should not pose a challenge. I entrust this task entirely to you." As she spoke, Li Shishir paused. "However, the surroundings of Jiang Ce are fraught with peril. If your identity is revealed, prioritize your safety and escape at once. If you remain safe, I require you to ascertain 4 crucial matters." Li Shishir's serious words resonated in Lianer's ears. The latter straightened her demeanor. "I shall heed your Majesty's orders. Once you are beside Jiang Ce, you must uncover his background. How many troops does he command? Where do they originate? What is the quantity of his provisions, and from whence do they come? Who are his principal military leaders?" Li Shishir enumerated swiftly. Lianer committed each point to memory. Nodding earnestly, Your Majesty, I have memorized it all and will ensure precise results. Excellent. Li Sheshe responded, her eyes shimmering. Currently, the court knows nothing of Jiang Ce's affairs, only that their forces have suffered repeated setbacks, having lost 2 cities to him, which has demoralized the court. However, with Liu infiltrating Jiang Ce's side, such intelligence would be readily available. With this information, the court could devise strategies to counter Jiang Ce. Even if the Jin Kingdom refuses to cooperate against him, they could still prepare for contingencies to prevent Jiang Ce from gaining power. As she contemplated this, Li Sheshe's anger dissipated considerably, and the clouds of worry on her fair face began to clear. She turned to glance at Liu, who looked back at her in confusion. Your Majesty? Li Sheshe remained silent, playfully splashing water from the tub. Before long, Liu, who was attending to her, found her garments soaked, clinging to her figure. In comparison to Li Sheshe, she possessed a more alluring physique, resembling a pair of exquisite lotus flowers, enchanting beyond measure. Having grown up together, the formality of their positions had softened considerably in private. After their playful banter, Li Sheshe composed herself, her tone turning grave. Liu, as you embark on this mission, I do not know when we shall meet again. Liu's heart stirred upon hearing this. Your Majesty. Li Sheshe gazed coldly into Liu's eyes. Liu, if the situation demands, you must eliminate Jiang Ce. Additionally, the Chancellor's agents have also headed north. Remain vigilant. Chapter 23. The Wolf Army marches south, approaching the city. Wuqing, Jiang Ce and Su De arrived at the gates of Wuqing early in the morning. Upon seeing them, Zhao Yun immediately opened the city gates, allowing Jiang Ce and his entourage to enter in a steady stream. The soldiers guarding the city waved the crimson dragon banners, warmly welcoming Jiang Ce's arrival. Jiang Ce ascended the city walls to survey the defensive structures. He noted the trees outside had been entirely felled, and the city walls had been temporarily heightened. The wells surrounding Wuqing had all been destroyed and sealed, which left him quite satisfied. After his inspection, Jiang Ce returned to the top of the high walls. The Wolf Army's advance would first target Wuqing. He studied the map with furrowed brows. Wuqing's geographical significance made it a crucial point on the Wolf Army's path southward, serving as the first line of defense. Should Wuqing fall, the Wolf Army could use it to pose a substantial threat to the cities of Yun City and others behind it. Therefore, he took it upon himself to oversee Wuqing's defenses, leaving an additional 100,000 Mo Dao troops stationed in Yun City to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Your Majesty, according to the speed of the Wolf Army's advance, they will reach Wuzhou Wuqing in 3 days. Relying on the formidable defenses of Shifan Hubaoqi and Shifan Taifu II within the city, we shall undoubtedly navigate through this crisis unscathed, remarked Yao Guangxiao beside him. Jiang Ce remained silent, his gaze flickering slightly. 3 days later, a scout arrived with news. The Wolf Army had encamped 10 miles north of Wuchang. Upon seeing the enemy poised at the city gates, Jiang Ce's heart brimmed with vigilance. He commanded Zhao Yun to close the city gates, while archers stood ready on the walls, and both Hubaoqi and Taifu II awaited the call to charge. The entire army readied itself for the impending confrontation. The two armies, separated by 10 miles, gazed at each other from afar. The Wolf Army's commander, both brave and cunning, seemed to possess an even deeper strategic acumen. The fact that they had set up camp 10 miles away revealed their inherent caution. Yet, should they wish to wear down my forces slowly, they would miscalculate. With the surrounding area cleared and fortified, it was certain that the Wolf Army would be exhausted within 10 days. At that time, my army would launch a surprise attack, leading to a resounding victory, analyzed Yao Guangxiao. Jiang Ce nodded in agreement, his heart echoing the sentiment. The greatest disadvantage of the Wolf Army lay in its logistics. The Jin Army excels in long-distance raids, often carrying only a few days' worth of rations. They typically sustain themselves through warfare, hence their provisions and supplies are likely minimal. Conversely, my greatest strength also resides in logistics. The Wolf Army had unwittingly ensnared itself in its own trap, though Wan Yin Hong Sheng remained blissfully unaware. After the Wolf Army's encampment was established, Wan Yin Hong Lai surveyed the surroundings. Noticing the reinforced and heightened walls of Wuchang, he scoffed. Learning that my Wolf Army had rushed southward to bolster defenses overnight, a clear sign of the southern men's cowardice, Jiang Ce, too, was dull-witted. Foolishly attempting to withstand my 500,000 Wolf Army with such feeble defenses, he let out a derisive laugh, proclaiming that with 10,000 heavy cavalry, I could breach Wuchang in an instant. However, prudence is the mother of safety, so caution is wise. Wan Yin Hongsheng's expression grew serious as he summoned a spy, instructing him to infiltrate the city and gather intelligence on Jiang Ce's troop numbers and types. It would be best if he could uncover the city's defense strategies. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. As dawn broke, the spy returned, bearing news with a frantic demeanor, breathless. Commander, within Wuchang, There are 200,000 heavy cavalry stationed. Upon hearing this, Yin Hongsheng and his deputies, including Ta Na, were taken aback, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. Ta Na questioned the spy. Nonsense. 200,000 heavy cavalry? Such numbers would constitute the backbone of our Daqian army. The spy, feeling wronged, shook his head vigorously, responding, Your Highness, misreporting military affairs is a capital offense. I dare not do so. Moreover, those 200,000 heavy cavalry are all well-equipped and formidable in combat. They wield finely crafted swords and steel blades, and wear iron armor and chainmail. It seems they are even outfitted with crossbows. Each word from the spy sent ripples of astonishment through Yin Hongsheng and Ta Na. Both stood there, utterly dumbfounded. If the spy's words were indeed true, they had severely underestimated Jiang Ce's strength. The plan to besiege the city would require further deliberation. Where did Jiang Ce procure such a formidable force? Ta Na, impatient and perplexed by the key points, complained incessantly. 200,000 heavy cavalry would be one thing, but the fact that they were all well-equipped was another matter entirely. Just the sheer number of armor and weaponry would entail a significant expenditure. Even if they stripped Yuncheng and Wucheng of all their iron resources, how could he have forged such an arsenal in such a short time? Were the people of Wucheng all blacksmiths? Ta Na could not fathom it. She felt that the incredible circumstances were almost shattering her military understanding. After the initial shock, Yin Hongsheng fell into a calm contemplation, far less agitated than Ta Na. After pondering for some time, his eyes lit up. The Duke of Daqian had been stationed at Xuanwu Pass for over a decade, undoubtedly covertly recruiting troops and amassing resources. As for the 200,000 sets of iron armor and weapons, they must have been accumulated over the years during the Duke's tenure. Upon hearing Yin Hongsheng's explanation, Ta Na understood, huffing. I originally thought Jiang Ce was a mere cub. I had overestimated him. His achievements are merely a legacy of his ancestors. Yin Hongsheng nodded in agreement, reflecting. Fortunately, Jiang Nantian has passed away. Otherwise, once he bolstered his military, our Daqian would find it exceedingly difficult to breach Xuanwu Pass, with dire consequences. After this reflection, Yin Hongsheng, now enlightened about the origins of Jiang Ce's 200,000 heavy cavalry, felt a strong sense of disdain. This mere fledgling, able to seize 2 cities from our Daqian, clearly did not achieve this through his own merit. Rather, it was through Jiang Nantian's reputation that he had rallied the Duke's former subordinates to support his claim to power. Without the foundation laid by Jiang Nantian, this wretch would be nothing. He scoffed, continuing, Look, he remains shut within the city gates. Despite having 200,000 heavy cavalry, he chooses to cower within the walls. Afraid to engage my wolf army in open battle, he only dares to stand atop the high walls, basking in the flattery of his subordinates. Utterly ignorant of his own limitations, his tone dripped with contempt. A man who had fought his way from the battlefield, without relying on the lineage of the Khan's grandson, had endured countless battles, his body scarred and stained with blood, earning his esteemed position as the commander of the wolf army, trusted by the Khan. Naturally, he held a profound disdain for Jiang Ce, whom he perceived as an inept southern man, fortunate, yet lacking true ability. Ta Na concurred with Yin Hongsheng's sentiments, but then recalled the 200,000 heavy cavalry guarding Wucheng. After a moment of contemplation, she urged, Brother Hongsheng, capturing Wucheng is imperative for our wolf army. However, we must approach the 200,000 heavy cavalry within with caution. We cannot afford to underestimate them. The lives of our Jin soldiers are far more precious than those of the southern soldiers, and it would be best to secure an easy victory. If too many soldiers were to be lost, it would significantly undermine the overall strength of the Langjun. Upon hearing this, Yin Hongsheng finally retracted his arrogant demeanor. Nonetheless, he remained largely dismissive of Ta Na's words. After all, the enemy commander was merely a cowardly turtle, despite commanding 200,000 heavy cavalry. Chapter 24, Fortifications and Desolation, the Impatience of the Wolf Troops. The night had deepened. Within the encampment of the wolf troops, Yin Hongsheng, Yin Ta Na, and a group of deputy generals and strategists were gathered, illuminated by the dim glow of oil lamps. They were engaged in discussions regarding the strategy on the map. Yin Hongsheng, known for his cautious nature, believed that a siege should not be rushed. The consensus among the other deputy generals was to prolong the situation until Jiang Ce could no longer contain his impatience and was compelled to attack. This was deemed the best strategy. In contrast, Ta Na, despite being a woman, possessed a restless spirit and insisted that they must capture Wucheng swiftly, for delay could lead to unforeseen changes. As the two argued, a soldier hurriedly burst into the tent. In warfare, maintaining composure is paramount. What is this panic? Upon witnessing the soldier's clumsy entrance, Yin Hongsheng frowned and reprimanded him. The soldier, trembling with fear, quickly reported the situation. Commander, the wells within several miles of Wucheng have been filled in. The soldiers have dug several meters, but found no water. The trees have also been completely felled, leaving only small twigs for fuel, and we cannot even start a fire." As he spoke, the soldier became increasingly distressed, nearly on the verge of tears. The soldiers, after enduring a long journey and setting camp at Wuchang, could not even afford a hot meal, and there were murmurs of discontent within the ranks. The primary issue was that the water they had brought could only last for 2 days. Fetching water from several dozen miles away was a daunting task, fraught with perilous terrain. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin Hongsheng realized the gravity of the situation. The Jin army typically carried dried beef and mutton, dairy products, and roasted rice. While it was feasible to consume these without cooking, the stark temperature fluctuations in the north made it exceedingly cold. However, the absence of water was the most critical issue. Most of the soldiers in the wolf troops had served alongside him for over a decade, with many being promoted by his own hand. Therefore, his prestige and capability within the army were exceptionally high. Yet, he never anticipated that upon arriving at Wuchang, he could not provide them even a hot meal. This was a grave betrayal of their loyalty. Moreover, it stemmed from his own lack of foresight and underestimation of the South's treachery. Contemplating this, his eyes twitched, and he slammed his hand onto the table in frustration. "Jiang Ce, this is truly a scorched earth tactic. I cannot fathom which strategist among his ranks devised such a vile scheme. Once we capture the city, I will ensure that the corpses of Jiang Ce and his ilk are displayed for 3 years. He gritted his teeth in anger. He had never expected Jiang Ce to be so ruthless. Not even a single sapling was left for them. It was no wonder that the wolf troops had camped merely 10 miles north of Wuchang, and Jiang Ce did not launch a surprise attack. It turned out he had already calculated the situation perfectly. Even if he were to besiege the city now, without supplies, it would be exceedingly difficult to capture Wuchang. Ultimately, it would only be his own wolf troops who would perish from exhaustion. "Brother, Jiang Ce is exceedingly cunning. We cannot afford to delay in our current predicament. Why not take advantage of the night to launch a surprise assault on the city?" Tana suggested, rising to her feet. Wang Yin Hongsheng did not respond immediately. Lost in thought, the Jin state was experiencing a food shortage, and as the wolf troops had hastily advanced southward without adequate supplies, and their transport capabilities were not on par with the southerners. Even if he were to urgently send a letter to the Khan's main tent requesting supplies, it would hardly suffice to meet the army's consumption. Furthermore, the most pressing issue was that Jiang Ce had blocked the wells. It seemed he had indeed underestimated the situation. Wang Yin Hongsheng felt an immense sense of guilt. After fighting for decades, it was a single misstep that had burdened the entire army, leaving him tormented with remorse. Simultaneously, he had not anticipated Jiang Ce's cunning. It appeared that the treachery of the Southerners was deeply ingrained in their very bones. With this thought, he took a deep breath to calm himself. With 500,000 soldiers encamped, every day of delay would result in significant consumption of supplies. At dawn tomorrow, I shall lead the entire army in a fierce assault on Wuchang. We must swiftly reclaim Wuchang. Wang Yin Hongsheng's gaze hardened as he declared this with determination. Currently, the wolf troops were at a disadvantage. While there were still a few days' worth of supplies available for consumption, they had the capacity to launch an assault on the city and take a desperate gamble. If not, once the supplies were exhausted, the 50,000 troops of the wolf troops would become mere fodder for Jiang Ce's blades. Upon hearing this, Tana still felt some misgivings. Since Jiang Ce chose to defend the city, in addition to his scorched earth strategy, he must have other tactics in play. Thus, she spoke up, "Brother, since Jiang Ce has left 200,000 heavy cavalry to guard the city, he must be prepared. Why not allow me to take 500 elite assassins and infiltrate the city tonight? By dawn tomorrow, we can open the city gates for the army. At that time, leading the entire army in a charge, we will surely capture Wuchang, and the wolf troops can also minimize their losses. What do you think, brother?" Tana's strategy sounded exceedingly perfect to Wang Yin Hongsheng. However, he did not immediately agree. The sole flaw in the plan was that Tana would be putting herself in grave danger. Wuchang was filled with fully armed southern soldiers. If the plan were to fail, Tana would not escape with her life. As her elder brother, he naturally did not wish for Tana to face such peril. "You are precious and dear to us, being the sister of several brothers. Such a dangerous endeavor is not one you should undertake personally. I will find a few capable men from the army to take your place, lest the Khan accuse me of failing to protect you as a brother." Wang Yin Hongsheng replied, gesturing for someone to come forward, only to be halted by Tana. "Hongsheng, do you not trust my abilities?" Tana asked confidently, a smile gracing her lips. "Even if the Southerners were to discover me, with 500 elite assassins by my side, they would surely be unable to capture me alive." Tana had trained in various martial arts since her youth, excelling in riding, archery, and grappling techniques. Even in terms of physical prowess, she had trained herself to an impressive degree. As a woman, her capabilities surpassed those of the average male soldiers within the army. Thus, when Wang Yin Hongsheng heard the words of Tana, he silently agreed. Regardless of the circumstances, Entering Wucheng was fraught with peril. Should anything seem amiss, retreat immediately. Remember, we are here to avenge Hongwen. Do not throw away your own life. Wanyan Hongsheng admonished sternly. Rest assured, elder brother, I understand. Tana replied earnestly. When it comes to matters of life and death, how could she act recklessly? Tana, here, take these 5 packages of Wu Du San. Wanyan Hongsheng presented several packets of white paper containing poison. This Wu Du San, when introduced into the wells of Wucheng, would allow the toxin to spread throughout the city with the flow of water. Should your infiltration plan fail, with this Wu Du San, the water supply of Wucheng will be contaminated, leading to its inevitable downfall without a fight. Wanyan Hongsheng said with a smile, pausing for emphasis. Remember, when administering the poison, do not let Wu Du San come into contact with your hands or feet. Otherwise, I shall have no antidote to save you. Wanyan Hongsheng cautioned with utmost seriousness. Tana nodded firmly. Holding the Wu Du San in her hands, she felt a chill run through her. This poison, devised by the esteemed physicians of the Daqian, would paralyze the nerves, soften bones, cause the intestines to rupture, and result in uncontrollable bleeding. With all 4 symptoms combined, the victim would bleed from all 7 orifices, meeting a gruesome end. Moreover, the antidote was elusive, and the poison acted swiftly. The use of this poison underscored Wanyan Hongsheng's resolute determination to seize Wucheng. For this, she could not disappoint her brother and the Khan's high expectations. Tana exited the tent, closely followed by Wanyan Hongsheng. He had personally selected 500 elite guards for her. Each was agile and robust, capable of ensuring Tana's safety in critical moments. Tana, exercise utmost caution. Before she departed, Wanyan Hongsheng earnestly advised. Tana acknowledged with a silent nod. Accompanied by the 500 elite guards, she stealthily advanced towards Wucheng under the cover of night. Wanyan Hongsheng watched her disappear from view, not retreating until she was out of sight. Capturing Wucheng and eliminating Jiang Ce would leave the southern soldiers leaderless, allowing Yuncheng to be easily taken. He could only hope that Tana's actions would be foolproof. He murmured softly. Chapter 25. Infiltrating Wucheng. The fish is hooked. The crescent moon hung high in the night sky. Tana and her 500 elite guards donned black, form-fitting attire, under the watchful eye of Wanyan Hongsheng. They rode swiftly to a point 3 miles outside Wucheng. Subsequently, they dismounted and stealthily approached the city walls. After lurking in the shadows for some time, Tana glanced up at the towering walls. She noticed a few scattered sentinels atop the battlements. The so-called impregnable Wucheng was not as formidable as she had imagined. Tana scoffed internally. Observing the guards holding torches, whose light gradually faded, she issued the command to scale the walls. Ropes were swiftly thrown up to the battlements. With a series of crisp sounds, the 500 elite guards began their ascent. On a night when the moon was obscured and the winds howled, they infiltrated the city in waves. It was just past midnight. Tana's plan was to remain hidden within the city until dawn. As the first light of day approached, they would storm the battlements and open the city gates to support the troops outside. Just as Tana and her 500 elite guards successfully infiltrated the city and sought a place to conceal themselves, the surrounding area erupted in flames. Thousands of torches ignited simultaneously, illuminating the vicinity. A throng of armored soldiers brandishing steel blades marched in perfect formation, encircling them. Shock was the only expression left on Tana's face. In the next moment, Jiang Ce emerged from the crowd, exuding an air of calm detachment, as if he had been waiting there all along. Despicable. At that moment, Tana realized she had fallen into a trap. Seeing Jiang Ce's imposing demeanor and the respect of those around him, she knew he was indeed Jiang Ce. As Tana hurled invectives at him, Jiang Ce merely chuckled. You sneak into my city under the cover of night and dare to call me despicable? Eugene people are truly amusing. Upon hearing this, Yao Guangxiao and Suda, standing beside Jiang Ce, remained silent, merely smiling. Humph. Tana scoffed coldly, glaring at Jiang Ce with resentment. This Wucheng is clearly the territory of Daqian. At this moment, the very enemy who had killed her brother stood before her, yet she was powerless to exact her revenge. The indignation left her utterly irrational. The 16 prefectures of Yanyan have historically been the land of the southern people. How could they belong to your Jin state? Tana retorted defiantly. Even if they have always belonged to your southern people, they were conquered by the lives of my Jin people. Tana protested verbally. Yet internally she pondered where her infiltration plan had gone awry. Could there be spies planted by Jiang Ce among the wolf troops? Otherwise, how could she explain their unscathed ascent of the walls only to be ambushed upon entering the city? As this thought crossed her mind, Tana regained her composure. She mentally reviewed the faces of those she had encountered today. So, there are spies planted by you among the wolf troops? Tana inquired coldly. In response, Jiang Ce chuckled derisively. I do not require spies to deal with the wolf troops. Tana, undeterred, held her head high and insisted, I am already a dead woman. Just tell me, so I may die with clarity. Jiang Ce shook his head slightly. You wish to die, but it is not so easy. In battle, preparation leads to victory, while lack of it results in ruin. If I were Wan Yin Hongsheng and learned of insufficient supplies, I would surely send someone to infiltrate the city tonight. To be accurate, I was merely guarding against myself and did not expect to catch a fish on the hook, he said with a relaxed smile. It seems that capturing Wanyan Tana was anticipated. Tana gritted her teeth, her heart filled with countless unspoken words. She never expected failure to come so swiftly. Jiang Ce observed her silence and stepped forward, commanding someone to bring a torch for illumination. With a calm demeanor, he scrutinized her from head to toe. Noticing the jewel-encrusted dagger at her waist, it was evident she was not an ordinary commander. Her identity must be significant. At this moment, Wanyan Tana, her face veiled, had her eyes flickering with intensity. Following Su Da's orders, a group of armored soldiers advanced and confiscated the weapons from the 500 death warriors. Jiang Ce then removed Tana's mask. In the next instant, he beheld her exquisite visage, astonished. Lowering his gaze, he discovered her pronounced figure. Gasp. She was a woman. Su Da, bind her and take her to my tent. With that, Jiang Ce clasped his hands behind his back and returned to the main tent. Upon hearing Jiang Ce's command to be taken to his tent, Wanyan Tana began to struggle. Shameless southerner. A soldier may be killed, but not humiliated. You should kill me. Su Da proceeded to bind Wanyan Tana and escorted her to Jiang Ce's tent. With the light of the lamps, Jiang Ce finally discerned Tana's features. The Jin people, regardless of gender, typically possessed a coarse appearance and robust physiques. Their skin rough due to geographical and climatic factors. However, Wanyan Tana's face was rosy and delicate, her features well-proportioned. Even among the women of the Southern Dynasty, such beauty was rare. Having endured the rigors of battle, her skin remained smooth, albeit slightly darkened by the sun, accentuating her health and allure. The form-fitting black attire perfectly showcased her curvaceous silhouette. Feeling Jiang Ce's aggressive gaze upon her, Tana's heart churned with displeasure, yet she dared not react. Fearing he might act impulsively, Jiang Ce strolled before Tana. Do you wish to live? I offer you a chance. Speak truthfully of your purpose in infiltrating the city, and I shall grant you safe passage home. Tana defiantly lifted her chin, locking eyes with Jiang Ce's icy stare, her heart tightening. They maintained their gaze for a considerable time, and when Jiang Ce saw Tana's continued silence, he reiterated, Your life and death lie in your hands. I can afford to wait, but I wonder, can the wolf general outside afford the same? Jiang Ce's eyes narrowed, startling Tana. Yet on the surface, she remained defiant. Her gaze fixed firmly on Jiang Ce. The Jin people swear never to betray our nation. To extract information from me is a foolish dream. Do you think we Jin are as weak as you Southerners? At this moment, Yao Guangxiao, standing beside Jiang Ce, could no longer contain himself. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, we should execute her and the 500 death warriors, hanging their bodies on the city wall. The wolf general will surely lose morale upon seeing this. Perhaps he will even attack out of rage, leading to his downfall. Yao Guangxiao's words ignited a fiercer glint in Jiang Ce's eyes. He keenly observed a subtle shift in Tana's expression and smiled coldly. Take those 500 death warriors to the training grounds. Upon hearing this command, Tana's expression shifted dramatically, her teeth clenched in hesitation. The 500 death warriors, bound with their hands and feet and blindfolded, formed a line, kneeling before Jiang Ce and Tana. Tana gazed at the warriors, her heart shaken. As she neared her psychological limit, Jiang Ce waved his hand. I grant you one last chance. Reveal your purpose. If you remain silent, I shall execute 50 men every hour. Let us see how many hours you can endure. Jiang Ce's chilling words pierced deeply into Tana's heart. These 500 death warriors were personally selected by Wanyan Hongsheng. This meant they were loyal individuals whom Hongsheng had painstakingly trained and could trust with his life. Moreover, it was because of her that these 500 were captured by Jiang Ce. Tana felt she had doomed them. Jiang Ce's sudden statement shattered the defenses Tana had built within herself. Chapter 26. The wolf general attacks. The troops are at the city gates. Seeing Jiang Ce threaten the lives of 500 death warriors, Tana bit her teeth and could no longer hold back her scorn. You Southerners are despicable and shameless. Kill or torture me as you please. I will reveal nothing. As she spoke, she cast a disdainful glare at Jiang Ce. I am the granddaughter of the Khan of the Jin, a princess of the Jin. If anything happens to me or these 500 death warriors, the wolf general will surely march his army upon you. At that time, all you Southerners will have no place to be buried. Wanyan Tana declared fiercely. This was not an empty threat. Given her status, if she were to perish in Wuqing, the nearby wolf general would undoubtedly launch an assault. Following that would be the Tiger and Leopard generals, drawing forth endless retribution from the Jin. A princess of a nation represents the country behind her. Yet Jiang Ce was unafraid. With his explosive troop system, he had no fear of a million-strong army. Jiang Ce chuckled coldly. That is contingent upon your Jin Wolf General winning this battle. The Eagle General has already fallen. The Wolf General will not fare any better. And neither will the other Jin forces. You are now my prisoner. Your life or death is at my discretion. Upon hearing this, Wang Yintana fell silent. Meanwhile, on the Wolf General's side, Wang Yin Hongsheng noticed the sun rising, the sky gradually brightening. At this moment, Wang Yintana had yet to return. He dispatched scouts, but their whereabouts remained unknown. Inside his tent, he paced back and forth, hands clasped behind him, his expression fraught with anxiety and unease. Several deputy generals by his side stepped forward in turn to dissuade him, urging immediate assault on the city. However, Wang Yin Hongsheng remained preoccupied with the life of his younger sister, fearing that Jiang Ce might use Wang Yintana as a hostage. It is important to note that Wucheng is guarded by 200,000 heavy cavalry. The longer Ta Na is absent, the more restless he becomes. The promise was to open the city gates at dawn, yet now there is no word, and no one has returned. Wang Yin Hongsheng's pace quickened, pacing back and forth within the tent. Commander, it is likely that the princess has just poisoned the well and is now making her way to the city gate, waiting for us to act in concert. One deputy general stepped forward to say. Wang Yin Hongsheng dismissed him, his anxiety intensifying. With daylight breaking, should Ta Na be discovered and fall into the hands of the southern men, I would have no choice but to assault the city. Yet at that point, the casualties among the Langshi would be grievous. Wang Yin Hongsheng hesitated, torn between concern for Wang Yintana's life and the potential losses of his own troops. Commander, the situation is dire and cannot afford delay. The water sources within a 10-mile radius have all been sealed, and we cannot even gather firewood for warmth. With each passing moment, the morale of the soldiers diminishes. The logistical support for our 500,000 troops is immense. We cannot afford to stall for several more days. Another deputy general, who had long served under Wang Yin Hongsheng, urged him. No longer hesitating, Wang Yin Hongsheng's gaze sharpened as he slammed his hand on the table. Convey my military orders. Assault the city. Upon his command, the other deputy generals raised their chests, filled with fervor, preparing for the siege. In an instant, the Langshi were brimming with combat spirit. The soldiers donned their armor and readied their weapons. The cavalry mounted their steeds and charged towards Wucheng. The sound of horns echoed. As the Langshi advanced towards the city, Jiang Ce, who was interrogating Wang Yintana, furrowed his brow upon hearing the horns signaling the assault. Your Majesty, the Langshi army is now at the city gates, preparing to attack. Suda entered the tent hastily. Humph. My brother has come with an army to rescue me. When the city falls, it will be your reckoning. Wang Yintana, hearing Suda's words, felt a glimmer of hope. Jiang Ce cast her a glance but paid her no heed, instead commanding someone to bring forth a map. All 3 city gates of Wucheng were heavily guarded. However, among these gates, the main gate had the lowest walls, and the Langshi had chosen it as their point of attack. It appeared that Wang Yin Hongsheng intended to launch a full assault through the main gate. Jiang Ce pondered, but little did he know, this was a deliberate strategy on my part, a grand gift I bestowed upon him. Just as Ta Na remained puzzled by Jiang Ce's so-called gift, he called out, Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun entered the tent, omitting formalities during wartime, merely bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, I am here. Jiang Ce nodded. You shall lead 5,000 Hu Bao cavalry, removing heavy armor and equipping them lightly. When the enemy approaches the city wall, open the gates and lead the cavalry to harass the foremost attackers. He pointed at the map, issuing commands. The Langshi, having mobilized their entire army, would undoubtedly allocate the majority of their forces to the siege. Moreover, the elite soldiers leading the assault were well-equipped and exceptionally brave. Should they ascend the siege ladders, they would pose a significant threat to our defending troops, not to mention the many large siege engines employed by these attackers, such as the specially designed siege carts and catapults of the Langshi, which could inflict devastating damage upon the city gates. We must not allow such siege engines to approach the gates. To defend Wucheng, we must thwart this initial assault by the Langshi's foremost attackers. Zhao Yun understood the gravity of the situation, nodding earnestly before departing. I shall not fail expectations. Beside him, Wang Yintana listened to Jiang Ce's strategy, astonished. You command 200,000 heavy cavalry. Simply guarding the city gates would ensure safety. Yet you foolishly intend to open the gates to meet the enemy? I had thought the renowned Jiang Ce was a military strategist, but it seems he is merely a fool. Ta Na expressed her confusion. Jiang Ce smirked coldly. Suda, explain to Princess Wang Yin why I have arranged matters thus. He disdained to explain his strategy to Wang Yintana. A woman, having won a few battles, could hardly grasp the unpredictable tides of war. It would be futile to elaborate. Yes, Suda bowed respectfully and then turned to Wang Yintana. In the context of a city defense, opening the gates amidst a looming battle is a grave mistake. A moment's carelessness could swiftly hand over an iron fortress. However, every situation has its duality, and warfare is no exception. Should the enemy commander see the gates open, he may hastily order his troops to attack. At that moment, our 200,000 heavy cavalry could surge forth like a flood, crushing the Langshi. The more Su De spoke, the more alarmed Wanyan Tana became. She regarded Jiang Ce, noting his youthful appearance yet decisive strategy and military style, compelling her to reevaluate him and discard her disdain. If Wanyan Hongsheng were to see through the trap and hold back, then the attackers he sent forth would fall into our hands. With good fortune, we might even capture 2 siege carts. Su De chuckled lightly, adding, of course, this relies heavily on His Majesty's wisdom in selecting capable individuals. This strategy hinges on Zhao Yun, who is not only a valiant general, but also excels in swift assaults. Capable of claiming the enemy commander's head amidst the chaos of battle. This group of attackers will likely meet their demise at General Zhao's hands. As Tana listened, a pallor of dismay crossed her face. Chapter 27. Retaking Yingcheng, repelling the Langshi. As Su De concluded his explanation, Wanyan Tana remained somewhat unconvinced. Even if your troops are valiant and unmatched, how can a mere 5,000 cavalry withstand my Wolf Division's vanguard? She refused to believe it. The vanguard of the Wolf Division was forged through numerous fierce battles, a collection of the finest warriors. Not only were their skills exceptional, but their speed in besieging cities was unparalleled. Furthermore, the armor they donned was crafted from the finest steel. Such a formidable assembly of vanguard troops could hardly be scattered by a mere 5,000 cavalry. Jiang Ce was oblivious to Tana's thoughts. Yet he was well aware of Zhao Yun's prowess. There is no need for words between us. Simply wait for the outcome. And you shall witness the Wolf Division's resounding defeat. This statement left Tana without a retort. She could only grit her teeth and glare at Jiang Ce in silence. After speaking, he instructed Su De, during the siege, you must hold the walls of Wu City for 3 hours. Can you accomplish this? Su De knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in salute. Your Majesty, I vow to defend the city with my life. As long as the city stands, I shall stand. Jiang Ce nodded, his tone grave. 3 hours later, it will be dusk. At that time, you shall lead the 100,000 iron warriors within the city, preparing for a sortie. Remember, you must only emerge at dusk. Su De once again clasped his fists. Yes, Your Majesty. Jiang Ce observed Su De as he took his leave, then pondered for a moment before summoning a soldier. I grant you the choice of a swift steed. Go to Yun City and deliver this order. Command the general there to lead 100,000 Mo Dao troops northward to seize Ying City. Ying City was one of the provincial capitals within the 16 states of Yun. Its strategic importance was paramount. Capturing Ying City would connect it with Yun and Wu cities, forming a natural stronghold capable of mutual support and supply. However, Jiang Ce's deployment against Ying City was intended to divert the attention of the Wolf Division, causing them to hesitate and disrupt their formation. The soldier received his orders and immediately set off for Yun City. Meanwhile, Wanyan Tana, still kneeling on the ground, gazed at Jiang Ce in astonishment. She was perplexed. Since there were still 100,000 troops in Yun City, why not deploy them to Wu City to resist the assault of the 500,000 Wolf Division? Why attempt to capture Ying City? Could it be that Jiang Ce had lost his mind, engaging in some form of trickery? Or was this strategy so profound that she simply could not comprehend it? It was inconceivable. Such a contrarian approach was hardly the way of warfare. Wanyan Tana suddenly spoke up, furrowing her brow as she regarded Jiang Ce. I truly do not understand why the former subordinates of Jiang Nan revere you as king. Knowing the Wolf Division excels in open combat, you still send your own generals forth to engage in such a risky sortie. Is this not a case of short attacking long? You would recklessly sacrifice your own soldiers' lives. Tana scoffed. At this moment, my Wolf Division stands at the gates. You could have reinforced Wu City, yet you choose instead to attack Ying City? In the end, you will lose both Wu City and Ying City. She presumed the emperor of the Ming Dynasty to be formidable, but now it appeared he was merely an unlearned southern man. Jiang Ce cast her a cold glance. Remaining silent, engaging her further would be a waste of breath. The art of war is not a mere child's play of offense and defense. A commoner thinks 1 step ahead, while a strategist considers 10 steps ahead. A true commander contemplates 100 steps ahead. Wanyan Tana was clearly still at the stage of thinking 1 step ahead. Explaining it to her would be futile. Having concluded his thoughts, he ordered someone to guard Wanyan Tana within the tent and ascended the city wall. From the heights of the wall, the view was splendid. Jiang Ce surveyed the battlefield of Wu City, his expression calm. The battle raged on, with both side soldiers brimming with morale. The Wolf Division, true to its name, fought ferociously, showing no signs of retreat. However, every soldier in the Wolf Division understood that without a fierce struggle, they would face annihilation once their supplies ran out. At that moment, they summoned all their strength, daring not to relax for even a moment. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun led the Hubao cavalry in a relentless charge before the city gates, exhibiting unmatched speed and ferocity. Yet, unlike the Wolf Division, The Hubao cavalry enjoyed the security of Wu City, allowing them to strike freely. When they felt invigorated, they would push forward. When fatigued, they would temporarily withdraw for a brief respite. Their calm demeanor gave them an edge over the Wolf Division. Moreover, under Zhao Yun's command, the 5,000 Hubao cavalry could often take down numerous members of the Wolf Division's vanguard with a single charge. The large siege engines, such as siege towers and catapults, pushed forth by the Wolf Division were repeatedly thwarted by Zhao Yun's assaults, rendering them incapable of advancing safely. Even the ladders could not be placed against the city walls, much less maneuver the siege engines. The already anxious Wolf Division became even more aggressive under Zhao Yun's provocations. Zhao Yun, with his white horse and silver spear, gallantly charged through the ranks. His battlefield awareness was exceptional, and his grasp of opportunities was astonishing. Perceiving the enemy's urgency through their movements, he commanded the 5,000 Hubao cavalry to charge together. Dust billowed. The sound of hooves thundered. Cries of battle and wails of the fallen erupted in succession. The ground soaked in blood, corpses strewn about. Yet, this grim scene did nothing to halt the advance of the Wolf Division's vanguard. Instead, it ignited their ferocity even further. This group of vanguard troops regarded this siege as their final battle in life. Noting the Wolf Division's desperate push, Zhao Yun chose to slow his own pace. He adopted a strategy of retreating as the enemy advanced, initiating a series of skirmishes against the Wolf Division. In an instant, the soldiers of the Wolf Division found themselves overwhelmed by Zhao Yun's attacks. They sought to advance at the cost of their lives. But the vanguard was comprised of the elite among the elite. Each loss represented a significant blow. Kill. Seeing the Wolf Division's pace falter, Zhao Yun recognized their growing trepidation. He instantly thrust his spear forward. A rider on a silver horse surged forth like lightning, followed closely by the 5,000 Hubao cavalry. The newly united front of the Langshire was once again scattered. These warriors could only grit their teeth and glare with bloodshot eyes at the triumphant Zhao Yun, wishing they could flay him alive. They had thought that Zhao Yun's retreat would grant them a moment's respite. But little did they know that he had turned his silver spear around, and the white horse charged back into the fray. The disarrayed formation was utterly thrown into chaos. The morale of the Langshire plummeted, each man gripped by a sense of dread. Jiang Ce, with keen eyes, recognized that the moment of victory lay before him. He immediately dispatched 30,000 Hubao cavalry to charge forth from the city. If it had only been 5,000, the Langshire might have managed to cope, sustaining losses still within acceptable limits. However, upon the emergence of these 30,000 Hubao cavalry, each Langshire soldier bore a look of despair. The previous 5,000 cavalry were lightly armored and lacked striking power, merely a nuisance. In contrast, these 30,000 Hubao cavalry were fully armored and bore down upon them like a ravenous tiger. The chainmail encasing them rendered the Longshire's great swords ineffective, leaving merely white scratches upon their surface, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Had Zhao Yun's cavalry received even a single blow, they would have been considerably impaired. Moreover, the Hubao cavalry wielded formidable Qinggang blades, heavy and sharp. Each swing claimed the life of a Langshire soldier, instilling terror. Not to mention that this cavalry unit was equipped with Zhuge crossbows, allowing for both advance and retreat. The scales of victory had decisively tipped in Jiang Ce's favor. Before the city gates, numerous lifeless bodies of Langshire soldiers lay scattered, marred by sword wounds and crossbow bolts, their deaths lamentable. The 30,000 Hubao cavalry fought fiercely, their bodies soaked in hot blood, eliciting unquenchable hatred from the Langshire. A horn sounded from the Langshire camp, signaling a retreat order. This marked the complete repulsion of the Longshire's first wave of siege. Chapter 28. The Triumph of Hubao Cavalry, Tana in shock. The Langshire front was forced back by the Hubao cavalry, the battle line unable to advance. The commanders in the rear were enraged, having lost nearly 10,000 troops while only slaying a few hundred Hubao cavalry. The staggering casualty ratio of over 10-to-1 was difficult for Wanyan Hongsheng and his subordinates to accept. Commander, our first wave of siege has been repelled. Morale has plummeted. Now the enemy's spirits are soaring. We implore you to dispatch 50,000 heavy cavalry to dampen the Hubao cavalry's momentum. Without needing encouragement from his aides, Wanyan Hongsheng shared this sentiment. He had meticulously assembled the heavy cavalry precisely for this moment. As this thought crossed his mind, his confidence surged. The Langshire heavy cavalry were all robust and valiant, filled with fighting spirit. In cavalry combat, particularly in heavy cavalry charges, weight is paramount. The heavier the cavalry, the more ferocious their assault. These heavy cavalrymen were notably taller than the Hubao cavalry, their frames considerably sturdier. This alone granted them an advantage over the Hubao cavalry. In terms of equipment, the Langshire heavy cavalry were clad in full armor, with their steeds also donned in heavy gear, providing near-complete protection. While the Hubao cavalry were well equipped, they still fell short in terms of heavy armament when compared to the Langshire. Additionally, the Langshire heavy cavalry wielded sabers specifically designed for mounted combat, broad and sharp, with a smooth line that delivered significant lethality. Even the strongest warhorse could not withstand a single strike. Yet, what filled Wanyan Hongsheng with pride was not merely this superficial prowess. In heavy cavalry engagements, the influence on the battlefield is determined not only by weight, but also by the melee combat that follows. Each heavy cavalryman personally selected by Wanyan Hongsheng was a battle-hardened warrior, their scars testaments to their unparalleled courage. After the initial clash, launching a second charge was particularly challenging. Hence, they needed to engage in melee combat to slow the Hubao cavalry's regrouping, buying time for their own heavy cavalry to charge again. This was critically important. The Langshire heavy cavalry were skilled in 1 against 10, fearless in the face of death, and would obey commands without question. At Wanyan Hongsheng's command, they would gladly sacrifice themselves to delay the enemy. This was the most terrifying aspect. Engaging in melee with the Hubao cavalry would ensnare them like quicksand, making it difficult to extricate themselves. Considering this, Wanyan Hongsheng looked up at the sky. It was nearing noon. 50,000 heavy cavalry, heed the call. He stepped forward, raised his arm, and shouted, "Charge!" With this battle cry, 100,000 heavy cavalry thundered forth towards Wuqing. The ground shook with their advance. The air was filled with a rolling yellow smoke. 3 short, urgent blasts of the horns signaled the charge of the heavy cavalry. Within the military tent of Wuqing, Jiang Ce had returned to rest after repelling the Longshire's first siege wave. Hearing the horn, he suddenly stood, furrowing his brow. Wanyan Tana also heard the horn and let out a derisive laugh. "How rare to see you so flustered. It seems you know my brother's heavy cavalry is charging and that you are powerless to stop it? Accept your fate. How can you Southerners contend with my Langshire heavy cavalry? Surrender, and you may reduce your casualties." Tana laughed heartily, seemingly envisioning the moment she would sever Jiang Ce's head after victory. Jiang Ce smiled. "Bring her to the city tower." Tana scoffed. "What? Are you planning to use me as a hostage to prevent the Langshire heavy cavalry's charge?" Indeed, Southerners are shameless, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Jiang Ce retorted with a cold smile. "I want you to witness with your own eyes just how weak your proud Jin heavy cavalry truly is." The reason he had suddenly stood was that he had glimpsed the hope of victory, not the panic Tana had presumed. Had Wanyan Hongsheng not dispatched the heavy cavalry, he would have devised a way to provoke him. In this present day, the formidable wolf cavalry has arrived at the gates. How could Jiang Ce not feel a surge of excitement? He ascended the city tower, where Tana was brought beside him. The two stood in silence, observing the battlefield. The two armies faced each other. The wolf cavalry numbered 50,000, while the Daming forces had merely 30,000 tiger and leopard cavalry. On paper, the Daming appeared hopelessly outmatched. However, in battle, one cannot solely rely on numbers. Without further ado, Zhao Yun led the 30,000 tiger and leopard cavalry. Moving like a silent force, advancing with synchronized steps, the wolf cavalry mirrored this discipline. Such brash warriors, courting their own demise. On the city tower, Tana regarded the battlefield, convinced of the wolf cavalry's inevitable victory, and scoffed. Jiang Ce remained silent, seemingly unperturbed. His expression was calm, concealing the thoughts that remained hidden within. On the battlefield, the two armies clashed with fervor, drawing closer like the fabled boundary of the Chu and Han. Between the two forces, an invisible barrier seemed to separate the tiger and leopard cavalry from the wolf cavalry. Yet this distance steadily diminished. Tana's smile broadened, but upon witnessing Zhao Yun's maneuvers, her expression fell. Zhao Yun proactively altered formations, leveraging the speed advantage of the tiger and leopard cavalry to divide into several smaller units. Like a flash of silver lightning, he surged forth from the throng of riders, targeting the leading deputy commander of the wolf cavalry. With a vigorous thrust of his silver spear, he galloped forward, urging his steed to greater speed. The deputy, caught off guard, failed to draw his waist sword before Zhao Yun's spear sent him tumbling from his mount. In a swift motion, Zhao Yun swept back, severing the deputy's head before returning like a wisp of smoke. The decapitation was executed with astonishing swiftness. It was not until the deputy's neck gushed blood that his guards reacted, but alas, it was too late. Tana watched in horror, her eyes widening. No, without their commander, the wolf cavalry descended into chaos. Zhao Yun's strategic division of forces proved astute. He personally led a contingent, effectively splitting the wolf cavalry's formation. The rear tiger and leopard cavalry followed closely, coordinating seamlessly to eliminate the enemy in small skirmishes, showing no mercy. How could this be? Wanyan Tana gazed in disbelief at the wolf cavalry, which had suddenly found itself in an unequivocal defeat. Her eyes burned with disbelief. Her lips turned pale, reflecting her profound shock. The wolf cavalry, superior in both numbers and equipment. Why then was it the tiger and leopard cavalry that triumphed? She could neither comprehend nor accept it. How terrifying was the strength of Jiang Ce's forces. Wanyan Hongsheng, witnessing the faltering charge of the cavalry, hastily organized a large-scale counteroffensive, determined to salvage the situation. 200,000 wolf soldiers surged forward, engaging in a desperate fight, vowing to return only in death. After gaining a small foothold on the battlefield, they commanded the archers to unleash a barrage of arrows. In an instant, a rain of arrows filled the sky. The trebuchets quickly followed suit, launching massive stones with great force. Under the weight of numbers and siege weaponry, Zhao Yun and the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry could only retreat step by step, suffering significant losses. On the city tower, Tana was on the verge of celebrating a shift in momentum when suddenly, a white-feathered arrow flew towards her. The arrow grew larger in her vision. Sensing the imminent threat of death, her mind momentarily froze. Just as she believed her end was near, Jiang Ce effortlessly drew his sword and deflected the arrow. Tana stood in shock, her expression complex as she gazed at Jiang Ce. He paid her no mind, commanding, Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, retreat. Zhao Yun led the cavalry back. Su De, seizing the opportunity, ordered the iron trebuchet to fire. A volley of arrows finally managed to suppress the advancing wolf forces. Chapter 29. The first assault on the walls, the wolf cavalry, in retreat. 100,000 iron trebuchets unleashed a torrent of arrows, hindering the wolf cavalry's siege progress. Wanyan Tana, however, gritted her teeth, casting a peculiar glance at Jiang Ce. Noticing the escalating conflict on the battlefield, Jiang Ce had no time to attend to her and immediately commanded his soldiers to escort her away. It would be a pity for such a beautiful woman to perish on the battlefield. Yet, the firing speed of the iron trebuchet's arrows could not match the advancing pace of the 200,000 wolf soldiers. These warriors fought with reckless abandon. Some used the bodies of fallen comrades as shields, moving forward steadily, while others charged heedlessly into the fray. The front lines visibly contracted, with the wolf forces nearing the very walls of Wucheng. In summary, the arrows fired from the iron trebuchets could no longer effectively suppress the wolf cavalry's advance. Seizing the moment, the leading wolf soldiers pressed closer to the city walls. The defenders atop the walls hurled stones and loosed arrows, but they could not prevent the wolf soldiers from using their lives to ascend the ladders. Bodies of fallen comrades tumbled one after another from the ladders. Witnessing the grim sight of their fallen brethren, the remaining soldiers, fueled by a surge of rage, silently climbed the ladders to scale the walls. Their inner resolve had been ignited by the war. If they could not fight, they would die. As the vanguard of the siege, they were the most perilous unit within the wolf forces, fully aware of their mission to sacrifice themselves, paving the way for their fellow soldiers. Each soldier entered the battlefield with a fatalistic acceptance, determined to perish within the enemy's walls to prove their worth. With this fervor, countless soldiers sacrificed themselves, their blood pooling at the foot of the city walls. At long last, the ladders were secured, and the leading wolf soldiers ascended with reckless abandon. Among them were gallant warriors, carrying the bodies of their comrades as they climbed the walls. The defenders were fierce, should any of the vanguard reach the top. They fought vigorously to repel them, either fighting valiantly or embracing their own demise. Observing this, the leading wolf soldiers adjusted their tactics. As individuals ascended the wall, they leaped from the parapet, using fallen bodies as stepping stones to pave the way for those who followed. After several rounds of assault, the corpses at the parapet had accumulated to the level of the battlements. The subsequent attackers directly leapt forward, recklessly engaging in fierce combat with the defending soldiers. Jiang Ce furrowed his brow, wielding the Qishao sword, leading the charge. He stood guard at several nearby parapets. When an attacker scaled the wall, he swiftly approached and struck, slaying the enemy. In an instant, the castle tower was stained with blood. The wolf soldiers, suffering greatly from their losses, found themselves nearly ineffective. Observing Jiang Ce's valor, the wolf soldiers changed their tactics, gathering in numbers to encircle him. However, Jiang Ce's swordsmanship was exceptional, even when several attackers surrounded him. They could not prevail against his skill. The soldiers on Jiang Ce's side, inspired by his fearless combat, fought fervently, their armor drenched in blood as they clashed with the wolf soldiers. Iron floating towers and tiger band guards quickly ascended the castle, joining the defenders in battle. With the fully armed iron floating towers and tiger band guards, the momentum of the wolf soldiers' assault significantly diminished. Particularly, the heavily armored iron floating towers could easily dispatch 3 wolf soldiers at a time. Nevertheless, the sheer number of wolf soldiers was overwhelming. Their ranks were unyielding, and the bodies were nearly filling the walls. What was initially thought to be a crushing victory dragged on from day into evening. It was only through Jiang Ce's reckless bravery, leading the defenders in combat, that the enemy was ultimately repelled. This time, Jiang Ce discerned the wolf soldiers' determination, solidifying his resolve to eradicate them swiftly. Su De, Jiang Ce commanded, and Su De bowed in acknowledgement, reporting, "This subordinate is here. All troops, Exit the city and engage the enemy in open battle. Understood. By this time, dusk had settled, and the sky was darkening. Suda, having received the command, led 100,000 iron floating towers and 100,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry. 200,000 troops surged forth, their presence formidable. The battle cries echoed, shaking the heavens. After a day of fierce fighting, the ferocity and fighting spirit of each soldier were unprecedentedly heightened. Each soldier bore a solemn expression, awaiting Suda's order. Kill. At the command, the warhorses neighed. 200,000 soldiers charged forth towards the wolf soldiers. At this moment, Wan Yanhongsheng, within the wolf soldiers' encampment, had just received the report that the ladders were fully assembled. Before he could rejoice, another soldier rushed in with urgent news. Commander, there is an urgent report from Ming City. It is surrounded by 100,000 Ming troops and is on the verge of falling. The soldier stumbled into the tent, his expression frantic. What? Upon hearing this, Wan Yanhongsheng felt as if struck by lightning, utterly bewildered. For a moment, he was speechless. Jiang Ce was engaged in battle with him, yet still had the capacity to assault Ming City. His teeth ground together, fists clenched until they turned blue. Considering the critical importance of Ming City, Wan Yanhongsheng had no choice but to urgently dispatch 100,000 wolf soldiers to reinforce it. If not for Ming City's role as a vital hub for the 16 states of Yanyun, through which all travel passed, he would not have cared for its fate. The loss of Ming City would have dire consequences. Should Ming City fall, the route for the wolf soldiers' retreat would be severed, forcing them to navigate a longer path while being pursued by Jiang Ce's forces. This would lead to unwarranted attrition for the wolf soldiers, already short on supplies. The need to retreat would necessitate abandoning the wounded, resulting in even greater losses. Now, with his 50,000 wolf soldiers, he had yet to account for the casualties. And now 10,000 more would be lost. With only 40,000 wolf soldiers remaining, although they still outnumbered the 20,000 at Wu City, they had achieved no victories throughout the day. Even the struggle to set up the ladders had cost them lives. This filled him with unease. However, the arrow was nocked. It could not remain unshot. After a day of siege, their provisions and the soldiers' energy were rapidly depleting. Unlike Jiang Ce, who was backed by Wu City with ample logistical support, his wolf soldiers lost supplies with each passing day. Who would replenish them? Wan Yanhongsheng had completely fallen into Jiang Ce's trap. Unaware, he pressed forward, hoping to overpower Wu City with sheer numbers. The horns sounded once more. Night began to fall. Both Wu City and the wolf soldiers ignited torches. The two armies relied on the dim light to illuminate their surroundings, limiting visibility and mobility. At this juncture, it was the commander's ability to lead that would determine the outcome. In the dark, orders were difficult to convey accurately. Yet Suda was different. A born commander, the darkness posed no hindrance to his leadership of 200,000 troops. With Zhao Yun as his deputy aiding him, success was all but assured. The wolf soldiers, unaware of Suda's prowess, relied solely on their numbers. With 40,000 against 20,000, victory seemed inevitable. Little did they know. Under the successive charges of Suda and Zhao Yun, the wolf soldiers' formation began to falter within the hour. Wan Yanhongsheng, caught off guard by the staggering losses among his ranks, felt dizzy from the impact of the reports. He excelled in field battles, but was ill-equipped for sieges, especially in the darkness where commanding the overall situation was a challenge. In an instant, his soldiers and officers suffered grievously. Through gritted teeth, Wan Yanhongsheng ordered the retreat, signaling the call to withdraw. The horn shattered the night silence, and the wolf soldiers began to retreat. Chapter 30. The wolf soldiers in flight, the bloody battle for Ming City. The somber sound of the horn echoed. On the battlefield strewn with corpses, the wolf soldiers, in disarray, turned and fled northward. Once filled with morale and eager to display their prowess, the wolf soldiers were now utterly demoralized. One by one, they discarded their armor, fleeing in desperation. Each fallen wolf soldier bore a look of unfulfilled defiance frozen on their severed heads. Upon the castle tower, Jiang Ce stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently surveying the battlefield illuminated by scattered flames. When the horn of retreat sounded for New York NHNGSH, the outcome of this conflict was already determined. He descended the blood-soaked stairs, mounted his steed, and secured the CH-11O sword at his side. His demeanor transformed into one of resolute authority. All commanders, heed my command. The LNGSH are in disarray. Pursue relentlessly and grant them no respite. Jiang Ce's voice resonated, prompting XD and ZHOYN to respond in unison, yes. After a day of battle, the initially weary duo felt their spirits reignite with fervor upon realizing victory was within their grasp. XD, astride his horse, pursued a soldier of the LNGSH, managing to sever his head after 3 swift strikes. Amidst the soldier's cries of agony and pleas for mercy, he grimaced, recognizing the dullness of his blade. Swiftly dismounting, he seized a bloodied saber and remounted, urging his horse forward with a firm squeeze of his legs. The steed whinnied and surged ahead, plunging into the throngs of fleeing LNGSH soldiers. With each stroke of his weapon, he felled many until fatigue gripped his wrist, and his armor and face were splattered with blood. The LNGSH soldiers, bereft of the will to resist, exemplified the dire consequences of a shattered morale. At that moment, the LNGSH, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, including W New York NHNGSH Ing, were consumed with thoughts of escape. Their sole focus was survival, indifferent to the lives lost behind them, as fear insidiously permeated their ranks. It is crucial to remember that this was one of the mightiest armies of the Jiang Dynasty, seasoned by countless battles against formidable foes. Yet, they could not withstand the formidable forces of Jiang Ce and the relentless pursuit of XD and Xuanwu. W New York NHNGSH Ing dared to glance back, witnessing the silver spear and white steed of his pursuers closing in, his pupils dilating in terror. His body turned cold, trembling uncontrollably. In the cloak of night, Xuanwu's white horse appeared as a harbinger of death, reminiscent of a spectral figure. Flee! For the love of heaven, flee! W New York NHNGSH Ing's lips turned pale as he cried out in despair. This battle had dealt him a crushing defeat, obliterating his fighting spirit. Leading a contingent of LNGSH, W New York NHNGSH Ing found himself navigating the darkened terrain, relying on fragmented memories to guide his escape. Recognizing familiar landmarks, be they slopes or tree roots, he fled onward, uncertain of his destination. For him, survival was paramount, offering a chance for resurgence. After what felt like an eternity of flight, he finally spotted a distant glow, firelight piercing the night sky. His eyes gleamed with hope as he clutched the lifeline of salvation, directing his retreating soldiers towards that beacon. As they pressed on, the outline of YNGCH Ing became discernible. He exchanged glances with his officers, excitement palpable among them as they realized they had reached their own territory. The cacophony of battle and cries of the fallen faded into the background. The initial wave of LNGSH soldiers, now more relaxed, slowed their pace upon nearing YNGCH Ing. Yet, W New York NHNGSH Ing remained anxious, taking in the scene around him. In their haste to escape, his officers and soldiers had discarded their torches to avoid becoming targets for the DMing army. In the enveloping darkness, a fierce wind rustled the low shrubs, transforming the foliage in his mind into the haunting visages of fallen comrades, specters demanding his reckoning. No, stay back, he gasped, jolted back to reality, realizing there were no phantoms lurking. As he caught his breath, his mind raced to analyze the day's catastrophic defeat. The more he pondered, the more incredulous he became. How could it be that his 50,000 LNGSH had suffered such a total loss? From the moment they first stormed the city, they had fallen into Jiang Ce's trap. In terms of command and military prowess, he had been outmatched. What perplexed him most was the failure of his heavy cavalry, which had been meticulously assembled for this very occasion. Had Jiang Ce anticipated his every move from the outset? The thought eluded his comprehension. As he mused, the remnants of his forces arrived at YNGCH Ing. The scene at the city gates was grim, strewn with bodies and flowing blood. Each corpse bore the markings of battle. Clad in LNGSH armor, none other than the 10,000 troops he had dispatched to assist YNGCH Ing. "Commander, what is this?" An officer exclaimed in shock, only to be silenced by W New York NHNGSH Ing's dismissive gesture. His own astonishment rivaled that of his subordinate. How could 10,000 soldiers fail to secure a mere city? Infuriated, he bellowed, "Heavy cavalry, seize YNGCH Ing." The weight of his rage was palpable as the dark mass of 10,000 heavy cavalry surged forward. The flickering torchlight illuminated their faces, revealing the tumult within each warrior's heart. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed, and though they had fought tirelessly throughout the day, the fires of battle rekindled within them. Capturing YNGCH Ing represented their last chance for redemption. Each heavy cavalryman understood the gravity of this moment, aware that it was their singular opportunity to turn the tide. W New York NHNGSH Ing, too, grasped the significance, positioning himself resolutely at the front lines, his gaze fixed on the assault to reclaim the city. The ground trembled beneath them. As the gates of Yingxing opened voluntarily, Wanyan Hongsheng was momentarily taken aback. A sense of foreboding emerged in his heart. Within Yingxing, like a rising tide, surged forth 100,000 soldiers of the Mo Dao army. Each soldier bore a Mo Dao short crossbow, standing in silent formation to greet the arrival of the heavy cavalry. The distance to Yingxing was too brief for the cavalry's charge to reach its zenith. Upon arriving at the gates, they found themselves ensnared, akin to fish in a barrel, captured by the Mo Dao forces. The infantry of the Mo Dao army fought with exceptional ferocity, often raising their Mo Dao to deliver a downward strike that severed the thighs of the Wolf Division steeds. Even if the heavy cavalry managed to rein in their mounts, they could not match the speed of the Mo Dao. With a sudden jerk, the horse would kneel, unseating its rider, who would tumble to the ground, covered in dust and blood, only to be dispatched by the Mo Dao troops. The Wolf Division had never encountered the Mo Dao army, and thus remained oblivious to their formidable prowess. At this moment, retreat was no longer an option. The hefty Mo Dao in the hands of the soldiers became as nimble as a finely honed weapon, seamlessly coordinated in formation to reap many lives from the Wolf Division. The proud black armor of the Wolf Division was rendered utterly ineffective against the Mo Dao army. If one could barely withstand a single blow, it was deemed of exceptional quality. Wan Yin Hongsheng, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming shock reach its apex. Chapter 31, Recapturing Yingqing, Rewarding the Yulin Army. As he observed the Wolf Division's 10,000 heavy cavalry, with many dead and others fleeing, Wan Yin Hongsheng's mental defenses began to crumble. He had intended to seize Yingqing with the heavy cavalry for a desperate counterattack, yet unexpectedly faced a catastrophic defeat. Both men and horses were mercilessly cut down by the accursed Mo Dao army. The soldiers of the Wolf Division, witnessing this tragic spectacle, were each astounded and incredulous. How could it be that their own heavy cavalry, charging forth, was repelled by a group of infantry wielding blades? They could not accept this sudden reversal of fortune. Clatter! From the rear of the Wolf Division, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, shaking the ground. Jiang Ce had followed the traces of Wan Yin Hongsheng's retreat and reached Yingqing. The proud figures of 100,000 Tai Fu Tu and 100,000 Hu Baoqi reflected in Wan Yin Hongsheng's eyes, transforming into embodiments of terror. He had not anticipated Jiang Ce's pursuit to be so swift. With the heavy cavalry entangled with the Mo Dao army and the rear being caught up by Jiang Ce, he found himself truly trapped in a dilemma. He clenched his jaw, desperately contemplating a way out. How could it have come to this? Jiang Ce was merely taking advantage of the situation, catching him off guard. Furthermore, his excessive concern for the out-of-contact Tana led to his erroneous judgment. Otherwise, how could a mere Jiang Ce be his match? Once he returned to the Jin Kingdom and reorganized his forces, he would surely rise again. As he hesitated, clenching his teeth, the bulk of the Wolf Division had already been decimated by Jiang Ce, along with Su De and Zhao Yun. Originally boasting 350,000 troops, they had been forcibly diminished by 30,000. Cries of anguish resounded from the rear. Wan Yin Hongsheng's expression darkened. He glanced at the entangled heavy cavalry and realized that if he did not retreat north under the cover of night, it would become increasingly difficult for the Wolf Division to escape with the dawn. Their losses would only worsen. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness, and commanded the retreat to be sounded. Jiang Ce, if I do not avenge this grudge, then I, Wan Yin Hongsheng, am no warrior of the Jin Kingdom. He spurred his horse, leading the remaining 300,000 troops in a frantic northward flight. In his flight, his mind was consumed with hatred for Jiang Ce and resentment towards the soldiers of Yingqing, who could not even delay the Mo Dao army for a moment. Otherwise, the soldiers of Yingqing, in coordination with his 10,000 heavy cavalry, could have utterly annihilated the Mo Dao army. Seeing the Wolf Division retreating northward, Jiang Ce halted Su De and Zhao Yun, advising against pursuing a desperate foe. Wan Yin Hongsheng had already lost his wits due to his defeat. However, this did not imply that the Wolf Division had completely lost its fighting capability. If the 30,000 wolf soldiers fought back fiercely, it would result in needless losses. Now that Yingqing had been recaptured, it was imperative to stabilize the city before effectively confronting the Jin army. Jiang Ce continued, and Su De and Zhao Yun respectfully acquiesced. Outside Yingqing, following a fierce battle, dawn had arrived. Jiang Ce ordered Zhao Yun to tend to the battlefield, burying the bodies of the wolf soldiers to prevent decay and the spread of disease. He also commanded the collection of discarded equipment from the Wolf Division to bolster Yingqing's defenses. Once the area was secured, Jiang Ce ordered the entire army to dismount and proceed on foot into Yingqing. Today, the great Ming's Xuanwu Emperor has reclaimed Yingqing. We welcome your majesty, shouted the soldiers, brandishing the crimson dragon flag. The remaining troops echoed their cheers. The citizens of Yingqing had long suffered under the rule of the Jin. Initially, upon witnessing the Mo Dao army fiercely clashing with their soldiers, they feared yet another tyrant. However, upon seeing the 100,000 Mo Dao soldiers enter the city and maintain order, they felt reassured. When they observed the Mo Dao army engage in fierce combat with the heavy cavalry, they were deeply moved. As Jiang Ce led his army into the city, the citizens of Yingqing were astonished to see the even more valiant and fierce Tai Fu Tu and Hu Baoqi, exclaiming in awe. They praised the might of the great Ming army, recognizing it as far superior to the indolent Jin forces. With such an army, they could inflict pain upon the Jin. The Jin are merely a band of thieves skilled in horseback riding. How could they compare to the soldiers of the south? The citizens remarked. And when they saw the yellow-robed leader dismount, those who had anxiously awaited the night were filled with tears of joy. An old farmer, ragged and emaciated, rushed forth from the crowd to kneel before Jiang Ce, having toiled in agriculture for many years, enduring the relentless sun and rain. He bore a hunched back and a face etched with deep lines. Overwhelmed with emotion as he faced Jiang Ce, tears welled in his eyes. "Your Majesty, today, with your rescue from peril in Yingqing, the citizens shall never forget, and we shall be eternally grateful. You cannot fathom the suffering we have endured since Yingqing fell into the hands of the Jin army. Our lives have been nothing short of hellish. The burdens of heavy taxes and labor have been unbearable, and even our women and children have not been spared from the harassment of Jin soldiers. Now that you have arrived, the heavens of Yingqing have brightened." He lamented, tears streaming down his face. The Jin people, especially their commanders, treated them like mere animals, subjecting them to random beatings and scorn. Even more horrendous were the instances of Jin soldiers committing acts of violence against women in the streets. Jiang Ce, moved by these words, furrowed his brow in disbelief at the atrocious treatment the Jin had inflicted upon the southern people. Had he not dispatched troops to urgently seize Yingqing, the suffering of its citizens would have continued for an indefinite period. Jiang Ce helped the elderly farmer to his feet, preparing to offer words of comfort. Witnessing this display of compassion, the surrounding populace erupted into spontaneous cheers, proclaiming, "Yingqing is saved. We have a benevolent emperor." The citizens of Yingqing knelt in reverence, chanting praises for the Emperor Hongwu of the Ming Dynasty. Jiang Ce could only smile wryly, hastily commanding his soldiers to assist the people. When the citizens beheld the thousands of captured Jin soldiers being brought in, their suppressed rage erupted. They glared at the captives, their indignation palpable. Jiang Ce did not stifle their fury. The pent-up resentment of the years demanded an outlet. The citizens directed their hatred toward the Jin captives, openly displaying their anger, spitting, throwing vegetable leaves, hurling stones, and tossing eggs. Each captive bore the marks of their disdain, their faces and bodies smeared with filth, their expressions filled with hatred. Had it not been for Jiang Ce's soldiers standing guard, the citizens would have rushed forward to rend the Jin prisoners apart. Once their anger had been sufficiently vented, Jiang Ce ascended the city walls to quell the unrest. "I, at the Xuanwu Pass, established the great Ming Dynasty, and I shall regard the reclamation of the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun as my mission." Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the citizens brightened with anticipation, eager for Jiang Ce to continue. The matter of reclaiming the 16 prefectures was of fundamental importance to the southern people. "Not only shall I reclaim the 16 prefectures, but I will also ensure that every household has food to eat and shelter to live in." Jiang Ce's words resonated in the ears of every citizen of Yingqing. They raised their arms in exuberance, celebrating with fervor, "Long live the Emperor Hongwu of the Ming Dynasty." Listening to the resounding cheers below, Jiang Ce smiled contentedly. Yingqing was a strategically vital stronghold, and stability among its populace was essential for effective governance. The significance of Yingqing was akin to that of the Xuanwu Pass for the Daqian. The reclamation of Yingqing would secure the north-south nexus of the 16 prefectures. The Jin, who sought to advance southward to attack the Ming, would have to reconsider the immense losses they would incur. Should the Jin abandon this city, it would be tantamount to willingly relinquishing the 16 prefectures. With Yingqing secured, Jiang Ce could launch a northern campaign with confidence, potentially reaching the tent of the Jin Khan. After stabilizing Yingqing, Jiang Ce proceeded to the military training grounds to regroup his forces. The system's notification chimed in at an opportune moment, announcing, "Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Yingqing. Reward, 1 million shur of provisions. Provisions have been allocated to the granary in Yingqing. Please check. Reward, 100,000 Yulin army troops." Jiang Ce's gaze flickered with interest. Yulin army? The Yulin army, directly under the emperor's command, was tasked with ensuring the emperor's safety and maintaining security within the imperial city, renowned for its loyalty and valor. Chapter 32. Deployment of troops and summoning Zhang Jujing. At the military training grounds, the 10,000 Yulin troops, clad in armor, exuded an aura of might. Historically, the Yulin army had been the most loyal imperial guard, renowned for their fierce combat skills, excelling in both infantry and cavalry warfare. Adept in the use of a variety of weapons including short swords, long spears, bows, and crossbows. With the protection of the Yulin army, Jiang Ce no longer needed to worry excessively about his safety, allowing him to focus entirely on commanding the battlefield. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Will you draw? The rewards were far from over. The Yulin army was merely a prelude. The main event would be the selection of a renowned general. Jiang Ce's eyes sparkled with determination as he decisively proceeded with the draw. Congratulations to the host for drawing the famous general, Li Guang. Li Guang, a celebrated general of the Han Dynasty, was famed for his valor and mastery in archery, known for his unwavering resistance against the Xiongnu. hailed as a general of unparalleled talent, with the esteemed title of Flying General. Reward has been distributed. As the system finished speaking, Li Guang appeared beside Jiang Ce. I pay my respects to your majesty. Li Guang knelt on one knee before Jiang Ce, offering a respectful salute. Rise, Flying General. Thank you, your majesty. Jiang Ce scrutinized Li Guang closely, noting his tall stature, arms reaching past his knees, a long bow slung across his back, and a blade hanging at his waist. His rugged and weathered face radiated the exceptional aura of a distinguished general, filling Jiang Ce with quiet delight. Li Guang's prowess against the Xiongnu was ferocious, and his strategic acumen was legendary, capable of defeating Xiongnu cavalry with a small force. He was also renowned for his exceptional marksmanship. Most importantly, he was revered by the soldiers as the soul of the army, the cornerstone of their morale. Moreover, his ambitions were undeniably lofty. At this moment, Jiang Ce needed such a celebrated general to aid him in opposing the Jin, who were no less formidable than the Xiongnu. With Li Guang present, the path of the northern expedition would undoubtedly be considerably more stable. Listening to the sounds of military training resonating from the barracks, Jiang Ce furrowed his brow slightly. At present, he commanded a formidable force comprising the Hu Baoqi, Tai Fu Tu, Mo Dao Jun, Qin Rui Zhu, and Yulin Jun, each boasting an impressive 10,000 troops, totaling 500,000 soldiers. Such military strength, if consolidated, would not be underestimated even by the robust Jin Kingdom. Furthermore, the commanders under his command were exceptionally valiant. Each could adeptly lead tens of thousands of troops without question. Thus, it was imperative to allocate troops among the 5 commanders, allowing them to harness their strengths without letting their talents go to waste. After contemplating, Jiang Ce sought the opinion of Yao Guangxiao by his side. Minister Yao, with the army now somewhat stabilized, we have 5 great generals. Based on your assessment of these generals, how should we allocate the troops among them? Faced with Jiang Ce's inquiry, Yao Guangxiao did not dare to be negligent. He pondered for a moment before responding candidly, Your Majesty, in my observation, General Zhao is unmatched in bravery and excels in rapid assaults and surprise attacks. He should lead the swift combat troops, the Hu Baoqi, into battle. Jiang Ce nodded slightly at Yao Guangxiao's analysis. Zhao Yun was indeed well suited to the Hu Baoqi. Yao Guangxiao's judgment was sound. The Tai Fu Tu, with its heavy footfalls and superior equipment, possessed a formidable striking force. It was ideal for General Su De, who could both advance and retreat, attack and defend. Yao Guangxiao continued, and Jiang Ce nodded in agreement. Su De, as an outstanding founding general, relied not solely on his abilities to besiege cities and pursue enemies. His most terrifying attribute was his uncanny ability to deftly navigate any predicament. In offense, he could inflict severe suffering upon the Jin forces, leading to their crushing defeat. In defense, he could cause great headaches for the Jin, making it exceedingly difficult for them to even approach the walls of Wuchang. With Su De at the helm of 10,000 Tai Fu Tu, Jiang Ce felt exceedingly assured. General Lu Jun may not possess the commanding prowess of Su De or Zhao Yun in cavalry, but he was proficient in infantry warfare and capable of defending cities. It would be prudent to assign him 10,000 Qin Rui Zhu to maximize his strengths. Upon Yao Guangxiao's conclusion, Jiang Ce nodded again. While Lu Jun may not match Su De in offensive capabilities or Zhao Yun in defense, his balanced nature was an exceedingly important trait. Entrusting him with tasks would not yield overly spectacular results, but neither would it lead to dismal outcomes. Moreover, the Qin Rui Zhu was not adept in cavalry combat, making them well suited for Lu Jun's leadership. Assigning Lu Jun to command the Qin Rui Zhu might yield remarkable results at critical junctures. As for the 10,000 Mo Dao Jun, they would be entrusted to Li Guang. Generally, do you consent? Jiang Ce inquired, turning to Li Guang beside him. This subordinate obeys. The Mo Dao Jun were elite in infantry warfare and notorious for their prowess against cavalry. They were equipped with bows and crossbows, allowing Jiang Ce to have complete confidence in their operations under Li Guang. Furthermore, Li Guang possessed extensive experience in combating nomadic cavalry. The combination of his expertise and the Mo Dao Jun's specialization in targeting cavalry would complement each other splendidly. Another reason was that the Yulin Jun served as the Emperor's personal guards, being his imperial army. Although these commanders were undoubtedly loyal, the Yulin Jun could only achieve their maximum potential by adhering strictly to Jiang Ce's commands. Additionally, the Yulin Jun was not particularly skilled in outdoor skirmishes. Should Su De, Zhao Yun, and Li Guang lead the Yulin Jun, they would certainly struggle against the Jin cavalry in the field. After careful consideration, Jiang Ce finalized the troop allocations for the 5 commanders. Subsequently, Li Guang approached the training grounds to commence drills with the Mo Dao Jun. Jiang Ce observed the exercises briefly. Noting no significant errors, he redirected his attention to the map before him. The Yin Yun territory encompassed 16 states and cities, and they had now reclaimed Yuncheng, Wucheng, and Yingcheng. with Yingcheng being of utmost importance. This city controlled the vital route for the Jin forces to march south and the main thoroughfare for supplies heading north. The development of Yingcheng would ultimately determine whether his northern expedition would be fraught with difficulties. Otherwise, expending great effort to capture Yingcheng only to let it languish would render him a laughingstock. Yao Guangxiao discerned Jiang Ce's concerns. Managing Yingcheng and transforming it into a bastion capable of withstanding the Jin onslaught would inevitably delay the northern expedition. However, neglecting Yingcheng would leave the rear vulnerable to chaos should the Jin forces attack. Yao Guangxiao bowed respectfully and stated, "Your Majesty, managing Yingcheng is not a task suited for me or the military generals. I dare to suggest that Your Majesty summon Zhang Jujing to Yingcheng. With Minister Zhang present, Yingcheng will undoubtedly be governed with meticulous order, allowing our forces to proceed with the northern expedition securely." Yao Guangxiao's proposal illuminated Jiang Ce's mind. "Minister Yao, you have truly captured my heart." It must be said that Yao Guangxiao, known as the Demon Monk, possessed a formidable ability to observe the world's dynamics. At present, Jiang Ce was troubled by the governance of Yingcheng, almost forgetting about Zhang Jujing. Zhang Jujing's capabilities in administration and statecraft were renowned as the finest of the Ming Dynasty. With him overseeing the various states of Yanyuan, Yingcheng could swiftly restore the livelihoods of its people and extend its influence to surrounding cities for mutual development. Furthermore, Zhang Jujing's military prowess was not to be underestimated. Even if the Jin forces sought to reclaim Yingcheng, with Zhang Jujing defending the city, there would be little cause for concern. This would also allow Jiang Ce to focus his thoughts on the northern advance to reclaim lost territory in Yanyuan. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ce penned a letter, instructing a messenger to head south to deliver it to Zhang Jujing. Chapter 33. The Stubborn Wanyan Tana. As night fell, the grand tent was brightly illuminated. Jiang Ce gazed at the map, contemplating the forthcoming strategies. The complete annihilation of the 20,000 wolf troops and the capture of Yingcheng had granted him a significant advantage in terms of timing, geography, and manpower. Much of this success could be attributed to Ta Na, the brash young commander, who dared to infiltrate Wucheng with 500 death warriors. If it were not for Wan Yen Hongsheng's concern for Ta Na's life, the wolf army might have truly fought back with all their might. "Your Majesty." Yao Guangxiao entered the tent and bowed respectfully. However, Wan Yin Ta Na still refused to divulge the Jin army's defenses and even dared to insinuate that Yao Guangxiao hesitated to speak. Jiang Ce raised his gaze and remarked, "Speak freely." Yao Guangxiao respectfully reported, "Wan Yin Ta Na claims that the 16 prefectures of Yanyuan are the territory of her Jin Kingdom. She asserts that Your Majesty's actions constitute an infringement upon Jin's borders and violate the principles of benevolence and righteousness upheld by the Southern Dynasty. She further proclaimed that Your Majesty's joy will be short-lived, as the wolf army will inevitably return to reclaim the 3 cities that were lost." Upon finishing, Yao Guangxiao glanced at Jiang Ce's expression. Jiang Ce's face remained calm, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He found her thoughts to be rather frivolous. What wrong is there in my recovering the lost territories of the Southern Dynasty? How amusing. With that, he beckoned a soldier nearby, instructing him to bring her over. Understood. The soldier complied. Soon, Wan Yin Ta Na was brought into the main tent. Having been bound for a day and a night, her wrists were already swollen and bruised, and as she looked at Jiang Ce, her face was filled with hatred. As Jiang Ce's prisoner, she found herself among the ranks of Jin captives. Along the way to Yingcheng, she witnessed the countless corpses of the wolf army. Her eyes reddened with fury. Yet, whenever she vowed to avenge the wolf army, the image of Jiang Ce blocking an arrow for himself resurfaced in her mind, leaving her in turmoil. "Repeat what you and Prime Minister Yao said to me," Jiang Ce commanded as he looked down at Wan Yin Ta Na, his tone indifferent. It must be said, Wan Yin Ta Na's beauty was indeed unparalleled among the Jin people, even after enduring the ravages of time without proper grooming. Her striking features could not be concealed. Among 100 rough Jin women, it is unlikely that one could rival Wan Yin Ta Na. Bah! Wan Yin Ta Na spat defiantly, raising her chin with pride as she provocatively gazed at Jiang Ce. "The 16 prefectures of Yanyuan are the territory of my great Jin. The people of the 16 prefectures of Yanyuan belong to my great Jin. You are nothing but a barbarian from the south, and one day, you shall face retribution." Jiang Ce chuckled coldly. "If what you say is true, then why is it that upon my arrival, the people of Yingcheng welcomed me with open arms? As you can see, the suffering of the people of Yingcheng is due to the defeat of the Jin army, and they celebrated for 3 days. Just seeing their weary faces brings me indescribable pain. And you, as a princess of a nation, do not understand this simple truth?" Jiang Ce's cold laughter struck Wan Yin Ta Na profoundly. She bit her silver teeth, drawing blood from her slightly pale lips. As Jiang Ce stated, she too had seen that in the vast Yingcheng, hardly a single civilian appeared to be well off. Yet, as the granddaughter of the Khan of the Jin. Her inner pride and honor would not allow her to acknowledge the truth. She stubbornly believed that the suffering of the Yingcheng people was their own doing. So what? They have legs, they could run. Surely my Jin army would not trouble mere civilians. Wanyan Tana retorted defiantly. With those words, a flicker of anger ignited within Jiang Ce. Waging war and causing suffering is inherently detrimental to a nation. You Jin people not only take pride in warfare, but also disregard the welfare of the common folk. Do you equate people to mere possessions? To be replaced if they perish? Do you think I wage a northern campaign to reclaim Yun and other lands out of mere idleness? Each word resonated within Wanyan Tana's heart. Her words caught in her throat. You Jin people have colonized Yun and other places for years with your formidable army. After all this time, do you still not understand why you are despised? Having taken Yun, you covet Xuanwu Pass. Beyond Xuanwu Pass, you contemplate moving southward. What a despicable nation the Jin people are. Jiang Ce's words pierced her heart. Wanyan Tana's eyes reddened. She wished to retort, but faced with the unassailable truth, she found herself at a loss for words, filled with sorrow, resentment, and helplessness. You, kill me. I have nothing more to say, but I will not admit to the Jin's disgrace. We are different nations with different stances. Jiang Ce laughed coldly, using differing stances as an excuse to kill and colonize? How refreshing to hear. As for killing you? He flicked his sleeve and approached Wanyan Tana, bending down to firmly grasp her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. To kill you would be too lenient. The precious princess of the great Jin presents herself to me. If I were to kill you, would not the world say I lack the sensibility to cherish beauty? With that, Jiang Ce released her chin and turned his back to her. Furthermore, having a princess of the great Jin as a bargaining chip is invaluable. With you here, the Khan of the Jin would have to think twice before attempting to mobilize his army against me. As Jiang Ce spoke, he began to loosen his clothing. Yao Guangxiao, witnessing this, hastily urged the soldiers inside the tent to exit, taking his position at the entrance to prevent Jiang Ce's interest from being disturbed. Meanwhile, Wanyan Tana, seeing Jiang Ce undressing before her, was filled with panic. She lowered her head, unable to bear the sight, ignoring the pain in her wrists. She struggled fiercely to free herself from the ropes. Tell me, how could I bear to kill you? Jiang Ce said, pressing Wanyan Tana down to the ground. You despicable wretch. Wanyan Tana fought desperately against him, for she was a princess and could not endure such humiliation. Jiang Ce paid no heed, roughly tearing open her garments. The more she struggled, the more their bodies came into contact. Even more cursed was, in her mind, the image of Jiang Ce rescuing her constantly resurfaced, that striking figure. It was something she could never forget. Humiliation, excitement, shame, hatred, these myriad emotions intertwined. Wanyan Tana shed tears, gritting her teeth as she glared at Jiang Ce. A crimson bloom blossomed. Wanyan Tana endured the pain, biting her lower lip until it bled. Her beautiful visage bore the marks of both pleasure and despair. Yet, her body's reactions could not deceive her. Jiang Ce sensed the shift in Wanyan Tana, hastening his movements. At this moment, Tana had shed the nobility of a Jin princess. Entirely immersed in an unprecedented thrill, hesitant yet inviting, she took the initiative to attack, reaching a crescendo of emotions. Only when Jiang Ce had dressed her did she finally break down in tears. Jiang Ce was somewhat taken aback. Wanyan Tana, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, revealed a vulnerable side. Having become my woman, you shall henceforth be the Empress of Deming. I shall not let you suffer, he declared, donning his royal robes. Rising, he continued, tomorrow, I will send luxurious betrothal gifts to your grandfather in the Jin Kingdom, along with a personal letter proposing marriage. Upon hearing this, Wanyan Tana's mental defenses crumbled entirely. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 34, Returning Defeated. The great Qian shouts catch the thief. In the grand tent of the Jin Khan, Wanyan Hongsheng returned with 30,000 remnants of his army. At last, they had returned to the grasslands, yet he commanded his troops to rest in place. After a long and arduous journey, the soldiers of the wolf army finally relaxed. Shedding their garments and armor, their faces etched with fatigue. They had suffered a crushing defeat, having been overwhelmingly overpowered without even inflicting harm upon their adversaries. This left them unable to face the questioning gazes of the soldiers within the tent, causing them to lower their heads and tend to their armor in silence. Wanyan Hongsheng felt similarly. Upon seeing the Khan's tent, he experienced both relief and dread, uncertain how to report to the Khan and others. After all, he had boldly vowed to capture Jiang Ce before their departure, yet now he returned in disgrace. Feeling anxious, he hesitated to enter the tent, preferring to delay as long as possible. The soldiers outside, after a moment's hesitation, decided to enter the tent to report. Reporting, Khan, the wolf army has returned. However, the soldier was at a loss for words. Should he mention the great defeat? Wanyan Hongsheng still had 30,000 troops. Should he downplay it? 30,000 troops too frightened to look southward. The Khan furrowed his brow. Since they have returned, why do they not come to see me? Could it be that they are ashamed of their defeat? He waved his hand, commanding them to enter. The soldier obeyed and stepped out. Commander of the Wolf Army. The Khan commands you to enter the tent. Wan Yin Hongsheng awkwardly nodded. I shall go at once. As he swallowed hard, he approached the tent, his body swaying. He pondered how to gloss over the fact of their defeat. Upon entering the tent, Wan Yin Hongsheng knelt on one knee, his expression fearful. The ministers and the Khan all gazed at the disheveled Wan Yin Hongsheng, and feeling the weight of their curious stares, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. How many men did you lose in this battle? The Khan, upon observing Wan Yin Hongsheng, immediately sensed the gravity of their defeat, but suppressed his rising anger, inquiring. 20,000. Wan Yin Hongsheng dared not lift his head, mumbling softly. What? 20,000. The moment his words were uttered, the tent erupted in an uproar. The Khan's temples throbbed with rage, utterly astonished. The other Jin ministers and tribal leaders were equally taken aback. The soldiers guarding the tent exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe what they had just heard. For a moment, silence enveloped the tent. From the Khan to the servants cleaning, every face was marked with shock. Only Wan Yin Hongsheng trembled, rendered speechless, fearing the Khan's wrath would be unleashed upon him. Kneel. The Khan bellowed in fury. Wan Yin Hongsheng immediately knelt. Trembling with fear. I entrusted you with 500,000 troops of the Wolf Army, and you could not subdue a single southern man? Instead, you suffered 20,000 casualties? Do you understand that each of those 20,000 soldiers was a valiant warrior painstakingly nurtured by my Jin Kingdom? Because of your incompetence, you have squandered our resources. The Khan was so infuriated that his body trembled, wishing he could have Wan Yin Hongsheng pay with his life. Finally managing to restrain his fury, the Khan inquired. What of Tana? Did she not accompany your wolf army? Tana she. Wan Yin Hongsheng stuttered, his teeth chattering. He repeated her name several times. His expression dazed, his eyes darting around. Have you been rendered speechless by Jiang Ce? The Khan's brow furrowed deeper, an ominous premonition rising within him. Could it be that she has been slain by Jiang Ce? Tana was captured by Jiang Ce. Wan Yin Hongsheng swallowed hard, stuttering as he recounted the events. The ministers were stunned. Princess Tana had been captured. What were they to do now? The southerners were cunning and treacherous, undoubtedly intending to hold the princess hostage to threaten them. The ministers erupted in anxious discussions, their hearts racing. Khan listened, his eyes aflame with fury. He began to reassess the prowess of Jiang Ce's forces. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the astonishment within and coldly addressed New York and Ngsh. You are responsible for Tian's fate. Should she perish, do not expect to retain your position as the commander of the Wolf Army. Upon hearing these words, New York and Ngsh felt as if struck by thunder. He wished to protest, but found himself at a loss for words. After much effort, he had finally ascended to the rank of commander, and he had no desire to relinquish it. How could your 500,000 wolf army possibly be defeated by Jiang Ce? Even the Duke of the State, Jiang Nantian, could not annihilate my 200,000 Jin troops. Jiang Ce is so young, lacking the battle experience of Jiang Nantian. What? Is the legacy Jiang Nantian left him so substantial as to contend with 500,000 wolf soldiers? The cold inquiries of Khan made New York and Ngsh tremble. Recalling the arduous journey he had undertaken, he was loath to admit that his underestimation had led to the catastrophic defeat of the Wolf Army. To concede this truth would surely invite Khan's wrath upon him. Jiang Ce possesses at least 600,000 troops. My Wolf Army was misled by faulty intelligence, believing Jiang Ce commanded only 200,000. Moreover, each soldier in that 60,000 is valiant and fully armed. The more New York and Ngsh spoke, the more animated he became, as if he had discovered an excuse to absolve himself. Hearing this, Khan furrowed his brow, his heart filled with perplexity. Where did Jiang Ce muster such a formidable force? The other ministers were equally baffled. This was a stark contrast to their understanding of Jiang Ce. Not to mention, the generals under Jiang Ce's command wielded their strategies with divine precision. His hundreds of thousands of troops were all seasoned warriors. The Wolf Army, having traversed mountains and rivers and caught unprepared, was bound to falter. New York and Ngsh wept openly. By the end of his lament, he was nearly convinced that Jiang Ce indeed commanded 600,000 troops. Most shameful of all was Jiang Ce's threat to take Tian's life. Otherwise, my Wolf Army could have triumphed in open battle outside the city. He feigned indignation, shaking his head and sighing. Upon hearing this, Khan's anger subsided significantly. If what New York and Ngsh claimed were true, and he was indeed concerned for Tian's life, then the defeat of the Wolf Army could be deemed understandable. Yet the loss of 200,000 troops remained a bitter pill for him to swallow. I pondered, even if the Duke had spent over a decade building his forces, it was impossible to gather 600,000 troops from the barren lands of Su Nw Pass. Jiang Ce must have the hidden support of Daqian. Perhaps the Daqian had previously sent envoys to form an alliance, urging us to eradicate Jiang Ce, only to be the thieves shouting to catch thieves. New York NHNGSH declared confidently, a sense of relief washing over him. At last, he had extricated himself from blame. He could still secure his position as commander of the Wolf Army. After listening, KHN fell into contemplation for a moment. No wonder the Empress of Daqian promised an abundance of supplies. It seems they were already in collusion, deliberately orchestrating the slaughter of my 200,000 wolf troops. I have once again experienced the treachery of the southern people. KHN slammed his hand heavily onto the armrest of his chair, his expression darkening. Chapter 35. The envoy from KHN arrives. Jiang Ce sends gifts. Inside the grand tent of KHN, silence reigned. KHN contemplated the relationship between Jiang Ce and Daqian. The other ministers remained engrossed in thoughts of Jiang Ce's supposed 600,000 troops, unable to comprehend. Meanwhile, New York NHNGSH could hardly contain his inner amusement, a smile creeping onto his lips. KHN, in deep thought, rubbed his throbbing temples. Taking a deep breath, he reflected, first the Eagle Army, now the Wolf Army. Both have fallen to Jiang Ce. I refuse to believe that Jiang Ce possesses such extraordinary abilities. His words echoed within the tent, met with a profound silence from the assembled ministers. They, too, found it hard to believe that Jiang Ce was truly so remarkable. Moreover, with Tien now in Jiang Ce's custody, the fact that he had not immediately harmed his granddaughter suggested that he sought something from him. Otherwise, why keep Tien as a potential empress of DMing? Upon further reflection, KHN decided he must engage with Jiang Ce to ascertain his true intentions and determine how to secure Tien's return to the Jin Kingdom. Resolute, he dispatched an envoy to swiftly make their way to YCH for negotiations with Jiang Ce. Just as the envoy departed the grand tent, news arrived from his soldiers. Report. KHN, an envoy from Daqian requests an audience. Upon hearing that the envoy was sent by Daqian, the expressions of those within the tent darkened. KHN's demeanor turned icy as he waved his hand dismissively. When has the Empress of Daqian not sent someone? Why does she choose this moment to send a messenger? Let us see what scheme she has in store. He ordered for the envoy to be admitted. Soon, a delegation of several dozen Daqian envoys entered the tent. Upon their arrival, they immediately felt a palpable unease, as the Jin people regarded them with hawk-like gazes. The leader of the envoy steadied himself and respectfully bowed to KHN. KHN. This is a state letter sent by my sovereign. Please take a moment to peruse it. He presented the state letter with both hands. KHN signaled to a soldier beside him, who then took the letter for KHN to examine. KHN. My sovereign expressed great satisfaction with your agreement to form an alliance against Jiang Ce. Therefore, she has specially dispatched us to present the state letter along with a state gift. We hope this will foster goodwill between our two nations and further strengthen our relations. After the envoy spoke, he clapped his hands, and one member of the delegation stepped forward, holding a beautifully crafted gift box, bowing as he approached. KHN. This pair of jade rui is an exquisite masterpiece crafted by the artisans of Daqian, made from precious jade materials. The envoy opened the gift box, revealing a pair of jade rui nestled within. Their luster was subtle, and the jade was remarkably translucent, immediately suggesting their considerable value. The Khan, however, remained expressionless, his gaze fixed silently on the envoy. Sensing the tension, the envoy felt a pang of awkwardness but steeled himself, clapping his hands once more. Another individual stepped forward from the delegation, presenting a painting with both hands. Khan, this is a personal gift from my family's prime minister, a masterpiece crafted with great effort. He insisted that you must open it yourself. The envoy declared with an air of mystery. Despite the somber faces of the Jin, he believed they would be overjoyed upon receiving the painting. The soldiers presented the two gifts, but the Khan carelessly tossed the jade rui aside and personally unwrapped the painting. Upon seeing its contents, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he nearly ground his molars to dust. In a fit of rage, he rolled up the painting and hurled it at the envoy's head, smoke practically rising from his forehead. Is your prime minister mocking the great Jin? The painting fell to the ground, unfurling to reveal the strategic defense map of Daqian. The Khan believed it to be a deliberate insult from Zhao Yi, who could not even conquer Jiang Ce. Even if he provided the key to Daqian's defenses, it would not lead to its capture. How could he not be enraged? Khan, this is a misunderstanding. The prime minister had no such intention. The envoy, having taken a solid blow, felt a painful bump rising on his forehead. Clutching his head and pleading his innocence. What innocence? The Khan roared in fury. Your Daqian always speaks one way to my face and another behind my back. Here in my presence, you profess an alliance to jointly eradicate Jiang bandits. Yet upon returning to your court, you secretly support Jiang Ce, providing him with troops and weaponry, causing my Jin army to lose 3 cities in Yenyun. The Khan's barrage of words left the Daqian envoy breathless with indignation. Little did he know how deeply the Khan had misunderstood. The court loathed Jiang Ce and would never covertly assist him in attacking the Jin. Just as he pondered how to explain, the Khan's fury flared again, knowing full well that my Jin army is barred by Xuanwu Pass and Jiang Ce. With no hope of advancing south, your prime minister presents me with the Daqian defense map. Is this not a blatant threat? Do you believe the great Jin is so weakened that we are inconsequential to you? The Khan's rage was uncontrollable. Someone, take them all away and execute them. This is a misunderstanding, Khan. The Daqian envoys found themselves at a loss for words. No matter how they tried to explain, it was futile. Outside the tent, dozens of Daqian envoys met their end. In Yingcheng, on the military parade grounds, Jiang Ce stood atop the city tower, observing the grand display of the 50,000 troops below, their drills creating an impressive spectacle. As he was momentarily entranced, a soldier ascended the tower to report, Your Majesty. The envoy from Daqian requests an audience. Jiang Ce smirked, contemplating for a moment. It seemed the Khan had learned of Tana's capture and could no longer contain himself, demanding her release. Let him come up, he commanded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. A contingent of 10 Daqian envoys ascended to the city tower, gazing at the thunderous shouts of the army below. All well-equipped and brimming with morale. For a moment, they were awestruck by the power of Jiang Ce's forces, nearly forgetting their purpose. Cough. I am the lead envoy from the Ming Hongwu Emperor. The foremost envoy finally regained his composure, suppressing his disdain to respectfully bow to Jiang Ce. I am a trusted confidant of the Khan, sent to Yingcheng to inquire what price our great Jin must pay to retrieve Princess Wanyan Tana. Before that, may I see her to ascertain her safety? The envoy expressed with concern. Jiang Ce cast him a glance, sneering. Whether she is safe or not is of no concern to you. As for what price your Jin must pay, he pondered, then continued. First, I will undoubtedly reclaim the 16 states of Yenyun. If your Jin dares to interfere, my army will advance immediately, unleashing our full might. The envoy, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced at the military parade grounds, realizing that if Jiang Ce's 50,000 troops bore down upon them, even if the Jin could withstand it, the price would be blood. Is that the only demand? He thought, considering that if it was merely a matter of not interfering in Jiang Ce's reclamation of Yenyun, it would not pose much of a problem. After all, that land was barren, sparsely populated, and hardly capable of sustaining horses. Not at all. Jiang Ce's voice turned grave. Second, Wanyan Tana is now my woman. Tomorrow, I shall present a bride price and return several thousand Jin military captives to your great Jin as a gesture of my sincerity. The great Khan was determined to send abundant winter supplies to the Jin Kingdom, leaving no room for concern regarding the warmth of the soldiers. As thoughts of Jiang Ce stirred within him, his hatred and helplessness deepened. Rubbing his throbbing temples, the Khan stepped out of the grand tent. He ventured onto the grasslands, designating a specific area for the Leopard Division's training. The deputy commander of the Leopard Division approached, respectfully greeting the Khan. The Khan remained silent, observing the boisterous training of the Leopard Division, aware that this year would likely bring another harsh winter. He sighed, noting that even before winter had fully set in, he could see the soldiers gasping for breath during drills. The horses, burdened with their riders, were also heavily taxed. Furthermore, winter marches were particularly grueling, not only due to the rapid depletion of supplies, but also the need to guard against various frostbite ailments. This was a challenge that the Jin Kingdom faced, unlike the milder southern climates. Consequently, the cavalry would venture southward each winter, with many soldiers suffering casualties, not to mention the plight of the common people in the Jin Kingdom. Furthermore, he was reluctant to send the Leopard Division to attack Jiang Ce. The Leopard Division, the mightiest force of the Jin Kingdom, was well equipped and possessed extraordinary combat prowess, with numerous valiant warriors among its ranks, commanded by the astute and valiant Liu Bang, whose very name suggested innate strength. The division's capabilities were formidable. Years ago, during the reign of Jiang Nantian, Liu Bang, then a deputy commander, nearly captured Xuanwu Pass, only thwarted by Jiang Nantian's desperate counterattack. This feat earned Liu Bang an exceptional promotion to the commander of the Leopard Division. Moreover, Liu Bang held the distinguished titles of the first Zibi and the first Bachelor in Jin history for 10 consecutive years. To attain the honor of the first Zibi, one must triumph in the Jin military's archery competitions, a challenge Liu Bang met with his longbow, hitting targets with precision from 100 paces. His title of Zibi was indeed well-deserved. The title of the first Bachelor, the bravest warrior in the Jin Kingdom, was equally fitting, as he led 3,000 cavalrymen to breach Xuanwu Pass, slaying many of Jiang Nantian's formidable deputies and wounding Jiang Nantian himself before safely returning to the Jin Kingdom. With Liu Tug at the helm of the Leopard Division, the Khan felt immense confidence. Liu Tug approached the Khan on horseback, dismounting respectfully. Khan. With winter fast approaching and the Ming army recently engaged in battle with the Wolf Division, they are likely still recuperating. While we have the opportunity before deep winter sets in, I propose leading the Leopard Division southward to catch Jiang Ce off guard, he earnestly suggested, brimming with self-assurance. Having once defeated Jiang Nantian, he believed he could easily overpower Jiang Nantian's son. That cannot be, the Khan replied, shaking his head. Tana remains in Jiang Ce's grasp. Any hasty actions could endanger her life. The immediate priority is to stabilize our position regarding Jiang Ce, rescue Tana, and then devise our strategy. The harsh winter will be detrimental to our soldiers. Liu Tug frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Are we to do nothing and allow these southern barbarians to grow even more arrogant? Rest assured, Jiang Ce's victory has inflated his pride. We shall feign weakness, endure the winter, and prepare our forces. When spring arrives, we will plot the downfall of Jiang Ce, the Khan concluded. Liu Tug nodded in agreement. But after a moment of contemplation, he noted that night was falling, and the Leopard Division had completed its review. Upon returning to the tent, a soldier arrived with news. Khan, the messenger has returned. The Khan's eyes brightened, urging them to enter. He pondered the outcome of the negotiations, hopeful that Jiang Ce would not dare to be excessively unreasonable and would eventually ensure Tana's safe return. Khan, that vile southern barbarian is infuriating, the messenger exclaimed as he entered, bowing before delivering a flurry of urgent words detailing his mission. The Khan listened, his anger mounting. But with his granddaughter in Jiang Ce's hands, he found himself powerless. Jiang Ce's so-called terms for negotiation were akin to banditry, clearly indicating he had no intention of returning Tana. Moreover, a deep-seated anxiety gripped the Khan's heart. Jiang Ce's decision to release several thousand Jin troops back to the grasslands suggested he was unconcerned about such a small force. It was unclear whether Jiang Ce was merely arrogant and ignorant or genuinely powerful. This is outrageous. As the Khan finished speaking, a man beside him slammed his leg in frustration, his face flushed with anger. Khan, Tana is in that treacherous southern barbarian's hands. We cannot simply stand by and watch. I will lead several thousand warriors south to rescue Tana. The speaker was Wanyan Gao, Tana's father, who had been stationed in the eastern region of the Jin Kingdom. Upon learning of Tana's peril, he rushed to the tent, and upon discovering she was under duress, his anger erupted, demanding to lead troops to her rescue. Nonsense. The Khan reprimanded sharply. Even if you brought hundreds of thousands of troops, if Jiang Ce refuses to release her, what can you do? If you pursue a reckless course, Tana will surely be sacrificed. Your foolishness is intolerable. Return to the east at once, and do not trouble me further. The Khan glared at Wanyan Gao, who fell silent, casting his gaze to the ground. Understanding the father's acute worry for his daughter, the Khan felt a pang of empathy. After the anger subsided, a new scheme emerged. Engaging directly with Jiang Ce would only lead to our detriment. However, there exists a way to rescue Tana. Upon hearing this, Wanyan Gao Li's eyes gleamed with intrigue. What method do you propose? Our prison camp consists of approximately 5,000 death row inmates. By covertly dispersing these condemned individuals throughout the 16 states of Yanyuan, we can incite chaos and devastation. The Khan, with a cunning smile, remarked that this so-called death row camp comprises a battalion of captured soldiers from the southern dynasties, long imprisoned in the Jin Kingdom, living lives worse than that of pigs and dogs. After enduring prolonged torture and indoctrination, they have become utterly subservient to the Jin. When a great battle erupts, these individuals are the ones sent to the front lines to meet their demise, and since they are all southerners, their deaths are of little consequence to the Jin. Moreover, he relishes the thought of these southern ruffians slaughtering one another. An excellent plan. I shall send someone to execute it immediately. Wanyan Gao Li also smirked sinisterly as he exited the grand tent. Chapter 37. Capturing 2 cities in succession. Upgrading troop types. 80 miles to the north of Ing City lies a pair of twin cities, Anzhou's Anqing and Pingzhou's Pingqing. The 2 cities are in close proximity. But Anqing is strategically advantageous with a smaller population, surrounded by difficult terrain, making it challenging to conquer. In contrast, Pingqing's flat landscape boasts more arable land, leading many from Anqing to migrate there. Consequently, the Jin forces have stationed a larger number of troops in Pingqing. Nevertheless, the combined forces of the 2 cities amount to merely 5,000 Jin soldiers. An 80-mile distance is trivial for Jiang Ce's grand army to traverse swiftly. Seizing the momentum from their recent victory against the Wolf Army, he commanded Su De and Zhao Yun to lead the Tai Fu Tu and Hu Baoqi, accompanying him northward to besiege the cities. The army first arrived at Pingcheng, with Tai Fu Tu and Hu Baoqi arranged in formation, the Crimson Dragon banner fluttering. The defenders of Pingcheng were so intimidated that they shut the city gates, not daring to show their faces over the battlements. Upon learning that Jiang Ce had decisively defeated 500,000 wolf troops with merely 200,000 soldiers, the defenders nearly fled in panic. The citizens of Pingcheng, aware that the emperor of the Ming Dynasty, Han Gu, was personally leading the charge, rejoiced, recognizing the inevitable defeat. The commander of Pingcheng chose not to resist and fled the city. Jiang Ce, uninterested in pursuing the scattered troops, left Su to guard Pingcheng. While the army took a brief respite in the military training grounds of Pingcheng, Jiang Ce received a system notification, ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing Pingzhou's Pingcheng. You have earned a lottery draw. Troop upgrade awarded. 100,000 Tai Fu Tu have been enhanced. Tai Fu Tu. The heavy armor has been replaced with refined steel armor. The cavalry sabers have been exchanged for refined steel blades. And each soldier is now equipped with a Zhuge crossbow. Rewards have been distributed. Please check host. In the training grounds, the 100,000 Tai Fu Tu appeared revitalized. Jiang Ce's eyes sparkled at the sight. Previously, the Tai Fu Tu were hindered by the weight of their equipment, sacrificing cavalry's speed. Now, with heavy armor replaced by refined steel, their defensive capabilities have improved, and speed has increased without diminishing their impact. The former sabers, being overly heavy, often struck bone and dulled quickly. With the switch to the exceptionally sharp, refined steel blades, this flaw has been rectified. The addition of Zhuge crossbows has significantly enhanced the Tai Fu Tu's ability to pursue fleeing enemies. Overall, Jiang Ce was exceedingly satisfied with this troop upgrade. After some contemplation, he decided to leave Su to temporarily defend Pingcheng before redirecting his cavalry under Zhao Yun's command toward Anqing. Anqing's terrain was incredibly steep, and it took the better part of a day to reach the city. The commander of Anqing had received the news of Pingcheng's abandonment early on, resulting in an empty city, save for the remaining citizens. Naturally, the people of Anqing rejoiced at Jiang Ce's arrival, opening the gates to welcome him. This is one of the benefits of a resounding victory, capturing two cities without the loss of a single soldier. Although the two cities are geographically close, their strategic significance differs. Anqing is suitable for defense and as a lookout post, capable of providing a strategic advantage during the outbreak of a major war. In contrast, due to its flat terrain and abundant farmland, Pingcheng serves as a supply resource city. With the transportation hub of Ing City nearby, Pingcheng can significantly enhance its logistical capabilities. After capturing Anqing, Jiang Ce instructed Zhao Yun to rest the troops at the training grounds. He then received the system rewards atop the city tower, ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing Anzhou's Anqing. You have earned a lottery draw. Troop upgrade awarded. 100,000 Qin Rue Zhu have been enhanced. Qin Rue Zhu. The light armor has been replaced with refined iron light armor. Short daggers have been exchanged for refined steel blades. And the short crossbows have been upgraded to rapid-fire crossbows. Rewards have been distributed. Please check host. Similarly, the rewards for capturing Anqing included troop upgrades. However, since the Qin Rue Zhu were under Liu Zhen's command, Jiang Ce did not witness the specific changes firsthand. Yet, based on the description, he could ascertain the enhancements to the Qin Rue Zhu. Previously, their light armor prioritized agility at the expense of defense. With the transition to refined iron light armor, their defensive capabilities have improved without affecting their speed. The Qin Rue Zhu excelled in close-quarters combat, and while short daggers suited them, their disadvantage lay in being short and less durable. In weaponry, length equates to strength, while brevity brings peril. The precision steel blade, compared to the short sword, has gained an additional inch, rendering it significantly more effective. As for the previously equipped short crossbow, its range was limited and its accuracy mediocre, far inferior to the lethality and precision of the repeating crossbow. Consequently, the two cities have stabilized. In the court of the Daqian Dynasty, during the morning assembly, a recent battle report was presented to Empress Li Shishir. The expressions of the ministers were subtle, their heads bowed in silence. Each report regarding Jiang Ce has invariably delivered grim tidings, pushing them to the brink of despair. The atmosphere in the court grew heavy due to this report. The soldier delivering the report glanced nervously at Li Shishir, trembling with anxiety and at a loss for words. He had personally delivered several such reports before and was uncertain whether to read it aloud or not, fearing that unfavorable news might provoke Li Shishir's wrath. Read it, Li Shishir commanded, standing with her hands clasped behind her back, feigning an expressionless demeanor, while internally she was filled with joy. The recent assault by the Jin Kingdom's wolf army, comprising a staggering 500,000 troops, raised the question of how Jiang Ce could possibly secure victory. However, at Wu City, Jiang Ce achieved a resounding victory against the wolf army, capturing the Jin Kingdom's princess, Wan Yintana. The report contained just 2 brief sentences. which the soldier stammered through for the better part of the day. Upon finishing, he was drenched in cold sweat, his body feeling weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Li Shishir listened, momentarily stunned. Then, with a forceful sweep of her sleeve, she turned and struck the imperial dais with vigor, the sound reverberating through the hall, causing the ministers to tremble in shock. Who will explain to me how Jiang Ce managed to defeat an army of 500,000 with merely 200,000? Li Shishir's back was turned to the ministers, her astonishment outweighing her anger. She had initially believed that Jiang Ce's victory over the Eagle army was mere luck, only to discover that the Wolf army, even stronger, had also met its demise at his hands, along with the capture of the Jin princess. This revelation left her utterly bewildered. Your Majesty, the Minister of Rites rushed into the hall, oblivious to the tense atmosphere, hastily bowing. Ignoring his labored breathing, he urgently reported, "We have just received news from the Jin Kingdom. The Khan has refused to ally with us, accusing us of colluding with Jiang Ce to ambush the Wolf army. Furthermore, he has executed our envoy." His tone was filled with indignation. Upon hearing this, Li Shishir trembled with rage, her silver teeth biting into her crimson lips, drawing blood. Absurd. She slammed her hand against the imperial dais, the pain in her palm overshadowed by her fury. Is the Jin Khan senile? The enmity between Daqian and Jiang Ce runs deep. How could there be any collaboration? The atmosphere was thick with tension as Li Shishir fumed, her royal demeanor shaken. The ministers dared not speak, each grappling with their disbelief over how Jiang Ce had repelled the Wolf army and captured the Jin princess. To them, it was utterly inconceivable. What infuriated Li Shishir the most was not the Khan's execution of Daqian envoys, which could be resolved, but rather that Jiang Ce had seized both Jin City and Feng City. She had endeavored to court favor from the Jin Khan, hoping he would send troops south to eliminate Jiang Ce, only to be astonished once again by his unexpected triumph. It now seemed that any further attempts to reclaim Jin and Feng cities would be tantamount to a death sentence. With a sigh, Li Shishir acknowledged that despite her simmering anger, Jiang Ce had become a force to be reckoned with, deserving of her utmost respect. Jiang Ce's declaration to reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yanyun had galvanized his forces, and as they grew stronger, the common people rallied behind him, their hearts drawn to his cause. Should this momentum continue, the Deming army would only become more formidable, eventually surpassing even her own authority and that of the Daqian dynasty. At such a juncture, Daqian might cease to exist, leaving her, the so-called Empress of a nation, helpless in the face of the rising insurgent power of Jiang Ce. This overwhelming sense of defeat rendered her powerless. Your Majesty. Chancellor Zhao Yi discerned Li Shishir's sorrow and helplessness and approached her, speaking softly. I have dispatched a considerable number of spies who will soon infiltrate Jiang Ce's territory and incinerate their food supplies. Without the support of provisions, these rebels' defenses will crumble like dust. Zhao Yi spoke with a chilling resolve. Upon hearing this, Li Shishir's eyes brightened, and she regarded Zhao Yi with admiration. Indeed, Chancellor, with your counsel, how could Daqian's realm fall into the hands of that brigand? You flatter me, Your Majesty, Zhao Yi replied with a subtle smile, bowing in gratitude. While inwardly he scoffed at Jiang Ce, the rebel. Let him flail for a few more days. With laughter, she announced the conclusion of the assembly. Upon returning to her palace, she called out, Lian Air. Lian Air emerged from the shadows, clad in her usual plain attire, her expression cool and detached. It is time to set forth to Jiang Ce, Li Shishir declared solemnly. Lian Air noticed the deep concern etched in her eyes. Your Majesty, I shall not disappoint. Lian Air affirmed with a determined nod, harboring a quiet resentment towards Jiang Ce for inciting the Empress's ire once more. This time, one must truly discern the identity of Jiang Ce. Exercise utmost caution, Li Shishir advised. Indeed, Your Majesty. Lianer turned and departed. Li Shishir gazed pensively at Lianer's retreating figure, her expression laden with concern. In Yingsheng, Jiang Ce entrusted the affairs of Anqing to Zhao Yun before returning to Yingsheng, where he took a moment to rest within his tent. At that juncture, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his mind, heralding the 2 lottery draws he had earned from conquering Ping and Un. Without hesitation, he proceeded to draw twice. Congratulations, esteemed host, you have drawn the illustrious minister. Hai Rui, a man of unwavering integrity, who fervently opposes corruption and speaks truth to power, having rendered significant service to the stability of the Ming dynasty, thus earning the title of the Divine Sword of Ming. Rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. As the system's voice faded, Hai Rui materialized beside Jiang Ce, respectfully bowing. I am but a humble minister, Hai Rui, paying my respects to Your Majesty. Please rise. Jiang Ce hastily assisted Hai Rui to his feet, scrutinizing him closely. Clad in proper attire, he exuded righteousness. Although his beard and hair were flecked with gray, his eyes sparkled with vitality. In stark contrast to the chaotic disposition of Yao Guangxiao, Hai Rui, possessed an air of dignified authority and discernment. Unlike Zhang Jujing, who wielded absolute power and sought to purge the court, Hai Rui's governance was marked by a gentle yet unyielding rectitude. His adeptness in combating corruption surpassed that of Zhang Jujing. The more territories he reclaimed, the greater the demand for effective governance, especially in regions long under the oppressive rule of the Jin. There, the local populace and officials had developed entrenched, unruly habits. Zhang Jujing's methods might not be as effective as Hai Rui's iron-fisted approach. The arrival of Hai Rui proved to be a timely boon for Jiang Ce. System. Continue with the draws. I still have one more opportunity, Jiang Ce reminded himself. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have drawn the eminent minister, Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng, a pivotal figure in the prosperous era of the Tang Dynasty, who rectified the governance of the state and served the emperor with diligence, unafraid of the powerful. Emerging as an outstanding statesman of the Tang. Rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. The middle-aged Wei Zheng appeared beside Jiang Ce, donned in a simple long robe. Though lean, his countenance radiated vigor, especially his keen, piercing eyes. I am but a humble minister, Wei Zheng, paying my respects to your majesty, he proclaimed with a bow. Please rise. Jiang Ce assisted him to stand. This lottery result had exceeded Jiang Ce's expectations. He had drawn 2 civil ministers in succession, filling him with elation. Wei Zheng and Hai Rui were similar in their loyalty and forthrightness, dedicated to the welfare of the state. However, Wei Zheng's prowess in governance surpassed that of Hai Rui. While Hai Rui excelled in anti-corruption efforts, Wei Zheng was a statesman from the early Tang, particularly adept at managing the affairs of a nascent state. In this regard, he was more suited to Jiang Ce's current circumstances than Zhang Jujing. Zhang Jujing possessed the ability to reverse dire straits, whereas Wei Zheng could foster a flourishing era. Together, they would assist Jiang Ce and provide timely counsel to avert any fundamental errors. The system truly understands my intentions, Jiang Ce mused internally. In terms of military generals and troop types, the Ming army was formidable. Nonetheless, the deficiencies hindering the rise of the Ming were glaring. The pace of development failed to match the speed of the northern expeditions. Moreover, the military generals at his disposal were ill-suited for managing state affairs. If a general were left behind to garrison a city after capturing it, it would be tantamount to crippling his own forces. A significant strategic blunder that could invite enemy incursions. Jiang Ce had no desire to meet an untimely demise at the hands of his foes. However, with the addition of 2 civil ministers skilled in governance, he could confidently pursue the northern campaigns. After all, Yao Guangxiao, Zhang Jujing, Hai Rui, and Wei Zheng, all 4 possessed commendable military capabilities. Leaving a small contingent of troops to defend several cities under their command would ensure their safety. Your Majesty, just as Jiang Ce engaged in earnest discussion with Wei Zheng and Hai Rui regarding the affairs of various cities, Liu Zhen entered the military tent. Yet, it was the woman trailing behind him that captured Jiang Ce's attention. Your Majesty, this is the report on the defense and administrative situation of Jincheng. Kindly review it. Liu Zhen presented a document. Nevertheless, Jiang Ce's gaze remained fixed on the woman lingering outside the grand tent, her demeanor shy and reserved. Your Majesty, the defense of Jincheng is satisfactory. Please rest assured, Liu Zhen reported, bowing before Jiang Ce. Jiang Ce set aside the document and glanced at the woman behind Liu Zhen. Who is she? Lianer, come forth. Liu Zhen, following Jiang Ce's gaze, quickly pulled Lianer to stand before him. Your Majesty, this young lady is named Lianer. She claims to have been a maidservant in the Duke's residence. Previously, during the incident at Xuanwu Pass, she was sent by the steward of the Jiang residence to procure supplies in Jincheng, thus escaping misfortune. Lianer bowed respectfully to Jiang Ce. Lianer pays her respects to the young master. She discreetly raised her eyes to examine Jiang Ce, reflecting, this rebel possesses an attractive appearance, but alas, such a fine facade is draped upon a beastly traitor. Jiang Ce, upon hearing her words, smirked coldly. What do you call me? Unaware that he had a maidservant named Lianer. Lianer possesses an exquisite figure and unparalleled beauty. In the barren frontier of Xuanwu Pass, no such enchanting maiden has emerged in a century. Even clad in tattered garments and feigning the demeanor of a servant, her ethereal grace cannot be concealed. A true handmaiden, accustomed to serving, would never dare to gaze directly at her master, nor would she exhibit any signs of coyness in their presence. All her actions indicate that Lianer harbors some ulterior motive in her approach. He does not even know whether her name is genuine. So how could he place his trust in her? Nevertheless, he intends to play along and uncover the purpose behind her proximity. Feigning panic, Lianer hastily kneels before him, exclaiming, Your Majesty, Lianer has forgotten that the young master is now the emperor of the Great Ming, and I should be punished. Jiang Ce remained silent, instead turning to Liu Zhen, instructing him to take Wei Zheng and Hai Rui for a stroll to familiarize themselves with the situation in Yingqing. Liu Zhen complies, and the 3 exit the military tent, leaving only Jiang Ce and Liu inside. At this moment, Liu kneels with her head bowed, her heart filled with confusion. Could it be that Jiang Ce dismissed everyone else with the intention of taking advantage of her? It seems his capture of the Jin princess was indeed for this purpose. Surely, he is a foolish monarch. If he dares to lay a hand on her, she will kill him and flee back to Daqian. Rise, Jiang Ce commands. Hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm as he scrutinizes Liu. You claim to be a maid of the Jiang family. So I ask you, which branch of the Jiang family do you serve? Faced with Jiang Ce's gaze, Liu feels a sense of pride, knowing he will undoubtedly try to test her. Long before coming to Yingqing, she had thoroughly investigated the Jiang family. Aware of this foolish monarch's suspicious nature, she knows he would not easily believe her. Your Majesty, there is only you and the master at home, she replies innocently. Jiang Nantian has lived a life of integrity, not even taking a concubine. All his energy is devoted to resisting the Jin army. Where would he find any branches? Jiang Ce slightly nods, his heart sneering. It seems she has come well prepared, having done her homework thoroughly. However, this matter is no secret at Xuanwu Pass. A little inquiry among the locals would yield the truth. In that case, how do you prove your identity? Without hesitation, Liu produces an identification token from her bosom. The wooden token appears aged, engraved with her name, and stamped with Jiang Nantian's seal, affirming her status as a maid of the Jiang family. Your Majesty, this was personally inscribed by the master for me. It is authentic, Liu asserts confidently. This was crafted by a skilled artisan from Daqian, an exact replica. Even the seal of the Duke of the State was rushed to completion overnight. With Jiang Ce's discerning eye, he naturally would not recognize it. He glances at the wooden token before returning his gaze to her. The identity tokens of his household are made from a unique ironwood found only at Xuanwu Pass. The wood is soft and dry. Although Liu's token has been artificially aged, it remains evident that it is a token of smooth, refined wood. This is something Jiang Ce, having grown up in the borderlands, can easily identify. Indeed, I have been rather foolish, he muses. How could I possibly allow such a stunning beauty to serve as a maid? He turns slowly, casting a meaningful glance at Liu. Approaching her, he gently grasps her chin. Not only in the Jiang family but throughout the entire Xuanwu Pass, one would be hard-pressed to find a woman who can rival Liu's beauty. In the desolate borderlands, where dust storms rage, even a remarkable beauty would, after a decade or so, find her skin ravaged by the elements. Although Liu appears travel-worn, her skin is delicate and supple, a stark contrast to the women of the frontier. Even the stunning Wan Ta Na, after years in the borderlands, has roughened skin. Liu, feeling his grip on her chin, is inwardly vexed yet maintains a facade of composure. Your Majesty, given your previous distractions, it is understandable that you overlooked the fact that I am also a maid. At this moment, she suppresses her urge to eliminate the lecherous man before her, reminding herself of Li Shirshi's command to thoroughly investigate Jiang Ce's background. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse. Is that so? I suppose I have overlooked that. Jiang Ce chuckles. His right hand glides down from her chin, trailing along her slender neck, the skin fair and radiant, a sign of ample nourishment. One must wonder, what maid could escape the ravages of war and still fill her belly? To not be emaciated would be a stroke of luck. Liu's gaze flits away, unable to meet Jiang Ce's predatory stare. Jiang Ce smiles, releasing her hands. Just as Liu exhales in relief, thinking she has evaded danger, Jiang Ce seizes both her hands, caressing them. The unexpected contact causes Liu to flush. Your Majesty, she stammers. Having trained in martial arts for years and always by Li Shirshi's side, she has never been in such close proximity to a man, especially in a situation where they are both so close that they can feel each other's breath. A tingling sensation arises within her. Yet Jiang Ce is not deliberately teasing her. He uses the opportunity to tighten his grip on her hands. This woman exhibits numerous vulnerabilities, and he secretly scoffs. Liu's hands are strong, her muscles firm, with thick calluses on her palms, clear signs of years of martial training. He contemplates for a moment. If he were to question Liu about her true intentions now, it might alert her and backfire. Instead, he decides to indulge her, allowing her to remain close, so he can unravel the mystery surrounding her. Of course, if such beauty could be turned to his advantage, it would be a remarkable boon. Little does Liu know the thoughts brewing in Jiang Ce's mind. She believed that this foolish monarch was captivated by her beauty and had succumbed to her charms. In her heart, she reveled in her triumph, thinking that the troublesome rebel who plagued the Daqian court was merely a rogue ensnared by her pomegranate skirt. Following this trajectory, it would not take long for her to uncover Jiang Ce's true nature. Since I have neglected you these past few years, why not remain by my side? You may serve me well in the future, Jiang Ce remarked, intentionally leaving her an opening to see if she would seize the opportunity. Chapter 40. A secret meeting with Liu Zhan, unveiling Liu's identity. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your profound grace. Liu appeared outwardly exuberant, while inwardly she smirked in satisfaction. This rebel was already consumed by lust. Being kept beside him presented an enormous opportunity. As night fell, Jiang Ce returned to the general's mansion in Yingqing, where Wan Yintana was held under soft confinement. Upon seeing Jiang Ce enter, her delicate face blushed with 2 crimson clouds. Their relationship had become exceedingly delicate. For Ta Na, Jiang Ce had not only taken her innocence, but was also an enemy of Daqian, and yet, he was her savior. This tumult of emotions left her uncertain on how to face Jiang Ce. She should despise him, yet her hatred was gradually diminishing. Why haven't you come to see me these past few days? Ta Na lamented, her words escaping before she could stop herself. Her face turning a deep shade of red. Why did she ask that? She ought to hate him. Jiang Ce smiled silently, shedding his armor and lying down beside her. The citizens of Yingqing observed the extinguishing lights of the general's mansion, expressing their sentiments. We have suffered under the Jin for decades, shrouded in darkness, but at last, we have welcomed the dawn. Indeed, previously, those Jin soldiers had wielded their power, oppressing both men and women, treating us Southerners as mere cattle. Now, our sovereign has the Jin princess serving him in his chamber. Do you think she would dare to refuse? The people grew increasingly animated, filled with pride. This is the spirit of the Southerners. Truly, with a ruler like the son of the Duke of State, Deming is destined to rise. On the following morning, Liu Zhan hurriedly approached the general's mansion. Surveying his surroundings and ensuring no one was watching, he entered. Jiang Ce had already risen from his quarters and, noticing Ta Na still asleep, chose not to disturb her slumber. He proceeded to the inner courtyard where Liu Zhan awaited. Upon seeing Jiang Ce, he bowed deeply, saying, "Your Majesty." Jiang Ce raised his hand, signaling him to rise. What have you discovered? After sending Liu away the previous day, he had instructed Liu Zhan to thoroughly investigate the nearby cities. Liu's appearance had piqued his vigilance. He could not believe that she had come unaccompanied, so well prepared. Your Majesty, Liu Zhan reported, there has indeed been a group of unidentified individuals near Jincheng, and similar occurrences have been noted in other cities. Through interrogation, we learned that this group was secretly dispatched by Prime Minister Zhao Yi of Daqian. Their primary objective is to incinerate our granaries and other vital locations. Jiang Ce scoffed coldly, observing, it seems our recent victories have finally prompted Zhao Yi to act. Fortunately, we were swift, otherwise, the consequences of a destroyed granary would be dire. Your Majesty, there is one more matter I must report, Liu Zhan continued, kneeling and bowing his head in penance. The soldiers returning from Xuanwu Pass have confirmed that Liu is not a maid of the Jiang family. I brought her to your Majesty without verifying her identity. This constitutes a grave dereliction of duty on my part. Liu Zhan lamented, his heart heavy with remorse. He had not anticipated that the identity token was forged. Had he not conducted a thorough investigation, she would have successfully deceived him. Jiang Ce smiled gently and quickly helped Liu Zhan to his feet, saying, it is of no consequence. I had already suspected Liu was not a maid of the Jiang family. It is only natural that you were deceived by her cunning. Liu Zhan's eyes brimmed with tears as he looked at Jiang Ce, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your forgiveness. Go. Handle the infiltration by Zhao Yi's men discreetly. I am aware of Liu's situation. Jiang Ce waved his hand, and Liu Zhan exited the courtyard, returning to Jincheng. Jiang Ce pondered for a moment before summoning Liu to the inner courtyard. He intended to inquire about certain matters, yet upon her entrance, Liu appeared even more agitated than he. She rushed to him, tears streaming down her face. Your Majesty, why did you not allow me to serve you last night? Now that both my lord and lady have passed, I have longed to see you again. Finally reunited, yet you refuse to let me be loyal to you. It pains my heart. She wept bitterly. In her heart, she gritted her teeth, deliberately testing Miss Fletcher. She wondered whether he harbored suspicions about her. If not, she could remain by his side day and night, gathering more intelligence. Jiang Ce was taken aback, sensing he had been outmaneuvered. He decided to play along, grasping her hand and exclaiming, I had no idea of your thoughts. It seems I have overlooked you. Very well then, let me cherish you properly. Jiang Ce enveloped Liu in his embrace, their bodies pressing closely together through their garments. He buried his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply. How fragrant. Liu shivered, overwhelmed with confusion. Having trained in martial arts for years, she had fiercely protected her neck, a vital area, making it exceptionally sensitive. Feeling Jiang Ce's breath against her neck sent a jolt of sensation coursing through her body like an electric current. Your Majesty, please wait. Liu struggled to suppress her strange feelings, gritting her teeth in anger. Indeed, he is a foolish monarch, attempting to lay hands on me in public. As she prepared to push Jiang Ce away with all her strength, he deftly caught her wrists, rendering her powerless. Your Majesty, Liu felt her strength dissipate completely, collapsing into Jiang Ce's embrace. The overwhelming masculinity enveloped her, causing her cheeks to flush. When she lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Ce's icy stare, her body trembled. Speak. Who sent you? Jiang Ce tightened his grip on her wrists, preventing her from gathering her strength. Lianer's pupils dilated in disbelief as she stared at him, then forced herself to remain calm, reassuring herself that this was surely another test from the foolish monarch. She managed to smile. Your Majesty? What do you mean? I do not understand. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce let out a cold laugh, increasing the pressure on her wrists. The pain caused Lianer to let out a soft whimper. Your calluses are remarkably thick. Such a condition is not something a mere maid, engaged in menial labor, could possess. You must have at least a decade of martial arts training. Jiang Ce rubbed the calluses on her wrists and continued, moreover, the most beautiful maidservant in the Duke's residence pales in comparison to your beauty. I am not so foolish as to forget your allure. Lianer was utterly astonished. Her disguise had been seen through by Jiang Ce. While she had been mocking him internally, it now appeared that she was no different from a fool in his presence. Unable to hide her shock, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Ce. Since you have already discerned my ulterior motives, why spare my life? Do you intend to humiliate me? She smiled faintly. With her scheme exposed, Jiang Ce would surely not let her off the hook. However, he would not extract any information from her. Contemplating this, she prepared to bite her tongue to end her life. Jiang Ce observed her coldly, recognizing her intentions as she tightened her cheeks. He swiftly seized her mouth. You are now my maid. If I do not permit you to die, do you dare to defy me? Chapter 41. If I do not resist, heaven will not allow it. Lianer, prevented from taking her own life, gazed at Jiang Ce in confusion. How long do you intend to humiliate me? I know you spare my life only to interrogate me about my true identity. A scholar may be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Do not think you can extract anything from me. Lianer declared fiercely. Jiang Ce chuckled lightly. Your true identity? It holds little significance for me. Besides, your identity has long been revealed. You were sent by Liu Bang to lurk by my side, were you not? His words struck Lianer like a bolt from the blue. She was utterly taken aback. The Emperor is overly suspicious. Internally, she was in turmoil, yet she maintained an outward facade of calm. Only Liu Bang, the Empress, knew of her identity. Being sent to Jiang Ce's side was a closely guarded secret. Could there be a traitor in the court? Jiang Ce snorted. It is said that the Daqian Empress has a peerless martial artist by her side. Now I see that she is, indeed, an exquisite beauty. Lianer pondered for a moment, surprised that Jiang Ce had deduced this. Yet, she could not admit it. Otherwise, it would implicate the Empress. Your Majesty is overly suspicious. I am but a commoner. She replied. Jiang Ce, anticipating her denial, continued. You know whether or not you were sent by the Daqian Empress. However, my generals have recently captured a group of Daqian spies. Do you care to guess if they revealed your identity? Upon hearing this, Lianer let out a cold laugh. Daqian spies? Only your Majesty knows my identity. How could they possibly expose me? She held her head high in confidence, convinced that Jiang Ce's assumptions were baseless. As long as she remained tight-lipped, she would not implicate the Empress. Yet, just as the words left her lips, Lianer realized her mistake and fell silent, filled with regret. She suddenly looked up and saw the triumphant glint in Jiang Ce's eyes, realizing she had fallen into his trap. The Your Majesty you speak of? Who else could it be but the Daqian Empress, Liu Bang? Naturally, only she would know of her personal attendant. Furthermore, that group of spies was sent by Prime Minister Zhao Yi of Daqian. They had already confessed they do not recognize you. Since they do not recognize you, you are not connected to Zhao Yi. Jiang Ce released Lianer's wrists, and it became evident that such a skilled beauty could only be a personal guard of the Empress. Lianer gritted her teeth in silence, tacitly acknowledging Jiang Ce's words. She recognized the depth of Jiang Ce's cunning and found his shrewdness to be exceedingly daunting. With such a scheming individual choosing to betray Daqian, she felt a mix of anger and confusion. With your military prowess, had you remained at Xuanwu Pass and achieved great feats, your Majesty would surely have rewarded you. Why then, do you choose to betray the court? Betray your emperor? Do you not realize how much Daqian has lost because of you? What a heavy price has been paid. Lianer's series of questions left Jiang Ce laughing in exasperation. And do you know what price I have paid because of your Daqian Empress? Jiang Ce's gaze, cold and filled with murderous intent, caused Lianer's body to tremble. Having long resided in the palace, she had always been by Liu Bang's side and had heard little of military secrets. What? My father, the Duke of Daqian. A lifetime spent in service to Daqian, guarding the borders for decades. The name alone sends shivers down the spines of the Jin people. It can be said that the stability of the Daqian dynasty over the years owes much to the efforts of the Duke of State. However, the emperor you speak of has been swayed by slanderous words. A cup of poisoned wine was bestowed upon the Duke, leading to his untimely demise and the disbanding of the military authority at Xuanwu Pass. My Jiang family was nearly annihilated. As Jiang Ce reminisced about the past, he was consumed by anguish. If I do not revolt, how can heaven allow such injustice? Lianer listened, deeply moved, instinctively grasping the hem of Jiang Ce's garment. She had not anticipated the complexities of the situation. Yet now, she found herself on the opposing side of Jiang Ce. While her heart ached, she could not denounce the actions of the Daqian court, nor could she deem Li Shi as wrong. Thus, silence was her only response. You may leave. Jiang Ce sighed, feeling a sense of relief after expressing his pent-up frustrations. I shall not make things difficult for you. However, should you dare to cause trouble beneath my very eyes, there shall be no mercy. Jiang Ce waved his hand, releasing her. Yet he had his own intentions in allowing her to depart. Liu remained perplexed until she exited the general's residence. Unable to grasp the reason behind Jiang Ce's decision to let her go. Was it a deliberate act to send her back as a warning to the emperor? Jiang Ce lingered in the inner courtyard, gazing skyward. The morning mist was thick, and dew dampened his robes. When Wanyan Tana awoke and discovered Jiang Ce was not by her side, she dressed quickly and made her way to the inner courtyard. Indeed, you are here, she exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Jiang Ce cast a glance her way, remaining silent. Having spent time with Jiang Ce, Tana had shed much of her previous reservations. Noticing his slight melancholy, she approached and took his arm. Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Ce was taken aback by her sudden warmth. Do you seek something from me? Tana had always maintained a cool demeanor towards him, only showing warmth during the nights. Today, however, she seemed transformed, embodying the boldness and initiative characteristic of women from the grasslands. Am I so superficial in your eyes? She chided playfully. Women of the grasslands naturally gravitate toward strength. Even as a princess of the Jin Kingdom, she fantasized about marrying a formidable man, and now, that man stood before her. I wish to apologize, she hesitated before speaking. Oh, Jiang Ce replied with a smile, the shadows on his face dissipating. What have you done wrong? Pray, enlighten me. Tana playfully shook his arm. In recent days, I have wandered about Ing City. Occasionally, I would visit the military training grounds. I also frequented the local government offices. She paused before continuing. I am sorry. I previously misjudged you. Her face flushed with embarrassment. During this period, she had witnessed the citizens of Ing City laboring joyfully, all praising the benevolence of the Hongwu Emperor of the Ming. In stark contrast were the vicious tales of the Jin army. Even as a princess, she was enraged by the heinous acts committed by her own people. The transformation in Ing City was all due to Jiang Ce's influence. She realized her prejudice against him ran deep. Moreover, the discipline of the Ming army was commendable, showing kindness to the common folk without arrogance or intimidation. This was the result of Jiang Ce's adept leadership and governance. At that moment, she felt that following such a man would not be a poor choice. After all, she recognized his capabilities. A man who could lead 200,000 troops to defeat 500,000 foes would surely excel in other endeavors. Chapter 42. Exterminating the death row inmates. Warning Daqian. Outside the city of Ing, death row inmates dispatched by the Jin Kingdom lay in ambush along the sides of the official road. As more civilians ventured out of the city, these inmates charged forth on horseback, wielding machetes in a frenzied assault. Murder. As the blades struck the panicked townsfolk, blood spilled everywhere. The surrounding citizens were thrown into chaos, each fleeing in terror. You want to escape? The inmates exchanged glances, a malevolent grin spreading across their faces. Having been imprisoned and enslaved by the Jin army for so long, they had lost all semblance of humanity. Now, the sight of blood unleashed their primal instincts as they pursued the civilians with wild abandon, shrieking as they chased them down. They had forgotten they too were Southerners. All they knew was that if they did not kill these Southerners, they would be captured and returned to the Jin Kingdom to endure further torment. The official road ran red with blood, the lifeless bodies of civilians strewn across it. Only when the ground was soaked did the inmates share a satisfied laugh. Continuing to lurk by the roadside, the leader of the merchant convoy from Baolin Pavilion, upon witnessing this gruesome scene, quickly tightened the reins of his horse. His expression grave. He observed the ruthless brigands approaching him on horseback. You all take the cargo back. The escort team, protect the goods. He dismounted, commanding several of his guards to draw their swords and face the inmates. The cargo from Baolin Pavilion consisted of precious medicinal herbs, which could not be compromised. They were in the business of earning money and must strive to ensure the safe return of their goods. Oh, quite spirited. The inmates laughed heartily at this display and surged forward. A one-sided massacre ensued, with several guards sacrificing their lives to secure a delay for the merchant convoy to reach the gates of Ing City. However, the inmates had already caught up. In full view of the city guards, they slaughtered and looted before fleeing. The soldiers of Ing City pursued them, only to find themselves ensnared in the inmates' trap. Meanwhile, similar atrocities unfolded in Jin City, Wu City, and other locations. A more ferocious death row inmate dared to disturb the military camp, intercepting the supply transport convoy before the eyes of the soldiers. In an instant, the citizens of various cities were filled with trepidation, fearing that the Jin people had dispatched troops to seize the city once more. At the military training ground in Ingqing, a crowd of common folk and shopkeepers knelt on the road, beseeching an audience with Jiang Ce. What is the situation outside? Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Ce gestured for a soldier beside him to inquire. Your Majesty, many citizens and merchants claim that they were attacked outside the city, reporting an encounter with a group of unidentified bandits. The escort team and the families of the deceased are causing a disturbance outside. Jiang Ce furrowed his brow upon hearing this and commanded several individuals to come forth. The soldiers complied, soon bringing 3 shopkeepers before him. We pay our respects, Your Majesty. The 3 spoke in unison, with the head of Balan Pavilion leading the way, saying, Your Majesty. We, at Balan Pavilion, sent 200 pounds of medicinal materials to Jincheng to aid the citizens there. Now, the convoy has been ambushed and slaughtered by a band of bandits, who ruthlessly disregard even the soldiers defending the city. They dare to breach the city gates and commit murder. Our supplies have been robbed by that group, and our shops cannot open. Jiang Ce's body stiffened. Could such a thing truly occur? Wei Zheng and Hai Rue exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared concern. Investigate, Jiang Ce commanded. All soldiers of the city shall mobilize. They swiftly apprehended the group of death row inmates. After a round of interrogation, it was revealed that they were sent by the Jin state. Jiang Ce's anger began to brew. How despicable of the Jin state. If this grievance goes unavenged, do they truly think him easy to bully? Your Majesty, a fire broke out in the granary of Jincheng. Although efforts to extinguish it were urgent, half of the grain has already been destroyed. It was set ablaze by a group of spies sent by Daqian, who have been dealt with. Liu Zhen hastily ascended the tower to report. The atmosphere atop the city wall grew tense. Jiang Ce appeared calm, yet the fury within him reached a boiling point. Daqian, you seek death. He took a deep breath to regain composure. Suda, Li Guang. The 2 ascended the city wall and bowed respectfully to Jiang Ce. This subordinate is at your service. You 2 shall each lead 100,000 iron floating towers and 100,000 Mo Dao troops. Depart immediately and conquer Yanzhou and Yinqing. Jiang Ce declared in a low voice. The Jin state has gone too far this time. If we do not inflict pain upon them, how will they learn their lesson? Moreover, Yinqing, as the largest city in the 16 prefectures of Yanyun, is vast in land, populous, rich in resources, and boasts advanced agricultural techniques. It is the only city the Jin people truly value, having diverted considerable resources there as a reserve for their cavalry. Capturing Yinqing this time will surely cause the Jin people considerable distress. Understood. Suda and Li Guang marched forth, their banners waving and voices resounding with great vigor. Liu Zhen, this subordinate is at your service. Liu Zhen respectfully bowed before Jiang Ce. Jiang Ce nodded. You shall draft a letter to the Daqian court. Within 3 days. If there are any spies remaining on my territory, my army shall march south in full force. Inquire how many troops Daqian possesses to confront me. Jiang Ce's voice echoed across the city wall. Wei Zheng, Hai Rue, and Liu Zhen were all filled with excitement. Understood. Liu Zhen took the edict and descended. Someone, find those death row inmates and bring them to the training ground. Jiang Ce commanded with a wave of his hand. Soon, the group of Jin death row inmates was escorted to the training ground, each bound as tightly as a rice dumpling. The surrounding citizens, witnessing this, hurled rotten eggs and vegetable scraps at them. Once Jiang Ce saw that the citizens had sufficiently vented their anger, he ordered, execute them as a public spectacle. The heads of the death row inmates fell with a thud. The surrounding populace erupted in cheers, hailing Jiang Ce. Zhao Yun, you shall lead 5,000 Hubao cavalry to ascertain the strongholds of these death row inmates and eliminate them completely. Jiang Ce commanded. This time, both the Jin state and Daqian have provoked his wrath. Understood. The citizens on both sides cheered as they sent Zhao Yun off to battle. In the Daqian court, within the imperial study, a letter from Jiang Ce lay quietly before Li Shih. As she unfolded it, her initial disdain transformed into a grave demeanor. Finally, in anger, she slammed her hand against the table. Someone, summon the chancellor. Understood. The eunuch complied and exited. Li Shih gazed at the letter in her hand, her teeth biting down hard. Your Majesty? Zhao Yi entered the imperial study, looking at Li Shih with confusion, unaware of her fury. Chancellor, take a look at the letter from that scoundrel. Li Shih slammed the letter onto the table. Zhao Yi picked it up and read it carefully. Humph. After finishing, he tossed the letter to the ground. Absurd. Just because he burned a few of our granaries, he thinks he can send troops to threaten us? Does he truly believe Daqian is a paper tiger? Zhao Yi sneered. The letter was rife with warnings for Daqian not to act rashly, lest they face annihilation. How utterly ridiculous. Just because he has won a few times by luck, he assumes he is invincible in the world. Observing Zhao Yi's anger, Li Shih gently shook her head. Chancellor, now is not the time for anger. Our Daqian forces are scattered, and we cannot concentrate our military strength in the south. If Jiang Ce truly marches south and confronts the Ming army head-on, our Daqian forces will only suffer losses. Zhao Yi's expression softened. What does your Majesty mean? My meaning is that I wish for you to recall the spies and deliberate on our strategy. Zhao Yi hesitated for a moment. How? Do you not heed my words? Li Shishir furrowed her brow. Zhao Yi hurriedly agreed, stating that he would attend to it immediately. While he appeared earnest, internally he was mocking. The spies had already been dispatched. It was not something that could simply be retracted at your command. Chapter 43. Urgent news from Yinqing. A letter from Tana. Yinqing, Yinzhou. Upon witnessing Su De and Li Guang's forces encircling the city, the commander of the fortifications recognized the fluttering crimson dragon banner, indicating that Jiang Ce's Ming army was advancing. As he gazed at the thronging mass before the city gates, a total of 200,000 soldiers, a profound sense of oppression enveloped him. This formidable contingent was not only well-equipped, but also brimming with morale. Even upon reaching Yinqing, they proceeded with measured diligence, establishing their camp, tending to fires, fetching water, feeding horses, and sharpening weapons in an orderly manner, all in preparation for the impending siege. The commander of Yinqing, observing this meticulous display of military prowess, realized that with only 8,000 soldiers within the city, victory was unattainable. He promptly dispatched a swift cavalry unit to the main tent of the Khan to deliver the news, hoping that assistance could arrive before Yinqing fell. That cavalry unit, having taken only half a day's provisions, scarcely paused for rest, racing with all their might to reach the Khan's tent. They reported with exhaustion, nearly on the verge of collapse, having changed horses 3 times. The situation in Yinqing is dire. We must inform the Khan at once, urged the leader of the swift riders to the soldiers in the tent. The soldier, not daring to delay, hastily entered the tent, exclaiming, Khan. The deputy commander of Yinqing reports that the situation is critical. Originally, a harmonious atmosphere filled the tent, but upon hearing this news, ministers immediately raised their heads, their expressions tense. The Khan furrowed his brow even deeper and commanded that the messenger be brought forth. Khan. The leader entered, hastily bowing. The Ming has dispatched 200,000 troops to seize Yinqing. The city is on the brink of falling. We implore you to send reinforcements. He finished speaking and knelt on one knee. What? At this revelation, all the ministers were astounded, rising in shock and alarm. How could Jiang Ce have mobilized his forces so swiftly? This was unacceptable. Yinqing was a critical stronghold for our Jin state and must not be lost. The ministers gritted their teeth, filled with indignation. When they had attacked the Yanyan 16 prefectures, it was precisely to seize Yinqing. The soldiers of the Jin were all cavalry, and even in routine training, they consumed considerable resources. Thus, the demand for pastures was immense. Yinqing, situated in vast plains, boasted fertile land and a large population. If half of the arable land were converted to pasture, the remaining fields would still suffice for the provisions of the Jin's 200,000 troops. Beyond the resources, the geographical significance of Yinqing was paramount. It served as the head of the Yanyan 16 prefectures, holding a status comparable to Xuanwu Pass of the Great Qian. Should Yinqing fall, it would only be a matter of time before the entirety of the Yanyan 16 prefectures fell into Jiang Ce's hands. Moreover, without Yinqing as a natural barrier, the territories of the Jin would be threatened by Jiang Ce. One could argue that a significant portion of the Jin's status as a great power relied upon Yinqing and the Yanyan 16 prefectures. The loss of this vital transportation hub was already a source of great anguish. Losing Yinqing would spell disaster. Khan. Yinqing is a crucial territory for our Jin state. We must dispatch troops for reinforcement, shouted Wulatuj from the Khan's left side. Now that Yinqing was in jeopardy, it was the perfect opportunity for him to showcase his prowess with the Leopard Division. The Khan glanced at him, his brows furrowed, yet remained silent. Khan. It is one thing to have not retrieved Princess Tana, but must we also sit idly by and watch Yinqing fall? That land was earned through the blood and sweat of our ancestors. If we turn a blind eye and relinquish the Yanyan 16 prefectures, how shall we face our forefathers in the afterlife? Seeing the Khan's silence, a trusted aide stepped forward. This is absurd. The Khan roared, rising with fury. He surveyed the faces of his ministers, filled with righteous indignation. Anger surged within him, yet reason prevailed. Did he wish to witness the fall of Yanyan? Certainly not. However, warfare could not be resolved with mere fervor. Report. Khan. An envoy from the Ming requests an audience. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to send troops, a soldier entered the tent. An envoy from the Ming? What do they want? Are they here to provoke and mock us again? The ministers seethed with rage, demanding the Khan have the envoy executed on the spot. The Khan raised his hand, commanding silence. Let him enter. The envoy entered with a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance, presenting a letter. Khan, this is a letter entrusted to me by Princess Tana. At this announcement, the ministers erupted once more. Princess Tana had been forcibly taken by Jiang Ce. Was she here to plead for mercy? Surely. She could not be asking us to abandon the Yanyan 16 prefectures. The Khan ordered the letter be brought forth and unfolded. The contents revealed that she was safe in Yinqing, treated well by Jiang Ce, who sought only the Yin 16 prefectures. She hoped that the Jin would refrain from interfering in the Ming's northern expedition. Should the Khan agree, Jiang Ce would not encroach upon Jin territories north of the Yin 16 prefectures. Upon finishing the letter, the Khan sighed deeply, observing his demeanor. The ministers were convinced Tana had been swayed by Jiang Ce. Khan, Princess Tana has been enchanted by Jiang Ce. She cannot be trusted. The pressing matter is to send troops to Yinqing and decisively diminish that southern rogue Jiang Ce's arrogance. Wu Lituge implored once more, his expression earnest. Allow me to handle this matter. I, leading the Baoshi, shall immediately march south. And I am confident that we can annihilate the 200,000 troops of the Deming before Yinqiang falls. The Khan scoffed coldly, gazing at Wu Lituge with a look of disdain, questioning. The Eagle army has suffered complete losses at the hands of Jiang Ce, and the Wolf army has also incurred a loss of 200,000 soldiers. Do you truly believe that your Baoshi can surpass both the Wolf and Eagle armies? This retort left Wu Lituge speechless, yet he remained obstinate, yearning to respond, but was interrupted by the Khan. After these battles, do you still think our Daqian has not endured enough losses? How many more thousands of soldiers must we sacrifice to bring you to your senses? The ministers fell into a heavy silence. Wu Lituge clenched his fists, his expression dark and brooding, still unwilling to yield. Khan, if we continuously concede, how do we differ from the feeble southern people? The Khan chuckled derisively. Very well, I shall not argue with you. Let the high priest conduct an oracle. We shall consult the results of the divination before we proceed. Soon, the high priest heeded the Khan's command, setting forth the heads of pigs, cattle, and sheep upon an altar. 3 animal heads were arranged, and a bonfire was lit, hanging the skulls above the flames. As the fire blazed, black smoke wafted towards the pig's skull, which turned dark. The ministers remained silent. Even Wu Lituge, who had been defiant, ceased to speak. The emergence of the pig's skull indicated the worst outcome, advising against military action. The high priest approached the Khan, shaking his head. The Khan nodded, turning to Wu Lituge, and asked in a grave tone, the cow's head signifies the best result. I shall not impede your Baoshi's southward advance. The sheep's head denotes a neutral outcome. I also permit you to lead the Baoshi into battle. However, the pig's head indicates a lack of fortune. Can you accept this? I concede, Wu Lituge murmured, lowering his head, his face darkened with resentment. He excused himself and exited the main tent. Stepping onto the grassy plains where the Baoshi rested, he brooded, filled with indignation, feeling that the Khan's weakness was intolerable. The loss of the Yin 16 prefectures was a tremendous disgrace. As the foremost Zibi and Bachelou of the Jin army, he could not bear such dishonor. He immediately summoned his deputy generals to discuss strategies for a surprise attack on Yinqiang. In the capital of Daqian, within the prime minister's residence, Zhao Yi strode in briskly, followed closely by his confidant Lu Mao. Upon entering, Zhao Yi flicked his sleeve in irritation, his expression furious. It appears that Li Shi has lost her senses. He seethed with frustration. Seeing this, Lu Mao hurriedly shut the door, regarding Zhao Yi with trepidation. My lord, should we heed his majesty's commands and withdraw the spies? He asked timidly. Zhao Yi shot an exasperated glare at Lu Mao, forcefully poking his forehead. Is your mind as muddled as Li Shi's? He bellowed in anger. It infuriated him to see his trusted confidant display such incompetence. At this juncture, how could one still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation? Must I feed you the truth like a child? My lord, if we do not withdraw the spies and His Majesty holds us accountable, we cannot bear the consequences. Lu Mao protested, rubbing his sore forehead, baffled by Zhao Yi's fury. Humph. Zhao Yi scoffed, after painstakingly placing those spies. Does Li Shi think she can simply order their withdrawal? Soon, the entire court will belong to me, and I will withdraw nothing. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, especially since Li Shi dared to criticize him, igniting a fire within him. If it were not for my continuous support, Li Shi would be nothing. I could have already served a Jin. Once the Jin army advances south and seizes Xuanwu Pass, I could march unimpeded straight to Daqian. At that moment, my Zhao family would revel in wealth and splendor, enjoying untroubled lives for generations to come. As he spoke, his expression darkened, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white, trembling with rage. Now, with the Khan tearing up Daqian's defense plans and viewing me as an enemy, even the offer of 100 stones of provisions to request an alliance against Jiang Ce has been rejected. All of this is due to that scoundrel Jiang Ce and his son. Zhao Yi gasped for breath, consumed by fury, wishing to unearth the bones of Jiang Nantian and grind them to dust before Jiang Ce. Lu Mao, witnessing Zhao Yi's outburst, kept his head down, fearful of provoking his ire. Zhao Yi, seeing Lu Mao's submissive demeanor, sighed heavily. How long have you been by my side? My lord, it has been 12 years. Lu Mao replied obsequiously. 12 years. I have also been prime minister for 12 years. 12 years ago, Jiang Nantian commanded Xuanwu Pass. The late emperor trusted Jiang Nantian. With Duke Zhengua guarding Xuanwu Pass, I dared not act recklessly. At last, the late emperor has passed, and the incompetent female emperor has ascended the throne. After finally eliminating Jiang Nantian, his son Jiang Ce has now rebelled. Tell me, is my life fortunate or unfortunate? Zhao Yi forced a bitter smile, patting Liu Mao's shoulder heavily. Liu Mao swallowed hard, bending lower, my lord. Your life is undoubtedly one of great power and privilege. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he responded respectfully. If that is so, then why does heaven permit Jiang Ce to exist? Faced with Zhao Yi's renewed outburst, Liu Mao found himself at a loss for words, inwardly bitterly laughing. Knowing he could neither answer nor remain silent, Zhao Yi observed that the other party remained silent for a long time, while he himself began to speak. Recently, the intelligence from my spies indicated that Jiang Ce has dispatched troops to attack Yin City. It appears that he will be preoccupied with this matter for some time, leaving no room to attend to the affairs of espionage. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that such actions could compel the Jin army to ally with Daqian. At that point, the Khan would come to understand that the misunderstanding between us runs quite deep. Allowing spies to act now might only distract Jiang Ce. At this thought, Zhao Yi's eyes sparkled with a newfound resolve. Very well, let Jiang Ce stoke the flames further in the Khan's mind. Issue a command for all spies to remain hidden and refrain from making any rash moves. Upon hearing this, Liu Mao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though the tension in his back had finally eased. He quickly rose, saying, my lord, I shall attend to this at once. Having received the order, Liu Mao hastily departed from the chancellor's residence. It was only after he had walked some distance from the gate that he realized his garments were drenched in cold sweat. In the imperial study, Li Shishir held an ancient tome, perusing it repeatedly, yet remained stuck on the first page. Time had passed, and Lian had already reached Jiang Ce's side, having been concealed for several days. Yet, despite the passage of time, she had not received any correspondence from Lian, which filled her heart with anxiety. She found herself unable to summon the spirit to engage in any task, her meals taken in unease. Tormented by the fear that something might have befallen Lian, or worse, that Lian might have been turned by Jiang Ce, thus exposing her own position. Lian, oh Lian, do send me a word, she lamented, massaging her furrowed brow, her expression laden with sorrow. Each day without news from Lian amplified her unease. Moreover, another pressing concern loomed over her, one that caused her immense worry. Yet, she could not discern whether this was merely her imagination or a reality. With Lian absent, she found herself bereft of a confidant. Had Lian been present, she would have surely provided counsel. Li Shishir anxiously set aside the book, rising to pace back and forth with her hands clasped behind her. Recently, attendance at court had become a trial. The ministers displayed a marked reluctance. Even when she insisted they diligently manage state affairs, their verbal acquiescence belied their inaction. Even Zhao Yi, who had always been close to her, now dared to hesitate in response to her directives. Observing the growing estrangement of the ministers in court, she felt an unsettling sense of powerlessness, as if her authority was being undermined. Each minister seemed to cultivate a close relationship with Chancellor Zhao Yi behind her back. Before her father's passing, he had grasped her hand on the dragon bed, assuring her that several ministers would remain eternally loyal, allowing her to utilize them freely. Yet now, these ministers had either been reassigned by Zhao Yi to distant provinces under various pretexts or found countless excuses to avoid her presence. This troubling trend had escalated alarmingly. In recent court sessions, many ministers, regarding both significant and trivial matters, would first consult Chancellor Zhao Yi before seeking her opinion. If their views diverged, they would invariably side with Zhao Yi, which left her in a state of exasperation. Had Lian been there, she could have discreetly investigated the underlying connections. With Lian now by Jiang Ce's side, she realized she was utterly devoid of capable allies. This realization instilled a profound doubt in her own abilities. Furthermore, it struck her that she had become overly reliant on Chancellor Zhao Yi. Should Zhao Yi gain power, given his cunning methods, she might find herself completely sidelined. At that point, the realm of Daqian could very well come under the auspices of the Zhao family. With this thought, Li Shishir's frown deepened, and a wave of urgency enveloped her. She resolved to devise a plan. Chapter 45, Southward to Yin City, the disappearance of Jiang Ce's army. On the grasslands of the Jin Kingdom, outside the Khan's tent, in the Leopard Division's encampment, Uli Tug was engaged in discussions with his deputy generals regarding the expedition to Yin City. Commander, the Ming army has demonstrated exceptional strength, rivaling that of the Wolf Division. The Eagle Division has suffered heavy losses at Jiang Ce's hands, with only a handful of commanders managing to return. Such a reckless advance may incur the Khan's wrath, and we have limited provisions for support. This would be unwise. The assembled men sat around the hearth, and one of the deputy generals seated to Uli Tug's left urged caution. In response, Uli Tug scoffed disdainfully, You overestimate those southern barbarians. I have always looked down upon Wanyan Hongwan. He is merely a brute, unfit to command the Eagle Division. Jiang Ce's victory over the Eagle Division was not indicative of his strength, but rather of Wanyan Hongwan's weakness. Had I led the Eagle Division, Xuanwu Pass would have long been within the grasp of the Jin Kingdom. He sneered, filled with contempt. Wanyan Hongwan, a grandson of the Khan, ascended through connections. How can he compare to me, the foremost Zibi and Bada Lu of the Jin Kingdom? Each of these titles, when examined singularly, may hold some weight, but combined in one individual, they signify absolute prowess. Moreover, the Wolf Division, in the art of warfare, concerned themselves with the life of a woman. Is that not a sign of folly? It is no wonder they suffered such a disastrous defeat. If it were I would care not for Wanyan Tana and would simply slay those barbarians. Uli Tug proclaimed with unshakable confidence. His conviction stemmed from the Leopard Division's unparalleled record, having remained undefeated for over a decade. Wherever they ventured, enemy forces trembled in fear. Even Jiang Nantian, who had dedicated his life to resisting the Jin army, found himself at a disadvantage against Uli Tug. What of a mere boy Jiang Ce? The vice commander, witnessing this, contemplated offering counsel, yet inwardly concurred with Wu Lichuj's sentiment. As the vice commander of the Leopard Army, he had long been at Wu Lichuj's side and was well aware of his prowess. Moreover, he deemed it a national disgrace for the Khan to relinquish Yin City without a fight to the Jin people. After a hearty meal and drink, Wu Lichuj garnered the support of the assembled warriors. They would march south to Yin City and eliminate Jiang Ce. As night fell, Wu Lichuj stepped outside to breathe in the cool air and sober up. He pondered the situation. If Jiang Ce commanded an army as vast as Wanyan Hongwan claimed, numbering no less than 600,000, fully armed to the teeth, then his own 50,000 leopard troops, even if victorious against the Ming forces, would suffer considerable losses. It would be wiser to approach Wanyan Hongwan and propose a merger of the wolf and leopard armies. Together, they would field an impressive 800,000 troops, ensuring the annihilation of the southern barbarian forces. With this thought in mind, he mounted his horse and rode to Wanyan Hongwan's tent. Dismounting, he flung open the entrance and strode in boldly. Wanyan Hongwan, your despondency renders you unworthy of leading my great Jin wolf army, Wu Lichuj exclaimed. Disgusted by the sight of Wanyan Hongwan slumped on a blanket. Since his defeat at the hands of Jiang Ce, Wanyan Hongwan had been plagued by dreams of being hunted down by Jiang Ce's forces, tormented by the specters of fallen wolf soldiers. Sleep-deprived and disoriented, he resorted to alcohol to cope, neglecting even the training of his troops, allowing his appearance to deteriorate. Upon seeing Wu Lichuj enter, he struggled to open his eyes and chuckled. Wu Lichuj, have you come to drink with me? He tossed half a bag of wine towards Wu Lichuj, who casually swatted it to the ground. Rise. I require you to lead the troops south to Yin City. After we annihilate Jiang Ce's barbaric forces, we shall seize Xuanwu Pass. Wanyan Hongwan remained unmoved, merely scoffing. He was unaware of Jiang Ce's true capabilities, but did he not know his own? The morale of the wolf army had already been shattered. How could they seek revenge? Wu Lichuj, already irked by Wanyan Hongwan, felt a greater disdain at this moment. We, the great Jin, have suffered defeats and become the laughingstock of other nations. As a commander, your despondency is unacceptable, he rebuked. The mighty Jin does not dispatch troops to confront the southern barbarians who persist in their northern campaigns. This dishonor is intolerable for a man of the steppe. Wanyan Hongwan, irritated by Wu Lichuj's diatribe, idly cleaned his ears. The constant taunts of waste vexed him. He rolled his eyes at Wu Lichuj. You are so capable. Then go and retrieve Jiang Ce's head for me, and I shall hand you command of the wolf army. He took a hearty swig of wine and spoke sarcastically. Humph. That is a given. Wu Lichuj scoffed arrogantly. For the past decade, I have been the foremost Zibi of the Jin, unmatched in archery. I am also the first Bachelor, capable of crushing a southern barbarian with ease. This title is renowned throughout the Jin, earned by my strength. Defeating a southern barbarian army is child's play. Wanyan Hongwan regarded Wu Lichuj with the look one might reserve for a fool. He had never faced Jiang Ce's forces directly. How could he comprehend the prowess of Jiang Ce's generals, let alone the terror of his army? However, an idea struck Wanyan Hongwan. Wu Lichuj often boasted of his identity as the commander of the Leopard Army and the first Zibi, repeatedly disparaging him as someone who relied on connections rather than merit. He had even petitioned the Khan to transfer command of the Wolf Army to him. Now, he had the audacity to enter his tent and call him a waste. Even a Buddha has its limits. Wanyan Hongwan was not a small figure. His anger flared. With you commanding the Leopard Army, should we fear a mere southern barbarian? Your name alone should send them fleeing in terror. Not to mention your Leopard Army, a force undefeated. Those southern barbarians owe their existence to their fathers. Without Jiang Nantian's legacy, they are nothing. Wanyan Hongwan deliberately stoked the flames of discord. Wu Lichuj, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. His eyes sparkled with delight. Realizing Jiang Ce was merely a figure of connections, he felt even more disdain. Wanyan Hongsheng, you understand me. The southern barbarian is indeed insignificant. Had Jiang Nantian not died prematurely, I would certainly have captured this father-son pair and displayed their heads at Xuanwu Pass, striking fear into the hearts of those southern men. Wu Lichuj, buoyed by Wanyan Hongsheng's words, staggered out of the tent. Wanyan Hongsheng watched his departing figure, a cold smile gracing his lips. Save those words for when you return alive, he muttered derisively. Soon after, Wu Lichuj led the leopard army, taking advantage of the night to mobilize the troops without alarming the Khan's tent. They marched southward, the full moon shining overhead, estimating they would reach Yin City within half a day. However, the scouts Wu Lichuj had sent ahead returned in a state of panic. Commander! Commander! The scout exclaimed, riding furiously, breathless with urgency. What is the matter? Calm yourself and speak slowly. Wu Lichuj frowned, admonishing him. Commander! Jiang Ce's army has vanished. What? Chapter 46. The Fall of Hurut City. The Khan is alarmed. Are you saying Jiang Ce's army has disappeared? Are they not attacking Yancheng? Wu Lichuj was filled with both shock and anger. Commander! Yancheng is completely deserted. There are no traces of any military encampment. The scout replied, his voice laden with grievance. He had conducted a thorough reconnaissance and returned swiftly upon realizing something was amiss. Could it be a trap laid for us? Wu Lichuj furrowed his brow, then let out a cold chuckle. What does it matter if it is a trap? My leopard cavalry fears nothing. Leading the leopard cavalry, Wu Lichuj galloped forth. Just as they arrived at Yancheng, Su De and Li Guang, commanding the Iron Floating Tower and the Mo Dao army, had already set foot on Jin territory, approaching Taichung. This city serves as the gateway to Jin, bearing the critical responsibility of the first line of defense, strategically significant and fortified like an impregnable fortress, with 10,000 soldiers stationed within. In times of crisis, the commanding officer can summon reinforcements from nearby cities. The defenders of Taichung, upon witnessing the encampment of 200,000 Ming troops outside the city gates, wore grave expressions. Historically, Taichung had endured several large-scale sieges, yet this time was distinctly different. The Ming commanders did not issue challenges. They quietly orchestrated their forces, establishing their camp. The Ming soldiers, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, busied themselves with various tasks. Some counted supplies and calculated the army's consumption, while others prepared meals, gearing up for a war of attrition. Most stood silently at the city gates, facing such a disciplined army with their well-equipped and high-spirited demeanor. The commanders of Taichung understood that the Ming army was determined to capture the city. General, the great city is on the brink of falling. We must urgently request reinforcements from the rear, the deputy commander urged. The city's commander nodded, promptly ordering him to select the fastest horse to request aid from the rear cities, while another was dispatched post-haste to the Khan's tent with an urgent message about the impending fall of Taichung. In stark contrast to the panic of the defenders, Su De and Li Guang were filled with exhilaration as they stepped onto Jin's soil. Their lives were devoted to reclaiming lost territories and resisting the Jin forces. Now that their cavalry had finally reached Jin territory, how could they not be thrilled? However, faced with the formidable defenses of the city, Su De and Li Guang did not rush into an assault. Utilizing the characteristics of the Iron Floating Tower and the Mo Dao army, they planned to attack with the former leading the charge while the latter provided support. Their combined efforts would render the capture of Taichung relatively uncomplicated. Once their encampment was established, Su De and Li Guang led 100,000 Iron Floating Tower soldiers and 100,000 Mo Dao soldiers forward, stepping out in unison, the Crimson Dragon banner fluttering. Their battle cries resounding through the air. The heavy hooves of the Iron Floating Tower struck the sandy ground, causing a slight tremor. The Mo Dao army, positioned slightly behind, awaited the moment the Iron Floating Tower breached the city gates to surge forward. The defenders of Taichung were taken aback by the sight. They are here. Archers. Loose arrows. The soldiers hastily responded. Archers on the city walls drawing their bows and unleashing a rain of arrows upon the Ming forces. Su De had anticipated this, deploying several small teams from the Iron Floating Tower to shield the siege engines and catapults. The arrows that struck the ironclad soldiers merely left faint marks. Failing to penetrate their defenses, the Mo Dao army dispatched a contingent of assault troops, armed with shields and long knives, boldly rushing to the city walls to erect ladders. Faced with such an aggressive assault from the Ming army, the defenders of Taichung fell into disarray, utterly shocked. Although they were seasoned defenders, accustomed to sieges, they expected the attackers to first send in vanguard troops to set fire to the ladders. Yet this formidable Ming army charged forth with unrelenting ferocity, leaving them utterly flustered. The hastily prepared defenses proved ineffectual. As the defenders panicked, the Iron Floating Tower's siege engines reached the gates of Taichung. With a thunderous crash, the heavy wooden mallet struck the city gates, producing a deep, resonant sound. The sheer force caused the entire wall to tremble. Meanwhile, the Ming catapults in the rear rained down enormous boulders upon the city, resulting in numerous casualties among the defenders. With a series of resounding blows, the battering ram struck the gates repeatedly, causing them to sway perilously. With a final thundering crash, the gates collapsed, sending clouds of dust into the air. Charge! The Mo Dao army surged forward, flooding into the city. Though the Jin defenders attempted to resist, their combat prowess was no match for the Mo Dao troops, and they were soon routed in disarray. Within a day, Su De and Li Guang had seized Huer Taichung, removing the Jin banners from the city walls and replacing them with the Crimson Dragon flag. In the Khan's tent, an urgent message arrived. The officer responsible for delivering the message, having ridden his steed to exhaustion, managed to deliver the missive with his last breath. The Khan, sweating as he read the letter, hurriedly opened it. 200,000 Ming troops are besieging the city. Huer Taichung is on the verge of falling. The brief words on the paper sent the Khan tumbling from his seat in shock. The ministers, witnessing this, all gasped in astonishment. Khan, what has caused such alarm? Khan struggled to rise from the ground, his countenance radiating unparalleled fury. Cursed southern barbarians. They possess no sense of loyalty. In his wrath, he tore the letter into shreds. Just a moment ago, they had promised that as long as I relinquished the land of New York N, they would refrain from encroaching upon the territory of the Jin. Yet now, they have dispatched troops to seize my HRT city. Such utter nonsense. The courtiers, upon hearing this, were struck with profound shock. HRT city has fallen. This is disastrous. It is the very gate of our Jin. The courtiers, filled with righteous indignation, demanded that the KHN immediately dispatch troops southward to vanquish Jiang Ce. The KHN, gasping for breath, was on the verge of sending troops when WNYNHNGSHing stepped forward, saying, KHN, wait. WNYNHNGSHing? Do you wish to lead the wolf cavalry into battle yourself? The KHN looked at him in confusion. KHN, I have something to report. WNYNHNGSHing replied, shaking his head. WLTG approached me privately before, wanting to merge the wolf cavalry with the leopard cavalry, intending to march south to attack Jiang Ce. After I refused, he became enraged and took it upon himself to mobilize the leopard cavalry southward. Upon hearing this, the KHN's eyes nearly sparked with fury. Has WLTG lost his mind? Such a significant matter, and he dares to act without consulting me. He has jeopardized our great Jin. The courtiers echoed their outrage, condemning WLTG vehemently. WNYNHNGSHing, meanwhile, wore a smug smile, his heart cold with satisfaction. It seemed that this esteemed general of the Jin, BTL, would soon face severe punishment upon his return. As for WLTG, he was at that moment within YN City, sneezing robustly. He scratched his head, having waited a long time without sight of the DMing army. He had even dispatched several scouts to search for them, yet to no avail. Report. HRT City has fallen. We request reinforcements from YN City. A soldier hurriedly approached to deliver the news. What? WLTG gasped in astonishment. Is this true? He sprang to his feet, staring at the soldier with disbelief. Just moments ago, he had arrived in YN City, and the leopard cavalry had barely rested. How could he possibly accept such dreadful news? The soldier, seeing WLTG's wide-eyed expression, nervously assured him. It is indeed true. A messenger from the KHN has arrived with urgent news. The messenger is currently within the city and insists on seeing you. As the soldier spoke, he scrutinized WLTG's countenance. WLTG's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and anxiety. He wants to see me? Shouldn't he come to me? Could it be that I have erred in leading the troops south to YN City? For a moment, WLTG found himself utterly perplexed. He had marched south to YN City to confront the southern barbarians, seeking glory for the nation. Yet this messenger appeared to bear the countenance of one seeking to hold him accountable. The deputy beside WLTG chuckled. Commander, it must be that HRT City is in dire straits, and the KHN desires your return to the capital to mount a defense. Indeed, he continued, the KHN must have learned of your unauthorized troop movements. Perhaps you could seize this opportunity to reclaim HRT City and redeem yourself. Upon hearing this, WLTG's face broke into a broad smile. I am the commander of the Leopard Cavalry and the foremost general of the Jin, BTL. I have rendered significant service to the KHN and saved his life on the battlefield. I trust the KHN will not hold it against me too harshly. He envisioned the scene of the messenger pleading for his return to assist HRT City, convinced that the KHN understood the importance of the Leopard Cavalry and would overlook his unauthorized troop movements. Once he reclaimed HRT City, it would be another monumental achievement. With that, the entourage hurriedly made their way to the general's residence. Inside, the messenger had been waiting for quite some time, anxiously pacing back and forth, his demeanor tense and uneasy. The KHN had sent him to reclaim WLTG's command over the Leopard Cavalry and retrieve the military insignia. However, WLTG was known for his fiery temperament throughout the steppes and had a long-standing disdain for others. With his illustrious military accomplishments, no one dared to speak to him openly except the KHN. Thus, the messenger was certain that WLTG would not willingly surrender his command. Just as he was growing anxious, WLTG and his deputies entered the residence, each bearing an air of arrogance. WLTG approached the messenger, swaying slightly, and said, "Has the KHN sent you to instruct me to return to defend HRT City?" The messenger, taken aback, replied, "That is not the case." Puzzled, he glanced at the soldier who had delivered the message, who was now looking down in embarrassment. With a derisive sneer, the messenger realized the order had not been conveyed clearly. "Then what is your purpose here? Merely to inform me that HRT City has fallen?" WLTG frowned in confusion. "That is not the case," the messenger replied solemnly. "You have acted without authorization, which is a grave error. The KHN has sent me to reclaim your command over the Leopard Cavalry and strip you of your authority. If you resist, you will face dire consequences. If you surrender your command now, I shall treat this matter as though it never occurred." Upon hearing this, WLTG and his deputies surrounded the messenger, closing in from all sides. "I have made great contributions to the Jin. How much land has been seized? Do you think you can reclaim my military authority with just a single sentence? Have you even considered whether my subordinates would agree?" Wu Lichuj threatened. The vice-generals, filled with murderous intent, drew their swords from their waists. They had followed Wu Lichuj from humble beginnings to their current ranks, entirely owing their rise to his promotion. In their hearts, their commander's words held greater weight than those of the Khan. "Wu Lichuj, are you contemplating rebellion?" The envoy's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his body trembling in fear and anger. "Do you not realize that the fall of Holt City is entirely due to you? Had it not been for your unauthorized deployment of troops, we could have coexisted peacefully with those southern barbarians by relinquishing the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun. It is all your fault that the 200,000 southern troops turned around and invaded our great Jin territory." Despite the envoy's accusations, Wu Lichuj remained unfazed. "What of it? I will slay them with the Leopard Division and reclaim what is ours." Upon hearing this, the envoy was consumed with rage. "Nonsense. Wu Lichuj, I, representing the Khan, command you to surrender the Leopard Division's military token. Otherwise, you will face execution for treason." Upon hearing these words, Wu Lichuj and the vice-generals laughed, their smiles dark and foreboding. "Execute me? You are all as weak and inept as the Khan. Those southern barbarians have already ridden over us, yet you fail to take action. How dare you threaten to execute a man devoted to the great Jin?" At this moment, Wu Lichuj felt profound disappointment towards the Khan. Ever since he learned of the fall of the city in the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun, he had been dissatisfied with the Jin state's view of Jiang Ce as a formidable enemy. In his eyes, a feeble southern barbarian could not possibly be compared to their prairie warriors. The entire Leopard Division shared this sentiment. The southern barbarians deserved nothing but subjugation. The Khan's display of weakness towards the southern barbarians was nothing less than a betrayal of the Jin state and its people. One vice-general, filled with wrath, thrust his weapon into the envoy's abdomen, spilling his entrails across the ground. "Commander, the current Khan is no longer the valiant and resolute leader he once was. We need someone like you, a mighty prairie warrior akin to an eagle, to lead us in exterminating the southern barbarians." As one man stepped forward, others echoed his sentiments. "Commander, the Jin state is now in turmoil under the southern barbarians' assault, and the Khan has lost his courage. Why not declare yourself king? After all, if you return, the Khan will demand you surrender your military power and execute you. Why not rebel now? We brothers will follow you to the death." The vice-generals shouted in unison. Wu Lichuj listened, his eyes sparkling with excitement. With his current strength, why should he submit to others? Moreover, he had long harbored disdain for the Khan's court, where everyone was idle and did nothing. They were nowhere near the caliber of a seasoned general like himself. "Rebel!" Wu Lichuj raised his arm and called out, instantly garnering the support of numerous leaders. Prairie warriors, raised on beef, ought to possess more vigor than those southern barbarians who only consume rice. Yet now, they cower in fear of Jiang Ce, a southerner. Expect me to relinquish my military power? Dream on. If they do not dare to fight, I shall take the initiative. I will ensure those southern barbarians witness the might of my Leopard Division's iron cavalry. Chapter 48. Reward of 100,000 Jinui, Jin Ce. Ingqing. Jiang Ce gazed at the map before him, calculating the time it would take for Suda and Li Guang to capture Holt City. According to the intelligence at his disposal, while the city's defenses were indeed formidable, the commanding officers would likely be at a loss against the upgraded iron floating turret. The city should fall swiftly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Holt City of the Jin state. Reward, 1 million stones of grain. The grain has been allocated to the granary in Yingqing. Please check it. Host. Reward, 100,000 Jinyue. Jinyue, the Ming Dynasty's secret police organization responsible for surveillance, capturing criminals, gathering military intelligence, and known for their exceptional martial skills, adept at tracing clues, and traditionally serving the emperor as a sharp, hidden blade. 100,000 Jinyue have been summoned to the military training ground in Yingqing. Please check it. Host. Jiang Ce's eyes brightened at the sight of the 100,000 Jinyue gathered in the training ground, clad in black flying fish attire and wielding embroidered spring knives. They created a dark and mysterious atmosphere. Excellent. Jiang Ce could not help but marvel. The Jinyue were the largest intelligence agency of the Ming Dynasty, casting their net across the world, monitoring officials, gathering information, and capable of anything. This was all due to the terrifying execution power of the Jinyue. There is nothing that can escape their watchful eyes. Although the system ensures that the civil and military officials rewarded to him are absolutely loyal, the officials of the cities he has captured may not share the same devotion. Therefore, the presence of the Jinyue remains crucial. Even aside from their unique nature, each Jinyue possesses formidable martial prowess and exceptional skills. 100,000 Jinyue is enough to render him all-seeing and all-knowing. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he holds the fate of the world in his hands. Reward, 1 draw available. Would you like to draw? The prompt sounded again. Jiang Ce did not hesitate, decisively choosing to draw. Congratulations to the host for drawing a rare figure, Jin Ce. Jin Ce, a renowned assassin of the late Warring States period, possessing remarkable intelligence and profound depth, adept at patience and understanding human nature, famously described as one who, with his sword at the ready, can summon the winds and thunder. The reward has been summoned to the host's side. Please check it, host. I pay my respects to your majesty. Dressed in gray, he did not display an air of nobility or valor. The lines of hardship etched upon his face revealed a tumultuous past. Observing the long sword at his waist, Jiang Ce smiled and hurried to assist him, declining formalities. He scrutinized Jin Ce from head to toe. His appearance was unremarkable, his stature ordinary. Even amidst a crowd, he would not stand out. However, the pronounced muscles in his arms indicated his exceptional skill. After all, he had compelled the king of Qin to flee around a pillar. It must be said that the system's rewards were exceedingly apparent. The Jin Wei aligned harmoniously with Jin Ce's abilities. The former excelled in tracking elusive trails, while the latter was proficient in judgment and analysis. Their combination would undoubtedly yield complementary results. Upon reflecting, Jiang Ce recalled the recent incidents involving the incessant harassment of dark spies from Daqian within the borders. His expression brightened. Perhaps this could be an opportunity to eradicate Daqian spies? While deep in thought, a soldier approached to report. He knelt on one knee, presenting a letter to Jiang Ce. Your Majesty, General Liu Jun has sent word. Jiang Ce nodded, accepting the letter to peruse its contents. After reading, he frowned slightly. The letter described Daqian spies as rampant as weeds, impossible to eradicate swiftly. After a recent purge in Jinsheng, a new wave had emerged in Wuchang, instilling fear among the common people across various cities. Several military camps, granaries, and shops had been set ablaze by these spies. Although there had been relative calm in recent days, Liu Jun feared this was merely a ploy by Prime Minister Zhao Yi to buy time, possibly plotting a grave disaster. Humph. Do they truly consider me a soft persimmon? Jiang Ce scoffed. Daqian dares to disregard my warnings. They should prepare for their own downfall. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to Jin Ce. Jin Ce, I grant you 100,000 Jin Wei. Within 10 days. Can you cleanse all Daqian spies from our territory? After speaking, he commanded that all records of the spies' transgressions be handed over to Jin Ce for review. Your Majesty, within 10 days, I shall eliminate all spies from our land. Should I fail, I shall bear the death penalty. Jin Ce declared respectfully after reading the documents. The Jin Wei, a secretive organization that instilled dread in all ministers of the Ming, was now under Jin Ce's command. Clearing out this batch of Daqian spies should be a simple task. Rise. Jiang Ce spoke in a deep tone. Such a trivial matter does not require a vow of your life. I have faith in your abilities. His words moved Jin Ce profoundly. His body trembled with excitement as he knelt. Your Majesty, I have a strategy, but may I speak freely? As an assassin who had come close to the legendary Qin Shi Huang, Jin Ce was intimately familiar with the actions of spies and held them in contempt. In his eyes, these so-called spies were no different from bandits. They thrived on bullying the weak and employed despicable tactics. Oh, Jiang Ce's interest was piqued. Share your thoughts with me. Jin Ce stood, speaking earnestly. If we merely root out and eliminate the spies within our borders, Daqian will simply send more to infiltrate again. This approach is merely a temporary fix. Since we possess the Jin Wei, why not use their methods against them? We could deploy a large number of Jin Wei to infiltrate Daqian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce nodded vigorously. The methods of the Jin Wei were far superior to those of these fledgling Daqian spies. In terms of infiltration, a single Jin Wei was worth 100 Daqian spies. Moreover, those Daqian spies were merely brutish killers, utterly inferior. The Jin Wei, however, could discreetly gather intelligence on Daqian, from the prime minister to the porters, leaving no stone unturned. At critical moments, they could leverage this information to deliver a decisive blow. Such is the disparity. Excellent. Jin Ku, I entrust this matter entirely to you. Beyond delivering information to me, ensure you uncover the depths of Daqian. You must also infiltrate core officials of their court, such as the ministers of the 6 departments. In times of urgency, I permit you to act first and report later, even eliminating those with ill intentions toward the Ming. Jiang Ce commanded solemnly. Jin Ku knelt in acceptance. Your humble servant shall obey. Descending from the training grounds, Jin Ku proceeded to assign tasks to the Jin Wei at a measured pace. Jiang Ce withdrew his gaze from the training grounds, pondering for a moment before commanding someone to bring paper and ink, composing a letter. He dispatched a messenger to swiftly deliver the letter to Huerte City. In Huerte City, Suda received the urgent missive and unfolded it for review. It instructed him to fortify Huerte City, maintaining vigilance against a potential surprise attack by the Leopard Battalion until new orders were issued. Upon finishing the letter, he promptly incinerated it and began preparations, closing the city gates. Without the Emperor's command, no one is permitted to enter or exit Huerte City. He issued orders to strengthen defenses and increase patrols. Chapter 49. The Leopard Battalion's Rebellion. The Khan agrees to a marriage alliance. Within the Khan's tent, the atmosphere was heavy. The Khan and his ministers from the Jin Kingdom were all deeply worried, anxious about addressing the Leopard Battalion's unauthorized mobilization. Initially, Jiang Ce's northern expedition to Yanyun had seemed inconsequential. They could simply reclaim the land, as it was not fertile pasture land. However, now that Jiang Ce had set foot on Jin territory, tensions between the two nations had escalated. Although it had not yet reached a point of no return, the fault lay with Daqian. Everyone in the tent was deliberating on how to remedy the situation. Report, Your Majesty. A letter from the Ming Emperor Hongwu has arrived. A soldier stumbled into the tent, sweat pouring from his brow. Upon hearing the news, the ministers collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts in their throats as they cast anxious glances at the Khan. The Khan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastened to command the soldier to read the missive aloud. The soldier, clutching the imperial edict, carefully unfolded it with a steady hand. Tension filled the air as the assembly listened intently. The previous correspondence I sent stipulated that the Khan is to acquire only the 16 prefectures of Yanyun. Anything beyond that is of no concern. Now, with your leopard army advancing southward and the Jin Kingdom having breached our agreement first, I have taken Huerte City as a punitive measure. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall march northward and lay waste to the great Jin. The soldier read with fervor, perspiration dripping from his brow. In the grand tent, the ministers hung their heads in despair, bewildered by the news. The Khan, upon hearing this, was equally troubled. Had this been in the past, they might have dismissed the ominous tone of the missive with disdain. However, following a series of devastating defeats, not only had Yanyun been reclaimed, but they had also lost Huerte City. This forced them to take Jiang Ce seriously. Based on their understanding of Jiang Ce's character, they believed him to be resolute and capable of fulfilling his threats. If he were to advance his army northward, it was likely that he would drag the great Jin down with him, even at the cost of mutual destruction. Jiang Ce, a mere rebel from the southern tribes, had nothing to lose. The Jin Kingdom was vulnerable. Should it suffer any further setbacks, surrounding powers would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Khan, how are we to respond if Jiang Ce comes for us, especially with the leopard army absent? In an instant, the grand tent was in turmoil. Calm yourselves. The Khan furrowed his brow, silencing the crowd with an authoritative voice. He struggled to regain his composure, inhaling deeply. At this juncture, it is not imperative that we engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Ming army. I perceive that Jiang Ce merely seeks an explanation. If that is the case, let us provide him with one. The Khan spoke resolutely, though his heart was heavy with regret. Had the leopard army not recklessly marched southward and provoked Jiang Ce, Huerte City would not have fallen. An explanation? What kind of explanation could suffice? Is it justifiable for him to besiege Huerte City? With his cavalry at our doorstep, if we do not furnish an explanation, we risk losing more than just Huerte City. Indeed, our immediate priority must be to stabilize the situation with Jiang Ce and consider our long-term strategy. The ministers, in the presence of the Khan, erupted into heated arguments over the implications of the missive. The Khan, already plagued by a headache, felt as if his skull might split from the cacophony. Report, Khan. The envoy you dispatched has been confirmed dead. The Leopard Army's commander, Wulatuj, has declared rebellion. The Leopard Army is currently advancing towards Huerte City and intends to seize it. Another dire piece of news struck the assembly silent. The once boisterous tent now engulfed in an eerie stillness. Including the Khan, All present were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. As they regained their composure, the ministers expressed their outrage, directing their ire towards Wulituj. How could he dare to rebel? He is unworthy to be among our nomadic kin. I always suspected he harbored treacherous intentions, and now it is evident. The Khan, filled with fury, trembled with rage. Silence, he bellowed, and the room fell silent. The ministers too intimidated to utter a word. Observing their reaction, the Khan let out a deep sigh, collapsing into his seat and massaging his throbbing temples. Just as one wave of trouble seemed to subside, another arose. With Jiang Ce's demands unanswered, Wulituj's rebellion compounded his headaches. The high priest hesitated briefly before addressing the ministers. Within the grand tent, aside from the Khan, his status was the most esteemed. His counsel carried more weight than that of other tribal leaders and ministers. Khan. He approached the Khan. Wulituj's murder of the envoy and subsequent rebellion indicate that his loyalties have shifted, rendering him no longer one of us. However, there is still room for maneuver concerning Jiang Ce. Perhaps we can exploit this situation to eliminate Wulituj and minimize the losses to the Leopard army, thereby restoring its strength. The Khan's eyes widened in surprise. Do you have a plan? The high priest nodded. Princess Tana has a favorable relationship with Jiang Ce and, sharing gene blood, she may be persuaded to influence him on our behalf. The Khan clapped his hands with renewed vigor, shaking off the despair he had just felt. A splendid idea. Quickly summon Newbie. Let Tana employ her connections. This could lead to the eradication of the Leopard army while allowing Jiang Ce to reconsider his aggression. It is a win-win situation. Before long, Tana's father, Newbie, strode into the tent. Upon hearing that the Khan wished him to write to Tana for assistance, he immediately shook his head in refusal. He forcibly married my daughter, and now I must show weakness? Such a notion is preposterous. Newbie's face flushed with indignation. Newbie, as Tana's father, you are the most suitable to undertake this task. Do you wish to witness Jiang Ce's forces at our borders? Do you want to see our Jin warriors fall in battle? The Khan frowned. Though he is Tana's grandfather, he is also the Khan. A letter penned by him would signify the Jin Kingdom's submission to Jiang Ce, reducing them to a vassal state. This is precisely why he needed Newbie to write the letter. Yet Newbie remained obstinate. Tana's previous letter barely mentioned me as her father. Writing to her now would serve no purpose. The Khan, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter tinged with anger. In the face of national disgrace, what weight does personal grievance carry? Put aside your petty pride. Do not act like a woman, hesitating and whining. Chastised by the Khan, felt a flush of indignation rising to his face. Only after receiving a sharp glare did he reluctantly pick up his pen and begin to compose a letter. Write as I instruct, he was told. Inform that the commander of the Baoshi has led a rebellion, and that all members of the Baoshi are no longer considered part of the Jin army. Urge Tana to persuade Jiang Ce to mobilize troops and eliminate the Baoshi, in hopes of clarifying the misunderstanding. In the future, when Jiang Ce recaptures the 16 prefectures of Yanyun, our dead Jin shall not interfere. The Khan spoke, his expression wavering. Deep down, he feared that mere words would not quell Jiang Ce's wrath. Once the letter was completed, Newbie raised his gaze to inquire if it was sufficient. The Khan pondered for a moment and added, finally, in my capacity as the Khan and in the name of Tana's grandfather, I agree to her marriage. This union symbolizes the amicable relations between our Jin and Deming. Tomorrow, we shall present a grand dowry. As soon as the words left his lips, Newbie sprang up, casting aside the paper and pen in his hand. Khan, how can you so carelessly marry off Tana? Is this not a disservice to her? Reluctantly, Newbie's countenance darkened. After all, she is his daughter. To marry her off to a southerner. The Khan, drenched in cold sweat, countered, what do you understand? Given Jiang Ce's current strength, Tana marrying him would not be detrimental. Consider this, Jiang Ce has managed to cultivate hundreds of thousands of troops in a remarkably short time, and his soldiers are exceptionally valiant. Can we regard him as an ordinary southerner? Chapter 50, Defending Huerte City. In the city of Ing, a letter lay before Jiang Ce. It was the marriage proposal sent by the emissaries of the Daqian Khan. Though it was termed a peace offering, it essentially served as a plea for assistance laden with leverage. Minister Yao, in your opinion, how should I handle the Khan's current display of weakness? The two had already perused the letter. The root of the matter was the rebellion led by the Baoshi commander, Wulituj, who was now hastening towards Huerte City. Jiang Ce paid little heed to the matter of Tana's marriage. She was indisputably already his woman. As for fostering relations with the Jin, why should the burgeoning strength of Deming seek such an alliance? Furthermore, even if the Jin sincerely wished to mend ties, how could we allow them to rest easy beside us? Your Majesty, historically, winter warfare has always been a grave taboo for military strategists. As we are now in late autumn and winter approaches, it is ill-advised to send troops northward, Yao Guangshao respectfully stated. Jiang Ce nodded, aligning his thoughts with those of Yao Guangshao. The winters on the Jin steppes are far harsher than in the south, while the southern climate remains mild. Even in winter, it seldom leads to fatalities from the cold. In contrast, the vast plains become mercilessly frigid, with howling winds that can freeze a man to death. The logistics of maintaining a large army under such severe conditions would be daunting, posing a significant challenge to Ming's supply lines. Moreover, the icy terrain could induce frostbite. And while humans can don thick clothing and kindle fires for warmth, horses, after long treks, would be vulnerable to the cold, rendering cavalry ineffective. All these unfavorable factors combined render the prospect of dispatching troops to eliminate the Jin unrealistic at this juncture. Furthermore, recapturing the 16 prefectures of Yenyun would necessitate a considerable segment of forces to secure the reclaimed territories. Relying solely on the remaining army to mount a northern expedition against the Jin would be exceedingly arduous. Jiang Ce scrutinized the map amidst the bitter cold. Even if his soldiers possessed the strength to march northward, they would likely falter before reaching the Khan's tent. The Bao Shi, in their hasty rebellion, could not possibly match the logistical support of Ming, which was anchored by Hucheng. Therefore, it would be more prudent to adopt a defensive strategy, resolutely holding Huerte City. By using Huerte City as a stronghold, they could compel the Bao Shi to engage in open battle outside its walls. Yao Guangxiao, overhearing this, expressed his admiration. Jiang Ce made a decisive resolution and drafted a letter, summoning Zhao Yun to the city walls. Your Majesty, I am here. Zhao Yun ascended the city tower, kneeling to pay his respects. Jiang Ce nodded and rose. I command you to deliver this letter to Su Da, granting you command of 100,000 Hubao cavalry as Su Da's deputy, to act as he directs. Understood. Zhao Yun accepted the order and departed. 100,000 Hubao cavalry surged forth, marching northward towards the steppes. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ce felt a slight sense of relief. Given the considerable distance to Huerte City, should any issues arise, he might not be able to dispatch reinforcements in time. Moreover, the Bao Shi displayed commendable combat prowess. It would be wise to first send Zhao Yun and the 100,000 Hubao cavalry ahead as a precautionary measure. The Bao Shi's main force swiftly turned their horses around, racing towards Huerte City. The cacophony of hooves echoed, a cloud of dust rising high. The yellow sand coated every face, adding an air of profound gravitas. As they neared Huerte City, the once downtrodden army grew increasingly exhilarated. Their spirits soared with the fervor of battle. They longed to unleash their 50,000 iron hooves to trample the southern soldiers within Huerte City. Halt! Wu Li Tu Gu raised his hand. The army came to a standstill, taking a moment to regroup. The Bao Shi had been on the march for a day and a night, and fatigue was evident. If they did not rest, chaos would ensue. Temporary tents were hastily erected. Wu Li Tu Gu and his generals gathered inside, lighting a fire to dispel the chill of late autumn. Great Khan, we are now merely 20 li from Huerte City, with our 50,000 elite troops. How can we possibly fail to seize a city defended by only 20,000 southern soldiers? Give the order to attack. In just a few hours, Huerte City will be ours. The generals had already rallied around Wu Li Tu Gu as their great Khan, and at this moment, they preemptively celebrated. Convinced that Huerte City was already within their grasp. Within the confines of the tent, there was an atmosphere of exuberance. Wu Li Tu wore a self-satisfied smile. For the soldiers of the Leopard General were all elite warriors, while the lives of the southern barbarians were of little worth. To exchange life for life would only result in our loss. Upon reaching the designated location, our forces would directly besiege Huerte City, intercepting the vital supply routes in its vicinity, rendering them unable to receive provisions. The southern barbarians would surely succumb to the biting winter of the grasslands. We would confine them for several days, exhausting them within the city. The subordinate generals echoed in support, their indignation palpable. Once we captured Huerte, our army would march northward, pressing towards the Khan's tent. We would compel that group of spineless golden men to submit. Wu Li Tu scoffed, declaring that the Khan was inept, and under his leadership, the Jin Dynasty would only decline. Once I reclaim Huerte City, I shall seize power and command the troops, leading the Jin cavalry southward to flatten the southern dynasty. We shall showcase the divine might of our great Jin. All southerners shall be reduced to slaves, especially that southern barbarian Jiang Ce. I shall capture him alive, subject him to 1,000 cuts as a sacrifice to our flag, and hang his corpse at Xuanwu Pass. Let all southerners witness the fate of opposing me. Long live the great Khan. Wu Li Tu's words garnered the adoration of the subordinate generals, filling his heart with unparalleled elation. The generals envisioned a future where they would seize power for themselves, transforming into the noble ministers within the Khan's tent, no longer burdened by the hardships of warfare and the dust of the battlefield. Meanwhile, as the Leopard General took time to regroup, Zhao Yun and his 100,000 Tiger and Leopard cavalry had already arrived at Huerte City. Su Da received military orders from Jiang Ce, keeping them firmly in mind. Consulting the geographical map of Huerte City, he began to methodically execute his plans. All timber in the outskirts, regardless of size, was to be cut down and cleared. Wells, whether dry or not, were to be filled in. The city walls were to be temporarily raised, and additional archers and infantrymen were to be stationed in the towers to strengthen the city's defenses. One command after another was issued, and Hirut City began to operate like a grand machine. Once the preparations for a fortified stronghold were completed, Su turned to Zhao Yun and spoke in a deep voice. Zhao Yun, take your 100,000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry and lie in ambush in the valley outside Hirut City. When the Leopard General attacks the city, lead the cavalry in a charge to disrupt their formation. At present, the Leopard General is lacking intelligence and will surely be unaware of your presence with the cavalry inside the city. We can exploit this information gap to catch them off guard. Zhao Yun accepted the order, and the 100,000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry concealed themselves in the valleys flanking the city. After these tasks were accomplished, Su awaited the arrival of the Leopard General atop the securely shut gates of the city. Outside Jin City, in a secluded field, Jing led a contingent of Jin Yi, totaling 500 men, having just located a major base of the Daqian spies. They swiftly eliminated the fewer than 300 spies, scouring their bodies but finding no useful intelligence. The corpses were piled together and incinerated. The results of previous operations indicated that these Daqian spies were primarily distributed between Jin City and Xuanwu Pass, using these two locations as bases to harass other cities. To date, 3,000 spies had been eradicated. After summarizing the findings, he instructed someone to draft a letter to Ying City, reporting all circumstances to Jiang Ce. Chapter 51. Zhao Yi seizes power, Jin Yi infiltrates. Within the Daqian court, in the Chancellor's residence, Zhao Yi paced back and forth in the inner courtyard, his hands clasped behind him. His anxiety was palpable. It had been a considerable time since the spies dispatched to the northern borders had made any contact. Not even a single report had returned. Furthermore, the scouts sent to investigate the situation had also vanished without a trace. This left him feeling suspicious, as though something was amiss. Could it be that I am overthinking? He paused, contemplating for a moment. Perhaps waiting a little longer would yield news? He attempted to reassure himself, feeling somewhat at ease. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed at the Chancellor's door. The already unsettled Zhao Yi was startled. Nervously, he opened the door to find his trusted confidant Liu Mao, and he immediately exclaimed, "What folly is this? Why the haste?" Liu Mao quickly bowed and entered, glancing around cautiously before speaking gravely. "My lord, there is grave news. The spies we dispatched may have all been uprooted by Jiang Ce." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's brow furrowed deeply, the relief he had just felt evaporating entirely. His heart weighed heavily as he processed the recent information. The delegation he had sent to negotiate with the Jin had been entirely executed by the Khan. The Jin people remained skeptical of our claims of not supporting Jiang Ce. Given the current circumstances, regaining the Jin's trust would be exceedingly difficult. With a deep sigh, his expression grew sorrowful, especially considering the impending southward advance of the Jin army, which would trample the southern dynasty. Moreover, Jiang Ce now resembled a fierce dragon in the river, commanding hundreds of thousands of troops, capable of turning his forces against Daqian at any moment. Without the protection of Xuanwu Pass, Daqian stood before the Ming army like a paper tiger, utterly vulnerable. The more he pondered, the heavier Zhao Yi's heart became, his face appearing aged beyond its years. Who would have imagined that the once young frontier boy could rise to become the current emperor of the Ming dynasty, whose very stamp of his foot could shake the court? And as the instigator behind the poisoning of Jiang Nantian, Jiang Ce must surely be aware of my deeds. Perhaps, once his army crushes Daqian, his first action will be to execute me publicly, offering solace to the spirit of Jiang Nantian. The thought filled Zhao Yi with dread. His body trembled involuntarily. "My lord." Liu Mao observed Zhao Yi's expression and suddenly spoke up. With a look of hesitation, he remarked, "My lord, rather than fretting over the Ming army's southern advance, it would be wiser to be concerned about other matters." Zhao Yi gazed at Liu Mao in astonishment, wondering if there was anything more daunting than the iron cavalry of the great Ming descending upon them. Liu Mao shook his head and leaned closer to Zhao Yi, whispering softly, "My lord, there are rumors circulating that His Majesty has dispatched his personal guards to Jiang Ce's side. I cannot ascertain the truth of this. But there is another matter that is undoubtedly factual. Over the past few days, I have observed that the Emperor has secretly summoned numerous ministers, many of whom have past grievances with you and have never been on amicable terms." Listening to Liu Mao's words, Zhao Yi's demeanor grew grave, and a rising sense of crisis took root in his heart. "Do you think the Emperor harbors suspicions towards you, preparing to guard against you?" Liu Mao cautiously inquired, casting a glance at Zhao Yi's face. Zhao Yi's expression shifted, and with a flick of his sleeve, he declared, "You need not concern yourself with this matter." Liu Mao, frightened, quickly lowered his head, bending his waist like a shrimp, afraid to utter a word. "Be cautious not to let anyone see you leaving the Prime Minister's residence." After sending Liu Mao away, Zhao Yi's tense body relaxed, leaving him feeling utterly drained. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he could not afford to remain idle. He promptly changed into plain clothes, donned a straw hat, and, keeping his head down, exited the prime minister's residence. With trepidation, he made his way to the imperial city, Zhao Mansion, his home. Hesitating at the entrance, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Once he confirmed no one was paying him any heed, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside the residence, only a frail old man with a weathered face and a long white beard was fishing by a rockery in the courtyard. Father. Zhao Yi hurriedly approached the old man, bowing respectfully. The elder, named Xuanwu Gate, was a former prime minister of the previous dynasty. Zhao Yi's ascent to the position of prime minister was entirely reliant on his father's influence in the court, and despite having only mastered a fraction of the required skills, he wielded considerable power, a testament to Xuanwu Gate's cunning. As a prime minister, regardless of the circumstances, you must remain unflinching like Mount Tai in the face of adversity. Otherwise, should any discerning individuals take notice, your position will become perilous, Xuanwu Gate remarked, immediately perceiving Zhao Yi's current tumultuous emotions and his lack of composure. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yi took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety, and hastily recounted the recent events. Xuanwu Gate chuckled lightly. Have you lost your wits over such matters? The current Daqian court is plagued by a feckless empress, while the Jin state grows powerful. If not for the Tian father and son in Jiangnan, the Daqian dynasty would have already been renamed Jin. Nevertheless, the Jin state, being a formidable nation, possesses depth and resources far beyond what this rebel faction of the Great Ming can compare to. Besides, what turmoil could a mere youth like Jiang Ce, who has offended both nations, possibly incite? With Xuanwu Gate's reminder, Zhao Yi finally felt a sense of relief. So, should I simply stand by and do nothing? He queried. Puzzled, Xuanwu Gate shook his head once more. Since the Empress no longer trusts you, in your current situation, you ought to seize power for yourself. Win over the officials of the court. The Empress is inept, you shall act on her behalf. If there are any officials who refuse to comply or align themselves. Xuanwu Gate's murky old eyes suddenly gleamed. The connections and resources you have amassed over the years should become your weapons now. Zhao Yi smirked, a sense of determination settling within him. Having served as prime minister for 12 years, he held many clandestine matters in his hands. If he could skillfully leverage these, who would dare defy him? Since Li Shishir is restless, I shall take on the role of acting prime minister for the Empress, he declared resolutely. In Ning City, at the military camp, Jin Ce swiftly ascended the city tower. Your Majesty, the spies sent by Daqian have been eradicated. In the 4 cities of Jincheng, Xuanwu Pass, Wuqing, and Fengcheng, we have eliminated 5,000 spies. He knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting. Jiang Ce had given him 10 days, and before 5 days had elapsed, he had identified and cleared all the spy strongholds, thanks to the tracking and infiltration capabilities of the Jinyui. Well done. Jiang Ce praised him. What of the task I assigned you earlier? Jin Ce bowed. Your Majesty, I have stationed 5,000 Jinyui within the Daqian imperial city. Many of them have infiltrated the imperial palace, the prime minister's residence, and the Ministry of Revenue. Jiang Ce nodded vigorously, laughing. Indeed, entrusting this matter to you has proven to be the right choice. I shall grant you another 5,000 Jinyui to continue monitoring tasks. You must keep a close watch on the actions of the core officials of the Daqian court. Should there be any signs of unrest, report to me immediately. Moreover, these infiltrated Jinyui must be prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Daqian when the time is right. Jiang Ce instructed Jin Ce. Yes, Jin Ce responded, accepting the order as he descended the city tower. Jiang Ce stood, lost in thought. Initially, he had intended to send the Jinyui to Daqian to infiltrate the Khan's tent. However, the stark differences in appearance between the southern people and the Jin people, coupled with the lack of hiding places within the vast grassland tents, compelled him to abandon that plan. Now, keeping the Jinyui close at hand meant that both inside and outside Ning City were filled with his eyes and ears, with them shadowing him. It felt akin to having personal bodyguards, ensuring his safety. Additionally, the Yulin army remained on standby at the military camp, providing him with double assurance. Essentially within Yingqing, danger is unlikely to be encountered. The Leopard Division has completed its temporary rest. The soldiers mount their steeds and once again gallop towards Hirut City. The rhythmic pounding of hooves raises a cloud of yellow dust. Reporting to the Khan, Hirut City is ablaze with lights, its gates firmly shut. No Ming generals are observed patrolling the city walls, seemingly unaware of our Leopard Division's approach. The scouts previously dispatched have returned, weary and dusty. Upon hearing this, Uli Tug scoffs, having previously asserted that those southern barbarians are utterly incompetent, incapable of even detecting our Leopard Division's arrival. One of his deputy commanders steps forward, a grave expression upon his face. Great Khan, our Leopard Division is resting just 20 miles outside the city. The Ming army could not have failed to notice. I suspect there are ambushes outside Hirut City. Uli Tug dismisses this with a smile. You overestimate the southerners. Those barbarians are unlikely to conceive of such strategies. Perhaps, when our Leopard Division arrives, they will abandon the city in flight. Otherwise, why did they choose to avoid battle when we descended upon Yinqing? His self-assurance swells, and he waves his hand decisively, urging the entire army to accelerate. Under the cover of night, before the southern forces can react, they will launch a swift assault on Heorot and capture it as quickly as possible. The commanders cheer in response, their spirits soaring with excitement. They vow to seize Heorot City and annihilate the southern barbarians. Rumor has it that the southern women are as tender as dew. Far smoother than the women of the grasslands, their voices delightful. Once we capture Heorot City and seize power from the Jin, we can indulge as we please. Several deputy commanders cruelly laugh, suggesting they might slay a few southern barbarians for amusement while having their fun. The thought invigorates the Leopard Division commanders, diminishing their fatigue from the previous night's gallop. Just as their laughter and premature celebrations echo, they arrive at the outskirts of Heorot City. Zhao Yun observes the billowing dust clouds approaching and realizes the Leopard Division is closing in. He coldly watches them draw nearer, silently counting the distance. Charge! As the central forces of the Leopard Division enter the valley, Zhao Yun gives the order to strike. Suddenly, the 100,000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, hidden on the heights of the valley, charge forth. The battle cries resonate through the air. The Leopard army is taken aback by the divine appearance of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, utterly astonished. The red dragon flag flutters, seemingly devouring their resolve. The long, serpentine formation of the Leopard army is swiftly disrupted by the charging cavalry. Hidden beneath the veil of night, they are further intimidated by the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, causing their own cavalry to become disoriented, colliding into one another and engaging in fratricidal chaos. With the Leopard army in disarray, Zhao Yun's timing and angle for the charge are exquisitely calculated, making it exceedingly difficult for Uli Tug and his deputies to reorganize their forces. They can only grit their teeth in frustration as they witness their ranks scatter. An enemy attack. The bodies of soldiers lie scattered on the flanks, pools of blood forming on the ground. Only then does Uli Tug react, commanding the trumpet to sound. He forces himself to remain composed. All troops, heed my command. Do not panic. Hold the formation and retaliate. Uli Tug bellows. Meanwhile, within Yinqing, the banners of the Jin have been entirely replaced by the red dragon flags. Liu Zhan, leading 100,000 elite Qin troops, has successfully captured Yinqing under the secret orders of Jiang Ce. The upgraded forces of the Qin troops are simply insurmountable for the defenders of Yinqing. With minimal casualties, they have seized the city. Afterward, Liu Zhan documents the situation in a letter and dispatches it to Jiang Ce, expressing his commitment to their expectations. Outside Heorot City, the chaos resulting from the Leopard Division's disarray renders them unable to regroup. They are mercilessly cut down by the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry like livestock. The narrow road, flanked by the valley's walls, has been deliberately chosen by Zhao Yun, who awaited the central forces of the Leopard Division to arrive. Even if the front and rear soldiers of the Leopard Division wish to regroup, they are obstructed by their own comrades. Great Khan. The gates of Heorot City are wide open. The front ranks have been overwhelmed by the Ming army, resulting in countless casualties. A soldier, bloodied and battered, finds Uli Tug and reports. What? Uli Tug is taken aback, gazing in the distance as Su De leads 100,000 ironclad troops, while Li Guang commands another 100,000 infantry, pouring forth. The Ming army sweeps through as if traversing unchallenged territory, scattering the Leopard Division into disarray. Now besieged on all sides, Uli Tug is overwhelmed with headaches and regrets underestimating the enemy. Witnessing the heavy losses incurred by his Leopard Division, his eyes twitch with anger, and he contemplates retreat. Report. Great Khan. Yinqing is under attack and is on the verge of falling. The soldiers left to defend Yinqing, exhausted and bloodied, return on swift horses to deliver the news. Upon hearing this, Uli Tug's eyes widen with fury. Damn it! Retreat. All troops, return to the Yinqing stronghold. He is filled with rage and grief. The audacity to rebel and march north was predicated upon Yinqing serving as their stronghold, but now, with that stronghold on the brink of collapse, all previous efforts are at risk of being rendered null. Uli Tug is beset by a splitting headache. The battle has reached a critical juncture, and having fallen into an ambush, the Leopard Division has suffered significant losses. If they continue to stall, their entire army will inevitably be annihilated. Not to mention the capture of Heorot City. Gritting his teeth in determination, he sounds the horn for a counterattack. The commanders await his orders. Charge through the encirclement. With a fierce shout, Wulituj brandished his blade and led his cavalry into battle. Suda, witnessing the sudden intensification of the Leopard army's offensive, remained composed in heart. He adopted a strategy of retreating while engaging the enemy, relying on the defense of the iron floating tower, with Li Guang commanding the Mo Dao troops at the side for support. He displayed no signs of panic. However, the tide of defeat was still undeniable. After all, the Leopard army numbered over 500,000, and at that moment, they were fighting desperately for their lives to break free from the encirclement. Although a clever tactic had secured a momentary victory, The disparity in numbers was too great. Furthermore, the hastily arranged battle outside the city still allowed Wulituj to break through. Cursed Jiang Ce. In the future, I shall sever your head to use as a urinal. Wulituj was filled with rage and despair. Even while retreating, he did not forget to utter fierce words, vowing to avenge this great grievance. Suda, upon hearing this, could not help but sneer. Noticing the leopard army fleeing towards Yen City, Suda left Li Guang to command 100,000 Mo Dao troops to guard Herut City, while he and Zhao Yun pursued the leopard army. In this battle, our army suffered merely 30,000 casualties, while annihilating 200,000 leopard troops. His Majesty would surely be elated to see the battle report. Suda thought joyfully. Chapter 53. A great defeat for the leopard army, capturing Wulituj alive. On the grasslands, the full moon hung high. The defeated leopard army endured the biting autumn winds, their morale plummeting as they hastened towards Yen City. All members of the leopard army wore grim expressions. Wulituj was particularly discontent. Since he assumed command of the leopard army, he had never tasted defeat. Who would have thought that this first defeat would be so catastrophic? Despicable southern barbarians. If it were not for their ambush and surprise attack, Herut City would have been mine by now. He was filled with indignation, regretful of his past decisions. Had he not underestimated the enemy and instead played it safe, those southern barbarian troops would have been no match for him. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Just as he was nearing Yen City, Wulituj's mood somewhat calmed. However, upon seeing a silent group of soldiers waiting on the essential path to Yen City, his recently quelled fury suddenly surged anew. A glance revealed the opposing soldiers holding torches high, and the crimson dragon flags unmistakably belonged to the Ming army. Jiang Ce, upon spotting the leopard army, smiled indifferently. Shortly after sending Lu Xun to attack Yen City, he personally led the Yulin army into the fray. Timing it perfectly, he encountered the fleeing leopard army. Humph. You seek the path to heaven, yet fail to tread it, while you charge into the gates of hell. Wulituj quickly realized that the army blocking his way comprised only 100,000 troops, and the sense of panic in his heart dissipated instantly. He coldly laughed, declaring, "With just 100,000 troops, they are insufficient for my leopard army to consume." Jiang Ce remained silent, observing Wulituj intently. Before long, Lu Xun led another 100,000 Qin Rui troops, rushing to support from Yen City. Upon witnessing this, Wulituj furrowed his brow. Noticing the equipment on the Qin Rui troops, which was as fine as that of the iron floating tower, a sense of worry began to creep into his heart. However, he quickly reassured himself. His leopard army still had 500,000 soldiers. Having just faced a defeat, everyone was brimming with pent-up anger, and it was the perfect opportunity to vent their frustrations and wash away the shame upon these 20,000 southern barbarian troops. Yet before he could relish this thought, Suda and Zhao Yun's pursuing troops arrived. 100,000 iron floating towers and 100,000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry were closely tailing the leopard army, their gazes fixed fiercely upon them. Wulituj swallowed hard, his expression changing dramatically. The surrounding commanders saw the leopard army ensnared, surrounded by enemies on all sides, their faces filled with astonishment. They were all taken aback. Very quickly, Wulituj concealed his shock, realizing that there was no escape this time. Yet he still maintained a scornful smile, believing that the leopard army had only been defeated due to ambush and terrain. The southern barbarians could only employ such underhanded tactics. Now, it was a true battle on the open grasslands. Leading the leopard army, he would easily crush this group of southern barbarians. Jiang Ce pressed forward towards the leopard army, riding to the front of his troops, looking at Wulituj, and declared, "Surrender. I shall not slay a single soldier of your leopard army. Your life is of use to me." Jiang Ce spoke solemnly. The leopard army still had 30,000 soldiers remaining, and their combat effectiveness was intact. If they could handle the surrender properly, his own army would not suffer losses. Wulituj laughed coldly. Foolish southern barbarians. Do you think I would easily submit? He believed Jiang Ce sought to incite him to rebel and attack the Khan's tent. However, as a man of the grasslands, how could he possibly bow down to a mere southern barbarian? Oh, then let us see how long your leopard army can sustain my wrath. Jiang Ce smiled at Wulituj. Bah! Wulituj spat a thick gob of phlegm. His expression was contemptuous. I am the foremost Zibi of the Jin Kingdom, the first Bachalu, with valiant soldiers under my command. Do you truly believe these southern barbarian troops are a match for my leopard army? Jiang Ce sneered. A defeated general dares to be arrogant. Upon hearing this, Wulituj was enraged. His forehead felt as if it were on fire. If it were not for your underhanded tactics and hidden ambush, would my leopard army have been defeated? If you dare, come and fight me openly. Let me show you the might of the Jin cavalry. Jiang Ce coldly snorted. I shall grant you your wish. You shall die with dignity. As soon as he finished speaking, both armies were instantly on high alert, their tensions palpable. The leopard army's horn sounded. A squadron of heavy cavalry surged forward. They charged fiercely, an overwhelming force. Kill. The Yulin army in Jiang Ce's hands also advanced with blades drawn. The sound of battle echoed through the heavens. Wu Lituge laughed heartily, as if he could already envision the scene of the heavy cavalry trampling the Yulin army into a pulp. As the scene unfolded, he was utterly taken aback. The Yulin army displayed an astonishing bravado, unafraid of the heavy cavalry charge, boldly clashing head-on. In fact, the Yulin army exhibited even greater speed and ferocity. The two forces collided, sending the Leopard Division's heavy cavalry into disarray. Horses stumbled and fell. The cries of soldiers echoed. The Yulin army struck down relentlessly, reaping countless heads of the Leopard Division cavalry. Wu Lituge could hardly believe his eyes. His pride and joy, the heavy cavalry he had nurtured with great care, was being bested by the southern barbarians. One must remember, these were warriors of the grasslands. How could they succumb to the southern foes? In disbelief, a wave of furious anger surged within him. All troops, heed my command. Charge with me. In his wrath, Wu Lituge personally led his forces into battle, refusing to accept that the Leopard cavalry was inferior to the southern troops. At his command, the morale of the Leopard soldiers soared as they surged towards the Ming army. Meanwhile, Jiang Ce observed the battlefield with cold detachment, issuing orders to capture the Leopard Division's commander alive. Understood. The generals responded in unison. Subsequently, Jiang Ce meticulously orchestrated the battle. First, he dispatched the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry to disrupt the Leopard Army's formation. Then, he unleashed the Iron Floating Tower Heavy Cavalry to strike fiercely, diminishing the overall combat effectiveness of the Leopard Division. Finally, he commanded the Yulin Army to cooperate with Liu Zhen leading the Qin Rui troops to confront the enemy directly. Frankly speaking, with 400,000 fully armed elite soldiers facing this 300,000 Leopard Army, there was no suspense. It was a unilateral crushing victory for the Ming Army, and a disastrous defeat for the Leopard Army. The battlefield at this moment resembled a Hell's Cape, strewn with the bodies of the Leopard soldiers. Jiang Ce reflected. Having declared himself emperor for such a long time, he had never encountered such an effortlessly simple battle. In less than half an hour, the 30,000 Leopard troops were reduced to mere thousands. The Yulin army's blades had even dulled from the slaughter. Wu Lituge and his officers gazed upon the scene of rivers of blood, the crimson tide even reaching their feet. The fear within their hearts expanded exponentially. I surrender. Do not kill me. I surrender. One officer, witnessing the horrific scene, discarded his weapon, knelt down, and wept bitterly. Soon, more officers followed suit, removing their armor and surrendering. Wu Lituge, witnessing this, had his eyes turn bloodshot. Great Khan, yield. Do not let the soldiers suffer any longer, urged his officers. The defeat is already certain. Wu Lituge sniffled, exhaling a long sigh. He tightly shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight of the Leopard Division being slaughtered with such impunity. Then he knelt down. Surrendering, he lowered his head and bellowed, his expression utterly despondent. Despite his inner reluctance, in the face of absolute strength, he was left with no choice. Simultaneously, he felt incredulous about the might of Jiang Ce's forces. The terror of the Ming army was tenfold more frightening than what Wanyan Hongsheng had described. All troops, halt. Bind them. Upon seeing Wu Lituge surrender, Jiang Ce ceased hostilities, taking the Leopard Division's commanders alive. With a cursory glance, he noted that each Leopard soldier wore expressions of humiliation and despair. He smiled coldly, swiftly assembling a delegation of several dozen individuals. He selected 1,000 Tiger and Leopard cavalry for escort, declaring, I dispatch you to the Khan's grand tent in the Jin Kingdom with these Leopard commanders. Additionally, convey my message. In the coming days, I shall reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yanyuan, and I hope the Khan will honor his promise and refrain from interference. Should there be any rash actions, the fate of the Leopard Division today shall be the Jin Kingdom's tomorrow. He paused, contemplating the letter filled with exchanges of interests and alliances, adding, moreover, Tana is now my woman, the Empress of the Ming Dynasty, not a bargaining chip for an alliance with the Jin Kingdom. Furthermore, the lives of these Leopard commanders shall be my leverage for the city of Huerte. Your Huerte city is situated at the strategic throat where the Jin Kingdom meets the 16 prefectures of Yanyuan. To prevent the Jin army from descending south and disturbing my peaceful dreams, I shall not return Huerte city. Jiang Ce chuckled coldly. Should there be any dissent, feel free to send troops to seize it. I shall be ready at any moment. The final statement carried a heavy warning. Chapter 54, Upgrading Troop Types. Summoning the renowned General Yu Fei. In the Jin Kingdom's Khan's grand tent, the atmosphere was dense with tension, silence looming over all. Everyone knew that the Leopard Division was advancing towards Huerte city. Given Jiang Ce's temperament, it was certain he would not remain idle. They all awaited the outcome of this matter, including the Khan himself. Each individual wore a facade of patience, yet their hearts were riddled with anxiety. The impending battle at Huerte although it was a conflict between the southern people and the Jin Kingdom as traders, would ultimately determine the fate of the Jin Kingdom. Regardless of who emerged victorious. Report. I bring tidings to the Khan. The envoy from the Ming has arrived. A soldier hurriedly entered the tent, bowing to inform the Khan. Upon hearing this, the Khan sprang to his feet, his brow furrowing. The others in the tent mirrored his unease. Quickly, summon the men, the Khan urged. At this juncture, the Ming dynasty was no longer a force they could contend with. They could not afford to slight the Ming envoy. Soon, the envoy strode into the grand tent. Esteemed Khan, my sovereign has a national tribute to present, which is currently awaiting your review outside the tent. The Khan paused, nodding slowly, then proceeded towards the entrance, followed closely by the officials and leaders. Upon exiting the tent, they beheld a group of leopard commanders bound tightly. Kneeling on the ground, the envoy said nothing, merely observing the scene before him with a knowing smile. The might of the Ming dynasty surpassed that of the Jin Kingdom. They had no need to engage in lengthy discussions here. Their purpose was merely to fulfill protocol and convey the emperor's intentions. As the Khan and his ministers beheld the leopard army commanders, their countenances reflected a profound despondency and dejection. They were momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by astonishment upon realizing that Jiang Ce had indeed subdued the leopard army, the mightiest force of the Jin dynasty, consisting of an impressive 500,000 elite troops. The Khan was equally astounded to see Jiang Ce deliver the principal leaders of the leopard army, such as Wu into his hands, indicating that Jiang Ce had not completely annihilated the situation, leaving a semblance of dignity for the Khan of the Jin dynasty. However, the Khan pondered why only these commanders had appeared before him, leading him to suspect that the remaining soldiers had been utterly annihilated. A shiver coursed through him, and with trepidation, he inquired of the messenger regarding the fate of the leopard army captives. The messenger cast a glance at the Khan and replied, His Majesty has decreed that 80,000 leopard army captives will be returned to the Jin dynasty tomorrow. At this revelation, the Khan exhaled a sigh of relief, finding solace in the fact that despite the original force of 500,000, retaining 80,000 elite soldiers could be perceived as a blessing amidst calamity. The anxious expressions of the ministers transformed into one of joy as they reflected on the numerous Jin warriors who had perished due to Wu actions, directing their ire towards him with vehement accusations. They scornfully declared that as the foremost Zibi and Bachalu of the Jin, he had led a rebellion and had been vanquished like a stray dog, resulting in the deaths of 420,000 men from the grasslands. How could the Jin dynasty tolerate such a disgrace? Hearing this, Wu initially crestfallen visage flushed crimson with indignation, yet the accusations were grounded in truth, leaving him devoid of any strength to counter. The subordinate commanders of the leopard army lowered their heads even further, fearful of incurring the wrath of the multitude. The Khan listened, and his tranquil demeanor swiftly transformed into one of palpable impatience. He believed that Wu rebellion had caused the Jin dynasty to suffer the loss of countless elite soldiers, a fate that had required immense resources to cultivate. With this thought, the Khan felt a piercing pain in his heart, his eyes burning with fury as they fixated on Wu. Bring them forth and execute them, he commanded. Such beasts, who bring disaster upon the nation, are not needed in the Jin. Khan, I acknowledge my errors, Wu exclaimed, his legs trembling beneath him as he fervently bowed and pleaded for mercy. I am the foremost Zibi and Bachalu of the Jin, and I still hold value for our nation. The Khan scoffed, You have sullied those titles. Drag him away. With a sweeping gesture, a contingent of soldiers rushed into the tent to seize Wu and his cohorts. The envoy from the Ming dynasty observed with a dispassionate gaze. Once the lamentations of Wu and the others subsided outside the tent, he unfurled the imperial edict. I, the Emperor Hongwu of the Ming dynasty, he proclaimed. The ministers were entirely focused on the envoy, suppressing any signs of discontent. The Khan too displayed a demeanor of respect, slightly bowing to listen. The Hirut city, which has historically guarded the critical juncture between the Jin grasslands and Yanyun, shall not be returned to the Jin dynasty to prevent further insurrections. In the future, should the Khan have any requests, the possession of Hirut city will enable mutual support between us. Upon hearing these words, the Khan was rendered speechless, his complexion fluctuating between hues of green and white, reflecting an array of emotions. The ministers within the tent gasped in collective disbelief, casting disapproving glances at the Khan. That territory belonged to their nation. How could it be relinquished so easily? They all hoped he would adamantly refuse, faced with the discontented gazes of his ministers. The Khan's expression darkened considerably. Yet, with Jiang Ce having gained substantial power and the Jin's strongest leopard army nearly obliterated, how could he dare to resist? Thus, after a profound sigh, the Khan lowered his head and declared, Hirut city shall no longer belong to the Jin territory. I shall not intervene. The moment the words left his lips, the tent was filled with a chorus of sighs and lamentations. In Yinqing, Jiang Ce prepared to claim the rewards for seizing the city. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing Yinzhou's Yinqing. Reward. Upgrade for the Yuan army. The reward has been issued. Please check host. Yuan army. The ring-headed saber is replaced with a steel blade, and light armor is replaced with chainmail. One lottery draw. Would you like to draw? Without hesitation, he opted to draw. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a renowned general, Yu Fei. Yu Fei, a valiant warrior, strategic and composed, strictly disciplined, without any transgressions. Devoted to the nation, driving out the invaders. He was the preeminent military strategist of the Southern Song. The reward has been summoned to your side. Please take note. As the system's voice fell silent, the stout and powerful figure of Yu Fei, exuding a heroic aura, appeared before Jiang Ce. I am General Yu Fei, at your service. Your Majesty, he proclaimed with a robust voice, bowing respectfully. No need for formalities, Jiang Ce exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Here stood an unequivocal national hero, whose illustrious achievements and unparalleled loyalty had led to numerous victories against the Jin. His command of troops was extraordinary. Heaven has favored me. Jiang Ce laughed heartily. With Yu Fei and other martial generals at his disposal, reclaiming the 16 states of Yanyuan was undoubtedly within reach. He promptly issued orders for Su De, Li Guang, and Zhao Yun to ascend the city walls, commanding them to capture the remaining cities of the 16 states of Yanyuan, one after another. The Tiger and Leopard Cavalry would be temporarily led by Yu Fei, with Zhao Yun serving as his deputy. He intended that once the lost territories of Yanyuan were reclaimed, he would also have the opportunity to bolster his ranks and acquire numerous generals. Once prepared, he would march southward to subdue Daqian, exacting vengeance to honor his father's spirit. Thereafter, he would embark on the true establishment of the Ming Dynasty. With these thoughts, Jiang Ce's gaze intensified, envisioning a future where all his military and civil officials could truly realize their potential. Zhang Zhuzhing, renowned for his unparalleled governance, is hailed as the foremost figure of the Ming Dynasty. Hai Rui excels in combating corruption and managing officials, while Wei Zheng is adept at offering sage counsel. Together, they serve to support Zhang Zhuzhing and prevent him from monopolizing power. Yao Guangxiao, with his extraordinary abilities, possesses a sweeping perspective over the realm's circumstances, crafting strategies that enable him to advise on the grand trends of the world. Jing Ku, leading the Jinyui, serves as a vital source of intelligence regarding various affairs. As for other military generals, such as Su De and Yu Fei, their formidable cavalry forms the very foundation upon which their dominion is established. In Chapter 55, Zhao Yi's rebellion unfolds, and the Empress is deposed. Within the imperial palace of Daqian, in the inner study, a palace maid serving Li Shishir bends low, her expression fraught with worry as she observes Li Shishir. Scattered beneath the writing desk are numerous crumpled sheets of Xian paper, remnants of Li Shishir's frustrations, which she often vents by scribbling chaotic drawings. Typically, the palace maids advise the Empress to remain calm, but upon delivering today's news, they sense that should she not express her anger, she might succumb to madness. Why is this? As Li Shishir fervently writes, unable to contain her rage, she slams her brush upon the table. I even ceded Xuanwu Pass to him. On what grounds does the Khan of the Jin Kingdom refuse to reconcile with me? It would be one thing to refuse reconciliation, but why would he concede Hurut City to Jiang Ce? Is it merely because Jiang Ce judged the rebellious leopard army? Gasping for breath, her chest heaving with indignation, she declared in a voice of thunderous fury. Since learning of this matter from the palace maid, she has been consumed with both shock and anger, fearing that the Khan of the Jin Kingdom has already conspired with Jiang Ce against Daqian. Furthermore, she has received no word from Lianer, the envoy she sent to Jiang Ce. The clandestine nature of this affair prevents her from dispatching anyone to investigate. Lianer, if you are still alive, please send word to me. I implore you not to come to any harm. Reluctantly, she banishes thoughts of Lianer's demise from her mind. Yet she is even less willing to entertain the notion that Lianer has been swayed by Jiang Ce. After a prolonged sigh, she realizes that her solitary anxiety is futile and turns to the palace maid beside her, commanding in a low voice. Summon the Prime Minister and the officials of the 6 ministries to the inner study. I have state matters to discuss with them. This is urgent. No one is permitted to decline, even if they are gravely ill, as long as they still draw breath. Bring them to me. The palace maid, fearing disobedience, quickly acknowledged her command and, trembling with trepidation, exited the inner study. It seems yet another storm is brewing. Soon, dozens of officials, led by the palace maid, crowded into the study. Prior to their arrival, they had been abuzz with speculation regarding Li Shishir's summons. Curious as to why they were called to the inner study instead of the court, suspecting that significant events were afoot. Upon witnessing Li Shishir's icy demeanor, an unsettling apprehension gripped them. However, most felt a sense of relief when they observed Prime Minister Zhao Yi, hands clasped behind his back. being the last to enter the study, as if his presence served as a talisman of reassurance. Li Shirshi, noting Zhao Yi's arrogant countenance, furrowed her brow but refrained from comment. She cast a cold gaze over the assembly, ensuring that their attention shifted from Zhao Yi back to herself before speaking in a grave tone. I have just received word that the Khan of the Jin Kingdom is suspected of forming an alliance with Jiang Ce. Who will enlighten me on the nature of this predicament? Silence enveloped the room. Li Shirshi's gaze swept from left to right, scrutinizing the countenances of each minister, ultimately resting upon Zhao Yi's indifferent face. His apparent disregard ignited a greater fury within her. Zhao Yi, I demand to know why. When you previously assured me that by orchestrating the assassination of Jiang Nantian and ceding Xuanwu Pass to the Jin Kingdom, we could restore peace with them. I adhered to your counsel, yet now the Jin Kingdom stands at an impasse with Daqian. With a disdainful scoff, Li Shirshi continued, as the Prime Minister, you owe me an explanation. In response, Zhao Yi merely chuckled coldly, asking, pray tell, Your Majesty, what is it that you require me to explain? His tone dripped with sarcasm. The other ministers exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and apprehension as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Perceiving the shift, Li Shirshi inhaled deeply to suppress her wrath. Very well, I shall not pursue this matter further. However, I previously instructed you to withdraw our spies. Why have you failed to comply? Or do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Trembling with indignation, she narrowed her eyes at Zhao Yi. Because of your reckless actions, Jiang Ce now sweeps through Yun with the force of autumn winds scattering leaves. Even the Khan of the Jin Kingdom has conceded the Daijin's fangs to Jiang Ce. Once he unifies the 16 states of Yun, he will undoubtedly send troops southward. The fate of Daqian hangs in the balance. Through gritted teeth, she lowered her voice, brimming with fury. Zhao Yi, upon hearing her words, shrugged with a mocking smile. At such a critical juncture for Daqian's existence, Your Majesty calls us here to interrogate? This not only proves unhelpful to the situation, but also chills the hearts of the ministers. He paused, casting a cold glance at Li Shirshi, his tone growing increasingly frigid. It is said that women should not govern, and hens should not crow at dawn. Were it not for the late emperor's failure to produce an heir, would a mere woman like you be seated upon this throne? At this, the ministers collectively held their breath in shock, glancing at Zhao Yi with a mix of surprise and resignation. Li Shirshi trembled in fury, her teeth clenched. You, insolent fool, she cried out in anger. I am the one being insolent. A farce. Zhao Yi laughed coldly, asserting that the current turmoil and pervasive crises within the Daqian court are all due to your incompetence as a female sovereign, incapable of grasping even the most fundamental aspects of our predicament. If not for your birth into the imperial family, what would you, Li Shirshi, amount to? Upon saying this, Zhao Yi disregarded Li Shirshi's furious gaze and turned to the ministers. Esteemed officials, do you find any fault in the words of your prime minister? Li Shirshi looked at the ministers, straining to maintain her composure as she awaited their response. What the prime minister says is indeed true. Throughout history, women who seize power have always met with dire consequences. I fear that our Daqian's fortunes are also dwindling due to the female emperor's reign. The ministers, eager to flatter and agree, wore expressions of insincerity. They had long become Zhao Yi's loyal subjects and were acutely aware that the power in the Daqian court resided solely with him. Li Shirshi had, in fact, been rendered powerless, merely retaining the title of Empress. Do you dare to rebel? Upon witnessing this scene, Li Shirshi exclaimed in disbelief, her anger palpable. Humph. Rebellion is hardly the issue at hand, Zhao Yi replied darkly. However, for the stability of Daqian's realm, Your Majesty should temporarily remain at rest. Come forth. He clapped his hands forcefully, and instantly, the door to the imperial study was flung open. A small contingent of imperial guards stormed in, while outside 3,000 soldiers stood fully armed, awaiting orders, evidently all loyal to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, have you lost your mind? Li Shirshi found herself encircled by the imperial guards, her fury reaching its peak. She could hardly believe that the prime minister, who had always supported her, would seek to usurp her position. Your Majesty need not worry. My mind is quite clear. Furthermore, unless I give my orders, I would advise Your Majesty not to leave the imperial study unbidden. After all, blades do not discriminate. Zhao Yi smirked, casting a glance at the swords in the hands of the guards. Should any harm come to the dragon's body, I could not bear the responsibility. Chapter 56. Dividing forces to reclaim lost territory. In Yinzhou, at the outskirts of Yinqing, Su De, Zhao Yun, Li Guang, and Yu Fei stood silently, each commanding their armies, their gazes fixed upon Jiang Ce. The loyalty reflected in the eyes of the soldiers was unmistakable. Jiang Ce surveyed them, his gaze sweeping over the weathered faces of Su De and the others, feeling deeply moved. Without these extraordinary generals, his northern campaign would not have been so seamless. In just a few short days, 6 of the 16 provinces of Yanyun had been reclaimed. The citizens of these provinces, now subjects of the emperor, no longer had to worry about their livelihoods. Yet, the thought of the 10 provinces still lost to them, where the people continued to suffer, filled him with unease. Jiang Ce paused and shook his head slightly. That is my territory. How can I allow the Jin to act with impunity there? He declared with a grave voice. The 6 provinces that had been reclaimed were already among the bountiful lands of Yanyun. Even they, under the oppression of the Jin, struggled to survive. The remaining barren provinces must be reclaimed swiftly. This endeavor was not only to strengthen the might of the Ming, but also to lay a solid foundation for the impending prosperity of the Ming dynasty. Without a clear vision, how was he different from the female emperor of Daqian? He then summoned a large map, hastily prepared the previous night. 2 tall soldiers stepped forward, struggling to unfurl it even with a 3-meter distance between them. Jiang Ce stood before the map, which marked the cities that had been reclaimed. Yanqing was of utmost importance among the 16 provinces of Yanyun. To swiftly regain the lost territories, they must take Yanqing as the center and divide their forces into 4 directions. Yanqing served as the nucleus from which they would expand outward. With the prowess of generals like Su Dao at their disposal, he believed they would recover the lost land as easily as leaves falling before an autumn wind. Jiang Ce strategized over the map. Su Da, you shall lead the iron floating troops southward to capture Tongzhou, Hangzhou, and Bazhou. These 3 provinces lie directly south of Yanqing. Looking at the map, it resembled a straight line connecting the provinces. The iron floating troops, though slow and heavily equipped, suffered great consumption. Directly assaulting the 3 provinces would minimize losses and allow for timely resupply of resources. I shall not disappoint your majesty's expectations. Su Da knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Jiang Ce nodded, shifting his gaze back to the map, pointing to the provinces of Yuzhou, Mazhou, and Qinzhou. These 3 provinces are more distant, with treacherous terrain and winding paths. Moreover, their defenses are the weakest among the cities. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, your Tiger and Leopard Cavalry is the swiftest among us. I command you to lead them north to capture Yuzhou, Mazhou, and Qinzhou. Jiang Ce stated solemnly. Based on his understanding of the Jin, he anticipated that these 3 provinces would likely be the first to be reclaimed. The Jin were accustomed to the vast plains and would not be as formidable in rugged terrains filled with rocky hills. Understood. I, Zhao Yun, shall not fail in my mission for your majesty. Zhao Yun replied earnestly, kneeling in respect. Jiang Ce nodded again, examining the map, noting that only the eastern and western lost territories remained. To the west lay Hezhou and Xianzhou, to the east, Guizhou and Luzhou. The western provinces bordered the territory of the Jin, although the Khan had promised not to interfere with the reclamation of Yanyun's lost lands. To guard against any impulsive Jin commanders attempting rebellion like Wulatuch, Jiang Ce decided to send Yu Fei to reclaim Hezhou and Xianzhou. Among the generals, Yu Fei had the most experience in combating foreign invaders and remained remarkably calm in battle, possessing exceptional command skills. With him leading, even if there were impulsive Jin forces attempting to aid Hezhou and Xianzhou, unexpected complications would be minimal. Jiang Ce pondered that only the upgraded Qin Rui troops would allow Yu Fei to fully showcase his military talents. Yu Fei, I grant you 100,000 Qin Rui troops to march westward and promptly reclaim Hezhou and Xianzhou. How does that sound? Yu Fei accepted the command with a respectful bow, declaring, this humble general shall obey. A brief statement sufficed to convey his determination. As for the eastern regions of Guizhou and Luzhou, they were naturally allocated to Li Guang, who was tasked to lead another 100,000 Mo Dao troops to swiftly seize them. The assignments were completed. Jiang Ce waved his hand, and 2 soldiers understood the signal. Promptly rolling up the map, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the soldiers before him, and suddenly raised his arm to call out emphatically, the 16 prefectures of Yanyun are the foundation of the great Ming's nationhood. This expedition must not falter. Of course, with the might of my army, there shall be no failure. The soldiers responded in unison, long live your majesty. Witnessing this, Jiang Ce felt immense satisfaction and chuckled heartily. Commanding, the entire army, heed my orders, march forth. Yes, the 400,000 troops divided into 4 routes and set out, their iron hooves shaking the earth, billowing yellow smoke rising into the air. The autumn wind howled, causing the red tassels on the soldiers' helmets to dance wildly, yet it could not extinguish their fervent morale. As the speed of reclaiming the lost territories of Yanyun quickened, numerous battle reports were urgently dispatched to the general's office in Yan City. The swiftness of the army's siege took Jiang Ce by surprise, as the reports flowed in like a river. Jiang Ce decided to transform the general's office into a temporary military tent, reviewing battle reports and issuing orders through the night, even while dining. Fortunately, all the reports received were joyous news of successful conquests. Moreover, the citizens of the reclaimed cities welcomed the great Ming troops with open arms, celebrating together. They even voluntarily offered food and warm clothing as tokens of their joy. It seemed they had long suffered under the oppression of the Jin people. Furthermore, the four armies faced little resistance during their sieges, swiftly capturing the cities. Jiang Ce speculated that the Khan had issued orders for the defenders to surrender, aiming to minimize losses for the Jin state. The Leopard Corps had suffered a crushing defeat, and the Khan likely could not bear to lose more of his soldiers. What delighted Jiang Ce even more was that during these days, he merely needed to remain within the general's office to receive numerous system rewards. In less than 10 days, all the troop types at his command had been enhanced, and their equipment upgraded to superior quality. The ample supplies captured from the sieges were stored in the cities as reserves. A minor disappointment was that the civil and military officials he had drawn were not particularly exceptional. This was likely due to the insignificance of these cities. Of course, these officials appeared mediocre only when compared to extraordinary talents like Su De, Yu Fei, and Zhang Jujing. However, in the grand tapestry of history, they were still capable hands. The Great Ming had just established its nation, and such figures were sorely needed. In summary, the rapid developments during this period exceeded Jiang Ce's expectations, filling him with delight. The Great Ming, now brimming with resolute troops, abundant talents, and rich resources, truly began to take on the appearance of a formidable nation. He believed that soon they would genuinely rise to prominence, achieving the ambition of unifying all great powers. Chapter 57. Li Sheshe regrets. It is time to reckon with Daqian. Li Sheshe found herself ensnared within the encirclement of the Imperial Guards. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. Unable to remain calm, she cast a pleading glance towards the palace made by the door, only to see her avoid eye contact, causing her heart to sink. Observing Zhao Yi's smug expression and the sycophantic ministers trailing behind him, she felt her face grow ashen. It was only when she had completely lost her power that Li Sheshe realized how truly ridiculous she was. Not only had the Chancellor, who had been by her side, actively assisted her in governance, turned traitor, but the entire court, including even the Imperial Guard she had nurtured, no longer listened to her. Zhao Yi glanced at Li Sheshe's disheveled state and smirked coldly. Keep a close watch on the Empress. If anything happens to her, you shall share her fate. He threatened the palace maid. The maid recoiled slightly, nodding servilely. I shall ensure the Empress is kept under strict watch. Zhao Yi snorted, it better be so. He then turned to Li Sheshe, mocking, Your Majesty, the entire court is now mine. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can step out of here. You cannot escape. With that, he left the palace with the ministers, leaving the Imperial Guards to guard the study. Seeing the ministers surrounding Zhao Yi, fawning over him, Li Sheshe felt a profound sense of despair. She forced a bitter smile and asked the palace maid, Am I, the Empress of Daqian, truly a failure for not realizing that my own ministers were plotting against me? The maid seemed to hear nothing, not lifting her head, merely standing at the door. Noticing the maid's silence, Li Sheshe fell into a contemplative silence herself. Having descended to such a state, she found herself oddly calm. After all, this was the worst-case scenario. It could not get worse. Upon finally recognizing Zhao Yi's true nature, she began to reflect on past events. At that time, Zhao Yi had fervently dissuaded her from executing the Duke of Jinghua, presenting numerous pieces of evidence against him. He claimed that the reason the Duke had guarded Xuanwu Pass for over a decade without complaint was to cultivate private troops. Looking back now, could it be that he had ulterior motives? Was it possible that the Duke of Jinghua was truly loyal to the Daqian throne and never contemplated rebellion? Did I indeed wrongfully execute a loyal subject? Li Sheshe frowned, speaking to herself, her tone heavy with regret and self-reproach. Had it not been for the poisoned wine, Jiang Ce would not have rebelled, and Xuanwu Pass could have remained steadfast, ensuring the stability and prosperity of Daqian. With that thought, Li Sheshe sighed deeply. Could it be that I truly erred? In Yin City, the general's office. Ever since the troops divided into 4 routes to reclaim the remaining territories of Yin, the battle reports had been relentless. The night had grown deep, yet the lanterns in front of Jiang Ce's desk remained brightly lit. Beside the table lay a feast that had long since cooled, neglected in the haste to address urgent battle reports. Fortunately, most of today's reports bore tidings of victory. However, a few conveyed grim news of chaos, with some taking advantage of the turmoil to commit murder and theft. Jiang Ce ordered his commanders to execute these offenders on the spot, setting an example to deter others. Your Majesty, could it be that I, the princess of the Jin Kingdom, am less pleasing to the eye than mere parchment? Ta Na twisted her slender waist and sauntered gracefully to Jiang Ce's side. Her exquisite face tinged with melancholy. Dressed in delicate gauze, her figure was unparalleled in its elegance. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ce turned to glance at her, shaking his head slightly with a smile. The urgency of war weighed heavily upon him. The regions of Yin were crucial to the Ming Dynasty. Be obedient, and wait until I have finished my duties before seeking my company, he instructed, returning to his work indifferent to Ta Na's sorrowful expression. Humph. Ta Na pouted playfully, disregarding Jiang Ce's preoccupation as she nestled into his embrace. Instantly, he felt enveloped in an intoxicating softness. The Khan has declared that we shall not interfere in the 16 prefectures of Yanyun. Your Majesty should be at ease. Now, with the Jin Kingdom's forces of tigers, leopards, wolves, and eagles scattered by Jiang Ce, the Jin's vitality was gravely diminished, making it impossible for them to maintain their hold on Yanyun. As Ta Na caressed him, her cheeks flushed and her breath quickened. It had been over 10 days since Jiang Ce had summoned her to his bedchamber. Did he not miss her at all? She swallowed repeatedly, her anticipation mounting. Your Majesty, the military governor's office has captured a suspicious woman. A report from the Jin Wei interrupted their moment. Jiang Ce and Ta Na froze in their actions. Bring her in, Jiang Ce commanded in a deep voice. Soon, Lian, clad in tight-fitting night attire that accentuated her figure, was brought before them. Upon recognizing her, Jiang Ce's expression remained unperturbed, a cold smile escaping his lips. What brings you here, Lian? Has Li Shi sent you to assassinate me again? Lian spat contemptuously, her lovely features darkened with anger. Previously, you had too many soldiers at your side for me to act against you. Now, with only a frail woman by your side and your soldiers off to battle, it is the perfect opportunity to strike. Jiang Ce chuckled. What have I done to incite such eagerness in you, and Li Shi to see me dead? Lian scoffed. You, a rebel against Daqian, lead an insurrection and are a tyrant who disregards human life. The first time we met, you laid hands on me, revealing yourself to be a lustful despot. Jiang Ce regarded her with a peculiar look, a cold smile gracing his lips. Despot? Tyrant. These are merely words you have heard from outsiders. He then turned to Ta Na. Ta Na, take a squad of cavalry and escort her back to Xuanwu Pass. Let her witness whether I truly am the so-called despot and tyrant. Upon hearing this, Ta Na smiled warmly at Jiang Ce, licking her lips. Your Majesty, I hope you truly are the lustful tyrant you are accused of being. Jiang Ce shook his head in exasperation, urging Ta Na to take Lian away. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow. He had battle reports to attend to and no time for flirtation. The next morning, Lian was clad in a thick woolen garment, her hands and feet bound with coarse ropes. They set off from Yincheng, first returning to Yingcheng. Throughout the journey, Ta Na had not spared Lian a single word. Upon reaching Yingcheng, Ta Na released her restraints and led her to a tavern, ordering a table full of dishes and a pot of wine, eager to hear the local gossip. Listen, Your Majesty is quite the figure in popular tales, Ta Na remarked, as she filled a cup and drank deeply, the autumn chill dispelled somewhat by the warmth of the wine. Lian remained silent, glancing at Ta Na, but continued to listen to the discussions around them. The chatter revolved around the prowess of the Ming army, likening them to celestial beings rescuing the people from the Jin forces, and tales of Emperor Han Wu's benevolence, suggesting that the populace would no longer suffer. Lian found these claims utterly implausible. Daqian had enjoyed stability for over a century, yet bones still lay frozen by the roadside. How could the citizens of a rebel state like the Ming possibly be content? They must have been brainwashed by Jiang Ce. Observing Lian's demeanor, Ta Na refrained from speaking. After a hearty meal and drink, they journeyed from Yingcheng to Wucheng. In Wucheng, the support for Jiang Ce continued to resonate, causing Lian's conviction to waver. By the time they returned to Xuanwu Pass, nearly every local expressed their sorrow over the unjust fate of the Duke of the state. Conversations would often extend to how, under the Duke's governance, even this border checkpoint had prospered, with its people leading comfortable lives. Jiang Ce, the son of a tiger, had established a flourishing era in Xuanwu Pass after the founding of the Ming Dynasty. At that moment, Lian realized how grievous her mistake was in being deceived by Zhao Yi, understanding that the Duke of the state had been wronged. Her heart filled with compassion, and tears welled in her eyes, though no sound escaped her lips. Within a few days, Jiang Ce led his troops back to Xuanwu Pass. The grand plan for nation building could not be delayed. Soon, once Su De and the others had reclaimed all 16 prefectures of Yanyun, he would march southward. It was high time to settle accounts with Daqian. He sat astride his horse, gazing southward towards the imperial capital of Daqian, his eyes resolute. Chapter 58, Returning to Xuanwu Pass, a night of spring romance. Before Xuanwu Pass, nearly all the citizens awaited at the city gates, lining the path to welcome the triumphant Jiang Ce. In recent days, news of Jiang Ce's reclamation of Yanyun had spread throughout Xuanwu Pass, filling the populace with exuberance. Their ancestors had lived in the northern frontier for generations. When the Duke of the state, Jiang Nantian, was alive, the region frequently suffered from Jin incursions. Though the Duke's presence offered some deterrence, the military forces were quite limited, and Yanyun had fallen long ago. Upon Jiang Nantian's untimely death, the entire city had mourned for 7 days. As the future loomed dark and desolate under the threat of the Jin army, unexpectedly, Jiang Ce rose to prominence, leading to the complete annihilation of the Jin army's elite troops. This display of valor rekindled hope within the hearts of many. At this moment, news of Jiang Ce's triumphant return spread, and the populace gathered in excitement to welcome him. Long live your majesty. Before Jiang Ce even reached Xuanwu Pass, he could see 2 lines of citizens kneeling by the city gates. Their shouts reached his ears, and looking up, he felt a stirring in his heart. He had previously instructed a subdued return to avoid disrupting the lives of the people, but such intentions proved futile. As he approached with his army, he recognized many familiar faces, individuals who had watched him grow, who had even brought gifts and food to the Jiang residents during the festivals to express their gratitude for Jiang Nantian's defense of the borders. From a young age, Jiang Nantian had instilled in him the understanding of the hardships faced by the border populace. The harsh climate and living conditions contrasted starkly with those of the southern cities, often exacerbated by the ravages of war. Growing up in Xuanwu Pass under the influence of Jiang Nantian, Jiang Ce resolved to change these circumstances. Now, witnessing tangible improvements filled him with immense satisfaction and reinforced his belief that all his efforts thus far were indeed justified. As he neared Xuanwu Pass, Jiang Ce commanded his troops to slow their advance. Listening to the heartfelt gratitude and praises of the citizens, he ordered the entire army to dismount and assist the people to their feet. Xuanwu Pass is the birthplace of my fortunes. The people of Xuanwu Pass need not kneel before me. Without your unwavering support for my late father, I could never have established this great Ming, Jiang Ce declared earnestly. In the past, Jiang Nantian had brought the young Jiang Ce to Xuanwu Pass with an army of fewer than 100,000. It was the collective spirit of the Xuanwu Pass citizens that enabled Jiang Nantian to withstand the Jin army for a decade. Jiang Ce had always kept this in mind, and he had consistently devoted the most resources to this place of his origins. Although the visible military presence was modest, he had stationed 100,000 troops in Jin City and Feng City, ready to provide immediate support. Thanks to the secure environment, Xuanwu Pass had become a vital trade hub, significantly boosting its local economy. The Jin Kingdom, lacking winter supplies, often turned to Xuanwu Pass for substantial purchases, greatly enriching the lives of its citizens. By comparison, their living conditions rivaled those of the grand Daqian imperial city. Observing the flourishing trade in Xuanwu Pass, the Daqian sought to partake in the prosperity, albeit cautiously, selling handcrafted goods and food at minimal profit due to the deterrent posed by Jiang Ce's formidable forces. Despite Zhao Yi's stringent regulations prohibiting the sale of Daqian goods at Xuanwu Pass, many officials, lured by the prospect of profit, risked their lives to engage in illicit trade. The citizens, in turn, acquired these goods at low prices only to resell them at a premium to the Jin. Consequently, the already vibrant trade within Xuanwu Pass flourished even more, with numerous taverns and tea houses springing up, a testament to the significant improvement in living standards. Moreover, under the governance of figures such as Zhang Juzhing and Wei Zhong, agriculture was vigorously promoted. The land of Xuanwu Pass, once deemed less fertile due to war concerns, had transformed as all pastures were restored to arable land, enhancing grain reserves and yielding substantial profits from the Jin. Such wealth could be utilized for military funding, enabling the purchase of superior equipment from Daqian, a mutually beneficial arrangement. As night fell, Jiang Ce managed to calm the citizens' fervor and returned to the Jiang residence. The familiar sight of the home, with its well-kept furnishings, greeted him, untouched by dust, yet lacking the presence of a venerable general who had served the nation. He suppressed his emotions and was about to retire when Tana entered, accompanied by Liu. Your Majesty, why retire so early on such a splendid night when one could share it with a fair companion? Tana teased, raising an eyebrow with a knowing smile, while Liu blushed deeply, biting her lip and remaining silent. After a moment of surprise, Jiang Ce regained his composure, regarding Liu with a curious smile. What is this? Do you still perceive me as the tyrant in your eyes, wishing to assassinate me even tonight? Liu, hearing his sardonic tone, flushed with embarrassment. I was wrong, she admitted, fidgeting with her garment. Noticing her discomfort, Tana cleared her throat. Your Majesty, I have brought her to you. I shall take my leave now. Understanding the allure of a man as extraordinary as Jiang Ce, she departed, knowing that such a figure could not be monopolized, and Liu, possessing formidable skills, could serve as a safeguard by his side. Once Tana exited, Liu found herself alone with Jiang Ce, and the atmosphere turned intensely intimate, causing her to feel a rush of warmth. Now that I have acknowledged my mistake, is there no recompense owed to you? Jiang Ce inquired playfully. What would your Majesty desire as compensation? Liu stole a glance at him before quickly lowering her gaze, her heart racing. Jiang Ce merely smiled and turned to his chamber. Liu, biting her lip in resolve, followed him inside. Upon entering the bedroom, she beheld Jiang Ce unfastening his garments, revealing his impressively masculine physique. As she noticed the scars that adorned his body, A mix of compassion and admiration welled within her. Throughout history, women have always been drawn to strength, and she was no exception. Especially upon realizing Jiang Ce's exemplary character as a ruler, her heart fluttered. Yet, as merely a guard beside Li Shurshur, she questioned her worthiness of him. However, if she could leave even a trace of affection with him, she would be more than willing. With this thought in mind, Liu approached Jiang Ce without a moment's hesitation. She voluntarily shed her thick garments, gazing at him with deep emotion. At that moment, she felt an intense heat coursing through her body, and she gently pushed Jiang Ce onto the bed, leaning over to gaze at his face. Subsequently, she initiated a tender kiss on his cheek, as the warmth of spring enveloped them both. They shared the same bed, and the waves of passion overwhelmed Jiang Ce, to the extent that even Liu, with her years of martial training, found it somewhat difficult to endure. After a considerable time, they finally paused. Liu, still breathing unevenly, leaned against Jiang Ce's embrace and suddenly looked up, asking how he could possibly forgive the emperor. The death of the Duke of Jinghua was a deception orchestrated by Zhao Yi. Had she known the truth, she certainly would not have acted in such a manner. Furthermore, the court was filled with Zhao Yi's followers, and it was evident that the current situation was not favorable for the emperor. Should a palace coup occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. Liu spoke with deep concern. Those involved are often blinded by their own circumstances, while outsiders can see clearly. She had previously advised the emperor not to trust Zhao Yi, but her words held little weight. The emperor had not heeded her counsel. Now, she could only place her hopes in the man before her, wishing he would not go too far in his quest for revenge. Jiang Ce, upon hearing this, scoffed coldly. Can one truly disregard past mistakes simply because they have been deceived? She took the life of my kin, and such an act cannot be dismissed with mere words of deception. As the Empress of Daqian, how can she lack such awareness? Li Shurshur must bear the consequences of her decisions, Jiang Ce stated coldly. Nevertheless, he understood well that the true architect behind the murder of Jiang Nantian was Zhao Yi. Had it not been for Zhao Yi's interference, Li Shurshur, with her short-sightedness, would never have conceived the idea of poisoning him with wine. Liu shook her head in silence, resting quietly against Jiang Ce's chest. She knew that her attempts at persuasion were futile. Blood feuds and enmity cannot be resolved through mere words. Chapter 59. Urgent matters at hand. A coup in Daqian. After a night of languid intimacy, Jiang Ce found Liu still deep in slumber and chose not to disturb her. Instead, he rose early to prepare for the day, donning his garments and attending to his morning routines. With the 16 states of Yin City not yet fully reclaimed, numerous battle reports awaited his urgent attention. As soon as he was dressed, Liu awoke as well. Upon seeing Jiang Ce, her furrowed brow relaxed. Years of serving Li Shurshur had instilled in her the habit of rising early. Though she was still unclothed, she instinctively helped Jiang Ce put on his attire. Your Majesty, Liu began, intending to address him formally, but upon reflection, she deemed it inappropriate. Is there truly no room for a change in His Majesty's situation? Jiang Ce shook his head slightly, maintaining a composed demeanor. Li Shurshur merely provided the Duke of Jinghua with a cup of poisoned wine. Yet, she fails to consider that the many citizens of Xuanwu Pass owe their survival to my late father. This matter cannot be dismissed with a mere chance for change. With that, he shook his garments and exited the chamber. Liu sighed deeply, understanding Jiang Ce's sentiments. He felt a profound guilt towards the people of Xuanwu Pass for placing their lives in jeopardy. However, she had not contemplated the deeper implications. Without Jiang Nantian, Xuanwu Pass would become a desolate city, inevitably falling to the Jin army. At that time, it would not only be the people of Xuanwu Pass who suffered, but countless citizens of Daqian. Jiang Ce left the Jiang residence, hastening towards the Duke of Jinghua's manor while the morning streets were still quiet. This was the location where Jiang Nantian had previously discussed military matters. He established a grand hall here to address the urgent military affairs concerning Yin and other regions. Soon, a flurry of battle reports accumulated and arrived at his desk. Observing the mountain of documents, Jiang Ce felt a headache coming on. After a quick breakfast, he buried himself in the reviews of the reports. Your Majesty, an elder with a dignified presence, Zhang Jujing, entered, bowing respectfully. I have matters to report. Minister Jing Ku, he acknowledged, greeting him in return. It was not long before both men entered the general's residence, bowing to Jiang Ce. You may rise, Jiang Ce gestured with a slight lift of his chin. Upon seeing Zhang Jujing, he noted the bloodshot eyes that reflected the toll of overwork, which startled him slightly. Zhang Shofu, do you bear any burdens of concern lately? He inquired. Zhang Jujing nodded, respectfully presenting a memorial. Your Majesty, this is a summary of the governance regarding the recaptured territories of Yin. Please review it. Jiang Ce nodded, setting aside the battle reports to prioritize Zhang Jujing's memorial. He knew that he would not have come in the early hours without a significant matter at hand. Your Majesty, allow this humble minister to report, Zhang Jujing began. Currently, We have reclaimed 12 cities, including the previously captured Jin and Feng. The lands have been redistributed according to the number of households, and provisions from the granaries of each city have been allocated to ensure that no one faces starvation as we prepare for the coming winter." As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly grave. However, the allocated lands will not be restored to arable condition overnight. You are aware that grasslands are the worst for farming. With winter approaching, the frozen ground will be difficult to till, and it will not be until late spring next year that these grasslands can be reclaimed for cultivation. Moreover, once the crops in the fields mature, it will take even longer. Not to mention, when you dispatch troops to besiege the city, the Jin army had already evacuated their supplies and provisions. Presently, only Ying City and Yin City have sufficient reserves and are not in a state of emergency. Jiang Ce, glancing at the memorial, wore a solemn expression. The contents of the memorial aligned with Zhang Jujing's words. Yet, given the current pace of land reclamation, it would be a considerable time before the people of Yenyun could truly escape the hardships of hunger without relying on the supplies from the granaries. This was the source of Zhang Jujing's distress. Zhang Shofu. At present, the grain reserves at Xuanwu Pass are deemed sufficient, and within the pass, everyone eagerly engages in the procurement of Daqian's provisions, including grain, salt, and iron. The question arises as to whether these resources, once transported northward, will sustain the people of Yenyun through the winter. He set aside the memorial in his hand and inquired. Zhang Jujing shook his head, saying, "Your Majesty, time is exceedingly pressing. Presently, every city and region is in dire need of revival, and this year's harsh winter promises to be exceptionally protracted. Moreover, the newly cultivated fields require substantial manpower and resources to maintain. Otherwise, a single snowfall could render our efforts futile. Relying solely on the stored grain of Xuanwu Pass is woefully inadequate. The situation is dire if we fail to procure sufficient provisions, including grain, salt, iron, and essential winter clothing, bedding, firewood, and charcoal." Zhang Jujing sighed deeply. "I fear that only the well-off citizens of Xuanwu Pass and Yin City will barely manage to survive this winter. As for the populace of other cities, they will not endure." Zhang Jujing, well-versed in civil governance, commanded Jiang Ce's unwavering trust in his judgment. Aware of the urgency, he pondered for a long while. Is it possible to intensify efforts to procure provisions from Daqian? Even a slight premium would be acceptable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jujing shook his head even more vigorously. Just the day before, Daqian had issued a decree prohibiting the sale of all winter provisions, including grain, fodder, clothing, and bedding, to us. Those who defy this order will face execution, with their entire families condemned. Yesterday, several officials who continued clandestine trade after the decree were executed, their bodies discarded in the streets, inciting considerable panic. Furthermore, the merchant convoy dispatched to Daqian to procure food for the populace has been detained by local authorities. Their funds and provisions have been confiscated by Daqian officials, and the merchants themselves have been imprisoned, with their fates unknown. As Zhang Jujing spoke, his countenance revealed his indignation. Jiang Ce's expression turned icy upon hearing this. The officials of Daqian seem impervious to reason. Will they only find peace when I lead an army southward? In his fury, he felt a twinge of confusion. While this trade undeniably favors Xuanwu Pass, Daqian also stands to gain. Logically, Daqian should not be making such an ostentatious display of opposition. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Jin Ce, who had been standing by, stepped forward with a grave expression. The latest intelligence from the Jin Yiwei reveals that Daqian's Prime Minister Zhao Yi has instigated a palace coup, placing the Empress under house arrest in the imperial study. Now, all matters in Daqian are dictated by Zhao Yi. The governors dispatched to oversee the laws across various cities are also Zhao Yi's appointees. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce suddenly realized the malicious nature of these actions, undoubtedly orchestrated by Zhao Yi. However, he had not anticipated the rapidity of Zhao Yi's coup nor the ease with which Li Shishir succumbed to his machinations. Reflecting on this, he recognized that with such a development, Xuanwu Pass would be unable to procure sufficient grain, salt, and iron, leaving the citizens of Yenyun unable to survive the winter. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ce furrowed his brow and commanded Jing Ku to dispatch a swift horse to summon Liu Zhen immediately. "This humble servant pays his respects to your Majesty." Soon, Liu Zhen arrived at Xuanwu Pass, weary yet resolute, to meet Jiang Ce. Chapter 60. The Eastern Expedition lands. Daqian army advances. In the eastern sea of Daqian, a vast maritime fleet consisting of dozens of large ships sails toward the coastline. Each vessel is laden with warriors armed to the teeth. After several days at sea, they are utterly fatigued. "Master, the land we can see in the distance is Daqian. We estimate we will reach the shore in half a day." A warrior eagerly approached Tokugawa Ikir, excitedly reporting the news. Within the ship's cabin, Tokugawa Ikir was engaged in light conversation with his aides and other clan leaders. "Quick, let us go outside and behold." After such a prolonged maritime journey, they eagerly rushed onto the deck, eager for this exhilarating news. In the distance, the endless coastline of Daqian came into view. Excitement surged among the crew as they gazed upon the shoreline, their spirits lifted after enduring the hardships of sun, rain, and tumultuous waves. At this moment, fatigue was swept away by the tide of hope. They were soldiers from the Tokugawa clan, numbering over 100,000. Having traversed vast distances across the sea with the intent to invade Daqian. Prepare your weapons. Gather provisions. Get ready to disembark. Tokugawa Ikir commanded. In an instant, the eastern warriors aboard dozens of ships sprang into action. They had endured enough of this voyage. Half a day quickly passed, and the eastern fleet made landfall. The 100,000 warriors descended from their vessels in an orderly manner, lowering ladders to reach the shore. However, upon disembarking, they were struck by dizziness and disorientation. The prolonged exposure to the swaying sea had conditioned their minds to the instability of the ocean, and now, upon solid ground, they struggled to adapt to the stability and comfort of the land. This initial group of warriors lost their sense of direction, collapsing in disarray upon the ground, unable even to assist others in disembarking. Observing this, Tokugawa Ikir hurriedly ordered the captains of the ships to anchor and halt their vessels. He instructed the warriors to take their time disembarking, allowing them to acclimate and rest before proceeding. At this moment, dozens of ships anchored along the coastline were soon noticed by nearby coastal villagers. Seeing the armed warriors clad in Eastern attire, they were filled with trepidation and hastily rushed to inform the county office, which subsequently notified the governor, who reported to the court. After some time of acclimatization, the Eastern warriors finally managed to endure their dizziness and nausea, barely stabilizing themselves on the ground. Those still aboard the ships began to lower ladders and planks to disembark. Observe the soldiers disembarking, transporting goods, and organizing their equipment, a cold smile gracing his lips. The living space on the island of Daqian was exceedingly limited, and resources were scarce. He had long coveted the vast expanse and abundant resources of the Daqian territory. This time, leading an army of 100,000 men. He had exhausted his family fortune to construct dozens of ocean-going vessels, all for this day, to invade the land of Daqian. Master, we have finally arrived at Daqian after crossing the seas. If we manage to plunder and return unscathed, we could live for years without needing to venture out to sea again. His deputy approached, gritting his teeth in complaint. Dachuan Ikir also chuckled coldly. What use was Daqian's vastness and wealth? It was merely because these people from the southern dynasties had yet to encounter the warriors of Daqian. Otherwise, this land would have long been his. The Daqian family, as the largest family and ruling power of Daqian, had previously sent envoys across the seas to deliver messages to the Empress of Daqian, demanding several cities. How dare the Empress refuse them? This was intolerable for Dachuan Ikir. Master, our spies have reported that a coup has occurred in the Daqian court, and the Empress is now under house arrest. Currently, the entire court is under the influence of Prime Minister Zhao Yi. Moreover, the rebel Jiang Ce from the north may march south at any moment. The Jin Kingdom has also severed relations with Daqian. With Daqian facing both internal and external troubles, our landing to plunder would surely yield great rewards. His deputy said, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Dachuan Ikir laughed heartily, disembarking with the others and setting foot on the shores of Daqian. After a brief moment of adjustment, he commanded coldly, it is time for these southern pigs to surrender their land. As soon as the order was given, the 100,000 soldiers of Daqian surged towards a few nearby coastal villages. The pirates are coming for us, the villagers exclaimed in panic, hastily hiding the children and women indoors. The men of the village armed themselves, preparing to resist the invaders. Upon seeing the villagers armed with mere shovels and hoes, the Daqian warriors sneered, southern pigs, do you intend to farm before us with these tools? They advanced, drawing their swords, and with swift strikes. The villagers were slaughtered as if they were not human. After the killing, they played with the severed heads, seeing who could throw them higher. Capture all the women of Daqian. Kill the others, commanded Dachuan Ikir. The Daqian warriors erupted in cheer, for the tall Daqian women would be perfect for improving their lineage. After exterminating all the village men, they rummaged through the houses, searching for hidden treasures. Upon spotting the women, their eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity, fixated upon them. The women, clutching their children, trembled in fear. Go! The pirates surged forward, tearing away the wailing infants from their mothers, ripping the women's clothes, and unleashing their primal desires within the homes. After a prolonged period of suppression at sea, they cruelly tormented the women. When one child's cries became too much, they mercilessly strangled him before his mother's eyes. Scream, go on, scream. The sight of the women weeping and gradually becoming numb only heightened their excitement. In an instant, only a handful of dazed and maddened women remained alive in the village, while the rest perished. Mad. Then kill them, Dachuan Ikir remarked coldly. He ordered the village to be plundered completely, and then set ablaze. The news of the pirates landing on the eastern coast swiftly reached the court of Daqian. At this moment, Zhao Yi was in power, and upon reading the urgent reports, he felt a surge of anxiety. The pirates were ruthless and inhumane. Their purpose for landing on the eastern coast was unknown. After much contemplation, he hastily issued orders. Quickly, relay my decree, summon the court. All the generals present in the court were summoned. In the hall, Zhao Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the generals. Greetings, Prime Minister. Soon, all the generals arrived, kneeling to pay their respects. Zhao Yi impatiently waved his hand. No need for formalities. The pirates have already landed within our borders. You are all seasoned commanders. What should we do now? The generals exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Speak up. Have you all lost your tongues? Zhao Yi exclaimed in frustration. Prime Minister, those pirates have crossed the sea with only a few tens of thousands of men. Their combat ability is lacking. We can easily dispatch troops to suppress them. They are not a significant threat. The most pressing concern is Jiang Ce marching south. Remember, the traitor Jiang Ce commands a rebel army of hundreds of thousands. Well-trained and formidable, we must remain vigilant. A young general interjected. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment and found merit in this reasoning. Let the eastern pirates remain rampant for a few more days. Once I have dealt with Jiang Ce, I will make them pay dearly. Relay my orders. All forces are to march north and eliminate Jiang Ce. He commanded resolutely. Upon hearing Liu Zhen's words, though startled by the suddenness of Nanjang's command, his countenance remained resolute. He respectfully bowed and proclaimed in a voice that resonated like thunder, "This humble general shall obey your orders and will not disappoint your majesty." Before his words had fully faded, Jing Ku approached with an anxious expression, hastening towards the throne, breathless and exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I bring urgent news." Jiang Ce, perceiving Jing Ku's flustered demeanor, felt a tightening in his chest and inquired, "What matter is of such urgency?" Jing Ku responded, "Your Majesty, the Jin Yi has urgently reported that the Eastern Yi pirates have invaded the coastal regions of Daqian, numbering as many as 100,000. Coastal villages have suffered mass slaughter, their wealth pillaged, and the common folk have been left homeless, their cries echoing across the land." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce's brows furrowed with fury, his voice dark and foreboding. Such brutality from the Eastern Yi pirates. And yet the Daqian court has failed to dispatch troops to quell this turmoil. What is the reason? Jing Ku continued. It has been reported that the Daqian court is in disarray, with officials shirking responsibility and veteran generals resigning without anyone willing to shoulder this heavy burden, resulting in the pirates rampaging unchecked, leaving the populace in despair. Jiang Ce, consumed by rage, slammed his fist upon the table, declaring, "If the Daqian court is incapable of protecting its citizens, then I shall personally lead the army to eradicate the pirates and restore celestial dignity. My subjects shall not be subjected to the tyranny of foreign foes." Logically, with the Eastern Yi amassing an army of 100,000, this would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of Daqian. It was inconceivable that no action would be taken. Or perhaps Zhao Yi was colluding with the pirates, deliberately allowing their transgressions? The more he pondered, the more enraged Jiang Ce became. The Eastern Yi pirates, devoid of humanity, were vicious and cruel. Permitting their landing was tantamount to endangering all citizens. Regardless of Zhao Yi's schemes, this act must not go unpunished. Moreover, the Eastern Yi pirates must be eradicated. Your Majesty, the Daqian court has also received news of the pirates' landing and massacre of villages. However, Zhao Yi has summoned the generals of Daqian and, after deliberation, has ordered the entire army to mobilize northward. They do not intend to stop the pirates' rampage. Jing Ku added, presenting a memorial that detailed the atrocities committed by the pirates upon their landing: massacres, sexual violence against women, the cruel slaughter of the elderly and young, and even forcing compatriots to turn against one another in bloodshed. Jiang Ce's eyes blazed with fury. The pirates wreak havoc upon the people without restraint, while the Qian officials remain indifferent, detached from the plight of the populace. The pirates advance unabated, setting fire and pillaging, inexorably moving westward, threatening to invade our territory. Jiang Ce's rage intensified. His clenched fists bore imprints from the pressure. Liu Zhen, there is no need for you to prepare for several days. You shall lead the army at once. The Yulin army had yet to be utilized effectively. Now was the perfect opportunity to showcase their might to the world. He turned, grasping the map from the table, and spoke gravely. You shall advance south from Jincheng, heading directly to the largest city in Jincheng, Ningcheng. Ningcheng lies directly to the south of Jincheng. It is a prosperous trade hub and a fortified city. Capturing it will yield significant advantages. Since Zhao Yi has mobilized the army northward, we shall prepare accordingly, using Ningcheng as the first line of defense. Everything must proceed swiftly. Jiang Ce commanded. Understood. I shall not fail in my duty. Liu Zhen affirmed, leading 10,000 Yulin soldiers southward from Jincheng. Shortly after Liu Zhen's departure, Jiang Ce turned his attention to Zhang Jujing and Jin Ku. His current concern was not the advance of the Daqian army, but rather the issue of the Eastern pirates. For Jiang Ce, the Daqian army appeared strong and formidable, yet in reality, many of its commanders were cowardly and self-preserving. Their strength was illusory. Moreover, the court was mired in chaos, and Zhao Yi, an official lacking military acumen, despite holding absolute power, was unlikely to achieve anything substantial. Such a feeble army had never truly been a source of worry for him. Conquering Daqian was merely a matter of time. His greater concern was the countless innocent lives that would be lost if the Eastern pirates were not swiftly contained. Should the pirates taste success and remain unvanquished, they would infiltrate the land like parasites, breeding in the shadows and wreaking havoc upon lives. However, those 100,000 pirates were far from the eastern sea of Daqian, and even if he wished to dispatch troops to suppress them across Daqian's borders, it would be a formidable challenge. This conundrum plagued Jiang Ce. Your Majesty, since the Daqian Prime Minister is so muddled, why not leverage this situation to our advantage? Zhang Jujing, perceiving Jiang Ce's concerns, proactively suggested, the Daqian court is rife with Zhao Yi's partisans. Yet the strength of a nation hinges more on the will of the people. Currently, the hearts of the Daqian populace are unsettled, and officials live in fear of Zhao Yi. If we were to disseminate certain information, Zhao Yi could easily lose the people's support. At that point, even his close allies would likely distance themselves from him. As the sole great statesman of the Ming Dynasty, he naturally understood this principle. He was well aware that those who monopolize power fear losing their influence the most. This course of action would gradually undermine Zhao Yi's authority. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce's eyes brightened, and he looked at Jin Ku. Jin Ku, I grant you 5,000 Jin Yi to act expeditiously. Remember, you must convey the facts accurately. Starting from the Daqian imperial city, speak of Zhao Yi's schemes for power, his confinement of the Empress, and the ensuing political machinations. Once public opinion is stirred, we shall then expose his collusion with the Khan of the Jin Dynasty, framing the loyal duke of the state. When rumors spread throughout Daqian, we will unveil Zhao Yi's dealings with the pirates, gagging the officials and allowing the pirates to pillage the cities. Jiang Ce stated coldly. Following this series of actions, Zhao Yi would inevitably lose the support of the people. Even if he held power, losing influence would merely be a matter of time. Furthermore, the actions of the Jin Yi were remarkably swift. It would not be long before rumors spread throughout the borders of Daqian. Understood. I shall attend to this matter immediately, Jin Ke pledged, departing with his orders. He swiftly led 5,000 Jin Yi into the imperial city under the cover of night. As the 5,000 Jin Yi infiltrated the city, Jin Ke divided them into smaller units. The following day unfolded. They first gathered in the taverns and tea houses, collecting the citizens' evaluations of Zhao Yi and several prominent officials in the imperial city. After compiling the information, it was secretly sent to Xuanwu Pass. They also distributed letters and posters in various locations, prominently displaying accusations against Chancellor Zhao Yi for scheming to usurp power, particularly on the city walls and outside the palace, where crowds were plentiful. The citizens, already discontent with Zhao Yi, were infuriated upon learning that the emperor had been placed under house arrest. They flocked to the palace walls to protest, demanding the removal of Chancellor Zhao Yi and the release of the Empress. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi resorted to mobilizing the imperial city's private soldiers to suppress the enraged populace. At this moment, fear gripped the imperial city, and the dissatisfaction of the people toward Zhao Yi reached its zenith. Meanwhile, the Jinui revealed news of Zhao Yi framing the loyal and virtuous duke of the state. Igniting a flurry of rumors, Zhao Yi managed to maintain a semblance of order through force, yet this action only fueled the public's anger further. Soon after, the Jinui released a bombshell. The recent landings of pirates on the East Sea were a result of Zhao Yi's collusion, with coastal villages being ravaged. It was then that Zhao Yi truly panicked, as he realized he could no longer suppress the fury of the people, leaving him in a state of deep unease. In Chapter 62, the massacre of Daqian unfolded. Daqian was the largest coastal city of the Daqian Empire. Its thriving fishery provided an array of seafood delicacies, including the renowned fish feast specifically prepared for the Empress. The city was also interconnected by waterways with nearby cities. Therefore, after studying the geographical map of Daqian, Tokugawa Ieikir led the pirate army towards this city. They pillaged and burned along the way, indiscriminately slaughtering anyone, regardless of nationality. Corpses littered the wilderness. Women endured even more heinous abuses, with no one spared, not even the most unattractive. Tokugawa Ieikir turned a blind eye to the atrocities committed by his subordinates, believing that such slaughter was the only appropriate way to deal with the southern people. Men, in his view, deserved no mercy, only brutal extermination. At this moment, 100,000 pirates approached Daqian, their faces adorned with cruel and savage smiles, having relished in the pleasures of violating Daqian women and slaughtering civilians. They longed for further bloodshed upon seeing the bustling city ahead. "Master, it is a waste for the southern people to occupy such places," remarked Tokugawa Ikir's deputy. Full of disdain, gazing at the prosperous city, with its vibrant commerce and throngs of people, he felt a surge of jealousy. Believing that Daqian did not deserve such beautiful landscapes. These weak men merely happened to be born on land and enjoy the fruits of their fortune, while we, born on islands, must expend great effort to traverse the seas. The men of Daqian are spineless. We have killed so many, yet not a single Daqian soldier has come forth. The deputy spat, filled with contempt. Those men are unworthy of Daqian women. Such beautiful women should belong to us. The warriors of the East. Tokugawa Ikir chuckled coldly, declaring that the Daqian court was composed of worthless idle men. We have landed on the East Sea for so long, yet they do not dare to send troops to stop us. They must be terrified of us. This sentiment resonated with all the Easterners, who believed that since Daqian could not contend with them, they could carry out their atrocities without restraint. After all, the deaths of these despicable men mean nothing. "Master, look at how lax their city defenses are. Should we not attack the city?" They were now positioned just outside the city, concealed within the nearby woods, silently observing Jiaqing's movements. Attack. Pillage the city. Leave the women alive. Spare not a single child. Tokugawa Ikir commanded, prompting cheers and jubilant leaps among the Eastern warriors and family heads, their eyes shimmering with cruelty. 100,000 men surged towards Jiaqing. The trees shook. Citizens who spotted the advancing Eastern warriors hurriedly fled back into the city. Those who were slower, be they women, children, or the elderly, were brutally slaughtered by the pursuing pirates, their bodies pierced by swords. Women were dragged aside, their clothing torn away as they were brutally assaulted. The soldiers defending the city watched in fury, their eyes nearly bursting with rage. "General, the damned pirates are brazenly violating our citizens in broad daylight. Shall we not intervene?" The defending general, witnessing the horrific scene, felt a pang of compassion, his teeth clenched. "The court has decreed that most of our forces have been dispatched northward to quell Jiang Ce. We currently have only 2,000 defenders, while these pirates number at least tens of thousands. It would be a miracle if we could even hold Jiaqing against them." The general, with reddened eyes, reprimanded his men. The city gates were tightly shut. On the battlements, many soldiers opted to close their eyes, unwilling to witness the brutality unfold. The Southerners, they do not even care for their own kin. They are truly worthless. Tokugawa Ikir laughed heartily at this sight, joined in mockery by his deputy and several family heads. However, due to Jiaqing's insufficient forces and its rich waterways, effective defense was impossible. The pirates, born on islands and adept in navigation, soon breached the city through the waterways. "General, we cannot await our demise," another deputy urged. The general, unable to bear it any longer, resolved to fight back. He immediately ordered the entire army to descend from the city, exchanging their lives for those of the pirates emerging from the waterway. Initially, Jiaqing held the upper hand. However, as soon as the pirates surfaced, they were met with swift blades, the waters turning crimson and bodies sinking beneath the surface. As the number of invading Wokou increased, the pressure on the soldiers within the city escalated dramatically. They were already struggling to hold their ground. It would not be long before the scales of victory tipped entirely in favor of the Wokou. With their numerical advantage, they besieged the valiant defenders of Jiaqing and commenced a brutal massacre. Witnessing his subordinates fall one after another, the aged general was filled with profound sorrow and resolved to fight to the death. Yet, at this moment, his weapon was knocked from his grasp by the Wokou, and his body was covered in wounds. Remaining upright was a monumental challenge. "Capture him alive," sneered Dichuan Ilong, his malevolent laughter echoing. "Among all these men, you still possess some spirit. Allow me to demonstrate how our noble samurai from the East enjoy the women of your city." With that, he and his fellow Wokou laughed arrogantly. The old general's eyes were bloodshot, fixated with hatred upon Dichuan Ilong. He had lost the strength to speak and could only slump to the ground. As the Wokou searched house by house, they brutally disemboweled the men, while the children cried in terror. The Wokou's brutality knew no bounds, as they even strangled infants with their own intestines. The old general's heart shattered at the sight, tears streaming down his face as he could no longer bear to watch. Dichuan Ilong kicked him in the chest, warning, "Look closely. If you avert your gaze, I will slaughter the entire city. If you watch, I might spare a few of your women." Spitting with all his might, the old general unleashed a mouthful of blood upon Dichuan Ilong's face. "Master." The aide, witnessing this, hurriedly brandished his katana, intending to take the old general's life. Dichuan Ilong waved his hand, coldly wiping the blood from his face with a sinister smile. "Kill them all. Leave not a single one." Yes, the Wokou cheered in delight. Women of Jiaqing fled through the streets, clutching their children, Whenever they were caught, they were brutally subdued, subjected to unimaginable humiliation and torment. The cries of despair echoed throughout Jiaqing. Dichuan Elong cast a cold, disdainful glance at the old general, whose face had turned ashen. Your Daqian is but a soft persimmon, he mocked. Even your Empress has been usurped by a mere chancellor. Such a frail southern dynasty may find a samurai plundering all the way to your capital. I've long heard of the beauty of the Daqian Empress. Surely, she surpasses ordinary women in allure. At that time, I shall revel before you southerners, making her submit to my desires. With that, he plunged a dagger into the old general's chest. It was only then that the old general passed away, his eyes wide open in death. Master, it is said that the son of the Duke of State, Jiang Ce, commands an army of several 100,000. If he were to march south to Daqian, should we consider a temporary retreat? The aide beside Dichuan Elong expressed his concerns. If he could march south, he would have done so already, rather than lingering in the harsh northern territories of Yinyun. Before Ningqing, Lu Xun had already led his vast army, nearing the city's gates. Chapter 63. The troops arrive at Ningqing. Ningqing. Zhao Yi had just mobilized 100,000 soldiers from nearby cities to guard this critical location. He understood the significance of Ningqing, for it overlooked both Xuanwu Pass and Jincheng. Should the army move, Jiang Ce would surely reconsider his daring to march south. The soldiers on the city walls were deeply dissatisfied. They had been performing admirably in their own city, only to be abruptly transferred to an unfamiliar place, forced to obey the commands of an unknown general. However, they all regarded this as a favorable assignment, a chance to relax. Even the patrolling soldiers within the city often neglected their posts, seeking leisure in various hideouts. After all, no one truly believed that Jiang Ce would muster the audacity to lead troops southward against Daqian. Thus, a few of the commanders on the city walls boldly called for warmed wine to be brought forth. You say this is urgent? Mobilizing 100,000 troops isn't a trivial matter. Now that we've arrived, there's nothing to do but wait. We have no idea what the chancellor is contemplating. One commander grumbled as he took a sip of wine, biting into a leg of lamb. Another commander scoffed. In my opinion, the chancellor is merely intimidated by Jiang Ce. He is too busy battling the Jurchens of Yinyun to have time for an expedition against Ningqing. How long has it been since Jiang Ce's rebellion began? One can easily deduce that his supplies are insufficient for a southern campaign. The commanders expressed their discontent. Yet none dared to openly criticize Chancellor Zhao Yi. Instead, they began to disparage Jiang Ce, seeking amusement to pass the time. Indeed, another commander remarked disdainfully, stationing 100,000 troops to guard Ningqing is overkill. Even if Jiang Ce were to truly march south, do they believe we cannot deal with a mere rebel? He chuckled. Previously, Daqian suffered numerous defeats at Jiang Ce's hands, but that was because the troops deployed were from the Northern Army. It is well known that the Northern Army was trained by the Duke of State. When their own people fight each other, they will surely hold back, feigning a battle, which led to their rebellion. Yet we are all elite soldiers from the south. If we encounter those rebels, we shall show no mercy. The commander continued with exuberance and unwavering confidence. In my view, we do not need 100,000 troops to defend Ningqing. 30,000 would suffice. Just as he finished speaking, a soldier hurriedly ascended the city walls, panic evident on his face. Report. The army of the Great Ming is advancing. They are currently at our gates. The soldier urgently announced. What? The commanders exclaimed, excitement coursing through them. They dare to deliver themselves to our doorstep? They have dispatched only 100,000 soldiers. Does Jiang Ce truly underestimate us? Very well. Let us show them the might of the Daqian army. They swayed as they rose to peer over the battlements. Lu Xun led a formidable contingent of 100,000 Yulin troops, resolutely encamped outside the city. Resembling a silent army methodically engaged in their tasks, entirely unconcerned with the defenses of Ningcheng. Within the grand halls of the Daqian court, the prime minister's residence was filled with ministers of both civil and military ranks, gathered for the morning assembly. Initially, Zhao Yi would feign participation, attending the morning court, and even feigning illness on behalf of Li Shishir, claiming that His Majesty was unwell and he would govern in the emperor's stead. However, he had grown apathetic, abandoning pretense altogether and establishing a new decree. Any minister with matters to report should come directly to the prime minister's residence, and those without urgent business should refrain from unnecessary disturbances. The previously strict rule of convening every 5 days had been extended to 10, and now it was virtually ignored. When Zhao Yi desired the presence of the ministers, they were compelled to attend. When he did not, their efforts were futile. With power firmly in his grasp, he remained unperturbed by potential consequences. My lord, it is time for court, Lu Mao reminded Zhao Yi, who was leisurely practicing calligraphy in the inner courtyard. Court? Did we not convene just 3 days ago? Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow, not pausing in his task, questioning the necessity. My lord, all the ministers are waiting in the outer courtyard. They likely have pressing matters to discuss, Lu Mao replied nervously. With a huff, Zhao Yi finally set down his brush, flicked his sleeves, and made his way to the outer courtyard to face the assembled ministers. Why have we gathered today? Since Zhao Yi had mobilized the entire army northward, he had come to regard Jiang Ce as a mere afterthought, confident that the rebel forces would soon be eradicated. His demeanor had grown increasingly relaxed, and the once vigilant scheming for power had notably waned. He merely awaited the arrival of the joyous news of Jiang Ce's defeat, at which point he would ascend to the throne, unchallenged by anyone. Prime Minister, we convene today regarding the northern troop deployment, a minister began. I propose that, with winter approaching, the populace across our cities is anxious about how they will survive the season. The large garrison in the northern border consumes a significant amount of provisions daily. If conflict were to arise, we would face difficulties transporting supplies northward. At that point, not only would our logistics falter, but there would also be insufficient reserves for the people to endure the winter. The Minister of Revenue, responsible for the finances of the realm, had compiled reports on the national reserves of grain, salt, and iron before presenting his concerns to Zhao Yi. Seeing the minister's frail and trembling state, Zhao Yi felt a surge of disdain. Withdraw? Why would we withdraw? He scoffed. Not only shall we not withdraw, but we shall also increase the supply of provisions for the troops stationed in the northern border. If a lack of supplies leads to our army's defeat at the hands of those rebels, I shall hold you accountable. He surveyed the ministers, noting their fearful expressions and obsequious demeanor, which only inflated his sense of superiority. Think carefully. Why did I dispatch troops to confront Jiang Ce? Was it not for the safety of our territory? Jiang Ce no longer possesses the strength to march south. If we do not strike now, shall we simply wait for him to recover? If he regains his strength and our forces engage then, even if victorious, we will emerge severely weakened. Zhao Yi's icy gaze fell upon the Minister of Revenue, whose cold sweat had soaked his official garb, and who had bent low, too afraid to speak further. Remember, every action I take is for the benefit of Daqian. And what is Daqian's greatest enemy? It is Jiang Ce and his band of rebels. He strode with an air of authority, glaring at each minister in turn. Once Jiang Ce has rebuilt his strength, and he marches against the southern dynasty, do you think you will escape unscathed? Do not forget how you all tacitly permitted the poisoning of Duke Jiang Nantian. As Zhao Yi's chilling voice echoed, the ministers fell silent, each struggling to swallow hard, acutely aware of the gravity of their situation. Should Jiang Ce seek retribution, none among them would escape the dire fate of retribution against their clans. Observing their fear, Zhao Yi smirked coldly. Yet, you need not worry excessively. Most of Jiang Ce's troops are stationed in the Yun 16 prefectures. As the leader of the rebels, does he not understand that fighting on two fronts is a cardinal sin in warfare? If he manages to reclaim the Yun 16 prefectures by next spring, it would be a remarkable feat. How could he possibly contend with our Daqian forces? Zhao Yi spoke with utmost confidence. Chapter 64. Lu Xun captures Ningcheng. Let us continue to indulge in feasting. The commander of Ningcheng cast a disdainful glance at the encamped Yulin troops outside the city. Setting up camp outside Ningcheng. Who are they trying to intimidate? He peered over the battlements, observing the disciplined Yulin troops establishing their camp, which bore no resemblance to an army preparing for an assault. The general speaks true. This band of rebels is clearly here to intimidate, his deputy chimed in, taking a hearty swig from his cup. In warfare, one either attacks swiftly or besieges without engaging. What sense is there in leisurely encamping before an enemy stronghold? I suspect the recent decree from the Prime Minister has left the rebels unable to procure sufficient provisions. Given Jiang Ce's impoverished territory, he is likely desperate to seize Ningcheng for resources. The deputy scoffed repeatedly. If they require supplies, we should discreetly sell them some provisions and send them on their way. After all, we have more than enough provisions to spare. Should the Prime Minister later accuse us, we can simply claim we were caught off guard by a sudden attack from the enemy. At this revelation, laughter erupted among the gathered commanders, including the commander of Ningcheng, as they raised their cups in merriment, toasting and indulging in revelry. They had seldom engaged in serious combat and had risen to their positions through connections and seniority. Their deployment to Ningcheng was merely a matter of following orders. Everyone dismissed it as mere bravado. Meanwhile, Lu Xun, undeterred by the reactions of the Ningcheng generals, calmly commanded his troops to set up camp. As the campfires flickered to life and the water supply was secured, they awaited the siege. At this moment, any general with a modicum of experience in city defense could discern Lu Xun's resolute intent to capture Ningcheng. Observing the surrounding commander's nonchalance, he took the initiative to voice his concerns. General, the rebel forces appear formidable, their numbers seemingly substantial. We must exercise caution. Upon hearing this, the commander reassuringly patted his shoulder. The military texts state that in siege warfare, haste is unwise. The attrition of 100,000 soldiers cannot be underestimated. If the rebels truly intended to assault the city, they would not be so leisurely in establishing their camp. This is merely a provocation. He added, "You still have much to learn about the art of warfare." The deputy general fell silent, suppressing his unease, hoping that the commander was indeed correct. "What? Why has the rebel commander detached from his forces?" one deputy general exclaimed, noticing Liu Zhan riding out. "Does he not realize that the archers on the city walls could easily target him? Such a perilous act is surely not without his awareness." The other generals turned their gazes toward Liu Zhan, who, mounted on a fine steed, bore a solemn expression as he shouted toward the city ramparts. "I grant you half a day to open the city gates. If the entire army surrenders, I promise that none among you shall be harmed." Upon hearing these words, the defenders atop the city wall exchanged grave glances. "General, it seems the rebels genuinely intend to seize Ningqing. What shall we do?" The commander of Ningqing's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and concern. The enemy commander's audacity to confront them alone suggested he possessed some confidence, although he lacked substantial battle experience. The reports of the Ming army's numerous victories had already spread throughout the Great Qian. Now, hearing that the Ming forces were prepared to act decisively, their previous arrogance dissipated. Before the conflict, they had boasted lofty ambitions. Yet when faced with the prospect of battle, fear took hold. Initially, they believed the rebels were merely seeking provisions, and they could simply provide some grain and salt to appease them. However, as the reality of warfare approached, memories of the Ming army's reclamation of lost territories resurfaced. Cold sweat beaded on each brow. "General, let me make it clear, I am not a Ningqing commander, and I refuse to fight," declared one deputy general, taking the lead in expressing their reluctance. They had no real attachment to Ningqing. Guarding the city was merely a matter of duty, not one of sacrifice for the nation. Moreover, the court continually withheld their military salaries. As martial officers of the Great Qian, their influence was dwarfed by that of the civil officials, and they were merely summoned to this post temporarily. With several days without pay, the other commanders shared similar sentiments. "If we surrender, will the Prime Minister not hold us accountable? Will we not lose our heads?" The commander of Ningqing fretted. While Ningqing did boast an army of 100,000, they were hastily assembled and had yet to establish cohesion. Their combat effectiveness could not compare to the seasoned Ming soldiers. The disparity in strength was immediately apparent. "Beheading? General, did you not hear the enemy commander's words? If we surrender the city, the 10,000 soldiers within will remain unscathed. Yet if a battle ensues, we may be slain by the Ming forces before the Prime Minister even issues a decree for our execution." Another deputy general interjected, advocating for surrender. The commander of Ningqing considered this as well. The Great Qian court had not treated them well. As a city commander, his salary was even lower than that of civil officials ranked just below him. It seemed more prudent to surrender. In the capital of the Great Qian, within the Prime Minister's residence, Lu Mao observed the Prime Minister meticulously practicing calligraphy, wiping the sweat from his brow before eagerly reporting, "My lord, the Ministry of War has conveyed news that Jiang Ce's forces have divided into 4 paths to assault the various prefectures of Yanyuan. Currently, only Jiang Ce remains at Xuanwu Pass. If our army swiftly advances northward, we can capture the leader first. Once Jiang Ce is apprehended, the rebel forces will be leaderless, ripe for the taking by our Great Qian." Zhao Yi's eyes sparkled at this news, and he promptly ceased his calligraphy. "Excellent. Immediately issue orders for the army stationed at Ningqing to march northward directly toward Xuanwu Pass. We must seize this opportunity while their defenses are weak." "Yes." After Lu Mao hastily departed, Zhao Yi turned with a grim expression. Following his gaze, he noticed the golden dragon robe hanging on a wooden rack in the center of the study. He silently regarded the robe, his demeanor turning cold. "Jiang Ce, once you perish, I shall ascend to the throne with legitimacy. At that time, the people's hearts will be with me, and the realm will be in my grasp. The Great Qian shall belong to me." A cold smile crept upon his lips as he referred to himself with the imperial pronoun. The commanders of Ningqing, having deliberated thoroughly, resolved to surrender and preserve their lives. Within less than an hour, they voluntarily opened the city gates wide, welcoming Liu Zhan and his troops. Upon seeing the soldiers within the city disarming themselves, Liu Zhan found his task considerably eased. He commanded the Yulin army to bind the soldiers and temporarily detain them in the camp outside the city. After replacing the Great Qian flag with the Crimson Dragon banner, he composed a battle report and dispatched it to Xuanwu Pass. By the time Liu Zhan captured Ningqing, it was already evening. Jiang Ce, having tirelessly processed the reports from Yanyuan day and night, felt a weariness settle upon him. He decided to visit the archery range, drawing his bow to practice his shooting and invigorate his muscles. Jing Ce, with a worried expression, hurriedly approached and happened to witness Jiang Ce drawing his longbow. After he released an arrow that struck the target dead center, Jing Ce clapped his hands in approval, dispelling his worries. "I sent you to track the movements of the Wokou. What news do you have?" Jiang Ce smiled, handing his longbow to a nearby soldier and inquiring of Jing Ce. Jing Ce, not daring to be negligent, bowed deeply and presented a memorial, reporting to the emperor. The Huaijun not only show no signs of restraint but grow increasingly audacious. Initially, it was believed that these marauders would retreat to Daqian after their plunder, yet after slaughtering the city, they continued to raid the surrounding villages, making straight for Jiacheng. Now, Jiacheng has fallen. Within its walls, regardless of gender or age, all have been mercilessly slain. Jiang Ce examined the memorial in his hands, his brow furrowing. These Huaijun have committed heinous acts, indiscriminately slaughtering the southern populace. Should they remain entrenched, as they plunder the vicinity and strengthen themselves, they will surely consume the land, making it progressively more challenging to contain them. With the Huaijun in rebellion, I cannot remain idle. Chapter 65, Xinjing and Qi Jiguang. Jiang Ce stored the memorial away, pondering for a moment. The Huaijun's atrocities have incited widespread discontent among the populace towards the court. Zhao Yi not only refrains from combating the Huaijun, but also intends to transfer all military forces to the northern front. Logically, with the military strength of Daqian, suppressing the mere 100,000 Huaijun should be an effortless task, requiring little manpower and resources, yielding a commendable tale. Zhao Yi's failure to act raises suspicions of ulterior motives. Is he allowing the Huaijun to operate freely in hopes of eliminating them himself? Yet, the distance from the borders of the Ming to Daqian's eastern coast is vast. One can surmise that even if he were to deploy troops, it would take considerable time to quell the Huaijun's uprising. Jing Ce stepped forward, bowing again to Jiang Ce. Your Majesty, according to the intelligence received from the Jinui, the Huaijun's rebellion has spurred discontent among officials across the regions. Many have petitioned the court for resolution. However, Zhao Yi not only disregards their counsel, but also punishes the petitioning officials, further ordering local magistrates to detain refugees and suppress rumors. The common folk of Daqian are in turmoil, and the court remains unrestful. Listening to Jing Ce's words, Jiang Ce was enlightened. It has always been difficult for those in power to win the hearts of the people, especially for Zhao Yi, the chancellor of this era. Historically, many unified dynasties have faced decline or even demise due to individuals like Zhao Yi. They possess knowledge surpassing the common populace, espousing righteousness and morality, yet clandestinely engaging in unscrupulous acts. Such civil officials pose the gravest threat to the nation. Daqian's fortune is waning, yet any chancellor holds immense power over the court. However, the Huaijun's insurrection must be addressed, lest it jeopardize my realm. Jiang Ce contemplated. Just then, Yao Guangxiao hurried into the archery range, his expression urgent, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Your Majesty, Yao Guangxiao respectfully bowed. No need for formalities. Why the urgency, Chancellor Yao? Jiang Ce inquired, noticing his haste. News from Jincheng indicates that the Daqian army is taking a brief respite near Jincheng. Based on their marching route, I surmise they are likely to attack Xuanwu Pass. It appears Zhao Yi has dispatched troops northward, aiming to seize upon your solitary defense of Xuanwu Pass, knowing there are no surplus forces stationed there. They must have realized our army is deployed in Yanyun and other regions, leaving Xuanwu Pass vulnerable, intending to exploit this weakness. Yao Guangxiao presented the urgent report from Jincheng to Jiang Ce. Currently, Jincheng lacks the fortifications of Luzhan, and its defensive capabilities are inadequate against the Daqian army. Consequently, the commander of Jincheng, upon observing the Daqian army's movements nearby, felt an acute sense of anxiety and dispatched urgent news. Yao Guangxiao, recognizing the severity, hastened to the archery range to inform Jiang Ce. Jiang Ce received the urgent report from Yao Guangxiao, glancing over it briefly, his expression darkening. It is no wonder Daqian turns a blind eye to the Huaijun. They are mustering their strength against me. Their actions suggest a desire to eliminate me in one fell swoop. He chuckled coldly. I am eager to see how Zhao Yi will react once I have thoroughly decimated this contingent of Daqian troops. The urgent report estimated that this group of Daqian soldiers numbers around 200,000. Investigate, Jiang Ce commanded, his demeanor stern as he turned to Jing Ce. I need you to ascertain the total number of this army, regardless of how many Jinui you employ. Furthermore, all supplies and provisions carried by the Daqian army, along with the respective commanders and troop origins, must be thoroughly investigated. Jiang Ce spoke with composure. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Now that I possess the most formidable intelligence agency in the Jinui, uncovering such details will not consume much time and will not hinder our military operations. I shall comply with your orders. Jing Ce responded, ready to depart the archery range, only to be halted by Jiang Ce. Hold on. The investigation into the Daqian army's details cannot be postponed. At the same time, I require you to dispatch 5,000 Jinui to track the movements of the Huaijun from Dongying. Document all their atrocities, for when I am able, I will decisively eradicate the Huaijun. Additionally, instruct the Jinui within the Daqian court to closely monitor Zhao Yi's actions. Any sign of disturbance must be reported to me immediately. After issuing several commands, Jiang Ce noted Jing Ke's understanding and bowed deeply again. I will ensure these tasks are executed without fail. I take my leave now. Go. Jiang Ce waved his hand. As soon as Jing Ke departed the archery range, another soldier hurriedly approached. Your Majesty, General Liu Zhen has sent a battle report. Ningcheng has been captured, with the defending commander willingly surrendering the city. Our side has suffered no casualties. Excellent. Jiang Ce exclaimed, raising his arm in triumph. Finally, we have received a piece of good news. Capturing a large city with 0 casualties is no small feat, and Liu Zhen deserves immense credit. This clearly indicates that the Daqian forces lack combat effectiveness. Moreover, while it may seem that Zhao Yi currently wields great power over the Daqian court, he still finds it challenging to control these military generals. Historically, civil officials and military generals have always existed in opposition. Zhao Yi clutches the strings of countless civil officials, but has overlooked the significance of military generals. Jiang Ce contemplated this thought, sufficient to serve as a weapon to eliminate Zhao Yi, and his gaze shimmered with profound brilliance. The system's notification resounded, proclaiming, congratulations. The host has successfully occupied Daqian Ningcheng. Reward, 1 million share of provisions. Provisions have been dispatched to the Ningcheng granary. Please check, host. Indeed. The system's prompt echoed in response. Reward, 100,000 Xinji Camp. Xinji Camp, one of the 3 elite regiments of the Ming Dynasty's Imperial Guards, specialized in managing firearms, which played a crucial role in defending the capital of the Ming Dynasty. Its soldiers wield firearms of tremendous power, capable of inflicting great damage and instilling terror in the hearts of enemies. 100,000 Xinji Camp troops have been summoned to the Xuanwu Pass military training ground. Please check host. As the system's voice faded, Jiang Ce hurried to the military training ground, where he beheld the formidable Xinji Camp. Each soldier was equipped with firearms, and numerous artillery pieces were armed with thunder cannons. A considerable number of handguns and field cannons were also present, complemented by specialized vehicles capable of engaging in chariot warfare. Excellent. Jiang Ce exclaimed in approval. The emergence of Xinji Camp marked a pivotal transition from cold weapons to firearms. Firearms, capable of being charged with gunpowder, wield a broad range of lethality. In contrast, cold weapons necessitate close combat, and in large-scale battles, cold weapons are far inferior to firearms. Moreover, the elite soldiers of Xinji Camp can unseat fully armored cavalry with a single shot from their firearms, underscoring the camp's might. Reward, draw once. Would you like to draw? The prompt sounded again, and without hesitation, Jiang Ce proceeded with the draw. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a rare general, Qi Jiguang. Qi Jiguang, a renowned national hero of the Ming Dynasty, who dedicated his life to combating Japanese pirates. He repeatedly improved the firearms equipped by Xinji Camp, driving the pirates to the sea, rendering them too fearful to set foot on land. He is a legendary general. Minister, I pay my respects to your majesty. Qi Jiguang appeared before Jiang Ce, bowing respectfully. Chapter 66, Southern Expedition to Daqian, Eastern Campaign against Japanese Pirates. General Qi, I am counting on you to eradicate the Japanese pirates. Jiang Ce gazed at the robust man before him, clad in military attire, tall and resolute, exuding the aura of a legendary warrior. Jiang Ce was pleasantly surprised that the system had anticipated his needs, delivering Xinji Camp and Qi Jiguang just as he was preparing to combat the pirates. It is widely acknowledged that under Qi Jiguang's leadership, Xinji Camp underwent a revolutionary transformation in tactics and equipment. Historically, whenever Japanese pirates encountered Qi Jiguang, they were sent fleeing by the forces of Xinji Camp. It can be said that Qi Jiguang is the very talent Jiang Ce desperately requires. Similarly, Xinji Camp is the military force he needs. Only under Qi Jiguang's command can the full potential of both be realized. Your Majesty flatters me. Without your Majesty's guidance, I am but a mere soldier, Qi Jiguang humbly remarked. Jiang Ce nodded, choosing not to speak further, instead focusing intently on Qi Jiguang. With General Qi and Xinji Camp at his disposal, could the campaigns against the Japanese pirates and the southern expedition to Daqian proceed simultaneously? After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Yao Guangxiao and inquired. In light of the grand scheme of the world, Jiang Ce opted to consult Yao Guangxiao first, seeking his insight. Your Majesty, if we dispatch troops to both eliminate the Japanese pirates and embark on the southern expedition to Daqian simultaneously, there will be no one to guard Xuanwu Pass, and we may risk losing this territory. Yao Guangxiao pondered briefly before responding earnestly. What if I were to abandon Xuanwu Pass? Jiang Ce mused. Xuanwu Pass is indeed the birthplace of my rise, yet my true affection lies with the people within its walls. As for this pass, even if I were to hand it over to Zhao Yi, I would suffer no loss. Ultimately, Xuanwu Pass is merely a remote outpost. Even if the forces of Daqian were to attempt to seize Xuanwu Pass, I would gladly relinquish it. An empty fortress serves no purpose and only wastes time. Minister Yao, what is your perspective? Jiang Ce inquired once more. Your Majesty, please allow this old minister to contemplate, Yao Guangxiao said after a prolonged reflection. While it is true that Xuanwu Pass is the site of your Majesty's rise, it cannot be deemed the capital of the Ming Dynasty and thus may be sacrificed. As long as we ensure the safety of the lives of the people within, perhaps we can temporarily relocate them to Wucheng for refuge. In the future, reclaiming Xuanwu Pass would become a commendable tale for your Majesty. Yao Guangxiao spoke respectfully. Moreover, the 16 prefectures of Yanyun are nearing complete recovery. Soon, we will be able to summon all generals and troops back. By that time, we will have ample forces, whether for the southern expedition or to combat the Japanese pirates. Jiang Ce listened attentively, contemplating for a moment, before commanding a soldier to bring forth a map. He had already marked the route from Xuanwu Pass to the capital of Daqian with red ochre ink. As depicted on the map, the route from Xuanwu Pass to Daqian is nearly a straight line. The southern expedition to Daqian is as effortless as a mere formality for me. Jiang Ce pointed to the marked route on the map. My troops and generals are far superior to those of Daqian. The only concern I face is the impending winter, which may impede our march and potentially disrupt supply lines. Minister Yao, please advise me. Should I proceed with the southern expedition? A hint of worry shadowed Jiang Ce's brow as he asked. Yao Guangxiao examined the map and then respectfully regarded Jiang Ce, responding, Your Majesty, I believe the southern expedition can be undertaken at any time. Currently, Daqian has been infiltrated by our Jinyui, and through their operations, the Daqian court has already lost the trust of the populace. Our Ming forces will undoubtedly be welcomed by the people, and the local commanders will not dare to resist, thus resolving the supply issue seamlessly. At this juncture, Yao Guangxiao shifted his tone. However, Your Majesty, I am more concerned about the Japanese pirates than Daqian. The collapse of Daqian is inevitable, a matter of time. But if we neglect the Japanese pirates, they will gradually grow stronger, and once they become a formidable threat, it will be difficult to counter. The words of Yao Guangxiao resonated deeply within Jiang Ce, his thoughts aligning perfectly with those of Yao. Ever since the Wokou had set foot on the eastern seas of Daqian, reports of their atrocities had continuously emerged from the Genie Way. Should they be allowed to further develop, the Wokou would undoubtedly descend upon the territory of the Ming like locusts, wreaking havoc. Your words are indeed reasonable. However, the campaigns against the Wokou and the southern expedition to Daqian need not be mutually exclusive. Jiang Ce's gaze flickered. As Yao Guangxiao stated, the Daqian court had already lost the support of the people. Furthermore, the surrender of the 100,000 troops in Ningxing without a fight was a clear indication of the growing discontent among Daqian's military leaders toward Zhao. By merely dispatching troops southward, capturing cities would yield systematic rewards and continuous supplies. Through such a cycle, conquering the capital of Daqian would not pose a significant challenge. In contrast, dealing with the Wokou was considerably more arduous. The first difficulty lay in the vast distance. During this late autumn, as the army advanced to the southeast of Daqian, substantial resources and efforts would be required. The second difficulty was that Daqian would undoubtedly not remain idle in the face of such an expedition. Thus, he resolved to simultaneously confront the Wokou while launching a southern campaign against Daqian. This would divert Daqian's attention and further win the hearts of its people, hastening its disintegration. With this thought, Jiang Ce made up his mind. Yao Xiangxiang, draft a strategy for the southern campaign immediately. Specify the troops, provisions, and equipment needed as soon as possible. Try to bypass Daqian's forces to save time for our southern advance, and head straight for the imperial capital of Daqian. Yao Guangxiao's expression changed, and he bowed deeply. I shall obey your command. Your Majesty, please allow me to take my leave to draft the southern campaign proposal tonight. Quickly go. Jiang Ce waved his hand, turning to Qi Jiguang with confidence. General Qi, I shall personally lead the troops to confront the Wokou. I want you to accompany me as the commander of the Shinji camp, and you may deploy the camp as you see fit. Do you have the confidence to suppress the Wokou? Upon hearing this, Qi Jiguang knelt on one knee, his face filled with excitement, and clasped his fists in salute. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I shall not dishonor this mission and will lead the Shinji camp to eradicate the Wokou, driving them back into the sea. Jiang Ce laughed heartily. Excellent. With General Qi here, the Wokou will surely be subdued. After saying this, he instructed Qi Jiguang to make preparations. As night approached, the military camp at Xuanwu Pass remained brightly lit. Qi Jiguang was directing the Shinji camp in adjusting their battle formations, training a strategy best suited to combat the Wokou through the coordination of infantry and auxiliary vehicles. Under Qi Jiguang's command, the 100,000-strong Shinji camp engaged in their drills methodically. Various tactics and formations were tested until their coordination was flawless, allowing Qi Jiguang to finally relax. Jiang Ce, Noticing the novelty of the firearms within the Shinji camp, seized a fire gun and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! The flash of fire erupted from the barrel, followed by a muffled report. The power was indeed remarkable. Jiang Ce mused. This fire gun requires but a gentle pull of the trigger, easily outperforming the longbow that demands considerable strength to draw. With the Shinji camp at our side, I am confident we will swiftly suppress the Wokou. The next morning, Zhang Zhuzheng, Wei Zheng, and Hai Rui gathered at the Duke of the State's residence in Xuanwu Pass. Upon hearing that Jiang Ce intended to lead the expedition personally, they were all alarmed, momentarily halting their administrative duties to rush to the residence to dissuade him. Your Majesty, your esteemed person is of utmost value, and the journey to the eastern regions of Daqian is long. The Wokou are vicious and brutal. Should any harm befall you, we would not bear the consequences. Zhang Zhuzheng was the first to urge caution. Your Majesty, what Chancellor Zhang says is true. Our Ming has just been established, and we cannot afford to be without your leadership. Wei Zheng concurred in agreement. Jiang Ce lifted his gaze from the mountain of battle reports on the desk, smiling nonchalantly. My constitution is hardly so frail. From what you say, one might think I can only sit here at Xuanwu Pass and go nowhere. I would not dare. Zhang Zhuzheng and Wei Zheng both felt apprehensive. Jiang Ce shook his head with a smile, quickly suppressing his mirth, and then turned serious. By the way, Chancellor Zhang, how is the administrative situation in various cities of Yinqing these days? Zhang Zhuzheng responded with a grave expression. Your Majesty, the administration in Yinqing has been reasonable, with no major disturbances occurring. However, there have been a few cases of corruption involving collusion between officials and merchants in Yinqing. I have dispatched Hai Rui to address them, and I believe we will soon receive a report. Jiang Ce nodded. If there are no pressing matters, then quickly return to your duties and do not loiter before me. I shall obey your command. Zhang Zhuzheng and Wei Zheng replied in unison, departing from the Duke of the State's residence. They had hoped that with their departure, Jiang Ce would have time to review more battle reports, but unexpectedly, Tana and Lianer arrived shortly thereafter. Your Majesty, you toil day and night over battle reports. Have you forgotten that both Lian and I are here at Xuanwu Pass? Tana exclaimed with a hint of melancholy upon seeing Jiang Ce. Lianer, too, blushed slightly upon encountering Jiang Ce. The two had also heard of Jiang Ce's impending expedition and were uncertain when they would see him again. The war was indeed busy. Jiang Ce said nothing, merely gazing at the two in surprise. He had not anticipated their closeness, with Tana referring to Lianer as Lian Mei. Your Majesty, the weather is growing cold, and Lianer has few winter garments. Tana raised an eyebrow at Jiang Ce, implying meaningfully. Jiang Ce naturally caught the underlying message, suggesting he should spend time with the two. However, his mind was wholly occupied with the southern campaign and the suppression of the Wokou, leaving him little energy to spare. Why not take a stroll in the streets yourselves? Jiang Ce returned to his battle reports, not lifting his head. Then let it be. Tana recalled Yao Guangxiao's enigmatic demeanor and quickly shook her head in refusal. Your Majesty, your neglect of us sisters these many days has left us feeling quite lonely. I find myself in a relatively good position, considering I am a few years senior to Lian Mei. However, she, being a novice in the affairs of the heart and at an age ripe with longing, may very well succumb to the pangs of love should your Majesty refrain from playing the role of a tyrant during your campaign. Tana, using Lianer as a pretext, flirtatiously remarked. Lianer, her cheeks aflame, could not refute the sentiment, for she indeed harbored such thoughts. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce abruptly raised his head. It had been quite some time since he had shared a bed with either of the two women. As they approached him, he instinctively took one in each arm and drew them into the inner chamber. After a prolonged moment of playful indulgence, Jiang Ce felt a sense of satisfaction. Both Tana and Lianer, glistening with fragrant perspiration, nestled obediently in his embrace. Your Majesty, must you really go? I have heard that the pirates are notoriously ruthless, a fact well known throughout the realm. I fear for your safety. Tana expressed her concern. In the past, Jiang Ce had always strategized from afar. She hoped this campaign against the pirates would be no different. Jiang Ce playfully pinched Tana's nose, his smile fading as he declared, this time, I shall lead the charge myself. Firstly, to demonstrate my unwavering resolve to annihilate the pirates, and secondly, to show Zhao Yi that the armies of the Ming Dynasty can easily conquer the Daqian without my guidance. Tana and Lianer, witnessing Jiang Ce's determination, refrained from voicing any objections, instead choosing to remain nestled in his arms, savoring a fleeting moment of tenderness. Before long, Jiang Ce rose, and Lianer stood to assist him in donning his garments. Be cautious, she whispered, her face a rosy hue. Jiang Ce looked at her with surprise. Of course. I will. Unlike the fiery spirit he first encountered, Lianer now embodied a more delicate charm. Returning to the desk, Jiang Ce temporarily entrusted Yao Guangxiao with the review of memorials and mounted his horse to the military training ground. He noted that Qi Jiguang was already conducting drills early in the morning, preparing for the suppression of the pirates. Jiang Ce nodded inwardly, initially planning to offer some advice. But seeing the soldiers' high spirits, he chose not to interrupt and returned to the Duke of Jinggua's residence. The back and forth did not consume much time. Considering his imminent southern expedition, he instructed Yao Guangxiao to draft a military missive to Liu Zhen, commanding him to lead 100,000 Yulin troops to launch a surprise attack on the 200,000 Daqian forces lingering near Jincheng. Victory was not the objective. Merely avoiding defeat sufficed. If victory was unattainable, a swift withdrawal was imperative. Once the missive was prepared, Jiang Ce felt that mere military orders lacked sufficient intimidation. He then commanded Yao Guangxiao to compose 3 state letters. The first letter was to be addressed to the Khan of the Jin Kingdom, as I march south. Should the Jin dare to lay siege to any city within my territory, I shall forsake my current dominion to launch a northern campaign against them. He insisted that the letter to the Khan carry a tone of warning rather than one of bloodshed. Yao Guangxiao nodded vigorously, swiftly committing the words to paper. Yes, Your Majesty. The second state letter, intended for the Daqian, would inform Zhao Yi of his impending southern campaign, instructing him to prepare for his arrival with utmost readiness. The language therein should be grand and imposing, ideally rendering Zhao Yi sleepless with anxiety. Having just finished the first letter, Yao Guangxiao wiped the sweat from his brow. Before he could rest, he promptly drafted the second letter. The third letter was directed at the pirates. Jiang Ce's eyes flashed with intensity as he proclaimed, I intend to eradicate their entire lineage. Once I am able, I shall immediately organize a fleet to annihilate the entirety of the East Ing Islands. His voice was resolute. The atrocities committed by the pirates against so many southerners necessitated retribution. Observing Yao Guangxiao still writing, Jiang Ce summoned 2 members of the Jinyue, commanding, Relay my edict. Su De and Li Guang are to advance south to Daqian, lying in wait outside the capital. They must not disturb the enemy, but await my orders. Understood. The 2 Jinyue formed 2 small contingents, heading towards the southern and eastern borders of Yanyan. Your Majesty, the 3 state letters have been completed. I shall dispatch them post-haste. Yao Guangxiao bowed and withdrew, while Jiang Ce waved him off. As noon approached, the army assembled before the gates of Xuanwu Pass. Jiang Ce gazed upon the well-equipped 10,000 troops of the Xinjiang, delivering a pre-battle address. I, your sovereign, lead the charge for but one purpose, to eradicate the pirates. Until the pirates are subdued, my heart shall remain unsettled. This endeavor shall surely quell the chaos. With a single proclamation, he ignited the fervor of Qi Jiguang and the entire Xinjiang battalion. Exterminate the pirates. They all shouted in unison, arms raised high. Qi Jiguang, particularly zealous in his exhortation, was a national hero in the fight against the pirates. Now, not only could he lead 10,000 Xinjiang troops, but he would also march alongside the emperor. How could he not be exhilarated? The 10,000 troops of the Xinjiang shared his sentiment. As one of the 3 elite guards close to the emperor, their mission was to follow Jiang Ce into battle. To accompany him on this campaign was a lifelong honor. Chapter 68. Yao Guangxiao offers counsel. Your Majesty, I have calculated the troop consumption for the journey from Xuanwu Pass to Daqian's Jia City. Here is my memorial for your review. Yao Guangxiao stepped forward, presenting his memorial and further elucidating, considering the unique nature of the Xinjiang troops, who will utilize war chariots during combat. I have taken the liberty of slightly elevating the standard for provisions. Jiang Ce examined the memorial, nodding slightly. 10 shi of coarse rice per person per day is rather indulgent for the soldiers. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that with winter approaching, the consumption of provisions would only escalate, and he could not allow them to suffer. In addition to coarse rice, he ordered that dairy products and dried meats collected from Hurut City be allocated as needed to supplement the soldiers' rations. Furthermore, given the lengthy journey, he decreed that each soldier be permitted to consume 2 liang of wine daily. Yao Guangxiao expressed concern, Your Majesty, might permitting the soldiers to drink while marching contravene military discipline? Jiang Ce shook his head, not at all. The journey to subdue the pirates is monotonous. Without some wine and meat to alleviate their fatigue, shall I allow my elite troops to languish in boredom? Witnessing Jiang Ce's composed yet authoritative demeanor, Yao Guangxiao furrowed his brow. Your Majesty, I do not oppose drinking. However, if any soldier in the army becomes intoxicated and causes a mishap, I implore you to show no mercy and execute them according to military law. Yao Guangxiao, a notorious minister of his time, possesses an astute understanding of affairs both domestic and military. His ability to assist Zhu Di, the Prince of Beiping, in his rebellion and to achieve success serves as a testament to his exceptional military talent. It is precisely because he comprehends the intricacies of warfare that he has expressed reservations regarding Jiang Ce's allowance for soldiers to consume alcohol. Nonetheless, Jiang Ce dismissed Yao Guangxiao's concerns. The alcoholic beverages of ancient times were not as potent as those of today. Consuming 2 taels would hardly intoxicate anyone. let alone induce inebriation. He continued to scrutinize the memorial presented by Yao Guangxiao and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, Yao Guangxiao, could you elucidate why the expenditures for warhorses and provisions significantly exceed the established standards? Jiang Ce furrowed his brow. Even for heavy cavalry such as the Tai Futuo, a single warhorse would require around 15 stones of grain per day. However, Yao Guangxiao's report requested 50 stones, exceeding the original standard by more than threefold. Moreover, the spare equipment for warhorses, such as horseshoes, saddles, and reins, was also 3 times the usual amount for daily combat. It is not that Jiang Ce was displeased. Rather, when multiplied by 100,000, such resources amounted to a considerable sum. Each matter must be handled with utmost caution and clarity. Your Majesty, may I offer an explanation? Yao Guangxiao bowed respectfully. The suppression of the Wokou will surely be recorded as a glorious tale, holding profound significance for you, Your Majesty. If we are to engage in battle, we must achieve a resounding victory, not only to annihilate the Wokou, but also to instill fear in the nations of Daqian and beyond. Therefore, I have considered that upon arriving in the capital of Daqian, we must confront the Wokou while remaining vigilant against potential ambushes from Daqian. All provisions for our warhorses must be meticulously accounted for, Yao Guangxiao asserted firmly. Jiang Ce fell silent, reading the memorial once more with great care. Upon confirming its accuracy, he led the army out of Xuanwu Pass. Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty! The men, women, and children of the Xuanwu Pass awaited the triumphant return of their sovereign. The citizens within the pass bid farewell to the army with tears in their eyes. Jiang Ce smiled and waved farewell without uttering another word. Upon exiting the pass, he turned to Yao Guangxiao. Yao Guangxiao, Liu Bang has previously captured Ningxing, taking 10,000 Daqian defectors as prisoners. In your opinion, how should I utilize these 10,000 defectors against their Daqian army? There are at least 200,000 Daqian troops near Jincheng, and it would be foolish to underestimate them. However, relying solely on the 10,000 Yuan troops under Liu Bang's command to overcome them is no simple task. After all, this is not a battle for a city. Even if we drive back the Daqian army, we will not receive systemic rewards, resulting in tangible losses to our own forces. Your Majesty, I have a strategy. Yao Guangxiao's eyes gleamed with an unusual light, as he was one to thrive in chaos and was exhilarated by the opportunity to act. Oh, pray tell, Jiang Ce said. Smiling at him, Yao Guangxiao grinned slyly. The Prime Minister of Daqian, Zhao Yi, is a ruthless individual, inherently cautious and slow to trust others. Your Majesty could easily command the Jinyui to release news proclaiming that these 10,000 defectors from Ningxing have pledged allegiance to the Ming Dynasty, promising rewards based on their military achievements, and that a prosperous era for the Ming cannot be without titles and nobility. Jiang Ce's eyes sparkled with realization as he looked at Yao Guangxiao, filled with admiration. This cunning monk's scheme is so insidious that even 100 Zhao Yis would pale in comparison. Given Zhao Yi's character, the voluntary surrender of Ningxing's soldiers would be viewed by him as a capital offense. The 10,000 defectors would share the same sentiment, knowing that returning to Daqian would only lead to death. By having the Jinyui simultaneously create momentum for both sides, we can ensure that these defectors dare not betray us, while also allowing the Daqian generals to witness the vision and ambition of the Ming Emperor Hanwu. Defectors, too, can be granted titles and nobility. This way, Zhao Yi's already tarnished reputation among Daqian's military officials will plummet to new depths. Once the strategy was established, Jiang Ce entrusted Yao Guangxiao with its execution, stating, Yao Guangxiao, I grant you 5,000 Jinyui to determine the course of action as you see fit. Additionally, please draft an imperial edict for Liu Bang, urging him to expedite the matter. Yao Guangxiao was overjoyed, bowing deeply. I am deeply grateful to your Majesty. Were it not for the urgency of the army's need to hasten to Daqian's capital, he had even more nefarious schemes he wished to employ. During wartime, formalities are unnecessary. Jiang Ce waved his hand. As they approached the borders of Daqian, Yao Guangxiao ordered the Jinyui to send the message swiftly. Considering the time, Liu Bang should soon receive the news. In Ningxing, at the general's residence, Zhao Yi had summoned 8 commanders from nearby cities. Their importance to Ningxing is evident. These 8 commanders, all bound tightly, knelt before Liu Bang. Behind each of them stood a pair of soldiers clad in armor, glaring at them menacingly. Feeling the chill of death in the air and witnessing Liu Bang's peculiar expression, the commanders were utterly perplexed. General Liu, we have surrendered, and our entire army has laid down our armor and weapons. Do you require us for some inconvenient task? The main commander of Ningxing, an experienced tactician, could see that Liu Bang had something to say and dared to ask. Ahem, I shall not disclose the matter personally. You will have 1/4 of an hour to provide me with a response. His words only deepened the confusion among the commanders. Liu Bang, however, ignored them, and signaled for a soldier to step forward and read the urgent report delivered by Yao Guangxiao. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims. After the formalities were concluded, the core of the message was revealed. I decree that the commanders of Ningqing serve as deputies to Liu Zhan, and all military arrangements shall be under his command. With the final words emphasized, the 8 Daqian generals felt their hearts sink into despair. Although they were military officials of Daqian, they understood the gravity of imperial authority. Once Jiang Ce's decree was issued, Zhao Yi would soon become aware of the news. Even if Jiang Ce were to release the captives back to Daqian, the 10,000 soldiers might escape unscathed, but these 8 commanders could face execution or worse, the annihilation of their entire families. They were not novices in the court. They were acutely aware of the stakes involved. Instantly, they wailed and prostrated themselves, pleading with Liu Zhan for the allocation of troops, vowing that they would devote themselves entirely to demonstrate their unwavering loyalty to the emperor in this critical time. In summary, the shameless remarks of the Lord of Ningqing can be encapsulated in this manner. Chapter 69, a two-front battle. Faced with the desperate pleas of the Ningqing commanders, Liu Zhan remained unhurried. Just as he received the imperial edict from Jiang Ce, a confidential report, delivered by the Jinyue, arrived simultaneously from Yao Guangxiao. Upon reviewing the report, Liu Zhan, who was usually focused on military matters, found Yao Guangxiao's strategy utterly astonishing. No wonder the emperor often lamented that civil officials could lead the nation astray. He then reflected that Yao Guangxiao's approach, albeit ruthless, was understandable given the urgent circumstances. After all, simultaneously conducting campaigns against Daqian in the south and the pirate forces in the east placed immense pressure on the newly established Ming Dynasty. The 10,000 surrendered troops could significantly alleviate this burden. Clearing his throat, Liu Zhan's expression softened slightly as he contemplated employing such a strategy against them. Glancing at the 8 individuals with a hint of reluctance, the soldiers quickly untied the ropes binding them. Rise, he commanded. Upon receiving the order, the commanders dared to stand, stretching their stiff bodies that had been restrained for so long. General, my subordinate Wang Hui is the most experienced and valiant among us. If you entrust the command of the 10,000 troops to me, I assure you, we will deliver a battle report that will satisfy you. Wang Hui flattered. Liu Zhan shook his head and extended his right hand, tapping 3 times, indicating those selected to step forward. Wang Hui, along with his trusted deputy Chun Hai and the least experienced commander Wang Heng, stepped forward. Seeing this, Wang Hui's demeanor became proud. Surely the general intended for him to lead the surrendered troops, with 2 juniors to assist him. However, Liu Zhan's next words shattered his dreams of command completely. You 2 will each lead 20,000 surrendered troops. Assisting Liu Zhan turned to the youngest commander, General, my subordinate Wang Heng. You 2 will assist Wang Heng. Remember, this battle is not to pit you against the Daqian army in direct confrontation, but rather to serve as the flank of our Ming forces. Furthermore, you are to obey Wang Heng without question. Any dissent will not be tolerated. Liu Zhan stated sternly. Wang Hui and his companion's expression stiffened, and they awkwardly bowed to Wang Heng. We pay our respects to the commander. Wang Heng, supported by Liu Zhan, quickly replied, no need for formalities. Observing this, Liu Zhan silently scoffed, revealing nothing outwardly. Moreover, although you 3 command different troop sizes, the emperor has stated that merit will be rewarded without bias. His words left unspoken hung in the air, igniting a spark of ambition in Wang Hui and his companion. Liu Zhan took note of their expressions, feeling a tremor of astonishment within. Yao Guangxiao's manipulation of human emotions was truly formidable. The animosity and dissatisfaction harbored by these surrendered commanders toward the Ming Dynasty were incited by this minor stratagem, leading to infighting and a fervent eagerness to engage the Daqian army for the sake of merit and reward. After managing a series of affairs, Liu Zhan stood before the city gate of Ningqing, preparing to march towards Jincheng. Simultaneously, Su De and Li Guang received urgent missives from Jiang Ce. Historically, whether among military generals or civil officials, the emperor's command was paramount. On Su De's side, all was well. He was leading the Tai Futua towards Yenyun Kinzu, and had yet to reach the destination when he received the imperial order from Jiang Ce, prompting him to turn his horse southward. However, Li Guang found himself in a predicament. General, the city of Luqing is on the verge of capitulation. Why are we withdrawing our troops at this crucial moment? A subordinate stepped forward, observing the soldiers actively besieging the city with urgency. They were already at the gates of Luqing, their encampments established. The prospect of abandoning their efforts now was far from agreeable. Without hesitation, Li Guang proclaimed, regardless of the situation, we shall sound the retreat. All troops, immediately head towards the capital of Daqian. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. They cannot be disobeyed. The army retreated swiftly, hastily packing their camp, leaving behind a bewildered garrison at Luqing, speechless in astonishment. In Daqian, at Jiaqing, within the general's residence. Daqian Yilang had claimed the general's estate for himself after seizing Jiaqing. The premises were heavily guarded. Inside, Daqian Yilang was engaged in discussions about military affairs with his subordinates and family head. Head of the family, haha. A deputy leaned in closer to Daqian Yilang. The resources in Daqian's Jiaqing are bountiful. We have plundered over 13,000 pounds of seafood. We have also gathered a considerable amount of new tea and sea salt, he reported, each word dripping with greed. Well done. Daqian Yilang licked his lips, immediately dispatching 2 large ships to transport these resources back to Dongying, along with an order to capture 500 young women to send back as well. 500 women. The deputy's expression faltered. They had occupied Jiaqing for over 3 days, having slaughtered all the men and driven most women insane through torment before killing them. Gathering 500 young women in a short span was indeed a challenging task. Then go pillage from nearby cities. Daqian Yilang waved his hand in annoyance, exasperated that he had to instruct him on such matters. Yes, the deputy left the general's residence. Outside, the scene was one of hellish chaos. Damn it, don't kill me. Just as the deputy exited, he witnessed a group of pirates assaulting a woman in the streets. He approached and kicked the assailants away. The woman stood naked, fresh wounds bleeding and old scars crusted over, her expression vacant. Clutching a gut-slit dead infant, she mumbled incoherently, "Child, Mama is here. Do not be afraid." The deputy, initially intending to ignore the madwoman, reconsidered due to the difficulty of gathering 500 women and decided to seize her as well. Regardless, they must be sent back to Dongying, and the head of the family would not personally inspect them. He violently grasped the woman's hair at the nape of her neck and dragged her to the edge of a well, where he drew a bucket of water to cleanse her. Throughout this, the woman tightly held her lifeless infant in her arms. The deputy glanced at her and noted her decent appearance with a cruel smile. He forcefully pressed her down, ready to unleash his primal instincts, but was thwarted by the dead child in her embrace. Disturbed, he snatched the infant away and tossed it into the well. "No, my child!" The woman screamed in despair, utterly broken. The deputy, startled by her anguished cry, struck her several times, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth, her eyes becoming vacant. Pathetic. Like a dead fish, he spat. After finishing, he waved to the soldiers watching, instructing them to bind her and take her to the large ship, cautioning them not to kill her, as he had to answer to the head of the family. The soldiers chuckled and hurried her towards the sea. "Deputy Chief, we have received intelligence from the court," a soldier reported. The deputy, preoccupied with thoughts of which city to raid, quickly seized the letter and rushed into the general's estate. "Head of the family, the Daqian court has sent word." Daqian Yilang took the letter, unfolded it, and upon reading, was taken aback. "The Daqian court is mobilizing troops northward? Shouldn't they be sending forces to quell us?" Chapter 70. The Wokou seek to seize Lingcheng. Jiang Ce has crossed the Daqian border. Clutching the letter, Daqian Yilang commanded the deputy to read it aloud before everyone. After he finished, Daqian Yilang observed the various expressions on their faces. "What insights do you all have regarding the Daqian court's troop mobilization northward?" he asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "This landing in the Donghai is a gamble. If Daqian's northern expedition succeeds, they could easily turn back and suppress us, leading to our potential annihilation. There is still a chance to retreat to the island before they conclude their campaign. The Daqian is, after all, a great nation. Eliminating rebel forces is a task easily accomplished. Now that they have taken Jiaqing, should we not cease our actions and deliberate further?" One suggested. Upon hearing this, a young master affiliated with the Daqian family stood up, arrogance etched on his face, countering, "What nonsense. If the intelligence indicates that Daqian is diverting all its forces to the northern campaign, does that not imply they are too occupied to concern themselves with us?" The young master sneered. "Head of the family, I believe we should seize this opportunity to accelerate our plundering." "Oh, please elaborate," Daqian Yilang said with interest. "Consider this. Head of the family, the Daqian army has been engaged in battle with the rebellious Jiang Ce for so long without gaining the upper hand. Is it guaranteed that this time, with all forces mobilized, they will achieve a decisive victory? In my view, even if Daqian manages to defeat Jiang Ce, it will come at a heavy cost. At that point, we can benefit from their struggle." The more the young master spoke, the more Daqian Yilang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Deep down, he too was reluctant to withdraw, having set foot on solid ground. They had become enamored with the sensation of walking upon vast lands. The resources of the Daqian Islands were scarce, and having made the arduous journey, their wild hearts could not easily be restrained. The mere thought of drifting aimlessly at sea was distasteful to them. "Bring the 50,000 troops stationed along the coast here. Swiftly," Daqian Yilang commanded. Initially, those 50,000 were to guard the fleet, ready to retreat at the approach of the Daqian army. After all, they had already taken Jiaqing, and that number sufficed for their invasion and plunder. However, The Han Dynasty was currently unable to spare any resources to deal with them. Hence, they decided to mobilize their entire forces for a grand offensive. Head of the family, this is unwise. Some voices of dissent remained, advocating for an immediate retreat. Yet, Daqian was resolute. He turned to one of the dissenters and retorted, after investing everything to build dozens of large ships, are you willing to simply return empty-handed? We have just captured Jiaqing, and we cannot even recoup half of our shipbuilding costs. How will we face the clansmen on the island who have been anxiously awaiting our triumphant return? Moreover, we are merely fighting against weak southern people. What is there to fear? After such remarks, no one dared to oppose him any longer. Instead, excitement coursed through the ranks. After all, the spoils from sacking a city far outweighed a year of toil on the islands. Head of the family, where shall we strike next? Someone inquired. Southeast, to Lingqing. Daqian declared earnestly. The Daqian border. Jiang Ce led 100,000 elite troops, galloping through the night, crossing the border, and heading straight towards the southeastern direction of Daqian. As evening fell, the setting sun cast long shadows behind them. The entire army, halt and rest. Upon reaching a suitable plain for encampment, Jiang Ce raised his arm and commanded. Whoa! The soldiers reined in their horses, quickly securing them nearby to begin setting up camp. It was late autumn, and although it was a plain, the ground was strewn with withered grass roots. They could not allow their horses to consume the grass roots and regain strength. Once the tents were erected, the soldiers of the elite unit were each assigned rations to feed their horses. Jiang Ce, meanwhile, was in a temporary military tent, handling the military reports sent by Su De and Li Guang. Upon learning that they had already made their way to the Daqian capital, he smiled with satisfaction. Your Majesty, the Jin Yiwei has come to report. Yao Guangxiao entered the tent, followed by a Jin Yiwei officer. What news do you bring? Jiang Ce asked, looking at the newcomer. Your Majesty, all the cities in the southeastern region of Daqian have been thoroughly infiltrated by the Jin Yiwei. Furthermore, according to your orders, the information regarding your intent to dispatch troops eastward to confront the Wokou has been disseminated among these cities. Naturally, the details of your personal expedition have been kept strictly confidential. The Jin Yiwei respectfully knelt, bowing in greeting. Jiang Ce nodded slightly, setting aside the battle report in his hands. What thoughts do the local officials harbor regarding my decree to dispatch troops to quell the Wokou? In response to your Majesty, the official replied, the local officials have neither submitted a memorial to the Great Qian Court nor taken any measures to tighten city defenses. Instead, the Jin Yiwei appear peculiar, eagerly anticipating your efforts to restore order. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce let out a hearty laugh, feeling assured. Continued to disseminate the news, proclaiming that the Ming army will traverse various cities, employing a strategy of if one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them, with all actions solely directed against the Wokou. Jiang Ce inquired further, what recent movements have the Wokou exhibited? In response, the Jin Yiwei presented a memorial detailing the recent activities of the Wokou. Jiang Ce perused it thoroughly, his eyes ablaze with fury, yet he managed to temper his anger with reason. These scoundrels! He sighed heavily, shaking his head. The memorial was rife with accounts of the Wokou's atrocities, and the very words seemed to exude a stench of bloodshed. The Jin Yiwei continued to remain vigilant, gathering intelligence. Take this memorial to General Qi for his examination, and then have 500 copies made to be posted in cities across the southeastern Great Qian. Understood. The Jin Yiwei exited the military tent and sought out Qi Jiguang. General Qi, His Majesty has commanded me to present this memorial to you. Qi Jiguang, puzzled, accepted it, and, after a cursory glance, slammed it shut in indignation. Such inhumanity, he exclaimed. Throughout his life, he harbored a profound loathing for the Wokou. Upon reading the memorial, he was incensed to find that women had been violated and men cruelly slaughtered, with even infants not spared, his rage consuming him. Resolving to fulfill his mission, he returned the memorial to the Jin Yiwei and made his way to Jiang Ce's tent. Your Majesty, I seek an audience. Granted. Jiang Ce, observing Qi Jiguang's furious countenance, was unsurprised. Have you read the memorial? I have, Your Majesty. The Wokou are cruel and inhumane. However, I have also discerned a weakness among them. Qi Jiguang, with a serious demeanor, continued, the Wokou favor the long sword for slaying. But they are not adept in bow or crossbow warfare. I request Your Majesty grant me half a day tomorrow to train our formations, aiming to eliminate the maximum number of Wokou with minimal casualties. Qi Jiguang pledged with confidence. Very well. You shall lead the troops in practice during the latter half of the day following our morning march. Jiang Ce readily agreed, eager to witness Qi Jiguang's tactical instruction. The following day, at dawn, the soldiers of the Xinjiang began to dismantle their tents, resuming their journey. After several hours, by noon, they had covered 50 li and halted to rest and prepare their meals. Jiang Ce, observing the time, ordered the troops to establish camp. dispatching a light cavalry unit to scout ahead for any unforeseen circumstances. In the afternoon, he watched Qi Jiguang's formation resembling a flock of geese. The soldiers of Xinjiang were arranged in a formation that mirrored geese flying south, flanked by infantry wielding fire guns to safeguard the artillery positioned in the center. Your Majesty, this formation can encircle the Wokou, maneuvering to annihilate the enemy, making it particularly effective against Wokou who wield only swords, Qi Jiguang explained. Directing the Xinjiang while enlisting 100 Jin Yi to simulate the Wokou. The Xinjiang's infantry, equipped with feathered arrows devoid of tips to mimic firearm use, demonstrated that the 100 Jin Yi were overmatched by 3 formations of geese. Each formation consisted of merely 13 soldiers. Moreover, they had yet to utilize actual firearms. They could repeatedly draw their bows and shoot arrows, with the frontline soldiers crouching to allow their comrades to continue the barrage. Such a cycle left the 100 Jin Yi at a distinct disadvantage. If the situation were to unfold on the battlefield, substituting bows for firearms, the Wokou would be unable to breach the geese formation of Xinjiang, no matter how they tried to overwhelm it with sheer numbers. Indeed, Jiang Ce exclaimed, genuinely impressed. It is evident that matters of resisting the Wokou are best entrusted to Qi Jiguang. You flatter me, Your Majesty, Qi Jiguang humbly acknowledged, halting the drills and ordering the soldiers to rest. Your Majesty, the Jin Yi have come with news. Jiang Ce, along with Yao Guangxiao and Qi Jiguang, was having lunch in the military tent. Speak, Jiang Ce replied, continuing his meal while listening to the report. The news of Your Majesty's dispatch of troops to pacify the Wokou has spread throughout the southeastern Great Qian. Numerous local gentry have contributed resources to assist our army. Among these are salt, tea, provisions, and woolen garments, with tea being the most plentiful, totaling 30,000 jin of both new and old tea. These supplies have been gathered by Lord Jing Ce's merchants and will be ready for Your Majesty's forces upon their arrival in the southeastern region of Great Qian. The Jin Yi reported respectfully. Jiang Ce suddenly lifted his head and laughed heartily. Such actions by the local gentry. Have the local officials not reacted? This is tantamount to aiding foreign enemies, a capital offense at the very least. In this era, tea, salt, and provisions are critical strategic resources, strictly controlled by the government. For local gentry to amass 30,000 jin of tea in such a short time suggests they possess the resolve to defy the stringent laws of Great Qian. However, this was within Jiang Ce's expectations. The Great Qian court prioritizes civil officials, and the emperor has pursued a path of governance alongside the scholar officials, rendering the influence of local gentry formidable, rivaling that of the government itself. Moreover, Zhao Yi has stirred the court into turmoil with the newly mobilized Northern Expedition forces. The 200,000 soldiers of the Northern Expedition are provided with excellent supplies, resources that Zhao Yi must have seized from local gentry. Why should the wealthy and powerful gentry endure such indignities? If the edict had come from the Empress Li Shishir, they might have swallowed their pride. But could a usurper like the Chancellor command their obedience? In response, Your Majesty, the great Qian Chancellor Zhao Yi has learned of this matter and dispatched imperial envoys to the southeastern cities. The Jin Yi continued, presenting a memorial. Upon their appointment, these envoys have caused quite a stir, with local officials fearing the gentry's influence and defying the orders of the imperial envoys. Jiang Ce perused the memorial, noting the detailed accounts of the 3 envoys who had been slain. Before long, regardless of Zhao Yi's formidable power, his downfall is an inevitable fate. He scoffed. Various signs indicate that not only do the military generals disregard Zhao Yi, but even the civil officials have begun to harbor discontent. If there are ruthless individuals among the princes of Daqian, they might rally under the banner of purging the court and storm the capital. Continue to closely monitor the movements of Zhao Yi and the pirates. Jiang Ce commanded. Yes. In the Grand Hall of the Lingqing government office in the southeastern region of Daqian, the official reported, Sir, the spies we dispatched have returned with news that Jiaqing has been slaughtered. The pirates spared neither women nor children. The atrocities committed by the pirates have impacted surrounding areas, with several cities under Lingqing's jurisdiction appealing for assistance. He Xingxiang, the deputy magistrate of Lingqing, spoke with a heavy heart. As a deputy magistrate, he is responsible for assisting the governor in managing military affairs, household registrations, taxation, and legal disputes. Recently, the matters that crossed his desk mostly pertained to household registrations and legal cases. The citizens of various cities in the southeastern region are voicing their grievances, dissatisfied with the court's tolerance of the pirates' atrocities, and the pressure is mounting on the local governors and magistrates. However, their burdens are no lighter than those of the common folk. With the military strength of each city inferior to that of Jiaqing, should the pirates attack, they could easily become the next Jiaqing to be slaughtered. In this atmosphere of fear, all they can do is hope that Governor Cao Xingzhou can resolve the issue. Cao Xingzhou stared at the mountain of documents piled on his desk, feeling overwhelmed. Xingxiang, How many troops are currently stationed in Lingqing? He Xingxiang hesitantly raised a finger. 10,000. Cao Xingzhou frowned and inquired. He Xingxiang shook his head. Sir, the troops and supplies have all been requisitioned by the Chancellor. Our entire military force in Lingqing amounts to only 1,000 men. Moreover, aside from some unfit for battle, only around 800 are capable fighters. He Xingxiang sighed in resignation. What if we request assistance from the court? Cao Xingzhou probed. Lingqing is not far from the capital. If we send one person with 4 horses, urging them to hasten day and night, could we still make it in time? He ventured. Sir, do you truly believe the Chancellor would dispatch troops to our aid? He Xingxiang asked directly. Cao Xingzhou was taken aback, letting out a deep sigh. Regarding the pirates, he had submitted numerous memorials to the court, yet each one vanished into oblivion, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Submitting too many had even drawn Zhao Yi's displeasure, resulting in a reprimand from the envoy he dispatched. However, as the situation becomes increasingly dire and teeters on the brink of chaos, he could no longer afford to ponder such matters. If the court does not take action soon, as a governor without military command, what could he possibly do against such brutal pirates? Sir, the most urgent matter is to address the plight of the refugees inside and outside the city. He Xingxiang bluntly stated, regardless of the governor's anxiety. Many refugees outside the city have perished from starvation. Fortunately, the weather is still cold, so the bodies do not decompose quickly, alleviating concerns about the spread of disease. However, He Xingxiang hesitated, opening his mouth but then falling silent. What is it? Cao Xingzhou pressed. A few days ago, they requested that we open the city gates to allow them into the refugee camp, but yesterday, the guards caught some refugees from the city exchanging children with those outside for food. He Xingxiang's eyes twitched, his fists clenching and then relaxing in a display of helplessness. Zhao Yi has been excessively ruthless, depleting all the military and supplies in Lingqing, likely having abandoned the southeastern region of Daqian from the start, all to delay the speed of the pirates' invasion. Chapter 72. The Pirates Attack, Lingqing in Crisis. Cannibalism. As a governor of a province, I feel utterly ashamed before the people. Cao Xingzhou lamented, his gaze dimmed, and a sense of frustration welled within him. Lingqing, situated in the southeast of Daqian, is a coastal province. Even during droughts in other regions, it remains unaffected. Since his appointment as governor, he had only heard of floods leading to drownings, never imagining that he would witness starvation resulting in death. This starkly illustrates the severe and detrimental impact the pirates have had, posing a grave threat to the lives of nearby citizens. Moreover, he could not discern whether this calamity stemmed from the pirates' unrelenting atrocities or the court's indulgence of them. After a long pause, he finally exhaled a heavy sigh. What if I were to beseech the local gentry for assistance, requesting them to open a few granaries to alleviate the disaster? Cao Xingzhou proposed, filled with hope. To become a local gentry, one must undoubtedly possess great virtue and influence. If he, as governor, humbly sought their aid, he should be able to procure some grain. Sir, that is impossible. He Xingxiang's cold words shattered Cao Xingzhou's fantasies. Since you refuse to accept the 100,000 taels of Daqian treasure notes, you will no longer receive even the slightest favor from them. Cao Xingzhou was taken aback. Am I wrong for wanting to be an honest official? His expression soured. He recalled his impoverished youth, spending decades in the cold study, ultimately achieving success and becoming a high-ranking official, devoted to serving the country and its people, only to find himself in this predicament. It was ultimately unbearable. You are not at fault. The gentry's pursuit of profit is not wrong either. He Xingxiang lowered his head. The relationship between local officials and gentry has historically yielded 2 outcomes. Most officials collude with merchants, engaging in corrupt practices, while a minority of gentry offer tributes to officials, who then turn a blind eye as if nothing has occurred. However, Cao Xingzhou is different. He despises such practices and has repeatedly submitted petitions to confiscate the properties of local gentry, thus establishing a bitter enmity with them. As a result, the vast government office, despite his integrity, has not expanded its staff in over a decade. It still relies on the court's stipend to barely maintain its operations. Now, with the imperial rations cut off, the long-standing issues have erupted at this moment, leaving Cao Xingzhou with a profound sense of helplessness. Is there truly no way out? Cao Xingzhou asked, dazed. Sir, even if the gentry were to selflessly offer all their granaries, it would merely be a drop in the bucket in the face of the overwhelming number of refugees. He Xingxiang sighed deeply. The day before, Wang Shenshe opened his granary to provide relief for the disaster, cooking coarse rice into a thin porridge. A full 50,000 stones of coarse rice were consumed in just one afternoon. However, Wang Shenshe's benevolent act did not garner praise. Instead, it was met with disdain from the refugees, who criticized this wealthy clan for their meanness, tarnishing his reputation. The gentry were not foolish. Who would undertake such an unappreciated task? Upon hearing this, Cao Xingzhou fell silent, lamenting his integrity as a clean official. Had he known how things would turn out, he would have seized every opportunity to amass wealth, converting ill-gotten gains into grain stored within the government office, rather than witnessing the suffering of the people. Just then, a hurried yamen runner rushed in with alarming news. "My lord, the pirates are coming." "What?" Cao Xingzhou and He Xingxiang exchanged a shocked glance, their faces betraying their anxiety. "How close are they?" Cao Xingzhou asked urgently. According to intelligence, the pirates were just 50 miles away from Lingqing, making their way towards it. The runner, pale and trembling, continued, "There are 100,000 pirates, fully armed. My lord, what shall we do?" Both Cao Xingzhou and He Xingxiang fell into silence. The former glanced at He Xingxiang, who noticed the determination in Cao Xingzhou's eyes. "How many militia do we have within the city?" "Fewer than 3,000. "And how many able-bodied men?" 22,000. "Is there any overlap between the two?" He Xingxiang nodded. "Reporting to you, my lord. The household registry of Lingqing is managed by me. Currently, there are only 24,000 capable of fighting in the city, including some disabled men who can still bear arms." Cao Xingzhou pondered for a moment, then spoke sternly. "First, open the city gates and let all the refugees in. Once they are inside, close the gates. Temporarily raise the city walls with timber and gather those 24,000 men to the city gate to defend against the pirates. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. If we cannot defend our own city, what use is it to keep them alive?" At this critical juncture, Cao Xingzhou, who had spent his life in scholarly pursuits, displayed a courage unmatched by ordinary martial generals. "Yes, my lord." He Xingxiang dashed out of the government office, rallying 100 yamen runners to shout in the streets. The news of the pirates attacking the city spread rapidly, and the able-bodied men, disregarding their families' protests, followed He Xingxiang and the runners. Soon, a long line formed. Most of them had never seen a battlefield nor wielded proper weapons. Yet each harbored a resolve to face death. Killing one pirate is breaking even. Killing two is a profit. This was the collective sentiment. With no other choice, they could only rely on themselves, as their families were behind them and the court offered no assistance. Meanwhile, while He Xingxiang fervently gathered the populace, Cao Xingzhou bit his finger, commanding someone to bring fine rice paper to write a blood letter. Feeling the slight pain from his finger against the slightly coarse rice paper, he swiftly completed the blood-written message. "Lingqing is in dire straits. If it falls to the pirates, the entire southeastern region will hand itself over to them. When Lingqing succumbs, the souls of its people will not find peace until they meet the prime minister in the afterlife." These poignant words reflected Cao Xingzhou's loss of faith in the court. He understood that Lingqing was merely a sacrifice for Zhao Yi. This blood letter was not a threat to Zhao Yi, but a proclamation to the world that the shamelessness of Zhao Yi and the inaction of the court were the true causes of Lingqing's impending slaughter. Exhausted, he sealed the letter and sent it off at full gallop to the capital. Strangely, despite knowing that the pirates were merely miles away and that he might not survive the day, Cao Xingzhou felt a surge of warmth in his blood. Having served as the magistrate for over a decade without notable achievements, he hoped to take down a few pirates, finding some value in his life. He smiled faintly, turning back for one last look at the plaque of the government office before departing. Over 200 miles away, Jiang Ce led his army, hastening towards Lingqing day and night. "Your Majesty, there is grave news. Lingqing is in peril. The pirates have reached within 80 miles of it, and time is of the essence." A captain from the Jin Kingdom rode in from the front lines, his expression fraught with urgency. "What?" Chapter 73. The Divine Machine Camp advances at full speed. "Your Majesty, the news comes from Lingqing, and it is absolutely true. The pirates are marching towards Lingqing and will arrive shortly." The captain of the Jin Kingdom, drenched in sweat, spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce fell into deep thought, then asked the captain, "Why have the pirates abandoned Jiaqing? Why have they suddenly turned their sights on Lingqing?" Jiang Ce was perplexed. The intelligence received had consistently indicated that the pirates were causing havoc in Jiaqing. Their sudden focus on Lingqing must have a deeper motive. The captain scratched his head. "Your Majesty, according to brothers in Jiaqing, the pirates realized that the Daqian court would not intervene, so they decided to make a grand move before returning to Dongying." Jiang Ce scoffed. Having tasted success, they would not willingly return to Dongying. "Your Majesty, please remain calm." "Continue, Captain. What further plans do the pirates have?" Yao Guangxiao interjected, urging the captain for more information. "The pirates remain as brutal as ever, slaughtering every small city between Jiaqing and Lingqing. Not a single soul was spared, and all the supplies that the pirates could not carry away were set ablaze. Those 3 small cities now resemble hell on earth, littered with the battered corpses." The captain of the Jin Kingdom reported faithfully. Jiang Ce's brows furrowed, a surge of anger rising within him, yet he maintained a composed exterior. Since Zhao Yi dispatched troops northward, he had long anticipated such an occurrence, yet he did not expect it to transpire so swiftly. Are they truly attempting to rebel? His eyes narrowed as he coldly exclaimed, The description provided by the Qianhu was rather vague, yet he could envision the intricate details, and upon reflection, his anger flared. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger," Yao Guangxiao, standing beside Jiang Ce, interjected with a respectful gesture. "In my humble opinion, the current inaction of the Daqian court has made the advance of the Wokou towards Lingqing foreseeable. After slaughtering Jiaqing, they will undoubtedly seek to conquer the more prosperous Lingqing. The urgency now lies in discerning the plight of Lingqing to formulate an adequate response." After listening to Yao Guangxiao's words, Jiang Ce's expression softened slightly. "What news do we have from Lingqing?" he inquired. A Qianhu from the Jinyue produced a document for his review. "Your Majesty, this contains the records of important officials in Lingqing and recent correspondence with external parties. Please take a look." Jiang Ce skimmed through it, pausing at the record of Cao Xingzhou before handing it to Yao Guangxiao. "What do you think of him?" "This man has diligently maintained his post for over a decade, showing neither remarkable achievements nor significant failures. However, it is commendable that he is known for his integrity and incorruptibility," Yao Guangxiao added with concern. "With such a prefect in Lingqing, he likely lacks the strength to resist the Wokou." Jiang Ce nodded in silence. From the report submitted by the Jinyue, it was evident that Lingqing currently lacked a strong military presence and was also facing a scarcity of provisions. Even if Cao Xingzhou were to command 100,000 troops, without food, how could they contend against the marauding Wokou, who feast upon the spoils of war? Lingqing, in the face of the Wokou invasion, would inevitably meet a tragic fate. "Your Majesty, the situation in Lingqing is far more dire than it appears," Yao Guangxiao continued. "The report states that there are 300,000 displaced persons within and around Lingqing. Their presence will significantly disrupt order, and they may even organize to seize the supplies of local gentry." Jiang Ce understood Yao Guangxiao's concerns. The displaced populace represented an element of instability, and judging by Cao Xingzhou's history, he lacked the capacity to effectively manage such a large number of refugees. Should chaos erupt among them, Lingqing would fall without a fight. By the time the Xinjiang arrived, Lingqing might already resemble a hell on earth. "Your Majesty, when the Wokou departed from Jiaqing, they boasted that after conquering Lingqing, Jincheng would be their next target." "Jincheng?" Jiang Ce exclaimed, bewildered. "Why have these Wokou suddenly taken an interest in Jincheng?" The Jinyue bowed and explained. "The Wokou leader, Daqian, believes that the reason Daqian has not intervened is due to their fear of you. They perceive your control over Xuanwu Pass, Jincheng, and Yinyun as a significant threat. They collectively believe that these cities are easily defendable yet difficult to attack, and that seizing them would allow them to establish a foothold on land." Jiang Ce laughed, albeit coldly. "How audacious of the Wokou. They have misjudged the situation. If Daqian were to move against me, they would be disregarded. Now, instead of expressing gratitude, they covet my territory. I shall annihilate these Wokou." His killing intent surged, and his gaze turned icy. "Convey my military orders. The entire army shall rest in place. No need to set up camp. Make do on horseback." The army was to rest in place, even without provisions, for a brief respite. Jiang Ce's voice was solemn as he commanded, "Summon General Qi." Soon, Qi Jiguang arrived on horseback. "Your Majesty." Qi Jiguang bowed, understanding the urgency of the moment. Jiang Ce nodded and quickly instructed the Jinyue to relay the situation in Lingqing and the Wokou's intentions. Listening intently, Qi Jiguang's face flushed with anger, veins throbbing at his temples. "I believe we should discard some provisions and hastily proceed to Lingqing. After we eradicate the Wokou, we can return to reclaim what we have left behind. What do you think?" Jiang Ce asked. The Xinjiang consisted not solely of cavalry, a portion comprised infantry. To accommodate these foot soldiers, the marching speed was already sluggish. If they did not offload some supplies, they could not hope to hasten their advance. "Your Majesty, I believe the cumbersome supply wagons will prove unwieldy in combat against the Wokou and can be temporarily abandoned here. By discarding some supplies, the infantry and cavalry can ride together, which may significantly enhance our speed," Qi Jiguang sincerely suggested. In a confrontation with the highly mobile Wokou, these heavy wagons, requiring 8 men to carry, would be of little use compared to the steeds. Jiang Ce pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "I entrust this matter to you." "Understood. I shall take my leave." Qi Jiguang acted swiftly, and part of the army's supplies was discarded at that location, covered with coarse cloth. As for the supply wagons, they were left behind without concealment, resistant to the elements, and too heavy to steal. "All troops, heed my command. The Wokou wreak havoc in the southeastern region of Daqian, committing every conceivable atrocity, with internal strife and external threats looming over Lingqing. I have marched forth for this moment, to eradicate the Wokou. Convey my order. The entire army shall hasten to Lingqing without pausing for rest." "Understood." The 100,000 troops of the Xinjiang responded in unison, "Long live our emperor. We vow to follow your Majesty to the death." The army surged with fervor. Even as they pressed toward Lingqing with all their might to vanquish the Wokou, no one expressed discontent. Instead, everyone was invigorated, brimming with martial spirit. All troops, heed my command, and set forth at full speed towards Lingcheng. Chapter 74. The Wokou approach Lingcheng. If you would be so kind, please inform him that He Shengxiang seeks an audience with Gentleman Wang. Outside the Wang residence, He Shengxiang, accompanied by 2 yamen runners, humbly petitioned the steward of the Wang household. The master has instructed that he will see no one, the steward replied curtly. The Wokou are approaching, and the master is busy preparing to flee to the capital. His expression showed impatience, yet he dared not directly dismiss He Shengxiang. Without an official pass from the yamen, where could he escape? Furthermore, the Wokou are merely 50 li away from Lingcheng. Do you truly believe the Wang family can flee faster than them? Upon hearing that Wang Shunshi was preparing to escape with his family, He Shengxiang immediately altered his tone, questioning him. As for the travel pass, you need not trouble yourself with it. Regarding the Wokou, you should concern yourself with your own safety, the steward scoffed. As a prominent gentry of the southeastern Dao, it should be a trivial matter to secure a travel pass upon arriving in the capital. Observing this, He Shengxiang ceased his insistence and briskly returned to the yamen. He had already inquired of every gentry in Lingcheng, and the Wang family was the last to be questioned. After a round of inquiries yielded no individuals, it was rather disheartening that they refused to part with even a morsel of grain. They might as well cling to their meager wealth until death. He Shengxiang thought bitterly to himself. Upon returning to the yamen, all able-bodied men in the city had gathered there. My lord, everyone is assembled, He Shengxiang announced, bowing slightly as he led nearly all the men of the city to the street before the yamen. Cao Xingzhou glanced over He Shengxiang's shoulder and surveyed the crowd behind him. All the men of Lingcheng were present, their faces etched with unease and trepidation. Since they had followed He Shengxiang, they were acutely aware of the merciless thugs they would soon confront. Yet, most stood tall, their fear rooted not in the Wokou, but in the specter of death. When the subject of slaying the Wokou arose, they appeared united in their resolve. After a moment of silence, Cao Xingzhou inquired, how many in total? 25,000, my lord, He Shengxiang replied. He had done his utmost. Every man still capable of standing in the city had been summoned. As for the 300,000 refugees, he had not even considered them. After all, these refugees had been starving for far too long. They could hardly stand, let alone engage in battle. In a confrontation with the Wokou, they would merely be a burden to others. Cao Xingzhou nodded, signaling his understanding. I must inform you all in advance. This battle is certain to end in death, and the court will not provide recompense for those slain. However, we have families waiting behind us, and aging parents who depend on us. Suppressing his emotions, Cao Xingzhou gazed at the sorrowful crowd, declaring, for their sake, we must fight. I shall not elaborate on the Wokou's cruelty. Remember, 1 kill is a break-even, 2 is a profit. There was no grand pre-battle mobilization, no promises of glorious burials posthumously. Cao Xingzhou was too impoverished to offer any assurances and could not even procure 3,000 weapons. This hastily assembled militia largely wielded shovels and spades as their arms. What they possessed was merely an innate courage. At that moment, Lingcheng lay in utter silence. My lord, the Wokou arrived 2 hours ago, merely 30 li from Lingcheng. I estimate they will reach the city within half an hour. He Shengxiang whispered into Cao Xingzhou's ear. Half an hour, you say? A flicker of helplessness and despair crossed Cao Xingzhou's eyes. Gentlemen, the Wokou will assault the city in half an hour. You have this time to bid farewell to your families. Quickly go, and gather at the city gate afterward. Cao Xingzhou bellowed, his eyes reddening. Why does no one move? He looked at the stillness of the ranks, bewildered. My lord, I fear that if we see our families, we will lose the resolve to confront the Wokou. A simple-hearted man scratched his head and chuckled. Moreover, it is unbecoming for a man to shed tears. The man laughed heartily, and his words elicited a ripple of laughter from the others, momentarily lifting the heavy atmosphere. If that is the case, let us depart. To the city gate. Outside Lingcheng, Daqian Yilong had journeyed for several days with 10,000 warriors. Despite the burning and pillaging along the way, the consumption of such a large army could not be compensated merely by seizing supplies from a few small towns. This further solidified his determination to capture Lingcheng. Lingcheng, as the capital of the southeastern Dao, also possessed a seaport that could sustain a vast fishery. Securing it would not only replenish the army's resources, but also yield numerous advantages. They could even bring dozens of large ships close to Lingcheng. Should the Daqian army approach, they could swiftly escape back to Dongying. Furthermore, the population of Lingcheng was several times that of Jiaqing. There were at least over 100,000 women within, which would provide ample entertainment for his men. Report to the clan leader. Lingcheng is merely 3 li away. The scouts returned, stating they found no signs of the Daqian army stationed there. After some distance, his aide excitedly reported to Daqian Yilong. We have finally arrived. Advance at full speed. Daqian Yilong commanded, prompting a chorus of cheers from the 10,000 Wokou, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Upon reaching Lingcheng, Daqian Yilong observed that the guards atop the city walls were merely a ragtag militia wielding farming tools, prompting him to scoff repeatedly. Look, Daqian is indeed intimidated by our Dongying warriors. They not only dare not defend the city, but have also withdrawn all troops from Lingqing, leaving behind a group of unarmed civilians who are expected to battle our warriors. Daqian Yilong shook his head in disdain, sneering. Scanning the guards of Lingqing, he noted they were all emaciated, famine-stricken civilians. Most lacked even armor, wielding only iron shovels, a sight utterly ludicrous. During their assault on Jiaqing, they at least faced some officers and several thousand soldiers, which, although they overcame easily, had posed some challenges. But Lingqing? Daqian Yilong snickered, believing that if his warriors could not capture Lingqing within half a day, it would be a personal defeat. Attack. Spare not a single soul. Except for the women and livestock. Daqian Yilong grinned wickedly. Yes, the 10,000 Woku drew their swords and, with ferocity and madness, charged towards the gates of Lingqing. In this battle, the outcome was all too apparent, and each pirate paid it little heed, merely setting up a few ladders against the city walls to ascend. Southerners, even your chancellor has forsaken you. Lay down your arms and cease resistance. We shall not kill you, cried the deputy of Decay Yl from below the walls. The defenders, seemingly oblivious, began pouring oil onto the ladders. Many pirates, caught off guard, slipped in the slick oil and fell from the ladders, suffering grievous injuries. Bastards! Decay Yl cursed, his face darkening. Continue your advance. The ladders, hastily erected by the pirates, were repeatedly toppled by the citizens of Lngch. Learning from their missteps, the pirates began to shoot arrows from below. These longbows and crossbows had been plundered from places like Gch and were now employed against the people of Daqian, much to the pirates' delight. The sudden onslaught of arrows forced the defenders to take cover behind the walls, granting the pirates another opportunity to assault the city. In an instant, the pirates surged forward like a relentless tide. Chapter 75. The pirates launched their assault on the city. My lord, the pirates are firing arrows. We cannot withstand it. He sh Ngxi and Cox Ngzhu cowered behind the wall, with he sh Ngxi voicing his concerns loudly. Cox Ngzhu, grave in demeanor, though well-versed in literature, lacked military strategy, but understood some fundamental principles of warfare. Lacking boulders or crossbows within the city, their only means of resisting the pirates' ascent was through hand-to-hand combat, apart from the fire oil used for lighting. A scream pierced the air. He sh Ngxi and Cox Ngzhu turned in shock to see a civilian struck by an arrow, collapsing to the ground. Blood oozing from the wound in a tragic scene. As the pirates pressed their attack under the cover of arrows, they quickly re-established their ladders. This time, they had learned. They divided into groups of 4, bracing themselves at the base of the ladders to prevent them from being toppled. Kill! The pirates howled, their faces twisted in malice. Once the first wave had successfully scaled the walls, the rain of arrows diminished to avoid friendly fire. To rely on a group of unarmed civilians to oppose our warriors is foolish. Decay Yl sneered at the walls. He was well aware that there were no soldiers within the city and that the defense was chaotic, merely sending a handful of pirates to attack. His confidence bordering on arrogance. Nevertheless, the presence of 100,000 fully armed pirates indeed bolstered his audacity. The first to breach the gates shall receive a reward of 100 taels of gold and the freedom to choose a woman. Decay Yl proclaimed with a raised arm. Countless pirates cheered in response, their ferocity rekindled as they surged toward the walls. As the arrow fire waned, the defenders of Lngch found a fleeting moment to breathe, only to be met with an intensified onslaught from the pirates, causing them to lament their plight. Many of the militia had never witnessed such ferocity. The pirates' brutality left them trembling. Yet, when they beheld the lifeless bodies of their compatriots lying in pools of blood, the sight deeply stirred their spirits. Kill! Slay these bastards! Each person's eyes burned with rage. Their jaws clenched as they fought fiercely against the invading pirates scaling the walls. Foolish! The pirates laughed cruelly, their blades glinting ominously. One swift stroke could fell a militia member. However, the militia fought with reckless abandon. Upon witnessing the death of a comrade, they charged forward, some even clinging to the pirates' swords in their final moments to create opportunities for their fellows. The tide of battle shifted upon the walls. The well-equipped, arrogant pirates were unexpectedly intimidated by the fierce valor of the citizens of Lngch. At this moment, Cox Ngzhu regained his composure, standing in the blood-soaked ground, picking up a sword from a fallen pirate's side to join the fray. Yet, as a magistrate, he was ill-equipped for combat, let alone for killing. Had it not been for several citizens rallying to protect Cox Ngzhu, he might have already fallen. My lord, you are aging. It is unwise for you to engage in close combat. Direct us instead in battle. He sh Ngxi urged. Although well-read, he was young and vigorous, capable of coordinating with the militia to combat the pirates. Coxngzhu shook his head with a wry smile. As a magistrate, I cannot perish while my people stand. Trembling, he thrust the sword into the belly of a pirate restrained by the militia. Witnessing their aged magistrate fighting valiantly stirred the morale of the militia, who surged forward like tigers against the pirates. The over 1,000 pirates who had managed to scale the walls were soon vanquished, and the ladders were overturned. However, Lngch suffered grievous losses, with over 8,000 militia members falling in battle. You wretches! Daqian seethed, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. He could scarcely fathom that his fully armed warriors could not even best a mere band of militia. He had anticipated that without Daqian soldiers within the city, he could seize Lngch within the hour. But as the hour passed, not only had he failed to capture the city, but the militia had also regained their fighting spirit, which infuriated him further. Damn it! Deploy the siege engines and catapults. If we cannot take this city today, all of you return to Dongying. Daqian issued a ruthless command. If he could easily conquer Gching, he believed he could surely subdue this band of militia. On the walls, the total of 25,000 militia had lost over 8,000. The ground was littered with the bodies of comrades, and even though they had repelled the initial wave of pirates, no one felt the anticipated exhilaration. Rather, a heavy pall of sorrow weighed upon each heart. Having lost 8,000 to slay merely 1,000 pirates, this harsh reality cast a shadow of profound melancholy over them. Moreover, this was merely the pirates' overconfidence. Once they were fully prepared, even a dozen men might struggle to fell a single pirate. Upon realizing the disparity between themselves and the Wokou, every militia member of Lingcheng, including Cao Xingzhou, began to descend into despair. If this continued, Lingcheng would fall within a day. With the city breached, not only would they perish, but their families would also face the brutal slaughter by the Wokou. Do not fear. Persevere and do your utmost, leaving the rest to fate, Cao Xingzhou urged, forcing himself to rally. Xingxiang glanced at him, opened his mouth, but remained silent. He understood that the governor was merely holding on, yet at this moment, each of them was doing the same. Cao Xingzhou's encouragement went unacknowledged by the militia, as they silently gazed at the corpses on the ground, their hearts heavy with bitterness and resentment towards the Daqian court reaching a boiling point. A rumble echoed as the Wokou's siege engines and catapults were pushed to the city gate. The people of Lingcheng exchanged grim smiles, despair seeping into their hearts. They knew that the final battle for their city's survival was upon them. The people of Lingcheng are tough as nails, but can their resolve withstand the might of the catapults? Mocked the aide of Daqian Ilong at his side. Who would have thought that a group of commoners would outsmart us? Once we breach the gates, everyone inside, regardless of age or gender, shall perish. Daqian Ilong's fury ignited. How dare these southern folk resist? They had cost him 1,000 warriors. It was essential to remember that the Wokou he brought from the sea were elite troops, painstakingly nurtured with resources. To him, the lives of 1,000 Lingcheng citizens were worth less than a single warrior's life. 10 or so Wokou were assigned to one catapult. Hoisting a massive stone onto a leather bag. Release. With a command, the stone soared like a cannonball. Boom. A deafening crash reverberated off the city walls. A small crater formed where the earth-toned wall had been struck. The Lingcheng militia felt the tremor, their faces reflecting shock. They had never faced a proper battlefield, unaware of how to counter the catapults. In an instant, despair began to spread. Chapter 76. The city gate falls, the divine machine battalion arrives. Do not give up. Hold on. Cao Xingzhou continued to shout, urging the crowd. Yet, under the pressure of the massive siege engines, his words fell on deaf ears. They all understood that the fall of Lingcheng was inevitable. No matter how brave or determined they could not halt the advance of the siege engines and catapults. Human effort could not compete with machinery. In stark contrast to the dejection of the Lingcheng militia, the Wokou were emboldened. The catapults and siege engines had been seized from Jiaqing, and they were astonished at the power of these southern contraptions. Boom. Another massive stone was hurled, crashing against the city wall. With successive strikes, the earthen walls of Lingcheng had developed several large craters. Seeing this, the Wokou hastened to load stones, all hoping for the prospect of breaching the city. Had it only been the threat of the catapults, the citizens of Lingcheng might not have been so frantic. However, when the enormous siege engines appeared, the vibrations from the heavy mallets striking the city gate were far more intense than those from the catapults. My lord, shall we fight them? Many gathered around Cao Xingzhou, their eyes bloodshot as they urged him. They no longer wished to remain on the walls, waiting for death. Gazing at the grinning Wokou below, they had abandoned the idea of using ladders to scale the walls, all waiting for the gates to be breached so they could surge forth to slay. Cao Xingzhou felt the tremors of the attacks on the walls. Each heavy strike of the siege hammer felt like a blow to his heart, leaving him pale with dread. Once the gates fell, everyone would rush out to fight desperately. They could not allow the Wokou to enter the city. Taking a deep breath, Cao Xingzhou declared resolutely. Now, the walls could no longer hold them back. The breach of the gates was merely a matter of time. The thousands of them had become Lingqing's last line of defense. However, none of them harbored illusions of completely exterminating the Wokou or stopping their entry. Each heart was already filled with despair, only hoping to slay as many Wokou as possible. In stark contrast to the helplessness of the militia atop the walls, Daqian along, witnessing the imminent breach of the gates, wore a frenzied expression. Send the order down. This siege shall leave 2,000 beauties as breeding stock. Anyone who dares to touch them will be executed without mercy. Daqian Ilong sneered. Lingqing's geographical position was advantageous. Backing onto the East Sea, once the city fell, he intended to send these 2,000 Daqian women back to the East Ing to enhance the genetic legacy of the Daqian family. Yes, master. The aide hurried off, specifically instructing a few of the most ruthless young masters. Humph, Daqian women are as base as dogs. Why bother keeping 2,000 women? The Daqian court wouldn't dare intervene. We'll seize them all. Upon hearing Daqian Ilong's orders, they scoffed. The aide also shared this sentiment, believing it was merely his master's command, which needed to be superficially respected. The master has given a death order. Do not blame me for not warning you. He tossed this remark before returning to Daqian Ilong's side. Bang! Rumble! Over 20 Wokou charged at the city gate with the siege hammer, striking with all their might. With one final, thunderous crash, the city gate collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust. Kill! At the moment the gates fell, the citizens of Lingsheng rushed down from the battlements, armed with various farming tools, charging out to fight with reckless abandon. Amidst the crowd, Cao Xingzhou, his official garb stained with blood, hair disheveled, and eyes aflame, surged forward. Each militia member understood that this was the final moment of their lives. Huh? Still dreaming of burning the boats behind you? What a foolish fantasy. Daqian Yling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing calmly at the throngs of Lingqing rushing forth from the city, a cold smile playing upon his lips as he shook his head. Just as he believed victory was assured and the massacre of Lingqing was imminent, a battalion of iron cavalry charged forth, positioning themselves before the city gate, effectively separating the WKU from the people of Lingqing. This contingent of iron riders, numbering just over 1,000, donned deep black armor that cloaked their bodies, with only their piercing eyes betraying a fierce killing intent. What is happening? Not only was Daqian Yling taken aback, but Cao Xingzhu and his companions shared in his astonishment. At first, they presumed these sudden iron riders were reinforcements from Daqian, yet upon noticing the crimson dragon banner raised in their midst, it became evident that they were not the flag of Daqian. My lord, could this be a faction rebelling against Dieming? Xingzhu squinted, his expression wavering in uncertainty. Cao Xingzhu's eyes sparkled with hope. Regardless of their allegiance, he was eager to see if they were there to assist them. Soon, this iron cavalry would provide a decisive answer through their actions. 1,000 iron riders brandished their long spears, forming a square formation that wreaked havoc upon the WKU at the city gate, resulting in a one-sided slaughter against the infantry. Are you all dazed? Charge forward. Daqian Yling's temples throbbed with fury as he bellowed. Annihilate them, leave no one behind. A chilling command erupted from Jiang Ce's lips. In swift succession, Qj Guing led 100,000 of the New Jersey Ying to charge forth from the flank of the WKU. This overwhelming spectacle sent many WKU trembling in fear. The New Jersey Ying, appearing like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, disrupted the WKU's assault rhythm. Clad in iron armor and wielding firearms, the New Jersey Ying were a far cry from the Lingqing militia, who could be easily outmaneuvered. My lord, we have been saved. Lingqing is saved. Xingzhu watched the tide of battle turn with tears of joy streaming down his face. The citizens of Lingqing around him mirrored his elation. Even the magistrate Cao Xingzhu, having regained his composure from shock, found himself silently shedding tears. After enduring half a day at the cost of 8,000 lives, hope had finally arrived. Bang! Bang! Jiang Ce entrusted the battlefield to Qj Guing. Observing as the front line of 20,000 New Jersey Ying arranged themselves into formations of 2,000 per regiment, advancing toward the WKU in a square formation reminiscent of a flying geese pattern. The firearms, improved under Qj Guing's guidance, boasted even greater power, often creating multiple bloodied holes in the bodies of the WKU with each shot. The WKU's momentum had been shattered. Firearms, against the cold steel of swords, constituted a devastating disparity. Although the WKU yearned for battle, their relentless advance led them to a profoundly despairing realization. Even as they bore their fallen comrades forward, the formidable power of the firearms inflicted substantial casualties, rapidly forcing them to retreat from the cohesive assault they had just formed. Jiang Ce remained at the center, coldly observing the unfolding scene. Capture Daqian Yling alive. His gaze was fixed upon the Daqian family banner not far ahead, recognizing it as the location of Daqian Yling. Not a single one shall escape. The atrocities committed by the WKU over the past days had ignited a simmering fury within him, and at last, the opportunity to eradicate the WKU had arrived, bringing him both exhilaration and relief that he had arrived in time, before Ngch had been completely overrun. Yo Guangxiu, you lead 5,000 sh New Jersey Ying to encircle the WKU's escape route. Remember, capture Daqian Yling alive. I cannot allow him to die so easily. Jiang Ce stated coldly. Chapter 77. Autumn winds sweep away leaves, eradicating the WKU. Cao Ngzhu felt a mixture of surprise, gratitude, and trepidation at the sight of the DMing forces appearing as if they had descended from the heavens. Ngch is a city of Daqian, and he feared that once Jiang Ce had dealt with the WKU, he might turn and compel the people of Ngch to submit to him. If Zhao Wei were to hold him accountable, he too would be branded a traitor. At that moment, not only would he, as magistrate, face execution, but even small officials like he Sh could meet a similar fate. My lord, you are overthinking it. He Sh noticing Cao Ngzhu's anxiety, smiled and explained. The Emperor of Dming is not a tyrant who disregards the lives of the people. If he were truly a merciless despot, would he have sent troops to aid us in our time of peril? As for the notion of treason, do you consider the usurping chancellor a traitor? Jiang Ce could have easily dispatched troops to suppress the WKU when Ngch was on the brink of collapse. Yet he chose to act in our hour of need, which signifies his regard for the citizens of Ngch. After all, the march of 100,000 troops from Su Nw Guan to Ngch is no trivial journey, and the logistical consumption of supplies is staggering. Upon hearing this, Cao Ngzhu's eyes brightened. You make a valid point. The Emperor of Dming, Hong, is no ordinary man, and I misjudged him. Jiang Ce's every battle report had reverberated throughout the land of Daqian. Although tinged with elements of popular embellishment, he remained an illustrious and formidable emperor, as evidenced by his northern campaigns against Yn, vowing to reclaim lost territories. Yn, having endured countless conflicts and the bloody rule of the JN for decades, had never seen such reclamation. Yet in a matter of months, Jiang Ce nearly swept through the 16 prefectures of Yn, even capturing the JN stronghold of HRT City. Jiang Ce had become an unequivocal national hero among the people of Daqian. It was precisely for this reason that Cao Ngzhu found himself contemplating whether to lead Ngch to align with Jiang Ce, reflecting inwardly. Which civil official would not desire to be led by such a wise sovereign, fostering a flourishing nation? However, Chancellor Zhao Wei wielded immense power, and the entirety of Daqian appeared stagnant, on the brink of decline, allowing even the remorseless WKU to rampage unchecked. Cao Ngzhu had long since grown disillusioned with Daqian. Witnessing the DMing forces arriving like celestial beings to rescue Ngch reignited his fervent patriotism for the country and its people. To follow such an emperor in this lifetime would be a fulfillment of his deepest aspirations, he thought to himself. My lord, it seems we need not defend against the WKU any longer. Perhaps we should disperse the militia and send them home? He suggested. Ahead lay the formidable forces of the Daming army, rendering the militia utterly ineffectual. After a moment of contemplation, Cao Xingzhou decided to bury the corpses atop the city tower outside the walls, ensure that the names of the fallen militia are meticulously recorded, and a nameplate is erected at their graves to facilitate future relocations by their families. In these dire times, this is the extent of what can be done for those who met their tragic end at the hands of the barbarous invaders. Understood, my lord, replied He Xingxiang, leading a group of militia to transport the bodies from the city and dig the graves. During this grim task, many were overwhelmed with sorrow. The confines of Lingcheng were small, and numerous acquaintances witnessed the harrowing fate of their former friends. Even the most steadfast of men could not restrain their tears. Tighten the ranks. Stay calm, shouted Daqian Yling as the Daming forces surged forth, desperately urging his warriors to maintain their composure. As the ranks began to consolidate, a glimmer of resistance emerged. Witnessing the annihilation of his forces by the relentless Daming soldiers, Daqian Yling could hardly contain his fury. My lord, we must urgently retreat from Lingcheng. We cannot afford more casualties, lamented his aide, who rode forward in distress. The sudden onslaught from the Daming army left everyone in a state of utter disarray. Do you think I need your instruction? Daqian Yling barked. striking his aide across the face in a fit of rage. If we could retreat, we would have done so long ago. He glared at the Deming forces, who maintained a deliberate distance, with the cavalry shielding the firearms and artillery, merely harassing without launching a full assault, as though herding livestock. This strategy employed by the Deming, which was both inescapable and non-confrontational, caused Daqian Lang considerable distress. Meanwhile, Jiang Ce, stationed at the command center of the Xinjiang, observed the sand table in silence. Your Majesty, the invaders are floundering in panic. We must seize this opportunity to pursue and annihilate them completely. Why slow our advance? Hu Guing, who had been leading the charge at the front lines, was dismayed when Jiang Ce issued a military order to recall him to the command center. He had been in the throes of battle, invigorated by the cries of the enemy, which fueled his fervor. Subduing the invaders is as simple as turning one's hand, but my intentions extend beyond this. The chaos inflicted by the invaders ultimately traced back to the Daqian dynasty. With the might of Daqian, deploying merely 200,000 troops could eradicate the invaders within 10 days. Their inaction, however, presented an opportunity, a chance to utterly dismantle the Daqian. Jiang Ce smiled as he elaborated. General Q, I aim to drive the invaders to the banks of Qinghe. I want everyone in Daqian, from high-ranking officials to commoners and servants, to witness the true nature of the invaders and behold the might of our Deming army. Hu Guing nodded in understanding, struck by the depth of the emperor's strategy. He was a warrior, focused solely on slaying the enemy, without considering the broader implications. The banks of Qinghe were dotted with cities, rich lands where officials and landlords resided. The arrival of the invaders would surely unnerve them. At that moment, the Xinjiang would strike, containing the invaders within a defined area for extermination, sufficiently showcasing the nation's power. Furthermore, Jiang Ce was reluctant to exterminate the invaders entirely. After the slaughter of countless citizens of the Southern Dynasty, he believed they did not deserve a swift death. Ultimately, he intended to use the resolution of the invader crisis to signal his arrival to Zhao. Once the invaders were dealt with, his sights would be firmly set on the capital of Daqian. He was confident that when the report of his victory over the invaders reached Zhao, it would incite chaos, allowing him to seize the entirety of Daqian with ease and fulfill his vengeance. General Q, remember to maintain a distance of 5 miles from the invaders. If you notice their retreat accelerating, sever one of their tails, but do not push too hard. Primarily use firearms for your attacks, Jiang Ce commanded. He was determined to avoid any losses among the 10,000 soldiers of the Xinjiang, as the foes they faced were not worth the sacrifice of lives. When they approached within 10 miles of Qinghe, then would be the moment for a full-on assault. Jiang Ce narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Hu Guing bowed in acknowledgement. I shall obey the command. Additionally, a few hundred invaders had fled into the forests. I beseech your Majesty to dispatch the Jinui to pursue them. Chapter 78. The invaders in disarray. I grant you 3,000 Jinui at your command. Jiang Ce continued to observe the sand table, his head unbowed, contemplating when to deliver a significant blow to the invaders. Understood. Hu Guing returned to the front lines on horseback, instructing 2 Jinui captains to each lead 1,000 Jinui in pursuit of the fleeing invaders. My lord, something seems amiss. They appear reluctant to engage us, remarked Daqian Lang's aide, scratching his head. Although their forces trailed closely behind, there had been no significant actions since the initial clash. Daqian Lang pondered. Shall we take this opportunity to regroup and launch a counterattack? Jiang Ce's decision to slow the advance had afforded the invaders time to consolidate their formation. Witnessing their ranks gradually tighten, he felt a surge of confidence. Yet, the firepower wielded by the enemy soldiers was formidable, making him hesitant to issue a counterorder. My lord, since they are not attacking us, we might as well continue our march and allow the warriors to catch their breath. They are likely just trying to drive us out of the borders of Daqian, speculated the aide. They are preoccupied with battling Jiang Ce. If it comes down to a fight, both sides would suffer. Daqian Lang nodded in agreement, surmising that this reasoning held merit. Just as they believed they could depart unscathed, the rear of their forces was once again assailed by the Xinjiang. Upon hearing of the casualties, as thousands of his men fell, Daqian Lang's face flushed with rage. The Daqian army is treating us with too much disdain. He could no longer contain his rage. All troops, heed my command. We shall return and confront them. However, to his surprise, the Xinjiang once again slowed their assault and even retreated voluntarily. After several rounds of this back and forth, Daqian Lang finally realized he had been toyed with by the enemy and thus ordered the entire army to halt. No movement. Qi Jiguang, witnessing the situation, found himself in a quandary. He rode to the center to report to Jiang Ce, Your Majesty, the pirates are unwilling to advance. Jiang Ce glanced at the sand table, a cold glint in his eyes. With only a dozen miles remaining to Qinghe, if they refuse to move, then we shall make them bleed. Understood. Qi Jiguang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long desired to annihilate this batch of pirates. All troops, heed my command, follow me to kill. Qi Jiguang led the charge. Galloping forth at the forefront, his spear wielded with overwhelming might, unmatched in bravery. The unsuspecting pirates could hardly fathom that the enemy commander would dare to initiate a charge. It took the loss of over 10 men for them to react, surrounding Qi Jiguang. The soldiers of the Xinjiang, inspired by their leader's charge, surged forward, trampling this small group of pirates into a bloody pulp. The pirates, now fired up, finally saw the enemy daring to engage them in close combat, brandishing their blades. Firearms at the ready. Qi Jiguang sneered as he watched the pirates surge toward them like a tide, knowing they had fallen into his trap. Open fire. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out continuously, with pirates falling one after another. It must be said that the formation of the Yinqing was quite effective against this agile group of pirates. Even as they recklessly attempted to break the formation, they could not withstand a volley of gunfire and fell in droves. Daqian Yilang, stationed at the rear, listened to the reports of battle losses. Another 5,000 dead? Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. In his fury, he could do little more than curse. My lord, why not emulate the enemy commander and lead the charge to bolster the troops' morale? Suggested his deputy, only to receive a resounding slap for his troubles. Are you wishing for my demise? He glared at his subordinate. Continue the retreat. He ordered once more. At this moment, the pirates were being mercilessly tormented by the Xinjiang. Utterly exhausted in body and spirit, seeing the pirates retreat again, Qi Jiguang ceased his assault, consolidating their formation while driving the pirates back. Jiang Ce, stationed at the center, felt a sense of relief as he observed the pirates hastening toward the preordained route to Qinghe. He sent word to the nearby cities to prepare for the impending pirate attack, urging them to be on high alert. Furthermore, he dispatched news that Lingsheng had fallen to the pirates, but that His Majesty's army had arrived just in time to clear them out. Jiang Ce commanded an officer of the Jinyue to execute these orders. These two pieces of news would soon spread along the banks of Qinghe, igniting a storm of public discourse, instilling a sense of fear, while simultaneously cementing Jiang Ce's image as a sovereign who, despite personal grievances, vowed to avenge his nation. Currently, the pirates were in disarray, and for the time being, they lacked the strength to threaten those cities. He ordered Yao Guangxiao to return to the ranks and dispatched an additional 1,000 light cavalry to keep a close watch on the pirates. With these military commands issued, the officer of the Jinyue diligently took his leave. All troops retreat. Establish camp at Lingsheng. With the final command given, the 100,000-strong Xinjiang turned their horses toward Lingsheng. The pirates, watching the enemy vanish like a receding tide, were left bewildered. Even Daqian Yilang was at a loss, ultimately ordering the entire army to rest in place. Having fled for so long and suffered heavy losses, the army had no strength left to retreat. What on earth were the Daqian forces up to? He pondered, then recalled something. Bring me that scout who relayed the previous report. Daqian Yilang's brows furrowed deeply. Wasn't it said that Daqian had no concern for them? The army was pressing upon them. How could this be indifference? Soon, his deputy brought forward a trembling scout. My lord, this is the boy who delivered the intelligence. The deputy kicked the quaking scout, disgruntled. Delivering false intelligence in battle? Do you know the consequences? Daqian Yilang glared coldly at the scout. Regardless of the source of this information, the Daqian forces had indeed appeared and had cost him over 10,000 soldiers. The lightest punishment would be decapitation. My lord, I am wronged. The scout protested. The Daqian flag is black. The enemy's flag is the red dragon banner. How could it be the Daqian forces? Daqian Yilang was taken aback, realizing that the enemy indeed charged under the red dragon banners. My lord, they are Daqian traitors. The scout explained, adding that he had no knowledge of their origins or arrival. The pirates had never been under the watchful eyes of the Ming. How could they possibly know the movements of the Ming army? Are you saying we were bested by a group of traitors? Daqian Yilang's anger intensified. If they had been repelled by the regular Daqian army, he would not have thought much of it. However, being routed by a band of traitors left him deeply unsatisfied. The scout, fearing his wrath, dared not speak, while it was the deputy who intervened. My lord, our army's defeat was due to two reasons. First, the enemy caught us off guard. We were unprepared. Second, we lacked countermeasures against their firearms. They relied solely on their weaponry to strike us. Look at those Daqian traitors. Do they dare engage us in true melee? Chapter 79. The army encamps outside the city. Our Eastern Yamato warriors' close combat capabilities are certainly unmatched by that band of Daqian traitors. Daqian Yilang declared confidently. This was not mere boasting. The swords wielded by the warriors were forged by the finest artisans of the East, incredibly sharp. The slaughter of Jiaqing and the breach of Lingsheng were ample proof of this. He chuckled coldly, realizing why the enemy had never dared to confront his forces head-on. They must have feared revealing their weaknesses and facing complete annihilation. He believed that the Xinji camp would always refrain from engaging him directly due to their lack of close combat capabilities. It is no wonder the enemy consistently relied on firearms. Master, firearms are not invincible. I have a strategy that may counter them. Oh, pray tell, inquired Daqian along with keen interest. The aide smirked coldly, gesturing with his hands to illustrate the appearance of the arquebus. The lethality of the arquebus was indeed formidable, yet it possessed a critical flaw. Have you not noticed that they cannot utilize the arquebus in close combat? Upon hearing this, Daqian envisioned the Xinji camp forming a geese formation and nodded. They fear close combat, but we cannot simply charge forward under their firepower. Daqian remained perplexed. He understood what his aide was implying, to find an opportunity to force the Xinji camp into close quarters. But the infantry of the Xinji camp was protected by cavalry. Approaching would only lead to one of two fates, being ruthlessly cut down by cavalry or shot dead by firearms. In either scenario, Daqian could not afford losses. Master, you are underestimating the situation. The reason they dare not engage us in close combat is that they fear their own arquebus may inflict friendly fire. Consider this, whether it is an arquebus or artillery, they require time to aim. If we surge forward during that brief moment, would we not easily overpower the enemy? The aide added. Daqian shot him a glare. Do you think I am incapable of such reasoning? The issue lies in our previous counterattacks that resulted in dismal outcomes. That geese formation is no joke. Recalling the might of the geese formation, Daqian felt unsettled. The blow to his morale was immense, leaving him at a loss for a countermeasure. The aide chuckled, pointing to the sky, where the sun was setting in the evening. Stop keeping me in suspense. Daqian, observing his aide's gestures, pondered for a long time, but could not deduce anything and, in frustration, kicked him. The aide rubbed his abdomen where he was kicked, responding with an awkward yet ingratiating smile. Master, night is fast approaching. Once darkness falls, the enemy's visibility will be limited, while our forces excel in camouflage and mobility. Just think, the enemy relies on mere torches for light. By the time we reach them, they will likely be caught off guard. Once we close the distance, even their formidable firearms will be rendered ineffective. The aide grinned, and Daqian's eyes gleamed with excitement. It is fortunate I value you so highly. He patted the aide's shoulder vigorously, causing the latter to grimace in pain but refrain from retaliating. The pirates, having crossed the sea from Daqian, had spent extensive time adrift on the ocean, honing their night vision in the encompassing darkness. When it came to night combat, the Ming army would undoubtedly be no match for them. All troops, take a break. After half an hour, we will march on Lingqing. This time, we shall instill fear in them, Daqian declared with a hearty laugh. Soon after, he gathered several minor lords and conveyed the battle strategy, instructing them to execute it diligently. Master, this method is excellent. As long as the enemy's firearms prove ineffective, slaying them will be as easy as slaughtering dogs. Several minor lords echoed in agreement. The entire army shook off the gloom of defeat, their spirits rekindled, and morale surged once more. Once we capture that batch of Ming soldiers, the territory of the Ming will also belong to us. At that point, we will gradually establish our foothold on land, and it will not be long before Daqian will bear the surname Daqian. Daqian's eyes shimmered with a sinister light as he chuckled coldly. At the gates of Lingqiang, Jiang Ce led the 100,000 troops of the Xinji camp, racing towards the city gates. Upon seeing the townsfolk scrubbing the bloodstains from the gates and the city tower, he felt a wave of emotion. Had it not been for the valiant resistance of Lingqing citizens, they would have arrived to find a scene of hell on earth. Reflecting on this, Jiang Ce's hatred for Zhao Yi intensified. Although he had raised the banner of rebellion, he was not a subject of Daqian, yet he bore the blood of southern people, and witnessing the massacre of his compatriots by the pirates saddened him deeply. All troops, take positions outside the city. Do not enter the city and disturb the citizens of Lingqing. Once the command was issued, the Xinji camp acted swiftly, establishing their encampment outside the city. They refrained from entering the city to avoid startling the citizens. Furthermore, it was nearing dark, and while the pirates were in retreat, he knew well that they would undoubtedly return. Stationing outside the city would allow them to promptly fend off any pirate incursions, while also demonstrating to the citizens that their intentions were solely to quell the pirates and not to harbor ulterior motives. Indeed, the previously panicked citizens of Lingqiang felt a wave of relief upon seeing the Ming army encamped outside. Some even willingly fetched water and kindled fires, offering assistance in small ways to express their gratitude. The citizens of Lingqiang were acutely aware that had the Ming army not arrived in time, they would have perished. Within the temporary military tent, Jiang Ce was perusing the battle reports sent by the Genie Wei, which indicated that the pirates, unwilling to accept defeat, had regrouped and were advancing towards Lingqiang. Their treachery remains unquenched, Jiang Ce remarked coldly, setting down the report. However, he anticipated the pirates' return. Your Majesty, Governor Cao Xingzhou of the Southeast Road requests an audience, announced a Jin Wei officer, bowing respectfully. Admit him, Jiang Ce gestured, his impression of Cao Xingzhou being quite profound. He recognized that the successful defense of Lingcheng against the pirates' initial assault owed much to his contributions, and thus, he deemed it necessary to meet him. Yao Guangxiao was also present in the tent. Your Majesty, Cao Xingzhou has come to express the gratitude of the Lingcheng citizens. If the opportunity arises, it is hoped that you may secure his loyalty, he suggested. Jiang Ce remained silent, contemplating for a moment before giving a slight nod. He understood Yao Guangxiao's intention. Once the pirates were eradicated, the army could not remain in Lingcheng for long, and it would be essential to have someone to manage the city thereafter. Cao Xingzhou, well versed in the circumstances of Lingcheng, stands as the most suitable candidate for the task at hand. However, he is acutely aware of the nature of civil officials, who incessantly proclaim their dedication to the nation and the people, claiming to share the fate of Daqian. Should Cao Xingzhou, upon discerning the actions of the Daqian court, still choose to align himself with them, he would inevitably face dire consequences for his choices. As a commoner, Cao Xingzhou bows before the illustrious Emperor Hongwu of the Ming Dynasty, exclaiming, "Long live our emperor." Upon entering, he immediately kneels, offering a profound gesture of respect to Jiang Ce. This unexpected display catches both Jiang Ce and Yao Guangxiao off guard. Chapter 80. Cao Xingzhou seeks an audience. Jiang Ce and Yao Guangxiao exchange glances, each reflecting the surprise in the other's eyes. Jiang Ce is astonished that Cao Xingzhou has forsaken his identity as a governor of Daqian to refer to himself as a commoner. It is noteworthy that, as the governor of the Southeast Circuit, he holds a significant position, classified as a fourth-rank official, wielding considerable authority. Even if Cao Xingzhou has lived a life of integrity, his title alone signifies that he is above many. Few would willingly renounce such power. It must be said that this first encounter with Cao Xingzhou has shifted Jiang Ce's perspective, if only slightly, regarding the civil officials. Rise, Jiang Ce says with a smile, signaling Yao Guangxiao, who promptly assists Cao Xingzhou to his feet. Do you understand the ramifications of your two statements? Jiang Ce inquires, hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at Cao Xingzhou. Cao Xingzhou, dressed in blood-stained official garb, with his grizzled hair slightly tidied, yet still disheveled, bows his head and meets Jiang Ce's gaze with quiet dignity. As an official, particularly as a provincial governor, failing to advocate for the welfare of the people is a grave dereliction of duty. Under my governance, Lingcheng has seen mediocre results, and now, with the loss of 8,000 citizens to the pirates, I can no longer face my fellow townsfolk. I am filled with remorse. He has long distanced himself from colluding with local gentry and landlords, intentionally alienating himself from the interests of corrupt officials. The consequence of this stance is that his authority as a fourth-rank governor has been undermined by those beneath him. After all, how could a vast yamen be staffed with only 1,000 subordinates? It is even more telling that he has but one loyal aide, He Xingxiang, whom he can truly rely upon. It is not that he does not wish to govern Lingcheng effectively, it is that he is unable to do so. Even if he were to report the rampant corruption in Lingcheng to the court, any commissioner sent from above would likely turn a blind eye after accepting a bribe from the gentry. I wish to see Governor Cao Xingzhou, not Commoner Cao Xingzhou. Jiang Ce states calmly. Cao Xingzhou is momentarily taken aback, suddenly looking up at Jiang Ce with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Your Majesty? Do you mean? I require you to continue serving as the governor of Lingcheng, Jiang Ce states plainly. An official does not necessarily have to seek the welfare of the people to be deemed a good one. Sometimes, refusing to engage in corruption is a rare and commendable quality. Jiang Ce's words resonate profoundly. He is well aware of the perils of sharing power with the scholar officials. Unlike military generals who, wielding the emperor's sword, act decisively, most civil officials present policies that ostensibly benefit the people but are, in truth, self-serving. The fact that Cao Xingzhou has maintained his integrity amidst the corruption of Daqian is a testament to his exceptional character. This has led Jiang Ce to recognize the potential within Cao Xingzhou. While he may lack extraordinary talents, under the mentorship of Zhang Jujing, achieving significant accomplishments is not beyond reach. Hearing this, Cao Xingzhou trembles, tears streaming down his face as he experiences, for the first time, the warmth of recognition. Reflecting on his career, he recalls that regardless of their rank, every official has urged him to accept bribes, warning him that otherwise, he would make life difficult for his brothers. Yet, the wise and dignified emperor before him has acknowledged him with his own words. Commoner Cao Xingzhou, I humbly thank your Majesty, he exclaims with fervor, bowing deeply once more, now addressing Jiang Ce as your Majesty. At this moment, Yao Guangxiao pulls him up, cautioning. Do not be overly excited. His Majesty currently seeks the governor of Daqian, not the governor of Ming. The immediate priority is for you to utilize your position to restore order in Lingcheng. Once the city is stabilized, we can plan our next steps. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to voice them. His Majesty will assist you. Yao Guangxiao, who has been by Jiang Ce's side the longest, understands the deeper implications of Jiang Ce's words and offers a few guiding remarks to Cao Xingzhou. Realizing this, Cao Xingzhou responds, "I shall heed your majesty's teachings and act accordingly." He performs a grand bow, expressing his respect. While observing Jiang Ce, Cao Xingzhou too is acutely aware of the scrutiny he is under. It becomes evident that the Ming Emperor Hongwu is not akin to the foolish Empress Li Shi, nor is he a power-hungry individual like Zhao Yi. With this realization, Cao Xingzhou's allegiance begins to solidify. Noticing Jiang Ce's foresight and constant concern for the lives of the people of Lingqing, he is wholly convinced. With such an enlightened ruler, he vows to follow him faithfully. Eager to realize his aspirations, "Bring in the Jinyui," Jiang Ce commands, waving his hand. "Please relay the movements of the pirates." "Yes." The Jinyui captain bows respectfully before turning to Cao Xingzhou, briefly outlining that the pirates would soon regroup to attack Lingqing. Cao Xingzhou's expression shifts to one of alarm. But upon recognizing Jiang Ce's steadfast presence, he quickly regains his composure. "Your Majesty, I believe we should first reassure the citizens within the city. There are 300,000 displaced individuals, hungry and frightened after a day of turmoil. If they learn that the pirates are returning, unrest is inevitable." Jiang Ce nods in appreciation towards Cao Xingzhou. It must be acknowledged that reaching the position of governor requires both capability and vision. "I entrust this matter to you. Do you believe you can handle it?" "Your Majesty," I observed Cao Xingzhou's troubled expression, speechless and hesitant. Jiang Ce frowned slightly and urged him to speak freely if he faced any difficulties. "Your Majesty, the supplies in Lingqiang have been cut off for quite some time. If we wish to govern the displaced populace, we must compel the local gentry and landlords to make significant sacrifices. They possess ample provisions, and apart from grain and salt, they also command private armed forces, which could be utilized to fend off the Japanese pirates." Cao Xingzhou spoke respectfully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce and Yao Guangxiao exchanged grave looks. Historically, only feudal lords have wielded private armies. How could Daqian allow local gentry to possess such power? It seems the corruption within Daqian has penetrated to its very core. Why, during the previous defense against the Japanese pirates, did we only have the militia hastily assembled? Jiang Ce inquired with a furrowed brow. The intelligence from the Jinyui only mentioned that 25,000 militia from Lingqing vowed to resist to the death, without mentioning the existence of armed forces in the hands of the gentry. Cao Xingzhou gave a bitter smile, acknowledging his inability to command them. Before the news of the Japanese pirates attacking Lingqing, several prominent families within the city had already conspired to flee to the capital. Even if I issued orders denying them travel permits, it would not deter them. Jiang Ce was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Cao Xingzhou with a hint of anger. How many gentry reside in Lingqing? What is their landholdings? What provisions do they possess? Which officials disobeyed orders during the attack by the Japanese pirates? I grant you 1 hour, and I shall provide you with 5,000 elite troops from the Shinji camp to ascertain these matters. Cao Xingzhou felt a chill, realizing that His Majesty intended to assert authority over these corrupt individuals. He promptly accepted the command, saying, "I shall obey. Moreover, I wish to appoint He Xingxiang, the deputy magistrate of Lingqiang, as my assistant." "Granted," Jiang Ce replied solemnly. Chapter 81, Deafening. Once Cao Xingzhou exited the tent, Yao Guangxiao approached Jiang Ce, clasping his hands in respect. "Your Majesty, acting too hastily may yield counterproductive results. While it is true that corruption among officials and merchants in Lingqiang is severe, executing all of them would adversely affect the restoration of order in the city," Yao Guangxiao advised. As a practitioner of martial prowess and governance, he understood that a gentle approach was necessary to eradicate this corrupt faction without excessive force. Otherwise, it would provoke a strong backlash from them. Furthermore, these landlords all command private armies. Should they rise against us, it would ultimately harm the common folk of Lingqing. Most crucially, this expedition lacks sufficient military and civil officials. If all the Lingqing officials were to perish, who would assist Cao Xingzhou in managing affairs? Allowing only Cao Xingzhou to govern Lingqing may seem manageable in the short term. But once the Daqian court reacts, Zhao Yi will undoubtedly refuse to allow Lingqing to fall into the hands of the Ming. Even with 100,000 elite troops, Cao Xingzhou alone cannot withstand Zhao Yi's desperate bid to reclaim the city. Lingqing serves as the capital of the entire Southeast Circuit, holding immense geographical and political significance. Should Lingqing fall, the ramifications would extend to neighboring cities. The allegiance of Lingqing to the Ming is akin to a sword poised over Zhao Yi's heart, always threatening his rule over Daqian. Soon, other regions reliant on Lingqing will also choose to submit to the Ming, as everyone fears for their safety. After all, no matter how much power Zhao Yi wields, he cannot alter the reality of his treacherous ambitions. With legitimacy lacking, he is bound to harbor guilt. Yao Guangxiao's concerns centered around the possibility of Lingqing being reclaimed by Daqian after its capture. This would necessitate the Ming to expend considerable effort to restore Lingqing. consuming vast human and material resources. With winter approaching, even if the Ming army can withstand the chaos, the citizens of Lingqing cannot endure repeated turmoil. Currently, Lingqing not only lacks provisions, but also harbors a multitude of unregistered displaced individuals. Restoring order will require Ming support, and further disturbances would obliterate the hard-won productivity. At that point, Lingqing would become a desolate ruin, unless Jiang Ce relocates populations from other areas. However, the resources and manpower required for such an endeavor would be astronomical. The current foundation of the Ming is insufficient for such expenditure. Jiang Ce understood Yao Guangxiao's apprehensions. Yet, as a sovereign, he could not afford to be indecisive. If the scourge of corrupt officials is not eradicated with iron-fisted measures, Lingqing would inevitably succumb to the chaos of Daqian. This matter requires no further discussion. Reform in Lingqing is imperative. Jiang Ce's expression was stern as he gently shook his head. You must understand, I have always held a disdain for civil officials. They openly siphon the people's wealth, wielding the emperor's authority as a facade, like maggots feeding in the shadows, forming factions. Daqian today stands as a prime example of this. While Jiang Ce's words were cold, Yao Guangxiao listened, feeling compelled to counter but unsure of how to begin. Chancellor Zhao Yi, despite holding the highest position among officials, similarly colludes with court officials to usurp power from the emperor. For these civil officials, in their early years, they may genuinely prioritize the nation, concerned for the people. Yet, once they taste power, their ambitions grow, and every action is aimed at acquiring more influence. The allure of power lies not merely in promotion and wealth, but in the absolute control it provides. Even the lives of an entire city's populace can be extinguished with a mere command. Realizing this, Yao Guangxiao was drenched in cold sweat. Your Majesty, I may have a strategy that could alleviate the current predicament of Lingqing. Yao Guangxiao took a deep breath and proposed. Jiang Ce frowned, casting a glance at Yao Guangxiao. Surprised that the usually contrary monk would advise him twice. Speak. Jiang Ce decided to listen. If there truly existed a better solution, he would prefer to avoid the drastic measures of executing corrupt officials and landlords. After all, such actions could easily be exploited by Zhao Yi to portray him as an unyielding tyrant lacking political acumen. The common folk of antiquity were often unenlightened, easily swayed by public opinion. Should a wave of dissent arise, all the efforts previously exerted by the Jinyi would be rendered futile, if not halved. The restructuring of Lingqing is no trivial matter. Executing the local gentry, landlords, and corrupt officials places one squarely in opposition to the bureaucratic and commercial elite. Should we press them too hard, we are bound to provoke a backlash from the officials, which will hinder our efforts to seize control of Daqian in the future. If your Majesty were to decree a national policy of amnesty, forgiving past transgressions, and granting a general pardon until the stability of Ming is fully restored, those corrupt officials, despite their desires to retaliate, would find themselves powerless. Yao Guangxiao bowed respectfully. The more Jiang Ce listened, the colder his expression became. To pardon this group of vile and malevolent individuals, those who occupy positions without merit? While he contemplated acquiescence, the suffering of the people, whose lives were shattered by these individuals, could not be dismissed. Indeed, Yao Guangxiao presented a strategy that was well suited for the current development of Ming. However, the foundation of a nation's establishment inevitably involves bloodshed and turmoil. I ask you, how many officials in this world are not corrupt? And how many merchants are not unscrupulous? Yao Guangxiao hesitated, a bitter smile crossing his face as he shook his head. There should be very few. Then let me ask you this. How much harm does the existence of an additional corrupt official or unscrupulous merchant inflict upon the rights and interests of the common people? Yao Guangxiao fell silent, unable to respond. I understand you are considering the welfare of Ming, but I am concerned for the citizens of the Southern Dynasty. Allowing a corrupt official to rise can lead to untold suffering for countless ordinary people. As a renowned monk, you are acutely aware of the dynamics of the world. Yet you have never contemplated that the crux of these dynamics lies in the hearts of the people. The corrupt officials plunder the resources of the populace, and the unscrupulous merchants do the same. As long as they thrive, the common people will never find peace. Of course, I recognize that we cannot eradicate all these pests. But even if I must bear the title of tyrant, it is a necessity. Jiang Ce's fervent words left Yao Guangxiao abashed. While he was indeed born into a chaotic world, he lacked the clarity of insight that Jiang Ce possessed regarding the sentiments of the people. I intend not only to eliminate the gentry and landlords of Lingqing, but also to execute Zhao Yi, and I shall do so for all to witness. Beyond the personal vendetta of the Jiang family, the grievances of the nation have lodged in my throat like a thorn. Jiang Ce lamented with deep sorrow. Zhao Yi's current actions, colluding with the Jin people, conspiring for power, and ignoring the atrocities committed by the Japanese pirates, have inflicted irreparable harm upon the citizens of the Southern Dynasty. I cannot nor do I have reason to forgive the corrupt officials who share the same interests as Zhao Yi. The old minister acknowledged his misjudgment. Yao Guangxiao bowed low. Jiang Ce's words sparked a new direction of thought within him. Assisting the emperor requires a keen eye on the stability of the people's sentiments. When the hearts of the people are secure, the nation stands firm. Should the hearts of the people falter, it would resemble the current state of Daqian, teetering on the brink of collapse, irretrievable. As the sun set, Cao Xingzhou led the 5,000 elite troops provided by Jiang Ce into Lingqing, marching with pride. The citizens within the city regarded them with anxious glances, uncertain of how the governor had allied with the rebel forces. They sensed a semblance of authority in his demeanor. Most commoners dared not speculate on the affairs of the court, but witnessing such a display led them to believe that Cao Xingzhou had defected from Daqian. In such circumstances, the citizens pondered only two possibilities: either to submit to the overwhelming military force of Deming or to continue as subjects of Daqian. Though the latter seemed unrealistic. As commoners, what choices do they truly possess? Yet, they recognized who had their best interests at heart. After enduring the court's military maneuvers and isolation, witnessing the arrival of Deming's army, like divine saviors, had already forged a sense of belonging within them. He Xingxiang was also among the crowd, observing the once low-profile Cao Xingzhou with trepidation. As a regional deputy magistrate, his perspective was several tiers above that of ordinary citizens, leading him to contemplate deeper implications. He hesitated, wondering if approaching to inquire would render him a target for the governor, potentially casting him as the first to rebel. He Xingxiang's understanding did not reach the profound depths of Cao Xingzhou's, as he still considered whether he could retain his position as a deputy magistrate should he truly become an official of Deming. After all, the position of deputy magistrate held significant power, overseeing military affairs, finances, household registrations, taxation, and legal proceedings, with all state documents requiring his and the governor's signatures to take effect. The authority was indeed considerable. Most importantly, during this era of scarcity and low productivity, even the poorest regions provided a deputy magistrate's annual salary of 100 shur of rice. 100 shur of rice could sustain a household of 10 for an entire year with surplus. Additionally, during festivals, stipends of silver and equivalent value in silk and provisions were distributed. For someone like He Xingxiang, who was solitary and without family, this was a tremendous fortune. Yet, should he follow in Cao Xingzhou's footsteps, all of this could vanish, forcing him to start anew and face potential ostracism from the officials of Deming, rendering his position in the court precarious. He Xingxiang pondered internally when Cao Xingzhou's call snapped him back to reality. Deputy Magistrate He Xingxiang, are you not coming? My lord, this humble official shall make my way there immediately. Hearing the governor's words filled He Xingxiang with both joy and dread, his tone trembling. He was delighted to still hold the position of deputy magistrate. Yet he was apprehensive about whether this Lingqing belonged to Deming or Daqian. He stepped out from the crowd, suppressing his unease, and approached Cao Xingzhou. My lord, may I have the audacity to inquire, whose Lingqing is this? After much trepidation, He Xingxiang could no longer restrain his curiosity. Naturally, it belongs to his majesty. Cao Xingzhou replied with a hint of significance. Upon hearing this, He Xingxiang was taken aback, offering a bitter smile and shaking his head to dispel his unrealistic thoughts. Regardless of whose Lingqing it is, as long as my official position remains, I shall continue to serve as the deputy magistrate of Lingqing. Then, my lord, what shall we do? The day is drawing to a close, and with the governor leading 5,000 elite troops into the city, it is difficult not to let the citizens inside speculate. First, proceed to the Yamen to compile specific data regarding all provisions such as grain, salt, iron, silk, and textiles within the jurisdiction of Lingqing over the past 3 years. Cao Xingzhou spoke with a calm demeanor. He Xingxiang, standing beside him, glanced at Cao Xingzhou's expression, deep in contemplation, yet unable to fathom the underlying significance of his words. Surprised, he pondered whether his honest accounting each year had been called into question by the magistrate. With a heart heavy with anxiety, He Xingxiang followed Cao Xingzhou back to the Yamen. Cao Xingzhou, along with 5,000 elite troops, remained at the entrance and gestured towards the main gate, instructing, bring forth the account books. Also, present the household registries of the Wang, Liu, and Li families. Yes, my lord. He Xingxiang's heart trembled. Realizing that the magistrate intended to take action against the local gentry, he promptly retrieved the 2 requested items. My lord, they are all here. Cao Xingzhou cast a cold glance at the items in He Xingxiang's hands and smirked. Take note. The Wang family has unlawfully occupied 800 acres of land and harbors 3,000 private soldiers within their estate, a flagrant violation of the imperial edict. Immediate execution. Cao Xingzhou's tone was grim, leaving He Xingxiang astounded. My lord, the Wang family possesses only 400 acres of land, and they have merely 1,000 soldiers. Where do these figures come from? I command you to take note. Cao Xingzhou interrupted sharply, glaring at He Xingxiang. Yes, my lord. He Xingxiang dared not refute. Though he remained perplexed by the magistrate's intentions, yet he recorded the numbers faithfully. The Liu and Li families underwent similar scrutiny. Furthermore, the three families collectively owned 5 granaries in Lingcheng, each containing 100,000 stones of coarse rice, dried meat, sea salt, and tea. He Xingxiang suddenly comprehended that the magistrate was clearly intent on framing these 3 families. Being well acquainted with the affairs of Lingcheng, he knew precisely how much land and grain each gentry family possessed. The magistrate aimed to ensure that they would regurgitate all the profits they had illicitly consumed over the years. My lord, you are set on making bitter enemies with the local officials and merchants. He Xingxiang expressed his concern. You are mistaken. I intend to annihilate them, not forge enmity. Cao Xingzhou replied resolutely. After enduring humiliation for over a decade, he would seize the opportunity to assert himself, executing a thorough reckoning. Moreover, this aligns with the will of His Majesty. Observing his superior's unwavering resolve, He Xingxiang felt emboldened. He, like Cao Xingzhou, had faced ridicule from fellow officials. Scholars are inherently prideful, and witnessing a chance to reclaim their dignity brought him joy. My lord, I have recorded everything, He Xingxiang affirmed, bowing respectfully. Present the household registries to these 3 gentlemen. He Xingxiang turned to the 3 Jinui captains beside Cao Xingzhou, all of whom returned the gesture. The captains accepted the registries and nodded to Cao Xingzhou. We shall proceed to apprehend them. The 3 captains led 3,000 Jinui towards the families in question, while the remaining 2,000 Jinui remained at the yamen alongside Cao Xingzhou. My lord, shall we prepare some instruments of torture for interrogation? He Xingxiang scratched his head, realizing that the task of apprehending individuals was not his responsibility. No, we shall raid the Zhuhonglu. My lord, that is the property of the Minister of Personnel. He Xingxiang took a deep breath. Precisely because of this, we must proceed with the raid. Cao Xingzhou had long harbored disdain for Zhuhonglu. Although literati often frequented such establishments, this particular brothel was utterly sordid, ostensibly a place for refined indulgence. It covertly served as a den for corrupt officials to dispose of their ill-gotten gains. The illicit activities conducted within had enriched a certain minister within the court. Chapter 83, The Pirates Return. Master, we have suffered a loss of 10,000 men, and most of the supplies seized from Jiaqing have been lost as well. Shall we raid nearby towns for some provisions? Suggested Daqian, Yilong's subordinate. The hasty battle in Lingcheng had dealt a significant blow to the pirates. Daqian Yilong glanced at his subordinate, pondering for a moment. The darkness had not yet fully descended. They would wait until nightfall to attack Lingcheng when the Ming army's vision would be hindered. By nighttime, their formidable weaponry would be rendered useless. Having considered his subordinate's suggestion, Daqian Yilong summoned a few of the minor clan leaders. Yes, master. The subordinate promptly called several young clan leaders to Daqian Yilong's side. You all take 1,000 warriors each and scour the nearby villages. Seize their supplies and capture everyone, men, women, and children alike. Remember, I want them alive. The young clan leaders exchanged glances. Master, is it enough to capture them alive? One inquired with raised eyebrows. They have suffered defeat and are in a repressed state. It is the perfect opportunity to vent their frustration. They must be alive and in good health. They hold great value to me. If they are harmed in the slightest, you will all return to the island. Daqian Yilong issued a stern command, his voice resolute. He understood these men well. Without strict supervision, they might return with captives who, though still breathing, could barely walk. Yes, master. Seeing Daqian Yilong's determination, the young clan leaders dared not protest, and each took 1,000 warriors to raid the nearby locales. Master, I can understand the need for live women. But what of the live men? Do you intend for them to serve as frontline soldiers? The subordinate queried, puzzled. Daqian Yilong nodded gravely, a dark smile creeping across his face. These traitors, who refuse to keep what they have conquered, such as Xuanwu Pass, seek to uphold righteousness to save Lingcheng? I shall witness how their hypocritical sense of justice holds up when faced with their own kin. Daqian Yilong scoffed, sharing a knowing smile with his subordinate. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. I find the emperor of the Ming Dynasty to be quite foolish, as the Daqian has already mobilized troops northward and dispatched 100,000 soldiers to confront us. It is lamentable that the southern people are so ignorant, squandering such fertile land. The deputy sighed, expressing his disdain for why his noble warrior culture must endure a life of hardship on an island. While the foolish and hypocritical people of the southern dynasty are born into vast territories, luxuriating in abundant resources, these are treasures they had never even heard of while in Dongying. Even the coarse rice of the southern dynasty far surpasses the finest tribute rice from Dongying. This stark contrast has only deepened the resolve of every Dongying warrior to annihilate the southern people and seize their lands. The pirates continued onward for several miles. The minor clan heads who had been sent out returned, each holding a considerable number of southern dynasty citizens, both men and women. Master, one of them chuckled. These southern people are utterly terrified of death. Upon seeing us warriors approach, they do not dare utter a word and promptly kneel to plead for mercy. One minor clan head stepped forward to boast, "I captured the most this time, 332 individuals, the majority of whom are young women. After breaching Ling City. Can I not claim this as a great achievement? After breaching Ling City, I can offer you as many women as you desire." Daqian Aikir smiled with satisfaction, and the other listened with delight, flattering him with a grin. "Go and tally the number of these captives and the resources we have acquired." Daqian Aikir glanced at the southern citizens they had captured and instructed his deputy to conduct a count. "Report to the master, the resources are scant. All the coarse rice combined amounts to less than 10,000 shur. As for silk, cloth, salt, and iron, there is hardly enough to mention. However, this batch of southern people includes families, which allows us to threaten them with their children to act as frontline fighters." The deputy scratched his head, noting the meager resource acquisition. The most significant gain remains the 800 southern citizens captured alive by various clan heads, with them shielding the army. The Ming rebels will likely hesitate to act recklessly. Everyone, hasten your pace and march towards Ling City," Daqian Aikir ordered with a cold smile. Yes, in front of the gates of Ling City, within the military tent where Jiang Ce resided, military reports continued to pour in. Numerous oil lamps had been lit inside the tent, and Jiang Ce, illuminated by the dim light, reviewed the reports. "Your Majesty, Liu Zhan has sent an urgent report for your perusal," announced a 1,000 household officer of the Jinyue, bowing respectfully. Jiang Ce gestured for him to present the urgent report, which the officer offered with reverence. "The 10,000 surrendering troops of Ningcheng have been mobilized and are advancing towards Jincheng to join the Daqian forces." Upon reading this battle report, the weariness from the relentless journey from Xuanwu Pass to Ling City began to dissipate. "When Liu Zhan engages the Daqian army, I trust that we will also subdue the pirates here. What reaction will Zhao Yi have when he learns of the developments on both fronts?" Jiang Ce suppressed his smile and looked up at the 1,000 household officer, inquiring about the latest movements of the pirates. "Reporting to your Majesty. The pirates are advancing towards Ling City. The latest news is that Daqian Aikir has dispatched 3,000 pirates to plunder resources from several nearby villages." The officer reported truthfully, adding that officials from the nearby towns along the Qing River had become aware of the pirate disturbance in Ling City. They had united to prepare a joint defense against the pirates. Jiang Ce pondered for a moment before calling for General Qi to enter. "Understood." The 1,000 household officer complied and exited. After his departure, Yao Guangxiao approached Jiang Ce, slightly bowing. "Your Majesty, the pirates commit every atrocity imaginable. They have looted the resources of surrounding villages and may even take villagers captive, making us wary of launching a ruthless counterattack." Jiang Ce considered Yao Guangxiao's words, deciding to deliberate further once General Qi arrived. Before long, Qi Jiguang entered the military tent, bowing. "I pay my respects to your Majesty. No need for formalities." Jiang Ce waved his hand, looking at Qi Jiguang. "General Qi, the pirates are hastening towards Ling City. I wish to catch them off guard. But considering the Xinji camp is not a traditional cavalry unit, I fear a surprise attack may not succeed. What do you suggest?" Qi Jiguang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long while before responding. "Your Majesty, if we were to launch a flank assault on the pirates, we would sacrifice the immense advantage of the Xinji camp's firepower. Moreover, marching at night could adversely affect the Xinji camp's performance. I believe that if we wish to execute a surprise attack on the pirates, there is only one method." Jiang Ce slightly raised his chin, signaling for Qi Jiguang to continue. "The Xinji camp may lack mobility, but it can exert significant firepower. However, this firepower depends on maintaining formation, otherwise, after a volley of gunfire, if the formation is disrupted, the threat to the pirates diminishes. Therefore, I would like to be audacious and ask if your Majesty could entrust the command of the 100,000 troops of the Xinji camp to me." Qi Jiguang's gaze was fervent as he made his request. "With this plan, I am certain we can annihilate the pirates in one fell swoop, leaving them no escape. Should even a single pirate manage to flee, I am willing to accept military punishment." Faced with Qi Jiguang's resolute pledge, Jiang Ce refrained from providing an immediate response. It was not that he doubted Qi Jiguang's capabilities or the strength of the Xinji camp, but rather that the 100,000 troops could not afford to falter. "First, please outline your strategy," Jiang Ce stated plainly. He had always believed in meticulous planning before taking action. Recklessness was not in his nature. "Your Majesty, during our last encounter with the pirates, I observed their combat characteristics. They fight fiercely, excelling in close-quarters combat and exhibiting great mobility. Although our troops are unafraid of close combat, engaging the pirates head-on would inevitably incur losses. However, their aggressive style exposes a flaw. Once surrounded, they lack the strength to break free from the encirclement, and the Xinji camp specializes in formation battles, making them their natural enemy." Expressed his thoughts with palpable excitement. proposing that the 2,000 elite troops of the Xinjiang be strategically positioned along the inevitable path of the pirate forces towards Lingqing, arranged in a linear formation on both sides to unleash a barrage upon the enemy's central ranks. This tactic, he believed, would sow chaos among the leading and trailing units of the pirates, rendering them incapable of providing support. Following the initial volley, the pirates would suffer significant casualties, allowing for a tactical withdrawal and a cavalry charge to eliminate the disarrayed front lines. Once the majority of the pirate forces had been decimated, the Xinjiang, having sustained no losses, could pursue the now diminished enemy with ease. Jiang Ce contemplated strategy, yet he felt a sense of unease. By the time the pirates reached Lingqing, nightfall would likely envelop the battlefield, raising concerns about the accuracy of the Xinjiang's gunmen and the potential for friendly fire amidst the dim light of torches, which would severely limit visibility, a challenge that the Xinjiang had yet to resolve. However, Jiang Ce had already conceived a countermeasure in night engagements. The foremost consideration is the commanding officer's ability to lead. He could divide the 2,000 ambushed troops into 4 units of 500, ensuring sufficient firepower while maintaining command structure to prevent chaos. Crucially, the remaining 80,000 Xinjiang would not confront the enemy head-on, but rather encircle the pirates' retreat. On the front lines, a mere 10,000 cavalry would suffice. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Ce arranged several pieces on the sand table before him, simulating the formations of both armies in combat. According to his reasoning, his plan theoretically could annihilate the pirates with minimal casualties. However, recognizing that the pirates would not remain passive and that their combat capabilities were not to be underestimated, Jiang Ce ultimately dismissed his proposal. The lives of soldiers were invaluable. He could not grant complete command over the 100,000 Xinjiang, but he appointed as the commander of the Xinjiang, allowing him to lead 80,000 troops in the field against the pirates. Yao Guangxiao would oversee the military affairs, and the two would collaborate on the battle strategy, with having the final say on significant matters. The risk associated with strategy was considerable. A single misstep in command could yield dire consequences. Jiang Ce was determined to secure a victory without unnecessary loss, preferring a gradual approach rather than an all-out assault to eliminate the pirates at once. This engagement required the death of at least half of the pirates, after which the remaining forces would pose little threat. He had ample time and resources to systematically eradicate the pirates. Yes, both Yao Guangxiao and responded in unison. Shortly thereafter, they exited the military tent to discuss the ambush of the pirates in preparation for their impending assault. Your Majesty, Cao Xingzhou has delivered a memorial, reported the Qinyuai captain. President, Jiang Ce commanded. Yes, the captain brought forth the memorial to Jiang Ce. A cursory glance revealed a detailed account of the households in Lingqing, meticulously documenting the landholdings, grain reserves, and private militia of each local gentry. Jiang Ce's expression remained impassive as he perused the document until he reached the section concerning Zhu Honglu, the Minister of War for Daqian. He was astounded to discover that the corruption associated with Zhu Honglu amounted to an astronomical sum of 300,000 taels of gold in just 1 year. Even the typically composed Jiang Ce could not suppress the twitching of his eye upon encountering such a staggering figure. This modest brothel. What right did it possess to amass such an immense fortune? Beyond the gold and silver, numerous priceless antiques and artworks were also recorded, each valued at several tens of thousands of taels of silver. It was nothing short of shocking. No wonder the 10,000 troops of Ningqing surrendered without a fight. And no wonder the equipment of the Daqian army paled in comparison to that of the Jin army. It became evident that the Minister of War had embezzled a substantial portion of the military funds for his own gain. Furthermore, Cao Xingzhou had not yet completed the investigation into Zhu Honglu's assets. He had merely reported the figures gleaned from the brothel's Madame accounts. The extent of unrecorded wealth remained unknown. The thought that these riches were derived from the exploitation of the Southern Dynasty's populace ignited a fierce anger within Jiang Ce. Though he was not the emperor of Daqian, as the Emperor Hongwu of the Ming Dynasty, he shared a deep empathy for the common people of the Southern Dynasty. Convey my edict. Inform Cao Xingzhou that all individuals associated with Zhu Honglu, regardless of their status, are to be apprehended. They shall be brought to the city gates for execution tomorrow afternoon, Jiang Ce declared with solemnity. Additionally, duplicate this account in 500 copies and dispatch them post-haste to the capital of Daqian for public display. His expression grave. Jiang Ce understood that the emergence of such a corrupt official would incite public outrage, rendering it unnecessary for him to prompt the Qinyuai to create a stir. Civil discourse would erupt spontaneously, leading to chaos within the Daqian court. At that point, even Zhao Yi would find it challenging to leverage the situation regarding the gentry of Lingqing to his advantage. Yes, the Qinyuai captain exited the tent, hastening to dispatch 10 or so of his men to select swift horses to relay the news to the capital of Daqian. He then hurried to Zhu Honglu, where he conveyed the emperor's edict to Cao Xingzhou. Upon hearing this, Cao Xingzhou's expression brightened. Please inform your majesty that the confiscation of Zhu Honglu's assets can be completed before the second watch. The brothel's renowned courtesans and women would receive a severance payment, enabling them to settle in Lingqing. All other assets would be seized, temporarily stored in the government office until the emperor could conduct an inventory. Cao Xingzhou clasped his hands in gratitude, and the Qinghai captain reciprocated the gesture. You are too kind, my lord. I shall return to report to his majesty. Once the captain departed, Cao Xingzhou coldly regarded the trembling madam before him. When did the Minister of War last visit Zhu Honglu? How many times? What activities transpired during those visits? Speak the truth, and you may yet have a chance to live. The madam, adorned in finery yet with tear-streaked eyes and disheveled appearance, implored, My lord, are you seeking to take my life? Is there truly a chance for survival? Chapter 85. Daqian is on the brink of chaos. Cao Xingzhou, observing the weeping madam at his feet, felt no compassion. He understood better than anyone how the wealth of Zhu Honglu had been acquired. Collusion between officials and merchants siphons resources from the common people, employing despicable methods of coercion and seduction. Moreover, the cries of the old proprietress, now hoarse and desperate, reflect the joy she once felt when receiving payments. Thus, there is no need for mercy. What benefits did the Minister of War bestow upon you that would warrant sacrificing your life for him? Cao Xingzhou remarked with a cold smirk, casting a knowing glance at He Xingxiang. He Xingxiang understood immediately and brought 2 soldiers from the Xinji camp to stand behind the old proprietress. Upon noticing the imposing soldiers at her back, the old proprietress felt a chill at the nape of her neck, fearing that the long spears held by the soldiers might sever her head at any moment. My lord, the Zhu Honglu has been in operation for 5 years, and I have submitted all the accounts from these years to you. Am I to be suspected of deceiving you? The old proprietress pleaded, wiping her tears. Cao Xingzhou sneered. Execute her. Yes, my lord. He Xingxiang made a gesture of beheading. The 2 soldiers of the Xinji camp adjusted their grips on their spears, raising them high and shouting, Please, my lord. The old proprietress clutched Cao Xingzhou's leg desperately as he attempted to turn away. Seeing his resolve, her cries ceased abruptly. She disregarded her tears and snot, adopting a fawning expression. My lord, the Minister of War has visited the Zhu Honglu a total of 8 times during its operation. Cao Xingzhou retorted coldly. When did he come? Why did he come? And what did he do? Speak the truth. My lord, the Minister of War comes once every late spring in March and early autumn in September. When he visits such a place, it is merely for revelry. However, he does not indulge in women, the old proprietress said, glancing apprehensively at Cao Xingzhou. Feeling impatient, Cao Xingzhou recognized the old proprietress as quite cunning. She had not yet revealed the critical details and had already made him promise protection. Regardless, I will bear the consequences. You are a commoner, no one will harm you, he said dismissively, though in truth, Jiang Ce had already issued a decree that all individuals associated with the Zhu Honglu would face execution by the following afternoon. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. The old proprietress, having managed the Zhu Honglu for 5 years and entertained numerous dignitaries, was well acquainted with the intricacies of human relations. Seeing the previously repressed governor now offering her a reprieve from death, she was eager to speak, but was interrupted by Cao Xingzhou. Wait, He Tongpan. Fetch paper and pen to record the old proprietress's words. Otherwise, this rare opportunity for evidence will be lost. He Xingxiang bowed and complied, quickly bringing paper and brush, setting up a table for the old proprietress to speak. My lord, the Minister of War, during his visits to the Zhu Honglu, not only engages in embezzlement, but also has a fondness for male companionship. She hesitated, though one cannot say he truly favors men, as eunuchs do not possess those attributes. They cannot be classified as men. Her remark puzzled both Cao Xingzhou and He Xingxiang. The distance from the capital to Lingcheng is 5 days. Does he come twice a year for this reason? Cao Xingzhou shook his head. Certainly not. The Minister of War is extravagant, accompanied by dozens of eunuchs each time. They would stay for 10 days to half a month, indulging themselves and then sending the eunuchs to collect money. As the old proprietress spoke, He Xingxiang took notes, though some details were too distasteful to articulate elegantly. At that moment, Cao Xingzhou understood why the old proprietress had initially been reluctant to speak. The Minister of War represented the military of Daqian, and should this matter surface, it would also tarnish the military's reputation. Sometimes, military officials care more about their image than civil servants. Although the Minister of War held a civilian position, he managed the military officers of Daqian, and if this incident were to emerge, they too would face public disdain, significantly diminishing the army's loyalty to Daqian. So, all officials in Lingcheng are essentially complicit in the corruption at the Zhu Honglu? Cao Xingzhou inquired, furrowing his brow. The severity of the situation far exceeded his expectations. He hastily instructed He Xingxiang to deliver the completed memorial to Jiang Ce's military camp, emphasizing the need for him to convey the details personally if necessary. He Xingxiang obeyed and departed, leaving Cao Xingzhou in silence. The old proprietress observed him calmly sipping tea at the table and felt a wave of relief. My lord, am I free of troubles? What further troubles do you seek? Cao Xingzhou replied coldly, casting her a disdainful glance. What about the girls in my establishment? The old proprietress tentatively asked. These renowned courtesans, each exquisite and graceful, had been trained at great expense, mastering music, chess, literature, and even dance, significantly contributing to the Zhuhong Lu's profits. Naturally, she wished to keep such talented individuals under her control. Are they your daughters? No. Then why concern yourself with them? Cao Xingzhou's words left the old proprietress momentarily speechless. My lord, if it pleases you, you may take 2 of the girls with you, and the rest can remain at the Zhuhong Lu, she suggested, attempting to ingratiate herself. I conduct my affairs without needing a commoner's counsel. You might as well become the governor yourself, Cao Xingzhou retorted, his irritation palpable. He was here to oversee the raid, not to indulge in frivolity. Outside the city of Lingcheng, within a military tent, Jiang Ce had just received the memorial delivered by He Xingxiang. However, He Xingxiang did not dare to enter, unsure of how to address Jiang Ce, and fearing for his life given the presence of the rebel emperor of the Ming Dynasty within, while he himself was still on Daqian's payroll. After reading the memorial, Jiang Ce's expression was exceptionally peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he could leverage the Zhuhong Lu raid to craft a significant narrative. He considered drafting a letter of admonishment in Cao Xingzhou's name, using the Minister of War's lecherous deeds as a starting point to vehemently criticize his negligence towards military affairs and embezzlement of military funds. Thus, on the surface, the ire was directed at the Minister of War, yet in reality, it was the powerful Zhao Yi who bore the brunt of the criticism. Moreover, with such a staggering number of corruption cases emerging, Zhao Yi would undoubtedly use the Minister of War as a scapegoat to set an example. Even if he had no desire to execute him, he would be compelled to do so, given the minister's egregious greed. The punishment of the 9 clans would be considered a minor transgression. However, by eliminating the Minister of War, Zhao Yi would jeopardize his own position of power. In the grand bureaucracy of Daqian, how many officials could be deemed incorruptible? Each held varying degrees of ill-gotten gains. These corrupt officials, who once believed that Zhao Yi, with his ambitions for power, was an ally, would soon find themselves betrayed. Zhao Yi's faction, in a bid for self-preservation, would inevitably distance themselves from him. Furthermore, with such a scandal within the Ministry of War, the military generals of Daqian would be reluctant to take orders from civil officials, preferring instead to heed the counsel of trusted veteran generals. In summary, the turmoil within Daqian was indeed of grave significance. Chapter 86. The Invasion of the Wokou. Master, these citizens of the Southern Dynasty are utterly exhausted and unable to move. What shall we do? Asked the aide of Dakang Yilang, scratching his head. It had been hoped that these 800 Southerners could serve as frontline soldiers to instill fear in the Ming army. However, they found themselves unable to proceed, even 20 li from Lingcheng. Even the application of whips yielded only pitiful cries of despair from those who refused to rise and advance. Fools, provide them with sustenance. If they cannot see Lingcheng before nightfall, you may as well return to Dongying. Dakang Yilang barked in anger. Yes, master. I shall attend to it at once. The aide forced a smile, harboring inner resentment, for the military order dictated that only the master could allocate supplies. None would dare act without his approval. Feed them. Let them gorge themselves, even if it be to their demise. The aide swiftly ordered the distribution of coarse grains before them, commanding that they consume it. Yet, the citizens merely glanced at the food, displaying no inclination to act. Even with their bellies rumbling from hunger, they remained motionless, aware that the Wokou intended to use them against their own kin, stirring a profound discomfort within them. The Wokou, numerous in number and holding their children captive, dared not confront them, opting instead to remain stationary, enduring blows and insults without budging. The aide, incensed, hurried back to Dakang Yilang to report, Master, these Southerners are resolute in their hunger strike, impeding our march. At this rate, we shall not reach Lingcheng before dark, nor even by tomorrow morning. Dakang Yilang shot the aide a fierce glare. Why show mercy to these Southerners? If they refuse to move, they have families, do they not? Capture one as an example. Bring me a child. Yes, master. Soon, the aide returned, kicking and shoving a boy of about 10 years. Bah! Wokou vile. As the boy approached, Dakang Yilang was met with a spit from the child. The aide's expression darkened, and he slapped the boy harshly, exclaiming, You seek death. How dare you show disrespect to our master? The aide's reprimand was halted by Dakang Yilang's raised hand, who then smiled coldly and led the boy to the front lines. The aide felt a chill as he observed Dakang Yilang's demeanor shift. He understood the master was genuinely enraged. Forcefully, he dragged the boy to stand before the southern citizens. Son, the boy's parents, upon seeing him, were instantly moved to tears. The boy, noticing their disheveled state and emaciated faces, also began to weep. Father, mother. The boy attempted to rush towards them, but was restrained by the aide. The parents, too, sought to protect their child, only to be held down by the surrounding wokou. Such familial harmony, such affection. Daqian Ilang mocked coldly as he seized the boy's shoulder, turning to face the parents. Will you move or not? Release my son, the father roared, his eyes blazing with hatred directed at Daqian Ilang. With a disdainful snort, Daqian Ilang twisted the boy's ear and delivered 3 resounding slaps. Each strike sent tremors through the hearts of the boy's parents. Witnessing their son's swollen face and blood-streaked eyes filled them with dread. We will go, they cried, pleading for mercy, as did the frightened citizens behind them, fearful for their own children's fates. It is too late. Daqian Ilang beckoned the aide, signaling for a samurai sword. The aide complied, drawing it from his waist and handing it to Daqian Ilang. No, please, no. The father, realizing the impending horror, screamed in despair. Daqian Ilang's expression remained impassive as he thrust the blade into the boy's abdomen, causing his intestines to spill forth. The boy crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach, murmuring a few words before his eyes glazed over, marking the end of his life. More painful than the boy's demise were the anguished parents, their eyes filled with rage. My son, fear not. I shall reunite your family in death. Daqian Ilang proclaimed as he approached the parents, who were firmly held down by the wokou, rendered immobile. We shall haunt you even in death, cursed wokou. They shouted through gritted teeth, their voices laced with determination and hatred. Ghosts. Even ghosts fear my 100,000-strong army. Daqian Ilang laughed heartily, driving the sword into their throats, ending their lives. Straightening his posture, he casually discarded the bloodied sword onto the ground, inhaling deeply as he surveyed the terrified faces of the southern citizens before him. Observing their expressions of fear and distress, he chuckled coldly. Did you truly believe I intended for you to engage those southern soldiers? I merely wished to use your pathetic lives to vex them. However, should you provoke me, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you southern folk without a moment's thought. Daqian Ilang spat vehemently, regarding the band of feeble southern rebels as unworthy of his elaborate efforts. Offering you provisions out of goodwill, and yet you show ingratitude, then do not partake at all. He scoffed with disdain. The citizens of the southern dynasty, upon witnessing this, were filled with a mix of astonishment and fear, and dared not disobey. Thus they continued their journey in silence. Daqian Ilang observed their submissiveness with a series of cold laughs. These frail southerners would not heed reason until blood was shed, truly despicable. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. His subordinate hastily approached, eager to flatter. As he picked up a bloodied katana from the ground with disdain, it would have been better to eliminate them outright, rather than delay our march. He remarked with a curl of his lip. In his view, the Ming army had merely caught them off guard. Had they not appeared so unexpectedly during their assault on Lingchong, they would not have suffered defeat. Furthermore, with nightfall approaching and darkness enveloping, the firearms of the Ming army would be rendered useless. What could they possibly use to combat us? This counteroffensive must be executed with caution, Daqian Ilang suddenly declared. These southerners harbor treachery and must be watched closely to prevent sabotage within our ranks. I shall provide you with 3,000 warriors. You are to form an elite vanguard unit to oversee them. As the frontline assault team, be prepared for surprise attacks at all times, he commanded. Master, 3,000 is hardly sufficient. The subordinate protested, visibly displeased. A vanguard unit, dare I say, is akin to a death squad. With only 3,000 warriors, it is no different from courting death. I am not foolish enough to accept such a fate. At most, I shall grant you 5,000. Assemble them immediately. As we are not far from Lingcheng. Daqian Ilang frowned. Understood. Though still somewhat reluctant, the subordinate did not intend to truly seek death. After all, during the fray, he could always retreat to safety, and perhaps they would not be unable to contend with the Ming army after all. Chapter 87. Strategies set. All of you gather here. The subordinate called over several minor lords, his expression irritable as he gestured impatiently. The master has ordered me to assemble a vanguard unit of 5,000. Therefore, you must relinquish all your troops from my command. The subordinate boasted, wielding authority like a tiger with a fox's cunning. He knew these minor lords would not dare to question the master, so he boldly demanded their finest warriors. The master had explicitly stated the need for 5,000 warriors for the vanguard, yet he had not prohibited the enlistment of the minor lords' personal troops. The minor lords exchanged glances, their expressions troubled. The elite warriors in their possession were fiercely loyal, each sharing blood ties with them. For them to part with their men at this moment was met with great reluctance. What? Do you intend to defy the master's orders? The subordinate snorted, his gaze piercing. The minor lords scratched their heads in dismay, their faces reflecting their inner turmoil. Though the name of the vanguard unit sounded impressive, in truth, it was no different from the front lines composed of southern citizens, Both were merely fodder for slaughter. Did the master truly state the requirement for 5,000 warriors for the vanguard? One inquired. 5,000 is no small number. Is it not excessive for an assault team? Should you have doubts, take them to the master, the subordinate replied impatiently. Dare we? Before long, the subordinate had assembled a vanguard unit comprised entirely of 5,000 elite warriors. He strutted proudly as their captain, leading the way while supervising the 800 southern citizens. The already fearful and exhausted populace, upon seeing a throng of warriors behind them, grew even more anxious and hastened their pace towards Lingcheng. Each of them secretly hoped that the officials of Lingcheng would come to their rescue. Outside the walls of Lingcheng, Yao Guangxiao and Qi Jiguang arrived at Jiang Ce's tent. Qi Jiguang remained steadfast in his original strategy, strongly advocating for an ambush on either side of the pirates, employing the formation of the Divine Machine Battalion for concentrated fire against their center. Your Majesty, we cannot afford to linger too long at Lingcheng. The provisions abandoned along the way have yet to be recovered, and now there is little in the way of resources within Lingcheng. The daily supplies consumed by our 100,000 troops are not to be underestimated, Qi Jiguang declared. This method, though fraught with risk, allows us to annihilate the pirates with minimal losses, preserving the bulk of our fighting strength for either the expedition to Daqian's capital or a return to Xuanwu Pass. Qi Jiguang was focused on achieving a swift resolution, believing that delay was inadvisable. Jiang Ce understood this point, yet he had personally taken command in this expedition. Viewing the defeat of the pirates as merely one aspect of his mission, the other vital element was to proclaim the nation's might, both to the pirates and to Daqian. Your Majesty, I believe this course is unwise. The pirates are inherently brutal, as evidenced by their previous counterattacks. Should we drive them too hard, they may resort to desperate measures, and while our army can withstand their assault, we must be wary of their cunning tactics to split their forces and launch a surprise attack on Lingcheng. In that case, even if you defeat the pirates, they may still inflict damage upon Lingcheng, rendering your personal expedition a mockery, Yao Guangxiao cautioned. Both parties presented valid points from their respective standpoints, and Jiang Ce pondered for a moment, observing the two men. Lingcheng still had over 4,000 well-trained private soldiers when the battle commenced. I shall dispatch an additional 10,000 from the Divine Machine Battalion to remain in Lingcheng, together with the private soldiers and some militia. They should not fear a pirate surprise attack. The pressing issue, however, remains how to address the pirates' counteroffensive. Although we previously eliminated over 10,000, more than 80,000 remain, and they have now reorganized their ranks. Their combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. The pirates are not akin to the Jin army. When the Jin forces scatter, they retreat to their own territory. The pirates, however, cannot swim back to Dongying. Should they flee, they will inevitably seek refuge in other cities, thereby endangering the lives of the southern populace. The chaos wrought by the pirates is no trifling matter. Qi Jiguang and Yao Guangxiao also contemplated this dilemma. The impending clash with the Wokou tonight seems unavoidable. However, the darkness of night may diminish the advantages of the Shinji camp. In the vast expanse of night, even pursuing fleeing soldiers proves challenging, making it difficult to eradicate all Wokou in one fell swoop. Your Majesty, what if we adopt a defensive strategy instead of an offensive one? Qi Jiguang suggested with cupped hands. The Shinji camp excels in formation combat and is ill-suited for open field battles outside the city. Given the Wokou's remarkable mobility and aggressiveness, why not feign a weakness, enticing them into the city for close combat? Moreover, within the city, we are on familiar ground. By igniting bonfires at various locations, we would not obstruct the vision of the soldiers of the Shinji camp, preserving our advantage in firepower. Oh, Jiang Ce and Yao Guangxiao exchanged glances, finding this approach feasible. However, engaging in battle within the city would inevitably disturb the local populace, Jiang Ce mused. Your Majesty, we can confine the battlefield to the vicinity of the city gates, and at worst, we could station several thousand soldiers from the Shinji camp at key routes to prevent the Wokou from fleeing in disarray. Furthermore, the private armies of local gentry could also be utilized, Yao Guangxiao suggested, his eyes gleaming. Surrounding and annihilating the Wokou is indeed an excellent strategy. Agreed. Jiang Ce decisively established the strategy, issuing orders for the entire army to dismantle their encampments and move into Lingcheng. Understood. Qi Jiguang and Yao Guangxiao joyfully accepted their orders and exited the tent. The military orders swiftly disseminated, and the army efficiently packed up their tents, forming a long line as they entered Lingcheng. Outside, He Xingxiang, who was observing, noticed this scene and felt a sudden jolt in his heart, unsure of the cause. Hurried back to Zhuhonglu to report to Cao Xingzhou. My lord, this is bad. He Xingxiang panted, his already frail body further drenched in sweat. What has caused such alarm? Cao Xingzhou casually blew on the steam rising from his teacup and took a sip. The Deming army has entered the city. So what if they have? Why the fuss? Cao Xingzhou replied nonchalantly. Taken aback by Cao Xingzhou's reaction, he Xingxiang stammered. Are you not worried about their entry disturbing the citizens? There are still 300,000 displaced people in our city. If these desperate souls resort to seizing the provisions of the Daming army, Lingqing will be doomed. Cao Xingzhou scoffed. 300,000 refugees will not pose a problem for the Daming army. Their presence in the city will deter the Wokou from daring to attack. Rest assured. My lord, that is not the way to see it. Before he Xingxiang could voice his concerns, an old courtesan beside Cao Xingzhou interjected. The Daming army is a band of rebels. Can they truly withstand the Wokou? In my view, their entry signifies fear of the Wokou's advance, seeking refuge behind the walls of Lingqing. Otherwise, if those rebels were truly formidable, why would they be frightened into the city? The old courtesan remarked with a sarcastic tone. How intriguing. Cao Xingzhou shot a cold glance at the old courtesan. Are you suggesting that 100,000 soldiers of the Daming army fear this group of Wokou? My lord, you are aware that the Wokou have recently massacred Jiaqing. Moreover, Jiaqing is guarded by our Daqian generals, and if they could not withstand the Wokou, how could these rebels fare any better? The old courtesan scoffed. Their impression of the Daming army remains rooted in the early days of Jiang Ce's rebellion. Many citizens of Daqian are only aware of the rebellion at Xuanwu Pass, with little knowledge of the Daming army's true strength. Only the common folk in the capital of Daqian truly grasped the formidable prowess of the Daming army. The northern expeditions to Yanyun, the conquest of Hurut City, and the suppression of the Wokou. These endeavors are beyond the current capabilities of Daqian. Yet, the old courtesan of Zhuhong Lu still perceives Daqian as a flourishing great nation. In reality, following the poisoning of the Duke of State at Xuanwu Pass and the assumption of power by Prime Minister Zhao Yi, Daqian has been teetering on the brink of demise. Unfortunately, the common people of Daqian remain oblivious to this fact. Cao Xingzhou raised an eyebrow, amused by the old courtesan's remarks. Had she witnessed the Daming army repel the Wokou like celestial soldiers, she would not speak such ignorant words. Those with a modicum of intelligence, upon seeing the fully armed Xinji camp behind them, would not dismiss the Daming army so lightly. The starkest comparison lies in the fact that the Wokou are clad in mere rattan armor, their most formidable weapon being a sword just over a meter long. Even the hundreds of bows and crossbows in their ranks were plundered from Jiaqing. In contrast, the Xinji camp is equipped with firearms in every soldier's hand, and their iron armor can withstand a quarter hour of relentless strikes from the Wokou without yielding. In addition to the devastating firepower of their guns, they possess longbows and crossbows among other formidable weaponry. Beyond the disparity in equipment, the commander of Daming, Qi Jiguang, is not a mediocre figure like Dakong Ailong. Moreover, the seamless coordination of the 100,000 soldiers in the Xinji camp far surpasses that of the Wokou. At the sound of a command, the various units of the Xinji camp can swiftly respond, executing their leader's orders in battle. In contrast, Dakong Ailong's decision-making process requires filtering through several layers of subordinates, resulting in a response time that pales in comparison to that of the Xinji camp. The two armies are not even in the same league. Were it not for Jiang Ce's consideration of the citizens of Lingqing and the possibility of fully annihilating the Wokou to uphold the prestige of the Daming, these Wokou would have already been exterminated by the Xinji camp by afternoon. Before the battle even commenced, they would have already diminished their own morale while elevating that of their adversaries. Indeed, you are truly the exemplary citizens of the southern dynasties, Cao Xingzhou remarked with a sneer. The old courtesan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she awkwardly scratched her chin. My lord, I speak no falsehood. You are well aware of the Wokou's ferocity. Furthermore, they are numerous, rumored to number around 100,000. If it were not for your leadership of the militia in Lingqing against the Wokou, how could the Daming rebels so easily repel them? The old courtesan subtly flattered Cao Xingzhou, hoping to curry favor with a smile. Little did she know, this flattery backfired. At this moment, veins throbbed at his temples as he reflected on the loss of 8,000 militiamen, only to have taken down a mere 1,000 invaders. And yet he was being told that the glory belonged to him. Suddenly, Cao Xingzhou fixed an intense gaze upon the brothel madam, his murderous intent palpable. I shall grant you the opportunity to rephrase your words. Upon hearing this, the madam was momentarily taken aback, utterly confused as to where she had offended him. Her mind raced as she reconsidered her phrasing. My lord, I misspoke. That group of Ming traitors has usurped your achievements. Otherwise, you would not be serving as the governor in Lingqing. Repelling the invaders is indeed a significant feat. Perhaps you could even be summoned to the capital as a vice minister. She flattered with a sycophantic smile. Huh. Cao Xingzhou's smile was devoid of warmth. He Tongpan, take her out and beat her. 20 strokes, and make them count. Yes. He Xingxiang waved his hand, and 2 soldiers from the Xinji camp immediately seized the madam by her shoulders. The madam, bewildered, soon realized her predicament and began to wail. My lord, this is an injustice. Have I truly offended you? Cao Xingzhou turned a deaf ear, coldly watching as she was dragged away. Soon, The air was filled with her piercing screams from outside the building. Tongpan, how is the progress with the gentry's confiscation? Cao Xingzhou gently set down his teacup and inquired of Xingxiang. Reporting to my lord, the gentry initially intended to resist, but upon witnessing the might of the Xinji camp, they all succumbed. In another hour, we should be able to assess how much each of the three families has hoarded. Moreover, the private soldiers under their command have already been incorporated into the Xinji camp under the leadership of several captains, Xingxiang reported earnestly, bowing in respect. Cao Xingzhou nodded with a smile, a hint of indifferent malice flickering in his eyes. Once we deal with these three landowners, we shall turn our attention to those corrupt officials. He commanded Xingxiang to provide him with paper and ink. And he inscribed a chilling decree. Those who fail to gather at the Red Pavilion before dusk shall face extermination of their entire clan. A brief yet ominous statement. It exuded a palpable aura of death. Xingxiang's expression tightened as he read it. My lord, they may not comply. There is less than a quarter of an hour until darkness falls. Better yet, Cao Xingzhou replied coldly with a smile. Their disobedience presents me with the perfect opportunity to eradicate their households. I shall take my leave and attend to this matter at once. Xingxiang did not dare delay. Hastily exiting the Red Pavilion. In less than 15 minutes, all officials in Lingcheng, regardless of rank, except those dispatched on official business, had gathered at the Red Pavilion. Upon entering, they were immediately intimidated by the 2,000 soldiers of the Xinji camp accompanying Cao Xingzhou. Witnessing the madam nearly beaten to death outside only heightened their trepidation. However, they paid little heed, believing that Cao Xingzhou, like them, was merely a government official. Even though he held the position of governor, a third-rank official, they thought that he would need to report to the court before taking any action against them. Without orders from above, he could not touch them. My governor, what a delightful gathering today. What brings you to the Red Pavilion for a visit? They remained unaware that the gentry had already been apprehended, mistakenly believing that Cao Xingzhou had finally come to his senses and decided to join their corrupt ranks. With this thought, smiles spread across the faces of the officials as they exchanged knowing glances with Cao Xingzhou. Indeed, no official could resist the allure of wealth. Furthermore, dragging a virtuous official into their corrupt practices was something they had always relished. My lord, we've heard that the top courtesan here is exceptionally lovely. Shall we summon her to entertain you? I assure you, the experience will be unforgettable. One official rubbed his hands together, approaching with a raised brow in anticipation of favor. Cao Xingzhou simply regarded him with a smile that lacked sincerity. How many years have you served as an official? Reporting to my lord, it has been 8 years. Has the court treated you harshly? Reporting to my lord, the court has been very generous to me. The official scratched his head, perplexed as to why Cao Xingzhou was asking these questions. Since the court treats you well, why then do you choose to be a corrupt official? Is it that your salary is insufficient, or have you simply grown insatiably greedy? Chapter 89. Open the city gates and kill. Cao Xingzhou's words sent a shockwave through all the officials present in the Red Pavilion. Do not call me my lord. Drag them all out and give them 50 strokes. Cao Xingzhou did not even bother to lift his eyelids, waving his hand dismissively as cries of injustice erupted from the officials. Would they survive such a punishment? Yet, Cao Xingzhou paid no heed to their pleas. Dozens of soldiers from the Xinji camp dragged the officials out. Soon, wails echoed from outside the Red Pavilion. The confiscation of the brothel was more than halfway complete, and Cao Xingzhou meticulously drafted a memorial, ordering it to be delivered to Jiang Ce's tent. Jiang Ce had already moved his military tent within Lingqing. Upon receiving the memorial, Jiang Ce skimmed through it, and, finding Cao Xingzhou's actions decisive and without error, stored it away. His focus remained on the eradication of the invaders. Your Majesty, the large tents outside have all been dismantled, and 100,000 soldiers of the Xinji camp have fully settled in Lingqing. According to intelligence from the Jinyue, the invaders will likely reach Lingqing in approximately half an hour, Qi Jiguang reported as he entered the tent, bowing respectfully. Dispatch orders for the entire army to prepare for battle, and do not remove armor to rest. Additionally, verify that the gunpowder supplies for the firearms and artillery of the Xinji camp are sufficient, Jiang Ce commanded. Understood. I shall take my leave. Qi Jiguang acknowledged and exited. In the fields 10 miles from Lingqing, the invaders continued their march. Master, scouts have reported. We are just 10 miles from Lingqing, where the gates are tightly shut, and the Ming forces are all holed up inside. No torches are visible on the city walls. They may well be sound asleep. His deputy, elated, approached Daqian Yilong, delivering the news. Oh, Daqian Yilong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he observed the lax defenses of Lingcheng, clearly unaware of our impending resurgence. It appears that the military prowess of that band of Daqian rebels is rather lacking, he chuckled heartily. His aide chimed in, remarking that their retreat into the city was a clear sign of fear towards our warriors. As night quickly approached, the rebels' firearms had become mere scrap metal. Would they dare to engage us now? Upon hearing this, Daqian felt the tide of victory was assured, and he relaxed entirely. Convey my orders. The entire army must hasten their pace and reach Lingcheng before darkness falls. He commanded. By the way, how is the vanguard of warriors I instructed you to assemble? The aide confidently patted his chest, declaring, My lord, I have formed an elite charge unit of 5,000. Upon our arrival at Lingcheng, I shall personally lead them in the assault. With the lessons learned from the previous difficult siege, he was cautious this time, seeking only a swift conquest of Lingcheng. The outcome rests upon you, Daqian said, giving his aide a hearty pat on the shoulder with a smile. Your Majesty, I have deployed the recently recruited private soldiers of Lingcheng to patrol the city walls as per your instructions, reported a Jin captain within the military tent. Atop the city walls stood gentry private soldiers donned in rudimentary gear, brandishing torches as they patrolled. These armaments were custom-made by the gentry from craftsmen, rather than the iron armor of the Xunjiang, and were of poor quality. Merely a thin layer of wrought iron. Even if the Wokou sent scouts, they would not mistake these men for soldiers of the Xunjiang. Furthermore, to prevent any unusual discoveries by the Wokou, Jiang Ce had even commanded Qi Jiguang to temporarily stow away the red dragon flag until the battle commenced. Well done. Where are the Wokou now? Jiang Ce inquired. Your Majesty, the Wokou have reached within 5 miles of Lingcheng. On their march, they captured some, but many have perished due to the intense pace of their journey, the captain responded. Additionally, the Wokou have formed a charge unit of approximately 5,000. All of them elite. Listening to the words of the Jin captain, Jiang Ce nodded slightly, his inner fury surging. It seemed that this group of Wokou was truly unrepentant. Summon Qi Jiguang, he commanded. Yes. The Jin captain had scarcely left when he returned leading Qi Jiguang into the military tent. Your servant pays respects to your Majesty. Qi Jiguang bowed. The Xunjiang is well stocked with gunpowder, though we are somewhat lacking in provisions. I have already dispatched units to address this. Jiang Ce acknowledged him, General Qi. The Wokou have assembled a vanguard of warriors, and they have also captured 800 citizens of the Southern Dynasty to serve as frontline soldiers. I wish to know your strategy for this situation. Frontline soldiers? Qi Jiguang's expression faltered. Your Majesty, in the heat of battle, collateral damage is unavoidable. The implication was clear. In the chaos of war, how could one ensure the safety of those 800 Southern Dynasty citizens? Jiang Ce remained silent, grappling with his conscience. He wished to preserve the lives of those citizens, yet he understood the near impossibility of such a task. Conflict would inevitably lead to casualties. With a gentle sigh, he pondered how to counter the Wokou's vanguard. I have just learned that this vanguard consists of 5,000 elite troops. Their combat capabilities are not to be underestimated. Upon hearing that they would engage the Wokou, Qi Jiguang's spirits lifted. Your Majesty, you worry too much. No matter how elite the Wokou may be, if we arrange our troops in a flying geese formation, a single volley could turn even heavy iron armor to mere sieve, let alone those Wokou clad in light armor. Your Majesty, the Wokou are upon us. Just as the two were deliberating their strategy, another Jin captain rushed in with urgent news. So soon? Jiang Ce's brow furrowed. Your Majesty, they deemed the 800 Southern Dynasty citizens a hindrance to their march and executed them, discarding their bodies in the wilderness. The vanguard is now advancing towards Lingcheng. Jiang Ce coldly snorted. Since they have arrived, none shall depart. Had Yao Guangxiao been present, he would have recognized the deadly intent radiating from Jiang Ce. Your Majesty, as the sovereign, it is your duty to lead the charge against the enemy. The morale boost from your presence is already significant. There is no need for you to engage directly. Jiang Ce smiled icily. I will not quell my frustrations without slaying a few Wokou. With that, he shed his yellow robe, donned his battle armor, and checked his red sky sword before striding out of the military tent. Qi Jiguang, you shall lead 3,000 cavalry from the Xunjiang. If they can form a vanguard, so can I. Jiang Ce's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Understood. Swiftly, 3,000 cavalry from the Xunjiang followed Qi Jiguang, awaiting orders behind the city gates. Open the gates. Let us charge. Jiang Ce drew his red sky sword, pointing it towards the heavens as he bellowed. Qi Jiguang and the 3,000 cavalry surged forth like ferocious tigers descending from the mountain. At that moment, outside Lingcheng, the Wokou's vanguard, witnessing the city gates wide open, initially rejoiced, believing Lingcheng was capitulating. However, upon closer inspection, they saw 3,000 armored cavalry swiftly charging out. Akin to celestial soldiers descending from the heavens, their might overwhelming as they advanced. The thunderous sound of iron hooves striking the ground resonated in their ears like the roar of thunder. Chapter 90. The outcome is assured. Charge. The 3,000 cavalry of the Xunjiang burst forth from the city gates, advancing towards the Wokou not far ahead. Their formidable presence was palpable, and the distance of several hundred meters was quickly closed by the galloping steeds. though night had not yet fully descended. The towering shadows added a heavy sense of impact to their charge. Qi Jiguang led at the forefront, wielding a long blade, spurring his horse forward into the ranks of the Wokou. The vanguard, initially elated at their numerical superiority, was taken aback by Qi Jiguang's ferocity. He fought valiantly, refusing to retreat. Each time he pivoted, the forceful swing of his massive blade severed the head of a Wokou soldier. The 3,000 cavalry of the Shanjing, witnessing their commander leading by example with such valor, felt their spirits soar and joined the fray with fervor. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The deputy of Daqian Yilang, upon seeing this, felt his eyes nearly burst with urgency. However, as he attempted to retreat, he found himself ensnared by the cavalry. A retreat would disrupt their formation, and once the formation was in disarray, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the cavalry, leading to even greater casualties. The deputy clenched his teeth in frustration, unwilling to retreat further, and fervently shouted for the troops to tighten their ranks. Yet, how could Qi Jiguang allow him such ease? When his blade dulled, he would switch to a crossbow. When the bolts ran out, he would dismount and wield his sword, reveling in the fight. In less than a quarter of an hour, Qi Jiguang had slain over 10 foes. If he were to command the firearms in a flying geese formation, the number of enemies vanquished would surely exceed this. The pirates, observing Qi Jiguang drenched in blood, with even his black hair nearly stained red, felt their courage wane under the weight of his fearsome gaze. Jiang Ce, watching from the rear, furrowed his brow, realizing he had overestimated the combat capabilities of the pirates. Despite having meticulously crafted several strategies to eradicate the pirates, he found that this group, aside from their agility, possessed no significant advantages. But how could the pirates, limited to merely 2 legs, outmaneuver the cavalry at his command? The militia on the city tower could hear the clamor of battle below, a cacophony of violence that was overwhelming. Yet their limited vision prevented them from grasping the full scope of the battlefield, leaving them anxious and fearful. However, the 10,000 soldiers of the Shanjing within the city remained calm and composed, gradually finding solace. Jiang Ce surveyed the battlefield ahead, noting that the pirates were still managing to hold their ground against the 3,000 cavalry of the Shanjing. With a cold smile, he raised the reins and plunged into the fray. Your Majesty, Qi Jiguang, seeing the emperor join the battle, swung his blade to parry a pirate's sword before galloping to his side. Your Majesty, you need not concern yourself with this trivial skirmish. Allow the soldiers to handle it, lest you risk injury to your esteemed person. Qi Jiguang wiped the blood from his face. Jiang Ce laughed heartily, declaring, I have journeyed from Xuanwu Pass to Lingqing not to merely assume the role of a commander. With that, he gripped his Qi Shao sword tightly and charged into the battlefield. The speed of Jiang Ce's steed was unparalleled, and his swordsmanship was exceedingly fierce, causing the pirates to wail in despair wherever he went. Many pirates, upon seeing Jiang Ce's unique steed, abandoned their weapons and fled in terror, unwilling to confront him. Emboldened, Jiang Ce thought of the pirates' past misdeeds and yearned to cut through their ranks directly to claim Daqian Yilang's head. Qi Jiguang, witnessing the emperor fight valiantly, felt his own battle spirit surge, while also keeping an eye on Jiang Ce's safety as he fought fiercely against the enemy. The vanguard of 5,000 elite samurai could not withstand the assault from the 3,000 Shanjing soldiers for even 3/4 of an hour, suffering the loss of 2,000 men, not counting the deserters. It's over. We're doomed. The deputy's eyes burned red. He wished to lead his men to break through, but all he could see were the figures of Shanjing soldiers, with no gaps to exploit for an escape. The thought of perishing alongside the vanguard filled him with bitterness. Follow me, we will fight our way out, he bellowed, managing to rekindle a flicker of fighting spirit among the surrounding pirates. However, no matter how he led his troops to break through, they were firmly obstructed by the enemy cavalry, unable to escape. Damn it, we'll fight them, the deputy growled, gritting his teeth. Yet, fervor alone could not alter the already established course of battle. The vanguard was still being slaughtered like livestock by the Shanjing soldiers. Even Jiang Ce, who later joined the fray, claimed dozens of pirate heads. Qi Jiguang, command the 10,000 soldiers of the Shanjing to exit the city for a field battle. Jiang Ce ordered in a deep voice. The combat effectiveness of the pirates was hardly formidable. Now was the perfect opportunity to annihilate them while the morale of the entire army was high. Additionally, inform Yao Guangxiao to take 5,000 swift cavalry to cut off the pirates' escape route. Not a single pirate must be allowed to escape. Jiang Ce commanded after cleaving a pirate's throat with his sword. Understood. Qi Jiguang hastily withdrew from the battlefield and entered Lingqing, briefly relaying the orders to Yao Guangxiao before leading the majority of the Shanjing troops out of the city. Meanwhile, Yao Guangxiao stealthily maneuvered to encircle the pirates' rear. In a moment, the soldiers led by Qi Jiguang, each holding a torch, waved the crimson dragon banner with great vigor. Bang! Once the firearms were in position, they did not even assume a flying geese formation. They raised their arms and fired, allowing the pirates no time to react. The twilight had not yet fully descended, so visibility remained relatively unobstructed. After a volley, the already disorganized pirate vanguard suffered further devastation, with the remaining 1,000 or so unable to form any substantial fighting force. Each pirate was consumed with thoughts of survival, determined to escape faster than their comrades behind them. However, Jiang Ce would not permit any pirate to survive. He commanded Qi Jiguang to pursue relentlessly, charging even when encountering a large contingent of pirates. At this moment, Daqian Yilang, still some distance from Lingsheng, finally received news of the vanguard engaging in battle with the Ming army. Hearing the reports, he felt incredulous that the Ming troops would dare to engage in close combat by opening the city gates. Just as a mocking smile appeared on his face, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. What is happening? Just as Daqian Yilang was about to chastise his men to maintain order and not to panic, he caught sight of several crimson dragon banners. What is going on? Daqian Yilang was taken aback. The enemy troops were advancing. His expression turned to one of alarm, as this was not the scene he had anticipated. Quickly, prepare the entire army to meet the enemy. Kill them all. In a moment of crisis, he could no longer afford to ponder and could only grit his teeth and order his entire army to charge. After all, he was quite confident in close combat. A lengthy procession of fire dragons subsequently shattered his confidence into fragments. Firearms. The battlefield ahead was ablaze with a continuous glow, so glaring under the dim sky. The fierce cries of both armies intermingled, reverberating into Daqian Yilang's heart like thunder. Chapter 91. The Great Qian Army marches south. The incessant sounds of gunfire erupted from the front lines. Daqian Yilang witnessed with dismay his once proud samurai being slaughtered like cattle by the Shinji camp, leaving him feeling desolate. Everyone, remain calm, Daqian Yilang shouted, his voice betraying a pallid tremor. In the face of such overwhelming power disparity, his commands as the head of the Daqian family were scarcely heeded by the Wokou. We must escape, survive the enemy's clutches. Fear gripped the hearts of every Wokou, as the relentless gunfire instilled a sense of hopelessness. Listening to the wails of the battlefield, Daqian Yilang managed a bitter smile, resigned to his fate. The disdain he once held for Jiang Ce now transformed into profound shock and despair. All troops retreat to the East Sea, embark for the land of the rising sun. He croaked. Without hesitation, he turned his steed eastward. The army was in disarray. Defeat was a certainty. Tens of thousands of Wokou could not hear his orders. Remaining would be tantamount to awaiting death. In the capital of the Great Qian, at the Prime Minister's residence, in his study, Zhao Yi, upon learning that the army was not far from Xuanwu Pass, felt a surge of optimism, effortlessly transcribing 3 calligraphy pieces without weariness. Jiang Ce, you and your family have tormented me for so long. Now is the time for you to repay the debt in full. As he copied, Zhao Yi chuckled coldly, envisioning the scene of Jiang Ce's severed head, his heart racing with excitement. With the resolution of his long-standing affliction, he would ultimately eradicate the traitorous rebels, earning merit in safeguarding the nation, thus ascending to the throne. At that moment, the Li dynasty would be renamed Zhao. Even if the common folk of the southern dynasty knew he was usurping power, what of it? History is always inscribed by the victors. Once he became emperor, he could narrate it as he pleased. My lord. Lu Mao's sudden intrusion startled Zhao Yi, causing him to jolt and glare at the chaotic ink stains on his calligraphy. What are you flustered about? Zhao Yi snapped, awakened from his reverie. Lu Mao, panting heavily with a flushed face, exclaimed, My lord, Jiang Ce. His words sparked a glimmer of interest in Zhao Yi's eyes. Jiang Ce? Has he finally been apprehended? He laughed heartily, glancing at the dragon robe in the corner of the study. At last, I shall don you today? No, my lord. Jiang Ce has led his troops to Lingsheng to battle the Wokou. Lu Mao finally caught his breath and clarified. Zhao Yi froze, staring at Lu Mao in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. You mean Jiang Ce has dispatched troops to confront the Wokou? Indeed, my lord. Zhao Yi fell silent for a protracted moment, abandoning his calligraphy as he tossed the brush aside, disregarding the ink stains on the paper. Go. Summon all officials in the capital to court. After pondering, Zhao Yi deduced that Jiang Ce's deployment against the Wokou was not out of benevolence, but rather a sinister design. My lord, where shall we convene the court? At the Prime Minister's residence, or the palace? Lu Mao inquired. I said to convene the court. Where else could it be? Zhao Yi fumed, nearly beside himself, glaring fiercely at Lu Mao. Lu Mao, taken aback, hurriedly departed the Prime Minister's residence to instruct the palace eunuchs to notify the officials. By the time the officials arrived at the court, Zhao Yi had long awaited their presence. Observing the Prime Minister pacing anxiously with his hands clasped behind his back, the officials exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if another significant event loomed. My lord, what is the purpose of today as court session? The senior minister of war asked, stepping forward to bow. What are your thoughts on Jiang Ce's campaign against the Wokou? Upon uttering this inquiry, silence enveloped the court. After a brief moment of profound stillness, a wave of agitation swept through. The ministers gasped, furrowing their brows in deep contemplation, ultimately breaking into cold laughter. My lord, Jiang Ce must have lost his senses to dispatch troops against the Wokou. Is he not courting his own demise? The Minister of War scoffed. We are well aware of the Wokou's ferocity. They have seized Jiaqing, wreaking havoc, growing stronger by the day. Even our great Qian regular army would incur significant losses to quell them. What of Jiang Ce and his band of traitors? The minister's remarks garnered agreement from the officials. As officials loyal to the great Qian dynasty, they firmly believed their army was invincible, far beyond the capabilities of Jiang Ce's rebels. With this realization, Zhao Yi felt a considerable weight lift from his tense spirit, and he began to smirk with satisfaction. Jiang Ce has chosen the path of self-destruction. Had he retained his forces at Xuanwu Pass, it might have taken much effort to subdue him. Now that he has sent troops to engage the Wokou, who are notoriously ruthless, his rebels will surely be met with annihilation. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, suppressing his excitement as he boldly declared, Minister of War, heed my command. I want you to mobilize all the great Qian armies immediately, march south to eradicate the rebels and the Wokou. The conflict between the rebels and the Wokou would undoubtedly be a relentless struggle. At that moment, his army could reap the benefits as they clashed. And once their strength dwindled, his forces would strike decisively, capturing them all. In doing so, he would secure his legacy as the savior of the nation, proving himself more worthy of the title of Emperor of the Great Qian. Furthermore, his reputation among the populace would undergo a complete transformation. At that point, it would be exceedingly difficult for him not to secure his position. Yes, my lord. The Minister of War replied eagerly. After court, I will dispatch the generals and soldiers to march south without delay. With only a few miles remaining to the East Sea, dawn was breaking. Jiang Ce and Qi Jiguang pursued the enemy through the night with an army of 100,000 from the Xinjiang, yet nearly 20,000 Wokou remained unvanquished. He could not help but admire the Wokou's remarkable ability to escape. Reflecting on the absurdity that such a feeble force could elude the might of the Daqian court, which could easily dispatch 80,000 cavalry to eradicate them. Meanwhile, they stood idle regarding the massacre at Jiaqing, which was truly outrageous. General Qi, remain vigilant for any Wokou attempting to break through our encirclement. Should even one manage to escape, dispatch cavalry to pursue them immediately. Understood. Your Majesty, ahead lies the coastline of the East Sea. They cannot flee far. Even if they plunge into the ocean, no matter how adept they are at swimming, they cannot return to Daqian, and will surely perish as souls adrift at sea. Qi Jiguang replied with a smile. After a night of bloodshed, Qi Jiguang's dark armor was already stained crimson with blood. Over time, the originally bright blood had congealed into dark red clots, emitting a pungent odor. Jiang Ce's appearance was scarcely better. His black hair was somewhat disheveled, and he too was smeared with blood. Even his yellow steed almost entirely dyed red, resembling a Qi horse at first glance. As the Xinjiang closed the distance to the fleeing Wokou, over 1,000 more fell to the might of the Deming army. Daqian Yilong repeatedly attempted to draw his katana and lead a counterattack, but upon witnessing the formidable Deming forces, fear gripped his heart, preventing him from daring to engage. As they neared the East Sea, Daqian Yilong felt a surge of excitement. If only he could board a ship. Once aboard, he could return to Daqian. After recuperating, he vowed to return to this land for vengeance. At the estuary, the sea surged violently, crashing against the sharp, unyielding rocks, sending forth alarming sprays of water. Daqian Yilong and a group of disarrayed Wokou found themselves cornered against the cliffside by the Xinjiang. Master, we have been defeated. Defeated by the Daqian rebels, I cannot accept this, lamented a young clan leader beside Daqian Yilong, his eyes filled with hatred. They had crossed an entire ocean, exhausting their family's wealth to arrive, believing that after slaughtering Jiaqing, they would embark on a path to resurgence. Yet their arrogance was swiftly met with the disastrous counterstrike of the Deming forces. Daqian Yilong too felt discontent. Having boasted before battle of his intent to seize the Daqian throne, only to now suffer losses, unsure even of his return to Daqian. Defeat is defeat. As the southern saying goes, 18 years hence, one may still become a hero. We, the samurai of Daqian, fear not death. Daqian Yilong spoke defiantly, yet in his dire straits, he dared not draw his blade against the Xinjiang, betraying his inner cowardice. Even now, he clung to a sliver of hope, believing he might survive. After all, he was the head of the Daqian family. If he feigned submission and pledged loyalty to the Daqian rebels, promising to return to Daqian with warriors to aid Deming in their assault on Daqian, Jiang Ce would surely acquiesce given the present predicament of Deming. However, Jiang Ce had not even laid eyes upon Daqian Yilong, issuing orders for Qi Jiguang to eradicate the remaining Wokou. As he faced death, Daqian Yilong could hardly believe that he, who had nearly unified most of Dongying, would perish beneath the spear of a Shenjing cavalryman. Oblivious to the visage of the enemy commander, "Your Majesty, none of the 100,000 Wokou survived." Qi Jiguang galloped to Jiang Ce's side, suppressing his excitement as he clasped his hands in salute. After so many years, he had finally realized his dream of exterminating the Wokou. Yet he understood that as long as Dongying existed, the Wokou would inevitably return. The slaughter of 100,000 was merely the beginning. Future strategies against the Wokou could not be overlooked. Both he and Jiang Ce were determined to prevent any resurgence of Wokou turmoil. Jiang Ce nodded with a smile. Feeling an unprecedented sense of elation, dispatch 5,000 cavalry to return to Lingcheng and secure the battlefield. The Wokou bodies need not be buried. They should be burned to prevent the outbreak of disease. Furthermore, gather all the discarded equipment and send it to Lingcheng as military supplies. With the battle concluded, the post-war tasks were essential, and Jiang Ce maintained a methodical control over the situation. He issued several military orders in succession. The soldiers, invigorated by their victory, felt no need for rest. "Go, summon Yao Guangxiao." Jiang Ce commanded a captain of the Jinyue. "Yes." Yao Guangxiao approached Jiang Ce and stood beside him, both gazing calmly at the dozens of seafaring vessels anchored by the East Sea. "Your Majesty, quelling the Wokou rebellion is no less a merit for the people of the Southern Dynasty than reclaiming territories such as Yanyun, perhaps even slightly greater." Yao Guangxiao bowed respectfully. Dozens of grand ships floated upon the vast ocean, a beautiful sight that brought joy and relaxation to Jiang Ce. Moreover, these vessels were spoils of war, laden with goods the Wokou had brought from Dongying yet to be unloaded. The Wokou rebellion was subdued far more easily than I had anticipated. "What are your thoughts on the forthcoming southern campaign?" Jiang Ce mused, initially envisioning the southern expedition and the Wokou conflict occurring simultaneously. Yet he had not expected to quell the Wokou disturbance within less than 10 days. "Your Majesty, I believe we should capitalize on the army's high morale and press forward to seize the Daqian capital. The intelligence of the Daqian court is significantly lagging behind us. They may not even react until we have encircled the capital. However, after several days of intense marching and combat, it is indeed time for the soldiers to rest. As the saying goes, nurturing soldiers for 1,000 days is for 1 moment of use. Overexerted soldiers will not only delay our advance, but also diminish their fighting spirit," Yao Guangxiao earnestly advised. Though quelling the Wokou had not demanded much effort, the sheer number of Wokou, amounting to 100,000, meant that even if they surrendered, the act of killing had left the soldiers utterly fatigued. Jiang Ce understood this well. The army of Daming has always adhered to the principle of sustaining warfare through warfare. Yet the term sustain does not merely imply indulgence in food and drink. Rather, it encompasses honing the soldiers' combat morale and obedience. The primary objective remains to acclimate the Grand Army to the high-intensity realities of the battlefield in advance. Otherwise, they may find themselves in a predicament akin to that of the Daqian army, which, despite being less than 100 miles from Jincheng to Xuanwu Pass, took several days to reach its destination. Orders were dispatched to clear the battlefield, tally the supplies from the Wokou, and then rest in place. The army had ample provisions of fine meat and wine. They were encouraged to partake, ensuring that the soldiers were not neglected. Jiang Ce spoke in a deep voice. Soon, the soldiers complied with the military orders, continuously transporting supplies from the Wokou ships. The harvested grain alone amounted to nearly 100,000 sure. Additionally, there were numerous cherry saplings and sea salt, specialties from the eastern islands. As for the local sake found aboard the vessels, Jiang Ce did not even cast a glance, commanding that it be poured out on the deck of the warships. Nevertheless, the greatest bounty extracted from the battlefield was the 20,000 jin of unrefined iron that the Wokou had deliberately left in the ship's hold for safety. This raw iron could later be transported back to Xuanwu Pass or Jincheng, where artisans could forge agricultural tools and weapons, further bolstering national strength. Once the spoils were accounted for, Jiang Ce set fire to dozens of large ships. Amidst the blazing light on the sea, the army was stationed along the coast. Cooking and making merry, everything appeared idyllic. "Your Majesty, the freshly grilled sea fish is exquisite," Qj Guing remarked, bringing a fish to Jiang Ce, who smiled and accepted it, savoring the delicacy. In the capital of Daqian, Zhao Yi attended court as usual. Unlike before, when he held court every 10 days, he now altered it to every 3 days. This change stemmed from a shift in mindset. Zhao Yi believed that Jiang Ce and the Wokou would engage in a mutually destructive confrontation, allowing him to ascend to the throne effortlessly, relishing the sensation of wielding supreme power. "Is there any petition today?" Zhao Yi inquired, hands clasped behind him, mimicking the imperial demeanor of the late Daqian emperor, speaking with an air of indifference. However, lacking the imperial robes, his aura appeared somewhat petty and comical. The officials below dared not address this matter directly, each choosing to remain silent. Noticing the absence of dialogue, Zhao Yi, pleased with his display of authority, was about to announce the dismissal of court when the Minister of War limped hurriedly into the hall. My lord, the Wokou have been defeated. Upon receiving the news, he leapt up from the table in shock, eager to report to Zhao Yi, but stumbled and fell clumsily. Despite his immense pain, he shouted loudly. What? Chapter 93. The rebel army surrounds the city. Speak clearly, how did the Wokou fall? Is it conceivable that the rebel army traveled thousands of miles to Lingsheng and still had the capacity to engage the Wokou in battle? Zhao Yi coldly reprimanded. His fury mingled with disbelief, leaving him dizzy. The court was enveloped in a profound silence. The officials rendered mute, their gazes fixed on the Minister of War. Though they lacked military knowledge, they were aware of the basics. One might wonder how 100,000 troops, fatigued from their arduous journey without rest, could possibly defeat the Wokou. This shattered their understanding. Humans are made of flesh and blood, requiring food, water, and sleep. Could it be that the rebel soldiers were made of iron, able to march on coal? My lord, the Wokou were indeed defeated. Moreover, their defeat was utterly devastating. It could be said that they were annihilated. The Minister of War replied, feeling deeply wronged. He had merely received a report from his subordinates and rushed to inform Zhao Yi, only to become the target of the Chancellor's ire. Annihilated? 100,000 Wokou. Just like that? Upon hearing this news, not only Zhao Yi but also the officials in attendance were equally alarmed. How many rebels were there? Zhao Yi suppressed his rage and inquired. Reporting to you, my lord, it should be less than 100,000, certainly not more. The Minister of War cautiously responded after a moment of deliberation. In reality, the information relayed by the scouts had not specified the number of rebels. It merely stated that the Daming army had triumphed against the Wokou despite being outnumbered. Yet, this succinct statement was sufficient to indicate that the rebel forces were formidable. At the very least, the Daqian army, comparable in strength to the Wokou, would also face a devastating defeat at the hands of Jiang Ce under similar circumstances. Moreover, intelligence often has a delay. By the time the news reached the capital from Lingsheng, it was possible that the rebel army had already regrouped and was advancing towards the imperial city. The Minister of War's statement sent shockwaves through the court. Expressions of astonishment were evident on everyone's faces, particularly among several literate officials who grasped the gravity of the situation more acutely than others. This was clear evidence that the nascent Daming, having only recently rebelled, had already attained the capability to contend with Daqian, even when Jiang Ce recaptured Yanyuan and other territories. Fully assembling his forces, it was not an unrealistic notion that he could seize the imperial city in a single day. At that time, every official in the Daqian court would be unable to escape the reckoning of Jiang Ce. The consequences would range from the annihilation of 3 clans to the extermination of 9. Regardless of the outcome, death was inescapable. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within the hearts of the officials. At that moment, Zhao Yi, upon hearing the news, anxiously paced back and forth, his expression fraught with unease. He had not anticipated that Jiang Ce could achieve such a decisive victory against the ferocious Wokou, seemingly without significant effort. In a moment of disorientation, he envisioned the grand scene of Jiang Ce's forces encircling the imperial palace, causing his legs to weaken. Impossible. Zhao Yi was drenched in cold sweat, attempting to convince himself to deny reality, insisting that the Wokou must have been caught off guard, and that the rebels had employed cunning tactics. Otherwise, how could the rebels, with their strength, annihilate the Wokou without facing any losses? Zhao Yi repeatedly shook his head in anger. His fervent outbursts naturally reached the ears of the officials below, who remained silent in response. Each understood that a victory for the rebels was indeed a victory. Regardless of the method of victory, Jiang Ce has triumphed. The fact that he can claim such a decisive victory indicates that the strength of the Wokou and the rebel forces is fundamentally not of the same caliber. My lord, I have a strategy. The Minister of War stepped forward, bowing as he spoke. Speak. Zhao Yi, in a fit of impatience, waved his sleeve and gestured to the minister. The rebel army has just experienced a significant victory and is still basking in the joy of their triumph. Thus they are likely to let their guard down. At this moment, if our forces were to pivot southward, we could catch them off guard. While we cannot guarantee the complete annihilation of the rebels, we can certainly inflict considerable damage upon them, the Minister of War boasted, citing theories from military texts. The officials in the hall had never set foot on a battlefield. Even the minister, who oversees the military affairs of Daqian, could only engage in armchair strategizing. In a state of desperation, upon hearing the minister's seemingly reasonable proposal, the eyes of the assembly brightened. Gentlemen, what do you think of this plan? Zhao Yi, having calmed somewhat, inquired of the officials below. The ministers exchanged glances, all of them deeming it feasible. My lord, the Minister of War's approach is commendable. The rebel army has suffered heavy losses in battle and their soldiers are utterly fatigued, making it the perfect time for our forces to strike. Moreover, Jiang Ce's other troops are scattered across Yanyun, and with our hundreds of thousands marching forth, reinforcements for the rebels will be impossible. The Minister of War stepped forward to add, shooting a fierce glare at the other minister, signaling him not to overshadow his authority and to inform him of any future strategies beforehand, lest he dream of claiming credit. The latter, realizing the implications, forced a bitter smile, understanding that he would face difficulties in the future. Very well. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment before decisively agreeing to the minister's suggestion. The Minister of War immediately began to mobilize all troops and commanded them to march southward to eradicate Jiang Ce's bandits. There is no time to waste. I authorize you to utilize the military tokens from all cities as you see fit, Zhao Yi commanded solemnly, determined to annihilate the rebels before they could recover. Otherwise, as long as Jiang Ce draws breath, the court shall know no peace. Yes, my lord. The Minister of War joyfully clasped his hands, envisioning the authority granted to him over the military tokens, striding forth with the confidence of a triumphant general commanding the battlefield. However, scarcely had the Minister of War departed when a eunuch hurriedly entered, twisting his body in haste, his voice sharp and tinged with panic. Chancellor, the rebel army has besieged the city. The urgency of his tone carried a hint of despair. Besieged. Suddenly, Zhao Yi and the court officials felt as if the sky were collapsing, all stricken with disbelief. Was it not said that the Wokou had just been defeated? Was it not said that the 100,000 rebels needed time to recuperate? Was it not said that Lingcheng was still far from the imperial capital? Yet here we are besieged. Each person, including Zhao Yi, felt their vision darken, with some whose mental fortitude was weaker collapsing to the ground, clutching their chests. Even Zhao Yi, his legs trembling, managed to hold himself upright. He understood better than anyone what awaited him should Jiang Ce capture the imperial capital. Having orchestrated the death of the Duke of the state, Jiang Ce would undoubtedly seek retribution. Furthermore, having served as chancellor for many years, he had not hesitated to employ severe punishments against those officials who defied him, such as flaying and dismemberment. The mere thought of experiencing such horrific tortures himself made Zhao Yi feel as though he could no longer contain himself, nearly losing control at that very moment. Quickly, summon the Minister of War back, he shouted in a panic. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall was one of utter desolation, with each face reflecting the terror and despair of impending death. Chapter 94, Tenghua. The rebel forces were at the city gates, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloping everyone's hearts. Lingcheng was over 500 miles away. How long had it been since Jiang Ce vanquished the Wokou? Could it be that the rebels had grown wings and could all fly? Zhao Yi's mind was a tumultuous storm, his molars nearly ground to dust. Although he was aware that the speed of intelligence transmission in Daqian was generally slow, surely it could not be this delayed. The rebel army had encircled the imperial capital, and he had only just received the news. Did this not proclaim to the world that he, Zhao Yi, governed in place of the emperor but was powerless to counter the rebels? Where was the Minister of War? Seeing the officials below, each one pale with anxiety, trembling as if ready to bury their heads in the ground, Zhao Yi was further incensed. The walls of the imperial capital were constructed with great magnificence and strength to safeguard the emperor and the powerful within. 500 miles may not seem far or close, but Jiang Ce, leading the Divine Machine Camp, had offloaded most of their supplies in Lingcheng and had been marching for 3 full days and nights. Aside from meals along the way, they had not slept a single moment. Such extraordinary marching speed exceeded the comprehension of all Daqian officials. The troops were already accustomed to high-intensity marches, and traveling without supplies was no challenge for them. The urgency of their advance stemmed from the fact that Su De and Li Guang awaited them outside the capital. Moreover, the Jinyui had been fervently publicizing Jiang Ce's personal expedition against the Wokou, and public support for Jiang Ce among the people of Daqian had reached its zenith. Thus, he had the audacity to march into the capital, even setting up camp just beneath the walls, with tents dotting the area. Not a single patrol soldier was stationed, as all were comfortably asleep within their tents, and he had the confidence to do so. The people's will. Even if Daqian's army wished to confront them, they would have to consider whether the citizens of the capital would approve. Furthermore, all of Daqian's forces were stationed at Xuanwu Pass and could not return in haste. I, your humble servant, pay my respects to your majesty. Su De and Li Guang entered the tent simultaneously, speaking in unison. After days apart, both gazed at the weathered Jiang Ce, their expressions filled with emotion and excitement. With such a wise ruler leading us, how could we not be strong? Your majesty, you have suffered, Su De expressed, bowing deeply. No need for formalities. Jiang Ce observed that the beards of the two men had grown considerably, and he chuckled softly, gesturing with his hand. The nearby Jin Wei Qian who understood and brought forth a basin of water. He inquired about the current situation in the imperial capital. Accepting the towel handed to him by Qian Hu, he wiped away the dust and sand while listening to Su De's report. Your majesty, The situation in the imperial capital is rather dire. Zhao Yi has implemented a repressive policy to control public opinion. Any citizen caught whispering on the streets is taken to the magistrate for punishment, and many tea houses and taverns within the city have shut down. Furthermore, there are only 20,000 imperial guards within the palace, and apart from them, the city has less than 5,000 soldiers, Suda reported respectfully. Jiang Ce wiped his face clean and tidied his disheveled hair, a slight frown creasing his brow. He possesses little capability, yet harbors significant control issues. He shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that the more Zhao Yi acted this way, the more he feared him. Moreover, having only 5,000 soldiers protecting an imperial city indicated that Zhao Yi had indeed lost his senses. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ce beckoned, and the Jin Wei Qian who approached him with a bow. Your Majesty, I grant you the title of envoy for the Great Ming. Accept this token. To see this token is to see me. Jiang Ce tossed a wooden token inscribed with the words as if I were present and stamped with a dragon seal for authenticity. You shall ride a slow, old horse and leisurely enter the palace through the city gates. Should anyone dare to obstruct you, reveal the token. If they still dare to stop you after witnessing the token, return and report to me. If no one impedes your passage, proceed to the court and utter a single phrase to Zhao Yi. Jiang Ce paused for emphasis. Remember, only one phrase before you return. Ask him, what surname does the empire bear? What surname does the empire bear? Suda and Li Guang exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. Your Majesty intends to seize the territory of Daqian. The character for Jiang originally signified rivers and seas, yet Jiang Ce bore the surname Jiang. Jiang Nantian's surname was also Jiang. To Jiang Ce, the empire ought to bear the surname Jiang. Jiang Ce was aware of how literary officials enjoyed engaging in intricate wordplay, and he was unperturbed by their games. No matter how they argued, it could not change the fact that the empire bore the surname Jiang. If Zhao Yi acknowledged this, in order to spare the lives of the citizens, he would refrain from confronting Jiang Ce. Jiang Ce would then regard him with a modicum of respect. However, if Zhao Yi failed to recognize this, he would have no one but himself to blame. Understood. Qian who accepted the command and deliberately chose the oldest, slowest horse to amble into the imperial city, heading towards the palace. As for why the soldiers on the city walls did not dare to obstruct him, upon witnessing the hundreds of thousands of troops outside the city, they had long since abandoned resistance. What was there to stop? The army could shoot arrows capable of slaying every soul in the city with ease. The Jin Wei Qian who meandered for a considerable time, and when he raised the crimson dragon flag, no one dared to impede his progress, allowing him to enter the court unhindered. Zhao Yi, the emperor bids me to ask you, what surname does the empire bear? After delivering his message, Qian who turned his horse around and departed, with no one daring to stop him. What surname does the empire bear? Zhao Yi pondered for a moment. The more he thought, the more his anger mounted, and veins throbbed at his temples. Jiang Ce had posed an unsolvable conundrum. As long as he refused to acknowledge that the empire bore the surname Jiang, the hundreds of thousands of troops outside would storm the palace in an instant, claiming his life. Yet, if he acknowledged it, how was that any different from signing his own death warrant? The officials present understood this dilemma, and panic spread throughout the hall as they began to murmur amongst themselves, each contemplating their own escape routes. My lord, I believe the empire bears the surname Jiang. The Minister of War raised his gaze to Zhao Yi's furious visage and, steeling himself, declared, if the empire does not bear the surname Jiang, our heads may soon roll. At this moment of collective anxiety, the Minister of War disregarded many court protocols, for the rebel forces were at their doorstep. My lord, I concur with the esteemed minister. Indeed, the empire's state should bear the surname Jiang. With the first bird taking flight, many others soon followed suit, all wishing to protect their own necks. Regardless of the empire's surname, Zhao Yi coldly scrutinized the various expressions of the officials below, suddenly breaking into a wry smile, his anger giving way to mockery. I have long known that you fickle courtiers cannot be relied upon. Fortunately, I had prepared for two contingencies. Otherwise, I might have faced betrayal and death at your hands. The sharpness of Zhao Yi's sarcasm left the officials feeling abashed, yet upon hearing that he had prepared for two outcomes, they all felt a surge of hope. My lord, does this mean the Jin Kingdom is willing to assist us? Are the Jin troops nearing the city? The Minister of War speculated excitedly. Zhao Yi shook his head with a cold laugh. The Khan of the Jin Kingdom is an unreliable figure. Seeking his aid is tantamount to courting death. Then tang, tang. The officials were momentarily stunned before erupting into thunderous cheers. Salvation is at hand. Daqian is saved. Chapter 95, the tang? Merely a trifle. The atmosphere in the court became as festive as a New Year celebration. The officials felt emboldened at the thought that the Prime Minister had found a backup plan. The Tang Kingdom, the mightiest nation in the world, boasting an elite army of 1 million, with territories vast enough to rival the entirety of Daqian. Not to mention the commanders within their ranks. each a master tactician and a paragon of military prowess. Most importantly, the cavalry of Daqian was renowned throughout the world. The military legends they crafted continued to be recounted in tales far and wide. Wherever their iron hooves trod, none dared to challenge their supremacy. This was the honor of Daqian and its source of pride. If one were to ask which nation could stand alongside them, only the deeply rooted Jin Kingdom could be mentioned. The subtle and overt rivalries between these two top-tier nations had relegated even the Jin Kingdom, which was slightly stronger than Daqian, to the status of a mere pawn, let alone the comparatively weaker Daqian and Deming. Once the cavalry of Daqian was unleashed, Jiang Ce would find that not only could he not contend with hundreds of thousands of troops, but even 1,000,000 soldiers would be crushed beneath the might of Daqian's cavalry. The empire's surname was of no significance. Jiang Ce indeed dared to covet your empire. The Minister of War was the first to regain his senses, fervently flattering Zhao Yi. Similarly, the others, having served as court officials for many years, quickly caught on and began to ingratiate themselves with Zhao Yi. At this moment, Zhao Yi reveled in the insincere praise, a smug smile playing on his lips. Long before I issued the decree to mobilize the army northward, I had already established communication with the envoy from the Tang Kingdom. Zhao Yi tactfully refrained from disclosing the specific details of the transaction made with the Tang envoy. In truth, he appeared calm on the surface, yet internally he was tormented. After all, he had promised the Tang envoy that in the event of a crisis for Daqian, Tang would be obliged to send troops for assistance. And the price for this would be Daqian's complete subjugation as a vassal state of Tang. Nonetheless, this was preferable to facing retribution from Jiang Ce's rebel army. Furthermore, even as a vassal state, Daqian would hold a rank just below Tang, allowing Zhao Yi to remain the emperor of Daqian, albeit with diminished authority. My lord, with Tang as our ally, what do we have to fear from the rebels? Why not send word to Jiang Ce, urging him to withdraw from Daqian territory? Otherwise, it will be his demise. The deputy minister of war laughed arrogantly, dismissing the subtle glances from his superior, the minister of war. Zhao Yi, already contemplating his next move and hesitating on whether to send a messenger in response, seized the opportunity presented by the deputy minister's boldness and immediately issued a decree. The deputy minister of war acknowledged the command. Zhao Yi declared in a deep voice, Yes, my lord, I am here. The deputy minister quickly composed himself, speaking with deference. Internally elated, he wondered if he was to be promoted. I command you to represent Daqian as an envoy to warn Jiang Ce, reiterating your previous words verbatim. Me? Upon hearing this, the deputy minister's expression froze. While he could boast in the hall, he lacked the courage to enter the rebel camp alone. What? Is my decree ineffective? Zhao Yi's gaze turned icy, pressing for an answer. I would not dare. What I meant was, we cannot go alone, can we? The implication was clear. He was afraid. The rebel envoy dared to enter the palace on an old horse. Why do you lack the courage? Do you believe Daqian is inferior to the rebels? That was not my intention. I shall obey your command. The deputy minister gritted his teeth and resigned himself to leave, overhearing the mocking laughter of other officials as he departed. However, upon reflection, with Tang as their backing, he had little reason to fear the rebels. It was the rebels who should be afraid of him. After all, he represented Daqian, and behind Daqian stood Tang. Moreover, in warfare between nations, envoys are not harmed. This is a well-known principle, and he was certain Jiang Ce would not dare to harm him. With his head held high, the deputy minister approached the grand military tent with an air of arrogance. Inform Jiang Ce that I represent Daqian and bring a message from the chancellor. I shall wait here for a quarter of an hour. After that, I will not wait. His demeanor and tone were excessively brash, causing the commander of the imperial guard stationed outside the tent to frown deeply. Your Majesty, the envoy from Daqian has arrived. Saying he comes on behalf of Chancellor Zhao Yi, he entered the tent, suppressing his anger to report. Announce him. Yes. The commander exited the tent, allowing the deputy minister to enter. The deputy minister rolled his eyes, thinking he had to lower himself to enter, and wondered how impressive Jiang Ce truly was. Inside the tent, Jiang Ce, Su Da, and Li Guang observed the deputy minister's grand entrance with bemusement. Who is Jiang Ce? Upon entering, the deputy minister quickly discerned the answer. Among the three, Su Da and Li Guang were tall and imposing, yet their aura paled in comparison to Jiang Ce. A mere glance revealed Jiang Ce's unyielding imperial presence, and even as an adversary, the deputy minister couldn't help but secretly admire the remarkable figure before him, causing his own arrogance to wane. Ahem, Jiang Ce of the rebel faction, I have come to represent Daqian on behalf of the chancellor, commanding you to withdraw your troops promptly, or you shall have the opportunity to return alive to your lair at Xuanwu Pass. Otherwise, when the iron cavalry of Tang arrives, none of your rebel faction shall escape. The deputy minister cleared his throat, forcing himself to remain composed as he delivered his ultimatum. After all, Daqian had Tang as its ally, and he had no reason to fear. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the air. The deputy minister noticed the smirks on their faces, causing his heart to race with unease. Have you lost your voice? Speak. The deputy minister took a deep breath, disdainfully glaring at Jiang Ce as he shouted. You shall be executed. Jiang Ce waved his hand impassively. Just as the deputy minister was about to retort, Ce leaped forward, swiftly drawing his short blade and striking down. Observing the deputy minister's head fall, frozen in shock, Jiang Ce smiled coldly. You think that with Tang as your ally, I would fear you? I fear only that the cavalry of Tang is insufficient to contend with me. His lingering fury palpable. He slammed his hand on the table before him, raising a cloud of dust. Your Majesty, I have long heard of the formidable reputation of Tang's cavalry. Yet I believe they only bully the weak and have never faced a strong enemy in battle to prove their might. Moreover, I do not believe that our Deming army is truly inferior to the Tang forces. Ce kicked the deputy minister's head aside and turned to Jiang Ce, clasping his hands in respect. As the divine general of the Deming army, he feared no battle, commanding with strategy and unpredictable tactics. How could he heed mere rumors and fear the Tang cavalry? Li Guang also clasped his hands. Your Majesty, please allow me and General Ce to lead the army to repel the Tang forces. I am willing to pledge my military oath that if we do not achieve a great victory against the Tang army, I, Li Guang, will bear the shame of your wise leadership and willingly accept death. Both men were unwilling to bow to the Tang army, nor to the Tang emperor, vowing to uphold the honor of Deming. The Tang Kingdom is nothing to fear. Jiang Ce smiled, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere within the tent. You two are my beloved generals and the very foundation of Deming. I cannot allow you to face defeat. As for how to deal with Tang, we shall first demonstrate Daqian's strength as a warning. The Tang Empire, vast in its territories, boasts innumerable lands, not counting the vassal states that have submitted to its authority. Its dominion rivals that of the illustrious Daqian. Unlike the Jin Kingdom, predominantly characterized by expansive grasslands and barren deserts, the Tang's realm is blessed with the temperate climate of the southern regions. The richness of its resources and the density of its population far surpass those of the Ming, Daqian, and Jin combined. With fertile lands at its disposal, the Tang has forged an invincible heavy cavalry, for in warfare, supply is paramount. Supply encompasses not merely provisions and equipment, but also manpower. The Tang fears neither casualties nor shortages in logistics, which stands as a testament to its pride as a formidable empire. At this moment, within the imperial court of the Tang, Emperor Tang Zhentian, a corpulent figure with a rotund visage, sauntered into the court, yawning and accompanied by a breathtaking woman clad only in a sheer garment. The officials in attendance averted their gazes to the floor or their toes, unwilling to meet the emperor's eye. Were there any petitions to present? If so, they would await review. After uttering a couple of sentences, Tang Zhentian intended to retreat with the lady to his chambers for further indulgence, but the prime minister approached with a bow. Your Majesty, I have a petition to present. Awaiting your review. The emperor cast an impatient glance at the oblivious prime minister. Your Majesty, this pertains to matters concerning Daqian. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhentian dismissed the woman and turned his attention to the prime minister, who felt the weight of the emperor's piercing gaze, accompanied by a flicker of hostility, which rendered him acutely aware of the pressure he faced. Each encounter with the emperor deepened the prime minister's understanding of the adage that appearances can be deceiving. Under Tang Zhentian's governance, the performance of cities and regions flourished exponentially, with the overall national strength more than doubling compared to the reign of the previous emperor. A flourishing era was upon them. Even the elite cavalry of the Tang, despite several rounds of recruitment, found itself lacking in numbers. To the unacquainted, Tang Zhentian's exterior might suggest a lack of prowess, yet the prime minister, who walked the tightrope of court life, understood that beneath the emperor's ample figure lay remarkable decisiveness and discernment. He firmly believed that as long as Tang Zhentian remained in power, the Tang Empire would perpetually ascend, akin to the sun rising anew. Your Majesty, the rebel forces of Daqian have embarked towards the capital and will soon arrive. The current chancellor of Daqian, Zhao Yi, has agreed to align with us, provided we dispatch troops to quell the rebellion. The prime minister reported truthfully, recognizing the gravity of the situation, yet acknowledging it had not yet reached a level warranting the Tang's serious concern. Tang Zhentian pondered briefly, his eyes glimmering with intent before he swiftly concealed it. The Ming army is merely composed of Daqian rebels, a horde of vagrants from a small nation. Can they truly be deemed a formidable force? Moreover, the Ming emperor's rebellious origins render him incapable of significant impact. Is it necessary to present such trivial matters before the court? Tang Zhentian regarded the prime minister with indifference, his tone suggesting disdain for the time wasted on such inconsequential issues when he could be enjoying the company of his consort. Your Majesty, military texts advise that even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. No army should be underestimated. Even though our Tang cavalry is unparalleled in combat prowess, We must formulate appropriate strategies to address unforeseen circumstances. The Prime Minister stood firm in his stance. Warfare is no trivial matter for any nation, as victory demands the harmonious alignment of timing, terrain, and manpower. None can be overlooked. Furthermore, the journey to Daqian's capital is fraught with distance. The provisions and supplies consumed must be meticulously calculated to avoid missteps. Otherwise, if the supply chain falters, defeat is inevitable. After a moment of silence, Tang Jintian inquired, "Do you know why I refrained from mobilizing forces to annex Daqian?" The Prime Minister replied, "I do not. To the north lies the Jin Kingdom, while the east and south are bordered by oceans, and to the west are my vassal states. I possess the capability to swiftly conquer Daqian's lands, yet I choose not to." Tang Jintian spoke to himself, "I await the opportune moment. The hearts of men are not made of flesh, but of self-interest. The enticing prospect of Daqian is not lost on me, yet it similarly appeals to the Jin Kingdom. The annexation of Daqian has long been part of my strategy, but my true ambition lies in the conquest of Qin. Without Qin, I could unify all the nations across this vast expanse of land." The more he spoke, the more exhilarated Tang Jintian became, and now, the time has come. The Daqian rebels must be eradicated, but not easily. I desire their Pyrrhic victory to send a signal to Qin that the Tang cavalry has evolved beyond recognition. Tang Jintian's eyes sparkled with fervor. For over a decade, he had presented himself in this corpulent manner to lower Qin's guard against him. For the invincible path of the Tang, he was willing to make any sacrifice, including the impending loss of this contingent of cavalry. "Your Majesty." The Prime Minister's expression turned troubled. Cultivating a Tang cavalry unit requires at least 3 years. The resources consumed during this period could equate to 5 years' worth of salary for a 6th-rank official for just one cavalryman. This signifies that the Tang cavalry is the bedrock of the Tang's prosperity. He deemed this course of action excessively perilous, as the risks outweighed the potential gains. Moreover, Tang Jintian's disregard for the Ming army's capabilities left him somewhat dissatisfied. Jiang Ce commanded at least several 100,000 troops, and merely relying on manpower could sustain his forces adequately. "No need to elaborate. I grant you 100,000 cavalry. Select a young general eager for distinction to lead them, and have them arrive at Daqian's capital within 10 days. Should they perish, then report back." Unlikely, sure. Tang Jintian was a truly iron-willed emperor who ruled the Tang Empire with absolute authority. The court was but his domain. "I shall obey the decree." Faced with the emperor's audacity, the Prime Minister found himself at a loss for words, for indeed, the Ming army posed no substantial threat. Furthermore, it has been a decade since Tang Jintian ascended to the throne, without even a minor defeat to mar his record. This time, he merely intended to expose a flaw to Daqian. The Prime Minister consoled himself with this thought. Inside the grand tent of the Daqian Imperial Army, Su De and Li Guang had stepped out to inspect the various camps for any disturbances. Only Yao Guangxiao remained at the table, strategizing with Jiang Ce. The Ming had been at war with Daqian for long enough that I had nearly forgotten the vengeance for my father's unjust execution. Now, returning to the capital of Daqian, I felt like a towering man amidst the high walls that stand resolutely upon this land. Regrettably, the current rulers of Daqian are but petty individuals, and I have no desire to allow them a life of ease. I wish for them to exist in a perpetual hell on earth, tormented by boundless fear. "Yao Guangxiao, how do you believe I should proceed?" A shiver ran through Yao Guangxiao as he inhaled deeply. "Your Majesty, you seem to have a plan already. Why then do you inquire of this old minister?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce nodded slightly, his expression softening. "Let us begin by conquering the coastal cities starting from the eastern sea of Daqian. If their intelligence network is slow, then I shall employ the Jinyui to personally deliver every report of captured cities to Zhaoyi," Jiang Ce declared fiercely. Chapter 97. The repeated threat of the Jin Kingdom. "Your Majesty, it might be prudent to use Lingcheng as a base to sequentially capture the surrounding cities, thereby expanding our influence to other states," Yao Guangxiao suggested, gesturing towards the map before them. Jiang Ce followed his gaze and nodded. "We shall act upon your counsel and commence from the vicinity of Lingcheng." Hujie Guing entered the tent. Jiang Ce signaled to the Jinyui captain stationed at the entrance. "Understood. I pay my respects to your Majesty." After a day and night of rest, Hujie Guing and his 100,000 elite soldiers were revitalized and in excellent condition. "I grant you 20,000 elite troops. How much time will you require to capture all the cities in the southeast?" Jiang Ce asked directly. Hujie Guing's eyes lit up as he pondered. Quickly arriving at a conclusion, "Your Majesty, if the cities in the southeast are as lightly defended as Lingcheng, with the citizens showing no inclination to resist, factoring in the time for the army to march, 10 days will suffice." "Excellent. I shall grant you an additional 3 days, within 13 days. I wish to see reports of the total conquest of all cities in the southeast." I shall not disappoint your majesty's high expectations. Qiu Guing replied with enthusiasm as he accepted his orders. Daqian has historically placed little importance on coastal regions. Most of its military forces were either engaged in defending Xuanwu Pass against incursions from the Jin army, or were currently deployed in the northern campaign led by Jiang Ce. The coastal cities, as long as they dutifully paid their annual taxes to the court, were generally neglected. This is precisely why Qiu Guing felt emboldened to promise the capture of the southeast within a mere 10 days with his 20,000 elite troops. Jiang Ce felt reassured by this. Following the valiant deeds of quelling the Wokou, the residents of the southeast eagerly anticipated the arrival of the Ming army. In contrast, Daqian had long lost the hearts of its people, who regarded it with disdain. 4 days later, a report arrived at Jiang Ce's tent, proclaiming the complete allegiance of Ling Cheng to the Ming. Not only that, the operations to seize the assets of corrupt officials and wealthy gentry concluded successfully. All confiscated resources were temporarily stored in the grand warehouse of Ling Cheng, and the governor, Cao Cao, even expressed his willingness to allocate them for the Ming army's use. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing Daqian Ling Cheng. Reward, 1 million share of grain. Grain has been deposited in the grand warehouse of Ling Cheng. Please check it. As the system's notification chimed, a smile graced Jiang Ce's lips. It had been some time since he last heard the sound of a system reward, and its return brought him considerable delight. Reward, upgrade for the elite troops. Elite troops, single-shot firearms upgraded to multi-shot firearms, light cannons upgraded to heavy cannons, and the iron spear used by cavalry upgraded to fine iron spears. Although the armor of the elite troops had not been upgraded, Jiang Ce was nonetheless quite satisfied. After all, the primary strengths and characteristics of the elite troops lay in their lethality and aggression. This upgrade significantly enhanced these two aspects. If he were to lead the current elite troops against the Wokou, he could decisively annihilate them in their first engagement at Ling Cheng, without needing to expend excessive effort on maneuvers. However, the issue of gunpowder supply remained a significant concern. After the conquest of Daqian, he would need to cultivate a new group of craftsmen to produce gunpowder. 2 days later, the largest coastal city, Suncheon, fell. Upon receiving the battle report, Jiang Ce ordered the Jinui to transcribe 100 copies and post them on the outer walls of the Daqian palace. This time, the system reward was yet another upgrade for the already enhanced Iron Floating Tower. Iron Floating Tower. Iron Floating Tower heavy armor upgraded to red iron armor. Perhaps due to the lesser significance of Suncheon compared to Ling Cheng, this upgrade merely provided a simple enhancement to the defensive capabilities of the Iron Floating Tower. Nevertheless, the Iron Floating Tower was renowned for its defense, and now, clad in red iron armor forged through numerous processes, it would maintain its speed while significantly improving its protection. On the grasslands of the Jin Kingdom, in the Khan's tent, is Datang planning to take action against Jiang Ce? Is this news credible? The Khan, seated upon a sheepskin chair within his tent, furrowed his brow in inquiry. The intelligence originates from a Datang official who, after considerable bribery, obtained this information through our spies, corroborated by others. The news is indeed reliable. Furthermore, this military expedition from Datang is being propelled by the Daqian court, and the two nations joining forces would easily eradicate the rebellious forces under Jiang Ce. Before the Khan stood a Jin envoy, adorned in Datang attire, who had hurried back to report this matter. Does this mean that Hurut City holds the potential for a return to our Jin Kingdom? The Khan mused, unable to conceal his excitement. The loss of Yinyun is not considered a significant blow to the Jin state, but the loss of Hurut Cheng is a different matter altogether. Ceding Hurut Cheng to Jiang Ce, from a political perspective, signifies the surrender of one's territory to foreign rule, which is certainly unbecoming for the Jin state. Even more infuriating is that, strategically, Hurut Cheng serves as the gateway to the Jin state. With Jiang Ce stationed there, it is akin to a gleaming dagger perpetually hovering over the Khan's heart, causing him great unease. The leaders and generals of the various tribes within the encampment share this sentiment and express their thoughts. Khan, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The alliance between the Great Tang and the Great Qian against Jiang Ce will ensure his inevitable demise. This is our chance to reclaim Hurut Cheng. Given that Jiang Ce is nearing the complete recovery of Yinyun's 16 prefectures, why not use Yinyun as leverage to involve ourselves and claim a share of the spoils? All we need is to regain Hurut Cheng. The Khan, listening to the counsel of his advisors, rests his chin in contemplation, silent and pensive. As they say, this is a rare opportunity that, once missed, may never return. After all, Jiang Ce has but one life. He cannot resurrect. Moreover, Hurut Cheng is of paramount importance to the Jin state, and the Khan is unwilling to see another power, be it the Great Ming or the Great Tang, establish a military presence there. Bring forth 2 merchant caravans, each laden with 1,000 jin of horse milk wine, 1 million taels of gold, and 2 million share of grain. dispatched them to the imperial capital of the Great Tang and the court of the Great Qian. Additionally, formed 2 diplomatic envoys to accompany the caravans, conveying our intention to ally in the eradication of Jiang Ce. Furthermore, promised the Great Tang the cession of Yinyun's 16 prefectures in exchange for the return of Huercheng, and assure the Great Qian that once Jiang Ce is eliminated, the Jin army shall never again intrude upon their territory. The Khan's hatred for Jiang Ce is no less than that for Zhao Yi. Were it not for Jiang Ce, his granddaughter Tana would not have been reduced to a mere southern woman, and his Jin state would not be in such disarray. It is a disgrace to his ancestors. Indeed, the Jin people, seeing the glimmer of hope for the return of Huercheng, swiftly set their plans in motion. Horses laden with supplies split into 2 routes, guided by the envoys, heading towards the Great Tang and the Great Qian. Chapter 98. The Triumvirate Alliance. Jiang Ce sat long in his tent, perusing battle reports, attending to every detail himself, which inevitably led to exhaustion over time. Although the army was currently encamped in the capital of the Great Qian, the soldiers remained indifferent, continuing to cook and eat as they pleased. Meanwhile, the garrison soldiers in the Great Qian's capital had grown accustomed to this peaceful routine. However, Zhao Yi was not so accustomed. The rebel forces stationed outside the city had become a source of distress, leaving him unable to eat or sleep, causing him to lose over 10 pounds in just a few days. The proclamations of victories by the rebels plastered on the palace walls inflicted further wounds upon his already weary heart. The only hope sustaining him was the anticipation of the Great Tang's cavalry arriving to decisively eliminate the rebels. Jiang Ce, uninterested in deciphering Zhao Yi's inner turmoil, stepped out of his tent and summoned Suda for practice. After a vigorous session of archery, releasing the tension built up from days of reviewing reports, he finally relaxed his weary body and mind. Report. The Jinui hidden in the vast grasslands of the Jin state have sent urgent intelligence that the Jin state harbors malicious intentions towards our army. The commander of the Jinui approached Jiang Ce, speaking in hushed tones. What? Jiang Ce, taken aback, glanced at the commander, wondering why the Jin state had suddenly become so uncooperative at such a critical juncture. Elaborate. Your Majesty, the Jin state has dispatched a diplomatic envoy, laden with generous gifts, seeking to ally with the Great Tang and the Great Qian, likely having received news of the Great Tang's impending military action against us. Each nation has its own spies embedded, and Jiang Ce was not surprised by this knowledge. It seems that the Jin people would not settle until they had been thoroughly defeated. Jiang Ce narrowed his eyes, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Your Majesty, the notion of a 3-nation alliance is rather absurd. Without cohesion among the commanders, the battlefield will devolve into chaos. The only concern is whether the Jin will seize this opportunity to reclaim Huercheng. Suda analyzed from the side. Even if he is the military deity of the Great Ming, he could not command the situation amidst discord among the 3 leaders, let alone the Jin and the incompetent generals of the Great Qian. Jiang Ce nodded in agreement with Su Da's assessment. His military insight was no less profound than Su Da's. Fully aware that warfare is not merely a matter of numbers, but relies heavily on the commander's ability to adapt in battle. A single commanding general must lead. Others may serve as vice commanders or military supervisors, but they hold no authority to intervene in significant matters. The alliance of the armies of the Great Tang, the Great Qian, and the Great Jin would only follow the lead of the Great Tang. Yet, the martial prowess of the Great Tang cavalry far surpasses that of the Jin and Qian armies, who would only hinder the Tang forces. By then, before any true engagement begins, the enemy may already falter in their ranks. If that is the case, there is no rush to seize the Great Qian. Let Zhao Yi experience despair once more. I shall annihilate the Tang and Jin forces before the capital of the Great Qian. Jiang Ce smiled coldly, particularly towards the Jin army. This time, I shall prepare a grand surprise for them. The Jin army has suffered losses of hundreds of thousands of soldiers at my hands. Yet they remain restless. It is time to strike them hard. Let the Khan of the Jin state remember this for eternity, never daring to infringe upon the territory of the Great Ming or offend the majesty of this great Ming Hongwu Emperor. In the imperial capital of the Great Tang, within the court, the civil and military officials gazed up with respect and loyalty at the Tang Emperor seated upon the throne. His corpulent figure rendered him slightly breathless, even when speaking rapidly. Yet, the commanding presence of Tang Jintian, who rules the Great Tang Empire, instilled a slight chill in the hearts of those present. Your Majesty, the Chancellor of the Great Qian has sent an urgent message. The capital of the Great Qian is besieged by rebels and requests our army to hasten to their aid. The Prime Minister of the Tang state spoke with a respectful demeanor, while observing the expression on Tang Jintian's face. He also keenly observed the reactions of the officials in attendance. Tang Jintian displayed a similar expression as before, revealing a sense of impatience. Evidently, in his eyes, the army of Daming was but a trifling existence, unworthy of his concern. However, The expressions of the courtiers were subtly varied. Among them, a young general, eager to prove himself, displayed palpable excitement. The Daqian Empire boasted an abundance of distinguished generals, and even those with ulterior motives seeking to ascend through backdoor means or mere seniority found it exceedingly difficult to rise through the ranks. The military policies instituted by Tang Jintian encompassed a remarkably comprehensive and mature promotion system, mandating that all individuals, whether royal kin or even the crown prince, ascend based solely on martial merit. In the Daqian army, the count of enemies vanquished was paramount. Without sufficient victories, no promotion could be attained. To rise through the ranks, one must earnestly engage in battle, and should one perish, it would be deemed a fitting fate. Under such a ruthless strategy, only the most exceptional individuals could emerge, yet this led to a significant dilemma. The talented were overshadowed by the truly outstanding, leading to discontent among those unwilling to remain in the shadows. Consequently, numerous young generals sought to bolster their records by leading their troops to annihilate smaller nations or weaker foreign armies, thereby accumulating their counts of enemies vanquished and securing promotions. While this tactic was somewhat clever, it did not contravene the first ironclad law of the Tang army set forth by Tang Jintian himself. Thus, Tang Jintian turned a blind eye to these maneuvers. Your Majesty, the journey to the imperial capital of Daqian is exceedingly long. All logistics and troop deployments must be executed with utmost caution. I suggest that provisions and an advance unit be dispatched ahead of time. Our cavalry can swiftly catch up with the supply corps. Furthermore, given the urgency of the conflict in Daqian, it is unnecessary to carry excessive supplies, as this would hinder our march. Should we delay, the army of Daming might successfully seize the imperial capital of Daqian and rely on its defenses. Besides, the materials we lack can be arranged by Zhao Yi, the chancellor proposed, while also contemplating Tang Jintian's state of mind. Although Tang Jintian maintained an impassive demeanor, the chancellor was well acquainted with him and could discern his thoughts through subtle gestures. For instance, when the chancellor mentioned the early dispatch of supplies, Tang Jintian absent-mindedly pinched his thumb, indicating his agreement with the plan. Conversely, when he referred to the army of Daming relying on the defenses of the imperial capital, Tang Jintian's brows subtly twitched, signaling his impatience. Deploying troops from the imperial capital to Daqian was impractical. The nearest point of Datang to the imperial capital of Daqian was the easternmost Xianzhou. The Minister of War received the decree to immediately send a logistical unit from Xianzhou. The journey from Xianzhou to the imperial capital of Daqian would take no longer than 7 days at a swift pace. During these 7 days, I shall allocate provisions based on the standard of 60 stones of white rice per soldier and horse, while other supplies such as cooked meats, dairy products, and tea shall be distributed according to previous military standards. As Tang Jintian spoke, the Minister of War and the Minister of Revenue diligently memorized his directives, intending to cross-check after court to prevent any errors in the orders. Moreover, who can recommend a commander from Xianzhou to lead the Grand Army? Tang Jintian yawned and inquired. As this was the focal point of the morning court, the young generation of generals from Xianzhou, many officials appeared astonished, pondering whether a young general could effectively command an army of 100,000, despite the negligible likelihood of mutiny within the barracks. Yet, the mere possibility of insurrection was a cause for concern. Should the army indeed rebel, the losses to Datang would be severe. Furthermore, it would undermine national prestige. Although foreign nations would outwardly show respect, they would privately mock Datang. Thus, the officials of Datang, adhering to the spirit of shared glory and shared suffering, were reluctant to recommend young generals. Observing the silence among the courtiers, Tang Jintian smirked coldly, the flesh of his face quivering slightly. The Minister of War received the command. Compile a list of generals under 30 from Xianzhou holding the rank of 1,000-man commander or higher and present it promptly. Court dismissed. Tang Jintian bellowed with evident displeasure. And as he exited the court, he embraced a stunning concubine and returned to the palace. The Minister of War, in a flurry, compiled the list and anxiously awaited in the imperial study. After waiting for nearly half an hour, he finally saw Tang Jintian approach, appearing somewhat fatigued. Your Majesty, here is the list you requested, the Minister of War said, swallowing hard and presenting the document with a nervous demeanor. He seldom interacted with the emperor privately, and even during important discussions, he was typically accompanied by the chancellor. At that moment, the vast imperial study contained only himself, Tang Jintian, and a few attentive eunuchs, leaving him feeling somewhat out of sorts. Xianzhou was indeed a land of prodigious talent. Tang Jintian took some time to thoroughly peruse the list, which detailed the backgrounds and achievements of the young generals from Xianzhou. Well done, he remarked. Tang Jintian was not a tyrant. Rather, his methods of governance were exceptionally stringent, and he would duly commend where praise was due. Does the Minister of War have a favored candidate? He inquired, squinting at the minister. Had the chancellor been present, he would have recognized that Tang Jintian had already settled on a choice, but the minister lacked such insight. After much contemplation, He hesitantly replied, "Your Majesty, I believe Lu Lilong is an excellent choice. His background is untainted, and his record is impeccable. He has previously led several hundred-foot soldiers to quell over 4,000 mountain bandits and outlaws. He stands as the most capable among the younger generation of Xianzhou generals." Upon hearing this, Tang Jintian fell silent, causing the minister to break into a sweat, fearing he had misspoken. Let him serve as the deputy commander, while the primary command shall be entrusted to Bu Zixiong of Xianzhou. Additionally, the military supervisor shall be appointed from the ranks of the Ministry of War during favorable circumstances. He shall heed Bu Zixiong. In times of adversity, the military supervisor shall take command, and in dire straits, Lu Lilong shall oversee the overall strategy. Tang Jintian articulated at a measured pace. "Your Majesty, I have an inquiry, if I may be so bold," the Minister of War ventured. Newbie Zixing has just celebrated his 70th birthday this year. Given his advanced age and declining health, one might question whether it is appropriate for him to lead the charge into battle. How can someone so frail, barely able to articulate his thoughts, command an army of 100,000? Moreover, this conflict does not involve only our Detang forces. The Jin and Qian armies are also engaged. To have Newbie Zixing take on the role of commander seems rather absurd. Tang Jintian interrupted coldly, causing the Minister of War to look up in shock. Seeing Tang Jintian's demeanor, he was immediately struck with fear. "Did you think the rebel forces of Daqian were some kind of insurmountable beast that could decimate my iron cavalry? Or do you believe the Emperor of Deming surpasses me in valor, requiring my entire army to merely secure a Pyrrhic victory?" Tang Jintian unleashed a torrent of words, leaving the Minister of War dumbfounded. "Your Majesty, this is not what I meant." "Oh, so you think I am incompetent? Incapable of defeating even the meager rebel forces of a small nation?" The Minister of War quickly backtracked. Tang Jintian snorted disdainfully. "It is true that the Daoming army has reclaimed lost territories in Yanyun and repelled the Jin forces. They have even besieged the imperial capital of Daqian. However, if I were to exchange positions with the Emperor of Deming, I would achieve far greater results. Furthermore, the Jin army's defeats are largely due to their Khan's senility. If I were to lead the Jin forces, would the Deming army still be able to stand against us?" The Minister of War dared not dispute this, for the Emperor spoke the truth. Under his rule, the Tang had never suffered defeat. Yet, he still found it difficult to comprehend why Tang Jintian exhibited such arrogance considering Deming's army numbers in the hundreds of thousands. "Then let us proceed according to your command, Your Majesty." As Tang Jintian swept away, the Minister of War finally dared to exhale deeply. In the Khan's grand tent on the grasslands of the Jin Kingdom, the previously dispatched envoy had returned safely. This return brought with it good news. "Khan, the Tang has accepted the gifts we sent and has agreed to form an alliance with us. Here is a letter penned by the Prime Minister of Detang for your review." The Khan, somewhat excited, unfurled the letter and exclaimed thrice, "Good, good, good." His hand trembled as he clutched the parchment, and for the first time in a long while, a spark of brilliance shone in his murky eyes. Since the fall of Huderte City to Jiang Ce, he had not felt such joy. With Detang's backing, how could he fear defeat at Jiang Ce's hands? The Khan laughed heartily. However, he was somewhat vexed that Detang demanded that after eliminating Jiang Ce, the 16 prefectures of Yanyun would still remain under the jurisdiction of the Jin Kingdom. They also requested annual tribute in the form of taxes and local specialties from Yanyun, among other regions. This clearly indicated that Detang regarded Yanyun as a desolate land, yet did not wish to relinquish it entirely, opting instead to let the Khan of the Jin manage the burden. The Khan did not express much emotional turmoil over this. The thought of Huderte City returning to his fold after Jiang Ce's demise ensured the integrity of Jin's territory. Moreover, he would soon have Tana back at his side. "Khan, since we are forming this tripartite alliance, we must not allow Detang and Daqian to underestimate us. My fellow generals and I have studied the Daoming army's tactics, which vary based on the commanders and troop types involved. For instance, the heavily defensive and impactful iron floating tower, under the leadership of General Suda, strikes terror into the hearts of many. We have also established a new cavalry unit specifically tailored to counter the Iron Floating Tower's unique characteristics. We all agree that the greatest threat within the Deming army is indeed the Iron Floating Tower. If we can eliminate this heavy cavalry, the Deming forces will no longer stand a chance." Previously defeated and in low spirits, Wanyan Hongxing sneered. "This time, with our tripartite alliance, we shall finally exact revenge for the day the wolf troops were routed." Thus, he pored over the strategies and equipment of the Daoming army tirelessly through the night. Filled with newfound confidence, believing that while a decisive victory may be elusive, they would not face defeat again. "By the way, Hongsheng, I have heard that the Daoming army possesses a unit known as the Divine Machine Camp or the Kijubing, reputed for their use of firearms in battle. They are said to be quite formidable." Chapter 100. The Jin forces advance south again. "Firearms. Khan, you are overthinking this." Wanyan Hongxing scoffed. Jiang Ce's personal campaign, whether in Daqian or within the Jin Kingdom, had stirred up quite a frenzy, almost elevating him to the status of an invincible war god. Yet, he had personally led the Leopard Division in direct confrontation with the Deming army. The bulk of the Deming forces were cavalry. Where would they procure firearms? If Jiang Ce's troops truly wielded firearms, why would ambushes have been necessary against his Leopard Division? After a single volley from each soldier, even a force of 500,000 Leopard troops would crumble. What do you mean by that? The Khan inquired, puzzled. The Deming army had indeed traveled vast distances to Ling City, where they exterminated the Wokou. Could this possibly be false? The Khan, though far removed from the Jin grasslands, was acutely aware of the historical ferocity of the Wokou, who had landed several times, invariably causing chaos and suffering. Thus, he understood the Wokou's combat prowess and recognized that even the Jin cavalry might not emerge unscathed in a confrontation with them. The fact that the Deming army wiped out 100,000 Wokou in mere days raised questions. How could they have achieved such swift resolution without the Divine Machine Camp or Qijibing wielding firearms? Khan, I am not suggesting that the Deming army lacks firearms. However, the Divine Machine Camp and Qijibing are mere fabrications, a personal exaggeration by Jiang Ce. Wanyan Hongxing remarked dismissively. The subjugation of the Wokou is a significant achievement, and the rebel-born Emperor Hongwu of Deming would certainly boast about it to the heavens. Wanyan Hongxing's assertion garnered unanimous agreement from all present, including the Khan. Reflecting inwardly, they recognized that had they been in Jiang Ce's position, they too would have amplified the story beyond measure. Moreover, this matter was solely promoted by Jiang Ce and the Deming army, and they had not been privy to any detailed battle reports. Perhaps tomorrow, the narrative we present to the world will be one of a resounding victory over the Wokou, yet the truth may reveal a grim cost, with many lives lost in a Pyrrhic triumph. Regardless, the lethality of firearms is substantial and cannot be underestimated. Our Jin cavalry lacks the formidable strength and superior equipment of the Tang cavalry. Should warfare ensue, it is imperative that we avoid being the vanguard, allowing the Tang or Daqian forces to expend their resources first. The Khan, with a grave countenance, imparted this wisdom. The elite forces of the Jin state have already been extensively engaged by Jiang Ce, and further losses are intolerable. Rest assured, my Khan, I have duly considered this matter. Even if the Deming army possesses firearms, the sheer quantity of gunpowder required for 30,000 firearms would amount to an astronomical figure. How long has it been since Jiang Ce raised his banner in rebellion? What foundation does Deming have to sustain the operation of 30,000 firearms for an extended duration? Wanyan Hongsheng replied with a cold smile, noting that the raw materials for gunpowder are not abundant, and its production process is intricate. Moreover, the territories of Deming are characterized by harsh climates, such as Xuanwu Pass and Yanyuan, making it exceedingly difficult for them to overcome the challenges posed by the scarcity of gunpowder in a short time. Furthermore, this war pertains to the very existence of Daqian, if they do not play the role of cannon fodder. We and the Tang army shall compel them to do so. The Khan and his ministers required no further elucidation from Wanyan Hongsheng. Each face bore a buoyant smile, their hearts lightened with the prospect of avenging their national grievances in the present moment. With this alliance of three armies, I hereby appoint you as the supreme commander of the Jin army, to represent our nation in battle. I hope you will redeem our honor and elevate the reputation of our Jin cavalry. The Khan, with a serious demeanor, entrusted this heavy responsibility. This time, he truly wagered everything of Jin upon this battle. The outcome of life or death hinged on this confrontation. My Khan, I have already enhanced the equipment of our prairie cavalry. Wanyan Hongsheng discerned a flicker of concern within the Khan and proactively spoke. The Deming army favors close combat and places great emphasis on defense, often neglecting offensive capabilities. Thus, we shall capitalize on our prairie cavalry's remarkable speed and agility, specifically equipping the entire army with longer sabers. Moreover, the light iron armor previously worn by our cavalry has been urgently reforged into fine iron armor. Even against the fire of firearms, it can withstand several strikes. Wanyan Hongsheng proclaimed with pride. He had made ample preparations, determined to utterly defeat Jiang Ce and avenge the annihilation of the Leopard Division. Excellent. Upon hearing this, the Khan felt completely unburdened. Furthermore, in this forthcoming conflict, our Jin forces do not constitute the main contingent. Even if we cannot prevail, there remains a chance for retreat. Time flowed like a river, swiftly passing 10 days. During this span, not only were the Tang and Jin preparing for war, but even the typically languid Daqian army had mobilized to the outskirts of the Daqian capital. Prime Minister Zhao Yi was pleasantly surprised and dispatched orders for them to await the arrival of the Tang cavalry and Jin forces. After all, the total force of Daqian was barely 300,000, facing the encampment of several 100,000 rebel troops. The best outcome would be mutual destruction. Zhao Yi could not allow himself to see the fruits of over a decade of scheming, the chance to ascend to the throne, squandered due to this situation. The movements of the three armies were also under Jiang Ce's meticulous control. It must be said that the Jin Yi, as Deming's intelligence agency, was nothing short of formidable. Under Jiang Ce's command, 100,000 Jin Yi quickly infiltrated the Tang court. Whether it was the Tang emperor mobilizing for war or the logistics of troop movements, every detail was meticulously recorded and relayed to Jiang Ce's camp. In fact, he was even acutely aware of the frequency of Tang Zhentian's conjugal activities over the past 10 days, and with which consort those encounters had occurred. Every arrangement made by the Jin state lay bare before him. Upon hearing that the Jin state had dispatched 300,000 cavalry under one Yin Hongsheng's command, Jiang Ce could not help but smirk. The Jin state is doomed, entrusting a defeated general as my adversary. The same sentiment applied to the Tang. Tang Zhentian's arrogance necessitated that I consume his entire contingent of 100,000 Tang cavalry, making him pay the price for underestimating Deming. As for Daqian, Jiang Ce chuckled coldly. From the moment of rebellion until now, Daqian had never been regarded as a serious contender. The only reason he had refrained from launching a southern campaign against Daqian was to seize as many cities as possible, thereby amassing system rewards to establish an unassailable foundation for Deming. Your Majesty, 100,000 Tang cavalry have entered Daqian territory. Suda entered the military tent, bowing respectfully to Jiang Ce. In recent days, while they appeared relaxed on the surface, they had not underestimated the approaching battle. The combined forces of the enemy alliance numbered no less than 700,000. If one were to assess the situation based on mere numbers, it seemed Deming was already defeated. However, having witnessed Jiang Ce's numerous miracles firsthand throughout their time together, no one was fearful. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers, each with a spirited countenance, were determined to eradicate the enemy forces and assert Deming's might. Chapter 101. The army assembles. Your Majesty, Qi Jiguang has sent battle reports. A Jin Yi officer bowed as he entered the tent, presenting 2 battle reports after a respectful gesture. 9 cities of the southeast road, both large and small, have surrendered to Deming. The report contained but a brief statement. Jiang Ce's expression brightened considerably. From the moment Qi Jiguang led the Divine Machine camp, it had taken less than 10 days to successfully capture the southeast road's capital. During this time, the rewards of provisions granted by the system had been substantial. Capturing a city awarded 1 million stones of grain. Thus, 9 cities equated to 9 million stones. Although these provisions were stored in various city granaries, the southeast road was not far from the Daqian imperial capital, and with a command to mobilize, the supplies could be transported within a matter of days. Aside from the generous grain rewards, the system had also upgraded all the military units under his command. The swift Tiger Leopard Cavalry received lighter armor and longer halberds, and even their crossbows were replaced with more portable hand crossbows. The elite infantry unit, Qin Ruizu, has undergone 2 significant upgrades. This already versatile force now exhibits no weaknesses, excelling in both mounted archery and foot combat. Even the Feathered Forest Army, which has long been overshadowed, has greatly improved following a recent upgrade, particularly with their finely crafted steel blades, which are exceptionally sharp. Under the leadership of Liu Bang, they managed to ambush a contingent of several tens of thousands from the Daqian army, who struggled mightily to extricate themselves from the Feathered Forest Army's grasp, thereby hastily making their way to the capital of Daqian for reinforcements. Perhaps most unexpectedly, however, was the enhancement of the Jinyui. In addition to their standard uniforms and embroidered spring knives, the system astonishingly equipped each member with a set of interrogation tools tailored for their purposes. This has significantly augmented the fearsome reputation of the Jinyui in intelligence gathering. Proclaim my decree, station 5,000 Shinji camp troops in Lingcheng, prepared to respond to any emergencies. Immediately summon Qi Jiguang with the remaining Shinji camp to converge with the main forces at the imperial capital of Daqian. Jiang Ce commanded with a serious demeanor. Yes, the Jinyui leaders responded with deep bows. Furthermore, how is the task I assigned progressing? Jiang Ce inquired, his eyes narrowing with an enigmatic glint. Your Majesty, all is in order. The commander you dispatched to reclaim the lost territories of Yanyun has received the military orders, and the main forces will soon arrive at the capital of Daqian. The Jinyui leader replied with a knowing smile. Good. Once the plan is implemented, the 3 armies shall be vanquished, Jiang Ce remarked with a quiet smile. The total military strength at his disposal, including the recently surrendered soldiers from Ningqing, amounted to 700,000. After excluding the Jinyui, who were ill-suited for battle, the number dwindled to 600,000. Further deductions for garrison troops in various cities of the Ming territory left him with just over 500,000. On paper, this was a stark contrast to the 80,000 troops of the 3-nation alliance, which was more than 20,000 stronger. Among the 3 nations, be it the Tang, Jin, or Daqian, All presumed that the majority of Jiang Ce's forces were scattered across Yinyun. Little did they know that he had already grasped the situation through the Jinui and had strategically relocated his entire army near the imperial capital of Daqian, merely lying in wait, hidden for future maneuvers. Moreover, throughout the prolonged conflict, Jiang Ce had consistently triumphed against greater odds, never believing that victories were won through the sheer loss of life. Warfare is a realm of cunning and strategy. Such cunning does not merely pertain to deception, but rather to the adept management of troops and the unpredictable application of military might, combined with astute battlefield assessments to forge the singular correct decision for overwhelming victory. To deceive effectively, one must ensure that the enemy remains oblivious to one's own movements. This was also the rationale behind Jiang Ce's decision to station his forces outside the imperial capital of Daqian. He intended to convey to the world that he lacked the confidence to swiftly conquer Daqian and could only wait for the convergence of other armies outside the city. Recent intelligence from the Jinui indicated that the three armies were marching hastily, with their supplies being critically limited, marking a significant step in his favor. Your Majesty, the latest news indicates that the Tang army has departed from Xianzhou and is advancing into Daqian territory, expected to reach the capital in less than 5 days. Another Jinui leader reported. Not slow indeed. Jiang Ce nodded slightly. What are the Jin army's movements? The Jinui leader scratched his head, looking perplexed. They are advancing southward and made a brief stop at Huerte City for half a day before continuing their march. They are now estimated to have reached Xuanwu Pass and should encounter the Tang army in approximately 5 days. Jiang Ce furrowed his brow, intrigued. Xuanwu Pass. The barren land beyond it. The 30,000 troops under Wanyan Hongxing maintained a steady pace as they marched southward. Report. Commander, Xuanwu Pass lies just 15 miles ahead. A scout returned on horseback to inform Wanyan Hongxing. Is there a Ming army stationed at Xuanwu Pass? Wanyan Hongxing inquired urgently, raising an eyebrow. Yes, but my subordinates are concerned about being detected, so they did not scout thoroughly. However, from a cursory glance, there appears to be at least 10,000 troops stationed within the pass. The scout relayed honestly. 10,000. Wanyan Hongxing frowned, dismissing his earlier thoughts of seizing the city. For over a decade, since the Duke of Daqian took command of Xuanwu Pass, it had become a formidable bastion against the Jin forces. For the Jin to annex Daqian, they must first breach Xuanwu Pass. Over the years, the Jin had expended vast resources in assaults on Xuanwu Pass, only to be repeatedly thwarted by Jiang Ce and his father, suffering severe losses. Consequently, the prospect of breaching Xuanwu Pass had become a lingering concern for every Jin soldier. Commander, the situation is urgent. We can postpone the assault on Xuanwu Pass until we have eliminated Jiang Ce and the Ming forces, Wanyan Hongxing's deputy suggested, perceiving the turmoil within his leader. If we allow a trivial place like Xuanwu Pass to impede our march, we risk delaying our rendezvous with the Tang army and incurring military penalties, which we cannot afford, he added. Wanyan Hongxing fell silent, his eyelid twitching momentarily as he gazed towards Xuanwu Pass, softly sighing. You are right. I have been too hasty. Even without Jiang Ce and Jiang Nantian, Xuanwu Pass remains a grand fortress, not easily conquered. Once our larger objectives are secured, we will have ample time to deal with Xuanwu Pass. Upon hearing Wanyan Hongxing's words, the deputy finally breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that his superior's impetuousness might jeopardize their grand designs. All troops, heed my command. Circumvent Xuanwu Pass and continue southward. Wanyan Hongxing ordered. Though they chose not to engage Xuanwu Pass, they also aimed to avoid any potential disruption from forces stationed there, opting for a detour to evade conflict. This decision was not born of fear. Chapter 102. The moment the coalition arrives, your demise is assured. The illustrious cavalry of the Great Tang lives up to its reputation. At least, in terms of the rapid pace of their advance, they are not inferior to the armies of the Ming. My Lord Chancellor, the intelligence from the Great Tang has already penetrated deep into the territory of Daqian and will reach our capital by tomorrow. In the Chancellor's residence, Lu Mao and the Minister of War bowed to Zhao Yi. Lu Mao presented a letter, which Zhao Yi eagerly opened and read from top to bottom, absorbing every word. Excellent. The speed of the Great Tang cavalry exceeds my expectations. The rebel forces have besieged the city for days, nearly reducing the capital to ruins. Zhao Yi lamented. His teeth clenched in anguish. Ever since Jiang Ce's army approached the city, not only had he been distressed, but the officials of the court were also rendered incapable of attending to their duties. The affairs of the court had, one could argue, fallen into neglect. Moreover, with hundreds of thousands of troops stationed outside the city, the common people within lived in constant fear, unable to engage in productive endeavors. This directly resulted in a surge of dissatisfaction towards Zhao Yi in the capital, reaching an uncontainable peak. Zhao Yi, however, paid little heed to the rumors. In his view, no matter how much the unruly populace slandered him, once the Great Tang cavalry arrived tomorrow and the rebels were eradicated, public opinion would naturally be resolved. Even if it could not be, he would suppress this unruly crowd by force. Lu Mao and the Minister of War exchanged glances, noting the gaunt visage of Zhao Yi. Filled with concern, "My lord, you have not slept for several days and nights. It would be prudent to rest," Lu Mao advised respectfully. After all, the rebels have been besieging for quite some time without any significant action. It is likely they will not strike soon. Observing the bloodshot eyes of Zhao Yi, Lu Mao earnestly urged him to take a break. "How can I sleep with the rebels at our gates?" Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, anger radiating from him. "My lord, not only is the great Tang cavalry coming to assist us in quelling the rebels, but the Khan of the Jin Kingdom has also dispatched 300,000 troops, arriving in the capital tomorrow. With the combined might of 70,000 soldiers, can we not dispatch Jiang Ce?" The Minister of War interjected. He showed no signs of fatigue. Having slept soundly, fully aware that no matter how formidable the rebels might be, they could not withstand the united forces of 70,000. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's expression softened slightly. "I cannot find peace until Jiang Ce is vanquished. His means of governance are hardly commendable. Without a rightful justification, I dare not execute Li Shi, lest I be accused of regicide. Only by using the merit of quelling the rebels can I ascend to power legitimately. At that point, I shall declare that the Empress perished on the battlefield, beseeching me, Zhao Yi, to take her place as the Emperor of Daqian. As for any dissent from the royal relatives, I shall conveniently label them as conspirators and suppress them. My lord, you truly ought to rest." Lu Mao observed Zhao Yi's frenzied yet fearful demeanor, sincerely advising him. As Zhao Yi's trusted aide, he feared that if Zhao Yi were to suddenly fall ill and perish, he would undoubtedly face retribution from those in power. "Rest? I shall keep my eyes wide open, awaiting the coalition forces to behead Jiang Ce. Until his very bones are ground to dust, I shall not find peace," Zhao Yi exclaimed, consumed by fervor. "Bring forth the palanquin." "My lord, what are you doing?" Lu Mao and the Minister of War were taken aback. "Are we not still in the Chancellor's residence? Why prepare a palanquin? Do you intend to attend court now?" "Humph. That scoundrel Jiang Ce has tormented me for so long. If I do not make him see the consequences now, will there be another opportunity after his demise?" Zhao Yi shouted, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely. Upon hearing this, Lu Mao and the Minister of War found themselves at a loss for words. They dared not speak further, urging the eunuchs to prepare the palanquin and assisting Zhao Yi into it. Soon, under the lift of 8 eunuchs, Zhao Yi ascended to the city ramparts. From the height of the ramparts, he could see the encampments of the besieging rebels, which only fueled his anger. "Scoundrel Jiang Ce, come forth," Zhao Yi yelled down, releasing the pent-up frustration that had accumulated within him. "Your Majesty, Chancellor Zhao Yi of Daqian challenges you to a duel," reported a guard from the Jin Wei with a peculiar expression. Within the tent, Jiang Ce, Yao Guangxiao, Su De, and other commanders were present. They exchanged bewildered glances. Did Zhao Yi not realize that the Ming army, numbering 300,000, had surrounded the capital? With only 30,000 troops, including the Imperial Guard, within the city? Did he truly believe he could issue a challenge? Was he courting death? Cough. Yao Guangxiao, go and face him. Be careful not to anger him to death. Jiang Ce chuckled, specifically advising Yao Guangxiao. Yao Guangxiao was a sagacious monk adept at sophistry. With Zhao Yi's limited cunning, he would be no match for him. Understood. Yao Guangxiao clasped his hands and exited the tent while the others continued to deliberate on military matters. "I thought some foolish jester dared to challenge us, only to discover it was the Chancellor, a man beneath 10,000, Yao Guangxiao mocked as he stepped outside the tent. His words conveyed the implication that despite his immense power, Zhao Yi was merely a dog beneath another. What of the confinement of the Daqian Empress Li Shi? Did he dare to kill her? Did he not fear the scorn of the world? Even if the great Tang cavalry did indeed sweep away the Ming army, he would still be reduced to a mere hound of the Tang Emperor. Zhao Yi understood the double entendre clearly, and his anger surged, his already crimson eyes almost bulging from their sockets. "You, what are you to speak to me?" he roared in indignation. "Our emperor has decreed that he does not meet with petty men and dogs. Conveniently, you embody both and are unworthy to stand before him." Yao Guangxiao retorted with remarkable eloquence. Without hesitation, he placed the label upon Zhao Yi. Should Zhao Yi dare to refute it, he would effectively admit to being a dog. Yet if he did not dare to respond, it would tacitly confirm the truth. You, Zhao Yi repeatedly called out, his face reddening with indignation. Yet he could utter not a single word. Beside him, Lu Mao and the Minister of War discreetly shook their heads, casting sidelong glances at Yao Guangxiao, internally commending his sharp tongue and formidable prowess. "How juvenile. I shall not deign to engage in frivolous banter with you. Merely state that the traitor Jiang Ce dares not show himself before me. Tomorrow, when the Tang and Jin armies arrive, I shall see how long this band of rebels can maintain their arrogance." Zhao Yi growled, his expression malevolent. After all this talk, it amounts to nothing more than a dog relying on its master's power. Yao Guangxiao yawned, seemingly unperturbed. With his retort, Zhao Yi's throat tightened, his entire being quivering with rage. My lord. Lu Mao hastened to pull Zhao Yi back, fearing for his safety. Observing this, Yao Guangxiao recognized the situation was becoming untenable and chose to retreat into the tent, unwilling to further engage with Zhao Yi, lest he truly provoke him to death. Chapter 103. The strategy. Only a day remained before the flames of war ignited. Within Jiang Ce's makeshift military tent, generals such as Su De, Li Guang, and Zhao Yun gathered. Even Lu Zhan, far off in Jincheng, and Qi Jiguang, who had just captured the southeastern capital, rushed back under the cover of night. Before them lay a specially crafted sand table, substantial in size, nearly filling the tabletop. This was a map commissioned by Jiang Ce, encompassing a 50-mile radius around Daqian's capital, detailing most valleys, highlands, basins, and various advantageous ambush sites. Furthermore, Jiang Ce had marked all water sources within this 50-mile area. It was a map compiled over 10 days by 1,000 Jin Wei, reflecting Jiang Ce's considerable effort. With this sand table, Jiang Ce possessed more information than the coalition of the Three Kingdoms. The Tang army would march from Xianzhou, and the quickest route to Daqian's capital required avoiding several mountain ranges, as Jiang Ce pointed out, to the southeast of Daqian's capital. This indicated that they would engage directly with our southeastern troops. After speaking, Jiang Ce turned his gaze to Li Guang and Zhao Yun, who guarded the southeastern front. Your Majesty, in order to hasten our advance, the Tang army's route will inevitably be straightforward. I request permission to lead 30,000 Hubao cavalry as a vanguard to harass the Tang army's flanks. Should the Tang army maintain their formation and not fall into our trap, General Qi may lead the divine mechanism camp to decimate their frontline forces. Zhao Yun proposed, showcasing his preference for a deputy's role, adept at swift raids to claim enemy leaders' heads, an unusual but welcomed input. Jiang Ce regarded Zhao Yun with surprise. Pondering for a moment, Zhao Yun's strategy is commendable, but it must be executed before the Tang and Jin forces converge. The Tang army, though numbering 100,000, is primarily cavalry, yet their speed pales in comparison to that of the Hubao cavalry. Zhao Yun's charge serves as a feint. It is Qi Jiguang leading the divine mechanism camp's gunfire that constitutes our true advantage. Jiang Ce's eyes lit up, grasping the deeper significance of Zhao Yun's proactive suggestion. Qi Jiguang concurred, Your Majesty, if we focus on the frontline forces of the Tang army, I can lead the Qi family army effectively, while the remaining divine mechanism camp can secure the northern front against potential Jin incursions. Previously tasked with capturing the southeastern territory, Qi Jiguang had trained this contingent of divine mechanism soldiers into the Qi family army. Although named thus, they were not his private troops, but a tactical evolution of the divine mechanism camp. Jiang Ce nodded, regardless of heavy or light cavalry. Their greatest threat lies in the charge of the cavalry. Should they break through our lines, their lethality rivals that of gunfire, with almost no countermeasures available. If we can inflict casualties on their frontline cavalry, their formation will inevitably falter. At that point, even the most capable Tang generals would be powerless to reorganize their troops. The once cohesive Tang cavalry would become a disarrayed mass, falling prey to the Ming forces. Moreover, Jiang Ce had already gleaned from the intelligence of the Jin Wei that the leader dispatched by the Tang emperor was but a fledgling, one who had never commanded a force exceeding 10,000, posing little threat. Naturally, Jiang Ce never underestimated his foes. Thus, he allocated an additional 10,000 Hubao cavalry, totaling 40,000 as the vanguard to harass the Tang army. With strategies formulated for the Tang army, attention turned to the Jin forces. The assembly followed Jiang Ce's gaze to the sand table, where the Jin army's route was marked. Even their maneuver around Xuanwu Pass was highlighted in red ink. Your Majesty, the Jin army will only approach from the northern front. I and General Li Guang shall guard the north, ensuring the Jin forces are kept at bay. Su De respectfully clasped his hands, his eyes gleaming with determination. Well acquainted with the Jin cavalry, Su De understood them to be mere paper tigers, appearing formidable yet easily vanquished. Additionally, the Jin cavalry was accustomed to open grassland warfare, while the outskirts of Daqian were densely forested, posing a significant disadvantage for them. Your Majesty, I concur with General Su's assessment. The northern front will be entrusted to the two of us. Li Guang also clasped his hands, his expression brimming with confidence. Having reclaimed several cities in Yinqing with his Mo Dao army, he was well versed in commanding them, and the Mo Dao army was specifically designed to counter cavalry. Indeed a nemesis for the Jin forces. Excellent. After extensive discussion, strategies and commanders for addressing both the Tang and Jin armies were established. Now, only the 30,000 troops of Daqian remain without a strategy. The Daqian forces will be led by me personally to achieve victory, Jiang Ce declared solemnly. He bore an irreconcilable blood feud with Daqian, a vendetta that could only be avenged by his own hand. Understood. The generals understood well. offering little in the way of persuasion, for they had witnessed Jiang Ce's military prowess, which could be described as nothing short of extraordinary. Confronting the weakest forces of the Daqian army would surely be a trivial undertaking. The strategy for dealing with the three armies had already been devised, with its central tenet being the prevention of their unification, aiming to vanquish them individually before they could coalesce. Once this was established, Jiang Ce specifically instructed the generals to conduct themselves discreetly, avoiding any pre-battle mobilization. At this moment, atop the city walls of the Daqian capital, Zhao Yi had regained his composure, although his previously purple face had taken on a pallid hue. "When will the army arrive?" Zhao Yi inquired, taking a deep breath to calm the tumult of anger stirred by Yao Guangxiao. "Your Excellency," Lu Mao replied, "both the Jin and Tang armies have communicated that they will arrive at the capital by noon at the latest." After a brief pause, he added, "At that time, it shall be the day of the traitor's burial." Zhao Yi smirked with satisfaction, his inner frustration alleviated significantly. "Let them revel in their arrogance for one more night. By noon tomorrow, I shall ascend the tower to witness the battle. I long to see the traitor Jiang Ce and his treacherous minister Yao Guangxiao meet their demise." His eyes glinted with hatred and ferocity as he growled. Within the imperial study of the Daqian palace, Li Shishir had been under Zhao Yi's house arrest for nearly half a month. During this time, she was attended only by the palace maids, while the imperial guards patrolled the palace, keeping a vigilant watch over her. Li Shishir had attempted to escape several times, only to be captured by the guards and reported back to Zhao Yi. After enduring hunger imposed by Zhao Yi on a few occasions, she resigned herself to the realization that escaping from the heavily fortified palace was impossible. In recent days, however, the imperial guards seemed to have vanished. When she cautiously inquired with the maids, they hesitated, unwilling to speak openly. With her keen intellect, Li Shishir sensed that something was amiss. "I am, after all, the Emperor of Daqian. Though I have committed grievous wrongs against the world, do I not deserve a chance for redemption?" Over the past few days, she had been trying to appeal to the maids' emotions and reason in an effort to persuade them. The maids, sympathizing with her plight, eventually sighed, "Your Majesty, please do not attribute this to me, for my life and the lives of my family would be at stake. Would I ever stoop to betray you?" She replied, "Now, tell me." The traitor Jiang Ce leads hundreds of thousands of rebels surrounding the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Li Shishir's expression transformed into one of astonishment, shock, and bewilderment, before she fell into a deep silence. Chapter 104. The Great War approaches. Hundreds of thousands of troops encircling the capital? Li Shishir repeated this phrase incessantly, to the point of causing her nearby maid's ears to ache. "Your Majesty, you have already said this many times," the maid remarked impatiently. Clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment, Li Shishir could not shake off the shock on her face. Her astonishment did not stem from Jiang Ce's encirclement of the capital, but rather from the realization that he commanded an army of hundreds of thousands. Having been sidelined by Zhao Yi for half a month, she had become estranged from court affairs and was unaware of the political landscape. Learning that Jiang Ce had raised a rebellion in just a few months and amassed such a formidable force filled her with both shock and profound frustration. Her own father, the Taizong and Taizu, had labored for over a century to build the Daqian Dynasty, yet their military power barely reached 1 million. Meanwhile, a young man from the frontier had gathered tens of thousands to follow him in less than half a year. She found herself questioning, have I truly erred? Perhaps my mistakes lie in believing slander, executing Jiang Nantian, and ascending to this throne of Daqian. With each sigh, a bitter smile crossed Li Shishir's lips. Once the rebels surrounded the city, it would not be long before our imperial capital fell. At that point, I would likely be the first to meet my father in death. The maid, observing Li Shishir's demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy and opened her mouth to offer comfort, yet found herself at a loss for words. After all, the Empress had been sheltered within the palace, naive to the world's cruelties, and deep down, she remained just a young girl. However, wrongdoings must carry consequences, even for an emperor. This was a truth that even a humble maid understood. How could the Empress be unaware? Wait a moment, how long have the rebels been encircling the city? Li Shishir suddenly asked, her brow furrowing in thought. Your Majesty, it seems to have been 6 or 7 days. The maid counted on her fingers. They have been encircling for so long, yet the rebels have done nothing? Li Shishir expressed her astonishment further. With hundreds of thousands of troops, their daily consumption of provisions must be astronomical. How could Jiang Ce have such resources, given that his rebellion began only recently? As far as I know, after the rebels set up camp outside the city, there has been no further movement. The citizens and officials within the city have grown accustomed to it, the maid said, scratching her head. Her limited perspective led her to believe they were merely trying to intimidate the Daqian officials, not genuinely prepare for battle. Something felt amiss. After being betrayed by Zhao Yi, Li Shishir had come to understand the treacheries of human nature and recognized that one must not take things at face value. What was Jiang Ce truly attempting to achieve? Narrowing her phoenix eyes in contemplation, she arrived at a startling conclusion. Could it be that he aims to intimidate Zhao Yi, compelling him to relinquish the throne to me? As this thought crossed her mind, she shook her head vigorously in denial. Yet, reflecting on the late Duke of State's unwavering loyalty to Daqian, even accepting poison without harboring treachery, it dawned on her that Jiang Ce might indeed be honoring Jiang Nantian's legacy. Under the guise of rebellion, he could be seeking to eliminate the treacherous ministers surrounding him, with the ultimate aim of safeguarding Daqian. The more she pondered, the more her already bright and beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. The maid, witnessing the Empress display such joy for the first time, felt a twinge of confusion. Has the Empress truly been rendered foolish by the encirclement of the rebels? How can she still find joy at such a time? However, she merely expressed her thoughts internally, without revealing them outwardly. Regardless, Li Shishir was immensely eager for Jiang Ce to breach the city, even if he sought to exact vengeance upon her. She did not wish to remain in this imperial palace as a resentful woman with nowhere to go. As a legitimate member of the Daqian royal family and the sole female emperor in the world, given a choice, she would rather perish beneath Jiang Ce's blade than witness Daqian fall under Zhao Yi's dominion. Within Xuanwu Pass, at the Jiang residence, when the incident involving Jiang Nantian occurred, the servants of the Jiang family were also implicated and executed. Now, those who had taken over the servants' duties were none other than the noble princess Wanyan Tana of the Jin Kingdom and Liu, the personal guard of the female emperor of Daqian. Their esteemed identities rendered it inconceivable for anyone to associate them with mundane chores. Yet, reality was as such. The two were engaged in light conversation while polishing the already immaculate bed. It has been quite some time since His Majesty returned. Wanyan Tana suddenly turned her gaze to the bedding, recalling the passionate encounters she had shared with Jiang Ce upon it, a blush instantly rising to her cheeks. However, this flush quickly transformed into a sense of emptiness. The urgency of war was paramount. A man of honor could not be distracted by a woman. Liu chuckled softly. How is it that you have become so understanding? Wanyan Tana teased, playfully leaping beside Liu and giving her a playful squeeze. Their prolonged companionship had fostered a sisterly bond, dissolving any prior barriers. That is not acceptable. Liu blushed, slapping away Tana's probing hand, panting heavily as she did so. She wondered whether the combined forces would be able to withstand the challenges ahead, a shadow of worry crossing her brow. Do not fret when it comes to battle. No one can rival him, Wanyan Tana replied with a smile, her expression reminiscent. She recalled the time she had stealthily left the Khan's tent, driven by a desire for vengeance against her brother, initially believing she would share an eternal enmity with Jiang Ce, only to find herself gradually ensnared by him. It was not only due to her feelings, but also because of the captivating charm he possessed, rendering her utterly defenseless against him. Upon reflection, this charm lay in his effortless mastery over every situation. Even if the heavens were to fall, she could unconditionally trust in Jiang Ce's ability to turn the tide. This was the sense of security he provided her. The Jin Kingdom had also dispatched troops against the Ming. Liu glanced at Tana, probing cautiously. I am aware. Tana replied with a bitter smile. I am no longer a subject of the Jin Kingdom. Even if I were to return now, no one would acknowledge me. The foolishness of the Jin Kingdom surpasses my imagination. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Tana's eyes. Liu, perceptively catching this, felt a sense of relief. Logically, I should be worried now that Daqian's imperial city is besieged, yet why do I find myself hoping for his triumphant return? After speaking, she exchanged a knowing smile with Tana, continuing diligently with their chores. Both understood that they had unequivocally become Jiang Ce's women, and their sole concern was Jiang Ce himself. As for the matters of the world, their man would bear the burden. With war imminent and the winds of fate unpredictable, the skies above Daqian's capital were clear. Yet an inexplicable heaviness loomed, akin to a storm about to unleash its fury, evoking a suffocating atmosphere, as if foreshadowing the tragedy for the side destined for defeat. Regardless, the armies of the Ming, Tang, Jin, and Daqian were all aware that the flames of war would ignite. It was unavoidable. Simultaneously, this would be one of the most brutal wars in decades. The coalition of three nations boasted 700,000 troops, while the Ming army counted nearly 600,000. This battle transcended familial grievances and national animosities. Whether Jiang Ce's Ming emerged victorious or the coalition did, the outcome would irrevocably alter the geopolitical landscape of the continent. Chapter 105, The First Clash. Your Majesty, the time is nigh. Within the tent, Jiang Ce and his generals had already partaken of their luncheon, each resting with their eyes closed, devoid of any tension that typically accompanies the approach of battle. For those born to be commanders, warfare was as routine as eating and sleeping. As noon approached, news from the Jinyue indicated that the Tang army had discovered the Ming forces in the southeast. However, the Jinyue acted swiftly. As soon as the Tang scouts detected them, They encircled and eliminated them entirely. They needed to strike before the Tang forces could react. Jiang Ce opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Zhao Yun, your subordinate is at your command. Zhao Yun sprang to his feet, bowing deeply. It rests upon you. Jiang Ce nodded slightly. Zhao Yun was dispatched to engage the Tang army in their first confrontation, and Jiang Ce never entertained the notion of defeat. Firstly, the Tang army's commander was of advanced age. Despite his tactical brilliance, the natural decline of his physical capabilities would hinder his responses against the swift Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Secondly, overconfidence in troops is always perilous. The Tang cavalry had enjoyed victory for too long, winning numerous battles. And while they outwardly did not exhibit arrogance under Tang Xintian's command, they were acutely aware of their numerical superiority, yet dispatched only 100,000 cavalry for support. This was the most perilous form of arrogance. In the heat of battle, the Tang army would surely pay a heavy price for this folly. Qin Jiguang, take 2,000 members of the Divine Machine Battalion to follow the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry at a distance of 5 miles. After their initial charge, you are free to act. Remember, this is merely the first encounter. Do not overextend into enemy territory. After demoralizing their troops, retreat. Jiang Ce issued his orders methodically. In this battle, there could be no room for error. The Tang army was arrogant, but they were not fools. The Tang cavalry had thrived for over a decade for a reason, and if the Ming forces exposed any weaknesses, they too would suffer dire consequences. Your subordinate obeys. Qin Jiguang replied with a solemn expression, clasping his hands in salute. He and Zhao Yun parted ways, each commanding their respective armies, separating from the main force and heading southeast. Unlike the constant vigilance maintained by the Daming army, the Tang troops, under the command of the elderly and frail Bu Zixiong, faced a sluggish march, resulting in growing discontent among the soldiers. Although warfare provided ample provisions and generous salaries, who would wish to march into battle amidst the biting autumn winds? The soldiers yearned to conclude the conflict swiftly and return home to reunite with their families. General, the scouts have yet to return. I suggest we ease our pace and rest in place until we receive their report, advised the vice commander, Lu Lietong, who was deeply concerned. Given the speed of the scouts, they should have returned by now. Absolutely not. The Daqian rebel forces are within striking distance. They pose no real threat, but halting our advance will erode the morale of our troops, which is a grave error. You must learn this. Bu Zixiong coughed violently, his voice intermittent. His advanced age and relentless night marches had taken their toll, and despite his thick fur clothing, he could not withstand the autumn chill, which had left him with a cold. Lu Lietong, sensing the urgency, was filled with worry. Something felt amiss. The rivalry between Jiang Ce and Daqian was evident. Yet they merely besieged the city without launching an attack, which was peculiar in itself. Now, as the iron hooves of the Tang cavalry were about to crush the Daming forces, the latter's presence was conspicuously absent. Suddenly, a dense cloud of yellow smoke billowed from the front of the army. A large contingent of cavalry surged forward silently, with a white horse at the enemy's forefront shining resplendently. Enemy attack, Lu Lietong shouted. Bu Zixiong's murky old eyes narrowed. All troops, heed my command. Contract the formation and charge the enemy. The military order, as firm as a mountain, was transmitted down the ranks. Yet, before the command could fully reach the troops, Zhao Yun's elite Tiger and Leopard Cavalry had already arrived before the Tang army. Kill! Clad in silver armor and wielding a silver spear, Zhao Yun roared as he lowered his body and charged straight into the enemy ranks. Initially, he was meant to launch a surprise attack from the Tang's flank, but upon seeing their disarrayed formation, he recognized an opportune moment that could not be wasted. The 40,000 members of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry surged forward, their galloping hooves stirring up a sandstorm as they propelled themselves towards the Tang forces. This is bad. Though Bu Zixiong was aged, his extensive combat experience warned him of the dire consequences of allowing such a cavalry charge. His frontline troops were bound to face defeat, and a crushing one at that. Lu Lietong, reinforce the front lines immediately, and do so swiftly. Bu Zixiong growled through clenched teeth. Lu Lietong, equally shocked, observed the synchronized march of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, realizing the Daming force's strength would undoubtedly surpass that of the Tang. General, I suggest we withdraw the frontline troops, consolidate our formation, and await reinforcements. Silence. Move. The sound of hooves resonated with incredible might as he witnessed the frontline troops being slaughtered by the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry like leaves swept away by autumn winds, instilling a deep sense of dread within him. Understood. Lu Lietong gritted his teeth, leading 10,000 central troops, spurring his horse forward at a gallop. Damn it. By the time he reached the front lines, he found the blood-soaked Tiger and Leopard Cavalry had already decimated the 2,000 frontline troops. He dared not calculate the casualties. Facing Zhao Yun's bloodthirsty gaze sent shivers down his spine. Follow me and fight. Regaining a semblance of composure, Lu Lietong steeled himself to lead a counterattack. hoping to buy time for the army to regroup. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable. However, Zhao Yun merely cast a deep glance at Lu Lietong before sounding the retreat. The 40,000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry instantly turned their horses around. Just as Lu Lietong sighed in relief, a scene of utter despair unfolded before him. As the cavalry withdrew like receding tides, what lay before him and his 10,000 troops were the meticulously arranged formations of the Divine Machine Camp. With firearms and artillery at the ready. Fire! Commanded Qi Jiguang coldly. Bang! A barrage of fiery projectiles erupted. Brilliant yet deadly. Retreat! Lu Lietong screamed, his eyes reddening. The terror and shock within him reached an insurmountable peak. They were utterly unbeatable. No, even if Tang Xintian himself led the mightiest Tang cavalry, they would still be no match for this enemy force. They were simply insurmountable. Unfortunately, once the 10,000 Tang cavalry entered the firing range of the Qi family army, it was already too late to escape. The chorus of anguished cries echoed in Lu Lietong's ears, and all around him lay fallen horses and soldiers. Without exception, they bore horrific wounds, their deaths gruesome. The collapse of the frontline troops directly led to the central forces of the Tang army becoming the new vanguard. What unfolded before Bu Zixiong and the remaining soldiers was a veritable hell on earth. The bodies of former comrades were either mangled by the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry or riddled with arrows from the Divine Machine Camp. Blood pooled as the iron hooves of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry departed, leaving a long trail of crimson hoofprints behind. Severed limbs and shattered armor intertwined with broken weapons, assaulting the eyes of the Tang soldiers. Many had eagerly anticipated returning home to revel in victory after defeating the Daming forces, only to find themselves facing death. We have lost, Bu Zixiong murmured. He was old, his body and spirit long drained by years of warfare. Witnessing the demoralization and disarray of his troops, he coughed up a mouthful of old blood, his expression waning. His already aged visage now resembled that of a frail elder, seemingly on the brink of demise. He could not comprehend how the once invincible Tang cavalry had suffered such a calamitous defeat after merely encountering the enemy. The situation should not have unfolded this way. It ought to have been the Tang army relentlessly pursuing the foe. Yet, he found himself unable to accept the grim reality of their defeat, let alone believe that the Daming army was so formidable. How could there exist a force more valiant than the Tang cavalry? Sound the retreat. All troops withdraw. Bu Zixiong firmly shut his eyes, exhaling a deep sigh of despair. The once revered Tang cavalry, renowned across the land, was now in disarray, fleeing in a manner even more disheartening than the retreat of the Japanese pirates. Your Majesty, the defeat of the Tang army is inevitable. If we pursue them now, we shall surely achieve a resounding victory. Zhao Yun, his silver armor stained with blood, hurried into the tent to report. Pursue. Bring me the heads of the enemy's key commanders. I shall use them to demonstrate our national might. Jiang Ce stated calmly, his voice steady. Understood. This time, Zhao Yun led his 100,000 Hu Bao Qi into battle, no longer engaging in minor skirmishes, but intent on annihilating the enemy in one decisive blow. Suda. Li Guang, heed my command. Suda and Li Guang promptly rose, clasping their fists in salute. We shall obey. They replied in unison. Go. It is your turn to deal with the Jin army. The Tang forces are already in retreat, and there is no need for hesitation. Deploy all 100,000 of the Tai Fu Tu and the Qin Rui troops. Understood. Suda and Li Guang, their spirits lifted, bowed before taking their leave. As the Tang soldiers were being slaughtered, the Jin army had just arrived at the outskirts of the Daqian imperial capital, catching sight of its towering walls from a distance. Commander, the scouts report that the Daming army is approaching us. The aide approached Wanyan Hongsheng, his expression fraught with unease. For a long time, the Daming army had remained stationed outside the Daqian imperial capital, making no significant moves. To learn that they were actively seeking battle upon the arrival of their forces was unexpected. How many are there? Wanyan Hongsheng inquired, his brow furrowing. The scouts returned in haste and did not observe clearly, but it is estimated there are no fewer than 100,000. 100,000? Wanyan Hongsheng sneered coldly. It seems they can no longer remain idle. They are cornered and desperate. He was indeed a defeated foe of Jiang Ce. Yet that was due to Jiang Ce's support from Wu Cheng. Without it, Jiang Ce would have long perished at his hands. It is well known that field battles outside the city have always been the forte of the Jin cavalry. The Daming army, in their arrogance, must have learned of the alliance of the three armies and sought to make a desperate stand. Form ranks. Prepare for battle. Wanyan Hongsheng's cold smile revealed his intent. His 300,000 troops, centered around him, tightened their formation. From a distance, the sight of the 30,000 troops appeared as an impregnable fortress. This time, Wanyan Hongsheng did not intend to take the initiative. He would let the Daming army exhaust themselves. After all, he had the Tang and Qian armies behind him, and if they were to exhaust their forces, it would be Jiang Ce who would perish. Su De and Li Guang brought their troops to the front of the Jin army. With only a short distance of 3 miles separating the two forces, Su De narrowed his eyes and pulled the reins, bringing his cavalry to a halt behind the Tai Fu Tuesday. His role was to use the defensively superior Tai Fu Tu to support the main attacking Qin Rui troops. At his command, the Tai Fu Tu slowed its pace, allowing the Qin Rui troops, led by Li Guang, to take the forefront. If the Jin army sought to stall, they would be met with the Qin Rui troops' expertise in infantry combat and encirclement tactics. They would force the enemy to falter, and only then would the Tai Fu Tu take the stage. All troops, heed my command. Forward, we shall strike. Li Guang wielded his long blade, leading 10,000 Qin Rui troops into the enemy camp. His great sword swung with immense force, executing each movement with precision. Even when surrounded by over 10 Jin soldiers, none could close in on him. A bunch of worthless fools. Wan Yinhongsheng. Witnessing the inability of dozens to subdue the enemy's commander, who had even managed to slay several of his own men, could not contain his fury. Yet, he refrained from acting rashly, opting instead to observe coldly. Can you withstand the assault of my 300,000 troops? He thought disdainfully, convinced that the enemy commander was merely a man of brute strength. However, as the battle progressed, Wan Yinhongsheng's initially dismissive expression began to wane, gradually shifting to one of concern. After the entry of 10,000 Qin Rui troops into the fray, they promptly rescued the beleaguered Li Guang. Moreover, the previously formidable defensive line began to show signs of weakening, an alarming development that darkened his countenance. Damn it, why has the Datang army not yet arrived? He cursed, struggling to suppress his growing anxiety. After all, the enemy still had 100,000 Tai Fu Tu yet to be deployed. During their previous assault on Wuchang, he had been thoroughly intimidated by the Tai Fu Tuesday. Now, he was at a loss regarding the enemy's intentions. Did they truly aspire to annihilate his 300,000 Jin troops with just 100,000 men? Damn it, form ranks, advance. As he observed his own army's casualties mounting while the enemy grew bolder, Wan Yinhongsheng could no longer remain calm. Trapped, Su De, appearing to merely observe, was actually assessing the overall battlefield. Noticing changes in the Jin army's formation, he coldly smiled and commanded, charge. Quickly order Li Guang to withdraw. With 2 military orders issued, the Qin Rui troops, who had been fervently engaged in battle, promptly ceased their bloodlust, methodically dispersing to the sides. Just as Wan Yinhongsheng had given the order to change formation, transitioning from defense to offense, he inadvertently exposed the center of his army. The enemy's Tai Fu Tu surged forward, an unstoppable force. It's over. Wan Yinhongsheng's expression shifted dramatically. It was too late to change formations now, and he realized he had gravely underestimated the enemy's strength. His pallid visage reflected the regret and unwillingness of a man who had made a fatal misjudgment. I refuse to believe that with 300,000 troops, we cannot triumph over your mere 200,000. The entire army, heed the command, charge. Engage them. Chapter 107. The Defeat of the Jin Kingdom. The disorganized charge of the Jin cavalry starkly contrasted with the impeccably coordinated assault of the Tai Fu Tu. At first glance, the Jin forces appeared as unseasoned and scattered militia, while the Tai Fu Tu displayed the demeanor of well-trained elite troops. Under Su De's leadership, the Tai Fu Tu did not succumb to the desire for glory, but instead focused on surging toward the exposed central forces of the Jin army. Like a black broadsword, they struck deep at the very lifeblood of the Jin, extinguishing the last flicker of hope for Wan Yinhongsheng. This battle was far more tragic than the annihilation of the Wuchang Eagle army. The 300,000 Jin soldiers could not withstand the onslaught of the Tai Fu Tu. Even using corpses as barriers could not slow their relentless advance. Beneath the hooves of heavy cavalry, the ground was stained with remnants of flesh and blood. The Jin Kingdom was finished. Wan Yinhongsheng stared blankly, a bitter smile creeping across his face. These 300,000 troops represented the foundation of the Jin. And judging by the current circumstances, if even 50,000 could return, it would be a stroke of divine mercy. After this battle, the Jin Kingdom would fall from its lofty status as a great power. Its strength diminished to a state lesser than even the small nations far away in the southern wasteland. All the soldiers have been depleted. Surrender. We surrender. Wan Yinhongsheng cried out with bloodshot eyes, his voice filled with ferocity. He had thought that after reorganizing his equipment and troops, he could face the Ming army again, and even if he could not achieve a great victory, he could at least preserve his forces. Yet the harsh reality left him in shock, having fully accepted the might of the Ming army. Behind all this lay the fortune of having a great emperor in the Ming. Soon, the Ming would undoubtedly rise like a brilliant star, swiftly ascending to unprecedented heights. At that time, even the mightiest of nations, such as the Tang and the Qin, would pale in comparison, and even if the great Tang and great Qin were united, they would not stand as equals to the Ming. Surrender, I yield. Wang Yanhongsheng numbly dismounted, kneeling on the ground. He willingly shed his armor and let out a sorrowful, manic laugh. He was a sinner of the Jin Kingdom, witnessing their commander's state. The remaining 20,000 Jin soldiers also discarded their helmets and armor, kneeling in place, paralyzed by fear. The unwritten rule of war between the two nations was to spare captives. However, this was not Su Da's rule. Kill them. Su Da's eyes glinted with cold resolve. The battle was not yet over, and merely accommodating these 20,000 surrendered soldiers would require vast space and ample supplies, which the Ming could not currently provide. Furthermore, showing mercy to the enemy was tantamount to cruelty to oneself. He could not allow any errors in this battle. He must eliminate all factors that could influence the outcome. Even if it meant bearing the blame for the execution of prisoners, he would proceed. Once again they met. Su Da rode forth to stand before Wang Yanhongsheng. Noting his deranged demeanor, and with a swift motion, he severed his head, casually placing it in a cloth bag and attaching it to his waist. He continued to command the army, pursuing the remnants of the Jin forces alongside the Qin Rui troops. In the capital of Daqian, within Jiang Ce's military tent, several Jin Yiwei captains, having received special permission, entered and exited the main tent to deliver battle reports without the need for formalities. Reports were delivered one after another to Jiang Ce's table, each relaying the number of enemy troops annihilated, bringing continuous tidings of victory. However, Jiang Ce's countenance bore little joy. The ease with which the Jin and Tang armies fell did not instill a sense of pride within him. Report. Another captain entered the tent. Your Majesty, this is the head of the Jin commander, Wang Yanhongsheng. He held a bloodied cloth bag, unfastened it, and raised the head to present it to Jiang Ce. Observing the frozen expression of Wang Yanhongsheng in death, Jiang Ce smirked coldly, never expecting their reunion to occur in such a manner. Take it, along with the head of the Tang commander, and deliver them to the Daqian court. The Jin forces numbered 300,000, and the slaughter was slow, while the Tang army, with its 100,000 troops, swiftly annihilated the enemy due to the pursuit of the Hubao cavalry and the Shunji camp. However, they still allowed the enemy's vice commander, Lu Lailong, to escape, only managing to claim the heads of the Tang commander and the supervising general. Understood. The 3 bags were secured again by the captain, specially selecting a swift steed to hasten to the Daqian court. The coalition forces of the 3 nations now had only over 20,000 Daqian troops left. Jiang Ce did not intend to let them escape. However, those Daqian troops posed no threat, even if neglected. In the Daqian imperial palace, the officials had remained in court since the morning assembly. At this moment, every face was alight with uncontainable excitement. My lord, judging by the time, the Tang army should have arrived. They may have nearly eliminated the rebel forces, chuckled the Minister of War. The court had long since dispelled the previous sense of crisis surrounding the rebels besieging the city, and everyone eagerly awaited the arrival of the Tang army, anticipating the splendid news of the rebels' total annihilation. Zhao Yi observed the bustling court below, smiling silently, his gaze signaling to Lu Mao. Lu Mao understood. Stepping out from the side hall, presenting a golden yellow dragon robe. My lord, the Chancellor has achieved merit in quelling the rebels. I believe that under your governance, Daqian will flourish in peace, and a prosperous era is no longer a distant dream. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously boisterous court fell into a profound silence. Long live your Majesty. The Minister of War performed a grand bow, kneeling on the ground in reverence. The other ministers, witnessing this, recognized that the dynasty had been renamed Zhao, and they too knelt, echoing, Long live your Majesty. As a subject of Daqian, how can I commit such a great transgression? Zhao Yi suppressed his triumph, feigning reluctance as he flicked his sleeve. Your Majesty, Daqian faces internal and external challenges. Only under your leadership can it be revived. The Minister of War once again lavished praise, and after Zhao Yi declined twice, he graciously permitted Lu Mao to drape the dragon robe upon him. However, just as everyone rushed to congratulate Zhao Yi on his ascension, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly resonated. The captain of the Jinui surveyed his surroundings with a cold, indifferent glance at Zhao Yi, who donned a yellow robe. He casually tossed out 3 cloth bags before turning his horse around, leaving behind a chilling and unfeeling silhouette as he departed. It was the Minister of War who first sensed something amiss, his gaze fixated on the bloodstains on the ground and the 3 blood-soaked bags. A jolt of dread surged within him. Someone, open them, he commanded, his expression grave as he summoned a eunuch. Zhao Yi let out a cold laugh, pondering what treachery Jiang Ce was concocting. Could it be that he knew the coalition forces of the 3 kingdoms were not to be trifled with and chose to deliver his own head to me? However, upon seeing the head within the bag, Zhao Yi's smirk froze, his eyes revealing sheer horror and disbelief. The primary generals of the Great Tang and the supervising military officer? And the commander of the Jin army. The bags also contained the identity tokens of all 3. Impossible. Impossible. Zhao Yi shook his head frantically, cold sweat pouring from his body, gasping for breath. At that moment, he felt as though he had plunged into a millennium-old ice cave, his body chilled to the bone. Engulfed in despair. Tell me this is not true. The Tang army and Jin army cannot be defeated. Zhao Yi rejected the reality, his body giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 108. The events of yesteryear. Despair filled the lifeless court of the great Qian. Every official present turned pale with fear. In their eyes, how could the unparalleled cavalry of the great Tang be defeated? How could they possibly fail? They were utterly oblivious to how and when the Tang army had met its demise. Heaven seeks to destroy me. Zhao Yi's eyes reddened, tears streaming down his face, which had aged a decade in an instant. The once vibrant court fell silent, the ministers rendered mute. With the deaths of the Tang and Jin armies, they knew they would be next. My lord, what should we do? Lu Mao asked anxiously, unwilling to resign to death and eager to fight for survival. What should we do? You ask me, but who can I turn to? Zhao Yi's temper flared. Have the 200,000 troops outside been utterly annihilated? Such a monumental event, yet there is not a whisper of news. His fists clenched, fury coursing through him. He had strategically positioned the 200,000 troops on the outskirts, ready to rendezvous with the Tang and Jin forces, only to find it utterly futile. Moreover, the rebels had first slaughtered the Tang and Jin armies, clearly intending to deal with the great Qian last. Realizing this, Zhao Yi let out a bitter laugh. He had been led by the nose by Jiang Ce from the very beginning. He believed the great Qian would handle the rebels as a hunter would a rabbit, only to discover that the great Qian was the rabbit in Jiang Ce's eyes. My lord, we should surrender, Lu Mao said with a wry smile. With the Tang army exterminated, what use is there in continuing this fight? If we surrender, Jiang Ce may grant a general amnesty, portraying himself as a benevolent ruler to the southern dynasty's populace. If he truly intends to slaughter us all, he will solidify his image as a tyrant. Lu Mao sincerely advised, as long as there was a general amnesty, they would have a chance at survival. Even if they were exiled to the frontier, at least they would retain their lives. Is there anything more terrifying than death? You speak the truth. At this juncture, even if I do not wish to concede, I have already lost. Zhao Yi's complexion turned ashen, his heart heavy with frustration. His overall state was dire. He understood that Jiang Ce's reluctance to engage the 200,000 troops outside was not due to fear, but rather because his own forces posed no significant threat to the larger picture. He lacked even the qualification to resist desperately. Bring me the national seal and writing materials. I shall draft a letter of surrender. Zhao Yi exclaimed, his eyes swollen with emotion. Soon, a letter of surrender was delivered to Jiang Ce's tent. Your Majesty, this is a letter of surrender from the Prime Minister of the Great Qian, the messenger announced. Jiang Ce rose, his hands clasped behind his back, impassively regarding the letter presented by the captain of the Jinui. Read it. Yes. The captain unfurled the letter, reading each word aloud. The proclamation began with the grandiose praises typical of literary men, which irritated Jiang Ce. It was not until the end that the essence of the letter was revealed. I, Zhao Yi, as the Prime Minister of the Great Qian, am willing to submit to the Great Ming. Henceforth, the Great Qian shall be a vassal state of the Great Ming, and all domestic matters shall comply with the edicts of His Majesty the Xuanwu Emperor of the Great Ming. After patiently listening to the entire letter, Jiang Ce chuckled coldly. Not once did he offer an apology. Jiang Ce squinted slightly. The rebellion had been instigated not out of greed for the lands of the Great Qian, but because his father had been poisoned and forced him into rebellion. He tore the letter apart. All troops, heed my command. Assault the city and seize the imperial palace. Anyone who obstructs us, be they commoners or members of the royal family, shall be executed without mercy. At that moment, the long-suppressed hatred within Jiang Ce erupted. A palpable aura of death filled the main tent, the oppressive atmosphere rendering all present uncomfortable. Hearing such menacing words, the generals dared not disobey, all kneeling in unison, clasping their fists in salute. Your orders will be obeyed. The generals echoed in unison, including Yao Guangxiao, who, with a solemn countenance, realized that the moment to conquer the Great Qian was nigh. A total of 600,000 troops advanced into the city in perfect unison. This silent army exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence as they headed straight for the imperial palace of the Great Qian. No one dared to impede their progress. At that moment, the capital of the Great Qian had lost its former bustling prosperity. All that remained was a pervasive atmosphere of fear and oppression, resembling a ghost town. With no signs of life visible along the streets, the soldiers stationed atop the city gate, rather than fulfilling their duty of defense, hastily shed their armor at the sight of the approaching army, donning civilian attire in fear of being discovered by the rebels. Only the 20,000 elite guards stationed outside the palace awaited the arrival of the insurgents. Jiang Ce rode at the forefront, accompanied by Yao Guangxiao, Su De, and others, and regarded the 2,000 gold-clad troops with indifference. Su De proceeded to eliminate them all. At this juncture, if the imperial guards still dared to defend the palace, Further persuasion to surrender was unnecessary. Understood. Su De, leading the 5,000 ironclad soldiers, charged forward with fervor. In less than 15 minutes, the 2,000 elite guards lay dead or fled, leaving behind a palace gate strewn with corpses. Open the city gate, Jiang Ce commanded. Su De, rallying the ironclad soldiers, gathered their strength for a charge. When the heavy cavalry breached the city gate, they beheld all the ministers, including Zhao Yi, kneeling in the square, their faces filled with unease. The sound of hooves echoed, each step seeming to crush the spirits of Zhao Yi and the others. No one dared to lift their gaze to the Ming army, let alone meet Jiang Ce's eyes. In the past, when the Duke of State met his demise, they had spoken out in admonition, but now they could not even muster the courage to acknowledge that Daqian had finally welcomed a worthy ruler. Yet, they remained silent. Having chosen to side with Zhao Yi, they now had to endure Jiang Ce's fiery vengeance, who had penned the letter accusing the Duke of State of harboring private soldiers and harboring rebellious intentions 6 months prior. The army halted outside the palace, and only Jiang Ce and Yao Guanxiao entered. He surveyed the trembling Daqian officials kneeling before him and coldly inquired. After a moment's pause, none dared to speak, prompting Jiang Ce to sneer, "Do you all lack the courage to acknowledge your actions?" His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on the Minister of War. 6 months ago, the minister had received a secret letter from the frontier, alleging that the Duke of State had caused turmoil at Xuanwu Pass with intentions of rebellion. Is this claim true? Upon hearing the command, the minister's face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and, despite feeling Jiang Ce's piercing gaze, remained mute. My patience is wearing thin. If you rise to confess and expose all officials involved in those events, I shall spare your clan from annihilation. Otherwise, I shall send your entire family to the netherworld for a reunion. Your Majesty. The Minister of War felt his defenses crumble, struggling to straighten himself, tears streaming down his face. It was all Zhao Yi's machinations that forced me, he lamented in terror. Chapter 109, Mutual Accusations. Faced with the Minister of War's confession, Zhao Yi's fury surged, yet he refrained from expressing it, as Jiang Ce stood before him. Instead, he shot daggers at the minister. Utter nonsense. On that day, when you visited my chancellery, you clearly stated that the Duke of State had been raising private soldiers and exhibited signs of rebellion. I even remarked that the Duke was fiercely loyal, undeterred by the impoverished frontier, guarding Xuanwu Pass for over a decade. How could he possibly rebel? Zhao Yi's venomous words left the Minister of War's face flushed with indignation, his finger trembling as he pointed at Zhao Yi. You scoundrel! The minister clutched his chest, breathless and drenched in cold sweat, enraged to the point of speechlessness. Jiang Ce observed the scene with cold amusement, declaring, "Those involved in the past shall be executed." His stern words pierced the ears of the officials, casting a pall over their expressions as they bowed their heads in silence. However, I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. If you expose the guilty, I promise not to implicate your families. This was the greatest concession Jiang Ce could offer. He understood that many officials had been coerced into siding with Zhao Yi and had not committed egregious offenses. Moreover, after subjugating Daqian, he would require officials familiar with its governance to oversee the transition or temporarily manage affairs. A relentless purge would yield no benefits for him or the Ming. Jiang Ce was not one to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, yet he would not spare those who had wronged the Duke of State. Upon hearing this, many officials were stirred. Each had responsibilities to their elders and children. The treasury of Daqian was not as prosperous as it appeared. In reality, after 6 months of warfare, the coffers had long been depleted. Officials of the 6th rank and below had not received their salaries for 3 months. Otherwise, the military funds allocated by the court would not have been embezzled by various officials. If heads were to roll regardless, it was better to sacrifice oneself to protect one's family. I shall accuse the Minister of War of forging military orders. He intercepted the Duke's orders, leading to a loss of 30,000 troops at Xuanwu Pass. I shall accuse the Minister of Revenue. He bribed the steward of the Jiang residence to fabricate evidence claiming the Duke was secretly raising private soldiers, and the Deputy Minister of Personnel. In a moment, countless officials stood forth, accusing one another. Every baseless accusation had been meticulously orchestrated against Jiang Nan, with Zhao Yi as the architect of this treachery. Jiang Ce watched this unfold, his expression growing colder, his heart sinking. What heinous deeds had the Jiang family committed to earn such wrath? They had merely defended a remote pass, yet incited the envy of the 6 ministers and the chancellor? No more words were needed. Jiang Ce sighed softly, his demeanor indifferent. Take them to the execution grounds and behead them all. He had come to understand. The laws of Daqian stipulated that only officials of the 5th rank or higher could enter the palace to attend court. The officials kneeling in the square were all of that rank, and as they exchanged accusations, none could extricate themselves from culpability. As for dealing with the aftermath of their executions, Zhang Jujing would handle it. Furthermore, Zhao Yi would be spared. Jiang Ce cast a frigid glance at Zhao Yi, the murderous intent in his gaze causing Zhao Yi to shiver, his complexion turning ashen. The officials wailed, refusing to comply, driving Jiang Ce to a state of irritation. Kill them on the spot. With a grand wave of his hand, the vast expanse of the imperial palace square became stained with blood. Only Zhao Yi remained, solitary and dazed, kneeling in the square like a candle flickering in the wind. His heart was in turmoil, yet he dared not react. Unwilling to resign himself to death while kneeling in despair, struggling fiercely within. Bring him to the throne, commanded Jiang Ce. I shall interrogate him personally. Coldly indifferent. Jiang Ce ignored Zhao Yi as he galloped past. Zhao Yi was seized by 2 guards clad in brocade, dragged like a lifeless corpse to the court. Jiang Ce surveyed the court, familiar yet strange, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. This was his first foray into the Great Qian court. Will you confess to your crimes, or shall I enumerate them for you? Jiang Ce stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at Zhao Yi kneeling below. Observing Zhao Yi's pale visage twisted into a wretched smile and his silence, Jiang Ce sneered coldly. You conspired with the Jin Kingdom. Sowed discord in the Great Qian. Do you acknowledge this crime? As the words fell, the guards presented evidence. A secret letter Zhao Yi had sent to the Khan, accompanied by a map detailing the defenses of the Great Qian. Zhao Yi's pupils dilated in horror as he beheld the evidence, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Before he could utter a word, Jiang Ce continued. You colluded with conspirators to fabricate evidence against the Duke of State, intending rebellion. Do you dare acknowledge this crime? Furthermore, you neglected the incursions of the pirates, allowing them to wreak havoc. This crime you must also confess. Jiang Ce's eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on Zhao Yi, who resembled a beaten dog. It was all Li Shirshi's doing. Zhao Yi cried, tears streaming down his face. Without her instigation, would I, a chancellor, dare commit such acts? Though his heart quaked with guilt, he pressed on, studying Jiang Ce's expression. The latter merely smiled coldly. Even now, you refuse to repent. Take him to the city gate. Subject him to Lingqi, and let his corpse hang there for 3 days. Jiang Ce, you shall meet a wretched end. Zhao Yi's last flicker of hope shattered, and he lashed out in anger. As the 2 guards prepared to strike him, Jiang Ce gestured for them to halt. With a swift motion, Jiang Ce unsheathed his sword, the gleaming blade reflecting cold light. He stepped before Zhao Yi and swiftly severed his throat, blood splattering the ground. Remove him, hang him at the city gate. Yes. After the guards dragged away Zhao Yi's lifeless body, Jiang Ce felt a fleeting satisfaction from revenge, yet a twinge of melancholy and emptiness lingered. Even with Zhao Yi's demise, his father would not return, and the matter was far from resolved. Bring Li Shirshe before me. Yes. A captain, leading 300 guards, hastily escorted Li Shirshe into the court. Kneel. The captain kicked her behind the knee, forcing her down, her expression a complex tapestry as she gazed at Jiang Ce. The pool of blood in the court was a harrowing sight, and no officials remained, indicating that Jiang Ce had eliminated all opposition. Now it was her turn. Jiang Ce, I was wrong. I truly erred. I should not have killed the Duke of State. I should not have heeded slanderous words. But the past has transpired. You must not cling to it. You are now the emperor of the Ming, poised to engulf the Great Qian. I offer you the Li family's legacy. Will you not spare me? Li Shirshe's smile was as bleak as her tears streamed down, her makeup ruined. Clinging to the past, if you were in my position, would you utter such words? Jiang Ce shook his head, a cold derisive laugh escaping his lips. Chapter 110, completely done for. Why the silence? Jiang Ce regarded Li Shirshe coldly, who remained mute. Do you think I raised an army to rebel merely for the sake of playing games? Faced with Jiang Ce's interrogation, Li Shirshe could only manage a bitter smile. She understood that had she not made the fateful decision to poison and seize power, Jiang Ce would not have rebelled. The Great Qian would not have descended into chaos. Kill me. If Lianer were still alive, I would implore you one last time to let her go. Li Shirshe had abandoned her imperial status, pleading. Jiang Ce gazed at her coldly, scoffing. To slay you would be too lenient. I want you to live, to endure a daily torment worse than death. Remove her from the palace, and ensure she never sets foot in the imperial city again. Jiang Ce demoted Li Shirshe to the status of a commoner, and she was escorted away by the guards, departing from the capital in silence. Once she had left, Yao Guangxiao approached with concern. Your Majesty, if we do not eradicate the roots of this threat, future turmoil may arise. His eyes glimmered with a fierce light as he spoke gravely. My late father once expressed his hope that after his passing, I would take his place and ensure the rise of the Great Qian. Now, I cannot defy his wishes. Once the Great Qian adopts the surname Ming and firmly establishes itself, I shall deal with Li Shirshe as a final tribute to my father. Jiang Ce sighed, reflecting on the unfortunate fate of a father devoted to the country, who left behind the regret of not witnessing the rise of the Great Qian. Fortunately, he was still alive. The Ming still thrived. As long as he remained, the Ming would endure. The annexation of the Great Qian was merely the first step. Thereafter, there would be Jin, Tang, Qin, and even the entirety of the continent. In the imperial palace of the Tang Dynasty, Emperor Tang Xintian reveled in passionate embrace with his consort, their bodies entwined in a display of fervor, unimpeded by their corpulence. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. Tang Xintian furrowed his brow. These eunuchs have become audacious. What need is there for knocking when even the emperor is silent? He brusquely pushed aside the concubine by his side, hastily donned a garment, and stormed out, ready to unleash his fury. Your Majesty, there is an urgent matter. The voice of the Prime Minister of the Tang reverberated from outside, laden with anxiety. Tang Xintian halted abruptly, his brow furrowing deeper. An urgent matter? After a moment of contemplation, he suppressed his doubts, adopting a stoic expression as he opened the door to confront the perspiring Prime Minister. What a disarray! What is the matter? The Prime Minister dared not delay, taking a deep breath to compose himself before bowing slightly. Your Majesty, our army has suffered a defeat. A defeat is merely a defeat. Do you expect Lu Lilong and Bu Zixiong to achieve a complete victory over the Ming forces? Tang Xintian dismissed the notion nonchalantly. His intention had been to feign weakness to the Qin, signaling that the Tang cavalry was no longer formidable. In truth, even if the dispatched 100,000 troops had emerged victorious, the cost would have been grievous, rendering victory akin to defeat. Your Majesty, it is a catastrophic defeat, the Prime Minister exclaimed, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Out of 100,000 troops, only Lu Lilong and a few hundred soldiers have returned. The rest have perished. The urgency in his tone was palpable. Since Tang Xintian ascended the throne, the Tang had never endured such a severe loss. Tang Xintian's brow twitched, a glacial demeanor overtaking his features. Our army was ambushed. Alongside the surging flames of fury, a sense of shock coursed through him. How could 100,000 Tang cavalry, united from 3 armies, suffer such a crushing defeat? Your Majesty, we faced the enemy head-on. They were not even a match for us. We could not withstand even the first wave of their assault, sustaining heavy casualties. The Prime Minister shook his head in despair. If they had indeed been ambushed, he could accept that. It would not warrant such an urgent disturbance to Tang Xintian's affairs. What of the enemy's casualties? No more than 3,000. Upon hearing this, Tang Xintian's expression shifted dramatically, his astonishment no longer containable. 3,000 enemy soldiers for my 100,000? Tangli, do you comprehend what you are saying? Fury surged within Tang Xintian, his face flushing crimson. Your Majesty, I would not dare to misreport. The enemy is indeed formidable. Formidable enough to this extent? Tang Xintian retorted with wrath. The desire to continue his private tryst with the concubine vanished, replaced by profound indignation. What of the armies from the other 2 nations? They too have suffered defeat. The Jin army has been annihilated, Tang Li replied earnestly. Moreover, the Daqian has been breached by the Ming forces, and Zhao Yi's corpse is hanging at the city gate. Our plan to annex Daqian will likely be delayed for quite some time. After Tang Li's report, Tang Xintian narrowed his eyes ominously, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Those familiar with Tang Xintian understood that he was now truly enraged, determined to engage in a relentless feud with the Ming. A mere Jiang Ce dares to slay those I wish to protect? Very well. It seems the world has forgotten how I ascended to power. Tang Xintian muttered darkly to himself. He had risen to prominence through illustrious military accomplishments and unmatched prestige within the army, usurping the position of crown prince from his predecessor as a. How could he accept being thwarted by a rabble of recent rebels? Proclaim my decree. The entire army must enter a state of readiness. I shall eliminate Jiang Ce and restore the might of the Tang. In the grand tent of the Jin nation, days had passed since the annihilation of the Jin army. Yet the battle report had only just reached the Khan. Report to the Khan. Wanyan Hongsheng and the 30,000 wolf warriors perished outside the capital of Daqian, with not a single soldier returning. All provisions and military equipment left on the battlefield have been seized by the Ming forces. Furthermore, the Tang cavalry has also suffered a disastrous defeat, and the capital of Daqian is now under the control of the Ming. A soldier hurriedly entered the tent to deliver the news. His words ignited a tempest of disbelief within the tent. What? Each face was etched with incredulity. The Jin had prepared meticulously, upgrading their equipment and bringing ample supplies, and they were a coalition of 3 nations. How could they have been utterly vanquished? The Khan, who had just risen, suddenly felt his strength drain, collapsing back into his seat. This devastating defeat had severely wounded the Jin, requiring decades to recover. What to do? What to do? With Wanyan Hongsheng's failure, given Jiang Ce's temperament, he might dispatch troops for a northern expedition at any moment. The Khan suddenly recalled Jiang Ce's nature, prone to initiating a northern campaign at the slightest provocation, and struggled to rise, asking, what now? Losing a battle is minor. The annihilation of the Jin is a grave matter. A heavy silence enveloped the tent. Each individual bore a pallid expression, racking their brains for solutions. What if we claim that Wanyan Hongxing acted independently, as we handled with the prior incident involving Wulatuj? The high priest suggested, raising an eyebrow. Since the events had already transpired, the immediate concern was to deflect responsibility. Otherwise, with Jiang Ce's decisive nature, he would surely march north to obliterate the Jin. Given the current precarious state of the Jin's power, they could be swept away in an instant. Indeed, as long as we absolve ourselves of responsibility, placing the blame squarely on Wanyan Hongxing, Jiang Ce likely won't press us too hard. At worst, we might have to cede a few cities. Another voice chimed in. Cede cities? How many cities do you think our great Jin is left to offer? Should we also surrender our imperial capital? The Khan narrowed his eyes, glaring at the speaker with discontent. The loss of Hurut City had already robbed him of peace. Surrendering a few more cities would render him unable to face his ancestors in the afterlife. Furthermore, even if Jiang Ce did not demand the imperial capital, should he specify several major cities nearby, would they not be compelled to comply? If they refused, Jiang Ce could easily fabricate an excuse to launch a northern campaign. Should they acquiesce, the formidable Ming forces stationed near the imperial capital would render the Khan no different from a captive. The tent was enveloped in a profound silence. Most individuals began to regret their agreement to support Wanyan Hongxing's military campaign on that fateful day. They could not fathom that Jiang Ce possessed the capability to dismantle the coalition of the Three Kingdoms. Such an exaggerated military prowess was likely not far from that of the Great Tang Dynasty. Prior to this battle, the Ming Dynasty was merely a shell of an army lacking substantial foundation, with Jiang Ce, who claimed the title of the Hongwu Emperor, ruling over insignificant territories like Yanyun and a few dilapidated cities. However, after this campaign, the Ming Dynasty would thoroughly annex the Daqian, acquiring vast lands while simultaneously refining its military through the crucible of war, establishing Jiang Ce as a formidable force. Even now, with the full might of the Jin Dynasty, it would be difficult to contend with him, and any attempts to shirk responsibility were futile. Let us surrender. The Khan finally exhaled a long, heavy sigh, his face worn with the weight of his burdens. He felt exhausted. The Jin Dynasty had effectively fallen at his hands. His only hope was to preserve the Jin Dynasty before his demise, ensuring it did not perish on his watch. As for what came after his death, that was a concern for his descendants. The Khan's ministers wished to offer further counsel, and the high priest, unable to contain his emotions, urged, Khan, let us hold a sacrifice. Prepare the heads of pigs, cattle, and sheep. Let us commence the rites. Just as the high priest was about to initiate the sacrificial ceremony, the Khan feebly gestured to halt him. Does such a ritual hold any significance now? If Jiang Ce truly intends to march northward, will your sacrifices deter him? It is futile. The Khan managed a grim smile. By surrendering now, we may preserve at least half of our territories. If we delay until Jiang Ce's forces are at our gates, it will truly be too late. The Khan lamented, filled with regret and resentment. Why were Jiang Ce and his son such extraordinary individuals, yet born in the Daqian instead of the Jin? If such remarkable talents had been born in the Jin, the Daqian would have long been part of their dominion. Silence enveloped the tent, no one daring to speak. Bring me paper and ink, as well as the imperial jade seal. Additionally, hastily prepare a white banner. The Khan sighed deeply, his expression vacant. Once everything was ready, he commanded the placement of a table within the tent, where he would draft the edict in the presence of his ministers. To the Hongwu Emperor of the Ming, the might of the heavenly army is awe-inspiring, instilling fear in both man and spirit. Who dares oppose? The Jin shall comply with your command. After completing the edict, he pressed the imperial jade seal onto it, wrapping the document and seal in the white banner. The Khan paused, feeling that his sincerity was still insufficient. Bring forth my tablet. No, Khan. The ministers gasped in shock, their faces filled with alarm. Each Khan had prepared a memorial tablet to be worshipped by their descendants, an act known as a blessing for future generations. By sending forth his tablet along with the edict and imperial jade seal, the Khan signified that he was relinquishing his life to Jiang Ce, allowing him to determine the fate of the Jin Dynasty. Silence. The Khan's eyes twitched, glaring at his ministers. This is the final act I can perform for the Jin. He closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. A mixture of resignation and sorrow etched upon his face. He could only hope that this gesture would resonate with Jiang Ce. Jinling. Once the imperial capital of the Daqian retained its name after Jiang Ce entered the city, being established as the imperial capital of the Ming Dynasty upon his ascension. In the Qianqing Palace, the vast square outside the hall could scarcely accommodate the 600,000 troops, many soldiers standing outside the palace, listening to Jiang Ce's inaugural address through the eunuch's announcements. Meanwhile, Ta Na and Lian Er rushed from Xuanwu Pass. Due to their special status, they remained temporarily in the inner hall. Important civil officials like Zhang Zhuzheng and Wei Zheng had already gathered early in front of the Grand Hall, waiting respectfully for Jiang Ce's formal coronation. Your Majesty, the incense is ready. A censer was placed 10 paces in front of Jiang Ce on the steps of the Grand Hall, where Yao Guangxiao lit 3 sticks of incense and presented them to Jiang Ce. The burning incense would reach the heavens, signifying Jiang Ce's intention to become the son of heaven while also honoring his ancestors, comforting their spirits above Jiangnan. Jiang Ce accepted the 3 sticks of incense and placed them in the censer, his dragon robe fitting impeccably, exuding an extraordinary aura. Salute the heavens. Salute the earth. Salute our emperor. Long live our emperor. In the square, regardless of rank, all bowed towards Jiang Ce, showing utmost respect. He gazed at the officials and soldiers in the square, reflecting on the arduous journey that had led him to this moment. Without their support, he could not have achieved what he had today, a fact he could never forget. After turning, Jiang Ce stepped steadily, calmly placing the 3 sticks of incense in the censer, slightly bowing in reverence. He then silently led the civil and military officials up the steps into the main hall. The upper steps consisted of 9 tiers, and completing them signified a transformation in status, marking him as the true sovereign. Upon entering the hall, Suda, the greatest contributor to the founding of the nation, followed closely behind Jiang Ce, holding the already sheathed Qi Shao sword. Once Jiang Ce settled onto the dragon throne, with a clang, Suda drew the sword from its sheath, kneeling on one knee with both hands presenting the Qi Shao sword. Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! After Suda expressed his loyalty and respect, all present knelt in reverence, proclaiming loudly, Your Majesty, rise. Jiang Ce accepted the Qi Shao sword, returning it to Suda's sheath, standing with his hands clasped behind him, surveying the loyal civil and military officials at his side, feeling immense satisfaction. Today, the Ming has been established, and I recognize the sacrifices you have made for our nation, the blood and sweat you have shed. I will never forget, nor can I forget, the contributions each of you has made to the Ming. Yao Guangxiao, read the edict. Jiang Ce gestured to Yao Guangxiao, who understood and stepped forward, proclaiming, Congratulations to the Hongwu Emperor of the Ming on ascending the imperial throne. Chapter 112, A Nation Reborn. Congratulations to the esteemed Emperor Hongwu of the Ming Dynasty as he ascends to the imperial throne. Yao Guangxiao stood upright, proclaiming with a serious tone. As his words echoed, Jiang Ce nodded from atop the dragon throne, his hands resting calmly on the armrests, his expression tranquil. The officials were arranged in 2 lines, civil officials to the left, symbolizing their duty to assist the Son of Heaven in governing the realm, and military officers to the right, representing the imperial sword, directed towards the military's intent. At the forefront of the civil officials stood Zhang Jujing, while Suda led the military contingent. Once the officials had taken their positions and knelt respectfully, Yao Guangxiao began to read the imperial edict aloud, proclaiming, Our Emperor, in accordance with heaven and the people's will, reigns supreme, revered by all, endowed with wisdom and sagacity, possessing divine virtue and martial prowess, of noble birth, unparalleled among his peers, initially a singular figure, now uniting the world, vanquishing the eastern pirates, conquering the southern territories of Daqian, and reclaiming the northern lands of Yanyun, all while alleviating the drought's despair, securing peace from external threats and internal strife. Where the might of arms prevails, nothing stands unyielding. Where virtue is extended, none remain unyielding. Pacifying the chaos of rivals and dissipating the smoke of turmoil, rescuing the suffering populace and implementing benevolent governance, the hearts of the people are uplifted in song. Fostering culture and the arts, ushering in an era of peace for all generations, establishing rights and music, nurturing transformation throughout the land. Upon concluding, Yao Guangxiao folded the edict and approached Jiang Ce with the imperial seal, kneeling reverently and presenting it with both hands. Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! The assembled ministers echoed. Rise, all of you! Jiang Ce commanded as he stood, accepting the seal and passing it to a eunuch nearby. Thus, the enthronement ceremony concluded splendidly, leaving only the distribution of titles to the meritorious officials. Suda, Zhang Jujing approach. This humble servant is here. Suda knelt with one knee, clasping his fists, while Zhang Jujing knelt fully. Suda, you have contributed to the founding of the nation and the recovery of lost lands in Yanyun. I bestow upon you the title of Grand Preceptor and grant you the title of Duke of Wei. This humble servant Suda thanks your majesty. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Suda replied, unable to conceal his excitement. Zhang Jujing, you have excelled in state affairs, overseeing the prosperity of Xuanwu Pass and aiding the natives of Yanyun in cultivating the land, laying a solid foundation for future agricultural abundance for the Ming. I appoint you as the Chief Minister of the Cabinet, concurrently serving as the Minister of Personnel and Minister of Revenue, and I grant you the authority, when necessary, to execute corrupt officials without prior report. Jiang Ce's trust and recognition of Zhang Jujing's capabilities were evident. This humble minister thanks your majesty, and shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the Ming. Zhang Juzhing responded, equally moved. Following the conferment of titles to these founding officials, others such as Zhao Yun, Li Guang, Yu Fei, Lu Zhan, and Jing Ku were acknowledged. All military officers, except Jing Ku, received substantial fiefs, though none were granted the title of duke. Jing Ku was appointed as the commander of the Jinyue, directly under Jiang Ce, leading a force of 100,000 elite guards. As for Wen Chunwei Zhang and the other civil officials, they were entrusted with significant responsibilities according to their respective positions. Yet, Yao Guangxiao, the enigmatic monk, posed a dilemma for Jiang Ce, who was unsure of what official title to bestow upon him. After all, he was the architect of the Jingnan campaign, and it was challenging to find a suitable post for someone of such influence. Yao Guangxiao, I appoint you as the left good officer of the Monastic Records Bureau, tasked with assisting Zhang Juzhing in compiling texts and managing state affairs. After much contemplation, Jiang Ce assigned him a role that was neither too grand nor too diminutive, hoping that with Zhang Juzhing's oversight, this enigmatic monk would temper his ambitions. Once the conferment of titles concluded, Jiang Ce announced the end of the court session. The military officers led their troops to rest temporarily within the 3 military training grounds in Jinling. After the court session, Jiang Ce retained Zhang Juzhing, Yao Guangxiao, and Wei Zheng in the imperial study to deliberate state matters. The intricacies of governance are far too cumbersome to discuss in the court. Thus, conferring with select civil officials proved to be far more efficient. Now that the Ming Dynasty was officially established, much work lay ahead. What insights do you possess, my esteemed ministers? Jiang Ce inquired with concern. While the populace's acclaim for him was high, the affairs following the annexation of Daqian required time to address. Even with Zhang Juzhing's formidable capabilities, he could not stretch himself too thin, especially with winter approaching and the northern regions like Yenyun needing substantial supplies to survive the cold season. Your Majesty, the urgent priority lies in addressing the people's livelihood across the various cities and regions. The populace has just transitioned from subjects of Daqian to subjects of the Ming, requiring time to adapt. We can utilize this period to establish benevolent policies that will allow the people to witness your Majesty's compassion. Additionally, aside from matters of livelihood, significant national projects should also be advanced in due course. For instance, constructing a canal from Jinling to the East Sea, facilitating trade and resource allocation, thus sparing the people from excessive toil and expense, Zhang Juzhing suggested pragmatically. Although this fell under the purview of the Ministry of Works, he habitually embraced comprehensive responsibilities. Large-scale engineering projects are not trivial matters. Currently, the Ming lacks the substantial foundation to support such endeavors. This matter requires further discussion. Jiang Ce retained his reservations. He understood the potential benefits, but remained cautious of threats from the Jin state to the north and the looming presence of the Tang state to the west. Your Majesty, if the projects cannot proceed, then we must prioritize the people's livelihood. Only when the populace has surplus grain can we stimulate national economic growth, Zhang Juzhing reiterated. What if we relax the household registration policies, allowing populations in each city to settle freely, while simultaneously abolishing the yellow register system inherited from Daqian, liberating the people from occupational constraints dictated by their household registrations? Jiang Ce's proposal sparked a gleam in Zhang Juzhing's eyes. The removal of these restrictions would greatly liberate the productivity of the populace, enhancing their enthusiasm for labor. No longer would the son of a soldier remain merely a soldier, nor the son of a farmer remain solely a farmer. This initiative is brilliant. I propose we swiftly implement it nationwide and assign imperial envoys to oversee local officials in its execution. Zhang Juzhing bowed earnestly and spoke. As the foremost statesman of the Ming Dynasty, he immediately recognized the splendid future of Jiang Ce's policies. This matter shall be entrusted to you and Wei Zheng to manage. Remember, with the harsh winter approaching, it is imperative not to pressure the common people too hastily. Additionally, Yao Guangxiao. Jiang Ce glanced at Yao Guangxiao, who bowed deeply in response. The old minister is here. Draft a royal letter to the Jin Kingdom, informing the Khan of Jin that I shall hold him accountable for the military actions taken by his forces. A glimmer of ferocity shone in Jiang Ce's eyes. How could the Jin Kingdom meddle in the affairs of the Great Ming while neglecting their own territory? I cannot let this go unpunished. Bear in mind to warn him in the letter. Either the Khan of Jin comes to Jinling to seek pardon, or he shall await the Great Ming army's advance to the north. The Southern Dynasty has endured a century of humiliation at the hands of Jin. It is time for me to settle this score personally. As for the phrasing of this royal missive, you shall handle it yourself. Understood. Yao Guangxiao nodded emphatically. Having long held disdain for the Khan of Jin, this was indeed his moment to shine. Furthermore, prepare another royal letter for the Tang Emperor. Should anyone dare to infringe upon the majesty of the Great Ming, regardless of the might of the Tang cavalry, let him await the wrath of my forces to sweep across the Tang territories. Chapter 113. the ascension of the female emperor of the Qin Kingdom. The mountain of memorials piled upon the table caused Jiang Ce some vexation. The Great Ming had only recently been established, and with numerous matters awaiting attention. Whether large or small, they all required his intervention. Although the cabinet assisted him in governance, their manpower was limited, and they too were working tirelessly, feeling the pressure comparable to Jiang Ce's. Moreover, the literati, who prided themselves on their scholarly pursuits, often began their petitions with grandiloquent flattery, while the true essence of their messages was relegated to the final lines, which infuriated him greatly. These fellows. Jiang Ce rubbed his temples, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. With his keen insight, it was not difficult for him to ascertain that the memorials sent from coastal cities rarely reported instances of civil unrest. In contrast, some inland areas, steeped in tradition and lacking enlightenment, frequently witnessed the common populace rebelling against the governance of Great Ming officials. Ultimately, the root of the issue lay in the people's lack of confidence in the current strength of the Ming. They persistently believed that the Ming was inferior to the Great Qian, despite the series of benevolent policies enacted by the Ming, which lifted household registration restrictions and temporarily exempted many from labor and taxes. Numerous obstinate individuals remained ungrateful. Zhang Juzhing. The distrust of the Ming by its subjects cannot be quelled by military force. This matter has troubled me greatly. What do you think I should do to earn their trust? Jiang Ce furrowed his brow, weariness creeping in after days and nights of handling state affairs. Your Majesty, perhaps you could construct a grand hall of state in Jinling? The hall could be built beside the Taiji Hall, chronicling the establishment of the nation, the battles fought, and the policies to be enacted by the Great Ming. If feasible, Your Majesty might also have statues of the accomplished civil and military officials placed within the hall, allowing a limited number of commoners access each day. As Jiang Ce listened, his eyes gradually brightened. A mere grand hall of state would not suffice to extol the might of the Ming. I shall also invite diplomatic missions from various nations to visit the Grand Hall and designate it as a venue for diplomatic discussions regarding state affairs in the future. Jiang Ce declared solemnly. The significance and function of the Grand Hall of State are paramount. Firstly, by opening its doors to the public, they shall witness the arduous journey of the Ming's establishment and rise, fostering a sense of national pride as they recognize the struggles that led to the current state. Secondly, the policies already enacted or to be enacted by the Ming will be displayed within the hall, allowing the common folk to familiarize themselves with these policies in advance, thereby consolidating public sentiment. However, all of this hinges on the foundation of broadening the people's intellect. Currently, Jiang Ce is in the process of collaborating with Zhang Juzhing to formulate policies regarding the education of the populace. The greatest challenge of ancient education is the inability of most individuals to afford schooling, which is tied to a series of issues such as papermaking and printing, but ultimately, it all boils down to economic matters. Once the economy flourishes, everything else will fall into place. The primary objective of the Grand Hall of State remains the promotion of national prestige and the intimidation of other nations. Imagine, throughout history, no nation has dared to establish a Grand Hall of State, let alone expose their policies to the scrutiny of foreign powers. Yet Jiang Ce dares to do so, signifying the confidence of the Great Ming and the breadth of Jiang Ce's vision and ambition. Fear not the gaze of others. Rather, fear their inability to learn. The Qin Kingdom, renowned as one of the most powerful empires alongside the Tang. Its territory exceeds that of the Tang, replete with lush pastures, and its cavalry rivals that of the Tang. However, the Qin Kingdom has traditionally maintained a low profile, seldom initiating military action against others. Instead, it lies quietly, akin to a slumbering lion, undisturbed by any intruders. Should this lion be roused from its slumber, the repercussions would be dire, even for the Tang. At this moment, the Qin Empire is engulfed in mourning due to the passing of the Qin Emperor. Within the imperial capital, from the highest-ranking officials to the lowest servants, all don mourning attire and white headbands, observing a 7-day period of grief. The atmosphere within the court is one of sorrow, yet beneath the surface, currents of intrigue swirl. Following the demise of the previous emperor, the ascension of the next sovereign coincided with a significant upheaval within the court. At this critical juncture, the direct bloodline of the late emperor, Qin Ziwei, a woman, stands poised to ascend, while her younger brother, Qin Haoyan, remains but a mere 5 years old, utterly unversed in matters of state. Though Qin Ziwei has assisted the late emperor in governance for over a decade, her status as a woman has perpetually hindered her acceptance among the majority of court officials. Today marks the day of Qin Ziwei's grand coronation ceremony. Princes from various regions and royal relatives have gathered within the Great Hall, awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. Yet, without exception, they all harbor resentment towards Qin Ziwei. A mere woman, elevated to the position of heir by her forebears' influence, now dares to stand above them, issuing commands? They shall not acquiesce. The court is rife with peril, divided into two factions. Firstly, There is the Prince faction, which supports the ascension of the seventh illegitimate son of the late Emperor, Han Wang, to the throne. He holds the highest prestige within the military, commanding over 100,000 troops, robust and valiant, with remarkable achievements in battle. Furthermore, he has a close rapport with the military generals, making him a favored candidate among them. Secondly, there is the Orthodox faction, which maintains that Qin Ziwei does not conform to the imperial hereditary system, insisting that only Qin Haoyan's ascension would be deemed legitimate. It is evident to all that this group of scholars seeks to manipulate Qin Haoyan, firmly establishing their control over the realm. Regardless, Qin Ziwei finds herself in a precarious position, lacking support from both the military and the scholars, caught uncomfortably between the two factions. Nonetheless, the ongoing power struggle between the civil and military officials does not seem to regard Qin Ziwei with any seriousness, allowing her to proceed with the coronation ceremony. After all, they perceive that even if Qin Ziwei were to ascend the throne, her reign would be short-lived. Lacking the decisiveness of the late emperor and failing to win the hearts of the court, their indifference stems from the fact that the conflict between the factions has not yet reached a point of open hostility. Long live our emperor! The late emperor has passed. The Ziwei star shines brightly, and the Qin state shall rise. The grand coronation ceremony unfolded with great solemnity. However, even the chancellor, who read the edict, merely went through the motions, showing no genuine regard for the occasion. Qin Ziwei could sense the official's insincerity, and while she maintained a calm demeanor, her heart was filled with deep anxiety. The great Tang dynasty flourished, while her own Qin state languished in internal strife. Unfortunately, neither side heeded her words. And if this continued, the great Qin would ultimately succumb to its internal conflicts. When that time came, the iron cavalry of the Tang would sweep in, leading to the downfall of her reign. How could she not be troubled? After the ceremony, Qin Ziwei, unable to contain her impatience, announced her withdrawal from court. She could no longer endure the atmosphere of open and covert strife within the court, nor the humiliation of being disregarded by both civil and military officials. Moreover, throughout the entire ceremony, Han Wang had never once knelt before her, his imposing stature only deepening her distress. When the late emperor was alive, these princes had shown her great affection, addressing her as the crown prince and urging her not to wear herself thin with the burdens of governance. However, following the late emperor's demise, their true colors were brazenly revealed, leaving her troubled. Chapter 114. The Great Ming's Hongwu Emperor? I am, after all, the emperor of a nation. Not long after the late emperor's passing, they dare to act so recklessly in forming factions and dividing loyalties. Do they still care for the Qin state? Upon returning to the imperial study, Qin Ziwei slammed her palm onto the table, her pretty face flushed with anger. Her chest heaved with rapid breaths, almost bursting with emotion. Your Majesty, the loyal Grand Tutor, who had watched Qin Ziwei grow up and taught her much about interacting with officials, observed her distress but found himself at a loss for words. Concerned yet aware of the treacherous waters of the court, he understood that in her current isolated state, Qin Ziwei was ill-equipped to handle the situation. Your Majesty, you are now the emperor of the Great Qin. They dare not push too far. Yet preparations must be made to guard against unforeseen events. The Grand Tutor let out a deep sigh. He too was troubled. As the two factions were currently at odds and had no time to attend to Qin Ziwei, should either side gain strength, they would inevitably turn against her. Throughout history, dethroned emperors have met with gruesome fates, and he wished to avert such outcomes. Yet, I am powerless. I do not wish to witness the chaos within Qin, nor do I want to see the royal family and court officials in constant conflict. Qin Ziwei's expression was one of profound sorrow. No matter how powerful the Qin state might be, once it becomes mired in endless internal strife, its strength will quickly wane. Your Majesty, you are too indecisive. The Grand Tutor remarked, abruptly halting the conversation. His unspoken thought was that had she possessed even a fraction of the late emperor's charisma, such internal discord would be trivial. Yet, he refrained from saying so, for the late emperor's passing was an undeniable reality, and the Qin state could not afford to stagnate. Sighing deeply, Qin Ziwei closed her eyes, weakly sinking into her seat, leaning against the backrest. The realization that she possessed the title of a Xuanji emperor yet wielded no semblance of imperial power left her heart heavy with mixed emotions. Tap, tap. Your Majesty, the Great Ming's Hongwu Emperor has dispatched an envoy, who is currently awaiting in the outer hall, a senior eunuch announced in a high-pitched voice from outside. The Great Ming's Hongwu Emperor? Qin Ziwei blinked her perplexed eyes and turned to the Grand Tutor beside her. He too appeared puzzled, but after a moment of contemplation, he recalled, Your Majesty, it seems the Tang cavalry suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the Ming army. This Hongwu Emperor of the Ming must be the rebel from the small eastern nation of Qian. I wonder what brings him to our great Qin. Qin Ziwei nodded gently. Since the court has no pressing matters for me, let us meet with him. With a wry smile, she and the Grand Tutor exited the imperial study. making their way to the outer hall to receive the envoy. Greetings to the Xuanji Emperor of the Great Qin. The envoy from the Ming. A Jin Wei Qian who had been closely accompanying Jiang Ce, spoke respectfully. Please rise. There is no need for formalities. Qin Ziwei gestured gracefully, noting the envoy's travel-worn appearance, which startled her inwardly. It seemed he had traversed 2 nations, journeying day and night. Could it be an urgent matter? Yet, the Qin state had no ties with the Ming, and even if there were urgency, it should not concern the Great Qin. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed envoy from the Ming? Qin Ziwei asked with a tone of cordiality. She was unfamiliar with the Ming's affairs and had no desire to foster enmity with them. Your Majesty Xuanji of the Great Qin, I come solely to convey your esteemed will and deliver the state letter. I humbly request that your Majesty personally open it. The Qian who respectfully presented a letter. Qin Ziwei signaled to the Grand Tutor, who stepped forward to accept it. If there are no pressing matters, I kindly ask for your permission to take my leave. Qian who clasped his hands in greeting and informed that he would be residing at the Qi Fu Inn in the grand capital of Daqian for the next few days. Awaiting Qin Ziwei's response. After the departure of the Ming envoy, Qin Ziwei took up the imperial edict and unfurled it for a thorough examination, raising her delicate brows in intrigue. The term Li Gua de Dian was unfamiliar to her ears, a novel concept she had not encountered before. As she perused the contents of the edict, it became evident that the Emperor Hongwu of Ming intended to establish this Li Gua de Dian as a means to assert dominance over other nations. She pondered the source of his audacity with a wry smile, shaking her head. Even a powerful nation like Qin would not dare to construct such a grand edifice lightly, let alone invite foreign diplomats for a tour. Investigate the background of Emperor Hongwu of Ming without delay. I wish to discern what manner of man he is. Commanded Qin Ziwei, her curiosity piqued. Yes, your Majesty. I shall take my leave at once. The Grand Tutor, having received her command, hastily set about gathering comprehensive details on Jiang Ce's notable deeds, compiling them into a dossier for Qin Ziwei. Rebellion? As Qin Ziwei perused the documents, she discovered that Jiang Ce had been compelled into insurrection, evoking a sense of empathy within her. Her current predicament was only marginally better than Jiang Ce's past situation, yet still fraught with peril. The Eastern Ping Woku. Upon turning the page, she was struck by the account of Jiang Ce personally leading an expedition, decisively vanquishing the vicious pirates with a mere 100,000 troops. The notorious brutality of the Woku was well known, and Jiang Ce's audacious willingness to confront them directly stirred admiration within Qin Ziwei. Upon introspection, she recognized that while the Woku posed no substantial threat to the mighty realms of Daqian and Datang, even the Tang Emperor and herself would hesitate to lead troops into battle. The battlefield was a realm of constant flux, where a single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. The courage exuded by Jiang Ce transcended the pages of the dossier, captivating Qin Ziwei's imagination. To reclaim lost territories, to wage war in the south, to bring to justice treacherous ministers, she summarized, nodding frequently, the shadows of courtly intrigue dissipating from her visage. It was undeniable that Jiang Ce's actions commanded her utmost respect. Moreover, as someone who had been steeped in the intricacies of court affairs for years, she was acutely aware of the myriad dangers that lurked behind each of his strides. Yet, Jiang Ce seemed to embody an unstoppable force, adept at navigating and resolving every crisis, igniting her curiosity about him further. Is there a portrait of Emperor Hongwu of Ming? Qin Ziwei inquired. Regrettably, Your Majesty, no portrait exists. These reports were collected hastily and cannot be deemed reliable. The Grand Tutor sincerely advised. He harbored doubts regarding the extraordinary valor attributed to Jiang Ce. A man with origins as a rebel in a small nation could not truly possess such remarkable prowess. Otherwise, he would not remain content in the East. The truth shall reveal itself through our emissaries, Qin Ziwei mused. Should it prove false, his so-called Li Gua de Dian would surely be modest. If it is true, perhaps we could leverage him to alleviate my concerns. Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Your Majesty, matters of state should not be entrusted to outsiders. I implore you to merely send emissaries to cultivate goodwill with Ming and avoid any semblance of collusion with them. Should King Han and the bureaucratic factions become aware, internal strife within Daqian would undoubtedly ensue. The Grand Tutor advised, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Qin Ziwei acknowledged the Grand Tutor's concerns with a solemn nod. Though she harbored no intentions of colluding with foreign adversaries, in the eyes of King Han and the bureaucratic factions, she would find herself defenseless. Yet, with risk comes opportunity. If she could not find a breakthrough among her own, she would need to seek external assistance to quell the discord within. Otherwise, whether King Han ascended or the orthodox faction supported her brother, the foundation of Qin would suffer considerable damage. Rest assured, I have my own plans. Qin Ziwei replied with a smile. However, sending emissaries to foster goodwill should not compromise our position. Moreover, with Ming having only recently established itself. Each battle fought by their forces has been documented, and I believe their potential merits our engagement. Seeing Qin Ziwei's resolve, the Grand Tutor had no further objections. Hoping merely that no complications would arise, I shall entrust this matter to you. Ensure that the gifts sent to Ming are of considerable value, avoiding any semblance of parsimony. Otherwise, it would only tarnish Daqian's reputation. Furthermore, this endeavor must remain clandestine. Do not allow anyone to catch wind of it. Expedite the process. Yes, Your Majesty. The Grand Tutor bowed deeply and exited the imperial study, meticulously assembling a delegation of several dozen individuals. They were tasked with packing Qin's specialties, jewels, and provisions for their voyage to Jinling, the capital of Ming. In the grand tent of the Khagan of Jin, the once vibrant grasslands were now sparse. Stripped of their former splendor, winter had arrived, rendering the desiccated grass even more desolate. Khagan, an envoy from Jiang Ce has arrived. Should we invite him into our tent? A soldier reported, bearing a look of concern. The atmosphere within the tent was similarly tense, each face etched with unease as they anticipated the envoy's arrival. Including the Khagan himself, they were all acutely aware that Jiang Ce's envoy was likely a harbinger of retribution. Moreover, Jiang Ce had not sent a full delegation but instead dispatched a single horseman, a display of arrogance that unsettled them further. Khagan, the soldier pressed, noting that the Ming envoy had been waiting outside for quite some time. He feared that if they delayed any longer, the envoy might take offense and return home, leading to fears that Jiang Ce would use their neglect as justification to march against Daqian. Let him enter, the Khagan commanded, shaking off his worries. Yes. The envoy straightened his posture, his demeanor cold as he stepped into the tent, surveying the complex emotions writ large upon the faces of those present. He offered a chilling smile. Khagan of the Jin, are you aware of your transgressions? His voice rang out like thunder, reverberating through the tent. Everyone's heart seemed to be struck by a hammer, their expressions transforming in unison. Indeed, it was a summons for retribution. What crime have I committed? The Khan, with a steely resolve, retorted. He would never confess to any wrongdoing, even though the edict he had previously sent had shifted the blame onto Wan Yanhongsheng. The decree explicitly stated that it was he who had failed to discipline the commanders of the army. Moreover, the imperial jade seal and his own insignia had been handed over to Jiang Ce. What more did he want from him? This had already been his utmost concession. Was he truly intent on driving him to his demise? The envoy, clearly anticipating the Khan's response, unfurled a letter. For months prior, after our forces captured Huerte City, you received a royal decree from His Majesty, wherein you vowed never to send troops southward against our forces. Yet, just 2 weeks ago, your 30,000 troops raided Jinling City, and this is your transgression. You have offended the dignity of Deming, and the evidence is irrefutable. Do you acknowledge your guilt? The envoy's words reverberated in the hearts of the assembly, and they gazed anxiously at the Khan, hoping for a resolution. The Khan's facial muscles twitched, his mouth opened, yet he could not articulate a response. That was Wan Yanhongsheng who had stolen the military tokens and unilaterally mobilized forces, which had nothing to do with Daqian. Furthermore, our 30,000 troops have been decimated by your forces. What more do you desire? The Khan, eyes reddening, insisted stubbornly. Upon hearing this, the envoy wore an expression of anticipated disdain, sneering once more. His Majesty has long known that your intentions remain unchanged, since he refused to confess. Take a good look at this decree. Do not say His Majesty has not afforded you an opportunity. The envoy flung a royal letter forward, and the Khan's eyelid twitched as he commanded someone to present it before him. With trembling hands, he opened the letter, and with each line he read, his heart raced with trepidation. The royal decree, penned by Yao Guangxiao, was piercingly accusatory. It chronicled over a decade of incessant harassment of Xuanwu Pass by the Jin forces, culminating in the coalition of 3 nations, with each battle meticulously documented and the Khans soundly berated. The missive, both overtly and covertly, painted the Jin Khan as a base and unworthy ruler, one who coveted Deming without the strength to conquer it. Ultimately, it bluntly stated that he must either strip himself bare, carry thorns upon his back, and walk naked from his tent to Jinling to beg for forgiveness, or submit to Deming's governance, replacing all Jin officials, including himself, with Deming officials. Those replaced would be sent to Jinling to languish in prison. Upon finishing the letter, the Khan was so incensed that his neck swelled with rage, his face turning crimson. Preposterous. He suddenly tore the decree in half and stomped it underfoot. Jiang Ce was too brazen. He trembled with fury. What sort of request for forgiveness was this? In such frigid weather, to expect this aged body to walk naked with thorns upon his back for 1,000 miles in penance? He would likely perish from the cold long before reaching 100 miles. The notion of becoming a vassal state under Deming was even more laughable. Why would he, a rightful Khan of Jin, abandon his position to languish in a prison in Jinling? He would rather confront Jiang Ce. Khan, I ask you once more. Do you acknowledge your guilt? The envoy's demeanor remained indifferent as he raised his voice. Acknowledge your mother's nonsense. Execute him. The Khan, overwhelmed with rage, trembled as he pointed at the Daming envoy. Humph, the path you chose is your own. After my death, His Majesty will surely ensure that your Jin serves as my burial companion. The envoy stood firm, hands clasped behind him, exuding no fear whatsoever. Are you deaf? Execute him. The Khan bellowed, seeing no one move. Finally, 2 soldiers dragged the envoy outside the tent and executed him. The atmosphere within the tent grew heavy, and none dared to speak. It was only after a prolonged silence, when the Khan had calmed down from his fury, that he sighed deeply. It was clear that Daqian and Jiang Ce were now irrevocably locked in conflict. If that was the case, I shall march resolutely down this path. Someone tell me, how many troops do we currently have? The courtiers exchanged glances, sensing the unease on each other's faces. Khan, all the forces combined only number around 200,000. Excluding some aged and infirm soldiers, merely 180,000 are fit for battle. Hearing this report, the Khan sighed and shook his head, then his expression hardened. 180,000 shall suffice. The Tang army has also suffered a grave defeat. I refuse to believe the Tang Emperor will not seek retribution. As long as the Tang cavalry launches a full assault, combined with our 180,000 Jin troops, Jiang Ce shall be no match for us. The Khan's words garnered considerable agreement among those present. They too believed that the Tang Emperor, who had not tasted defeat in years, would not quietly swallow the humiliation of a disastrous loss to Daming. It was said that the Tang Emperor would not tolerate any affront to the might of the Tang cavalry and would undoubtedly dispatch a significant force to confront Daming. With the addition of Jin's 180,000 troops, the combined might would surely overcome Jiang Ce. Someone, bring me writing materials. The Khan, having made up his mind, swiftly penned a letter requesting an alliance, commanding it be sent via a swift horse to the Tang capital under the cover of night. In the capital of the Tang Dynasty, Chang'an, after more than a decade since Tang Jintian ascended to the throne, even in the midst of relentless rain, he would drag his weary body, yawning, to the morning court. However, upon receiving the news of the Tang army's dismal defeat today, he unusually chose to forego the morning court. At this moment, he was in the imperial garden, accompanied by the prime minister of the Tang. Meanwhile, the defeated General Liu Long knelt trembling at the feet of Tang Jintian, his body quaking with fear. Your Majesty, the Daming army is robust and formidable, far exceeding what I had imagined. Caught off guard, we were outmaneuvered by the enemy. Otherwise, our Tang forces would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. Liu Long had bowed his head numerous times, blood streaming from his forehead, evoking the prime minister's pity. With an impassive expression, was gazing down at Liu Long, observing the way Tang Jintian's hands were clasped tightly behind his back. The chancellor understood that his anger was simmering dangerously close to eruption. Are you suggesting that my army, even when engaging in a fair fight against the Daming forces, would still face defeat? Merely a less disgraceful loss. Tang Jintian's voice, laced with fury, coldly interrogated Liu Long. Your Majesty, I did not mean to imply such a thing. It's just that the enemy forces, Liu Long's head was bowed, feeling dizzy as he struggled to find a more tactful response, his body trembling as he knelt on the ground. His robe was soaked with cold sweat, and he instinctively tightened his legs, terrified of losing control. The chancellor, sensing the situation, hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Your Majesty, please remain calm. In the realm of warfare, there is no guarantee of perpetual victory. Our great Tang has triumphed for over a decade, and the soldiers have grown complacent. Perhaps a defeat is necessary to shake them back to reality. At this remark, Tang Jintian's expression softened slightly. If we have triumphed for so many years against formidable adversaries, why then did we falter against a mere rebel faction this time? Tang Jintian scoffed. The chancellor felt a pang of shame, racking his brain for a reasonable answer. Upon learning that the Daming forces had nearly annihilated 100,000 of Tang's elite cavalry with only 3,000 casualties, he was just as shocked as Tang Jintian. I had advised Commander Buzi Xiong against marching while the scouts had not returned, but he would not listen. Liu Long suddenly interjected. Hearing this, Tang Jintian let out a cold smile, disappointment evident in his gaze. How long have you served in the military? Your Majesty, for 8 years. 8 years. In this time, have you only learned to evade responsibility? I appointed you as the vice commander of the army, granting you full authority to mobilize troops in critical moments. Why did you not withdraw then? Instead, you waited until 10,000 soldiers perished, only to come to me with your belated excuses? Liu Long's heart sank, his throat dry as he struggled to swallow. I acknowledge my guilt. I am willing to accept military punishment. Humph. You may take your punishment at the Ministry of War. Tang Jintian waved his sleeve, taking a deep breath, his gaze icy. What angers me is not the disastrous defeat of the Tang cavalry, but the audacity of a mere rebel faction to strike against my army. Is this not a disgrace to my honor and to the name of Tang? His fists clenched tightly in rage. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Ultimately, we underestimated the enemy forces. Once we have reorganized our army and launched another campaign, we will surely annihilate the Deming army and claim Jiang Ce's head. The Chancellor bowed in an attempt to console him. Tang Jintian's fury had subsided significantly, and he released a long, heavy sigh. After this battle, all my efforts over the past decade to elevate the reputation of Tang across the continent have been reduced to ridicule due to this defeat. The Three Kingdoms coalition? Utterly laughable. Your Majesty, an envoy from the Jin Kingdom has arrived, bearing a national missive and is requesting an audience. Just as he was still seething with anger, an elderly eunuch reported. Tang Jintian furrowed his brow. To deliver a national missive at this moment, could it be an inquiry into our actions? Should they dare to hold me accountable, I shall first dismiss the Jin Kingdom. Announce him, Tang Jintian commanded with a sweeping gesture. By the time the envoy from the Jin Kingdom arrived at the capital of the Tang Empire, 5 days had passed, during which 2 horses had perished from exhaustion. Had it not been for the envoy's concern for Jin's safety, he would likely have succumbed to fatigue. After resting for merely half a day, the envoy received orders to present himself before the Tang Emperor and was escorted to the imperial garden by the elderly eunuch. The envoy from the Jin Kingdom pays homage to the Tang Emperor. Tang Jintian suppressed his anger, gesturing slightly with his hand. What brings you here? The envoy respectfully knelt and presented a national missive before speaking. Our Jin Kingdom has suffered the loss of 300,000 troops at the hands of the Daming army, and we have since reorganized 18,000 soldiers, seeking to ally once more with the Tang to jointly eliminate the Daming forces. Tang Jintian signaled, and the Chancellor understood, taking the missive to read aloud. Upon finishing, Tang Jintian coldly replied, I shall respond in due time. With that, he turned and swept away. The next day in court, Tang Jintian, having shed his previous dissolute demeanor, awaited early in the hall, his presence exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. His piercing gaze lingered over the officials below, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Yesterday, the envoy from the Jin Kingdom delivered a missive proposing an alliance to combat the Daming army. Coincidentally, just as the missive from Jin arrived, so too did one from Daming. However, Jiang Ce appears to treat the position of emperor as a mere game, proposing the construction of a national palace and inviting me to send envoys to witness the grand ceremony. What are your thoughts? Tang Jintian spoke in a calm tone. The officials below frowned and pursed their lips, unable to decipher the emperor's intent. After a prolonged silence without receiving a satisfactory response, Tang Jintian's anger flared once more. You bunch of useless fools. Jiang Ce has annihilated our 100,000 troops, and yet invites us to witness his celebration. This is clearly an attempt to humiliate me and the Tang. How could none of you foresee this? His face flushed red with rage, his features trembling with indignation. Dismissed. Tang Li, come with me. After sweeping his sleeve, Tang Jintian turned, casting a glance at the Chancellor, who bowed and followed him out of the court. Chapter 117, Plotting Against the Qin. Your Majesty, I believe we should still send a delegation to witness the ceremony. Firstly, it will demonstrate your magnanimity to the world. Secondly, we cannot allow Jiang Ce to perceive our retreat. Regardless, sending a delegation to observe the ceremony would not be detrimental to our great Tang. In the imperial study, Tang Li stood beside Tang Jintian, bowing respectfully. Meanwhile, on the desk before Tang Jintian lay a national missive, prominently the one delivered by the Daming envoy. This principle is well understood by me. Why then do the officials beneath the hall fail to comprehend it? Are you aware of the annual salaries that the court provides to that group? Nearly 10 million shur of white rice. This amount of grain is sufficient to sustain the military and civilians of 10 border cities for an entire year. Tang Jintian, with his hands clasped behind his back, initially bore an expression of anger, but quickly reined in his emotions, restoring his demeanor of dignified authority. My intention in provoking them was to inspire thoughtful discourse. Yet I did not anticipate that these inept individuals would be so consumed with indulgence that they could not grasp even this minor issue. In response, Tang Li could only manage a wry smile, rendered speechless. After ascending to power, Tang Jintian has indeed shown great affability towards the common folk. Yet he has imposed a regime of stringent control over the military and officials, leaving them too intimidated to voice their concerns. As for dispatching envoys, let us allow some time to pass. After all, with the current foundation of Daming, it will take a while to construct a grand palace. After a lengthy pause, Tang Jintian posed a question to himself and then shifted the topic, asking if you were aware of the demise of the old emperor of the Qin state. I only learned of it last night. Tang Li, having spent so long at Tang Jintian's side, was acutely aware of his sharp intellect. A single phrase could reveal a wealth of information. Thus he refrained from speaking out of turn, waiting for Tang Jintian to elaborate. You are also aware of the identity of the newly enthroned emperor of Qin? In response to the emperor, It is the legitimate daughter of the former Qin emperor. Qin Ziwei. Tang Jintian nodded and patted Tang Li's shoulder, stating that now it is only the two of us here, so there is no need for such formality. Among the entire nation, you alone can comprehend my intentions and alleviate my burdens. Tang Li, startled by the praise, bowed repeatedly, saying that the emperor's compliments are unwarranted, and he cannot presume to fathom the emperor's profound wisdom. Why linger on such trivialities? Tang Jintian scolded lightly, his expression growing serious again. As a woman, Qin Ziwei lacks the political acumen and military prowess that her father possessed. I have heard that the Qin court is currently divided into two factions. One supports the prince, while the other backs Qin Ziwei's brother. Do you not find this absurd? If that is the case, why then allow Qin Ziwei to hold the grand coronation ceremony? Upon finishing his thoughts, Tang Jintian chuckled to himself. After waiting for over a decade, I had anticipated an inevitable conflict with the Qin state. Yet, I did not foresee that the old emperor would succumb first. In the world of heroes, I only recognize the old emperor of Qin. Otherwise, I would not have exercised such restraint before taking action against Qin. Your Majesty, should we wish to contend with Qin, we may need to temporarily set aside our alliance with the Jin army against the Ming. As the saying goes, a lean camel is larger than a horse. Despite the internal strife, Qin still retains substantial strength. Even if Qin Ziwei is not up to the task, the king of Han is a formidable strategist, one not to be underestimated. Tang Li reflected. The Qin state produces an abundance of talent, in terms of both numbers and military capability. Their generals are not inferior to those of the Tang. Should we act rashly, we would only invite disaster. Perhaps even facing a counterattack from Qin that could severely weaken the Tang. You speak the truth. Indeed, I have been somewhat hasty. Tang Jintian's initial excitement began to subside, for the shadow of Qin had loomed over my heart for over a decade. The world knows that Qin and Tang stand as equals, the mightiest of all. Yet they cannot fathom the principle that one cannot allow others to rest upon their own bed. The opportunity for Qin Ziwei to ascend as Empress must not be compromised. Tang Jintian's gaze flickered with cold determination. What is the status of our informants within Qin? In response to the emperor, the highest-ranking individual has taken office as the Deputy Minister of Revenue in the Qin court, at the 4th rank, thus gaining initial entry into the core of the Qin bureaucratic elite. As for the other 5 ministries, we have also placed informants within them. Tang Li reported earnestly. In recent years, we have invested significantly to place our people in Qin. While the former emperor was alive, we did not dare to act too brazenly. But now there is no longer such concern. Too slow. Tang Jintian shook his head. The tides of the world are ever changing, and with each passing day, the situation shifts. First, ascertain the prestige of the king of Han's military, the number of troops under his command, and who among them opposes him. Tang Jintian's eyes narrowed. No matter the cost, we must secure the loyalty of those who stand against the king of Han. If we could win over the generals under his command, that would be ideal. This task must be executed swiftly and with finesse, ensuring that our operatives within Datang remain concealed, regardless of the circumstances. We must not allow the faction supporting the king of Han to gain power. His tone was grave. Tang Jintian, having ascended through military merit and influence, knew that if another king of Han were to emerge in Qin, he would have to endure for another decade before seizing the opportunity to annex Qin. The bureaucratic faction poses little threat in comparison. Scholars across the realm share a common tendency. They profess to study for the benefit of the populace. Yet their true motivations are for their own coffers. Allowing the bureaucratic faction that supports Qin Ziwei's brother to rise to power does not require my intervention. Within a few years, Qin will surely perish due to the bureaucrats' mismanagement. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now to attend to this matter. Tang Li hurriedly departed, leaving with every hair on his body standing on end. While he felt a deep admiration for the emperor's foresight, he also sensed the heavy burden of serving alongside a ruler akin to a tiger. In the imperial capital of Deming, Jinling, under the governance of Zhang Zhuxing, Jinling has revived its productivity, and with the implementation of various welfare policies, an increasing number of people have flocked to the city. At this moment, Jinling is experiencing a nascent flourishing, with the populace living in peace and engaging industriously. Soon, its prosperity will extend to surrounding regions, stimulating the economic development of nearby cities. Due to the limited number of officials in Deming, Jiang Ce has temporarily suspended the morning court sessions, intending to reinstate them once the number of officials increases. At this moment, he finds himself in the palace, embraced by Lianair on one side and Tan Na on the other, surrounded by the warmth of spring. After a tender interlude, Jiang Ce rose, and Lianair assisted him in donning his dragon robe. Once properly attired, she gently kissed his cheek. Your Majesty, governmental affairs are demanding. Both Tan Na and I can manage well without your concern. Jiang Ce smiled, assuring her, I am well aware of my responsibilities. Upon exiting the sleeping quarters and arriving at the Qianxing Palace, the site designated for governance. Zhang Juzhing and Yao Guangxiao were deeply engrossed in their tasks, utterly oblivious to Jiang Ce's presence. Has any significant event transpired recently? As Jiang Ce approached, he observed the two rising to pay their respects. Yet he gently shook his head, signaling them to remain seated. Your Majesty, there have been no notable occurrences within the realm lately. However, the Jin Yiwei has relayed 2 pieces of intelligence which I believe warrant your attention. Zhang Juzhing rose to present a report. Chapter 118. Preparations for construction. Another report? Jiang Ce's interest was piqued, and he raised an eyebrow as he accepted it. Compared to the lengthy and tedious memorials from the civil officials, he found greater delight in warfare, relishing the exhilarating thrill of battle. The Jin Kingdom remains restless. The first piece of intelligence revealed that the envoy he had dispatched had been executed by the Khan, clearly indicating a desire for a relentless conflict with the Ming. Let us see if they possess the capability to defeat our Ming army. He smirked coldly, folding the first report before continuing to peruse the second. The ambitions of the Tang Kingdom towards the Qin Kingdom? Intriguing. Jiang Ce repressed his smirk and read meticulously, word for word. The overt and covert struggles between the two nations overlooked the rapidly rising power of the Ming. Currently, the Ming appeared to be engrossed in managing state affairs, seemingly neglecting military development. Yet with military gods like Su Dao in place, there was no cause for excessive concern. Once the productivity of the Ming populace fully flourished, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Ming army to weaken. The actions of Tang Jintian, who sought to seize the territory of the Qin, presented Jiang Ce with an opportunity to decisively conquer the Tang. However, the timing was not yet ripe. Until Tang Jintian acted against the Qin, Jiang Ce would find it challenging to devour the Tang Kingdom whole. Since Tang Jintian was preoccupied with the Qin and had no intention of engaging with the Ming, he could afford to wait. Once the foundations of the Ming were thoroughly secured, he could deal with him at a later time. Jiang Ce nodded in agreement. In addition to the Tang, the Qin received the imperial invitation to witness the ceremonial observance, as did other nations. Smaller states such as the Song, Yan, and Zhao, their territories barely exceeding the combined area of 3 mausoleums, were predominantly vassal states of larger neighboring realms, with the Yan being a vassal of the Tang. Without exception, the emperors of these minor nations regarded Jiang Ce's missive with disdain. The Ming? They had never even heard of it. And what was this talk of a national palace? Utter nonsense. The emperors of the smaller states scoffed. In Jinling, preparations for the construction of the national palace were in full swing. Report after report swiftly entered the Qianqing Palace. Jiang Ce, along with Zhang Juzhing, Yao Guangxiao, and Wei Zhong, burned the midnight oil reviewing the memorials. Yet they struggled to keep pace with the mounting documents. Even though most reports had been pre-screened by cabinet members, the weight of state affairs was immense, and the filtered memorials still accumulated like a mountain. Among these, the priority lay with those relating to the construction of the National Palace. Your Majesty, the Minister of Works requests an increased budget and urges the court to expedite funding. With winter upon us, the laborers involved in the palace construction require warmth and sustenance. Zhang Juzhing highlighted a report from the Minister of Works. The construction of the National Palace was not a harsh corvée, but rather a voluntary endeavor, recruiting artisans and laborers under the direction of the Ministry of Works. Moreover, the wages offered by the court were not insignificant. Ordinary laborers earned a monthly salary of 1 shur, totaling approximately 15 shur over the year when accounting for festive bonuses. This amount of coarse rice was sufficient to sustain a family of 4 comfortably for a year. Surplus grain could be exchanged at the court's established banks for silver notes or traded for goods, provided they did not involve strategic materials such as private salt. The court would turn a blind eye in such cases. 4 skilled craftsmen responsible for structural designs, annual salaries could reach as high as 50 shur, rivaling those of officials at the 6th rank. With such lucrative wages, there was no lack of manpower. Jiang Ce observed the treasury's diminishing funds with a mix of concern and hope for the swift completion of the National Palace. Indeed, one does not grasp the value of household expenses until one assumes the responsibility. Jiang Ce sighed. Convey my edict. Increase the winter monthly salary by 1 shur, and ensure the project is completed expeditiously. His ambition was to finalize the National Palace's construction before the Spring Festival. Your Majesty, the structural blueprints for the main body of the palace have been drafted and construction can commence in 3 days. If all goes well, it will be completed before the Spring Festival, allowing for the ceremonial observance. Zhang Juzhing reported with a bow. Excellent. Jiang Ce smiled. How have the matters I previously instructed progressed? While the National Palace was under construction, other projects were also underway. During a prior siege, Jiang Ce had noticed the Jinling city's fortifications were alarmingly frail. The towering outer walls were in fact made of loam, easily crumbled by hand, far from capable of withstanding siege engines or catapults. This matter was also under Zhang Juzhing's purview, who appeared troubled. Your Majesty, the walls of the imperial city are indeed woefully inadequate. Even if we wish to repair them, we have no means to do so. I can only command laborers to gradually dismantle the loamy walls and rebuild them with sturdier stone bricks. Fortifying the city's defenses cannot be rushed. The necessary materials must be transported from other cities, and with winter's chill, the setting of the walls will require time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce remained silent. After all, the army was stationed within the city, and fortification was not an immediate concern. Your Majesty, regarding the border defenses you mentioned last time, I have some thoughts. Zhang Zhuzhing contemplated before setting down his memorial and speaking. What are your thoughts? Jiang Ce inquired, intrigued. I previously intended to construct a wall along the northern border of the Ming capable of repelling foreign invaders, yet I fear that with the current foundation of the Ming, it may be insufficient to support such an edifice. Your Majesty, that assertion is misguided. The wall must be built. The border is not lacking in people, but rather in supplies. We can similarly transport provisions from the prosperous southern regions to the frontier and recruit the local populace to construct fortifications. Additionally, the location of these walls must be chosen with care. I believe we should commence at the northernmost point, Xuanwu Gate, and extend to Fengcheng, erecting a formidable wall. Though this wall spans merely 500 miles, it can effectively defend against the Great Tang to the west and resist the Jin Kingdom to the north. Any adversary wishing to assail us must first traverse this great dragon. Zhang Zhuzhing chuckled. Jiang Ce's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as we establish a stronghold at this crucial juncture, this dragon will not only facilitate transportation, but also enable soldiers stationed along its length to swiftly reinforce other strongholds. Excellent. Once this dragon is completed, peace will reign along the borders. Jiang Ce smiled contentedly, yet he recognized that a mere wall would not suffice. A considerable number of soldiers must also be deployed to guard it. The roads and vital routes left by the Great Qian have fallen into disrepair over the years. Do you have any solutions for this? Zhang Zhuzhing pondered seriously for a while before responding. Your Majesty, repairing the roads is no small matter. It often burdens the populace and strains the treasury. Moreover, the canal from Lingcheng to Jinling is already under preparation. If we were to construct another vital route connecting to the border at this moment, the Ming Dynasty would be unable to sustain it. This matter requires careful planning. After the memorials are addressed, draft a proposal regarding the interlinking roads between the border cities for me to review. Jiang Ce spoke solemnly. As many matters require initiation to prepare, otherwise, they will languish indefinitely, day after day. Chapter 119, The Martial Arts Arena. Upon hearing the Emperor's decree, Zhang Zhuzhing felt overwhelmed. Although he officially held the titles of Minister of Revenue and Minister of Personnel, he was responsible for the affairs of all 6 ministries, with urgent matters in the Ministry of Works demanding immediate attention. Yet, regardless of his capabilities, a solitary boat struggles against the swift currents of the Yangtze River. Nevertheless, he understood Jiang Ce's concerns for the Ming Dynasty. The dynasty was still in its infancy, and the previous reign of the Great Qian had been disrupted by Zhao Yi, leaving numerous areas in dire need of reconstruction. Your Majesty, why not issue a public notice to recruit talented individuals from the populace? This approach would not only bolster our talent pool, but also provide opportunities for those overlooked to serve their country. Zhang Zhuzhing devised a mutually beneficial solution. Currently, the most pressing issue for the Ming is not a lack of resources, but rather a scarcity of truly exceptional talents across various fields. Due to the household registration system of the previous Great Qian dynasty, many capable individuals dedicated to governance were forced to inherit their family trades, with the fortunate becoming soldiers while the unfortunate toiled in agriculture, living lives of unfulfilled potential. Well said. Jiang Ce nodded slightly. He had been overly reliant on the rewards bestowed by the system, neglecting the fact that many talented individuals existed among the populace, simply lacking opportunities to showcase their abilities. Historically, Han Dynasty emerged from humble beginnings, having endured humiliation yet achieving greatness as a legendary general. Jiang Ce had been preoccupied with military matters for too long, failing to fully transition his thinking towards governance and statecraft. Yao Guangxiao, draft a recruitment announcement immediately. I will instruct the Jinyue to post it in all cities across the realm. Understood. Yao Guangxiao promptly set aside his memorial and quickly prepared the announcement. Of course, not all aspiring recruits would have direct access to the Emperor. They would undergo rigorous screening through the court to confirm the truly talented individuals worthy of an audience with His Majesty. The announcement was swiftly disseminated nationwide. Even the remote Longhu Mountain Taoist temple had 2 notices affixed to its wooden door. Fortunately, Zhao Yi did not resort to the tyrannical acts of the first emperor, and the literary works of the 100 schools were preserved. Thus, the talent pool was not entirely diminished. Upon seeing the emperor's generous rewards for talented individuals, many learned scholars eager to contribute to the nation flocked to Jinling, seeking an opportunity to change their fates. At this moment, Jinling City was more vibrant and bustling than ever. Scholars from various schools, including Moism, legalism, and Confucianism, as well as abbots and Taoist priests, gathered in Jinling, hoping to present themselves before the emperor. Even if they were not recruited by the court, merely witnessing the emperor in person would be a lifetime achievement, providing ample material for boasting. Your Majesty, here is the list of talented individuals I have compiled, having screened out those merely seeking fame, with names of those truly capable organized into a volume. This task was entrusted to Yao Guangxiao, while Zhang Jujing excelled in administrative matters. He was slightly less adept than the enigmatic monk in discerning talent. Jiang Ce nodded, taking the list to peruse. The foremost name on the list was a young man from the MO school named Mo Ran. At merely 30 years of age, he had not participated in any significant construction projects. The record indicated he had spent over a decade in seclusion in the mountains without any notable achievements. Why have you placed him at the top? Jiang Ce inquired, puzzled by the apparent lack of distinction in Mo Ran. Those listed after him were renowned scholars with extensive credentials. Your Majesty, I once had a private meeting with Mo Ran. Although his speech may seem clumsy, his ideas are imaginative. When I showed him the main structural diagram of the palace, he pointed out dozens of flaws after just a glance. I believe it is best for your Majesty to meet him personally. Yao Guangxiao bowed respectfully. Jiang Ce pondered for a moment and nodded. Summon him to the palace. I shall await him in the study. Understood. Yao Guangxiao excitedly exited the palace and soon led Mo Ran to the study. I am a humble citizen, Mo Ran. To meet his Majesty. Long live the emperor. Mo Ran, with a demeanor neither servile nor haughty, bowed on the ground, though he stuttered severely. Rise. Jiang Ce smiled gently, exuding warmth, allowing Mo Ran to relax slightly. I ask you, what abilities do you possess that would compel me to select you from among the hundreds of talents in the realm? His smile faded, and his tone shifted as he pressed for an answer. Felt the cold glare of Jiang Ce, yet merely bowed respectfully. Your Majesty. The grandeur of the National Hall was insufficient, lacking the magnificence to reflect our nation's prestige. Responded candidly, causing Yao Guangxiao beside him to break out in a cold sweat. Such words could be uttered in private, but to dare speak them before the emperor was a grave offense to the imperial authority, punishable by death. Your Majesty. Yao Guangxiao attempted to defuse the situation but was halted by Jiang Ce's stern gesture, urging him to continue. The National Hall should showcase statues of military and civil officials, chronicling their achievements in warfare and governance. This is something every nation can accomplish. Once the serious subject was broached, spoke fluently, pausing only briefly. The unparalleled Tang Kingdom commands respect through its formidable cavalry, the Datang Iron Riders. Our Deming is no less formidable than Datang. Why not construct a martial arts arena outside the hall to review our troops and demonstrate the might of Deming? Proclaimed, his expression animated. Jiang Ce, however, responded with a cold smile. Do you presume that I have not contemplated this? Deming currently boasts a military strength of no less than 700,000. How vast must a plaza be to accommodate such a multitude? The manpower and resources required for its construction would be astronomical. Shook his head. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. It would be prudent to remove all but one statue from the National Hall, leaving only a monument inscribed with the names and exploits of great generals, alongside a smaller hall dedicated to bureaucratic records. For the common people, this monument symbolizes the glory of Deming, while the burdensome reports of governance merely bring them distress. Jiang Ce's expression grew impatient. While this proposal has merit, do you possess a method to reduce construction costs and expedite progress? The primary structure of the National Hall has already been planned. Altering its design at this stage would render half of the preliminary work obsolete. Your Majesty, my expertise in the art of mechanisms is unparalleled. These mechanisms are not mere weapons or traps, but true wonders of engineering. Declared proudly. The mechanisms of the can be applied to both grand and minor constructions. Truly remarkable. Although Jiang Ce was not well versed in techniques, he had heard of their reputation. I require precise figures. How many workers are needed? What materials are necessary? When can it be completed? Present a detailed plan within 3 days, and I shall review it before further discussion. Chapter 120. Longmen and Your Majesty, it seems you harbor some prejudice against? Once departed the palace, Yao Guangxiao dared to inquire. Prejudice is not the term. Rather, I hold a measure of admiration for him. However, time is of the essence. I fear he may use various excuses to delay the project. The date for the ceremonial observance is set for the day before the spring festival. I cannot allow the ceremony to be postponed, even for a moment. Otherwise, what face would Deming have? Jiang Ce stated solemnly. This approach resonated with him. The addition of a plaza to the National Hall was indeed brilliant. Ancient nations often relied on warfare and plunder to bolster their coffers due to insufficient productivity. Thus, military strength represented everything for a nation. This was also why Datang spared no effort in establishing its renowned cavalry. A robust military is essential for safeguarding territorial integrity. Otherwise, Daqian would not frequently suffer incursions from the Jin Kingdom. Jiang Ce believed that reviewing the troops in a grand martial arts arena would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on foreign emissaries, demonstrating Deming's formidable power. The only concern was whether the project could be completed on time. His sternness towards stemmed from this very consideration. His proposal contained too many flaws. It would be disregarded. The following day, Jiang Ce rose early once more, arriving at Qianqing Palace to attend to state affairs. Your Majesty, the national policies you have enacted are beginning to yield results. Yet the credibility of the banks remains insufficient. It seems the value of the newly issued currency has not yet been adequately tested, Zhang Juzhing reported as Jiang Ce entered. On the second day after his ascension, Jiang Ce ordered the abolition of Daqian Tongbao. To soothe public sentiment, the abolished Daqian banknotes could be exchanged at par for Deming banknotes. However, the nation had just undergone a change in dynasty, and the populace was reluctant to exchange their currency, with many clinging to the previous dynasty's notes. In some remote areas, Daqian banknotes continued to circulate as hard currency. The remnants of the previous dynasty were too entrenched to eradicate completely in a short time, which was quite normal. Jiang Ce nodded. The Daqian banknotes must not continue to circulate among the people, as this would complicate official oversight. It would be better to establish a new type of bank. A new type of bank? Zhang Juzhing's expression reflected confusion. Banks have historically been places for saving, borrowing, and exchanging money. What new could be introduced? Indeed, the reason the people are hesitant to exchange their Deming banknotes is their lack of wealth. Therefore, let us raise the exchange rate. 80 taels of Daqian banknotes for 100 taels of Deming banknotes. Though this measure may incite a degree of inflation, the various construction projects will soon absorb this inflation, allowing the new currency to flow into circulation for further use. Simultaneously, the court will temporarily halt the issuance of Deming banknotes and procure the excess gold and silver from the populace at a premium, using these precious metals as a solid foundation to bolster the value of Deming banknotes. Listening to this, Zhang Juzhing found the reasoning compelling. While he did not fully grasp the concept of inflation, he could infer its meaning from the context. Your Majesty, I suggest we start with Jinling as a pilot program. Jinling is the most prosperous region in the country. If we can achieve success there, we can then promote it nationwide. This matter, I entrust to you entirely. Remember, do not employ force to compel the acquisition of gold and silver. Once the people recognize the value of Deming banknotes, they will naturally rush to exchange them. Jiang Ce instructed. Understood. By the way, Your Majesty, the national policy you previously enacted to exempt merchants from taxes and fees for road passage has begun to bear fruit. Now Jinling has seen a surge in local specialties and thriving commerce. The city of Jinling is bustling with activity, its wine houses and tea shops flourishing abundantly, with numerous inns catering to travelers from afar springing up like bamboo shoots after a rain. However, due to the previous dynasty's ill-conceived land planning, disputes over land ownership frequently arise, leading to 3 reported cases of injury. I believe it is imperative to strengthen regulation in this regard. Zhang Juzhing clasped his hands together. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce pondered for a moment. Matters concerning land are of utmost importance, whether in modern times or ancient, in great nations or small. A slight misstep could lead to grave consequences. Officials from the Ministry of Revenue should be dispatched to remeasure the land and acquire private land deeds, ensuring that in the future, all land is managed solely by the court, with commoners and officials alike granted only usage rights. Should we impose rent upon them? No. It is sufficient to acquire the land. Furthermore, for barren land, the court promises to provide a 10-year lease free of charge, to be used solely for agricultural purposes. Once these wastelands are cultivated and yield harvests, we can then impose rent. The issuance of these 2 national policies made Zhang Juzhing cast another deep glance at Jiang Ce. He was profoundly shaken, realizing the brilliance of these 2 policies. Centralizing land management under the court would thoroughly eradicate the nefarious competition over land due to irregular deeds. Moreover, the cultivation of wasteland without charge would greatly encourage the impoverished to labor diligently, thereby increasing the grain production of the Ming dynasty. However, there remains much to be done in the Ming, as currently, aside from Jinling, the only other affluent area is the well-established trade checkpoint of Xuanwu Pass. In other regions, progress remains arduous. Nonetheless, the capital's burgeoning prosperity is evident, rivaling that of the great Tang dynasty's Chang'an. Who could have anticipated that Jiang Ce, merely days into his reign, could achieve what Emperor Qian had managed over decades? Such rapid development is indeed formidable. Furthermore, what of the long men in that I previously requested you to construct? Has work commenced? Jiang Ce inquired suddenly. In response to Your Majesty, according to your specifications, the Long Men Inn is designed as a 5-story structure, constructed to the standards of a second-ranking royal official, with each floor uniquely adorned. Zhang Juzhing reported truthfully. The Long Men Inn is intended to host envoys from various nations and must not be treated lightly. It is situated by the mountains and waters, offering a magnificent view of the river from the third floor. Not to mention, the extravagant decor on every level is truly remarkable. The first floor, Tianlin Pavilion, boasts 50 guest rooms for dignitaries. The second floor, Taotai Pavilion, features an array of local delicacies from across the nation, presenting countless culinary delights. The third floor, Wanbao Pavilion, showcases treasures and antiques collected from previous dynasties and the Ming, each piece a priceless heirloom. The fourth floor, Tianlong Pavilion, is exclusively for emperors of other nations, featuring 10 royal suites crafted to the highest standards for foreign sovereigns. However, those who dare to stay in Tianlong Pavilion must either willingly submit to the Ming or seek protection from the Ming, fearing the wrath of their own deposed emperors. As for the fifth floor, Jintian Pavilion, it was specifically designed by Zhang Jiang for Jiang Ce, serving as a scenic retreat, its climate perfect for relaxation and contemplation. Only Jiang Ce is permitted entry to Jintian Pavilion. Even the illustrious Tang Emperor would find it impossible to gain access. Additionally, the Longmen Inn is replete with an array of novel inventions commissioned by Jiang Ce. For instance, during the sweltering summer, ice is produced using saltpeter and copious amounts of water for cooling. Conversely, in the frigid winter, copper pots are employed to boil soup and hot oil, with various fresh ingredients simmered within, aptly named hot pot. Moreover, both the royal and common guest rooms are equipped with toilets. This ingenious design, conceived by Jiang Ce, features a cesspool excavated beneath the inn, with specially crafted iron pipes connecting the toilets to it. Additionally, each toilet is outfitted with a water tank, enabling automatic flushing with the press of a lever attached to the handrail, providing great convenience. Besides, Jiang Ce's myriad small inventions left Zhang Jiang bewildered and profoundly impressed. Chapter 121. Dispatching a Delegation. The beneficial public works in Jinling are progressing fervently. There are almost no idle hands in the city. Everyone is filled with hope, shaking off the burdens of previous governance through diligent labor. The citizens rarely voice grievances, and even then, they merely complain about the insufficient length of working hours. After all, working an extra hour means earning extra pay. This is not a harsh obligation, but rather an opportunity to earn tangible rewards. The enthusiasm of the populace for labor has reached unprecedented heights. In ancient times, commoners lacked the means to indulge in pleasures, burdened daily by the anxiety of uncertain meals. However, under Jiang Ce's governance, such hardships have been nearly resolved, allowing the populace to engage joyfully in additional activities. Some impoverished locals from Jinling, with the court's support, have taken the initiative to move to the outskirts, cultivating wasteland and planting crops. Many merchants have chosen to transport local goods from Jinling to far-off cities for sale. Just as Jinling flourishes, envoys from various nations hastily prepare to send delegations to witness the grandeur. The delegations from smaller nations like Song and Yin are dragging their feet, unwilling to embark. Your Majesty, we are several thousand miles from the Great Qian. The resources expended for a mere ceremonial visit are considerable. Moreover, what spectacle is there to behold in a small nation constructing a dilapidated grand hall? The envoys dispatched by the emperor voiced their discontent. Arriving now would mean spending the new year in a foreign land, which they do not wish to endure. In an unfamiliar place, they would be monitored by Ming officials, leaving them utterly uncomfortable. I am not sending envoys for the benefit of the Ming, but merely to placate the Tang emperor, who has also dispatched a delegation. The emperor of Song disdainfully declared. He held the Ming in little regard. Had it not been for the fact that his own ally was sending a delegation, he would have been disinclined to form a delegation to Jinling at all. This arduous journey would undoubtedly drain the already scarce resources of his small nation. Not only is this true for the Song Kingdom, but also for the Yin and Zhao kingdoms. They are all vassal states of the Tang Dynasty, sending envoys to express loyalty and goodwill. Otherwise, they would not wish to engage with Jiang Ce. Meanwhile, the Tang Dynasty is also assembling its own envoy. In the city of Chang'an, Tang Xintian has deliberately convened an evening court session for this matter. The officials in the court display signs of fatigue, having been engrossed in various state affairs just moments before being summoned. Many have not even had their dinner, enduring hunger to attend the court. Is there anyone willing to volunteer for the journey to witness the ceremony in the grand city of Jinling? Tang Xintian, with a prominent belly, finds even the specially crafted wide dragon robe appears somewhat fitted on him. As he casts his gaze across the assembly, officials who meet his piercing stare promptly lower their heads, too intimidated to make eye contact. The journey to Jinling is nearly 1,000 miles round trip, a taxing endeavor for their aging bodies. Furthermore, the Ming Dynasty and the Tang Dynasty have already clashed in battle, and on the surface, they are not on amicable terms. As a representative of the Tang Dynasty entering Jinling, they are bound to face numerous hardships from the Ming Emperor. To venture into another's territory, only to be compelled to bow down, with everything under scrutiny, is hardly preferable to remaining quietly in Chang'an. Is there no one willing to undertake this beautiful task? Must I call upon someone by name? Tang Jintian remarked with a hint of anger, coldly flicking his sleeves. As the year-end approaches, when state affairs are most pressing, a trip to witness the ceremony in Jinling not only promises doubled salaries, but also an escape from court duties. What joy is there in that? However, the officials are acutely aware that the emperor's intent in dispatching an envoy is to admonish Jiang Ce, rather than simply to attend a ceremony. They know all too well that going to a foreign land and expecting the Ming emperor to bow down is an unreasonable demand. Moreover, the Ming emperor is a formidable figure who dares to confront the Tang's iron cavalry. A misstep in words could easily lead to fatal consequences, leaving them without a chance to return to Chang'an. Who would dare take on such a perilous mission? Since no one is willing to go, Tang Li, you shall personally select the worthy candidates. This is an imperial decree, and I wish to see who would dare defy it. Tang Jintian's anger was palpable, his stern expression revealing nothing, yet Tang Li could sense the emperor's genuine ire from the slight tremor of his brow. Your Majesty, the journey is long, and it is understandable that the officials are reluctant to go. I propose that since it is merely a ceremony, we could send lesser officials to attend. This would not only demonstrate your broad-mindedness, but also show that we, the Tang Dynasty, do not regard the Ming as a rival. Sending a fifth-rank local official would suffice. Tang Li, while persuading, also sought to alleviate the anxiety of the court officials. Tang Jintian scoffed, dismissive of the idea. What insight could be gleaned from sending a minor official? I require the envoy to meticulously document everything observed during this journey to the Ming, and ideally, uncover Jiang Ce's true capabilities. How could the Ming forces annihilate our 100,000 iron cavalry? After a long moment of contemplation, Tang Li stepped forward, voluntarily offering himself. Your Majesty, allow this old minister to lead a delegation to the ceremony. As the Chancellor of the Tang Dynasty, even if Jiang Ce intends to employ underhanded tactics against me, he must consider my status. The Chancellor's position holds significant weight, being the highest authority beneath the Emperor. If Jiang Ce dares to act against me in Jinling, he will provoke the wrath of the Tang's iron cavalry. Tang Jintian did not immediately agree. Instead, he pondered for a considerable time before nodding. Do not forget, the primary purpose of this visit is still to admonish Jiang Ce. We must convey to him the accountability regarding the demise of our 100,000 iron cavalry. Furthermore, in addition to the envoy, I shall also dispatch 3,000 cavalry to accompany you, so you need not worry about personal safety, Tang Jintian instructed. I express my gratitude to your Majesty. The court is dismissed. In the city of Jinling, Mo Ran has presented a detailed plan to Jiang Ce. Jiang Ce meticulously reviewed it, nodding in silence. I am not lacking in timber or stone, but is it truly necessary to require 30,000 jin of pig iron? It seems excessive. The plan specifies the quantities of various materials needed, as well as the number of workers required. This is not the construction of a martial training ground with steel and concrete. Why is so much iron needed? Your Majesty, Mo Ran stated that this is the material required for the construction of Mo Jia mechanisms, and he assured that during the grand ceremony, these mechanisms would work in tandem with the army to surprise the delegations from various states. Yao Guangxiao, standing beside him, added this explanation. Jiang Ce pondered for a moment, instructing him that if the project is not completed before the year's end, the Mo Jia will be disqualified from the borders of the Ming Dynasty. Jiang Ce's voice was laced with an ominous air. Understood. Yao Guangxiao gulped, swallowing hard with trepidation. He sensed that since Jiang Ce's ascension to the throne, the aura of menace and authority surrounding him has intensified, reaching a level that is truly awe-inspiring. Chapter 122. To withdraw or not to withdraw. Once Mo Ran's plan was finalized, work commenced immediately. As construction progressed, Jiang Ce's national policy regarding the Ming Dynasty's currency began to yield results. The common folk of the Ming now found themselves devoid of gold and silver, as the Daqian currency was being exchanged for Ming Dynasty notes at a set ratio. The flourishing construction was sure to stimulate consumption, and before long, this money would circulate back into the market, further invigorating consumption and fostering a virtuous cycle. Your Majesty, today the main hall has been completed, along with 2 annex halls and a side chamber, expected to be finished in 10 days. Mo Ran, covered in mud, clearly participated in the construction. Excellent. Jiang Ce, accompanied by Zhang Jujing and Yao Guangxiao, visited the site to oversee the work and assess the progress. Observing the smooth advancement of the project, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Mo Ran had nearly brought all the disciples of the Mo family to the construction site, and with these professionals lending their expertise, the pace of work accelerated significantly. Previously, you mentioned that the Mo Jia mechanisms could coordinate with the army. What does that entail? Jiang Ce inquired with curiosity. He had never doubted the wisdom of the ancients. In ancient times, individuals were able to create a series of fantastical mechanisms under exceedingly constrained conditions, which certainly had its merits. Your Majesty, I implore you to await the completion of these mechanisms. Mo Ran smiled enigmatically and assured you that, at that time, I shall personally demonstrate the quintessence of the Mo family's mechanical arts, provided your majesty agrees to one request. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce's curiosity heightened. He inquired what this request might be. He understood that Mo Ran, being forthright, had likely harbored this sentiment for quite some time. The commoner has thoroughly perused the classics of various schools, discovering numerous lost techniques and discourses within. I hope your majesty will permit me to compile the Mo family's mechanical arts for the benefit of future generations, to prevent them from being lost to time. This is Mo Ran's sole wish. He does not wish to see the intricate knowledge, which encapsulates the collective wisdom of the Mo family throughout the ages, fade away due to various circumstances. He understands that to maximize the preservation of such techniques, it is best for them to be widely known. Much like the farming methods employed by contemporary peasants, which have been refined over countless generations and are unlikely to be forgotten. Granted, Jiang Ce replied, casting a surprised glance at Mo Ran, realizing that he possessed a broader vision. Choosing not to regard the secrets of the Mo family's mechanisms as mere heirlooms, but instead wishing to impart them to the world. This elevated Jiang Ce's opinion of him. Not only your Mo family's mechanical arts, but also the classics of Confucianism and the principles of legalism, if possible. I do not wish for these treasures to vanish from the world, Jiang Ce pledged. In his heart, he had long entertained the idea of emulating the Yongle emperor of the Ming Dynasty by creating a compendium that gathered all of the world's knowledge, akin to the Yongle Daqian. However, given the current state of the Ming Dynasty, which was in dire need of revitalization, he lacked the means to undertake such an encyclopedia. The commoner, representing the ancestors and disciples of the Mo family, expressed his gratitude to your majesty, proclaiming your wisdom. Mo Ran, filled with excitement, deeply bowed to Jiang Ce. Jiang Ce smiled and assisted Mo Ran to his feet, assuring him that this matter, concerning the cultural heritage of the Ming, was of great significance. And he would not renege on his word, so he could rest assured. Thank you, your majesty. Mo Ran sincerely bowed again in gratitude. A few days later, the finishing touches on the auxiliary palace were underway, with only the side hall, martial arts arena, and monument remaining to be constructed. However, having completed the most labor-intensive main hall, the remaining tasks were mere trifles. Jiang Ce gazed upon the grand hall with immense satisfaction, believing that barring any unforeseen events, the construction of the National Hall would be complete by the end of the year. Reporting to your majesty, there is unrest outside the city. A Jin Yiwei officer hastily rode to the front of the hall and dismounted to report. Who dares to cause a disturbance? Jiang Ce queried, puzzled by the urgency on the officer's face. Ever since his ascension, he had not heard of anyone daring to create chaos within the imperial city. The urgency of the situation that necessitated a report from a Jin Yiwei officer indicated that it was no trivial matter. He had not anticipated that even with the army stationed in the imperial city, they would still dare to incite trouble under his very nose. Your majesty, it is an envoy from the Tang Dynasty. Outside the walls of Jinling City, Tang Li and a host of envoys, along with 3,000 cavalry, stood opposed to the soldiers at the city gate. By order of your majesty, no military personnel are permitted to enter the city alongside foreign envoys. Any violators will be executed on the spot, and no one from their nation shall step foot into the Ming territory again. The commander on guard at the city gate, Liu Bang, declared sternly, preventing the Tang troops and envoys from entering the city. Currently, two armies faced each other at the city gate. Liu Bang led 10,000 soldiers, all calm and unafraid. In contrast, the 3,000 Tang cavalry were visibly hostile, glowering at Liu Bang and his men. Initially, Tang Li had intended for the 3,000 cavalry to rest outside the city, but upon witnessing Liu Bang's demeanor, his blood boiled with indignation. Thinking that the Ming had invited them to witness the ceremony while imposing numerous restrictions, clearly showing a lack of respect for the Tang Dynasty. The decree of your Ming emperor holds no weight for my Tang. Tang Li retorted coldly. Remember, it was your emperor who sincerely invited my Tang to attend the ceremony. It is not we who demand entry into your city. The two men stood at odds, their gazes locked in fierce defiance. Liu Bang's eyes flashed with cold light. With the ceremony fast approaching, he did not wish to disturb the peace of the citizens within the city with violence. I will warn you once more. Will you withdraw your troops or not? Liu Bang's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his murderous intent palpable as he stared down Tang Li. In his heart, the Tang Dynasty was of no consequence. Once within Ming territory, they were to abide by the emperor's will, and should they defy it, they would face death without mercy. How dare you? Tang Li glared fiercely, veins bulging at his neck as he shouted. As the chancellor of the Tang Dynasty, he held significant power and was accustomed to receiving respect from emperors and officials of various nations. How could it be that the Ming invited him? Yet he was expected to bow his head. Do you dare? You will find out. Liu Bang unsheathed his sword, preparing to charge forward when Zhao Yun, leading 100,000 elite cavalry, galloped onto the scene. "Hold, General Liu Zhan." A rider on a white horse, like a silver flash of lightning, surged between the two armies, raising his spear and calling out. Tang Li, upon seeing this, smirked coldly. "Do you see? Your emperor has sent someone to invite me into the city. Do you dare to obstruct me?" He felt assured, his expression dripping with contempt. Zhao Yun, seemingly unfazed, merely addressed the 100,000 cavalry. "Surround them." In an instant, the sight was chaotic as the fully armed cavalry encircled Tang Li and his men, forming an imposing spectacle. Witnessing this, Tang Li's previously disdainful expression shifted to one of uncertainty. "What do you intend to do?" "By the emperor's command. The envoys invited to witness the ceremony are esteemed guests. I, adhering to the principle of hospitality, do not wish to engage in conflict with your Tang dynasty. However, I would not mind using your Tang envoy to secure a victory," Zhao Yun proclaimed loudly, his aura emanating a fierce intent. Upon hearing such a compelling proclamation, Tang Li's eyes twitched, and after surveying the impressive display of the 100,000 cavalry, he begrudgingly declared, "Send word down the line, aside from the envoys. The 3,000 cavalry will remain stationed outside the city." Upon witnessing the situation, the atmosphere of life and death between the two armies began to dissipate. Meanwhile, Tang Li and the other emissaries, along with the cavalry, were enveloped in a sense of frustration and helplessness. One must bow their head beneath the eaves. Chapter 123. The shock of various national delegations. In the imperial capital of the Jin Kingdom, Nantian City, which lies far from Jinling, almost spanning an entire continent. 10 days prior to the departure of Tang Jintian's envoy, the Empress Jiang Ce had already assembled her own delegation. However, due to the intricate and tumultuous power dynamics within the Qin court, she refrained from discussing this matter during the morning assembly, unlike Tang Jintian. "Your Majesty, in accordance with your command, this delegation sent to the Ming Dynasty consists solely of esteemed officials handpicked from among the elder statesmen. I assure you that each individual is of impeccable character, of humble origin, and not aligned with any faction engaged in courtly strife." The Grand Tutor of the Qin bowed deeply, casting his gaze downward with a hint of concern. The missive from the Ming Dynasty was undoubtedly not limited to the Qin, and when the delegations from various kingdoms gathered in Jinling, the Grand Hall of State would be filled with high-ranking envoys, while their Qin delegation, numbering in the dozens, would only have a mere 6th-rank official at its helm, which would surely invite ridicule. Qin Ziwei shook her head, her hands clasped behind her back, her thumb and forefinger intertwined, gently rubbing. "With me and King Han present, and with 1,000,000 heavy cavalry at our disposal, no one dares to underestimate the Qin." Although she was reluctant to admit it, the majority of the military power lay firmly in the hands of King Han. The only force at her disposal was the 50,000 imperial guards within the royal city. The reason she had tasked the Grand Tutor with acting in secrecy was her concern that King Han and the civil officials might use this opportunity to stir trouble. In a court already rife with chaos, any faction seizing upon this matter could exacerbate factional conflicts, an outcome she wished to avoid. "Yes, your Majesty is wise." The Grand Tutor bowed once more, this time with greater deference, though the worry etched upon his brow deepened. There were many eyes and ears within the court, and he could not guarantee that this matter would go unnoticed. His unwavering loyalty to Qin Ziwei had also led to his marginalization among the court officials. To hastily assemble a delegation of 30 individuals in secrecy was already his utmost endeavor. "I understand your predicament, yet the current Qin is not solely governed by my will. I hope you can endure and accompany me through this trying period." Qin Ziwei sighed deeply, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the horizon, her expressive eyes radiating a glimmer of hope and complexity. Due to Qin Ziwei's careful timing, the Qin delegation entered the territory of the Ming Dynasty almost simultaneously with the delegations from several smaller nations. Yet, owing to differing routes, they did not encounter one another. The leader of the Qin delegation was Li Weikong, a secretary from the Ministry of Revenue, holding a 6th-rank official title. Adhering to the principle of secrecy, the delegation did not have an excess of soldiers for protection, nor did they possess extravagant carriages. Instead, they disguised themselves as a small trading convoy entering through Xuanwu Pass. Customs documentation. The soldiers at Xuanwu Pass halted the carriage, their demeanor serious as they looked up at the lowered curtain of the carriage. "My lord, we come from the Qin Kingdom for trade. I kindly request your leniency." The driver, also a Qin official, offered a conciliatory smile, presenting a folded missive that bore the emperor's decree to attend the ceremony. The guarding soldier, after a careful appraisal of the driver, instructed him to wait. He then swiftly ascended the city wall to present the missive to the commanding officer. After the latter approved its contents with a nod, the soldiers descended to grant passage. The border defenses of the Ming Dynasty were notably stringent. Inside the carriage, Li Weikong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, clutching his handkerchief tightly. cautiously peeking through a small corner of the curtain. Outside Xuanwu Pass, an endless stretch of city walls loomed like a massive, earthen dragon coiling peacefully along the frontier. He was profoundly astonished, unable to comprehend how a newly established Ming dynasty could possess such formidable financial resources to construct an unending wall. Setting aside financial considerations, what of the manpower? Judging by the wall's length and height, it was evident that this was an immense undertaking, likely requiring no fewer than 1,000,000 laborers to complete. Could it be a remnant of the Daqian? Li Weikong shook his head, perplexed. Even if Daqian was a small nation, how could it have built such a formidable wall if it had been plagued by invasions from the Jin Kingdom for over a decade? However, what astonished him was not limited to this. Shortly after the convoy entered Xuanwu Pass, the level of commercial prosperity within the pass shattered his preconceived notions of worldly affairs. Who would believe that a border checkpoint could rival the bustling commerce of Lintian City? It must be noted that Lintian City had been the imperial capital of the Qin for centuries. At a glance, the merchants engaged in trade were not solely natives of the Ming dynasty. There were numerous foreigners, diverse in appearance and ethnicity. While not everyone was adorned in gold and silver, at the very least, in the midst of winter, they were clad in luxurious fur coats, exuding opulence. Moreover, the journey from the Qin to Xuanwu Pass traversed treacherous terrains, often through mountainous deserts, rendering the path arduous. Yet, upon entering Xuanwu Pass, the carriages seemed to glide smoothly. Their speed markedly increased. After 10 days of tumultuous travel, accustomed to the bumpy ride, Li Weikong found himself somewhat disoriented by the smoothness of the roads within Xuanwu Pass. Even within Lintian City, under the feet of the Qin Emperor, the roads were not entirely paved with stone slabs. Much of it was mere earth and mud. While this small border pass was constructed with top-quality bluestone bricks, Li Weikong swallowed hard, his trembling right hand and rolling throat betraying the astonishment within him. It is nothing extraordinary. The Emperor merely does not wish to act. If she desired, she could certainly achieve it, he murmured to himself, attempting to soothe his own spirit. As he prepared to lower the curtain and take a few deep breaths to calm the tumult within, he was once again confronted by a scene that made him question the very fabric of his existence. In the depths of winter, how could there be farmers tilling the land? Li Weikong could not contain his astonishment and exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. To his eyes, the official road flanking the outskirts of Xuanwu Pass was lined with countless acres of fertile fields sown with grain. As the Secretary of the Ministry of Revenue, he was well versed in matters concerning agricultural yield in the Qin state. Witnessing this spectacle felt as though a surge of blood was about to erupt from his chest. In his view, the land of Xuanwu Pass was hardly exceptional. Yet, such ordinary terrain had been transformed by the natives of the Ming into an expanse of arable land, a feat that undoubtedly consumed astronomical resources. He was not alone in his astonishment. Even the envoys from the Song and Zhao states, who had entered through Xuanwu Pass, were equally taken aback. Previously, these representatives from lesser states had entered with an air of arrogance, but upon crossing into Xuanwu Pass, they resembled wilted eggplants, no longer daring to speak out. "My lord, we have arrived at Jinling." The driver pulled on the reins, securing the horses and cart just outside the city. He opened the curtain of the carriage to invite Li Weikong to disembark. Very well. Li Weikong patted his backside and bent down to exit. But before his feet touched the ground, he was struck by the towering walls of Jinling. What a fortress! After a considerable pause, he finally stepped down from the carriage, deeply moved. Whose city walls are not made of earth? Yet the walls of Jinling were constructed with substantial timber, forming a solid stone barrier. Even with 5 siege engines and catapults, it would take no less than 10 days to breach this city. The Ming's Hongwu Emperor truly stands as a dragon among men. As Li Weikong reflected on the chaos within his own court and compared it to the orderliness of the Ming, he felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. The foundation of a nation can be discerned through its citizens' well-being and its defensive infrastructure. The Ming's ability to govern so effectively indicates that under Jiang Ce's rule, the court is obedient, the populace is prosperous, and everything unfolds as it should. After presenting the state documents and entering Jinling, Li Weikong had thought he had witnessed enough to leave him in a state of calm. However, upon seeing the multitude of towering buildings within the city, he was once again profoundly shaken. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as frozen in place. His expression was vacant, his countenance dull, and his movements stiff. He yearned to ask the Ming's Hongwu Emperor how he had managed to construct a 9-story building from wood, and how each floor of these edifices was built so grandly. In Lintian City, the tallest structure barely reached 7 stories, and even then, the top 2 floors were mere Fa8s. Yet, every building in sight was no less than 3 stories tall, and there was not a single one serving merely as a decoration. Your Majesty, even if it risks your wrath, I must say, the Ming has risen. No, the Ming has already ascended, and in the future, we may very well need to cling to the Ming Emperor's side. Li Weikong shook his head with a bitter smile, gazing at the bustling streets of Jinling, lost in thought. Chapter 124, Just Dogs Raised by the Great Tang. Ever since the envoys from various nations gathered in the Ming imperial capital, Jinling has taken on a new atmosphere. In the past, during the reign of the frail Daqian, the citizens of Jinling were compelled to bow deeply to foreign envoys and were forbidden from discussing matters privately. A curfew was even enforced during the visits of these delegations. However, following the rise of the Ming, Jinling, as the imperial capital nestled at the feet of the Son of Heaven, witnessed the construction of countless high-rises and an ever-strengthening national power. The lives of its citizens have grown increasingly prosperous, with basic needs such as food and drink no longer a concern. In contemporary Jinling, even the humble street vendors and the attendants at tea houses can afford to send their eldest sons to private schools. Realizing that their nation is not inferior to foreign lands, and perhaps even superior in many respects, the populace began to regard the foreign envoys as curiosities, no longer intimidated by them. After all, the highest officials from abroad hold no sway over Jinling, and the 700,000 Ming troops stationed within the city are not to be trifled with. Thus, the common folk would often pass by the Longmen Inn, engaging in discussions about the affairs of various nations. Some storytellers, seeking quick profits, even concocted tales about the romantic escapades of the Tang Emperor, portraying the Tang state in a rather unfavorable light. What kind of affair is this? The Ming Emperor traveled thousands of miles to present us with a state document, graciously inviting us to observe the festivities. Yet after our arduous journey, we have yet to even catch a glimpse of him. In room number 2 of the Longmen Inn, Tang Li slammed his palm down onto the sandalwood table, causing the tea set atop it to tremble, the remaining half-cup of tea sloshing about. The Tang envoy had been in Jinling for several days now. Today marked the 5th day. For 5 whole days, he had repeatedly requested to meet the Ming's Hongwu Emperor through Wei Zhong, only to be met with various excuses. Either the emperor was too busy with state affairs or unwell due to the burdens of governance. By the 3rd day, even Wei Zhong had grown weary of his pleas. As the representative of the Tang, when had he ever experienced such indignity? Standing behind him was one of the mightiest empires in the world. Even if he were to force his way into the Qin's Lintian city, the Qin emperor would have to reconsider whether it was the Qin that had provoked the issue. And yet Jiang Ce not only deployed a massive army against him, but also left him languishing at this Longmen Inn, subjected to the idle chatter of the Ming citizens, which had long since frayed his nerves. What infuriated Tang Li the most was that Jiang Ce had placed him in room number 2. Room No. 1 was reserved for the Qin envoy. The Qin envoy held no higher rank than a 6th-grade official. What merit could possibly place him above the Grand Chancellor of the illustrious Tang? Enduring such grievances, Tang Li was preoccupied with the imperial decree from the Tang Emperor. Were it not for that, he would have truly considered abandoning his post. My lord, do temper your anger. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Under the eaves, one must bow their head and endure. The accompanying officials advised Tang Li, observing the fluctuating expression on his face with trepidation, fearing he might act impulsively. It is vital to recognize that the Emperor of Deming truly disregards their Tang envoy. The army strikes without warning, devoid of any preamble. Endure? They had already endured for 5 days. How much longer must they suffer? Tang Li's eyes narrowed, the corners twitching incessantly. After a lengthy pause, he calmed himself, lifted a cup of tea, took a delicate sip, and requested ink and brush. My lord, an official promptly brought forth the materials, deftly preparing the ink. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Li selected a wolf hair brush, inscribing several secret letters in cursive before sealing them with wax. Deliver these to the other rooms of room 1. Be cautious not to attract attention. Remember, they must be burned after reading. Yes, the official nodded gravely, pocketing the letters, glancing around to ensure no one noticed him before hastily departing room 2, venturing deeper into the corridor. The envoys from Song, Yin Zhao, and other nations received Tang Li's correspondence, revealing cold smirks as they incinerated the letters. They then surged into the great hall of Longmen Inn, accompanied by their respective delegations. What is your Deming Emperor doing? So many nations and envoys have arrived in Jinling, yet he has not even shown his face. Does he look down upon us small states? Is this the measure of the Emperor Hanwu of Deming? Or is that so-called national hall yet to be constructed, leaving him too embarrassed to meet us? The envoy from Song took the initiative to attack, placing a heavy accusation upon Jiang Ce. Instantly, others echoed his sentiments, beginning to berate Jiang Ce under Tang Li's discreet guidance. The civil officials and generals stationed at Longmen Inn were momentarily thrown into disarray, startled by the unexpected uproar. Meanwhile, the curious onlookers outside were dispersed by soldiers. Hurry and report to the emperor. The foreign envoys are causing a disturbance. Wei Zhong whispered instructions to the Jinui beside him upon hearing the commotion. He observed the chaos with a cold gaze. allowing the envoys to continue their uproar while ensuring the soldiers firmly secured the front and back entrances, preventing anyone from leaving. If you cannot build it, then do not. Do not inflate your pride. I suspect your majesty has squandered the remnants of the great Qian. The envoy from Yin spoke with the most venom, attributing de Ming's current achievements to the legacies of the previous dynasty. Wei Zhong, upon hearing this, cast a deep glance at the Yin envoy, remaining calm as he awaited the emperor's decree. In the plaza of the National Hall, Jiang Ce, accompanied by Yao Guangxiao, Zhang Juzhing, and others, inspected the construction for any unfinished areas. Your Majesty, all envoys except the Qin envoy have gathered in the Great Hall of Long Men and causing a ruckus. The Jinyui reported hastily. Jiang Ce furrowed his brow. Who is responsible for receiving the envoys? Your Majesty, it is Wei Zhong. Zhang Juzhing replied respectfully beside him. Then let Wei Zhong handle it. As long as no one dies, that suffices. Jiang Ce waved his sleeve lightly, his demeanor nonchalant. Wei Zhong was known for his fearless counsel to Emperor Taizong of Tang, and when it came to verbal sparring, no envoy could rival him. With his presence, the envoys would not create significant chaos. Moreover, he sought to let them stew in their frustrations. Understood. Soon, the Jinyui returned to Longmen Inn with the emperor's will. After delivering the command, Wei Zhang's eyes gleamed with a cold light. I have heard that Yan's territory is small. I did not expect their court to harbor such audacious officials. It seems the emperor of Yin did not send you to bring glory, but rather to bring shame. Wei Zhang's sharp words targeted the previously vociferous Yin envoy, his tone icy. The envoy's face flushed with anger, his chest heaving violently. This remark condemned both him and Yin. What are you? Merely a dog by Jiang Ce's side. What right do you have to speak to me? In a fit of rage, he instinctively uttered this disgraceful retort. I admit I am a loyal hound by the emperor's side, but dare you admit that your Yin is merely a stray dog raised by Tang? Wei Zhong countered with biting sarcasm. This remark was undeniably sharp, chastising not only Yin but all nations present, including Tang. Implicitly, it suggested that a country like Yin must beg for survival from Tang, while scolding Tang for relying on its pets to engage in petty schemes. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy with tension. With a resounding clang, the room erupted into a state of high alert. The Jinyui and soldiers positioned their right hands upon their blades, drawing their weapons. The cold gleam of the blades pierced the air, instilling fear in Tang Li and his companions, rendering them speechless as they regarded the threatening weapons, their hearts racing with trepidation. At this moment, Tang Li found himself at a disadvantage in this verbal duel against Wei Zhong. Should he attempt to defend himself, it would only confirm his role as the mastermind behind the disturbance. Conversely, remaining silent could allow him to feign ignorance, thus preserving the opportunity for negotiation with Wei Zhong. After all, the instigators of the uproar were envoys from Yin and other nations. What relevance did it hold for Tang? Let us depart. After a prolonged stalemate, Tang Li waved his sleeve and led the officials of Tang away. Observing their leader's retreat, the envoys from other nations exchanged hesitant glances, leading their officials back to their respective quarters. Please report to the emperor that the disturbance has concluded. Wei Zhong gestured to the nearby Jinyui. You honor me, my lord. The latter reciprocated the gesture. Your Majesty, Wei Zhong has resolved the turmoil at Longmen Inn. After inspecting the details of the National Hall, Jiang Ce praised Mo Ran before returning to Qianqing Palace with Zhang Juzhing and others to attend to the weighty matters of state. At this moment, the Jinyui arrived with news, to which Jiang Ce nodded in acknowledgement. Your Majesty, the Grand Hall of State has been splendidly completed, and it is time to host a banquet to honor the envoys from various nations. Zhang Juzhing set aside the hard-tipped brush he had been using to review memorials. Resting it on the edge of the inkstone, stretching his back and kneading the stiff muscles, he let out a contented sigh. Having been shuttling between the Grand Hall of State and the Qianqing Palace, sleeping less than 2 hours each day, even Zhang Juzhing, in the prime of his life, found it somewhat taxing. His labor was driven by the desire to witness the successful completion of the Grand Hall of State, thereby showcasing the might of the Ming Dynasty. The invitation to the envoys to observe the grand ceremony was merely a prelude. The true essence of the feast was the promotion of Ming's prestige and the intimidation of other nations. You shall manage this affair. As for the banquet specifications, Jiang Ce pondered for a moment, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the mountain of memorials piled on the desk, his mind beginning to contemplate the appropriate scale for the banquet. If following the protocols of the previous dynasty, the grand banquet for foreign envoys would be equivalent to that of the royal family, featuring 72 main dishes, along with various delicacies and snacks, 10 tables for dining, and 128 food boxes. The banquet would also include talented scholars reciting poetry and dancers performing. However, Jiang Ce harbored a deep-seated disdain for the envoys of the Tang Kingdom, unwilling to host them with such grandeur. They had repeatedly provoked the majesty of the Ming Emperor and had previously formed alliances with Daqian and Jin to confront him. Had he not possessed a formidable army, he might have already succumbed to the iron hooves of the Tang cavalry. Given his decisive nature and propensity for vengeance, he would never allow the Tang envoys to enjoy a comfortable experience. Moreover, the construction of the Grand Hall of State aimed to assert the power of a great nation, leaving no consideration for the Tang kingdom's face. Following the previous dynasty's protocol for royal family banquets, there would be 3 tiers of dining tables. The Jin Kingdom would occupy the highest tier, the Tang Kingdom the middle, and all others relegated to the lowest tier. Jiang Ce's eyes flickered as he clasped his hands behind his back, his right thumb rubbing against his left. When the time comes, I shall dine at the upper table with the Qin envoy, and you must arrange for gilded food boxes to be crafted overnight for that table. As for the food boxes for the other 2 tiers, you may handle those arrangements as you see fit. Jiang Ce commanded. He intended to categorize these envoys into ranks. Since certain nations harbored animosity towards the Ming, why should he present them with warm hospitality? Furthermore, he aimed to give these nations a cold reception, ensuring they felt the weight of their actions. At once, Your Majesty, Zhang Jujing instantly grasped Jiang Ce's intentions, finalizing the banquet specifications in accordance with the imperial will. 72 dishes, all renowned delicacies from across the realm, would only be served at the upper table. The dishes for the Tang envoys at the middle table would consist of famous local cuisine from Jinling, which was not an unfair treatment. As for the envoys from Yen and other nations, they would receive steamed crucian carp and plain noodles, foregoing food boxes entirely. Should there be any discontent, they could seek recourse from the Tang envoys, for they were accustomed to the remnants of Tang's leftovers. By evening, the banquet was arranged in the Baoyi Hall, and the envoys from various nations received the imperial decree to enter in succession under Wei Zhang's guidance. The envoys from small nations such as Yin, Zhao, and Song, upon witnessing the opulence of the imperial palace, particularly the Baoyi Hall designated for receiving foreign officials, were struck with astonishment, realizing it far surpassed their own royal abodes. Meanwhile, Tang Li entered the hall with an air of disdain, hands behind his back, silently deriding the lack of insight exhibited by the envoys of these smaller nations. Inside the grand hall, 10 dining tables were set. The first table was the largest, adorned with gilded dragons and phoenixes, radiating nobility and extravagance. The second table was slightly smaller, draped with a red cloth, and nothing more. The remaining tables were merely ordinary wooden round tables, unremarkable in appearance. As Tang Li stepped into the Baoyi Hall, his gaze was immediately drawn to the gilded decorations above. Firmly believing that only he and the Ming Emperor deserved to sit at the first table, he strode confidently towards it, but halfway there, he was intercepted by Wei Zhang, who informed him that the position for the Tang delegation was at the second table, which was not for them to occupy. What do you mean by that? Tang Li's pupils constricted, glaring at Wei Zhang with ill intent. I am the Chancellor of the Tang. Are you truly relegating me to this table? He slammed his hand on the red cloth-covered table, his voice cold. There shall be no clamor in the Baoyi Hall. Those who disobey shall face execution. Wei Zhang, unfazed by Tang Li's fury, issued a stoic warning. Tang Li inhaled deeply. Fine. I will not argue with you. He then sulked like a petulant child, taking a seat beside the table. My lord. The envoys trailing behind Tang Li exchanged glances, feeling somewhat at a loss. The Ming Emperor clearly looked down upon them. Remaining here for the meal would only invite ridicule. What are you all dawdling for? Sit down at once. Tang Li snapped, directing his frustration at them. Other envoys shared similar sentiments, their expressions sour as they reluctantly took their places at the lower dining table. In contrast, the envoy from the Qin Kingdom, Li Weikong, was graciously invited by Wei Zhang to the first table, leaving him flabbergasted and repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Witnessing the stark change in Wei Zhang's demeanor, Tang Li and his compatriots simmered with resentment, wishing they could overturn the table in indignation. I am eager to see what the Ming Emperor Hongwu can do to maintain such airs. Tang Li harbored deep-seated animosity while feigning indifference on the surface. The Emperor of the Ming Hongwu has arrived. With the eunuch's loud proclamation, a commanding figure strode into the hall from the side chamber. At that moment, even Tang Li, filled with resentment towards Jiang Ce, felt compelled to rise and pay his respects. Chapter 126. Dare you accept? Foreign Minister Tang Li, presenting himself before the Ming Emperor Hongwu. Despite Tang Li's reluctance, he dared not display his displeasure in such a setting. However, he had prepared a retort behind the scenes that would surely embarrass Jiang Ce in front of all present. The envoys from other nations followed suit and paid their respects to Jiang Ce. No need for formalities, Jiang Ce said, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the crowd and absorbing their expressions. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tang Li revealed a barely perceptible smirk, slightly tilting his head to exchange a meaningful glance with an official beside him. The latter understood and approached, cradling an exquisitely crafted square box adorned with pearls, red crystals, and other rare treasures. The foreign envoys quickly realized that Tang Li was about to present a national gift, and given the opulent packaging, the contents must be extraordinarily valuable, evoking admiration for the prosperity of the great Tang and its abundant treasury. On behalf of the Foreign Minister Tang Li, we present a modest gift from the great Tang for your Majesty's appreciation. Standing tall, Tang Li gestured, and the official took a few steps forward, kneeling on one knee to present the gift box to Jiang Ce. Jiang Ce, with a calm demeanor, regarded Tang Li, aware that this was a cunning ruse. He wished to see what Tang Li was up to and signaled to Wei Zhong, who approached to unveil the box. Not so fast. This gift from our Tang Kingdom is intended for the Emperor of the Great Ming, and it should rightfully be opened by your Majesty. When did it become the prerogative of a mere civil servant? Tang Li's voice was cold as he challenged Wei Zhong, his gaze brimming with provocation. His words were loud enough for the numerous envoys and Ming officials present in the Grand Baoha Hall to hear clearly. The envoys from Yan, Zhao, and Song observed with keen interest, as Tang Li's insinuation implied that Jiang Ce, as the Emperor of the Great Ming, was incapable of managing his own officials. The intricacy of his words was such that if Jiang Ce defended Wei Zhong, it would affirm his inability to govern. If he chose to ignore it, it would suggest tacit approval of the officials usurping authority. Regardless of Jiang Ce's response, Tang Li had a counter prepared. In response, Jiang Ce offered a slight, sardonic smile. Scrutinizing Tang Li before retorting, "I find your gift box unsightly. Wei Zhong is merely assisting me in opening it. Where is the notion of usurpation?" This retort sent a chill down Tang Li's spine, leaving him drenched in sweat and his muscles twitching in disbelief at Jiang Ce's audacity to insult him in such a formal setting. "Your Majesty jest," Tang Li managed to utter through gritted teeth. The pearls adorning this box were harvested from a 1,000-year-old clam in the South Sea and have been blessed by eminent monks of the Great Tang. Only those of unblemished character may touch such a divine treasure. He was determined to reclaim some dignity after enduring humiliation for so long. "Could it be that your Majesty refrains from touching the pearl on the box's lock due to fears of illegitimacy and moral corruption, thus deeming the box unclean?" His words were brazenly insulting, nearly trampling Jiang Ce's dignity. The other envoys gasped at Tang Li's audacity, openly referencing the Great Ming's conquest of the former Daqian dynasty, which left them apprehensive for Tang Li's safety. As Jiang Ce's expression grew colder with each of Tang Li's words, an aura of lethal intent enveloped him, causing even the defiant Tang Li to feel a twinge of apprehension. "Am I to understand that you accuse me of wrongful rule? I have vanquished treacherous ministers and tyrants for the sake of Daqian, and I have quelled chaos in the Eastern Sea, establishing the Great Ming. Is this what you consider illegitimacy?" Jiang Ce's firm stance was that the annexation of Daqian was indeed the will of the people. Tang Li, undeterred, continued, "Let us not dwell on your legitimacy, as that is a complex enmity between you and Daqian. However, you have mobilized an army of 70,000 to conquer Daqian, which only mustered 20,000. Is this not excessive? Do you intend to slaughter the entirety of Daqian?" He continued to confront Jiang Ce, highlighting the previous coalition of Tang, Jin, and Daqian, which had over 60,000 troops, only to be decimated by Jiang Ce's forces. "As a foreign minister of the Tang, I must advise you, your Majesty, that a ruler should govern with benevolence. Needless bloodshed will only lead to your downfall." Tang Li positioned himself on a moral high ground, clearly attempting to corner Jiang Ce. Should Jiang Ce ignore him, it would signify a lack of compassion. If he heeded the advice, Tang Li could then employ his subsequent arguments against him. Yet Jiang Ce was no ordinary man. He would not fall into Tang Li's carefully laid traps. With his resolute and decisive nature, he countered, "Since you recognize your status as a foreign minister of the Tang, what gives you the right to advise me? Do you expect the Great Ming to take direction from the Tang?" Jiang Ce's anger flared, and with a flick of his dragon robe, he fixed an intense gaze upon Tang Li. If Tang Li sought to create discord, Jiang Ce would escalate the matter to a national level. "I challenge you, Tang Li. Do you dare to respond? Accept the challenge, and it will lead to an irreparable conflict between our nations, where your life may very well be forfeit in Baoha Hall. Refuse, and silence yourself." Indeed, Tang Li's expression fluctuated, his teeth clenched in frustration, yet he dared not respond, opting instead to swallow his indignation. Zhang Zhuzhing observed the atmosphere in the hall had become exceedingly heavy, devoid of the lively ambience of the banquet. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to intervene and alleviate the tension for the Tang envoy. Since the Tang envoy had presented a national gift, it would be fitting for them to unveil it, allowing us to witness the grandeur of the Great Tang. With Zhang Zhuzhing's intervention, the murderous intent in the hall dissipated significantly, and Jiang Ce's expression softened. Chapter 127, A Return Gift. The national gift from the Great Tang, a single multicolored luminous pearl. Wei Zhong opened the exquisite gift box presented by the Tang envoy and proclaimed in a deep voice, "A multicolored luminous pearl." The Great Tang truly spares no expense. The envoys from smaller nations, aside from those from the Qin and Ming, gasped in astonishment, casting glances at the pearl that radiated a spectrum of colors. Tang Li took in the expressions of the crowd, revealing a satisfied smile, nodding with pride, looking quite pleased with himself. This multicolored luminous pearl was nothing extraordinary. It merely utilized some rare materials and had been crafted over the span of half a year by 12 of our finest artisans from the Great Tang. Should your majesty desire more, we could certainly present a few more in the future. Tang Li's boastful words echoed throughout the hall, leaving some envoys from smaller nations feeling embarrassed. For these minor states, even the combined efforts of their nation would struggle to produce a single luminous pearl, let alone one that shone with a spectrum of colors. The craftsmanship required was akin to climbing a mountain. In an instant, the envoys from smaller nations exchanged glances, hesitant to present their national gifts following the Tang, fearing humiliation. Meanwhile, Tang Li was brimming with self-satisfaction. The act of presenting gifts was a splendid opportunity to showcase national strength, and with this multicolored luminous pearl, he had seized the spotlight. Merely a luminous pearl, however splendidly crafted, served only as a source of illumination, superficial in substance. At first glance, it appeared impressive, yet upon closer inspection, it bore numerous flaws, even displaying cracks in its base. The craftsmanship of the Great Tang paled in comparison to that of our Qin. The Qin envoy, Li Weikong, gestured, and an official from the Great Qin presented a modest redwood box. Tang Li regarded him coldly, glancing at the unremarkable box, and scoffed. You from the Great Qin present such inexpensive wood to package your national gift, and boast so shamelessly? If you fail to produce something of merit, you may find yourselves the subject of ridicule. He saw no need to maintain cordial relations with the Great Qin. A conflict between the two nations was inevitable, and his retort carried an edge of genuine ire. He understood the might of the Great Qin's cavalry, yet he believed that when it came to craftsmanship, the Great Tang surpassed the Great Qin. Moreover, the Qin had dispatched only a 6th-rank official as their envoy. What treasures could one expect from such a representative? Enough talk. Open your box and let us see. Be wary of being blinded by brilliance, Li Weikong retorted defiantly. Humph. Do not merely speak. Instead, unveil the contents for us to behold. Tang Li replied dismissively. Li Weikong, secretary of the Great Qin, presents to His Majesty the bronze statue of the angry Vajra. Li Weikong provocatively glanced at Tang Li and respectfully opened the box, presenting it to Jiang Ce. A gasp echoed throughout the room as Li Weikong's powerful voice reached the ears of all present, including Tang Li and the other envoys, who collectively inhaled sharply. The statue, though merely the size of a forearm, was intricately carved, capturing the fierce expression of the Vajra with remarkable lifelikeness. It is worth noting that this statue was sculpted from incredibly hard bronze. The Vajra, raised high, held a demon-subduing pestle, exuding an air of intent to break free from its confines and suppress evil in the world, indicating the artisans of the Great Qin had invested considerable effort in its creation. Even Jiang Ce, upon viewing it, could not help but commend its craftsmanship. This angry Vajra was crafted by artisans under the special commission of our Empress of the Great Qin, symbolizing the eradication of evil and the safeguarding of peace and prosperity for the Ming, ensuring that no villain dares to disrupt the Great Ming, Li Weikong stated reverently, not neglecting to flatter Jiang Ce. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce was greatly pleased, delighted to discover such a profound meaning behind the statue. Convey my gratitude to the Empress of the Great Qin, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, gazing increasingly fondly at the bronze piece. Tang Li, witnessing the cordial exchange between the two, felt his teeth grind in frustration, secretly resenting the fact that the multicolored luminous pearl could not compare to the angry Vajra. Even if he sought to find fault, he could not uncover any grounds. The moment the bronze statue of the Great Qin was unveiled, it entirely overshadowed the gift-giving competition. Other nations, initially eager to showcase their own strength through their gifts, now felt their offerings were unworthy in comparison to the imposing national gift of the Great Qin. Despite this, they dutifully presented their gifts, though the expressions of the envoys from smaller nations were far from pleasant. The national gift from Zhao was exquisite silk, while that from Song consisted of the renowned painting 100 steeds. As Wei Jing opened the gift box from Yan, he paused, his expression peculiar, revealing a pearl from a century-old clam from the South Sea. He carefully considered his words and chose to spare Yan some dignity, refraining from exposing their embarrassment in public. Yet, the envoys sent by Yan felt deeply ashamed upon hearing this. The gift box from the Great Tang was adorned with a 1,000-year-old pearl at the lock, while their own nation had only contributed a century-old pearl, a source of considerable humiliation. Fortunately, Jiang Ce made no comments, maintaining a serene demeanor as he instructed the attendants to collect the gifts. We welcome our guests. All envoys have shown great sincerity in presenting such substantial national gifts to my Great Ming, Jiang Ce declared solemnly, gesturing with his hand. Soon, dozens of imperial guards emerged from the side hall, bringing forth 10 or more gifts, all covered with yellow cloth embroidered with dragon patterns, concealing their true appearances. The gazes of the crowd fixated on these return gifts, noting that even the smallest among them was the size of an arm, while the largest was nearly human-sized. They wondered if perhaps the gifts had been hastily assembled from random stone statues, merely to appease them. Indeed, while crafting larger objects may seem relatively straightforward, the creation of smaller items demands an exquisite level of finesse. For instance, sculpting a stone statue requires the artist to imbue a tiny block of stone with distinct expressions and character, rendering the task exceedingly challenging. It appears that the craftsmanship of the Ming Dynasty is rather mediocre. In an instant, the envoys from smaller nations shed their feelings of inferiority, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. In return, a tribute to the Jin Kingdom, a crystal glass cup, Wei Zheng unveiled the smallest piece of yellow cloth, proclaiming loudly, "What? A glass cup?" The moment this resplendent, multicolored glass cup was revealed, it captivated the attention of envoys from various nations. The envoy from the Jin Kingdom could hardly contain his astonishment, eyes wide as if they might pop out, his throat working as if he wished to seize it right then and there. Besides its exquisite craftsmanship, the envoy could conjure no other words to describe the glass cup. Its crystalline exterior sparkled with a brilliance that outshone the bronze statue gifted by the Qin by a factor of 1,000. The foreign envoy, representing the Jin Kingdom, expressed profound gratitude to Emperor Hongwu of the Ming Dynasty, kneeling in overwhelming awe. The craftsmanship of the Ming Dynasty far exceeded his expectations. It resembled not a mere artifact of human creation, but rather a celestial treasure, truly a marvel. Others, like Tang Li and Li Weikong, shared similar sentiments. Meanwhile, the Ming officials observed their reactions with stoic indifference. In the presence of this crystal glass lamp, the colorful night pearl presented by Tang Li was rendered utterly insignificant, its faint glow appearing dim in comparison. Has the Ming Dynasty truly reached such heights? Tang Li's expression fluctuated between shock and rising apprehension. Artifacts are, in essence, a symbol of a nation's soft power. The ability to craft such a glass cup undoubtedly reflects a formidable industrial strength behind it. In tribute to the Song Kingdom, a scroll titled Nongmong 2 depicting agricultural labor in Jinling, Wei Zheng unveiled another yellow cloth, revealing a rolled-up painting, standing only a person's height, still concealed, leaving its contents a mystery. Soon, two guards stepped forward, each grasping one end of the scroll, moving slowly to unfurl it. Instantly, a 10-foot-long painting stood before their eyes. The scroll depicted the hard-working populace of Jinling during the busy farming season, where one could observe the lively expressions of children playing joyfully, as well as farmers wiping their brows, their sweat soaking the tilled earth. The scene of an elderly woman delivering meals was rendered with such vividness that, when compared to the Baijun II presented by the Song Kingdom, the latter paled in comparison, the disparity as vast as heaven and earth. The Baijun II was simply not comparable. Heavens! Who painted this? The artistry has reached an extraordinary level. And for the Song Kingdom to receive such a generous gift is truly a national fortune. The Song envoy trembled with excitement, hastily kneeling to express gratitude for the scroll gifted by Jiang Ce. The Song Kingdom has always revered poetry and painting, and upon witnessing this masterpiece, they immediately succumbed to admiration, their hearts filled with both shock and endless reverence. In contrast, Jiang Ce and the others from the Ming Dynasty appeared wholly unfazed, as if such an exquisite scroll that overshadowed the song was of little significance. The foreign envoys expressed their thanks to His Majesty. Long live Emperor Hongwu of the Ming Dynasty. The Song envoy, in a state of euphoria, inadvertently uttered this in front of Tang Li, who felt a surge of impatience. In tribute to the Zhao Kingdom, 100 bolts of Tianqin cloth, Wei Zheng unveiled yet another yellow cloth, smiling. Initially, the envoys assumed that after witnessing the crystal glass cup and the Jinling agricultural scroll, they would no longer be astonished. However, the appearance of the 100 bolts of Tianqin silk left them utterly stunned, standing there like statues, mouths agape in silence. The foreign envoys expressed their gratitude for His Majesty's generous gift, praising his wisdom and benevolence. The Zhao envoy forced a bitter smile, feeling an impulsive urge to defect and serve Jiang Ce. The Zhao Kingdom, renowned for its silk, could produce Tianqin silk, but the craftsmanship and collection of materials were exceedingly laborious. To create a single bolt of Tianqin silk, one must first cultivate the precious silkworms for an entire year before they can yield high-quality silk. Yet, from the silk harvested over the year, scarcely a fraction could be used, as one bolt measures 100 feet in length, meaning the Zhao Kingdom could only weave half a bolt in a year with all its might. How is it possible that the Ming Dynasty, having only recently established itself, can so generously present 100 bolts of Tianqin cloth? In terms of gold, these 100 bolts are worth at least 10,000 taels and are priceless. How could the Zhao envoy not be astonished and bow in submission? Jiang Ce observed the shock etched on the Zhao envoy's face, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. In tribute to the Tang Kingdom, a bronze bell, Wei Zheng declared, unveiling a piece of yellow cloth the size of a person, his tone indifferent. A bell. Upon hearing this, Tang Li's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor falling at once. Presenting a bell signifies a funeral. It is an obvious display of intent to intimidate the Tang. Although the bronze bell gifted by the Ming was indeed a fine piece of craftsmanship, the implications were unmistakable. Yet, as this was Jiang Ce's gift, he could not voice dissent. To do so would only invite ridicule from Jiang Ce, who might accuse him of viewing a gentleman's actions with a petty mindset. Other envoys secretly chuckled, though they dared not show it on their faces. Only Li Weikong from the Qin laughed coldly, exclaiming, "What a splendid bronze bell! The Emperor of the Tang will surely appreciate it." After which, he provocatively glanced at Tang Li. The latter, gritting his teeth in anger, took a long moment to regain his composure, eventually bowing slightly. "I, Tang Li, express my gratitude for the return gift from Emperor Hongwu of the Ming." Jiang Ce cast a mocking glance at Tang Li, a cold smile forming. "No need for thanks. What you Tang should receive is only fitting." As these words were spoken, Tang Liban's already unsightly face contorted into a more sinister expression, which quickly retracted, yet it was still perceptible to Jiang Ce. Nevertheless, Jiang Ce paid it no heed, for he and the Tang had long been entangled in a relentless struggle. Now, he merely sought to caution Tang Li to be wary. The national gift returning to the Jin Kingdom was a glorious statue of the Liu Methria Buddha. Upon this declaration, the crowd expressed their astonishment. It seemed there was no yellow cloth concealing the statue. As they looked up and around in bewilderment, Jiang Ce clapped his hands. Soon, 20 genie Wei, divided into groups of 5, entered the hall with heavy steps, each lifting a corner of the statue's base. Tang Li and the others paid their respects to the colossal Liu Buddha, their wide eyes filled with awe. The statue stood an impressive 3 meters tall and spanned 5 meters in width. The Methria carved upon it wore a broad smile, radiating a profound compassion that revealed the artisan's extraordinary craftsmanship. Had it merely been the sheer size, their astonishment would not have been so profound. What truly left them in shock was the fact that the robe adorning the massive Liu Methria was crafted from gold leaf. This revelation astounded them. It not only tested the artisan's skills, but also reflected the nation's cultural heritage. The foreign minister, Li Weikong, representing the Qin, expressed gratitude to His Majesty for the generous gift of the Methria Buddha, vowing that such sentiment would never be forgotten and would be reported back to His Majesty. With a hoarse voice, Li Weikong repeatedly expressed his excitement. His eyes were brimming with tears, as he had never expected the Emperor of the Ming to bestow such a magnificent gift upon the Qin, which filled him with immense pressure and a sense of unexpected honor, leaving him with a heartwarming sentiment. "Fear not, for the bronze statue gifted by your Qin symbolizes profound meaning. Thus, I shall return an item of equal value to you." Jiang Ce pondered for a moment. Although this Methria Buddha has not been consecrated by esteemed monks, it was crafted under my direct supervision, embodying my intentions, and shall represent my wishes for your Qin to enjoy favorable weather and a prosperous nation. The foreign ministers expressed their gratitude to His Majesty, proclaiming "Long live the Emperor." Li Weikong sincerely declared, visibly moved. "No need for formalities." Jiang Ce waved his hand, speaking in a solemn tone. He was well aware of the current tumultuous state of the Qin court, having heard from the genie Wei, and knew that the Empress of Qin was seeking allies. Coincidentally, he harbored intentions of utilizing the Empress, and thus, extending goodwill to the Qin was merely a convenient gesture. Moreover, it would also serve to intimidate other nations, achieving dual benefits. Now that the exchange of gifts had concluded, let us all enjoy the feast. The banquet officially commenced, and Jiang Ce took his seat, being the first to pick up his chopsticks. Chapter 129, The Gamble. Apart from Li Weikong and Jiang Ce, who relished the feast alongside numerous Ming officials, Tang Li and the other foreign envoys found little joy in their meal. Not only had their national gifts failed to showcase their prestige, but they were also overshadowed and trampled by the gifts exchanged between the Qin and the Ming, leaving them infuriated and unable to enjoy their meal. Furthermore, compared to the delectable dishes at the first banquet table, the food at the second table, where Tang Li sat, was akin to tasteless gruel. The third table, featuring Clearwater Crucian carp and noodles, saw little action, as the officials present were powerful figures accustomed to gourmet delicacies, rendering the carp and noodles unpalatable to them. After the banquet concluded, Jiang Ce wiped his lips clean with a handkerchief embroidered with golden dragons, then rose to propose an excursion. "Now that we have feasted, and with so many of you gathered in Jinling, why not accompany me for a stroll through the city, as we admire the beautiful scenery of Jinling? It will also aid in digesting our meals." Jiang Ce smiled, His seemingly benevolent gaze bore an underlying threat that left the envoys reluctant to refuse. Jiang Ce stood, and the others hastily followed suit, rising and trailing behind him as they exited the gates of the Baohe Hall in single file. The evening had fallen, and the starry night sky appeared exceptionally clear. However, Tang Li and his companions were too preoccupied to appreciate the nightscape. Their minds fixated on the desire to return to their own countries as swiftly as possible. During their days in the Ming capital, their dignities as powerful officials from various nations had been thoroughly trampled by Jiang Ce, leaving them with no desire to linger a moment longer. The Jiaxing Tower, a 9-story pavilion, stood tall beside the Qianqing Palace, seemingly piercing the heavens, positioned at the very heart of the palace. It was also the tallest structure in all of Jinling, offering a panoramic view of the city from its top floor. Jiang Ce led the group to the base of the Jiaxing Tower. Tang Li and the others gazed in silence at the towering edifice, their faces a blend of astonishment and disbelief. With hands that grasped the sun and moon, no one else in this world resembles me. Jiang Ce, hands clasped behind his back, gazed upward at the Jiaxing Tower, murmuring to himself, I have named this tower Jiaxing, inspired by this famous saying. What do you think? With hands that grasped the sun and moon, no one else in this world resembles me. The envoys displayed expressions of shock, their eyes glistening with admiration, deeply moved by Jiang Ce's majestic spirit. What kind of extraordinary man possesses the audacity to utter such bold words, claiming to hold the sun and moon in his grasp? In that moment, they were once again struck by Jiang Ce's talent, though a sense of discontent lingered within their hearts. After all, Jiang Ce's position was assured, and many perceived his words as mere self-aggrandizement. Tang Li, in particular, felt a profound disdain regarding such statements with skepticism. Gentlemen, follow me up the tower, Jiang Ce declared grandly, a sweeping gesture beckoning them. The Jiaxing Tower had only recently been completed, and he had yet to ascend to admire the view. It was the perfect opportunity to share this moment with the envoys and leave them in awe. With steady steps, Jiang Ce ascended the Jiaxing Pavilion, hands clasped behind him. Standing at the railing, gazing into the distance, where the fiery glow of torches illuminated the Jinling city walls. Nearby, the bustling streets outside the palace were alive with merchants calling out, while pedestrians moved in a steady stream, and the city glowed brightly with lights. The magnificent scene unfolded before the eyes of Tang Li and his companions, causing the awe they had suppressed within to erupt uncontrollably. What a splendid Jinling city! Li Weikong lamented, muttering to himself. At this moment, Jinling was brimming with life, radiating an extraordinary vitality that showcased the flourishing grandeur of a prosperous era. Even in the imperial capital of the Jin Kingdom, Shuntian City, the streets would be largely deserted after dusk, save for patrolling soldiers. And the rare sight of countless lights illuminating the entire city was a distant dream. Even Tang Li, who had always been at odds with Jiang Ce, could not help but shake his head in contemplation. During the day, the bustling populace of Jinling was beyond their reach at the Longmen Inn, rendering the city's prosperity invisible to them. Now, standing atop the Jiaxing Tower and gazing down upon the entirety of Jinling, the pride of being a prime minister of the great Tang diminished considerably in the face of such breathtaking scenery. The envoys from Song and Yan nations were utterly speechless with astonishment. In their smaller capitals, nighttime imposed a curfew to prevent civil unrest and to guard against the likelihood of fires that their limited forces could not extinguish in time. Now witnessing the brilliantly lit Jinling, they could not help but feel a surge of poetic inspiration, akin to scholars overwhelmed by the beauty of nature, yearning to compose verses in praise of what lay before them. In this moment, we are compelled to express our admiration through poetry, honoring the arduous studies we have endured. The envoy from Song proposed, why not take this opportunity to compose poetry and engage in a literary contest inspired by the night scene of Jinling? Splendid idea. The assembly nodded in agreement, each harboring a desire to outshine Jiang Ce, who had previously boasted of his unparalleled talent. Furthermore, how long could the great Ming endure? Though their craftsmanship was indeed remarkable, the cultural depth of the Ming seemed to them akin to that of a newborn infant, hardly representative of literary brilliance. To them, both Jiang Ce and the court officials were merely a band of brash warriors skilled in battle. Merely composing poetry seemed rather monotonous. A literary contest under the moonlight would lack excitement. However, Tang Li took a contrary stance, sneering as he spoke. Why not seize this chance to place a wager? Let us act as judges for one another, and fairly select the finest poem. The victorious envoy shall be entitled to request a reasonable favor from His Majesty. Tang Li's proposal was akin to pushing Jiang Ce onto the stage, compelling him to acquiesce. Should he refuse, it would suggest a narrow-mindedness unbecoming of an emperor. If he agreed, as the prime minister of the great Tang, having read nearly 10,000 volumes, he was confident he could prevail. In that case, he could demand a modest favor from Jiang Ce, such as requiring him to remove his dragon robe and bark like a dog. If Jiang Ce declined, it would subtly mock him as an emperor lacking integrity and dignity. Should Jiang Ce actually bark like a dog, it would become a source of ridicule for the world. Jiang Ce cast a deep glance at Tang Li, recognizing the intent to humiliate him. The envoy from Tang proposed an intriguing idea. What say you, esteemed ministers? With Jiang Ce's words, the envoys from various nations, who had initially sought to overpower him, unanimously agreed. Yet, they were unaware of how unlikely it was for Jiang Ce to lose. Among his literati, figures like Wei Zhang, Zhang Juzheng, and Yao Guangxiao were all well-versed in poetry, each possessing timeless classics that echoed through the ages. Even his military generals, such as Yu Fei and Su De, had composed verses that had endured for millennia. There was no possibility of defeat for Jiang Ce in this wager. Chapter 130, Playing Tricks? Since the theme was the night scene of Jinling, why not let the foreign envoys take the lead and cast their stones to provoke the jade? The envoy from Song gazed down from the Jiaxing Pavilion, taking in the full splendor of Jinling, his heart swelling with ambition, ready to unleash his verse. The others nodded in approval, eagerly anticipating his performance. Once accompanied by drifting clouds, now returning with autumn's echo, the world possesses countless skilled painters, yet a heartbroken scene cannot be rendered. The envoy from Song recited, his poem imbued with sorrow, implying that the great Ming was akin to a setting sun, reminiscent of autumn leaves. Even the finest calligraphers could not capture the current fade of strength masking its fragility. The astute audience quickly grasped the metaphor, and Jiang Ce's expression turned icy. Wei Zhang, your turn. He summoned Wei Zhang to temper the sharpness of the Song envoy's spirit. Understood. Wei Zhang stood tall, facing the Song envoy, clearing his throat, and began with a deep voice. In the beautiful land of Jiangnan, Jinling reigns as the imperial capital. Winding green waters flow, leading to majestic vermilion towers. Flying roofs border the thoroughfare, willows shade the royal canal. With music and banners held high, drums resound for the splendid chariot, offering tribute from the cloud platform. Fame and fortune await. Wei Zhang's clear enunciation resonated in the ears of the assembly, leaving them astounded. Particularly, the opening line, in the beautiful land of Jiangnan, Jinling reigns as the imperial capital, encapsulated the grandeur, fervently lauding the city of Jinling, illuminated by Jiang Ce's presence. As if the entirety of Jinling shone brightly because of him. In both intent and verbal artistry, Wei Zhang's poem surpassed that of the Song envoy. His verses not only shattered the melancholy of the Song envoy's insinuation of the impending collapse of the Ming, but also directly countered him, mocking the Song emperor who, despite establishing his capital in Jinling, could not imbue it with the true essence of imperial grandeur. Observing the Song envoy's face, now shifting from pale to flushed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, he found himself genuinely outmatched, unable to utter a single word, ultimately offering a rueful smile. Lord Wei Zhang, your poem is excellent. I concede. With a sigh, he acknowledged his inferiority, recognizing that further stubbornness would only lead to further humiliation. In the realm of Yan, the envoys from Zhao initially intended to recite poetry, but upon witnessing the remarkable talents of the two individuals before them, particularly struck by the phrase Jinling Diwang Zhou, they found themselves utterly demoralized, unable to muster the spirit to compete with Wei Zhang. They exchanged polite gestures, accompanied by bitter smiles, feeling a profound sense of inadequacy. Jiang Ce, with a smile, glanced at Li Weikong and Tang Li. If neither of them stepped forward, victory would naturally fall to him. Recognizing the cue, Li Weikong promptly clasped his hands and declared his withdrawal, stating that as a foreign minister, he was not adept at composing poetry. Even if he were to force himself to produce a verse, it would pale in comparison to Lord Wei Zhang's poetic prowess, and he would not act the fool. His words implied that anyone who dared to engage in poetic exchanges thereafter would be inviting ridicule upon themselves. Tang Li shot a cold glance at Jiang Ce, then at Wei Zhang, and ultimately cast a fierce glare at Li Weikong, inwardly cursing the latter's utter malice. Yet, even as he bore the prospect of donning the fool's cap, he felt compelled to diminish Jiang Ce's imposing presence. Otherwise, he would risk being perceived as insignificant. It was crucial for him to remember that he represented the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty. Moreover, he regarded Wei Zhang's poem as nothing but a sycophantic ode devoid of critique, merely a monotonous account. Tang Li paced back and forth at the railings of the Jiaxing Pavilion, and after a lengthy pause, he finally ceased his movements and disdainfully recited, Di Xian Yu Yu, Tian Xian Chong, Jinling Wang Qi Ing Yao Guang, Xiu Qua Xi Di Fan Tian Xia, Ji De Qian Di Ban Mian Zhuang. Upon the completion of his verse, the expressions of the envoys from various nations shifted dramatically. Even Wei Zhang's countenance turned ashen, while Jiang Ce's face grew icy. This poem was a blatant affront, trampling upon Jiang Ce's dignity. The first line extolled the formidable geography and celestial heights of Jinling, suggesting that it thrived under Jiang Ce's regal aura. Yet the second line alluded to the half-face makeup of the former Empress Li Shi, mocking the current splendor of the Ming Dynasty as merely superficial beauty, hinting at signs of decline, inferior even to the era of the former Empress. The artful use of praise to convey ridicule in this poem was masterful, leaving even the astute Wei Zheng momentarily at a loss for a counterverse. Zhang Juzheng stepped forth. Noticing Wei Zheng's prolonged silence, Jiang Ce called upon him once more. Zhang Juzheng, recognized as the esteemed chancellor of the Tang Dynasty, possessed considerable intellectual depth. However, could he truly rival Zhang Juzheng? Qian Liang Tilving Hong. Shui Siyuan Shan Guizhu Qi Feng. Qian Chao Si Bai Bia Shi. Duo Xiao Lu Tai Yin Yu Zhong. Zhang Juzheng bowed slightly to Jiang Ce and approached Tang Li, reciting with a tone that was calm yet tinged with melancholy. Upon hearing this verse, Tang Li's previously triumphant visage darkened, his expression more somber than a tempestuous day, as he silently glared at Zhang Juzheng. It must be said that this poem was perfectly suited to the current atmosphere of tension. If Tang Li could utilize praise to mock the Ming Dynasty, then Zhang Juzheng would deftly counter with a lamentation of the decline of the southern dynasties. The so-called half-face makeup of the Qian emperor had merely become ephemeral, akin to fleeting clouds and mist, with Jiang Ce, the emperor of the Ming, ultimately prevailing. Zhang Juzheng's poetic retort, which mirrored Tang Li's own tactics, left the latter speechless, his frustration swelling within him to the point of near explosion. Humph! As a court official, composing poetry is not a mark of true skill. A good official is one who possesses unique insights into the affairs of the realm. Tang Li's actions were undoubtedly a refusal to concede, resorting to trickery. The envoys from other nations observed, recognizing that he was unable to bear the heat, especially the envoys from Yin and other nations reliant on the Tang, who felt a deep sense of shame. What relevance did poetry have in a debate over governance? What defines a good official? What defines a bad official? I know that regardless of the nation, those who dedicate themselves to their country and people are good officials. Yet, if corrupt officials take bribes from local gentry, is it merely to provide disaster relief? I ask you, does that make them good or bad officials? Zhang Juzheng smiled coldly, posing a challenging question to Tang Li. The latter was taken aback, his expression shifting between fear and uncertainty, hesitating for a long while before responding. Naturally, they are bad officials. A good official would surely manage a city with precision. How could they resort to embezzling funds from the gentry for disaster relief? Tang Li retorted, flinging his sleeve dismissively. You are mistaken, Zhang Juzheng replied, narrowing his eyes with a smile. I shall inform you that the gentry bribing officials is a violation of the Ming's strict laws, punishable by death. As for the officials who accept bribes, they merely confiscate the gentry's wealth and report it to the court. According to procedure and the laws of the Ming, there is nothing wrong. In fact, they are acting rather commendably. Why then do you label them as bad officials? Is it possible that the laws of your Tang Dynasty are so devoid of empathy, merely adhering to rigid procedures? In terms of governance, even 100 Tang Lis combined would not equate to the worth of Zhang Juzheng, the foremost statesman of the Ming Dynasty. At this moment, Tang Li was utterly ensnared in Zhang Juzheng's argument, feeling dizzy, his mouth agape yet unable to articulate a response. After a prolonged silence, he furiously swept his sleeve and departed. The other envoys from the Tang hastily offered apologies for his conduct before following him down from the Jiaxing Pavilion. Jiang Ce, in a splendid mood, chose to overlook Tang Li's impolite behavior. As night deepened, Jiang Ce invited all ministers to the Longmen Inn for an evening's rest. In 3 days, the grand ceremony of the national establishment would commence. During this time, I expect no one to be absent. With a gaze that glinted with icy mirth, Jiang Ce surveyed the assembly before declaring. The foreign ministers dared not protest. All bowed their heads in silence, nodding respectfully. Chapter 131, The Fengshan Ritual. The ceremony commenced, and observers were reminded to maintain silence. Court officials entered in accordance with their ranks. 3 days later, officials from the Astronomical Bureau had divined an auspicious day, deeming the current celestial alignment most favorable for the Fengshan ceremony, to demonstrate Jiang Ce's remarkable achievements as the emperor of the Ming Dynasty. During these 3 days, Jiang Ce adhered to a regimen of fasting, abstaining from meat, and each night he burned incense and bathed, purifying himself of impurities to achieve an optimal state. At this moment, he had donned a resplendent dragon robe and adorned his head with the imperial crown, from which 12 jade beads, intricately tied with colorful silk threads, cascaded. Standing before the monument in the Great Hall of State, he exuded a regal aura that was both commanding and awe-inspiring. Traditionally, emperors would travel with court officials to renowned mountains across the realm to perform the grand rites of sacrifice to heaven and earth. However, Jiang Ce deviated from this norm by conducting the ceremony at the monument constructed within his own great hall, simultaneously allowing the common folk to witness the event, thereby underscoring his regard for the populace. Jiang Ce nodded slightly as he observed the officials entering the hall, while outside, a formidable guard was stationed to ensure that the public could observe the proceedings without any disruptions from ill-intentioned individuals. Shortly thereafter, prominent ministers and military leaders of the Ming Dynasty, such as Zhang Zhuzhing and Su De, made their entrance, followed by foreign envoys like Tang Li and Li Weikong, and eventually, other officials of the Ming court. The vast square was filled with officials clad in ceremonial attire, their expressions solemn as they awaited the commencement of the sacrificial rites. With all the officials assembled, the astronomers presented a live ox and a plump tribute pig for the ceremony. "Long live our emperor," Zhang Zhuzhing proclaimed, bowing deeply to Jiang Ce, thus officially initiating the sacrificial rites. "Long live our emperor." The courtiers knelt in unison, rising only after Jiang Ce granted them permission, their faces reflecting deep reverence as they gazed upon him. The offering of the pig and ox served to commemorate the emperor's remarkable achievements. Zhang Zhuzhing methodically directed the proceedings, while two burly and seasoned butchers swiftly approached, deftly slaughtering the ox and pig, filling two large wooden basins with their blood, which was then placed before the incense burner. I, the emperor, established the Ming Dynasty as the Xuanwu Emperor, and today, in this sacrificial rite, I beseech heaven to bestow blessings upon the Ming, ensuring peace and prosperity for the nation and favorable weather. Jiang Ce walked deliberately to the incense burner, accepting 3 sticks of incense from Zhang Zhuzhing and placing them within the burner. "Long live our emperor." The courtiers intoned once more with reverence. Tang Li and the other foreign envoys, still somewhat taken aback by the grandeur of Jiang Ce's sacrificial ceremony, were reminded that such rites required substantial merit. Even the Tang emperor had to wait 5 years after his ascension before he was deemed worthy of performing similar rites. And the scale of the Tang ceremony paled in comparison to that of Jiang Ce. In the square, 72 burning fire barrels symbolized the emperor's reverence towards the celestial deities among the 72 earthly fiends. Additionally, 36 barrels filled with water, under the chemical reaction of nitrate and water, generated billowing mist to invoke the favor of the 36 celestial stars. It was essential that these fire and water barrels remain intact for 7 days. If they fell, it would signify heaven's disapproval of the emperor's rites. The labor and resources expended for this spectacle were indeed substantial. Moreover, what left Tang Li and the others most astonished was the magnificent stature of the Great Hall itself. Just the square alone occupied half the space of the entire Tang Imperial Palace, a truly remarkable feat. How long had it been since the establishment of the Ming Dynasty? They had received Jiang Ce's royal decree less than a month prior. Within such a short span, to erect such an impressive hall revealed the formidable foundation of the Ming Dynasty. Furthermore, the towering monument at the center of the square was made of an exquisite material, its deep black hue suggesting it was crafted from extraordinarily precious stone. Zhang Zhuzhing announced, "I, Zhang Zhuzhing, shall now read the auspicious proclamation on behalf of your majesty." As he unfurled the scroll, extolling Jiang Ce's illustrious accomplishments since the founding of the dynasty and the establishment of the capital in Jinling. The accounts of the northern campaigns against the Yin and the suppression of Japanese pirates left Tang Li and the other foreign envoys in stunned silence. Realizing that Jiang Ce was indeed a prodigious figure who had emerged from the crucible of conflict. With the rites complete, may your majesty now pay homage to heaven and earth and convey our respects to the divine, Zhang Zhuzhing declared loudly, collecting the proclamation and lighting 3 more sticks of incense, offering them to Jiang Ce. Jiang Ce accepted the incense with a nod, addressing the officials and the public in the square with a calm demeanor that commanded respect without anger. "Today, in Jinling, I perform these rites to honor heaven. And I shall not forget my duty as the son of heaven to the common people, for the foundation of the Ming is built upon the backs of countless citizens. Long live our emperor." As his words resonated, the commoners outside the square spontaneously knelt, tears streaming down their faces, offering heartfelt obeisance. Under the previous regime, due to Zhao Yi's reckless actions, the court had become stagnant, leaving the populace in dire straits. However, following Jiang Ce's ascension and the implementation of various benevolent policies, the common people had found a semblance of dignity in their lives, no longer burdened by oppressive corvée labor or exorbitant taxes. They could now feed their families and even afford to send their children to schools. Having endured decades under the great Qin dynasty, they understood that the current prosperity was a direct result of Jiang Ce's leadership, and they had long since accepted him in their hearts. They did not care about the emperor's surname. What mattered was how he treated them. At the very least, they no longer toiled endlessly for their daily sustenance. And even the impoverished could possess a modest plot of land. While they may not comprehend military strategy, the significance of land was universally acknowledged. Their affection for Jiang Ce was genuine, and the fervor of their sentiments nearly overwhelmed the barriers set by the soldiers. As they yearned to kneel before him in gratitude for the emperor's benevolence, the foreign envoys were taken aback by the overwhelming display of public support. Being court officials themselves, they fully understood how rare it was to find an emperor so beloved by the people. They realized that with such a compassionate ruler at the helm of the Ming Dynasty, the future held immense potential for monumental growth. Among them, Tang Li was not only visibly shocked, but also gripped by a profound sense of crisis. The potential of the Ming was boundless, and they could not afford to grant it more time. Otherwise, the Ming would rise to supremacy, leaving no nation capable of rivaling it. Tang Li gazed deeply at the common folk beyond the square, filled with a myriad of emotions. Even in the zenith of power, the citizens of Ch-ing-in held naught but fear and superficial respect for T-ing-zich and Tin. Yet now, what unfolded before his eyes was the unequivocal adoration of the people of J-ing for Jiang Ce. Following the conclusion of the sacrificial rites, Your Majesty, please ascend the platform to inscribe your words, declared Ch-ing loudly, as the ceremony of Fengshan approached its culmination. Jiang Ce ascended the high platform before the monument, and, wielding a brush dipped in gold lacquer, boldly inscribed the 6 golden characters D-M-H-N-G-W, who, N-G-D. Long live our emperor. The ministers bowed once more, their hearts brimming with excitement as they gazed at Jiang Ce's imposing figure, illuminated by the sun. After Jiang Ce descended from the platform, MRN ascended to reapply gold powder to the vigorous characters, ensuring their brilliance would withstand the elements. With the Fengshan ceremony concluded, all officials knelt in respect. Long live our emperor. Including envoys from various nations, the civil and military officials bowed once again, marking the official end of the Fengshan ceremony. Chapter 132, Review of the Army. Gentlemen, please take your positions. Civil officials to the right of the square, military officials to the left, and envoys from various nations to the front, as we review the army alongside His Majesty. The Fengshan sacrificial rites were merely an appetizer. The true feast lay in the review of the Grand Army. The might of the troops was the true power that would instill awe in the envoys of all nations. Jiang Ce had previously conferred with Ch-ing regarding the proceedings, which explained the vast expanse of the National Palace Square designed to accommodate 100,000 troops. Iron floating tower, form ranks. Enter with me, Su Di commanded. Mounted upon his steed and clad in heavy armor, the civil and military officials parted into 2 lines, their spirits invigorated as they beheld the 10,000 iron floating towers. Fully armed, with only their fierce eyes visible. Charge! The thunderous roar of the 10,000 iron floating towers resounded, creating an imposing spectacle that left the people of D-M-ing trembling with excitement. In front of the square, the envoys of various nations faced the might of the iron floating towers, their expressions grave and tinged with fear, overwhelmed by this aura of annihilation and boundless martial intent. Many trembled, their hearts racing. Among them, the envoy from the Jin Kingdom, the most timid, was on the verge of collapsing to his knees. Clop, clop, clop. The heavy sound of iron hooves rang out in unison, intermingled with the clattering of armor, amplifying the grandeur. Kill, Su Di commanded, and the 10,000 troops assumed a charging stance, stepping forward. A gust of blood-laden wind swept towards the envoys, leaving them pale, with only Lw and Ting managing to maintain their composure. Reporting to Your Majesty, the review of the 10,000 iron floating towers is complete. Please bestow your sacred words to motivate our army. Su Di, unable to perform a full bow while mounted, clasped his hands in reverence towards Jiang Ce. The iron floating towers are the heavy cavalry of D-M-ing. I have established D-M-ing, and your contributions are as high as the heavens. With you here, D-M-ing shall be invincible. Jiang Ce nodded solemnly and said, Your Majesty is wise. Long live our emperor. Su Di and the 10,000 iron floating towers echoed in unison, their voices resonating throughout the square. HBOQ, heed my command, form ranks, and enter. Following closely behind were the HBOQ led by Zhoyn. The sight of his gallant figure, clad in a silver helmet and wielding a long spear, contrasted sharply with the dark, formidable presence of the 10,000 HBOQ, captivating all attention. Charge! The 10,000 HBOQ, as light cavalry, did not possess the same overwhelming presence as the iron floating towers, yet the envoys were not fools. They recognized that such a fleet of swift light cavalry, combined with the weighty iron floating towers, could easily secure victory in most battles, leaving them in a state of trepidation. Moreover, as the envoys beheld the multitude of troops behind the HBOQ, they understood that these 10,000 iron floating towers and HBOQ were merely the tip of Jiang Ce's military iceberg. They had yet to comprehend the full terrifying scale of the Ding army. Qin Ruzi, form the blade formation. Follow me in. El Guing bellowed, raising his great sword while the 10,000 Qin Ruzi formed their battle array, similarly elevating their swords and marching into the square with heavy footfalls. Infantry. This revelation astonished Ting and others, for this army was indeed composed of infantry. Furthermore, the formation they adopted was evidently tailored against cavalry. Should the Ting cavalry become ensnared within the Qin Ruzi's formation, they would likely meet an unfortunate fate. However, the infantry did not instill much fear in Ting, for they reasoned that infantry had but 2 legs, while the Ting forces were entirely mounted. They could surely outrun them if not overpower them. Modao army, form the horse-slaying formation. The entire army enter. UFI proclaimed with vigor. With the arrival of the 10,000 Modao soldiers, their more imposing presence shattered the last flicker of Ting's hope. Though the Qin Ruzi's blade formation was formidable, it paled in comparison to the Modao army. Both elite infantry. The Modao army's horse-slaying formation aimed directly at the Achilles heel of cavalry, ensuring annihilation for any horseman ensnared within it. Yet, a slight sense of relief washed over him upon noticing that only a single squadron trailed behind the Modao army. Surely, Jiang Ce's forces were limited to this number. Little did he know, the YLN army, as the Imperial Guard, and the JNYWI, as the intelligence agency, were not required to display themselves to foreign nations, as per Jiang Ce's orders. With the review of the 4 armies complete, Your Majesty, please bestow your sacred words to inspire our military might. Zheng timely concluded the army review and bowed respectfully. My armies are invincible, and no further words are necessary. However, I wish for you to remember that the splendor of Ding today is due to your efforts. My people can only engage in peaceful production because of you. I ask you, what shall we do if foreign foes dare to invade? Those who offend Ding shall be punished, no matter how distant. The square reverberated with the resounding voices of the 40,000 troops, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The envoys at the front of the square, upon hearing such words, displayed astonishment, their throats dry, swallowing nervously, too intimidated to make any move. This statement is directly addressed to them. Those who offend the Ming shall face punishment, regardless of distance. This is evidently a warning to them. And after witnessing the might of these 4 armies, they were indeed thoroughly intimidated, their heads bowed, eyes focused inward, standing rigidly in place, afraid to express any dissatisfaction. Very well. Xinjiang, form ranks, and enter. Jiang Ce nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand and commanding in a deep voice. He understood that mere cavalry and infantry would not suffice to deliver a fatal blow to the envoys. Only the terrifying combat prowess of Xinjiang could truly proclaim the might of the Ming and extinguish any thoughts of foreign interference. Xinjiang, line up. Raise your fire guns and prepare to fire. The pivotal Qj Guing had long since grown impatient, while generals like Su De had flaunted their authority long enough. Such a grand spectacle could not be without his participation. Charge. The gunpowder was fully loaded, and Xinjiang entered with a steady and uniform march. Bang! A series of fire serpents shot towards the sky, bright as day, revealing their long trails of flame. How could this be possible? The muffled sound of gunfire and the blinding light stimulated the hearts of the envoys present. They stood agape, watching the performance of Xinjiang. Their expressions a blend of emotions, shocked to the point of numbness. Their own country possessed firearms, but compared to those of Xinjiang, their range and power paled in comparison, reduced to mere fireworks for display. What astonished them further was that the fire guns wielded by Xinjiang were capable of rapid fire, rather than the single-shot, reload required firearms. Even the previously reserved Tang Li could not help but marvel at this scene. A sense of despair emerged within him. How could the formidable Ming be countered by the Tang? Perhaps before the Tang cavalry even reached Xinjiang's ranks, they would be completely annihilated. In that moment, Tang Li felt a bitter turmoil within him. Chapter 133, The Red-Clad Cannons. A wry smile, tinged with bitterness, filled Tang Li's heart. Heaven knew how Jiang Ce had cultivated the unparalleled strength of Xinjiang. Gunpowder is a rare commodity for any nation. Although its production process is simple and raw materials are relatively easy to obtain, supplying gunpowder for an army of 100,000 is a daunting task for the Tang. How long has it been since the Ming was founded, and they already possess such power? It cannot possibly be remnants of the previous dynasty. The Daqian army of the previous era did not even equip troops with fire guns. Tang Li racked his brain, unable to conceive a way for the Tang cavalry to overcome the firepower of Xinjiang. He was a civil official, not skilled in warfare. Yet the sheer might of Xinjiang was manifest before his eyes. Could he truly remain oblivious to the brutality of actual combat? Upon returning, he must urgently advise the emperor to take decisive action against the Ming. The Qin, in comparison to the Ming, is hardly a threat. Tang Li clenched his fists, silently vowing. However, after the review of Xinjiang concluded, he breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how fierce the fire guns, they still required time for reloading. And perhaps Jiang Ce was merely putting on a show, expending all his gunpowder on this display for the reviewing army? Perhaps their military reserves were nearly depleted? The more he pondered, the brighter Tang Li's eyes shone, finding this scenario most plausible. After all, the materials for making gunpowder do not simply fall from the sky. Considering the duration since Jiang Ce founded the Ming and the significant expenses incurred to build a grand hall, it was likely that the national treasury had already been drained. Moreover, even if he emptied the treasury, it would hardly support the gunpowder consumption of 100,000 in Xinjiang. Xinjiang merely appeared intimidating. Upon closer inspection, it was not so formidable. After regaining his composure, Tang Li sneered inwardly. Jiang Ce seemed to have glimpsed Tang Li's thoughts, casting him a knowing glance. The military review was nearly complete. What do you think of my army, esteemed ministers? The might of the Ming army is extraordinary, and each of the generals is a born talent, quite remarkable. Being in the Ming, one is compelled to comply. The envoys nodded and smiled politely. Compared to the Tang, who is stronger and who is weaker? Jiang Ce smiled again, his eyes glinting with a flicker of concealed coldness. The envoys from small nations such as Song and Yin hesitated, unable to speak for a long while. Most of them were vassals of the Tang, with Tang envoys present. Who dared to speak ill of them? Tang Li remained silent, coldly observing the envoys of the small nations, his gaze imbued with a strong warning. Only Li Weikong, unconcerned with Tang Li's feelings, boldly declared that the Tang cavalry was unworthy of comparison with His Majesty's army. Jiang Ce's countenance brightened at these words, while Tang Li's face shifted between white and green. The foreign officials seemed to believe that the Tang cavalry greatly surpassed the Ming army. Tang Li snorted coldly, a hint of disdain in his tone. He was not being stubborn out of spite, but was expressing his genuine thoughts. Is that so? Jiang Ce did not grow angry. Instead, he smiled at Tang Li, then revealed a glimmer of coldness. I eagerly anticipate the expression on your face after witnessing the cannons. He chuckled lightly, leaving the latter in utter confusion. Cannons? Mo Ran. Jiang Ce commanded in a deep voice, and Mo Ran understood, activating the mechanisms he had previously constructed using the Mo family's engineering techniques. He strained to pull the lever beside him, and soon a series of grinding and clicking sounds echoed beneath them, causing the ground before the envoys and Jiang Ce to tremble. To their astonishment, a large section of the ground began to rise, revealing 5,000 soldiers of Xinjiang concealed beneath the earth. Then, the second mechanism was activated, and the ground, now filled with 5,000 soldiers, rose again. Cannons. As the emissaries beheld the exceedingly heavy and entirely black cannon positioned at the feet of the soldiers of the Xinjiang, their hearts sank considerably. A firearm, merely half a person's height, possessed the power to slay heavily armored cavalry. Thus, this cannon, measuring a size and a half of a man, could effortlessly annihilate an entire unit of cavalry with a single shot. Load the cannon, prepare for firing, commanded Qj Guing, assuming the role of the commander in the formation. Ready. The 5,000 soldiers of the Xinjiang shouted in unison. Fire. At the command, the soldiers ignited the fuses, turning sideways to shield their ears from the impending thunderous blast. Boom. A series of cannonballs traced deep black arcs through the air, hurtling towards the specially constructed artillery range in the distance. The emissaries dared not blink, fearful of missing this astonishing spectacle. Meanwhile, the citizens surrounding the square, initially captivated by the mechanisms of the MG, mistook it for a mere performance to amuse Jiang Ce, but were soon drawn to the 5,000 red-coated cannons. They began to comprehend the might of their own army, and as the cannonballs struck, they erupted in cheers, their applause nearly drowning out the sound of the cannon fire. Bang! Boom! Bang! As the first round of fire concluded, the second round swiftly followed. The cannonballs detonated upon impact, sending countless bricks and debris flying, leaving the emissaries in a state of shock, their expressions frozen in awe as they instinctively covered their ears. The tremors from the explosions beneath their feet, coupled with the sight of the artillery range now marred by numerous craters, rendered the emissaries from various nations pale with fear. A singular thought dominated their minds. They could never confront this artillery force head-on. If the ground, as solid as it was, could be shattered to fragments by the cannonballs, what could be expected of human soldiers? Even clad in heavy armor, their protection would be as fragile as paper before the overwhelming might of the red-coated cannons. Our army is formidable. Our emperor is wise. The citizens outside the square shouted, their excitement palpable. In stark contrast, the emissaries from the various nations exchanged glances, their faces etched with bitterness. Some pondered in their hearts whether they could prevail against such a military force in open battle, yet no matter how they strained their minds, the only conclusion they reached was total annihilation. T-L surveyed the explosive scene of the cannon fire. Listening to the jubilant cheers of the citizens of J-N-L-Ing, his expression dark and grim. My lord, how much chance does our Ing cavalry stand against these red-coated cannons? The envoy from the Jin Kingdom inquired softly beside T-L. None whatsoever. T-L gritted his teeth in response. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the sight of these 5,000 red-coated cannons had nearly shattered his resolve. Moreover, it was possible that these 5,000 cannons were merely a display orchestrated by Jiang Ce, with the true number far exceeding that, perhaps 50,000 or even 100,000. As he delved deeper into this thought, a cold sweat broke out on T-L's brow, his pallor betraying the fear that gripped his heart. With the grand military review successfully concluded, Jiang Ce deemed the demonstration to the emissaries from various nations satisfactory and announced the conclusion of the ceremony, allowing the emissaries to return to the LNGM. Upon their return, the emissaries felt as if they had come home, neglecting food and drink, collapsing into bed for a full 2 days and nights, thoroughly terrified by the might of the red-coated cannons. Prior to their arrival in DMing, they had held a sense of disdain towards the nation, yet Jiang Ce's repeated displays of power had profoundly shocked them, nearly erasing their contempt. Among the emissaries, only Lw Ing from Daqian displayed no sign of disrespect towards Jiang Ce throughout the proceedings. Instead, he continuously praised DMing, his admiration almost visibly written across his face. During the military review, he bore no trace of fear, only astonishment and reverence, a mark of his respect. After all, his clandestine mission to DMing, assigned by the Empress of Daqian, was not solely for the purpose of observation. In room No. 1 of the DZ, Lw Ing retrieved a state letter entrusted to him by the Daqian Empress, which he was instructed to deliver personally to the Emperor of DMing for his perusal. Confirming the letter was safely tucked within his inner pocket, he inhaled deeply, stepping towards the door and cautiously peering outside to ensure no one was watching before gingerly exiting. The night had deepened, and Lw Ing lowered his head, attempting to muffle his footsteps as he hastily descended to the lobby on the first floor. Lord Wizhing, a matter of great importance requires an audience with His Majesty. I hope you will convey this to him. Lw Ing whispered earnestly to Wizhing upon reaching his side. Wizhing merely smiled slightly, as if anticipating this encounter, already aware that Lw Ing would seek him out eventually. Have you brought the item? He inquired. His Majesty is awaiting you in the imperial study. Upon hearing this, Lw Ing's facial muscles twitched, and his expression turned to one of sheer terror. His legs felt weak, and he nearly cried out. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be that there were traitors within the court? Did His Majesty share an undisclosed connection with the Emperor of DMing? Or was it possible that the Emperor of DMing harbored intentions of forging an alliance with QN? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and follow me into the palace. Wizhing chided Lw Ing, who stood frozen in place. Startled, Lw Ing wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly followed closely behind Wizhing. The palace gates were already locked, and only Wizhing could lead the way into the imperial palace. Along the way, Wizhing guided Lw Ing without obstruction until they reached the door of the imperial study. Remarkably, they encountered no eunuchs or palace guards during their passage. Before Lw Ing could ponder this further, Wizhing knocked on the wooden door of the study. Your Majesty, the envoy has arrived. Come in, came Jiang Ce's voice from behind the door, calm and devoid of emotion. Envoy Lw Ing, paying my respects to your Majesty. Upon encountering Jiang Ce, Li Weikong was inclined to perform a grand gesture of respect, but Jiang Ce gestured to Wei Zhang, who promptly assisted Li Weikong to his feet. No need for formalities. Jiang Ce waved his hand and continued, I wish to inquire whether your sentiments can truly represent the will of the Empress of the Qin. He gazed calmly at Li Weikong, exuding an aura of authority that instilled considerable trepidation in Li Weikong, even more so than his audience with the Qin Empress. In response to your Majesty, I bear a letter of state, Li Weikong replied, retrieving the document from his inner pocket and presenting it to Jiang Ce with both hands. Jiang Ce examined the letter, his brow furrowing. Have you perused its contents? In your presence, I dared not, Li Weikong replied, for it was your command that only your Majesty should review it. However, I can surmise the reasoning behind the Empress sending me to Jinling for this audience. At this moment, Li Weikong's initial anxiety had diminished considerably, emboldening him to speak. He was a man of intelligence aligned with Qin Zibe, well aware of the appropriate timing for his words. Given that the Emperor of the Ming had posed this question, it was clear there were aspects requiring his elucidation. Indeed, it is a matter of great concern, Jiang Ce acknowledged, for the internal strife within Qin ought to be of no concern to me, and I wish for the Ming to incur no losses by entangling itself in this affair. Yet, I am curious as to why the Empress seeks an alliance with me. Does she presume that I would assuredly lend her my support? Jiang Ce chuckled lightly. The letter merely conveyed that the Qin was beset by relentless turmoil due to the factional strife within its court, and it beseeched Jiang Ce's assistance in navigating this crisis. Your Majesty, Li Weikong continued, bowing and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The division within the Qin court has intensified. The civil officials and military leaders alike defy the Empress's governance. Moreover, Your Majesty perceives the threat posed by King Han at the borders, who commands a formidable force of several 100,000 troops, and fears that in a moment of desperation, he may encircle Shuntian City. Li Weikong trembled as he spoke. This was an unseemly reality, for King Han, a prince of Qin, was the Empress's uncle, thus rendering this family discord a matter of shame. Yet, they found themselves compelled to seek external assistance, as Qin Zai wielded no military power, her forces entirely under King Han's dominion. Are you imploring me to aid in the righteous act of vanquishing Qin? Jiang Ce inquired, his expression a mix of intrigue and skepticism. To confront several 100,000 troops, even my formidable army would require meticulous strategizing to minimize casualties. You cannot simply expect me to engage without due consideration of the stakes involved. The implication was clear. Discussions of mutual benefit were imminent. It was untenable for Jiang Ce to expend his resources while Qin Zai merely awaited the fruits of victory. In your service, Your Majesty. Li Weikong continued. You once mentioned that there is no need for your troops to confront King Han's army directly. Instead, merely restraining the forces at the border would allow her to act without fear of military threats, thus enabling her to eradicate the old powers within the Qin court. Jiang Ce nodded in agreement. If the objective was merely to hold back the forces, he could easily dispatch his Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Moreover, it seemed that Qin Zai was merely biding her time, wary of King Han. The question remained, what would be the recompense? If I were to deploy troops to counter King Han's forces on your behalf, would it not be reasonable for me to receive some benefits in return? Li Weikong pondered for a long moment before gravely responding, Your Majesty, I assure you that should you be willing to send troops, the Great Qin would be most eager to form an alliance with your illustrious Ming. The union of our two great nations, while perhaps not invincible, would certainly render us formidable. Furthermore, Your Majesty may stipulate 3 reasonable conditions, provided they do not infringe upon the territory of the Great Qin. 3 conditions, you say? Jiang Ce mused, observing Li Weikong with a contemplative expression, his hands clasped behind his back, his right hand absently rubbing his left wrist. The advantages presented by the Empress, while significant, were not insubstantial nor trivial. Since she sought an alliance, Jiang Ce had no intention of demanding territorial concessions. For the Qin was indeed one of the mightiest empires of the present day, though he harbored no fear of the Tang. The struggle between their nations would surely exact a toll, and at this juncture, the alliance with Qin was critical for the Ming's security. After a moment of deliberation, Jiang Ce nodded and remarked, the prospect of an alliance between the flourishing Ming and the resplendent Qin is a long-held aspiration of mine. Who would have thought it could come to fruition today? You flatter me, Your Majesty, Li Weikong replied respectfully. Jiang Ce smiled graciously before addressing the matter directly. The distance between our two nations is vast, and even should I wish to assist you in restraining King Han's forces, I require time to prepare. Additionally, it would be prudent to provide me with comprehensive intelligence regarding King Han and his military assets. Only with such knowledge can we ensure success in our endeavors. Moreover, the establishment of this alliance is no trivial matter. I expect that once the situation with the Qin military is stabilized, the Empress will formally sign an agreement with me in an appropriate setting. Jiang Ce's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Li Weikong's countenance, seeking the slightest flicker of emotion. Should the Empress lack the resolve to undertake such a commitment, then an alliance would be unnecessary. A ruler of such feeble stature was unworthy of joining forces with the Ming. Li Weikong's face displayed hesitation, his brow furrowed deeply. After a prolonged silence, he managed a wry smile. Your Majesty, the Qin court is mired in profound turmoil. The influence of powerful families has entrenched itself within the court, and even among the imperial relatives, factions have emerged. Even if the Empress wishes to reform, she must heed King Han's disposition. Otherwise, I would not have been sent here in secret to witness the proceedings in Jinling. Li Weikong's expression was one of deep distress, caught between laughter and tears, standing helplessly in place as he occasionally glanced at Jiang Ce's regal visage, fearful of uttering a misstep that might jeopardize the alliance between their nations. However, Jiang Ce chose not to speak, but cast a sympathetic glance towards Li Weikong. He was acutely aware that the prolonged development of a nation inevitably breeds stubborn forces, such as wealthy gentry, landowners, hereditary officials, and noble families. These individuals contribute nothing to production, yet indulge in the luxuries of life, which is truly detestable. I have merely agreed to restrain the forces of the Han King at the behest of the Empress of the Qin. As for the affairs of your Qin court, it is not my place to interfere. Jiang Ce nodded. To meddle in the internal politics of another nation carries many taboos. Should the Empress of Qin use this matter against him, even if the alliance were to fracture, Jiang Ce would find himself in the wrong. Moreover, he wished to observe whether the Empress of Qin possessed the capability to resolve the internal strife of her court, subtly assessing her worthiness of his substantial assistance. This is only natural. Li Weikong felt a profound shame. If his sovereign were so inept as to require the intervention of the Emperor of the Ming in domestic matters, then the Qin would indeed be doomed. Furthermore, as the envoy of Qin, you have surely discerned the discord between me and the envoy of the Tang over these past few days. I have resolved to ally with your Qin, and there is no need for concealment. Jiang Ce paused, slightly lowering his head to gaze at Li Weikong, his expression somewhat frigid. A fierce confrontation between the Ming and the Tang is inevitable. My 3 conditions are quite simple. First, when the Tang dispatches troops to assault the Ming, your Qin forces shall send troops to harass the Tang borders. Second, disrupt the logistics of the Tang army transporting provisions and supplies. Third, assist my forces in penetrating the borders of the Tang. Li Weikong listened, his countenance becoming grave. These 3 conditions are fundamentally predicated on the victory of the Ming army. Could it be that the Emperor of the Ming possesses such confidence in his ability to triumph over the Tang cavalry? However, Li Weikong quickly reconsidered. The Ming army boasts no fewer than 5,000 red-robed cannons, and even if they cannot achieve victory, defeat is out of the question. Even a single capital city like Jinling, despite the full force of hundreds of thousands of Tang cavalry, could not inflict harm upon its very foundation. Your Majesty, I shall depart for Shuntian tomorrow, and I will keep your words in my heart, conveying your edicts to the sovereign upon my return to Shuntian. Li Weikong respectfully bowed. Wei Zheng, see him out of the palace. With the discussion concluded, Jiang Ce had gleaned the intentions of the Empress of Qin. The night had deepened, and he instructed Wei Zheng to escort Li Weikong back for a well-deserved rest. Agreed. In the imperial chamber, Jiang Ce shared a bed with Lianer and Tana. Your Majesty, you seem particularly elated today? Tana gasped lightly, caressing Jiang Ce's cheek with curiosity. Ever since the establishment of the national palace commenced, Jiang Ce had seldom displayed joy, often troubled by fiscal deficits and project progress. Yet upon his return today, he radiated delight, invigorating both women to the point of ecstasy. Having forged an alliance with the Qin and successfully completed the national palace, I am naturally overjoyed. Jiang Ce laughed heartily, embracing both women, and after a moment of tenderness, succumbed to slumber. The following morning, perhaps due to his invigorated state, Jiang Ce woke much earlier than usual. Your Majesty, allow me to assist you. Lianer, being a light sleeper, immediately leapt from her bed to help him don his dragon robe and prepare for the day. That's enough, you should rest a little longer. I must head to the Qinqing Palace. Jiang Ce smiled gently, ruffling Lianer's hair. In recent days, the official documents had primarily been handled by Zhang Juzhing, Yao Guangxiao, and several cabinet members, leaving Jiang Ce with little to concern himself. Noticing some laxity, he rose early to visit the Qinqing Palace. The 2 eunuchs at the palace entrance were still dozing when they suddenly perceived a shadow looming before them. Upon drowsily opening their eyes, they were startled to see an imposing figure, causing their souls to nearly flee in terror as they promptly knelt, repeatedly begging for forgiveness. Open the door. Jiang Ce waved his hand, disregarding them, and spoke coldly. Understood. The elderly eunuch trembled as he opened the grand doors of the Qinqing Palace. It was still early, and Zhang Juzhing and the others had yet to arrive to commence their duties. However, the table was already piled high with unprocessed memorials. Perhaps I must consider expanding the cabinet. Jiang Ce shook his head slightly, letting out a soft sigh. He was still young, robust, and spirited, capable of enduring. Yet, those like Zhang Juzhing, who were in their prime and nearing middle age, might not withstand such intense work for long. Moreover, the Ming still grappled with the legacies of the previous dynasty, which weighed heavily upon Jiang Ce's mind. While lost in thought, Jiang Ce approached the table and picked up a memorial, furrowing his brow as he read it through, anger suddenly flaring across his face. Summon the court, he bellowed, striking the table with force. Chapter 136, Who submitted this memorial? Sensing Jiang Ce's fury, the elderly eunuch dared not delay. His expression filled with fear as he hurriedly relayed the message. He did not comprehend the reason behind the emperor's wrath and cared not to know. He only understood that failing to notify the court officials in a timely manner would cost him his life. Summon the court? There was no morning assembly scheduled for today. Was there? Moreover, had the system changed regarding morning assemblies at this hour? Many officials rubbed their sleepy eyes, having just barely left their beds, still enveloped in drowsiness when they were summoned for the morning assembly. However, some astute individuals recognized that the emperor's urgent call to assemble the officials signified significant matters at hand, and they swiftly donned their official robes and raced towards the palace. In less than half an hour, the Taiha Hall was filled with officials. Within the hall stood Jiang Ce, expressionless and with hands clasped behind his back. He coldly regarded the gathered ministers, tossing forth a memorial. Wang Wei, the Minister of War. What is the meaning of this nonsensical memorial you have presented to me? What intent lies behind it? Jiang Ce fixed his icy gaze upon Wang Wei, who stood amidst the crowd. The memorial presented was filled not only with excessive flattery, but also with exhortations for the Grand Army to march northward, to launch a campaign against the Jin Kingdom, and to reclaim Yin. It called for the unified strength of the nation, proclaiming the need for a swift resolution, which would simultaneously extol the might of the Ming army and expand the territorial domain. After reading the entire document, Jiang Ce felt an overwhelming urge to deliver 2 resounding slaps to Wang Wei. While the northward expedition was undeniably significant, could such a matter truly be resolved merely through verbal persuasion? The extensive human and material resources required were evident and calculable on paper. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my transgressions. Wang Wei immediately knelt, tearfully lamenting his plight. He was not a renowned general selected by the system, but merely an official left over from the previous dynasty. Jiang Ce, recalling that although the Wang family had achieved little in governance, they had not colluded with other officials of the Daqian dynasty, had chosen to retain them in court out of a sense of benevolence. However, he never anticipated that Wang Wei's capabilities were so woefully inadequate that he would submit such a nonsensical memorial. Gazing at the kneeling Wang Wei, Jiang Ce decreed 30 blows with the rod, demoted him to the rank of an ordinary official in the Ministry of War, and halved his salary for 3 years, forbidding him from presenting further memorials. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Wang Wei cried out in despair, only to be swiftly silenced by the Jin Wei and dragged out of the hall for punishment. The wails echoing from outside grew increasingly agonizing, leaving the assembled ministers exchanging glances, bewildered as to what had provoked the emperor's ire. Jiang Ce took a deep breath, his expression softening slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the court officials. Do any of you have memorials to present? If not, you may disperse. The ministers remained silent until Zhang Zhuzheng stepped forward, stating, Your Majesty, I wish to review the memorial submitted by Wang Wei and seek your approval. Very well, Jiang Ce waved his hand. He intended to use Wang Wei as an example to caution others. If future memorials were to mirror Wang Wei's, filled solely with flattery and impractical suggestions, how could he effectively manage state affairs? It would be better to close the doors and indulge in slumber with 2 maidens. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Zhuzheng, understanding Jiang Ce's intent, picked up the memorial and began reading it aloud, his voice resonating throughout the Taiha Hall. Once he finished reading, the ministers exchanged peculiar expressions. Now aware of the reasons behind Jiang Ce's fury, their sympathy for Wang Wei evaporating. He truly deserved the punishment. Your Majesty, Wang Wei acted in the interest of our domain, albeit with overly lofty ideals. Zhang Zhuzheng, as the leader of the civil officials, sought to defend him slightly, but merely aimed to ease the atmosphere rather than to truly protect Wang Wei. The matter of the northern expedition was indeed of utmost importance. Throughout history, both the previous and current Deming had faced the Jin Kingdom's predatory gaze. The Jin Kingdom was situated directly to the north of Deming, necessitating vigilance against potential incursions. Although a 1,000-mile Great Wall aided in repelling the Jin forces, it was far easier to defend than to attack. The Jin armies could strike and retreat, leaving Deming helpless. After several such encounters, the discomfort lay squarely with them, Zhang Zhuzheng argued. In truth, he too was not in favor of the northern expedition, but saw this as an opportunity to articulate his stance, preventing any short-sighted individuals from submitting further memorials on the subject. Jiang Ce cast a glance at Zhang Zhuzheng, feigning anger. In this frigid winter, the resources required for a northern expedition are astronomical. The construction of the National Palace has already consumed considerable manpower and resources. Must we compel our soldiers to endure the harsh winter and march northward to engage in battle before the new year? What is the intent behind this? I dare not. Zhang Zhuzheng quickly bowed in fear, pleading for Jiang Ce's forgiveness. To repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. Our nation is in dire need of revitalization. Once governance and administration are rectified, it would not be too late to address the Jin Kingdom. Dismiss the court. Jiang Ce waved his sleeve, turning his back as he departed from Taiha Hall. After the ministers exited the palace, Zhang Zhuzheng and Yao Guang Shao hurried to Qinqing Palace, where they found the emperor frowning as he dealt with memorials. Your Majesty, your performance has truly opened my eyes, Zhang Zhuzheng jested, teasing Jiang Ce. However, Jiang Ce did not share in the humor. Instead, he sighed deeply, raising the memorial he was processing. Pray tell, why do scholars persist in squandering ink on flattery? Jiang Ce felt utterly exasperated. A memorial could range from several thousand to over 10,000 words. The entirety was filled with references to ancient emperors, lauding Jiang Ce's great achievements, while the actual substantive content scarcely surpassed 100 words. It was all mere drivel. Jiang Ce slammed the table in anger. In contrast to the civil officials' abysmal memorials, Jiang Ce preferred the succinct reports from military generals. A simple piece of paper expressed respect for the emperor, followed by a few straightforward sentences outlining the key points. Such memorials never exceeded 100 words, emphasizing clarity and conciseness. The time spent on a civil official's memorial could instead be devoted to processing 3 days' worth of military reports. Zhang Zhuzheng and Yao Guangxiao exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles, as they too had suffered under this burden. Yet, they could not impose a ban on such behavior. Most of these civil officials hailed from noble families, wielding significant influence in society. To silence them would equate to stifling the voices of scholars nationwide, inciting public resentment. However, if this behavior went unchecked, they would waste precious time on frivolous accounts. After much contemplation, Jiang Ce made a resolute decision. I shall reform national policy. In the future, only officials of the 5th rank and above may submit memorials. Regardless of whether they are civil or military officials, no memorial shall exceed 300 words. Exceeding this limit will incur 30 lashes. Chapter 137. Establishing the Supervisory Office. Your Majesty, this move will surely provoke backlash from the esteemed families. It would be wiser to proceed gradually, waiting until the Han Dynasty is thoroughly stabilized before enacting such changes, Zhang Zhuzheng cautioned, his face etched with concern as he bowed respectfully. The prominent families have monopolized education, while the common folk of ancient times largely lacked enlightenment, leading them to follow these families blindly. This has resulted in a gradual erosion of the court's credibility, posing a substantial threat to the populace. Furthermore, many of these families are remnants of previous dynasties, making it difficult to find a legitimate pretext for action against them. Jiang Ce shook his head, expressing his profound understanding of these so-called noble families, who are attempting to manipulate him through public opinion. If they are not uprooted soon, they will become an overwhelming force, making their eradication nearly impossible. With a serious expression, he suddenly turned to Yao Guangxiao, inquiring if he had any solutions. Yao Guangxiao smirked coldly, acknowledging that since the capital was moved to Jinling, all matters of the court have been under Zhang Zhuzheng's control. He felt as if Jiang Ce had cast him into obscurity, nearly losing his sense of purpose. However, he recognized that his capacity for handling state affairs was indeed inferior to Zhang Zhuzheng's, leaving him with no grievances, though he still felt somewhat unsettled. Now, with an opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities, his eyes brightened, and he clapped his hands together with a resounding smack. Your Majesty, if you wish to uncover their misdeeds, it is not a difficult task. Have you perhaps forgotten the role of the Jinui? Yao Guangxiao said with a meaningful smile, then lowered his head to rummage through documents on the table. After a moment, he produced a memorial, stating, Your Majesty, this report indicates that the landlords in Jinling who have oppressed the common people have been dealt with appropriately. The landlords have offered apologies, and the affected citizen is quite satisfied with the government's resolution. This matter, while trivial and seemingly insignificant, highlights the contempt for governmental authority and is a direct affront to your imperial dignity, Your Majesty, especially as it occurred within the city of Jinling. At the feet of the emperor, Yao Guangxiao bowed deeply, his gaze tinged with a mischievous glint, silently awaiting Jiang Ce's response. Having accompanied Jiang Ce the longest, he quickly grasped his intention. Rising from the table, Jiang Ce began to pace, his hands clasped behind his back, at times gazing thoughtfully upwards, and at others, musing with his head bowed. After a considerable time, Zhang Zhuzheng and Yao Guangxiao, weary from watching Jiang Ce's pacing, were surprised when he suddenly spoke, summoned Jin Ce. Yes. The eunuch within Qianqing Palace promptly exited, heading towards the North Town Pacification Office. Jin Ce, who was reviewing intelligence reports from the Jinui, upon hearing the emperor's summons, immediately set aside his work, donned his Feiyu attire, and equipped himself with the embroidered spring blade before following the eunuch into the palace. Like the Yuan army, the Jinui possessed the privilege of entering the palace armed. The palace guards, upon seeing Jin Ce's Feiyu uniform, greeted him with respectful bows. Sir. Jin Ce acknowledged with nods as he made his way to Qianqing Palace, where he entered and bowed deeply before Jiang Ce. Your Majesty, what is the purpose of summoning your humble servant? He was forthright, asking whatever came to mind. Jiang Ce regarded Jin Ce, resting his chin on his hand as he scrutinized him. How many Jinui are currently stationed in Jinling? Reporting to Your Majesty. There are a total of 58,000 Jinui in the city. The Jinui of the South Town Pacification Office are responsible for your safety, while those in the North Town Pacification Office gather intelligence on officials, apprehending those involved in judicial corruption and managing the imperial prisons. Jin Ce respectfully reported the detailed circumstances of the Jinui. The minor offices, such as the Qianhu office and the Baifu Hall, fall under the management of the town pacification offices, thus requiring no further mention. Jiang Ce nodded, approaching Jin Ce and circling around him. his gaze fixed on Jiang Ce's face until beads of sweat began to form. Finally, he spoke. Although my army is stationed in Jinling, addressing administrative matters with military force would be an overreaction, disheartening the civil officials and instilling fear among the populace. Therefore, I intend to establish a supervisory office within the Jinui, primarily responsible for managing public opinion and overseeing the commercial activities of landowners and gentry. Jiang Ce's words were quite straightforward. Although Jiang Ce promptly nodded in agreement, he harbored concerns. The merchant families wield significant power in Jinling, and should we employ our customary methods of detaining individuals for interrogation, it might incite resistance among these families. If they incite a citywide strike among merchants, the consequences could be dire. Jiang Ce delicately expressed his apprehension. His underlying sentiment was that such actions could lead to countless casualties, and in peacetime, the victims would not be soldiers, but the families controlling the economic lifeblood of the common people. This is precisely why I intend to establish the supervisory office. Jiang Ce cast a penetrating gaze at Jiang Ce, his left hand resting on his chin, slowly gliding from his right jawline to the left, exuding a chilling intent. If they remain unpunished, no matter how industriously the people of Jinling toil, the noble families will continue to siphon off the lifeblood of the populace. This I cannot permit. Had these families not established themselves in Jinling over centuries, I would have eradicated them since the day I ascended the throne. A flicker of menace crossed Jiang Ce's countenance as he briefly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to temper his murderous aura. There is no need for haste in this matter. The establishment of the supervisory office will not fall under the jurisdiction of the 6 ministries, but will be directly managed by me. If necessary, we shall act first and report later. Should any officials attempt to obstruct this, show them this jade token, Jiang Ce declared with authority, producing a jade token engraved with the words as if I were present. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Jiang Ce reverently tucked the jade token close to him. Bowing once more to Jiang Ce, Your Majesty, how many personnel will the supervisory office require? Additionally, what will be the hierarchy of positions? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce turned to Zhang Juzhing and Yao Guangxiao, both of whom were deep in thought, craning their necks in contemplation. Although the supervisory office would be directly under Jiang Ce's command as a special institution, the delineation of positions would influence salaries and power, thus requiring careful consideration. Your Majesty, I propose that we initially trial the supervisory office in Jinling. If the results are satisfactory, we can then extend it nationwide. As for the official titles, it is proposed to establish the position of inspector with the highest rank of the 4th grade, along with 2 inspectors from the left and right, holding the 5th grade rank. The subordinate titles shall be arranged according to those of the Jinui. In terms of personnel, I believe 500 individuals would suffice. Zhang Juzhing slightly bowed, calculating with his fingers. The number of personnel in the inspectorate should not be excessive, for its authority derives from the emperor. An increase in numbers could lead to a series of complications. Furthermore, even though the inspectorate possesses the privilege of executing first and reporting later, as long as the noble families do not act excessively and obediently relinquish their holdings, Jiang Ce would only resort to exiling them to the borders for land reclamation, avoiding executions. Moreover, should the worst outcome occur and the noble families rebel, it would not be the inspectorate that intervenes, but rather the hundreds of thousands of troops within the city who could swiftly suppress any uprising. Chapter 138. A storm of blood and carnage. Jiang Ce's movements were swift. Beside the Bizenfu, a flat building covering 100 zhang arose from the ground. Under the design of Mo Ran, beneath the courtyard of the inspectorate lay a dungeon. The dungeon was divided into water cells and dry cells. The dry cells housed merchants and nobles willing to confess their crimes, while the water cells contained those who obstinately refused to admit guilt. While serving as the commander of the Jinui, Jiang Ce also held the position of inspector of the inspectorate. The officials of the inspectorate were similarly drawn from the ranks of the Bizenfu's Jinui. The establishment of such an institution naturally attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Merchants, nobles, and local gentry keenly sensed the impending storm, leading to the closure of over half their enterprises, including taverns, tea houses, brothels, dye houses, and pharmacies, operating under the belief that maintaining a low profile would shield them from danger. Little did they know, Jiang Ce's creation of the inspectorate was precisely aimed at sanctioning these merchant families, and their actions only provided the inspectorate with the opportunity to gather evidence. Your Majesty, we have already gathered ample evidence regarding the bribery of officials by the 4 largest families in Jinling, Chun, Liu, Li, and Wang. Jiang Ce reported upon entering the palace. Jiang Ce nodded thoughtfully, his gaze shifting as he realized that with a motive to act against the merchant families, it was time to formulate relevant national policies to further weaken their monopoly over commerce. Otherwise, allowing these families to continue unchecked would inevitably lead to the ruin of the Ming economy. Soon, Zhang Jujing and Yao Guangxiao were summoned to the Qinqing Palace. I am determined to strike against the gentry and landlords, but I cannot act hastily. If I increase the taxes on merchants, delineate commercial districts, and restrict different goods to be sold only within designated areas, will this not provoke the nobles too much? Jiang Ce spoke with a hint of concern. His voice slightly hurried. Although Jinling is home to 700,000 stationed troops, the merchant families cannot stir up significant turmoil, nonetheless. Achieving a peaceful resolution without disturbing the common people would be the best outcome. Your Majesty, raising the taxes on merchants to increase their burdens is indeed a viable approach. Zhang Jujing replied, bowing. In my view, we should adjust the tax rates according to regional differences, the revenues of industries, and the individual earnings of merchants. Employing a tiered system for tax collection. This measure would discourage commercial activity. The more the monopolistic families earn, the more taxes the court would collect, regardless of their profits. As long as the court gradually increased the tax rates, these families would eventually seek alternative avenues, leading to the dissolution of their monopolies. Currently, our nation has entirely lifted the household registration restrictions, with many farmers traveling great distances to Jinling to sell local specialties, resulting in an increasing number of merchants. Over time, if the populace turns to commerce, who will farm? Who will fight? Jiang Ce shook his head. While economic prosperity is certainly commendable, in this ancient era where agriculture remains paramount, possessing wealth without military strength and productivity would only render us a target for other nations. Your Majesty, you are wise. Zhang Jujing clasped his hands in respect, sharing his disdain for the unproductive noble families, yet acknowledging the difficulty in taking action against them. However, this alone is insufficient to quell the arrogance of the merchant families. Starting tomorrow, all strategic resources such as grain, salt, and iron shall be nationalized. Those unwilling to comply shall face confiscation. Jiang Ce declared with commanding authority, sweeping his sleeve. If these strategic resources are not strictly controlled by the court, it would pose significant problems during wartime. Your Majesty, will this not push the noble families too far? Zhang Jujing cautioned. Grain, salt, and iron are not only strategic resources, but also fundamental necessities for survival. The monopolization of these resources by wealthy families is solely for their profit. If they go too far, then we shall execute them. I do not believe that this great Ming dynasty can perish without the old nobility and families. Jiang Ce came to a realization. From the outset of reform, bold and decisive changes must be implemented. Those who resist should be suppressed by iron-fisted methods, forcing their compliance. Otherwise, after all the effort to ascend to the throne, is it merely to handle tedious memorials? Moreover, Jiang Ce saw no reason to show mercy to those who drained the lifeblood of the common people. Beside him, Yao Guangxiao observed the formerly decisive Jiang Ce, as if he had returned from the battlefield to the Qinqing Palace and became invigorated. Your Majesty, since we are to nationalize grain, salt, and iron, why not establish the Ming Merchants Association? Yao Guangxiao promptly stood forth, bowing to propose. Otherwise, our 6 ministries lack a suitable institution to manage these resources. You shall oversee this matter and finalize it within 3 days. I shall comply. Jiang Ce waved his hand, entrusting Yao Guangxiao with the task. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Jujing interjected again. Your Majesty, as the whale falls and all creatures thrive, the decline of merchant families is inevitable. We must seize this opportunity to vigorously support agriculture, encouraging the populace to work diligently, thereby increasing the arable land of the Ming. Only by laying a solid foundation can we ensure the treasury is filled, which will, in turn, stimulate the development of other industries. It must be said that Jiang Ce greatly admired Zhang Jujing's foresight. He too had considered this, but given the harsh winter and unfavorable climatic conditions, the frozen lands of Yenyun and other regions could not be reclaimed in the immediate future. In the southern cities of our own territory, much of the land is not the fertile black soil suitable for cultivation. Rather, it is predominantly sandy land, resulting in an exceedingly low annual crop yield and an alarmingly high rate of poor seedlings. Supporting agricultural development is a challenge that far exceeds the difficulty of dismantling the merchant aristocracy. I too have been contemplating this matter. However, it is imperative to prioritize the resolution of the current situation concerning these merchants and to seize their assets intact. Jiang Ce spoke in a grave tone, then, with hands clasped behind his back, he pondered for a moment. Jing Ku, among the 4 prominent families of Chun, Liu, Li, and Wang, apprehend a few key figures and confine them in the dungeons, compelling them to willingly surrender their account books. Furthermore, we must conduct a thorough investigation into the networks of relationships associated with these 4 families, as well as their properties not registered with the authorities. Jiang Ce's imperial decree resonated in Jing Ku's ears, to which he respectfully bowed and clasped his hands, declaring, "This humble servant shall comply. Your Majesty is wise. If there is nothing further, may I take my leave?" Jiang Ce articulated forthrightly. Go, Jiang Ce replied with a slight nod. In the vast city of Jinling, beneath a clear sky devoid of clouds, a faint hint of bloodshed lingered, foreshadowing an impending storm of turmoil directed at the merchant families. Under the cover of night, Jiang Ce, accompanied by his subordinates from the inspection division, stealthily scaled walls to infiltrate the estates, directly abducting the heads of the prominent families upon confirming their identities. Should they encounter any resistance, swift and lethal measures were taken, revealing only a jade token inscribed with 4 characters that instilled fear in the hearts of these families, implying the emperor's imminent retribution. They all understood that the time had come for their reckoning. Within the dungeons of the inspection division, the cells were teeming with prisoners. Dimly lit by 2 oil lamps affixed to the wall, the atmosphere was oppressive, leaving the inmates in a state of uncertainty. They were oblivious to Jiang Ce's intentions and unaware of the crimes they were accused of committing. Release us. I demand to see Lord Wang. You dare lay hands on me, unaware of my connections to the esteemed Secretary Lang? The cries of innocence, threats, and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the dungeon. Due to the distinct roles of the Inspection Division and the Northern Pacification Division, Jiang Ce refrained from resorting to torture. He merely allowed them to voice their grievances, providing no sustenance beyond water. In the harsh winter chill, the dungeon was unbearably cold and lacking food to replenish their energy. The prisoners succumbed to hunger after 2 days and nights, becoming subdued. Ultimately, hunger drained them of the strength to plead for mercy, leaving them languishing like lifeless dogs in their cells, unable even to seek a place for relief, resulting in a foul stench. Noticing that the time was ripe, Jiang Ce summoned the eldest son of the Qin family, positioning them in a stark contrast, one standing and the other kneeling, while the dim light elongated their shadows. What do you wish to confess? Jiang Ce inquired, his expression one of utter indifference as he gazed down at the young master of the Qin family, whose eyes reflected confusion and trepidation regarding the nature of his supposed transgressions. My lord, may I at least have something to eat? I can no longer endure this. The young master of the Qin family lamented, clutching his growling stomach. Jiang Ce regarded him with a cold smile, as though anticipating this very moment. He beckoned, and a subordinate emerged from the shadows, presenting a bowl of pork lard noodles, standing stoically beside Jiang Ce. The aroma of the rendered pork lard wafted through the dungeon, causing the prisoners' nostrils to twitch as they beheld the bowl, their faces etched with longing. Having always indulged in delicacies, they were now painfully aware that hunger was far more torturous than death. The prospect of execution was but a fleeting moment, a mere second of agony. Yet, enduring the gnawing hunger for 2 days and nights was an unrelenting torment. Seeing the bowl of pork lard noodles, the sight of the floating bits of lard stirred their appetites, and they swallowed convulsively, their throats working in desperation. 5 days ago, at the second floor of the Fuyun restaurant in the Crescent Moon Pavilion, whom did you meet? What discussions took place? Jiang Ce inquired, deliberately positioning himself beside the young master of the Qin family, circling him before halting directly in front of him. The bowl of noodles now rested tantalizingly close, within a mere finger's reach. The young master, seemingly oblivious to the inquiry, fixated solely on the bowl, struggling against the restraints of his 2 captors as if he might break free. Confess honestly, how many bowls of pork lard noodles do you desire? I shall grant your request, Jiang Ce declared. Should you remain uncooperative, he raised the bowl high, tilting his wrist downward, allowing the broth to approach the brim, threatening to spill onto the floor. Oh, the injustice! The young master of the Qin family cried out in anguish, suddenly finding a surge of strength to briefly escape the hold of his captors, collapsing to the ground to greedily lap at the spilled broth, a look of pure satisfaction washing over his face. For the first time in 2 days, he savored the taste of fat, provoked by this savory stimulus. The hunger pangs within him surged uncontrollably. My lord, I will tell you everything, he exclaimed as he was hoisted back up by the 2 guards. Taking a deep breath, he declared loudly, 5 days ago, I invited the representatives of the Wang, Li, and Liu families to discuss various methods and channels for selling salt in the private room of the Crescent Moon Pavilion. That day, we agreed that the Wang and Liu families would handle coarse salt and sea salt, while my family and the Li family would be responsible for selling the other categories of salt. The young master of the Qin family recounted, recognizing the futility of concealing the truth at this juncture. Moreover, their capture had been so abrupt that they had lacked the opportunity to corroborate each other's testimonies. As he continued to speak, he divulged that the 4 families had managed to sell an astonishing 100,000 pounds of illicit salt within a month. According to the imperial regulations on salt, the official price for coarse salt was 30 sure of coarse rice per pound. The 4 prominent families engaged in the illicit salt trade offered slightly lower prices, based on the calculation of 20 sure of coarse rice for a pound. The exchange of 100,000 pounds of salt would equate to a staggering 2 million pounds of coarse rice. This figure merely represents 1 month's sales. Such a terrifying number caused even the experienced Jin Ce, who was personally handling the case, to feel unsteady. He realized that this time, not only would these families face consequences, but also the remnants of the previous noble class and the current officials, blinded by greed, would likely meet their demise. After all, who was behind their illicit salt trade? The implications were deeply unsettling. Furthermore, it seemed inevitable that the streets of Jinling would soon run red with blood. Jin Ce sighed softly, shaking off the chaotic thoughts. Are you four families unaware that private salt trading is strictly prohibited by the common folk, with severe penalties for violators? He admonished coldly. In response, my lord, we are indeed aware, but the profits from selling illicit salt are far too enticing to resist. The young master of the Chun family replied with a bitter smile. Where are the account books? Jin Ce inquired with a serious tone. It was imperative to find evidence of the four families' illicit salt trade. With the account books, they could trace the matter to its roots. Our account books are securely stored in a hidden compartment beneath the screen in the Bue Pavilion, the young master of the Chun family replied with a wry self-deprecating smile. The four families had agreed to keep the account books together, locked in the Bue Pavilion they had reserved, with 4 locks on the chest, each family holding 1 key. Without all 4 keys, the chest could not be opened. However, this foolish decision inadvertently saved Jin Ce considerable effort. Armed with the young master's testimony, he swiftly surrounded the Fuyun restaurant with his subordinates. Upon reaching the Bue Pavilion on the 2nd floor, they indeed found the wooden chest, as the young master had described. Jin Ce did not waste time searching for keys. Instead, he drew his waist knife and deftly sliced the chest open. As he perused the account books, his expression grew increasingly grave, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The books detailed not only the accounts of illicit salt sales, but also included records of tea, iron, grain, and other strategic materials, even documenting private trade with the Jin Kingdom. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Jin Ce rushed to the palace that very night to present himself before the emperor. Your Majesty, I have acquired the account books from the 4 families. However, I believe it is imperative that you examine them personally. Jin Ce bowed, observing Jiang Ce's expression. The latter, silent, took the account books and began to scrutinize them. By the end, a furious storm brewed upon his handsome face. They are courting death. Chapter 140, The Scapegoat. This matter must be handled discreetly. Wait until I have secured enough evidence against these pests before addressing them, Jiang Ce said, his anger subsiding as he carefully handed the account books back to Jin Ce and patted his shoulder firmly. Remember, do not alert the enemy. This matter would undoubtedly involve court officials, and it could provoke a fierce backlash from them. Yet it also presented Jiang Ce with a rare opportunity to completely dismantle the old nobility and their families. He emphasized this with a piercing gaze filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, Jin Ce understood that the emperor was serious about enacting a significant overhaul of the court. At present, most officials were remnants of the previous dynasty. These officials, relying on their seniority, publicly seemed to comply with Jiang Ce's governance, yet privately engaged in numerous nefarious acts. Jiang Ce had long sought an opportunity to eradicate them. If not for the need for their assistance in domestic affairs, he would have eliminated these former officials long ago. Moreover, the Chun, Li Lu, and Wang families nearly monopolized strategic resources. Their collusion with merchants was unforgivable, and it was only a matter of time before they were held accountable and their backers exposed. I will follow your command, Jin Ce replied respectfully, exiting the palace only to divert to the Bizenfew. Sir, it's late. What brings you here at this hour? The night watchman inquired, immediately standing to pay his respects. Jin Ce glanced around and asked, what is the reputation of Wang Xiang, the undersecretary of the Ministry of Revenue? And Qin Qing, the grand scholar of the Eastern Pavilion, in the court? He leaned closer to his subordinate, lowering his voice and adopting a serious tone. Wang Xiang, the head of the Wang family, holds a 5th-rank position in the Ministry of Revenue, with limited power. But he is considered an official of the court and wields considerable influence externally. Qin Qing, a direct elder of the Qin family, also holds a 5th-rank title as the Grand Scholar of the Eastern Pavilion in the cabinet. Before his examination success, he was a teacher with numerous students, many of whom are now officials in the court. Thus, although his official rank is not high, his connections are extensive. The names of these 2 had appeared frequently in the account books, making it highly probable they served as the protective shield for the 4 families. However, could 2 5th-rank officials monopolize such vast strategic resources? Jin Ce remained puzzled and perplexed. In response, Sir, these 2 have formed factions in the court. While they have not employed methods akin to the previous Zhao Yi to consolidate loyalty, they do engage in coercion and inducement to compel officials to align with their interests. The subordinate replied, reviewing records of the 2's recent activities. Can 2 5th-rank officials truly compel others to take sides? Jin Ce questioned, intrigued, as he seized the records to read through every detail. Upon finishing, a cold smile emerged on his face. Although their official titles were lowly, they were undoubtedly providing benefits to other officials behind the scenes. It appears we have caught two big fish. Increase surveillance on Wang Xiang and Qin Qing over the coming days, especially noting whom they meet and where. Jing Ce's expression turned serious as he issued his instructions. Your Majesty, the Ming merchant guilds are named after their respective cities. For instance, our state-run merchant guild in Jinling is called the Jinling Merchant Guild, which has already purchased a shop on Xuanwu Street and is expected to be renovated shortly. The following morning, Yao Guangxiao reported the progress at Qianqing Palace. Jiang Ce nodded in satisfaction. The once overflowing stack of memorials on his desk had significantly diminished following the implementation of the 500-word limit policy. He gently set down the brush he had been using to review the memorials, his gaze sharp and penetrating. The collusion between officials and merchants had given rise to a significant scandal of corruption and bribery. What concerns me, he mused, is how to counter their retaliatory actions. Jiang Ce furrowed his brow. Within the court of the Ming Dynasty, there were numerous officials who had succeeded from the previous regime, and their loyalty to Jiang Ce and the Ming was tenuous at best, yet they held considerable influence in Jinling. One must prevent them from exploiting public opinion to stir up trouble. Your Majesty, I believe we should simply arrest them. The elder statesman Yao Guangxiao suggested with a tone filled with bitterness. No matter how many allies they have, we should execute them at the marketplace. For those with grave offenses, their entire clans should be implicated, as a warning to others. Listening to Yao Guangxiao's vehement words, Jiang Ce was not taken aback. People must indeed be dealt with, but it must be done judiciously to prevent any grounds for criticism. Their deaths must serve a purpose, at the very least. To advance my reforms in commerce, Jiang Ce remarked coolly. At the Chun residence, Wang Xiang, cloaked in a thick, plush coat and a scarf obscuring half his face, approached the door in the deep of night, bowing his head as he knocked softly. On this occasion, he had not brought any attendants, fearing detection. Knock, knock, creak. The steward of the Chun residence, upon hearing the knock, opened a small gap in the door and peered outside, the ancient wooden threshold creaking with age. It is I, Wang Xiang whispered, squeezing out the words. Master Wang, please enter. The steward's expression tightened as he quickly opened the door wide to welcome Wang Xiang inside, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before securely closing the door behind him. Minister Chun, Wang Xiang greeted Qin Qing with a slight bow. Qin Qing was gazing at the flickering lights, sighing repeatedly, his face etched with worry. Master Wang, how should we handle this? The supervisory office has only just begun its operations, and already our people have been apprehended. I have been pleading with anyone who would listen, claiming ignorance of the supervisory office's chief. Yet I am greatly troubled, Qin Qing lamented, his worry palpable. Ever since the 4 managers had been taken by the supervisory office, he had been living in a state of unease, his heart perpetually taut, never daring to relax. Wang Xiang was in a similar state, plagued by anxiety and sleeplessness, the swollen bags under his eyes betraying his exhaustion. Minister Chun, I consulted with several fellow townsmen, and it appears that the supervisory office and the provincial pacification office are essentially the same entity. This suggests that His Majesty may harbor grievances against us. Wang Xiang indicated with an upward gesture. Qin Qing's expression changed dramatically upon realizing this implication. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure. Upon reflection, if His Majesty truly intended to strike against us, why would he bother establishing the supervisory office? It is likely a mere warning directed at us, rather than a prelude to our execution, Qin Qing replied with a cold smile. After all, His Majesty is not a tyrant prone to indiscriminate slaughter. The individuals involved are not limited to just the 4 families. There are countless merchants in the supply chain. Should His Majesty truly wish to act, he must consider whether he dares to eliminate so many. Moreover, the law has historically not punished the many. We can find a few scapegoats to take the fall, allowing us to weather the storm in due time, he continued, maintaining his cynical demeanor, feeling that the situation was not as urgent as it seemed. Given their understanding of Jiang Ce, they knew that His Majesty was decisive in warfare. With his resolute nature, why would he need to establish a supervisory office to intimidate himself? He could simply mobilize the 700,000 troops stationed within the city, and within half an hour, all those involved would meet their demise. You speak wisely, but whom should we sacrifice? Wang Xiang inquired, bowing once more. Let those who have been apprehended by the supervisory office take the blame, Qin Qing replied, his wrinkled face quivering as he stroked his graying beard, his voice cold. Your insight is commendable, Wang Xiang rejoiced. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation in the inner courtyard was being meticulously documented by the Jinyue and delivered to Jing Ce that very night. As Jing Ce perused the yellowed paper containing the dialogue between the 2 men, he contemplated for a moment before sending a messenger to the palace. Find a few officials from the supervisory office to follow Wang Xiang and Qin Qing and ascertain just how many assets these merchant families possess, he commanded. Understood, my lord. In the Palace of Heavenly Purity, Jiang Ce summoned Zhang Juzhing, Yao Guangxiao, and Jin Ce early in the morning to discuss urgent matters. The three hurried to the palace, only to find the table devoid of memorials, save for a single ledger lying quietly atop it. Last night, the Jinui had delivered this document, which meticulously recorded the officials and merchants who had vested interests with Wang Xiang and Qin Qing, alongside their holdings. Furthermore, the details of the two men's clandestine meeting were also documented. Review this, Jiang Ce instructed, his expression impassive, his hands clasped behind his back as he quietly observed the three. Zhang Juzhing and the others felt the weight of Jiang Ce's chilling gaze, as if a mountain of pressure had suddenly settled upon their shoulders. They understood that if matters had not escalated to such severity, His Majesty would not have summoned them an hour before the morning court. Yes, Your Majesty. The three responded promptly, with Zhang Juzhing leading the way to the table, carefully examining the ledger. Jin Ce stood silently to the side, his head bowed in silence. These documents had been compiled under his supervision, and he had reviewed them previously, now merely present to provide additional context for Zhang Juzhing and Yao Guangxiao. As Zhang Juzhing and Yao Guangxiao continued to read, their expressions grew increasingly grave, a flicker of anger surfacing. Zhang Juzhing gripped the corner of the ledger tightly, his hand trembling, his facial muscles twitching. As the Prime Minister of the Cabinet and concurrently the Minister of Revenue and Personnel, his authority was second only to Jiang Ce in the entire Ming Dynasty. Yet, he had failed to perceive that his subordinates were engaging in such serious misconduct without his knowledge. To some extent, he bore responsibility, at the very least. It was a dereliction of duty. Your Majesty, Wang Xiang and Qin Qing have amassed a multitude of followers within the court while conspiring with merchants outside, accepting substantial bribes. This is a grave dereliction of duty on the part of us loyal ministers. I implore Your Majesty to impose punishment, and I am willing to accept the consequences. Zhang Juzhing's countenance darkened as he bowed and clasped his hands. Jiang Ce waved his hand dismissively, stating that your loyalty to the Ming is evident, and he had no intention of punishing you. The purpose of summoning you three was to discuss how to apprehend them without alarming the populace. Jiang Ce spoke solemnly. The roster contains the names of those involved, along with annotations of their misdeeds. Other matters may be set aside, yet the total amount of money involved, when converted to gold, exceeds 200,000 taels. It stands as the gravest case since the founding of our nation. After constructing the Grand Hall of State and supporting farmers in cultivating wasteland, the treasury now holds less than 500,000 taels of gold. While this group has extracted 200,000 taels from the pockets of the common folk in merely a few months, the more Jiang Ce contemplated, the stronger his desire for retribution grew. This is merely the tally within Jinling. If these corrupt officials spread throughout the nation, can the Ming hope for salvation? Your Majesty, given the circumstances, it is no longer feasible to handle this with gentle methods. Yao Guangxiao shook his head. Although he was a mischievous monk, eager to incite chaos, he recognized the gravity of the situation, and his expression turned grave. It is imperative to mitigate the damage before the situation escalates. Are you suggesting that I mobilize the army? Jiang Ce's gaze turned cold as he squinted at Yao Guangxiao. Indeed, the army is stationed within the city, and it would merely require an imperial edict to summon them. However, this would only address the symptoms and not the root cause. Human greed is like a boulder rolling down a mountain. Without a comprehensive strategy to curb officials' lust for wealth, even if Wang Xiang and Qin Qing are executed, others like Li Xiang and Liu Qing will inevitably arise. Your Majesty, those connected to Wang Xiang and Qin Qing are mostly former officials or offspring of noble families from previous dynasties. We must initiate a thorough cleansing. Zhang Juzhing concurred with Yao Guangxiao's proposal. He was not one to shy away from decisive action, but had merely been preoccupied with reviewing memorials, lacking the opportunity to deal with former officials. Otherwise, if Zhang Juzhing were in power, with his temperament, every last one of those former officials and aristocrats would face execution. Naturally, as the Son of Heaven, Your Majesty harbors concerns about harming innocent civilians, yet the current situation is dire, and action must not be delayed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce's expression turned icy, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly raised his head and commanded Jin Ce to take all the Jinui and immediately surround all properties listed on the roster. Additionally, apprehend all individuals on the list and throw them into the dungeons. To the court, Jiang Ce swept out of the Qianqing Palace with a flourish of his sleeve, heading straight to the Tiger Hall. When the court officials learned of the early morning assembly, they hurried to the palace, only to find that Jin Ce had already detained the officials and merchants listed. By the time the ministers arrived at the Tiger Hall, they noticed a significant decrease in the number of attendees, leaving them puzzled as they looked around. Arriving more than half an hour early for court was an unmistakable sign of impending major events, while Jiang Ce in the hall wore a cold expression, exuding an aura of ominous intent, causing the ministers to kneel in trepidation. too fearful to raise their heads. Jiang Ce silently regarded the trembling officials kneeling before him, a cold smile creeping onto his face as he shook his head. After a prolonged silence, the ministers found themselves still awaiting the command to rise, forcing them to endure the discomfort of their aching knees, sore backs, and cold sweat, too fearful to stand. Rise. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Ce finally uttered 2 words through clenched teeth, his expression remaining impassive, betraying no emotion. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials expressed their gratitude as they rose to bow, refraining from stretching their stiff limbs, instead surreptitiously rubbing their aching backs, inwardly lamenting. Why were there so few officials present today? Jiang Ce retracted his sharp demeanor and suddenly smiled. However, this smile, seen by the ministers, seemed exceedingly frigid, sending shivers down their spines. They too were perplexed. How could the hall, usually brimming with officials, now have more than half missing? Have they lost their voices? Jiang Ce let out a cold laugh and gestured grandly. Bring them forth. The sound of iron chains scraping against the ground pierced the otherwise silent Taya hall, echoing harshly. The ministers turned to follow the sound, and were met with a sight they would never forget. Jin Ce, accompanied by a contingent of Jinyue, dragged a group of officials, shackled and bloodied, into the Taiha Hall. Chapter 142. Confiscate. Those who confess shall receive leniency. Jiang Ce uttered a seemingly casual remark, yet his demeanor was extraordinarily detached. Coupled with the stark visual of officials being dragged in like lifeless dogs, this understated statement carried an aura of lethal severity. Jiang Ce coldly scrutinized the expressions of the officials in attendance. Time was of the essence. Those apprehended by Jing Ce were heavily implicated officials, while those still standing in the hall, though somewhat connected to Wang Xiang and Qin Qing, were not guilty of death. He was willing to extend them an opportunity, provided they showed gratitude. Otherwise, he would take the initiative to express gratitude on their behalf. Your Majesty, I confess. I once accepted 3,000 taels of silver from Wang Xiang to forge a land deed for a plot of land measuring 150 zhang on Qinglong Street, which Wang Xiang subsequently used to open a dye factory. One official, trembling in fear, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, tears streaming down his face in a display of deep remorse. Jiang Ce, however, displayed no sympathy, his demeanor frostily menacing as he retorted. Just 3,000 taels of silver could compel you to forge a land deed? Do you realize how many lives were lost due to your deed that enabled Wang Xiang to seize that land? Jiang Ce coldly demanded. I did not know, Your Majesty. 5 lives. The land was once a small workshop where 5 households brewed wine to make a living. Wang Xiang, armed with your cursed land deed, brutally murdered a pregnant woman, her husband, and her parents. Is 3,000 taels of silver worth 5 lives? Jiang Ce's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze on the official. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, the official pleaded, bowing earnestly. However, Jiang Ce coldly scoffed. Had I known it would come to this, why bother from the beginning? Bring forth the executioner, and behead him on the spot. Your Majesty, the official attempted to plead for mercy, but Jing Ce, quick of hand, unsheathed his embroidered spring blade and swiftly struck, severing the man's head from his shoulders. The severed head tumbled to the ground, rolling towards several nearby officials, who, upon witnessing the lifeless eyes, collapsed in terror, soaked in fear. Have I ever been stingy with your salaries? As officials of the Ming Dynasty, you are exempt from heavy labor and do not have to pay exorbitant taxes. Take the 5th-rank officials as an example. Your annual salary is sufficient for a household of 30 to live comfortably for a year. Yet, why are you still not satisfied? Is it that being a Ming official is less noble than being a Daqian official? Or have I ever wronged you? Jiang Ce lamented. Your Majesty, a senior official attempted to interject, but Jiang Ce raised his hand to silence him. Those involved in the Wang Xiang and Qin Qing case shall be dragged to Kai Shirko and executed at noon. Wang Xiang and Qin Qing shall face the annihilation of their 9 clans. Dismissed. With a flourish of his sleeve, Jiang Ce stormed out of the Taiha Hall, disregarding the cries of injustice echoing within. Noon arrived. The Kai Shirko in the heart of Jinling was thronged with common folk, gathered to witness Zhang Zhuxing's trial of the corrupt officials. No fewer than 100 court officials stood in orderly lines, 5 by 5, 10 rows deep. Wang Xiang and Qin Qing, both officials, colluded with unscrupulous merchants, acting as the protectors of wealthy families, monopolizing strategic resources such as grain, salt, and iron, embezzling a total of 2 million taels of gold. According to Ming law, the principal offenders, Wang Xiang and Qin Qing, shall be executed along with their 9 clans. The accomplices shall also be executed at noon, and all assets related to this case shall be confiscated. Once the matter is thoroughly investigated, the court will compensate each victim accordingly. Zhang Zhuxing's voice rang throughout Kai Shirko, causing an uproar among the common people. They glared at the corrupt officials with gritted teeth, filled with disdain. Many citizens, adhering to the principle of not clashing with officials, initially bore with their grievances, but upon hearing the crimes committed by these officials, their anger surged, and they began to curse them vehemently. Silence in the execution grounds. Jiang Ce commanded, and the crowd gradually quieted down. He then tossed a fire token, inscribed with the word execute in red. Execute. With this decree, over 100 executioners wielding great blades sprayed their weapons with strong liquor and struck down upon the napes of the condemned with tremendous force. The heads fell. Yet rather than instilling fear in the common people, it filled them with excitement and jubilant cheers. They saw that the court still had righteous officials, that the emperor would indeed care for the people. In that moment, the faces of the crowd reflected a mix of emotions, loudly proclaiming the execution was justified. Meanwhile, merchants hiding among the crowd, their hearts laden with guilt, turned pale at the sight of their protectors falling and hastily pushed their way through the throng to flee. Jin Ce, monitoring the situation from the periphery of the execution grounds, had already spotted these individuals and promptly ordered the Jinyue to apprehend them. The Wang Xiang and Qin Xin case had profoundly shaken Jinling, culminating in the demise of over 100 corrupt officials. The court underwent a significant purge, leaving numerous official positions vacant. Jiang Ce did not hasten to appoint replacements, but focused on concluding matters. Under Jiang Ce's imperial orders, Yao Guangxiao had already assembled personnel to seize all assets from merchants and aristocratic families involved in collusion, regardless of the size of their holdings, to be unified under the management of the Ming Commercial Guild. All strategic resources would also be brought under strict government control. Compensation for the victims was swiftly approved by the Ministry of Revenue under Zhang Zhuxing's urgent directives, with provisions drawn from the national treasury, promptly distributed to the victims or their families. Thus, the matter reached a complete resolution. However, the lessons learned heightened Jiang Ce's vigilance, making him acutely aware that such incidents must never recur. He summoned Zhang Zhuxing and Yao Guangxiao to Qianqing Palace to urgently formulate preventive national policies. Your Majesty, following the Wang Xiang case, the court officials have become somewhat more restrained. However, with over 100 vacant positions, although officials may not voice their discontent, their resentment is palpable. It is time to appoint capable individuals to fill these roles, Zhang Zhuxing proposed. Considering the previous dynasty's system, the imperial examination only occurs in spring. Why not establish a winter exam after the spring one? Zhang Zhuxing continued. Moreover, the prior examination system was rather inhumane, requiring recommendations from officials or royal relatives to participate. Why not abolish this system, allowing all registered citizens of the Ming dynasty to take the examinations? This measure, though a stopgap solution, could effectively address the current situation. Let it be as you suggest, Jiang Ce nodded, entrusting the matter to Zhang Zhuxing's full responsibility. Now that the national treasury is plentiful, it is indeed time to develop agriculture. Jiang Ce exhaled, feeling relieved. With the confiscation of over 100 corrupt officials' assets, the treasury had swelled by 60 million taels of gold, along with immeasurable quantities of grain and textiles, making Jiang Ce financially prosperous enough to vigorously promote agricultural development. Chapter 143. Abolishing the hereditary system of officials. Your Majesty. As the saying goes, low grain prices harm farmers. As long as we increase the purchase price of grain through the Ming Commercial Guild, will we not have to worry about farmers being unmotivated to cultivate the land? Zhang Zhuxing suggested with a respectful bow. Yao Guangxiao concurred with Zhang Zhuxing's sentiments, yet expressed a differing viewpoint. Given the harshness of winter, it is understandable that farmers exhibit low enthusiasm for agriculture. Even in the temperate climes of Jinling, many crops may succumb to the frost during the winter months. It would be more prudent to initiate internal reforms, implement new policies, and abolish certain unreasonable systems from the previous dynasty, thus averting a scenario reminiscent of the Great Qian era, where power was shared with the gentry. Yao Guangxiao's proposition was far more pragmatic, prompting Jiang Ce to nod emphatically. Since the establishment of the capital in Jinling, he had been apprehensive about the stability of his reign, but upon reflection, he realized his worries were unfounded. Even in the face of instability, as long as his army remained intact, the kingdom would endure. How could he have worried about the welfare of former officials? Jiang Ce shook his head with a cold smile, realizing he had been excessively lenient towards these officials of the previous regime. The abolition of the hereditary system for officials would be the first step in the new reforms. What are your thoughts on this? Jiang Ce pondered for a moment before inquiring. Zhang Zhuxing's eyes brightened. He had harbored similar thoughts, but recognized that such a move would inevitably offend all officials by stripping their descendants of the hereditary titles and privileges they were entitled to. While the proposal was commendable, there was a legitimate concern that officials might harbor resentment, neglect their duties, or become lethargic in their work, merely collecting their court salaries. If Jiang Ce's new policies could be consistently enforced, they would indeed minimize the emergence of aristocratic families. Yet there was a significant risk that the rapid turnover of officials might destabilize the court. After all, officials, having passed the imperial examinations, underwent extensive training before assuming their roles, often starting from lower ranks. Even those who achieved the highest scores had to diligently follow their predecessors to learn the intricacies of governance. The hereditary system must be abolished, and following that initial step, a merit-based evaluation system should be implemented, rewarding those officials who excel in their duties while ensuring that those of mediocre performance do not suffer pay cuts. The focus would solely be on those aspiring to rise in rank. Jiang Ce smiled as he articulated his vision. Under the hereditary system of the previous dynasty, the pathways for officials' advancement were effectively obstructed, leading to a fate that remained unchanged from birth to death. Many ninth-grade officials would toil their entire lives as insignificant local bureaucrats, while the descendants of aristocrats began their careers at the fourth-grade level, severely discouraging those without connections from striving for advancement. This reform would extinguish any aspirations of establishing noble families by those with ulterior motives. However, the implementation of these reforms posed significant challenges, and Jiang Ce contemplated whether to pursue a bold and sweeping transformation or adopt a more gentle approach, effecting change subtly and unobtrusively. Your Majesty, I believe reforms should be executed with decisiveness, instilling fear in the officials, Zhang Zhuzhing suggested earnestly. As the foremost statesman of the Ming Dynasty, he understood that reforms must be swift, providing no opportunity for officials to react. Otherwise, it would inevitably provoke their resistance. Furthermore, these reforms would directly impact the officials' greatest interests. Additionally, reforms should not only target officials but also demonstrate tangible benefits to the populace. Only when the common people witness the effectiveness of these reforms will their support align with Your Majesty. Zhang Zhuzhing reiterated his counsel. Jiang Ce nodded in agreement, deciding to proceed as advised. Prepare a detailed draft of national policy before the morning assembly the day after tomorrow. I intend to announce it to the officials. Yes, Your Majesty. In the great tent of the Khan on the steps of the Jin Kingdom, while the new reforms were fervently underway in Jinling, the atmosphere within the tent was one of desolation. The Khan, seated upright in a sheepskin chair, appeared significantly aged, his weathered face etched with deep lines that spoke of hardship. He sighed repeatedly, embodying the plight of the Jin Kingdom, once boasting nearly 1 million troops. The Jin Kingdom had suffered devastating losses at the hands of Jiang Ce, reducing it to a state inferior to that of the Yin Kingdom. Khan, we cannot simply await our demise, exclaimed the Grand Priest, stepping closer to the Khan's side and kneeling, gripping the Khan's right hand with urgency. Jiang Ce is vindictive and will soon lead his army northward against us. When he does, how shall we withstand the forces of the Ming? The Khan's bitter smile deepened the creases of his face, making him appear a decade older. We are left with only 100,000 troops. How can we contend against Jiang Ce's 700,000? Do you think his forces are composed of weaklings? They are well-equipped, tactically proficient, and their commander possesses innate military genius, far superior to the likes of Wanyan Hongsheng. This battle should not be fought. The Khan sighed heavily, his expression a tapestry of regret. He truly lamented that a single figure, Jiang Ce, had brought the Jin Kingdom to such a lowly state. Had he known, he would have refrained from conflict. Khan, do you think regret serves any purpose now? Jiang Ce will not spare us. Remaining idle will only lead to our demise. Perhaps we should negotiate with the Tang Kingdom? The Grand Priest's words struck a chord with the Khan. Becoming a vassal of the Tang Kingdom may preserve our lives, but if Jiang Ce truly advances northward, we shall not even have the dignity of a proper burial. After much contemplation, the Khan nodded gravely. As the southern saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. I shall not yield so easily. Being a vassal of the Tang is not disgraceful. Those forgotten states that have perished in the annals of history are the true shame. After pondering deeply, the Khan's previous despondency vanished, and he rose energetically from his sheepskin chair. Bring me ink and brushes. A soldier quickly presented a large brush and rice paper. Before long, a state letter was composed, sealed with wax, and the Khan selected a delegation of around 10 individuals to immediately embark for the capital of the Tang Empire. Hurry back. Ensure the state letter reaches the hands of the Tang Emperor. Chapter 144, Tai Mu Hua. Merely seeking an alliance with the Tang may not suffice. The coalition of 3 nations was previously annihilated by Jiang Ce. Unless the Tang Emperor dispatches a substantial force of Tang cavalry capable of overwhelming the Ming army, I still harbor some unease. Even after sending the state letter, the Khan's expression remained troubled, recognizing the formidable strength of the Ming forces. The coalition once boasted an army of 700,000, yet was shattered by a few of Jiang Ce's troops. Now, with only 100,000 troops remaining, even with the Tang's support, it is unlikely they would take the lead and instead use our 100,000 as mere cannon fodder. The armies of those smaller states lack any real combat capability, and seeking their assistance would be futile. Aside from relying on the Tang, should we also consider testing the waters with the Qin? The high priest suggested earnestly, as if envisioning the scene of jointly vanquishing the Ming. His hands rubbing together in excitement. The Khan furrowed his brow, for although the Qin and Tang appear to coexist peacefully, a covert rivalry has persisted for many years. Our pledge of allegiance to the Tang equates to taking their side, which is entirely contrary to the Qin. It is doubtful they would ally with us. Furthermore, the Qin and Jiang Ce have had little interaction. How could we entice him to join our coalition? The Khan shook his head in disapproval, believing it far more prudent to rely on the Tang Emperor to send additional cavalry. My Khan, we have secured our support. But who shall lead this 100,000-strong army? An army cannot be without a commander, the high priest inquired, glancing around the grand tent, realizing that nearly all of Jin's capable generals had perished in battle, leaving him uncertain about whom to recommend as the commander. My Khan, high priest, I, Taimu Hua, volunteer to lead the expedition and eradicate the Ming army. A man stepped forward, boldly proclaiming, his voice resonating like thunder within the tent. The Khan and the officials turned to regard him, puzzled about his identity. Taimu Hua, a name that resonates well, the Khan mused, intrigued. Although the name often connotes intelligence and cunning, Taimu Hua's imposing physique seemed at odds with such traits, suggesting he was merely brawn without brains. Pray tell, on what grounds should I entrust you with the command of 100,000 troops? You lack military achievements, are an unknown figure, and possess no authority within the army. During battle, you would struggle to command your soldiers, the Khan queried. With a cold smile, Taimu Hua replied, Your Khan, I have spent several years in the southern cities, frequently observing their military training. I can confidently say that I possess the deepest understanding of the southern style of warfare in all of Jin. If even I cannot defeat the Ming army, sending anyone else would only lead to a more disastrous defeat. The Khan frowned, scrutinizing Taimu Hua, his expression turning cold. Do you understand that we have only this 100,000 soldiers left? If they fall, the fate of Jin will be no different from annihilation. Can you bear such a heavy burden? Without a moment's hesitation, Taimu Hua nodded earnestly, raising his chin confidently with a triumphant smile. What is there I cannot do? Previously, I served under Wan Yen Hongsheng as a captain in the Leopard Division. Without my strategies, Wan Yen Hongsheng could never have achieved the position of commander of the Leopard Division. Taimu Hua reminisced about past events, still feeling a sense of indignation. In terms of talent and commanding ability, he believed he surpassed Wan Yen Hongsheng. His only limitation was that Wan Yen Hongsheng was the Khan's grandson, and the other generals naturally gravitated towards him, elevating him to prominence. Had he possessed Wan Yen Hongsheng's resources, would he have settled for merely being the commander of the Leopard Division? He aspired to be the Grand General of Jin. The Khan, intrigued, acknowledged that Wan Yen Hongsheng's devastating defeat had struck a heavy blow to Jin. If I were to appoint you as the commander of the army, what would be your plan? The Khan scrutinized Taimu Hua, assessing whether he was truly as formidable as he claimed. Of course, we must reclaim Hirut City and restore the territorial integrity of our great Jin. Taimu Hua declared with a scoff, his disdain evident. Before the Khan could respond, he continued, Hirut City is our great Jin's front line, a strategic point of contention. Without it, our nation cannot effectively defend against Jiang Ce's northern campaigns. Moreover, our relations with the Ming have been irrevocably severed. Must we still seek permission from the Ming's Emperor Hongwu to reclaim Hirut City? Taimu Hua shook his head, emphasizing the strategic importance of Hirut City. The Khan's brow furrowed with concern, yet he found merit in Taimu Hua's assertions. Hirut City had originally belonged to them, and now it was occupied by the Southerners. Even without his words, the Khan understood the sentiments of the Jin populace. Furthermore, the relationship between Jin and Ming had devolved into a life-and-death struggle. Excessive caution would only lead to disadvantage. As far as I know, there are 5,000 Ming troops stationed in Hirut City. How long do you think it will take to reclaim it with your 100,000 troops? The Khan inquired once more. Considering the time required for the army to travel from the grasslands to Hirut City, 10 days will suffice. Taimu Hua replied confidently, a smile gracing his lips. It is currently winter, in the depths of cold, and Hirut City is merely a border garrison with scarce resources. If our army surrounds it for 3 days, the Ming troops within will not withstand the harsh winter of Jin. They will inevitably perish from hunger and cold. And Hirut City will fall without a fight. KHN, upon contemplation, recognized the truth in this reasoning. Bring forth the military token, he commanded with a grand gesture. A soldier promptly retrieved the token and presented it to KHN. TM Hu, I hereby officially appoint you as the supreme commander of our forces. The hope for the revival of the JN state rests upon your shoulders. I trust you will lead the JN army to restore our former glory. TM Hu, with a solemn expression, knelt on one knee to receive the military token, vowing, I, TM Hu, Swear by my life to eradicate the southern forces and restore the glory of the great Jian. Following his oath, the ministers erupted in cheers, their faces reflecting the emotional weight of their hopes placed upon TM who, after reclaiming HRT City, remember to hold it steadfastly. We cannot allow the DMing forces to seize it back. KHN urged with a grave expression. Rest assured, my lord, the Southerners cherish their festivals, and according to their calendar, the new year is approaching. They will not mobilize their troops. Furthermore, in the depths of winter, the logistics for an army traveling from Xuanwu Pass to HRT City would be astronomical. Not to mention that after enduring heavy snowfall, will they still possess the strength and will to besiege a city? I firmly believe the Southerners will not dare to advance northward in this frigid season. TM who confidently analyzed. Chapter 145, The March to War. My lord, the speed of military action is paramount. Once I lead our forces to capture HRT City, you may send an additional 100,000 share of provisions to secure the city. The strategy is set. I shall take full command of this campaign. We must not delay. If we proceed as before, with provisions leading the way, it will significantly hinder our march. This battle for the city is entrusted entirely to you. I seek only to witness your success in reclaiming HRT City. Beyond that, I shall concern myself with nothing else. KHN spoke solemnly. Fear not. Beyond Xuanwu Pass lies the Great Wall. It would be exceedingly difficult for us to breach it. Would the southern forces forsake their strategic advantage to assault HRT City? Moreover, with my command and an ample supply of provisions, is it not feasible to hold HRT City? TM who shook his head with a confident smile, believing that they held all advantages, time, terrain, and manpower, rendering the DMing forces insignificant. Yet, despite his bravado, the might of the DMing army should not be underestimated. The JN state possesses but this 100,000 troops. Should they fail to capture the city, there would be no second chance for the JN. KHN expressed his concerns, pondering that had it not been for his animosity toward Jiang Ce, he would not have gambled so recklessly on this battle. If soldiers are insufficient, we shall recruit militia. If steeds are lacking, we shall procure them from foreign lands. We JN are born warriors of the steppe. We can fight without training. TM who boasted arrogantly, thumping his chest. In his view, the greatest loss to the JN state was merely its army, while the common folk remained largely unscathed. In these dire times, who would care for the elderly, the young, or the infirm? As long as one could wield a blade or ride a horse, they would be summoned to the battlefield to exchange their lives for victory. Sighing, KHN reflected on TM whose arrogance upon his assumption of command, feeling a twinge of regret, yet recognizing that perhaps he truly possessed the capability. Ultimately, the only path for the JN state to regain its strength and avoid becoming a vassal of the DTing was to triumph over Jiang Ce. Without further ado, I shall lead our forces southward. TM who proclaimed, turning with his head held high as he exited KHN's tent. This battle will determine the future of our JN state. KHN mused as he watched TM whose retreating figure. In JNLing City. Within the Qing Palace, Your Majesty, the new policies are showing some effects. However, your use of force to suppress dissent may be excessive. ZHing remarked as he arrived early to review the memorials, only to find Jiang Ce already hard at work. Excessive? How so? ZHing smiled wryly. The abolition of hereditary positions had incited considerable resentment among many court officials. Discontent had already brewed over Jiang Ce's handling of the Xian case. Not only had he executed over 100 officials for corruption, but he also confiscated their assets and exiled their direct relatives to the frontier, which had deeply wounded their spirits. In this world, is there any official who is not greedy? Who would serve if not for personal gain? Many officials held such thoughts in their hearts, but dared not voice them due to the emperor's authority. Just after the Xian case had settled, Jiang Ce directly abolished hereditary positions, which was clearly intended to force them into desperation. In the past, holding an official position, regardless of competence, ensured that one's descendants would enjoy a life of privilege for 3 generations. But now, one could not pass their official title to their offspring. What meaning does it hold to serve as an official? Should the father serve while the son toils in the fields or serves as a soldier? How disgraceful! In no time, resentment among the officials grew increasingly pronounced, and some brave souls formed alliances to agree to skip morning court. To this, Jiang Ce showed no tolerance. A decree was issued, and the elite troops of the city swiftly mobilized, surrounding the homes of those officials, causing them to kneel in immediate supplication. However, this measure merely addressed the symptoms and not the root of the problem. While officials may not openly express their discontent, their grievances would inevitably swell with the passage of time. Excessive? Jiang Ce furrowed his brow, coldly lowering the memorial in his hand. Suddenly raising his head to fix a piercing gaze upon ZHing. Do you expect me to be grateful for their assistance in governing the great realm of Diaming? I have neither reduced their salaries nor dismissed their posts. I merely abolished a hereditary system, and they react so vehemently. If we open recruitment in winter and the officials' talent pool is full, shall they then demand I eliminate all learned men of Diaming? Jiang Ce spoke with a voice that held a trace of fury. As the Prime Minister of Diaming, second only to the Emperor, do you not understand that the reforms of the new policies are all aimed at benefiting the state? Having embarked on this endeavor, there exists no rationale for halting midway. Otherwise, how could they possibly acknowledge my presence as the Emperor? Jiang Ce rose, his grand sleeves sweeping the air, his tone icy. The dichotomy of ruler and minister is both accurate and erroneous. The error lies in the fact that the Emperor, as the pinnacle of secular authority, still requires the support of ministers to maintain his reign. The correctness is that, more often than not, many ministers, having tasted the sweetness of power, find their ambitions and desires swell uncontrollably, leading to treacherous thoughts of usurpation, much like Zhao Yi during the Daqian dynasty. Jiang Ce's reform initiatives commenced with the officials. Precisely to account for this factor, it was both a chastisement and a test to ascertain whether these so-called ministers harbored even a modicum of loyalty towards him. The outcome, however, left him deeply disappointed. He decreed that anyone who dared to skip morning court or neglect their duties would face dire consequences. Jiang Ce waved his hand, his expression stern. Yes, Your Majesty, Zhang Jujing replied, shaking his head in resignation, yet admiring Jiang Ce's iron-fisted methods. It was unfortunate for the Ming Dynasty, which had only recently been established, that the court was on the brink of a second major purge. Just as he was about to exit the Qinqing Palace, a Jin Yiwei commander hastily entered, bowing to both Zhang Jujing and Jiang Ce. Your Majesty, esteemed official, I have urgent news to report. The Jin Yiwei from Xuanwu Pass has sent an urgent missive, stating that the Jin army has reorganized a force of 100,000 and is poised to advance towards Hirut City. However, their supply troops have not yet set out. I beseech Your Majesty to decide whether to reinforce the defense of Hirut City. The commander explained the situation clearly, bowing once more. Jiang Ce furrowed his brow, shaking his head in disbelief. These Jin people truly remain unrepentant. He scoffed coldly. Previously, I captured Hirut City and even sent a state letter to the Khan. Yet they have forgotten so swiftly. This time, I shall bring him to Jinling, and he shall learn the price of repeatedly infringing upon the dignity of my Ming Dynasty. With hands clasped behind his back, Jiang Ce pondered for a moment before glancing at Zhang Jujing. Since they wish to reclaim Hirut City, I shall dispatch a great army to the north, driving straight to the Khan's tent, and leave them in disarray. He ordered the drafting of a military decree, appointing Su De as the commander and Zhao Yun as the deputy, to immediately lead the troops northward. Chapter 146, Seizing the City. Your Majesty, please forgive this old minister for speaking candidly. In this bitter winter, as soldiers depart from Jinling to ascend to the grasslands of the Jin, it may be quite challenging for them to adapt from the warm southern climate to the dry, frigid northern weather. Zhang Jujing expressed his concerns. In military campaigns, one must consider numerous factors. It is not as simple as merely issuing a command to mobilize troops. Furthermore, the Jin army, accustomed to the harsh northern winters, is well versed in winter warfare. Our troops must endure the toll of travel while contending with the biting cold against the Jin forces, placing them at a disadvantage. No matter. Jiang Ce raised an eyebrow, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Would I be unprepared? When I previously captured Hirut City, the system rewarded me with 100,000 sets of cotton clothing. However, due to the considerable distance and the fact that it was merely early autumn, the cotton clothes were of little use and remained in storage at Hirut City. Now, we have finally reached a time to utilize this batch of cotton clothing. The choice of Generals Yu Fei and Zhao Yun for this campaign was also made with their swift cavalry in mind, enabling a rapid approach to Hirut City. Once the entire army dons the cotton garments, even the coldest weather shall pose no threat. How many troops should we deploy? And what amount of supplies shall we require for this expedition? Zhang Jujing inquired further. Jiang Ce would not entertain unnecessary questions, but would not overlook pertinent ones. Su De will lead 50,000 iron floating troops, while Zhao Yun will command 50,000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. The distance from Jinling to Hirut City is not particularly far, estimating 10 days for travel. With 100,000 troops consuming a maximum of 30,000 share of grain per day, we can replenish supplies en route from other cities. Therefore, let the Ministry of Revenue allocate 600,000 share of grain. Additionally, let us procure coal, coarse salt, jerky, and new tea in ample quantities. Do not be stingy with our soldiers. Jiang Ce contemplated for a moment before continuing. 600,000 share of grain, accounting for transport losses, will suffice for the duration of the campaign. Moreover, the army is not heading to Hirut City to cultivate the land, regardless of where they arrive. The granaries within those cities shall provide sustenance. The nearby Fengcheng, not to mention Jincheng, will undoubtedly be able to supply the army's needs promptly. Not far from the outskirts of Heorot City, winter had fully set in, with snowflakes swirling and blanketing the ground, leaving behind a pristine white expanse marked by hoofprints. The distance from the great tent of the grasslands to Heorot City is significantly shorter than that from Jinling to Heorot City. The 100,000 Jin troops lay in wait just beyond the city gates, their eyes fixed hungrily on Heorot City. As they gazed upon the city once belonging to their nation, the sight of its southern defenders ignited their national hatred, and their resolve hardened as they ground their teeth in determination, ready for battle. All troops, heed my command and prepare for the siege. Do not grow lax. Taiamua bellowed, his breath condensing into a cloud of mist in the cold air. Yes, the army of 100,000 echoed in unison, united in their resolve as they heeded Taiamua's orders and surged towards Heorot City. The momentum of the troops was formidable, the sound of iron hooves trampling the snow echoing like thunder, as 10,000 soldiers hunched over, urging their horses to gallop towards the attack on Heorot City. Heorot City had but 5,000 defenders, even though these 5,000 were exceptionally skilled and composed of elite troops. The disparity in numbers rendered individual prowess insufficient to bridge the gap. Facing such a multitude of trained cavalry, the defenders held only one thought: to steadfastly guard Heorot City and await reinforcements. Charge! As the troops approached the city, Taiamua raised his arm and, leading by example, charged towards the city gates. Kill! The roar of the 100,000 Jin troops reverberated through the air as they recklessly surged towards the city gates. In the years that Taimu spent in the desolate southern city, he did not waste his time. While the guards in Hucheng were busy dousing flames and firing arrows, he commanded the trebuchet positioned at the center to launch stones at the city wall. His intention was not to breach the city, but to inflict casualties. The powerful stones were hurled with great force, striking several battlements on the city tower, creating a breach in the wall and claiming the lives of over 10 Ming defenders. Bring forth the siege hammer. Taimu chuckled with satisfaction, dispatching 5 cavalry units to protect the siege weapon. Upon witnessing this, the defenders on the city wall were in a state of panic, their hands pulling at their hair in desperation as they watched the massive hammer poised to strike the city gates, yet feeling utterly helpless. The enemy commanders seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of their tactics, often predicting their moves in advance, causing them considerable distress. Fire the arrows. The defending general, realizing that the gates were on the verge of being breached, promptly commanded the entire army to draw their bows and prepare to unleash a volley of arrows. They had expected the enemy to first deploy troops to scale the walls using ladders, but were taken aback when the enemy launched their large siege machinery directly, catching them off guard. The preparations they had made were rendered useless, and they could only grit their teeth and shoot arrows in hopes of delaying the inevitable. Fire! The general's command was met with a deluge of arrows raining down upon the enemy ranks like a meteor shower. However, amidst the heavy snow and the thick blanket of white covering the ground, the enemy soldiers who were struck rolled in the snow, extinguishing the flames that clung to their bodies, rendering their efforts ineffective. Once the city gates fell, it would be a bloody battle. The defending general, realizing that the loss of Heorot City was inevitable, resigned himself to the grim reality and prepared to sacrifice his soldiers in a desperate attempt to delay until reinforcements arrived. With a resounding crash, the massive siege hammer struck the sturdy city gates, causing them to collapse. This was followed by jubilant cheers from the enemy forces. Kill! The 100,000 Jin soldiers surged into Heorot City like a tide, their previous grievances against Jiang Ce fueling their thirst for vengeance. The 5,000 defenders were pushed back relentlessly, suffering over 2,000 casualties in mere moments. There was no suspense in this battle. The 5,000 defenders scarcely held their ground for a quarter of an hour before being trampled into oblivion by the 10,000 cavalry. Heorot City was once again embraced by the Jin Kingdom. Orders were issued for the entire army to enter the city and fortify the gates. Taimu beamed with pride, for the gates of the Jin Kingdom had been reclaimed, making it exceedingly difficult for Jiang Ce to launch a northern expedition. Report. A scout rushed back from Xuanwu Pass, panting heavily. A large army is approaching to provide assistance. They number no fewer than 100,000. How is this possible? Taimu expressed his disbelief, his face paling in shock. He had previously confirmed that Xuanwu Pass housed only 10,000 defenders, relying solely on the Great Wall for protection. Where did this 100,000 troops come from? In truth, the distance from Jinling to Heorot City was not as far as one might imagine. Furthermore, Suda and Zhao Yun had not carried excessive supplies, relying instead on provisions from the cities along the way to reach Heorot City within 5 days. Chapter 147, Decapitation. At the gates of Heorot City, chaos reigned, with severed limbs and corpses scattered beneath the hooves of the Jin cavalry. Experienced Su surveyed the scene with a single glance. his expression darkening as he turned to Tai Muhua. You have slaughtered 5,000 of my Ming soldiers. I demand that you pay with the lives of your 100,000 Jin troops. His face, cold and resolute, radiated an aura of vengeance. Unexpectedly, the rapid march had not allowed them to arrive in time at Huerte City. Suda felt a swell of guilt for the fallen defenders and an overwhelming anger towards the Jin forces. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the frigid air, filling their lungs with a chill that turned their breath into mist. Suda, Zhao Yun, and their comrades glared with ferocity at the Jin soldiers as their cavalry slowly advanced into Huerte City. With the heavy cavalry leading the charge, Suda raised his arm and shouted, "For our fallen brothers, let us avenge them. Charge!" The battle cry of 50,000 iron cavalry reverberated through the air, and the previously steady cadence of hoofbeats quickened to a frenzied pace, visibly accelerating as they surged forward like a colossal dark elephant, gathering momentum to charge at the Jin forces. All of you get into the city. Upon witnessing the enemy's rapid charge, Tai Muhua recognized the formidable commander of the Ming forces to be none other than the legendary Suda. He immediately felt a sense of retreat and ordered his army to fall back into Huerte City. As they retreated, Tai Muhua's mind raced, his eyes darting with thoughts. The gates had just been breached by their own siege hammer, and with the enemy forces approaching, it was foolish to think they could rely on the city's defenses against the cavalry. However, Tai Muhua's expression hardened with resolve. Quick! Gather all the southern people within the city. Having lived in the Southern Dynasty, he was acutely aware of Su Da's martial prowess, which far surpassed his own. Yet he was not without cunning. If he could not confront the enemy head-on, he would resort to cunning tactics. Commander, what is the meaning of this? The deputy commander asked in surprise, perplexed at the order to capture southern civilians at such a critical moment. Are you deaf? I command you to go. Tai Muhua kicked the deputy commander on the thigh and bellowed, just a few hundred southerners will suffice. Let them stand in front of our army, and we shall see if Suda dares to charge. Tai Muhua's face twisted into a sinister smile. Since he was cornered by the Ming forces and unable to escape, he might as well use the southerners as a shield. Understood. The deputy commander, recognizing the gravity of the situation, complied without hesitation, leading several thousand soldiers to escort a few hundred southerners to the front lines. The common folk, upon witnessing the formidable charge of the iron floating tower, as heavy as a mountain and as swift as the wind, were struck with terror, their faces drained of color. Unable to utter a plea for mercy, only left gaping in stunned silence, collapsing to the ground. Suda, observing this scene, furrowed his brow and commanded a halt. He yanked the reins with great force, causing the horse to rear its head in pain, neighing loudly, its hooves abruptly halting, leaving behind a long trail of deep hoof prints. The sudden cessation of the charge rendered the formation of 50,000 iron floating towers somewhat disordered. Suda stood at the forefront, coldly gazing at Tai Muhua, who was cowering behind the commoners. The latter wore a look of disdain, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Suda, go ahead. How can you forsake the advantage of the iron floating tower as heavy cavalry and abandon the charge? Just moments ago, we slaughtered a full 5,000 of the southern barbarians. Were you not just shouting loudly to avenge your brothers? Do you truly place more importance on these few hundred southern barbarians than on your 5,000 brothers? Tai Muhua mocked incessantly, his expressions and gestures infuriatingly insolent. Seeing Suda remain silent, Tai Muhua felt a surge of confidence, sensing that Suda was hesitant. And with the iron floating tower now too close to the city gate of Hucheng to initiate another charge, his courage swelled. "Heh! The divine general of the Ming Dynasty? You have merely yet to encounter me." He scoffed. "Look at your general, southern barbarians. He cares so much for your lives that he has halted the charge to protect you." Tai Muhua sneered, unwittingly stepping out from behind the Ming commoners. A commander who concerns himself with the lives of civilians while facing an enemy in battle is a sign of incompetence. The pitiful citizens knelt in the freezing cold, many unable to suppress their physiological reactions, retching violently, only to be revived by the sharp pain of blades piercing their thighs. Suda, witnessing this, felt his eyes turn bloodshot, yet suppressed his fury, turning his horse around and silently merging back into the ranks. 50,000 iron floating towers stood silently before Hucheng, confronting 100,000 Jin troops. "Coward!" Tai Muhua scoffed, declaring the so-called divine general of the Ming to be no more than this. Just as Tai Muhua continued to ridicule Suda, the latter approached Zhao Yun. "Zhao Yun, your services are required. I will challenge the enemy commander shortly, to buy you some time for your assassination mission. Remember, this is your only opportunity." Suda gravely instructed. Should Zhao Yun fail to execute the assassination, he would have to prioritize the battle over the lives of a few hundred civilians. "Understood, General." Zhao Yun nodded resolutely, aware of the gravity of the situation. Tai Muhua waited at the front for a moment, continuously insulting the Ming army. deriding the proud defense of the iron floating tower as cumbersome and belittling Su Da's military prowess as mere luck, unleashing a torrent of invective, seizing every chance to humiliate the Ming army. As he noticed Su Da remain silent for an extended period, he grew weary of his taunts, feeling disheartened. Thinking that with these few hundred southern barbarians present, Su Da would not dare to act recklessly, and he contemplated retreating to his ranks to light a fire for roasting. Just as he was about to leave, Su Da slowly emerged from the ranks of his army. Thirsty? Weary of insults? Your verbal prowess exceeds your martial skills by a significant margin, Su Da coldly remarked, a hint of mockery gracing his stern visage. Oh, is this not the divine general of the Ming? What is this? Just moments ago, you were a turtle withdrawing into its shell, and now you have come to your senses? The same old line. If you withdraw, the lives of these few hundred southern barbarians can still be spared. But if you continue your assault, I, Tai Mu Hua, guarantee that all the southern barbarians in Hucheng shall accompany my Jin troops to the grave. As Tai Mu Hua perceived Su Da daring to mock him, his fury ignited, and he turned his horse to move forward. Do you truly believe that I would not dare to act against you simply because I have a few hundred civilians at the front? Su Da coldly smiled, and out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a white horse darting swiftly from the army. He immediately sought to draw Tai Mu Hua's attention once more. This so-called commander of the Jin is even more pathetic than Wan Yin Hongsheng, resorting only to these despicable tactics. You. Upon hearing this, Tai Mu Hua's fury reached a boiling point, glaring fiercely at Su Da, completely unaware of the silver-armored figure wielding a long spear advancing like a specter from the side of the two armies. Chapter 148. The Ming army is coming. Little did he expect that the divine general of the Ming not only excelled in warfare, but also possessed formidable verbal skills. Tai Mu Hua squinted his eyes, coldly regarding Su Da. He had always looked down on Wan Yin Hongsheng, and hearing Su Da compare him to that individual displeased him greatly. Flattery, mere flattery, Su Da replied, offering a slight bow with a chilling smile. In terms of verbal skills, I, Su, am no match for you. He feigned admiration, a look of feigned respect on his face. Tai Mu Hua, noticing this sarcastic demeanor, wrinkled his nose in anger, and just as he was about to speak, his deputy suddenly cried out, "Commander, beware!" As he turned in confusion, a gleaming spearhead rushed toward him. He had no time to think before a searing pain shot through his neck, darkness enveloping him, and he felt his mind grow heavy, as if plummeting into an abyss. "Commander!" The deputy shouted in a hoarse voice, witnessing the scene of Tai Mu Hua's decapitation, his face turning pale with fear. Most of the Jin troops failed to comprehend how Zhao Yun had appeared. The swift white horse instilled a greater chill in their hearts than the biting cold of winter winds. Though Su Da's gaze remained fixed ahead, he kept a watchful eye on Zhao Yun's movements. After Zhao Yun dashed out of the formation, he crouched low, gripping the long spear in reverse. Using the imposing stature of the iron floating tower as cover, he surged forward like a flash of silver lightning. Originally, the distance between TFT and the JN army was hardly 200 meters, with innocent civilians caught in between. Yet, TM who recklessly leaped forth from the front of the JN formation, undeniably providing Xuanwu with an exceptional opportunity for a decisive strike. Kill! Su Da bellowed, seizing the moment amidst the chaos following the enemy commander's demise, and the entire army surged forward. The TFT advanced with the weight of mountains, instilling profound fear in the disheartened JN troops, who felt an overwhelming sense of pressure descending upon them. They glanced around, bewildered by the turmoil within their ranks, uncertain of how to respond. With 100,000 soldiers lacking direction, the inevitable result was utter annihilation. Several hundred civilians, realizing the JN army had no intention of attending to them, hastily dragged their weary bodies in search of safety. As TFT commenced its advance, Xuanwu, embodying the spirit of a true leader, plunged into the enemy ranks. His silver armor became stained with blood. His long black hair danced wildly, now tinged a deep crimson. Even surrounded by foes, Xuanwu remained unflinching, single-handedly fending off dozens of attackers, his spear dancing with elegance and precision. Fortunately, TFT soon arrived to provide support, bolstered by the TBOQ on the flanks. Swiftly breaching the JN front lines and flooding into HRT City, engaging in close combat with the remaining JN forces. At this moment, the contrast between the disciplined DM-ing army and the disarrayed JN troops was stark. Su Da commanded TFT to seize the main roads, employing a strategy of encirclement to obliterate the enemy. Meanwhile, as TFT arrived, Xuanwu successfully broke through the encirclement, rejoining the TBOQ to lead a pursuit of the fleeing JN soldiers. Before long, HRT City was littered with the bodies of the JN army. While not a single corpse of TFT or TBOQ was found, the morale of the JN forces had shattered, their formation irreparably broken. and without a commander to rally them, total destruction was assured. This time, Su Di, faced with the surrender of the remaining tens of thousands of Jian troops, showed no mercy and executed them all. Upon witnessing the devastation in HRT, he resolved to annihilate this Jian force, seeking to honor the spirits of the 5,000 city defenders. After spending a good part of the day tidying the battlefield, he left 1,000 soldiers to guard the city, ensuring they cleared the remnants to prevent the outbreak of disease. All troops, follow me to the granary. Change into cotton clothing, rest for half a day, and we shall march north under the cover of night. Su Di was truly enraged, intent on striking decisively against the Jian Kingdom. To him, while deception and warfare was indeed valuable, provoking his wrath would invite the destruction of their nation. When the 100,000 troops arrived at the granary and emptied its stock of cotton garments, the soldiers, who had endured the brutal cold of the northern winter, felt an overwhelming warmth envelop them. Even those with a fiery spirit found beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Su Di donned the cotton clothing, his face lighting up with astonishment. The warmth provided exceeded his expectations, as if it had created an impenetrable barrier against the cold, akin to having a furnace concealed within. With such cotton garments, victory in the northern expedition was assured. Su Di understood the significance of this clothing. Its value was equivalent to that of 1,000 soldiers. The greatest challenges of the northern campaign were the supply lines and the harsh weather, which the soldiers could hardly endure. However, with the cotton clothing, the latter was no longer a concern. The sole issue of logistics became trivial in the face of the Jian forces, now decimated. The entire army rested in the granary, cooking meals. Bring me ink and brush, Su Di called, and soon a soldier presented him with the requested items. He swiftly penned a brief battle report regarding HRT and sealed it with wax before handing it to the soldier. Yes, General. In the grassy plains of the Jian Kingdom, within the Khan's tent, a soldier hurriedly entered, exclaiming, reporting to the Khan. The state document from the Tiger Kingdom has arrived for your review. He presented a letter sealed with the Tiger Emperor's jade seal, confirming its authenticity. Bring it forth. The Khan's face lit up with joy as he sprang up from his sheepskin chair. The soldier respectfully offered the document, and the Khan eagerly took it, unfolding it with growing delight. The Tiger Kingdom consents to our alliance. They shall dispatch 300,000 iron cavalry to annihilate Jiang Ce. His fate is sealed beneath the hooves of the Tiger cavalry. Moreover, prior to the issuance of this decree, the Tiger forces had already been mobilized, and they would soon arrive in the plains to rendezvous with the Jian army. The Khan laughed heartily, and the courtiers rejoiced in excitement. What of Tiger whose conquest of the city? We must summon him back to unite with the Tiger forces, the Khan mused. Just as he was about to command someone to recall Tiger who from HRT, another soldier rushed in, exclaiming, Khan, the enemy is upon us. What? In an instant, the faces of everyone, including the Khan, paled. Are you saying that the Dieming army has invaded our plains? The Khan's expression turned to one of shock. Could it be that the Dieming army marched through the night? Within the tent, the assembly was as restless as ants on a hot pan. Overwhelmed by anxiety, they struggled to focus, aware that the enemy was at their doorstep, while only a mere handful of soldiers defended the plains. Khan, it seems our Jiang Dynasty is finished, the courtiers lamented, tears streaming down their faces, as the specter of death loomed ominously. They understood all too well that with the enemy at their gates, it signified the defeat of Tiger and his 100,000 Jian troops. What awaited them was either capture to be enslaved in Jiang or a grim end upon the plains. How had they managed to arrive here? Khan racked his brain, unable to fathom how the frigid winter plains could claim lives, especially since the southern people were not as resilient to the harsh cold as the Jian. Moreover, the inevitability of bloodshed and sweat in battle would significantly exacerbate the risk of hypothermia. Regardless of its severity, it was perilous. Could it be that Tiger who had rebelled? The high priest's expression darkened as he voiced his confusion. He recalled that Tiger who had lived among the southern cities for several years. Had he been assimilated by them? Reporting to the high priest, it seemed implausible. The army emerging from the southern plains bore the crimson dragon banner and wore the armor of the Dieming, with no signs of our troops in sight, as the earlier messenger had truthfully conveyed. How peculiar. As everyone pondered, despair loomed over their hearts. They had dealt with Jiang Ce before and understood that this time, it was likely a critical juncture between the two nations. Furthermore, the conflict between Dieming and Jian would culminate in the complete annihilation of Jian. The mere thought of this led to a chorus of sighs within the tent, each face shadowed by heavy gloom. Do not give up. Perhaps the Tiger army will arrive before the southern forces, and victory will still belong to our Jian. The Khan attempted to steady himself and inspire the others. Yet, the spirits of the gathered were disheartened. The last remnants of the Jian's army had been decimated, and even if they were to become a vassal of Tiger, they would rank among the lowest of its many tributaries. Once a formidable power, Daqian now found itself subservient to lesser states like Sing and Yn, a reality too bitter for them to accept. Look at yourselves. Do you still embody the spirit of the prairie-men? TM who has faced defeat. But as long as our nation endures, can we not rise again? The Khn's heart swelled with anger as he surveyed the dejected faces before him. Now, when the nation needed them most, these men stood idly, wallowing in despair. Regardless of how the DMing forces had bested TM who, the defeat was undeniable. When the army arrives, all must conceal any semblance of hostility. Show me the utmost humility. We must buy time until the DT-ing cavalry arrives. The KHN issued a stern warning, knowing that the DT-ing reinforcements represented their sole hope for a turnaround. Yes, KHN, the general reported. According to the map drawn by the J New York WI, straight ahead lies your grand tent. Across the vast expanse of the plains, 100,000 troops clad in cotton garments marched through the heavy snowfall, resembling a great black dragon from above. XD examined the map in his hands, nodded, and gazed ahead, where he could faintly discern numerous grand tents. This would be the final confrontation with JN, he murmured to himself, momentarily lost for words. For centuries, the lands of the southern dynasties had never known completeness, had it not been for Daqian producing Jiang Ce and his son. And had he not been fortunate to follow Jiang Ce, he would never have witnessed the unification of the homeland. All troops, heed my command. Unload supplies and advance at full speed. XD issued the military order with a heavy tone, adhering to the principle that speed is of the essence in warfare. XD decisively abandoned all equipment and provisions that could impede their progress, urging the army to hasten towards the KHN's tent. Yes, half a day swiftly passed. The sun hung high in the sky, yet the winter chill remained relentless. Thankfully, the soldiers were clad in cotton clothing, preventing any symptoms of hypothermia. Upon nearing the grand tent, XD raised his right hand, signaling the army to halt. Before the KHN's grand tent stood rows of soldiers, JN officials, tribal leaders, and the KHN approached, flanked by guards as they moved toward the army. DMing General, your journey has been long and arduous, especially in this biting cold. Quickly dismount your troops. I have instructed the tents to prepare lamb soup to warm the warriors. The KHN forced a smile. Bowing deeply, his demeanor exceedingly humble, causing concern among the other officials. XD remained silent, coldly regarding the KHN. After a prolonged scrutiny, he spoke indifferently. Will you return with me to JNL-ing, or will you perish on the prairie? His words were laden with a chilling threat, causing the KHN to flinch and lift his gaze towards XD. In that moment, his mind was torn. If he went to JNL-ing, he would undoubtedly be held as a hostage by Jiang Ce, confined within the city. At that point, Jiang Ce could leverage him to command JN. Conversely, if he refused, death awaited him, and those officials behind him would be unable to protect themselves, plunging JN back into the chaos of tribal warfare, obliterating the unified realm painstakingly established by their ancestors. The KHN's expression fluctuated as he hesitated. Just then, the distant sound of hooves echoed abruptly. From behind the grand tent, a contingent of cavalry emerged, and upon seeing their armor, XD recognized them as DT-ing cavalry. Before he could speak, the captain of the DT-ing cavalry dashed between the KHN and XD, declaring, "Those we protect in DT-ing cannot return to JNL-ing with you." His tone was fierce, his expression ominous as he glared at XD. As his words fell, a thunderous sound of approaching hooves grew louder in the distance. XD peered over the captain's shoulder, and his heart sank as he beheld hundreds of thousands of DT-ing cavalry advancing in perfect formation through the snowstorm. In an instant, XD discerned that this battle must not be fought. Having forsaken provisions for speed, they would inevitably face annihilation in combat. He exchanged a glance with Xuanwu, who imperceptibly nodded in understanding. In a flash, XD spurred his horse forward, colliding with the cavalry captain, unseating him from both horse and rider. Before anyone could react, a white steed surged forward, and Xuanwu swiftly bent down, deftly pulling the KHN onto the horse's back while his free hand wielded a silver spear, skillfully thrusting it across the captain's throat. The captain, in utter disbelief, clutched his throat, from which blood gushed forth, his eyes glazing over until he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Retreat. Back to Jinling. In the side hall of the Qianqing Palace in Jinling, Suda escorted the Khan before Jiang Ce, who had been waiting for a long time. Kneel. He kicked the back of the Khan's knee, forcing him to bow down. Jiang Ce, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked down expressionlessly at the elderly figure before him. The Khan, weathered by the trials of life, appeared disheveled and disheartened, his stomach growling with hunger and suffering from the cold, a mere shadow of his former self. "I ask you, do you regret it?" Jiang Ce inquired coldly. Yet the Khan was taken aback, suddenly raising his head to gaze at Jiang Ce. Chapter 150. Qingfeng Pavilion. What does it matter if I regret it or not? What does it matter if I do not? The Khan replied with a bitter smile, his weather-beaten visage revealing the toll of age. To this day, from the moment he was captured by Zhao Yun, the Jin state had already declared its demise. Whether he regretted it or not was now of no consequence. I do not kill you because I do not wish to see the Jin state fracture into numerous tribes. As long as you are alive, it will give those Jin people hope of rising again. Only when they unite upon the vast grasslands can I decisively obliterate your Jin state. It is not out of mercy that I spare you. Jiang Ce dismissed the Khan's words, speaking plainly. To him, the Jin state posed no threat. Whenever he pleased, he could mobilize troops for a northern expedition, and the fragmentation of the Jin state into various tribes, fighting amongst themselves, would only serve to vex him. Listening to Jiang Ce's calculations, the Khan's face paled with fear as he stared at him in horror. After a long silence, he hoarsely asked, "Is Tana well?" Jiang Ce glanced at the Khan with some surprise. Had this frail old man truly held Tana in his heart, he would not have foolishly marched against the Ming multiple times. Tana is my woman, and she is doing quite well. She is aware of this military campaign. Do not struggle. Jiang Ce shook his head, leaving those words behind as he coldly turned, escorting the Khan to the prison. Yes, your majesty. Suda bowed respectfully. The Khan watched Jiang Ce's departing figure, sighing mournfully, and did not utter another word. In the great Tang Dynasty, in the city of Chang'an, within the imperial garden, Tang Jintian and Tang Li stood in succession. Before them knelt a general who had removed his armor. Tang Jintian's gaze shifted from the battle report in his hands, which reflected his initial fury, to an expressionless demeanor. The general kneeling before him felt an overwhelming pressure, weighing down upon his body and suffocating his mind. Fear was the only emotion he could muster. You encountered the Ming army but did not pursue. You simply let them escape? Tang Jintian remained silent for a long while before speaking coldly, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the general before him. Your Majesty, the speed of the Ming army is exceedingly strange. In this frigid weather, even the horses fear the cold. I led my troops for 300 miles, yet they only seem to distance themselves further. I truly do not understand how they can endure such bitter cold. The general nervously lifted his head, stealthily gauging Tang Jintian's expression, feeling a deep sense of frustration. It was not that he did not wish to pursue. It was that he simply could not. Continuing the chase would lead to frostbite for him and his soldiers. You may leave. Tang Jintian gestured dismissively, exhaling a soft sigh. He did not truly blame the general. He simply could not comprehend how, despite the unmatched speed of the Tang cavalry and their proximity to the Jin grasslands, the Ming army could reach the Jin command tent before them. Had they sprouted wings? Even if they had, could they fly in such frigid conditions? The Jin state had fallen. It was time to contemplate the next steps. Tang Jintian mused. Jiang Ce's actions had disrupted his plans. In his original scheme, allying with the Jin state was merely a delaying tactic, intended to lower Jiang Ce's guard and shift his focus to the battlefield. What progress has been made? Tang Jintian inquired, his tone indifferent. Your Majesty, we are still in the process of gathering personnel, Tang Li replied, bowing respectfully. When will it be completed? Tang Jintian frowned, his large sleeves sweeping as he looked impatiently at Tang Li. Since his return from Jinling to Chang'an, Tang Li had been restless, neglecting state affairs and subtly urging him to mobilize the entire army to swiftly annihilate the Ming, lest complications arise. The recent fall of the Jin state had heightened Tang Jintian's vigilance. Perhaps he had underestimated the Ming. After all, Jiang Ce could raise a rebellion amidst chaos. Even though the Great Qian was merely a coastal nation, Jiang Ce had managed to establish the Ming in Jinling within a few short months, a remarkable feat indeed. Yet, he had taken Jiang Ce lightly, relying on the might of the Tang cavalry. From this moment forth, Tang Jintian resolved not to grant Jiang Ce any further opportunities. Having grown up amidst military camps and ascending to the throne through illustrious military achievements, he understood from Tang Li's description of the Shinji camp that it was a formidable weapon on any battlefield. It was from that time that he devised several strategies targeting Jiang Ce and the Qin state. Your Majesty, gathering personnel for the Qingfeng Pavilion is indeed challenging. I require some time, Tang Li lamented, expressing his distress, as the effort to establish the Qingfeng Pavilion had nearly caused him to lose his hair. In his view, the emperor's demands were somewhat excessive. The individuals permitted into the Qingfeng Pavilion were all martial arts masters from the Jianghu. Either their internal skills were superb, or their external skills were at a high level, and they were all required to be proficient in the art of killing. Furthermore, they needed to be fearless and possess the resolve to sacrifice their lives for the Tang state. Such stringent conditions made it exceedingly difficult to assemble a sufficient number of personnel, even in a Jianghu replete with martial arts experts. I shall grant you a maximum of 10 more days. The new year approaches, and should we miss this opportunity during the spring festival, It shall prove exceedingly difficult to take action against Jiang Ce in the future. A hint of worry crossed Tang Jintian's robust visage. Yes, Your Majesty, the minister replied. And with that, Tang Li departed from the imperial palace. He patted his weary cheeks, having endured several sleepless nights. And his body was indeed beginning to show signs of strain. Once outside the palace, he changed into casual attire and took a secluded path to a somewhat dilapidated pavilion. Tang Li glanced around to ensure no one was observing him before pushing open the door and stepping into the courtyard. How many more are needed? Shortly thereafter, a man of average build emerged from the shadows and nodded at Tang Li. My lord, we still require 13 inner family masters and 2 experts in hidden weapons. Upon hearing this, Tang Li's tense expression softened considerably. Is it possible to gather the numbers within 5 days? The higher-ups are pressing us. Tang Li gestured upwards. Rest assured, my junior brothers and sisters are en route to Chang'an and will arrive within 3 days, the man replied solemnly. With a sigh of relief, Tang Li felt a weight lift from his heart. And what of the Qin state? Everything is prepared on the Qin side. As soon as we receive the command, we can act at any moment, the man said with a cold smirk, his smile concealing a chilling intent. That is good, very good. Tang Li wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead as he spoke. Inform me once the numbers are complete. I shall bring you into the palace to meet the emperor. Remember, the matter of Qingfeng must remain secret. If anyone learns of it, you know the consequences. Chapter 151. Early arrangements, my lord. All is in order. On a moonless, windy night, the man who had previously conferred with Tang Li scaled the walls of the prime minister's residence and stealthily slipped through a narrow opening into Tang Li's chamber. An oil lamp flickered in the dim light, illuminating Tang Li as he reviewed documents. Upon noticing the man's entrance, he rose promptly. Let us proceed to the palace. My lord, at this hour, will we not disturb the emperor's rest? The man inquired nervously. As the master of Qingfeng, how can you be so timid? Tang Li chuckled lightly. Do not worry. The emperor is not a capricious tyrant. The master of the pavilion managed a sheepish smile, but remained silent. He was merely a man of the martial world, skilled in both internal and external arts. Yet he was still but a mortal, fearful of the sovereign who could command legions with a word. The palace gates had been locked, and Tang Li deliberately led him through the eastern side entrance, encountering no obstacles along the way. Upon arriving at the imperial study, the master of Qingfeng followed Tang Li with trepidation. Your Majesty, I have brought the person. With a creak, the door opened, and Tang Jintian emerged, his battle-hardened aura startling the master of Qingfeng. By the time he comprehended the situation, Tang Li had already knelt on the ground, tugging at the hem of his garment. Commoner, He Lu pays his respects to Your Majesty. He Lu hastily knelt, his fear palpable as it was his first encounter with the emperor. Rise, Tang Jintian commanded, scrutinizing He Lu from head to toe. The man was of average stature, his appearance unremarkable, the sort one would not notice in a crowd. I have heard that your skills in both internal and external disciplines are remarkable. Might you demonstrate them for me? Tang Jintian inquired with curiosity, having heard numerous tales of martial heroes, but having yet to witness one in person. He Lu's expression wavered. Casting a pleading glance at Tang Li, the latter nodded. The emperor requests a demonstration. Do not dawdle like a coward. Tang Li admonished him. Then I shall humbly display my modest skills. He Lu inhaled deeply, channeling his energy, and suddenly transformed, exuding the aura of a martial arts master. He assumed a stance, slightly spreading his legs and crouching down, striking forcefully at the bluestone threshold of the imperial study. To the astonishment of all, 2 finger-sized holes appeared in the otherwise unblemished stone slab, a testament to the sheer power and control He Lu possessed. Not bad, Tang Jintian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. With such prowess, an assassination of Jiang Ce at close range poses no issue. You members of Qingfeng, as you infiltrate Jinling City, are you prepared for the grim reality that awaits? The implication being that all members of Qingfeng are to be regarded as death attendants, ready to sacrifice themselves for the mission. In response to Your Majesty, it is a great honor for a commoner to have the opportunity to sacrifice for the nation. I only hope that, should I fall, my descendants may live freely, unburdened by the struggles of daily survival, He Lu beseeched earnestly. Though they were skilled martial artists, the peace and stability of the Tang Dynasty meant that common folk lacked for nothing, and even brigands were a rare sight in the wilderness. Many of his fellow disciples made their livings through performances in the martial world, rendering their skills nearly useless. That is natural, Tang Jintian nodded in agreement. As long as you can procure the head of the Ming Emperor Hongwu, I shall personally decree that all members of Qingfeng be appointed as imperial guards. Commoner thanks Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. He Lu exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement as he knelt once more, bowing deeply in gratitude. Your Majesty, on the Qin side, our operatives have established contact with the members of Qingfeng, and all preparations are complete. We await your command, Tang Li reported, bowing respectfully. Do not rush. The internal strife in Qin is severe. Our immediate priority remains the elimination of Jiang Ce, Tang Jintian said, his gaze flickering with intent. In the imperial capital of the Ming Dynasty, Jinling City. In the depths of winter, the dawn tends to break earlier. On the gray, misty morning, Jiang Ce arrived at the Qinqing Palace, commencing his daily routine of reviewing memorials. However, since the issuance of the restriction order, which mandated that each memorial not exceed 500 characters, Jiang Ce no longer had to sift through lengthy documents to extract their essence, significantly alleviating the burden of his duties. He no longer required the assistance of Zhang Juzhing and Yao Guangxiao for the reviews. The pressure on the cabinet had similarly diminished, allowing officials to refrain from late-night work and leave the palace punctually each day. Your Majesty, I pay my respects, Yao Guangxiao greeted as he entered the main hall. Bowing deeply, Your Majesty, what urgent matter calls for my presence at such an early hour? Upon seeing that it was Yao Guangxiao, Jiang Ce lifted his gaze from the desk and, after a brief search, produced a letter. Take a look at this. Certainly. Yao Guangxiao stepped forward swiftly, accepting the letter and began to read aloud. At the border of the Great Qin, over 100 individuals from the Tang Kingdom have been discovered, having forged identities to infiltrate Qin. Your Majesty, what is this? Yao Guangxiao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Why would the Great Tang suddenly send so many people into Qin? Although espionage between great powers is commonplace, it is rare for one to dispatch such a large number at once. This urgent report was delivered by Jiang Ce last night. What do you suspect the Tang is plotting? Jiang Ce inquired, his brow also knitting in concern. He had instructed Jiang Ce to investigate the identities of those Tang infiltrators. But such an inquiry would take time, and by the time the results were in, those individuals might have already completed their mission and exited Qin. I cannot say for certain. Based on our understanding of the Tang Emperor, he is known for his ruthlessness, willing to slaughter cities for military gains. He wields absolute power within the Tang court, and this scheme is undoubtedly orchestrated by him. Yao Guangxiao paused momentarily before continuing, Your Majesty, I propose that we take preemptive measures before those from the Tang instigate further trouble. We should also send our Jinyui into the Tang to gather intelligence. This way, we can ascertain their movements ahead of time and infiltrate the Tang court to acquire valuable information and, if necessary, eliminate the Tang Emperor. Jiang Ce remained expressionless, silent in contemplation. He both agreed and disagreed with Yao Guangxiao's proposition. Indeed, the Qin was enmeshed in internal strife, and while it appeared capable of contending with the Tang on the surface, a genuine confrontation would likely end in defeat for Qin. The Tang was akin to a ferocious tiger, with all under its command responding to Tang Jintian's orders. It could be asserted that the current Tang represented the greatest threat to the Ming. Vigilance was paramount. How many Jinyui do you deem appropriate to dispatch? Jiang Ce pondered before speaking. He did not believe that the Jinyui could successfully assassinate the Tang Emperor. Tang Jintian was accompanied solely by Tang Li. Yet the Tang Palace was guarded by a formidable force of 100,000 elite troops. In comparison, the Jinyui would be woefully inadequate. If the objective were merely to infiltrate, sending too many would be counterproductive. A few hundred should suffice, Yao Guangxiao calculated internally before continuing. Furthermore, I believe we should also send some personnel to monitor the situation in Qin. In the event that a faction within the Qin court gains power and seeks to overthrow the Qin Emperor, we could potentially bring him back to Jinling. At that time, we could lend support to the Qin Empress under the pretense of eliminating treacherous officials, reclaiming Qin in the process. Once resolved, the Qin would owe us an insurmountable debt. Even if the Qin appears to stand on equal footing with us, as long as this favor exists, they will forever be indebted to our Ming. Yao Guangxiao's suggestion left Jiang Ce somewhat speechless. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, there are already Jinyui monitoring the situation in Qin. Increasing personnel would only heighten the risk of exposure. This matter need not be revisited. He cast a penetrating glance at Yao Guangxiao, reflecting that he was indeed one who thrived on chaos. By the way, Your Majesty, may I be so bold as to inquire why this matter has not been discussed with Chancellor Zhang? Yao Guangxiao asked, somewhat perplexed. Ever since the capital was moved to Jinling, Zhang Juzhing had transformed into a favored confidant of the emperor, while Yao's own presence seemed to diminish. With Jiang Ce's burden of reviewing memorials lightened, he felt as though he was becoming increasingly invisible. Zhang Juzhing possesses remarkable skills in statecraft, yet his understanding of intrigue pales in comparison to yours, Jiang Ce replied with a smile. Yao Guangxiao, upon hearing this, felt even more confused, unsure whether the emperor was praising or criticizing him. Please take your leave for now. I still have memorials to attend to. Yes, I shall take my leave. In the imperial capital of the Qin, Shuntian City, due to the internal strife between factions, Qin Ziwei harbored concerns that someone might exploit public sentiment to incite trouble, thus implementing a curfew policy. At this moment, the streets of Shuntian City were patrolled by soldiers, devoid of common folk. The palace gates had been securely locked, and within her chamber, Qin Ziwei, clad in a thin silk nightgown, rubbed her throbbing temples. Clutched in her hand was an urgent report, the source of her distress. The Grand General of the state had returned ill, and it was uncertain whether this was fortunate or ill-fated. Qin Fanyuan, the Grand General of the state, was tasked with guarding the borders between the Tang and Qin, boasting a lifetime of military accolades. While her father was alive, he could keep him in check. But now that she had just ascended the throne, he had returned under the guise of illness, leaving her to wonder if it was genuine or feigned. Most concerning to Qin Ziwei was the uncertainty of Qin Fanyuan's allegiances. Until now, he had never revealed his stance, quietly remaining at the southern frontier. And his return surely signified more than mere recuperation. Should he align himself with Wang Han, the court would undoubtedly plunge into chaos. For Qin Fanyuan's forces were no less formidable than those of Wang Han. Together, they would command the nation's military, capable of seizing power or inciting rebellion at will. Conversely, if he were to ally with the civil officials, such a notion seemed improbable. Qin Ziwei shook her head, voicing her dissent. How could Qin Fanyuan, a mere military general, possibly align himself with the civil officials? The historical division between military and civil authority exists for a reason. The generals lead troops to the front lines, defending the realm with their lives, while the civil servants remain ensconced in the capital, orchestrating countless dark intrigues with nothing more than a written edict. Consequently, military leaders disdain civil officials, deeming them cowardly, while the civil servants regard the generals as possessing only brute strength. Regardless, it appears that Qin Fanyuan has allied himself with the faction of King Han. What if he were to intervene now, harboring ambitions of seizing the throne? Qin Ziwei shuddered at the thought, her hair standing on end, and hurriedly shook off the terrifying notion. Summon the chancellor, she commanded the palace maid in attendance. Yes, your majesty. In the eastern square of the Qin Dynasty Palace, the entrance to the Ministry of Personnel was bustling with activity. Ministers from the 6 ministries gathered, each adorned with black caps. And not a single individual was below the rank of 5th-grade official. Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, have you lost your senses? What gives you the right to speak on this matter? The Minister of Personnel trembled with rage, pointing accusatively at the Minister of Revenue. How long has the eastern outskirts been suffering from floods? The death toll has surpassed 50,000, and the number of houses swept away is countless. Do you still dare to demand funds? The Minister of Personnel was incensed. The eastern outskirts were his homeland, and he had not invested in his native land. With the floods wreaking havoc, his property suffered significant losses, and he awaited the court's relief funds. Old fool, take your nonsense elsewhere. The Minister of Revenue retorted, defending his position. Are you using your higher rank to bully the officials of my ministry? Do not forget, I am also a minister. He continued, moreover, your frantic demand for funds stems from the fact that the eastern outskirts are your home. Everyone knows your ulterior motives. The Minister of Revenue rolled his eyes dismissively. In my opinion, funds should first be allocated to Linan province. Although the death toll there is low and the flooding not severe, Linan is crucial for our Qin's military industry. Surely this is more important than your trifling eastern outskirts? The Minister of Personnel gritted his teeth and glared at the Minister of Revenue, his chest heaving with indignation. Before he could respond, the Minister of Rights interjected. Minister of Revenue, your words are excessive. What flooding are you talking about in Linan? It's merely a heavier downpour. The Minister of Personnel seized the opportunity, grinning, and chimed in. Look at how sensible the Minister of Rights is. The Minister of Rights smirked coldly, glancing at the Minister of Personnel. Do not rejoice too soon. I believe the eastern outskirts do not warrant funding either. What need does a poor, remote area have for such vast sums? You seek to profit from this. You, how dare you? Retorted the Minister of Rights. Currently, among the 3 provinces of Linan, the eastern outskirts, and Daqian suffers the most severe flooding. The city is uninhabitable, with corpses of people and livestock strewn about, and an outbreak of plague could occur at any moment. Funds should be allocated to Daqian province immediately. The Minister of Rights continued, I do not ask for much, since Her Majesty has specifically tasked me with managing the flooding in Daqian province. I will require 50 million taels of silver. Upon hearing this, the other officials were left speechless. Outrageous. Minister of Rights, you need 50 million taels to manage a flood? That amount could build a palace. The Minister of Revenue exclaimed in anger. How dare you ask for such an exorbitant sum? Even if you did, the court would never grant it. In the past, the court has only allocated a maximum of 1 million taels for disaster relief. Amidst the heated arguments, Qin Ziwei arrived, accompanied by the Chancellor and the Grand Tutor, along with a throng of palace maids and eunuchs. Your Majesty, long live the Emperor. With Qin Ziwei's arrival, the officials temporarily ceased their quarrel, eager to pay their respects and curry favor with the sovereign. They momentarily set aside their factional disputes, fully aware that securing funds from the court required the Emperor's approval, and thus began to vie for Qin Ziwei's favor. Your Majesty, the floods in the eastern outskirts are severe, and the court has delayed in allocating disaster relief. If this continues, the eastern outskirts may soon be erased from the territory of the Great Qin. The Minister of Revenue spoke first, his voice tinged with desperation. Just as Qin Ziwei opened her mouth to speak, she was interrupted by the Minister of Personnel. Your Majesty, the eastern outskirts are far removed from Shuntian. By the time the court allocates relief funds, it will be too late. It would be more prudent to provide aid to Lin'an province, which is closer to Shuntian. Furthermore, Lin'an is a crucial military province for our Great Qin. If those military manufacturing facilities are flooded, the losses will be catastrophic. The Minister of Personnel implored, his expression filled with sorrow. Your Majesty, countless civilians have perished in Dai province. It is the province most in need of disaster relief. The Minister of Rights quickly added. And once again, the three erupted into a dispute, giving Qin Ziwei a headache. After a sleepless night consumed by worries about the return of the general of the state, she awoke to find the officials in uproar, and her head throbbed with the chaos. In the past, why did they not address her as Your Majesty? Now that they seek funds, they suddenly remember to flatter her? Qin Ziwei felt a surge of anger within. Silence! How dare you make such a ruckus within the palace? Should further disputes arise, I shall have you all paraded through the marketplace, Qin Ziwei proclaimed, managing to quell the uproar among the ministers. The flooding in the three provinces was no trivial matter. How could they behave like children in play? Minister of Revenue, compile the losses from the three provinces and present a detailed report. Minister of Works, once the Minister of Revenue has calculated the losses, you shall prepare a project plan outlining the manpower and resources required for reconstruction in each affected area. This matter shall be overseen collectively by the 6 ministers. Expedite the submission of reports and plans. Qin Ziwei spoke in a firm tone, issuing commands with an air of imperial authority. The officials of the 6 ministries exchanged glances, harboring a deep-seated discontent towards Qin Ziwei, yet finding themselves even less inclined to support their fellow officials. After much deliberation, they ultimately chose to heed her words. Your Majesty is wise, they remarked lazily as they bowed. Observing their return to their previous state of indifference, Qin Ziwei shook her head in resignation. You may all withdraw. Attend to your respective duties, she gestured dismissively. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials were soon preparing to depart, but the Minister of Justice looked at Qin Ziwei with evident concern. Your Majesty, in the outskirts of Yulin town, over 8,000 souls were slaughtered overnight, their deaths so brutal it is beyond comprehension. He exclaimed, urgency lacing his words. This revelation caused the departing officials to halt abruptly, turning back in shock to gaze at the Minister of Justice. Why did you not mention this sooner? The Minister of Revenue scolded. The loss of 8,000 lives in a single night constitutes a catastrophic calamity, one that would send shockwaves throughout any nation. I was unable to interject amidst your bickering over finances, the Minister of Justice replied, his face reddening with frustration. Do we have any leads on who is responsible? Qin Ziwei asked, striving to maintain her composure, taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within her heart. The only information we possess suggests it was a coordinated attack by a group, employing remarkably sophisticated methods, leaving no trace behind, the Minister of Justice replied. He paused, sensing the impatience of his peers urging him to continue. However, it appears this group derived pleasure from the killings, as they did not take any valuables from the victims' homes, which is quite peculiar. This statement prompted everyone to ponder the unsettling notion. To massacre 8,000 individuals merely for amusement? Such a concept was unfathomable. Could it be that the murderers aimed to send a warning to the officials of the court? A wave of unease washed over the 6 ministers, their gazes filled with mistrust towards one another. They instinctively distanced themselves, their glances towards Qin Ziwei tinged with suspicion. The greatest fear lies in the unknown. No one, including Qin Ziwei, knew the intentions of these murderers, nor could they ascertain whether they would be the next victims. In this atmosphere of dread, silence enveloped the room, each individual erecting an internal barrier, warning themselves to remain vigilant against one another. You may all withdraw. I shall command the Minister of Justice to conduct a thorough investigation. Those who dare commit murder near the imperial city shall not escape my wrath, Qin Ziwei declared, her expression darkening. Yes, Your Majesty, we shall take our leave. In the grand capital of the Ming Dynasty, Jinling City, within the National Establishment Hall, Jiang Ce gazed at the newly erected bronze statue of himself, wielding the Qishao sword and commanding legions. And he could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Mo Ran, have you also learned the art of flattery? Behind Jiang Ce stood Yao Guangxiao, Jing Ku, and Mo Ran. Your Majesty, you are the pride of our Ming Dynasty. Such a trivial statue cannot possibly convey your majesty. Mo Ran said with a respectful bow. From now on, these extravagant endeavors cannot proceed without my consent, Jiang Ce said with a hint of helplessness. Yet, since the statue is already completed, there is no need to destroy it. It does lend a certain charm to the hall. Your Majesty, There has been a grave incident outside Shuntian City. As they walked, Jing Ce reported, over 8,000 commoners from the Qin state were brutally slaughtered overnight. According to the Jin Yiwei's assessment, the assailants executed their plan with precision, clearly well prepared, and left no trace behind. There must have been someone aiding them. Jing Ce spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran paused, choosing not to follow, wishing to avoid knowing too much. Oh, Jiang Ce furrowed his brow. So many lives lost in a single night, and no leads whatsoever? His expression was one of bewilderment. He had already dispatched hundreds of Jin Yiwei to monitor everything within Shuntian City. If such capable agents could uncover no clues, it indicated that the mastermind behind this atrocity possessed formidable skills. However, one would not dare to create chaos beneath the emperor's nose without some measure of ability. How intriguing. Jiang Ce's gaze turned contemplative. Prepare my travel attire. I shall personally journey to Shuntian City to investigate. Additionally, I shall discreetly assess the attitude of the Qin state's Empress towards our Ming Dynasty. Chapter 154. Testing the hearts of men. Your Majesty, you must not. Upon hearing Jiang Ce's intention to leave the court for Shuntian City, Yao Guangxiao fervently shook his head in dissuasion. Shuntian City is far from Jinling. Should anything happen to you along the way, we would be unable to render assistance in time. Without you, what would become of the Ming Dynasty? Moreover, although the Qin state's Empress has forged an alliance with us, she may harbor intentions to assassinate you if she learns you are alone in Shuntian City. Yao Guangxiao's face darkened as he paused momentarily. You must understand, the internal strife within the Qin state is relentless. If the Empress's greed is stirred, what would happen if she detained you in Shuntian City to leverage against our forces? Yao Guangxiao's concerns were indeed valid and reasonable. Jiang Ce chuckled softly, shaking his head. I possess great fortune. If I were to perish so easily, how could I have established the Ming Dynasty? Furthermore, I have my own plans for this journey. With that, he signaled to Jing Ce, go, summon Zhang Jujing to the Qianqing Palace. Shortly thereafter, the Qianqing Palace was filled with the three elder statesmen. Your Majesty, if this journey is solely to uncover the truth behind the Qin state's great case, it is rather reckless. Please forgive this old minister for declining. Zhang Jujing stated firmly after hearing the details. A nation as grand as ours cannot be without an emperor to govern. If the emperor were to travel incognito, Zhang Jujing might tolerate it. However, the emperor himself is venturing thousands of miles away to the imperial capital of the Qin Kingdom. This is no mere child's play. Should any mishap occur, resulting in harm to our sovereign, the Ming Dynasty would inevitably face dire consequences. After all, the formidable Tang Empire casts a covetous gaze upon our realm. You truly understand my concerns, remarked Jiang Ce with a sigh of contemplation. My secret incursion into Shuntian City is not solely to uncover the truth, but also to gauge the sentiments of the populace. His eyes flickered with intensity, gradually settling into a composed demeanor. The court of the Qin Kingdom is divided into two factions, embroiled in internal strife, which causes me great unease. Although the Ming court has not succumbed to such severe discord under my control, the Wangxiang incident transpired right before my eyes, indicating that not all officials are unwaveringly loyal to me. A chilling smile graced his lips, enveloping the entire Qianqing Palace in a palpable aura of menace. Presently, the internal affairs of the Ming Dynasty bear a striking resemblance to those of the Qin Kingdom. The only distinction being that our administrative system still relies on officials from the previous dynasty to function smoothly. Therefore, I wish to observe what happens to the Ming Dynasty in my absence from Jinling. Zhang Jujing, filled with trepidation, gazed at the cold countenance of Jiang Ce. His expression grave. Your Majesty, do you truly intend to take action against the officials of the previous dynasty? I advise you to wait until spring arrives next year. At least allow them to enjoy a reunion dinner. He understood that Jiang Ce was not jesting. The previous incident involving Wangxiang and the implicated officials and their families resulted in over 5,000 deaths, shocking all of Jinling. And this time, Jiang Ce's resolve to eradicate the former ministers would undoubtedly lead to even greater casualties, far surpassing that of the Wangxiang case. By then, the Ming court would require considerable time to recuperate, and those with ulterior motives would spread rumors, portraying Jiang Ce as a tyrant indifferent to human life. When did you become so compassionate? Jiang Ce regarded Zhang Jujing with surprise, pondering how the renowned ruthlessness of the chief minister in history could give rise to such pity. In response, the latter merely offered a bitter smile. Your Majesty, the winter recruitment will take place on the 4th day of the new year. I only suggest that you attend to matters after the recruitment concludes. Jiang Ce smiled in realization, understanding that it was not compassion but rather a concern for excessive casualties leading to a lack of capable officials. Shuntian City lies a considerable distance from Jinling. The time consumed in travel will likely coincide with the arrival of spring upon my return. At that time, I shall show no mercy to those officials who merely occupy their positions without merit. With that statement, An overwhelming aura of killing intent emanated from Jiang Ce, startling both Zhang Jujing and Yao Guangxiao, who instinctively took a few steps back. Convey my decree. All officials must be present for the evening court session today, and no one is permitted to feign illness. Jiang Ce remarked with a faint smile. Yes, Your Majesty. We, your subjects, pay our respects to Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Within the Taiha Hall, the customary evening court convened, and the officials knelt before Jiang Ce. Rise. Jiang Ce gestured dismissively, his expression devoid of emotion as he surveyed the gathered ministers, then coldly continued. Given that the Qin Kingdom has become an ally of our Ming Dynasty, and their Empress has invited me to Shuntian City to admire its picturesque landscapes, I wonder what you, my loyal ministers, believe regarding my visit? Upon hearing this, the officials perked up, each harboring their own thoughts, exchanging glances with subtle expressions. Your Majesty, I believe your health is of utmost importance. The journey to Shuntian City is long and unnecessary. The sincere advice of Wei Zheng did not garner the support of most officials, plunging the Taiha Hall into silence once more. Your Majesty, the Empress of the Qin Kingdom has genuinely extended her invitation. To decline her goodwill would appear uncouth. I believe that as allies, a personal visit to the Empress would serve as an appropriate response to her gesture. Zhang Jujing stepped forward, keenly observing the expressions of those present, feigning theatricality. Upon hearing this, several scheming officials brightened, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Master Zhang speaks wisely. Your Majesty need not worry. With us in Jinling, no upheaval will arise. Jiang Ce donned a smile, his heart indifferent as he listened to the ministers urging him to hasten his journey to Shuntian. I understand your sentiments, my loyal ministers. Both out of regard and reason, I shall indeed make a trip to Shuntian City. Jiang Ce replied with a gentle smile. Only Zhang Jujing and Yao Guangxiao grasped that beneath this smile lay a boundless threat. Soon, once I am adequately prepared, I shall set forth. In that time, I entrust my empire to you to guard diligently. This statement bore an ominous warning. The gathered ministers, lost in their euphoria, failed to perceive it. Jiang Ce's journey to Shuntian City would take no less than 10 to 15 days, ample time for them to plot. Moreover, the court is predominantly composed of officials from the previous dynasty, with few true Ming officials remaining. Once the emperor departs, it will be these former officials who hold sway. However, one must not be overly audacious. Should Jiang Ce leave and they act too hastily, revealing their intentions, it could prove troublesome. Caution is essential. Many officials pondered inwardly. Thus, a most peculiar scene unfolded within the Taiha Hall. Jiang Ce wore a smile, while the gathered ministers mirrored his expression. Each smile held deeper meanings. And within the grand hall, laughter was the only sound that resonated. Chapter 155. Enduring trials and tribulations, I still find these two events exceedingly coincidental. The simultaneous occurrence of flooding in the three provinces is remarkably rare in history, and the tragic demise of 8,000 individuals outside the city seems too fortuitous. Does it not? Qin Ziwei expressed her concerns, her beautiful features marred by worry. The esteemed Taifu Wang surely observed the pacing Qin Ziwei within the imperial study and let out a gentle sigh. In these tumultuous times, with chaos reigning in the court and calamities besetting the realm, Wang surely could empathize deeply with Qin Ziwei's troubled heart. Your Majesty, the Minister of Works has presented a memorial concerning the flood disasters in the three provinces. I have perused it in advance. It indicates signs of human sabotage on the water retention dikes, causing an uncontrollable deluge downstream, which has precipitated the flooding. Wang surely shook his head, his heart heavy with concern. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziwei's countenance turned icy, as she pondered the identity of the unseen saboteur. Who could be orchestrating such treachery? The natural disaster was clearly a man-made calamity, but what could possibly motivate such actions? She found herself at a loss. Your Majesty, I have dispatched agents to investigate discreetly. Please remain calm, Wang surely urged. The court session is about to commence. If the ministers see you with a furrowed brow, it may embolden their arrogance. He had often advised Qin Ziwei to maintain an inscrutable demeanor as the sovereign, for an emperor should command respect without displaying anger. Yet, Qin Ziwei's emotions were all too readily apparent. It was hardly surprising, considering that she was a frail woman who had recently ascended as the Empress, devoid of substantial power. Her military authority undermined by Wang Han, and her political influence usurped by the literary officials. The weight of her burdens was indeed overwhelming. Sighing deeply, Qin Ziwei shook her head. Since my ascension, the fate of Daqian has been fraught with misfortune. Am I truly unfit to be an emperor? My father passed away at a young age, devoted and reluctant to take a consort. Had he lived to see my brother mature, I would not bear the title of Empress of Daqian. Alas, her delicate shoulders bore the crushing weight of responsibility for her brother. For Daqian, she had persevered through it all. Your Majesty, let the past remain in the past, Wang surely exhaled, offering gentle counsel. Let us proceed to court. Qin Ziwei patted her face, stealing her emotions, and rose to walk towards the grand hall. Upon her arrival, she was met with a figure both familiar and foreign, causing her heart to skip a beat. Qin Fanyuan. That tall silhouette ignited a storm in her mind. Had he not been recuperating at home due to illness? Why was he here for court? Moreover, he had not removed his armor yet dared to attend. Qin Ziwei fixed her gaze on Qin Fanyuan, who returned her stare unflinchingly. The court officials, onlookers, observed the tension between them with amusement. Unable to bear the spectacle, Wang Shirley stepped in front of Qin Ziwei. General Qin. According to Daqian's laws, military officers must don formal attire and remove their armor when entering the palace in peacetime. You are out of line. In accordance with the late emperor's decree, as the Grand General of Daqian, I am permitted to enter the palace in armor and with my sword. Qin Fanyuan retorted coldly. What gives you the right to undermine the late emperor's holy order? Do you seek rebellion? You. Wang Shirley's expression hardened. His gaze fixed on Qin Fanyuan, filled with indignation. His loyalty to the royal family was unwavering, and he could not tolerate such slander, his chest heaving with suppressed anger as his finger trembled in accusation. Enough, since it is my father's command. I shall permit you to wear armor and bear your sword into the palace. Qin Ziwei interjected sternly, halting the escalation of their quarrel. To court. Long live our emperor. The ministers knelt in reverence, while only Qin Fanyuan stood tall, coldly regarding Qin Ziwei, refusing to bow. What is the meaning of this, Qin Fanyuan? Qin Ziwei narrowed her eyes, her expression darkening. In such a solemn setting, his actions were a blatant refusal to acknowledge her as the Empress of Daqian. Taken to the extreme, it could be construed as treason, punishable by death. I, Qin Fanyuan, do not kneel to heaven or earth, nor to my parents. I have only ever knelt to the late emperor. You, a mere woman, are unworthy of my submission. Qin Fanyuan, with his sword at his side, spoke indifferently. After a prolonged silence, Qin Ziwei replied, in light of your unwavering loyalty to my father, I shall not hold this against you. She sought a way to defuse the situation. Qin Fanyuan merely offered a cold smile, refraining from further provocation. Ministers, if you have any matters to present, please do so for review. Qin Ziwei's face flushed with anger as she suppressed her frustration, hastily concluding the court session. She swiftly returned to the imperial study, her pace quickening with each step, her anger mounting to a point where Wang Shirley could scarcely keep up. Your Majesty, please slow down. My old legs can hardly keep up with you. He gasped. Such insolence. Qin Ziwei fumed, taking a seat at her desk. After a moment of brooding, she slammed her palm upon the table in frustration. How dare they disregard me? Does Daqian still require my rule as emperor? Her heart ached with disappointment. Feeling utterly betrayed, Qin Fanyuan's defiance, coupled with the minister's silence in her defense, was a clear indication of their opposition to her reign. You leave me no choice. Do not blame me for my future actions. Drawing a deep breath, the gentleness she once embodied vanished, replaced by a fierce resolve. She had endured to prevent the officials of Daqian from turning against each other, but today, she realized that none of them regarded her as their sovereign. There was no longer a need for her to tolerate such disrespect. Henceforth, she would ruthlessly cleanse her ranks of disloyal generals and ministers, ensuring that the military power of Daqian remained firmly in her grasp. Yet, she would require external assistance. Send forth my decree, and have Li Weikong hasten to Jinling City. Inform the Emperor Hongwu of Ming that I seek to reorganize the court and request his support. Wang Shirley observed Qin Ziwei's earnest expression, deeply moved by her determination. Your Majesty, you have finally come to a decision. The old minister shall take his leave now, for time is of the essence. Wang Shirley joyfully exited the imperial study and, upon finding Li Weikong, relayed the urgent matter. Remember, this must not attract attention. Choose a swift steed and take along 2 or 3 attendants. I have arranged for fresh horses at the relay stations. You must make haste to Jinling. Wang Shirley earnestly advised Li Weikong. The latter, with a grave expression, nodded earnestly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Not long after, Li Weikong submitted a sick leave notice, entrusting his duties to a subordinate, and that very night, he departed Shuntian City with his attendants, racing towards Jinling. Chapter 156. 2 fists cannot match 4 hands, Your Majesty. The envoy from the Qin state, Li Weikong, requests an audience. Furthermore, he expresses concern that there may be spies from the Qin state within our court, making it inconvenient for him to enter the palace. He wishes for you to meet him at the Longmen Inn. Wei Zheng reported to the palace, serving as both envoy and overseer of the Ming Dynasty's diplomatic affairs. The Longmen Inn, designated for receiving foreign envoys, naturally falls under his management. Oh, has he arrived in such haste? Could it be that something significant has transpired in the Qin court? Jiang Ce pondered for a moment, then rose from his desk and approached Wei Zheng. Please wait a moment. I shall have Zhang Juzheng review the memorials on my behalf, and we will proceed to the Longmen Inn together. Yes, Wei Zheng nodded. At the Longmen Inn, room number 1, Li Weikong, with dark circles under his eyes, and his two attendants, equally fatigued, were utterly exhausted from their relentless journey from Shuntian to Jinling. The strain had nearly cost them their lives. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock startled the three within, and they looked towards the door with vigilant expressions. Ahem. Wei Zheng cleared his throat against the wooden door. Upon recognizing Wei Zheng's voice, Li Weikong felt a surge of relief. Quickly, he rushed to open the door. As the door swung open, Jiang Ce strode into the room. Removing his black gauze hat, for this excursion from the palace, he had disguised himself in casual attire and donned the hat to avoid drawing attention. Your Majesty, Li Weikong, upon seeing Jiang Ce, immediately knelt, accompanied by his attendants, and proclaimed, Foreign Minister Li Weikong pays his respects to Your Majesty. In light of the urgency, you may rise. Jiang Ce stated firmly, emphasizing the need to eschew unnecessary formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Weikong quickly rose and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, the Grand General of Qin has returned to court due to illness, yet he does not acknowledge you as the Emperor of the Great Qin. Furthermore, Li Weikong detailed the recent significant events in the Great Qin court, such as the flooding in the 3 provinces, the tragic incident outside the city, and the ambiguous stance of Qin Fanyuan. Jiang Ce listened patiently. What assistance does Your Majesty require from me? The decree conveyed by Qin Zi through Li Weikong seems rather vague. However, it indicates that Qin Zi is nearly at her wit's end, prepared for a desperate fight, allowing herself to act freely. Upon contemplating this, Jiang Ce smiled wryly, reflecting on the trust Qin Zi placed in him despite their never having met. It seemed the Qin court was indeed in dire straits. Li Weikong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted, as a mere 5th-rank official, my night journey to Jinling was solely to convey this message. I have no knowledge of the imperial will. Jiang Ce mused for a moment. Rest for a night. You shall set off tomorrow to relay my message to Your Majesty. I will dispatch someone at once. Thank you, Your Majesty, Li Weikong exclaimed, filled with excitement. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Jiang Ce wasted no time and departed the Longmen Inn with Wei Zheng. Upon returning to Qinxing Palace, he summoned Yao Guangxiao to discuss matters concerning the Qin state. I suspect these events are related to the earlier infiltration of the Qin state by envoys from the Tang Dynasty. If a prince or civil official from the Great Qin sought to seize power, they would not instigate such a series of catastrophes. After all, future historians will record these events, and should they act, they would face condemnation from the world, leaving themselves vulnerable to those who might wish to rebel. Zhang Jujing analyzed. Jiang Ce nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment, and moreover, Qin Fangyuan's sudden return to Shuntian certainly suggests ulterior motives. Your Majesty, time is of the essence. I advise you to depart immediately. Any delay could lead to unforeseen changes. If the Qin state falls under the control of the Tang or that so-called Grand General, it would present a formidable challenge. Only when the female emperor of Qin is in power can we consider the Qin state our best ally. Zhang Jujing cautioned gravely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce fell into deep thought. Given the current strength of the Ming, we are unmatched in single combat, but should the Qin and Tang states unite, we would be powerless against them. After all, their two nations have a history stretching back centuries, with a depth of resources that the Ming cannot compare to. Should King Han or Qin Fanyuan ascend, they would undoubtedly unilaterally abrogate the alliance treaty with the Ming, potentially collaborating with the Tang against us. At that moment, no matter how formidable I am, 2 fists cannot match 4 hands. Upon my departure from the capital, you shall govern in my stead, ensuring strict control over the production and sale of strategic resources, preventing the resurgence of merchant families. Furthermore, some authority regarding state affairs may be delegated to lower officials, provided it does not lead to significant turmoil, lest it invite disaster. When I return from Shuntian, I trust that the Ming court will be cleansed and brightened. Jiang Ce spoke in a low, steady tone. Your Majesty, the journey ahead is fraught with danger, and you shall find no support within the Qin state. It would be prudent to first dispatch a contingent of the Jinyue, accompanied by Jing Ku. For your safety, Zhang Jujing suggested. The 100,000 Jinyue, ostensibly an intelligence agency, also bears the crucial responsibility of protecting the emperor. Thus, their martial prowess rivals that of the renowned masters within the Tang's Qingfeng Pavilion. However, Jiang Ce pondered for a moment, then nodded gently. With Jing Ku accompanying and several thousand Jin Wei providing covert protection, I trust that this journey will proceed without incident. Following careful consideration, 5,000 Jin Wei, under Jiang Ce's command, changed into plain clothes ahead of time and prepared travel documents before setting forth towards the imperial capital of the Qin state. Jiang Ce, accompanied by Jing Ku and several hundred inner palace guards, followed closely behind. After a week of travel, they finally arrived at Shuntiancheng. Had it not been for the relatively small number of companions and the lack of excessive provisions, they might not have reached the capital of Daqian so swiftly. Your Majesty, my subordinates have arranged several residences. Once we enter the city, We shall have a place to rest, Jiang Ce declared with a salute. Observing this gesture, Jiang Ce frowned slightly. During this outing, do not refer to me as your majesty. Upon arriving in Shuntian, I am the vice commander of the Jin Wei, and you are my subordinate. Let us forego the formalities of our ranks. He had already altered his self-reference from Ito me to avoid drawing suspicion. Jiang Ce paused momentarily, then replied, yes. Your lordship, promptly adjusting his words. Disguised as a merchant convoy from the Ming Dynasty, Jiang Ce and his companions presented their travel documents, stating their purpose. The guards at Shuntian appeared puzzled, wondering why Ming merchants would traverse such distances for trade. Just as their confusion grew, Li Weikong emerged at the perfect moment, stepping around to confront the guard. Is there an issue with this Ming merchant convoy? The guard, recognizing Li Weikong, performed a respectful bow. Sir, there is no problem. He scratched his head. Then why delay their entry? Li Weikong prompted. Yes, sir. The guard, not daring to delay further, allowed the merchant convoy to enter the city. Once inside, Jiang Ce and his companions arrived at the residences pre-purchased by the Jin Wei, settling in briefly to allow their comrades to rest before attending to business the following day. Yes, sir. The next morning, Jiang Ce and Jiang Ce deliberately donned plain attire and altered their appearances. To outsiders, they appeared as ordinary middle-aged men, lacking any remarkable features. However, Jiang Ce's occasional display of authority always drew curious glances. Go and investigate the floods in the 3 provinces, as well as the tragic incident in the town outside the city. Moreover, focus on uncovering who has pocketed the disaster relief funds and whether the puppeteer is motivated by wealth or power. Jiang Ce instructed Jiang Ce before departing. Yes, sir. But what about you? Jiang Ce inquired anxiously, glancing at Jiang Ce. They could not leave the sovereign alone in the residence while the others investigated. I will visit the palace and meet Qin Ziwei to witness the grace of the current empress of the Qin state. Jiang Ce replied with a smile. By the way, how has the task I assigned you earlier progressed? Reporting to you, sir, 200 Jin Wei have been assigned to protect the empress. She is well guarded, but should any court disputes arise, we must prioritize escorting her back to Jinling, Jiang Ce reported. Jiang Ce nodded approvingly. Well done, proceed. Yes. After watching Jiang Ce disappear into the crowd, Jiang Ce strode purposefully towards the palace. Halt. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to enter the royal compound. Upon reaching the southern gate of the palace, Jiang Ce was stopped by 2 guards stationed at the entrance as he prepared to ascend the steps. Anticipating this, Jiang Ce retrieved a bronze insignia from his sleeve. Gentlemen, I would appreciate your assistance, he said with a faint smile while displaying the insignia. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain about the meaning of the insignia from the vice commander of the Jin Wei. Sir, we have not heard of this official title in our court. One guard remarked, attempting to navigate the situation. May I ask for your official title and department? One guard, more adept at handling the situation, noted the exquisite craftsmanship of the insignia and the intimidating nature of the title. Oh, I forgot that you do not have the Jin Wei in Daqian. Jiang Ce chuckled lightly. I hail from the Ming Dynasty and Jinling as the vice commander of the Jin Wei, a 4th-rank official. The guards finally grasped his position, yet they remained perplexed. A 4th-rank official from the Ming was indeed a high-ranking figure. But this was not an official title recognized in Daqian, so they hesitated to grant him entry. Sir, we kindly ask you to return as your status is too special for us to allow entry, one guard suggested. No worries, let him in, a voice interjected. Before Jiang Ce could speak, Wang Shirley appeared with Li Weikong, swiftly coming to his aid. Grand Tutor, the guards, upon seeing a legitimate official, dared not obstruct Jiang Ce any longer and quickly stepped aside. Relieved, Li Weikong had anticipated Jiang Ce would send someone to meet the sovereign and had been waiting at the palace gate. However, due to his lower rank, he could only call upon Wang Shirley to assist when he noticed Jiang Ce was being hindered. Did the Ming Emperor Hong Wu send only you? Wang Shirley inquired, glancing at Jiang Ce, who appeared just as surprised. He had seen Jiang Ce the previous day. Why had he not come in person? Oh, the sovereign has pressing matters to attend to and is currently unavailable, Jiang Ce replied, adjusting his voice to sound like an ordinary middle-aged man to avoid recognition by Li Weikong. I see, Wang Shirley remarked, quickly leading Jiang Ce to the imperial study. Your Majesty, the vice commander of the Jin Wei requests an audience. Wang Shirley announced to the palace maid at the door. With a creak, the door opened. Your Majesty requests the 3 gentlemen to enter the imperial study. The maid announced as she stepped aside. Esteemed gentlemen, I have urgent matters to attend to, so please allow me to take my leave, Wang Shirley said, excusing himself. Li Weikong was acutely aware that, as a 5th-rank official, he had no place in such a gathering and prudently excused himself. Jiang Ce and Wang Shirley, however, paid him no mind and entered the imperial study one after the other. The vice commander of the Ming Dynasty's Jinyue? Why was he not accompanied by the emperor of the Ming? Qin Ziwei scrutinized Jiang Ce, perplexed. She recalled that Li Weikong had conveyed word of the imminent arrival of the Hongwu Emperor himself. Oh, His Majesty is currently within the city, but is temporarily indisposed to meet anyone. Jiang Ce replied with a chuckle, deftly changing the subject. Has Your Majesty summoned you for a specific matter? Qin Ziwei inquired once more. Jiang Ce did not respond, but cast a sidelong glance at Wang Shirley, who appeared momentarily taken aback before looking at Qin Ziwei. Understanding the unspoken cue, Qin Ziwei gestured for Wang Shirley to exit. You may leave, she instructed. As you command. Wang Shirley replied, his expression pained as he obediently departed the imperial study. Now that we are alone, surely you can disclose your intentions? Jiang Ce remarked, his words laden with intrigue. It is rumored that the Empress of Qin possesses extraordinary beauty, and upon seeing you today, I must admit, it is indeed breathtaking. He did not directly address Qin Ziwei's inquiry, but rather sought to gauge her temperament through playful banter. Do not speak frivolously. Should you dare to be impertinent again, I shall have you expelled from the palace. Qin Ziwei retorted, her lovely face tinged with anger. Ah, Your Majesty, please do not be vexed. I merely wish to commend your astonishing beauty, for you are indeed a vision of grace and splendor. If my compliments displease you, I shall refrain from further praise. Despite his words, Jiang Ce inched closer to Qin Ziwei, reducing the distance between them to a mere 3 paces. Enough, Qin Ziwei exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she admonished him. Are you not afraid I shall inform your emperor of your conduct? Your Majesty, I mean no offense, Jiang Ce replied. Having discerned from their exchange that Qin Ziwei was a woman of principles, which allowed him to relax. My emperor is currently investigating several significant incidents in the Qin state, which is why I was dispatched to inform you, Jiang Ce stated, his demeanor turning serious. Do you have any leads? Qin Ziwei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Due to her waning influence in the court, where royal authority had been all but usurped, she was unaware of many matters, let alone able to mobilize substantial manpower to uncover the truth. At present, there are no updates, Jiang Ce replied with a slight shake of his head. Should any information arise, I shall personally come to report to you, he added reassuringly. Furthermore, I implore you not to be overly anxious. Noticing her furrowed brow and troubled expression, he continued, Your Majesty has already dispatched the Jinyui to pursue the truth, and I believe clarity will soon be achieved. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziwei's complexion paled, her worry intensifying. Rest assured, Your Majesty, many skilled Jinyui have been assigned to protect you, and in times of peril, they shall come to your aid. At this, Qin Ziwei's expression softened considerably, as her sense of impending crisis began to dissipate. That is indeed splendid. If there is nothing further, may I take my leave? I am pressed for time with matters at hand, Jiang Ce said with a gentle smile, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing of his intention to depart, Qin Ziwei hesitated, biting her lip before raising a hand to stop him. Wait, Your Majesty? Jiang Ce looked on in confusion. I have heard that the Hongwu Emperor of the Ming is strikingly handsome, tall in stature, and possesses a commanding presence. Is this truly the case? Qin Ziwei's face turned a delicate shade of crimson as she nervously toyed with the edge of her sleeve, avoiding Jiang Ce's gaze. Jiang Ce was momentarily taken aback, completely overwhelmed by Qin Ziwei's unexpected flattery. The sight of her demure demeanor, void of the typical regal aura yet imbued with a hint of shyness and anticipation, left him astonished. He wondered why Qin Ziwei, with whom he had only exchanged diplomatic letters, held such admiration for him. This is a matter beyond my purview to discuss. Your Majesty, I beg your understanding, Jiang Ce stammered, feeling deeply embarrassed. It was the first time he had been extolled by such a breathtaking beauty, especially by the reigning Empress of Qin herself. I do not hold it against you, she replied, but the Li Weikong who accompanied you to the palace has been extolling the virtues of the Ming Emperor to me, which has stirred my curiosity. However, I cannot believe that such a perfect man exists in this world. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade, resembling a ripe apple. Ahem, Your Majesty speaks wisely, Jiang Ce said, feeling awkward as he fidgeted with his hands, unsure of where to place them. Even more embarrassed than Jiang Ce was Qin Ziwei, whose face had turned a deep shade of crimson from neck to forehead. Biting her lip, she hesitated before speaking again. Let us not dwell on this. By the way, you have entered Shuntian City under the name of the Ming merchant convoy. The Qin court is unaware of your true identities, which may affect your investigation. I must consider how to arrange your identities so that you may freely enter and exit the palace without needing Wang Shirley to guide you, she stated with newfound seriousness. She paused for a moment, observing Jiang Ce as he fell into contemplation regarding how to best establish their identities. On one hand, Jiang Ce and his companions were unfamiliar faces. Assigning them high-ranking titles would certainly arouse suspicion among the seasoned courtiers. On the other hand, if their positions were too lowly, they would possess insufficient authority to act effectively, potentially hindering their efforts. It is simple, Jiang Ce pondered aloud. If your majesty wishes to facilitate the movements of foreign officials within the palace while maintaining discretion to avoid unnecessary scrutiny, then you could publicly declare your intention to take male consorts. In doing so, you would allow foreign officials to enter the palace, and they would be able to witness your majesty's grandeur. Jiang Ce raised an eyebrow and smiled, while Qin Ziwei's face flushed crimson. This matter must not be trifled with, she exclaimed, wishing she could find a crevice to hide in. Unbeknownst to them, the conversation had gradually shifted to Jiang Ce's leadership. I am not a lecherous man. Suddenly taking a male consort would only arouse the suspicions of the ministers. You are well aware that the court of Qin is fraught with turmoil. The king of Han and the group of civil officials have already caused me considerable anxiety, and now, a great general has emerged. How can I, as the emperor of Qin, allow them to seize even a third of my realm? Qin Ziwei sighed deeply, shaking her head in sorrow, sitting dazed at the table, silent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce also put away his teasing demeanor, his smile fading as he spoke with utmost seriousness. Might I inquire from which matter your majesty wishes to commence the investigation? He sought to ascertain Qin Ziwei's thoughts and her approach to untangling the chaotic internal strife. The great general held command over hundreds of thousands of troops. Should any rash action be taken, these forces would descend upon Shuntian, overwhelming the city, making it impossible to investigate him. The king of Han, currently distant in his own fief, should be unrelated to the disasters in the 3 provinces and the tragedy in the small town. In my view, the civil officials are the most suspect. Qin Ziwei's eyes flickered momentarily as she lightly tapped the table with her fingertip, her tone heavy. Oh, what leads your majesty to this conclusion? Jiang Ce's interest was piqued. His thoughts aligned with those of Qin Ziwei. The officials of the 6 ministries, seizing upon the flood disaster, demanded funds with a ferocity surpassing that of the deluge itself. Their initial request was for tens of millions of taels of silver. Even with the wealth of the Qin family, the treasury could hardly withstand such an onslaught. Crucially, while the officials appeared to be in disarray publicly, even staging a quarrel at the entrance of the Ministry of Personnel for Qin Ziwei's benefit, they secretly gathered to revel in brothels. This was invaluable intelligence collected by the Jinyue. Previously, when the king of Han was still in the capital, he could suppress the civil officials with military might, rendering them too fearful to act. However, with his departure, the restraint keeping their arrogance in check vanished, and they began to stir unrest, venting their pent-up frustrations. Moreover, the simultaneous outbreak of disasters in the 3 provinces was unprecedented in history. I dispatched people to investigate and discovered signs of deliberate damage to the upstream levees. However, I am currently unaware of the perpetrator's identity. Should I uncover the truth, I shall surely punish him and his kin to the 9th degree. Qin Ziwei ground her teeth in anger. Your Majesty, please remain calm. Jiang Ce clasped his hands. It will take but 5 days for the external officials to ascertain the truth. However, I have heard that your Majesty has a younger brother? Upon uttering these words, a heavy silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere thick with tension. What do you mean by that? Qin Ziwei's delicate features turned cold as she fixed a piercing gaze upon Jiang Ce. Throughout history, it is not uncommon for imperial families to engage in fratricidal strife for the sake of the throne. Moreover, your younger brother is still quite young, making it entirely plausible for someone with ulterior motives to manipulate him. Jiang Ce's words made it clear to Qin Ziwei that he intended to investigate those close to her. If he is indeed the culprit, do not show mercy. The Qin family does not require traitors. Qin Ziwei's voice was icy. In matters of great consequence, she never wavered, nor dared to do so. The current Qin Ziwei walked a razor's edge. A single misstep could doom the century-old legacy. She could not become a historical sinner of Qin, nor betray her ancestors. Furthermore, Jiang Ce's words resonated deeply with her. At times, in the face of imperial authority, even brothers are but a jest. The external officials understand, Jiang Ce replied coldly. Admiring Qin Ziwei's decisiveness, he thought to himself that if she matured, her abilities would rival those of Tang Jintian. In that case, your Majesty might grant me the title of an inner palace guard. This way, the external officials could enter the palace at any time and remain by your side, ensuring your safety. Qin Ziwei, upon hearing this, found it reasonable. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. I shall immediately send someone to create a jade token. From now on, you shall be my personal bodyguard, holding the rank of 4th grade. Jiang Ce's face brightened, but he shook his head. That is still insufficient. I request that your Majesty grant me the privilege of executing first and reporting later. Otherwise, I fear I cannot intimidate the officials of the Qin dynasty. Qin Ziwei hesitated, scrutinizing Jiang Ce for a while before sighing softly. Although you are an official of the Ming dynasty, the Ming is also my ally. I can grant you the power of executing first and reporting later, but it can only apply to the most heinous of villains. Otherwise, should something go awry, I may not be able to guarantee your safety. Qin Ziwei was filled with concern as she shook her head. Thank you, your Majesty. I shall take my leave now. Jiang Ce smiled, appearing unconcerned with whether Qin Ziwei could protect him. He had never expected her protection. He merely sought this title to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Upon returning to his residence, Jing Ku and the others had already been waiting in the courtyard. "My lord, we have significant leads," Jing Ku said solemnly, bowing slightly. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Ce understood the gravity of the situation, perhaps far beyond his expectations. "Speak," he commanded as he stepped into the courtyard. Two Jinyui swiftly secured the courtyard gate and adeptly climbed the walls, ensuring no outsiders were trailing or spying. "I had my brothers examine the bodies of the victims and discovered that they bore wounds from blades, blunt instruments, and poison. However, the majority had their cervical vertebrae violently snapped, leading to their demise." Jing Ku did not dare to delay and recounted all the information he had gathered. "I believe this incident must have been orchestrated by the Tang people who previously infiltrated the Qin state," he asserted. Jiang Ce remained silent, pondering for a moment. "According to your account, this does not seem like the work of soldiers, but rather that of so-called martial experts. Could it be related to the Qingfeng Pavilion?" He furrowed his brow, recalling the earlier reports from the Jinyui, which stated that the Tang Kingdom had established an organization composed entirely of martial arts experts. "My lord, I believe it was the work of the Qingfeng members. However, they must have the protection and assistance of officials from the Great Qin, otherwise, the unprecedented massacre of 8,000 people could not have been executed so smoothly." Jing Ku continued to analyze. "The immediate priority is to uncover the masterminds behind these Tang people and ascertain their true intentions. My lord, I believe we may need to employ torture." Jing Ku's expression darkened. The Jinyui was most feared for its various forms of corporal punishment. It was precisely due to these tortures that they could intimidate officials. Yet this also tarnished the reputation of the Jinyui irreparably. Jiang Ce looked at Jing Ku with curiosity. "Do you have a suspect?" "Today, during the Qin hour, while investigating a case in the town, I discovered that the Secretary of the Ministry of Revenue was accompanied by a group of subordinates, seemingly intent on destroying evidence. I created a bit of a commotion to frighten them off." Jing Ku explained, "Logically, this case should be handled by the Ministry of Justice. It shouldn't involve the Ministry of Revenue, let alone the Secretary of the Ministry of Revenue." Thus, I followed him back to Shuntian and found him secretly meeting with the Minister of Personnel and the Minister of Revenue in the Huichun Hall. The three of them did not bring any subordinates and acted with great secrecy. As Jing Ku recounted the entire sequence of events, Jiang Ce's brow furrowed deeply. "I am currently the personal guard of the Empress, and matters concerning the 6 ministries will henceforth be my responsibility. This will facilitate the process. You all are to focus on gathering evidence. What about the flooding situation in the 3 provinces? Do you have any leads?" Jiang Ce inquired, replying to "My lord, it is midwinter, and many areas in the Qin Kingdom are on the verge of drought. How could there suddenly be flooding in 3 provinces simultaneously?" Upon investigation, we discovered that the dam upstream had been deliberately damaged. Following this lead, we found that it was the local county magistrate who was behind it. With a little persuasion, the magistrate revealed the whole story, stating that the Minister of Revenue had given him 500,000 taels of silver and had threatened him with dismissal to compel him into this act. "Both incidents are related to the Minister of Revenue," Jing Ce said coldly. "What a coincidence that both major cases involve the Minister of Revenue. If nothing goes awry, the disaster relief funds must have also ended up in the minister's pockets, right?" Jiang Ce chuckled coldly, his hands clasped behind his back, shaking his head. "The corruption within the Great Qin court is far more severe than the Wang Xiang case in our own court. Continue to trace the flow of funds. We must uncover the true puppet master behind this." Jiang Ce spoke with gravity. He had an inkling that the Minister of Revenue was merely a small player, with a larger force looming behind. After all, a single Minister of Revenue could not incite the officials of the 6 ministries to conspire against the Great Qin. At the very least, it would require someone of Zhao Yi's caliber. "Yes, my lord. By the way, has there been any news regarding the Great Qin's Grand General?" "No sign of activity. He has remained in the general's residence and does not see visitors. The general's residence is heavily guarded, and my subordinates and I have been unable to infiltrate it." Jing Ku replied helplessly. The guards at the front and back of the general's residence were heavily armed, and they daren't approach for fear of being caught. Thus they could only monitor from a distance. "Is that so?" Jiang Ce did not comment further. But his intuition told him that the so-called illness of the Great Qin's Grand General, which caused him to return to the capital for recuperation, was merely a facade, perhaps with a hidden agenda to force Qin Ziwei to abdicate. However, the immediate priority was not to deal with the Grand General, but to clarify the connection between the flooding disaster and the massacre in the small town. If it could be proven that these 2 incidents were connected to the Minister of Revenue, he could leverage the pretext of purging the court to assist Qin Ziwei in eliminating these court vermin. Simultaneously, it would help her solidify her control over the Qin Kingdom. Otherwise, the alliance treaty between the Ming and the Qin would merely be a worthless piece of paper, devoid of any practical significance. "I will make a trip to the palace. You all take a brief rest and continue the investigation. Yes, my lord. In the palace, within the imperial study. Qin Ziwei was startled to see Jiang Ce suddenly appear. She quickly regained her composure and gestured for the palace maids to cease their exclamations, signaling them to leave. Once the maids had departed, she breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at Jiang Ce in astonishment. Without the jade token I granted you, how did you manage to enter the imperial study? Jiang Ce smiled. The two guards at the door recognized me and made an exception. This morning, Jiang Ce had been personally escorted into the palace by Wang Shili, a prominent figure. The guards dared not hinder him, and when they saw Jiang Ce reappear at the palace door, they bowed low with utmost respect. Did you perhaps uncover some clues during your visit? Replying to your majesty. Indeed, I have found a considerable number of leads. The officials of the 6 ministries are deeply implicated, and it appears that both the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Personnel have likely established connections with the invaders from the Tang Kingdom. If we continue to investigate, it is likely that external officials will resort to some methods of torture, resulting in inevitable casualties. I merely wish to inform your majesty in advance. Jiang Ce's intention to take action against the officials of the 6 ministries would undoubtedly not remain concealed from the entire Great Qin court. This would provoke a backlash from the officials, and it was necessary to inform Qin Ziwei beforehand so she could prepare her countermeasures. Chapter 160, A Palace Coup? I understand. Qin Ziwei replied, her lovely face slightly cold. She had never anticipated that the Minister of Revenue would be so ruthless, willing to sacrifice his own hometown for the sake of the court's disaster relief funds. At the same time, she had not realized that her own court had been infiltrated by spies from the Tang Kingdom. In that moment, she felt surrounded by enemies on all sides, with the only source of comfort and reliance being this official from the Ming Dynasty by her side. Reflecting on this, Qin Ziwei stole a glance at Jiang Ce, sensing that something was amiss. Women possess an innate intuition, and she often perceives Jiang Ce as though he were donning a mask, exuding an air of authority befitting one who has long resided in a position of power. To articulate this with more specificity, it resembles the majesty of an emperor, one whose remarkable achievements command genuine allegiance. This sentiment is profoundly felt by Qin Ziwei, who, as a fellow sovereign, often senses that she stands in Jiang Ce's shadow. Return to inform your majesty that I seek his aid in military matters. I am utterly weary of the intrigues within this court. A hint of fatigue graced Qin Ziwei's attractive visage. The foreign minister then took his leave. Jiang Ce, with a resigned smile, turned to depart, but was halted by Qin Ziwei's voice. This jade token has been hastily prepared. Take it with you. Henceforth, no one shall dare impede your passage through the palace gates, even during the curfew. As Qin Ziwei placed the jade token into Jiang Ce's palm, their hands inevitably brushed against one another, prompting her to gaze up at him, skepticism evident in her eyes. Your hands are far more delicate than I had imagined. She was taken aback. The vice commander of the Jinyui, who worked amidst peril, should undoubtedly possess rough and calloused hands. Indeed, Jiang Ce bore calluses. Yet the texture of his skin was not that of a middle-aged man's roughness. It was solely a matter of age rather than any martial practice. The foreign minister's superiors prefer to engage directly, forbidding us from intervening in matters such as arrests and tracking, Jiang Ce remarked with a smile, deftly changing the subject. This was indeed the truth. Since establishing the capital in Jinling, he had neither needed to personally lead troops into battle nor engaged in arduous tasks, resulting in his calluses becoming considerably thinner. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziwei's doubts dissipated, concluding that since he had delivered messages on 2 occasions, he could not have been involved in anything too demanding and thus chose not to dwell on it further. The following morning, as it was time for the morning court assembly, the palace maids assisted Qin Ziwei in donning her dragon robe and applying a light layer of makeup. Just as she was about to proceed to court, Wang Shili awaited her at the door, his face etched with worry. Your Majesty, trouble has arisen. Qin Ziwei, perplexed by his urgency, blinked in bewilderment. What could possibly cause such alarm this early? Qin Fangyuan has brought troops to the court. 50,000 border soldiers are stationed at the palace gates, and our imperial guards are currently in a standoff with them. What? This is outrageous. Is Qin Fangyuan attempting to rebel? Qin Ziwei's expression darkened with fury as she swiftly strode towards the grand hall. Upon her arrival, Qin Fangyuan had already been waiting inside, clad in armor and brandishing a sword, standing in stark contrast to the officials in their formal attire. Qin Fangyuan, surrounding the palace is a grave act of treason. Do you intend to rebel? I give you 15 minutes to withdraw your troops. Qin Ziwei shouted, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Fangyuan. The court officials observed the exchange with a mix of amusement and intrigue. Anticipating her wrath, Qin Fangyuan met her glare without flinching, sneering as he retorted, Your Majesty, do you possess evidence linking me to the army outside the palace? Perhaps they merely sought to enjoy the scenery? He feigned hurt, claiming her accusations pained him. Qin Fangyuan's words were laced with malice, and he exuded an air of defiance. You, Qin Ziwei's slender finger trembled as fury surged within her, her chest heaving with indignation. It was evident to all that as the Grand General, he had neglected his duties by allowing his soldiers to surround the palace. A blatant act of insubordination. Is this how you discipline your soldiers, Qin Fangyuan? This is the imperial capital of Qin. Her eyes narrowed, growing increasingly frigid. Your Majesty, do not forget, I returned to the capital under duress of illness. Merely a patient, not the Grand General, he coldly declared, drawing his sword and pointing it directly at Qin Ziwei. A gasp rippled through the assembly as Wang Shirley stepped forward to shield her. Qin Fangyuan, have you lost your mind? Lower your sword. The sudden turn of events left everyone, including Qin Ziwei, momentarily stunned. She could not have fathomed that Qin Fangyuan would dare to challenge her authority in front of the court officials. The imperial guards quickly surrounded Qin Fangyuan, brandishing their weapons and demanding that he lower his sword. I have brought a force of 20,000. Should anyone dare to harm a single hair on my head, my army shall march into the palace, and all shall face retribution. Qin Fangyuan sneered, surveying the crowd with a sense of superiority, relishing their terror. Qin Ziwei's complexion shifted, her face flushed with a mix of anger and fear. This was clearly an attempt at a coup. The court officials were similarly alarmed, fearing for their lives as many began to voice their concerns to Qin Fangyuan, urging him to reconsider before he acted impulsively and brought his army into the palace. With 20,000 troops, you could easily raise 2 cities. General Qin, please lower your sword. Let us discuss matters calmly. Indeed, the Empress is not a tyrant. She surely understands your grievances, so please, put down your weapon. General Qin, do not act rashly. We all know how long you've been stationed at the borders. You must be exhausted. The officials incessantly called out to Qin Fangyuan, employing every sweet word imaginable, for no one desired to become a casualty of the border troops. Observing this scene, Qin Fangyuan was amused. He promptly set aside his sword and raised an eyebrow towards Qin Ziwei. Your Majesty, they claim that Qin has his reasons. What is your perspective? Listening to Qin Fangyuan's overtly sarcastic tone, Qin Ziwei's expression was far from pleasant. What reasons could you possibly have that justify such treasonous behavior? Even pointing your sword at me. Qin Ziwei's countenance fluctuated between anger and caution. Even though she recognized Qin Fangyuan's ill intentions, she could only endure, unwilling to publicly confront him. After all, the 50,000 troops outside the palace were no mere decoration. Not to mention that Qin Fangyuan had another 150,000 soldiers at his disposal. Reasons do not quite suffice. Rather, I am disheartened and troubled. Qin Fangyuan shifted his self-reference, now calling himself this humble general, which struck Qin Ziwei as absurd. Just a moment prior, he had wielded his sword to corner her. Yet now he was addressing himself as a humble general. What grounds do you have to feel disheartened? Qin Ziwei pressed, suppressing her impatience. As the Grand General of the Jin Kingdom, I command the largest and most formidable forces since the founding of the nation. Qin Fangyuan spoke with pride. Only to pivot sharply, it is precisely for this reason that the late emperor, fearing my military might could threaten the imperial city, specifically assigned me to guard the borders. For 13 years I have remained here. If your Majesty were to endure such treatment, would you not feel disheartened? Qin Fangyuan lamented, his countenance sorrowful. General Qin indeed suffers. 13 years on the frontier, repelling the incursions of the Tang cavalry, bearing untold hardships and challenges. One can understand his discontent. Several ministers chimed in. Qin Ziwei remained silent, her cold gaze fixed on Qin Fangyuan, aware that this was merely the prelude, with deeper traps awaiting her. As expected, witnessing the support from numerous officials, Qin Fangyuan seized the moment. My purpose in returning to the capital is not for trivial matters, but to provide accountability to my soldiers. For 13 years, many have diligently upheld the mission bestowed by the late emperor, guarding our borders with unwavering conviction. What is their motivation? Simply to honor the nation's investment in them. Qin Fangyuan sighed heavily, shaking his head. However, in recent years, the military allowances allocated to my troops have dwindled significantly, often delayed. Had I not established granaries at the border and encouraged my soldiers to cultivate fertile land, many would have perished from hunger by now. It is one thing to withhold military pay, but why does the Ministry of War deny the soldiers' requests for leave to return home? Are they not human? Do they not have families? A cold glint flashed in Qin Fangyuan's eyes. Your Majesty, reflect upon this. As the Grand General, I lack the ability to reunite my soldiers with their families and am coerced into bearing the label of a traitor, surrounding the imperial palace with my forces. I am truly left with no alternative. Upon hearing his words, Qin Ziwei's expression turned icy. How could she not realize that Qin Fangyuan was placing all the blame on her as the emperor? Implicitly, he suggested that she, the reigning empress, was indifferent to the struggles of the frontier soldiers, implying that their rebellion could be justified. Those present were astute enough to perceive Qin Fangyuan's ulterior motives. Yet none dared to expose them. General Qin, how would you have me resolve this matter? Qin Ziwei pondered how to placate Qin Fangyuan, hoping he would withdraw his troops before considering further actions. I believe stationing hundreds of thousands of soldiers at the border is a last resort. Our two nations are adversaries. This not only exhausts the populace and depletes resources, but also breeds discontent among the border civilians towards the court, fostering resentment within the military that would affect both the Tang and the Qin. Why not pursue amicable relations with the Tang, withdraw our forces from the border, and allocate our military strength elsewhere? Why persist in guarding such barren frontiers? Qin Fangyuan's proposition, on the surface, appeared reasonable, yet upon deeper reflection, Qin Ziwei was drenched in cold sweat as she cast a long, profound glance at him. Regardless of whether it was the Qin or any other nation, border defense was of paramount importance and could not be compromised. Even if the Tang were to extend an olive branch, it was unthinkable to abandon the frontier. To do so would expose the territory of the Qin to enemy eyes, and without stationed troops, the ambitious Tang would not hesitate to seize the vulnerable Qin as prey. General Qin, I cannot acquiesce to your request. The matter of border security is of utmost importance. How can you suggest such recklessness? Qin Ziwei coldly rebuffed. If this path is taken, not only will Shuntian City be besieged, but the Qin itself may also be trampled by the Tang cavalry. Consider carefully before you speak. Your Majesty, there are as many as 200,000 troops stationed in Shuntian. If you wish to refuse, you must first consult the ministers in the court. Qin Fangyuan gazed at Qin Ziwei with frosty eyes, a shadow of a smile playing on his lips as he brazenly threatened her. At this point, he saw no reason to spare her feelings. Whoever held military power was the true authority, regardless of her status as Empress. Your Majesty, reflect deeply. General Qin's intentions are for the betterment of our Qin. The ongoing warfare at the borders consumes our national resources. Perhaps the Tang have already contemplated peace, but are hindered by our substantial border forces, forcing them to maintain a military presence. If we withdraw our troops and send envoys to Chang'an to negotiate peace, would that not resolve the issue? After all, the Tang's wealth and supplies do not materialize from thin air. They are likely to agree. The Minister of Revenue stepped forward, urgently advising. With one bold voice leading the charge, others soon followed suit, including the Minister of War and the Minister of Personnel, all rallying in support of Qin Fangyuan. Seeing the assembly of officials so dismissive of national security, Qin Ziwei felt a deep chill within her. She gazed at His Highness and the ministers with disappointment, shaking her head slightly. Grant me a moment, for I must ponder this matter. After all, the defense of the border is no trifling issue. Even if I were to send envoys for peace, I must first draft a royal edict to adhere to the proprieties of state. Qin Ziwei steeled her nerves, feigning acceptance, while in truth, she sought to buy time to devise a plan. Your Majesty is wise. I shall take my leave for now. Qin Fangyuan, seeing Qin Ziwei finally relent, snorted disdainfully and departed the grand hall with an air of indifference. Before long, a eunuch came to report that Qin Fangyuan had left with his troops, and the heavy weight in Qin Ziwei's heart finally lifted. Wearily, she waved her hand, signaling the end of the court session. Soon, with the departure of the officials, the vast hall became desolate. Qin Ziwei looked mournfully at the empty space below the steps, offering a faint smile before regaining her unwavering resolve. Even if heaven seeks to destroy me, the great Qin, I shall contend with fate. Investigate thoroughly whom Qin Fangyuan has associated with upon his return to the capital. Did he have any dealings with Tang spies during his time at the southern border? Even if there are no direct connections, I need some evidence. I demand his demise. Qin Ziwei commanded her aide Wang Shirley, having resolved to use Qin Fangyuan's life as a deterrent for the court officials. Chapter 162. The death of the minister stirs the realm. Your Majesty, the foreign officials have acted upon your orders and dispatched the Jinyui to monitor the general's residence. Recently, Qin Fangyuan has behaved rather modestly, spending his days drinking tea and wine within his estate, without any overtly suspicious behavior. However, it has come to our attention that the Prime Minister has been visiting the general's residence at night. What could be his intentions? In the imperial study, Jiang Ce reported the progress of recent investigations. Historically, civil officials and military generals have been at odds. Yet the Prime Minister of the Great Qin wields immense authority as a civil servant and seeks out a general who commands nearly half of the kingdom's military strength. Who would dare believe there are no ulterior motives? Indeed, upon hearing this, Qin Ziwei's beautiful countenance darkened swiftly, her phoenix eyes narrowing. Have you discerned whether they conspire in secret? Alas, I have not, Jiang Ce replied, shaking his head. The defenses of the general's residence are exceedingly strict. Even a mosquito would find it difficult to penetrate, let alone a living person attempting to gather intelligence. Continue to keep watch over them, Qin Ziwei commanded coldly. As you wish. Returning to the courtyard at midday, Jiang Ce was greeted by Jing Ku, who respectfully welcomed him back. Sir, I have uncovered the truth. The tragedy in the small town was indeed the work of members from the Tang's Qingfeng Pavilion. We have identified approximately 120 of them who have infiltrated the Great Qin, currently hiding within the residence of the Minister of Revenue, under his protection, thus evading the citywide sweep by the Ministry of Justice. Jiang Ce reported in detail. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce shook his head with a grim countenance. The corruption within the Qin court exceeded his imagination. As an official of the Great Qin, how could one collude with the Tang and cause the deaths of 8,000 Qin citizens, merely to frame Qin Ziwei and force her abdication? Such individuals must not be allowed to wield power. Otherwise, the Great Qin would inevitably fall under Tang control. Jiang Ce pondered deeply. Should the Qin be dominated by Tang, the very existence of the Ming would be at stake. Combined, the military forces of both nations numbered in the millions, predominantly cavalry. In the face of such overwhelming numbers, the Ming's 70,000 troops paled in comparison. With a single command, millions of iron hooves could traverse the Ming from north to south, while he could only watch helplessly as his kingdom crumbled. Regardless, for the sake of the Ming's future, he must ensure the stability of Qin Ziwei's throne and prevent power from falling into the hands of others in the Qin dynasty. Bring 10 men and follow me to the Minister of Revenue's residence, Jiang Ce declared, his eyes blazing with determination. It is high time to show these scoundrels the consequences of their actions. Sir? Jiang Ce questioned, puzzled by Jiang Ce's intent. The Empress has granted me the authority to act first and report later. We now possess sufficient evidence, at the very least. The fact that the minister is harboring criminals cannot be denied. He smiled coldly, a smile laced with chilling intent. Sir, is 10 men sufficient? The minister's residence is likely to be guarded by over 100 skilled Tang warriors. With such a small force, we may struggle to raid the estate. Jiang Ce expressed his concerns. Jiang Ce chuckled heartily, patting Jiang Ce on the shoulder. Who said we are going to raid the estate? Imagine if the minister were to be discovered dead in his own home, and we possess evidence of his harboring Tang suspects. Once he is gone, we can prompt the Ministry of Justice to apprehend the culprits, and we shall remain beyond reproach. You are indeed wise, sir, Jiang Ce exclaimed, realizing the brilliance of the plan. Though simple and forceful, it would undoubtedly yield results. The minister's misdeeds were known throughout the court, should the matter be escalated. The officials of the Qin dynasty, wishing to avoid being implicated by a corpse, would act swiftly to bury the issue. Furthermore, as a trusted guard appointed by Qin Ziwei, he possessed the authority to investigate freely, and framing others would not be out of the question. After all, to compel these individuals to face justice, one must employ means more nefarious than their own. Soon, Jiang Ce arrived at the Minister of Revenue's residence. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. Growing impatient, he knocked harder. When still met with silence and no servants in sight, he raised his leg to kick the door open, just as a butler rushed to answer. Who dares to cause a disturbance at the Minister of Revenue's residence? The butler, upon seeing Jiang Ce in civilian attire and not recognizing his face, looked down his nose at him, exuding an air of arrogance. Begone! Jiang Ce shot a cold glare at the butler, and Jiang Ce quickly stepped forward to subdue him. Tu Jinyue entered the residence to assess the situation. Sir, all is secure. Jiang Ce nodded, placing his hands behind his back, and strode into the estate with measured steps. The Minister of Revenue's residence had but a few servants, likely in fear of too many mouths and ears, lest the servants disclose the fact that they were harboring a murderer. Upon hearing the commotion, the Minister of Revenue emerged from his chambers, adjusting his attire, and was met by the sight of Jiang Ce and his men intruding into the courtyard. His countenance darkened instantaneously, in broad daylight. How dare you invade the minister's estate? You must be tired of life. The Minister of Revenue exclaimed in a fit of rage. Minister? Jiang Ce, noticing the principal had arrived, smiled and nodded at him. Oh, so you still recognize me as a minister? Depart from this estate at once, and I shall pretend today's events never occurred. Otherwise, when I report this to His Majesty, you shall not escape death. The Minister of Revenue asserted, puffing out his chest in authority, his sleeves sweeping in a threatening manner. It seems you will not have the chance to meet His Majesty. Jiang Ce's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, his figure agile, closing the distance to the minister. The latter, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Jiang Ce's expression, felt a chill run down his spine, and in his shock, stumbled, collapsing to the ground. You. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Ce swiftly thrust a sword into his throat, the hidden dagger now stained with blood. Gasping, the minister clutched his gushing neck, his pupils dilating as life ebbed away. Jiang Ce bent down, wiped the blade clean on the minister's garments, and then turned to leave. Jiang Ce released his grip on the steward and followed closely behind Jiang Ce. Once the steward regained his senses, he cursed the retreating figures, only to turn and witness the horrifying sight of the minister lying in a pool of blood, causing him to stumble and fall in fright. Murder. The Minister of Revenue met a tragic end in his own home, sending shockwaves throughout the court and beyond. The calamities in the 3 provinces and the massacre in the small town had not instilled such terror among the officials. This time, it was the Minister of Revenue who had perished, one of the pinnacle figures of power in the Qin dynasty. Furthermore, 3 days had passed, and they had yet to find the perpetrator. It was as if the murderer had evaporated from existence. This situation fostered a profound sense of insecurity within the court, as no one could ascertain who might be the next to fall victim within their own residence. Chapter 163. Amused by the struggle between 2 factions. Court convenes. In the Baoha Hall, since Qin Ziwei ascended to the throne, this was the first time both civil and military officials gathered for a morning assembly. The hall was bustling with officials, and Qin Ziwei observed this rare sight with a hint of surprise. Then it struck her that the Minister of Revenue's gruesome demise had instilled a sense of urgency among them. Are there any matters to be reported? Qin Ziwei, in high spirits, took note of the anxious expressions on the officials' faces. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. The Minister of Personnel stepped forward, bowing respectfully, though a trace of concern flickered across his aged visage. In light of the Minister of Revenue's death, the court was rife with unease, in my estimation. The murderer must have had a specific target, deliberately striking at the court officials. I urge your Majesty to issue a warrant for the capture of the perpetrator, lest more ministers meet an untimely demise. Though he spoke eloquently, claiming to be concerned for the greater good, he was primarily worried for his own safety. Why issue a warrant? Qin Ziwei inquired, her expression composed, a subtle smirk dancing on her lips as she regarded the Minister of Personnel. Your Majesty, the murderer has slain a court official. According to our great Qin laws, the murder of a third-rank official warrants the execution of the entire family. Issuing a warrant is necessary to swiftly apprehend the culprit. The Minister of Personnel scratched his head, perplexed by Qin Ziwei's line of questioning. Surely, what he said was reasonable. The other officials shared his confusion, glancing in bewilderment at Qin Ziwei. Did her words imply she intended to shield the suspect? As the chilling realization dawned upon them, cold sweat began to seep through their official robes, dampening their garments. Could it be that the Empress herself had orchestrated this? They swallowed hard, their throats constricted with apprehension. Even if they suspected Qin Ziwei of being behind the act, without evidence, to voice such accusations against the sovereign would be tantamount to treason. The current civil officials did not possess the audacity to confront Qin Ziwei directly. Meanwhile, the military officials were largely indifferent, as the deceased was not one of their own, but rather a bureaucrat they had long disdained. Many attended the morning assembly merely for the spectacle. You dare to use the laws of Great Qin to threaten me? Qin Ziwei narrowed her eyes, a frigid glint piercing through as she fixed her gaze upon the Minister of Personnel. I would not dare, Your Majesty, he quickly denied, bowing his head. If you invoke the laws of Great Qin, then I shall seize this opportunity to clarify the minister's transgressions. Qin Ziwei swept aside her usual restraint, her aura radiating authority. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Both the Minister of Personnel and the other officials wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Was the Minister of Revenue not the victim? How had he suddenly become a criminal? As they grappled with their disbelief, Qin Ziwei continued. The Minister of Revenue sheltered a murderer from the Tang, colluded with foreign entities. This is the first crime. Harboring a criminal is the second. Deceiving the emperor and failing to report knowledge of these acts constitutes the third crime. Each of these offenses is sufficient to warrant the execution of the minister's entire clan 100 times over. Tell me, is his death not unjust? Qin Ziwei's voice resonated powerfully within the hall. Following her declaration, she cast a keen glance at Qin Fanyuan, who bore a sword as he attended court. He merely snorted, revealing no sign of unusual behavior. This revelation sent ripples of shock through the ranks of officials. They were utterly astounded by Qin Ziwei's words, and in that moment, they comprehended that the Minister of Revenue had indeed been eliminated at the behest of the Empress. However, as they belonged to the same collective of interests, they remained largely unaware of the actions of the Minister of Revenue. How could a dethroned Empress swiftly acquire evidence and quietly eliminate the Minister of Revenue? Given that Qin Ziwei is presently neither favored by martial officials nor embraced by civil officials, it is unlikely that anyone would covertly assist her, unless it were the brutish generals harboring grievances against her faction of civil officials. In an instant, the civil officials regained their composure and cast hostile glares at the martial officials, led by Qin Fanyuan. This is alarming. Those with brawn and little intellect are indeed swift in their capacity for violence. The Minister of Justice remarked sarcastically, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Fanyuan. Just days prior, he had orchestrated a palace coup scene for our viewing. How commendably bold and cunning. If only he could apply such skills in warfare. He continued to mock, while the martial officials felt a surge of indignation. As young men filled with vigor, they were easily provoked. Recognizing this insolent civil official's open derision and unfounded accusations of murder, how could they possibly endure such insults? Bah! You, wretch, clean your mouth before speaking. State your accusations plainly without slandering us. A general, unable to contain his fury, stepped forward to chastise the Minister of Justice. Humph, dare to act yet refuse to acknowledge? The Minister of Revenue served the nation with loyalty, yet you conspired to have him killed. You are the true parasites of Daqian, consuming military pay without fulfilling your duties. I say, send all of you useless bureaucrats to the frontier and never allow you to return to the capital. The Minister of Justice retorted defiantly. These words caused a sharp twitch at the corner of Qin Fengyuan's eye, prompting him to fiercely draw his sword from his waist and pointed at the Minister of Justice. I had no intention of involving myself in your factional disputes. But do you not think your words are excessively audacious? The frontier warriors safeguard Daqian. Have they ever wronged you? Qin Fengyuan's wrath surged, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the Minister of Justice. The latter, under the intense scrutiny akin to that of a ferocious beast, trembled uncontrollably, falling silent and refraining from further comment. As the situation escalated, Qin Ziwei stood calmly in the hall, observing the conflict between the two factions with composure. She understood that the more intense the discord between civil and martial officials, the greater her opportunity to cleanse the court. A faint smile curved her lips as she subtly glanced at Jiang Ce, hidden in the side hall. He nodded gently in acknowledgement. The previous night, he had shared his plan with Qin Ziwei, foreseeing the turmoil that would unfold in the Grand Hall. Initially, he intended to act as a backup, prepared to present evidence when Qin Ziwei confronted the Minister of Revenue about his misdeeds. However, he had not anticipated that the civil officials would instigate internal strife first, thus saving him considerable effort. Furthermore, the ongoing conflict between the civil and martial factions would facilitate his investigation, granting him ample time to tailor the charges against all officials slated for scrutiny. Silence. As Qin Ziwei perceived that the uproar had reached its peak, she recognized that from this day forth, the two factions would be irrevocably opposed. They would become preoccupied with their mutual conflicts, neglecting her authority as emperor. Such disorder during morning court is entirely unbecoming. After delivering a stern admonition, the ministers finally quieted down. Dismissed. Regarding the death of the Minister of Revenue, I shall draft a formal indictment in due course. This matter must not be mentioned again. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Chapter 164. The 8 princes enter the capital, officials dismissed. Why was this not mentioned sooner? The arrival of the 8 princes in the capital is a matter of great consequence, especially since the situation with Qin Fengyuan remains unresolved. In the imperial study, Qin Ziwei listened anxiously to Wang Shirley's report, her demeanor betraying her distress as she slammed her hand down on the table. Wang Shirley, startled by the sudden noise, quickly regained his composure and advised Qin Ziwei, Your Majesty, please remain calm. The princes entering the capital without a decree is not favorable for us. The court is already in disarray, and their arrival will undoubtedly stir further complications. They may be plotting to force you to abdicate. Wang Shirley expressed his concerns, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. Qin Ziwei felt similarly troubled. Among the 8 princes, led by the formidable Han Wang, it was evident to any astute observer that their entrance was incited by him. Moreover, these 8 princes were her own uncles and granduncles, and under the pretext of visiting their niece or mourning the late emperor, she could not refuse their presence. To do so would be seen as a breach of righteousness, inviting public scorn. Most troubling was the fact that Han Wang had been quiet for over half a month. Why would he re-emerge at this juncture? Presently, it seemed that Qin Fengyuan harbored no ambitions for power. He merely sought to mend relations with Tanggua to relieve the soldiers at the border from their burdens. Meanwhile, the civil officials were preoccupied with their disputes with the martial officials, offering no support to elevate her brother. This line of thought sent shivers down Qin Ziwei's spine. Clearly, there were spies among the court's princes reporting on the affairs within. Han Wang must have already gleaned this information and recognized it as a prime opportunity to instigate a coup. When faced with an army, one must defend. When confronted with floodwaters, one must build barriers. I do not believe they dare to publicly strip me of my throne. Qin Ziwei's gaze hardened as her beautiful countenance turned frosty. On the morning of court, 3 days hence, the 8 princes awaited in the Baoha Hall. Strangely, Qin Fengyuan, whether aware of the prince's presence or not, feigned illness and remained in the general's residence, absent from court. This brought a slight sense of relief to Qin Ziwei, as she mused that the absence of an unsettling factor was beneficial. As she approached the main hall, Qin Ziwei took a deep breath to calm her inner turmoil. Long live the emperor. As usual, the officials in the hall offered a perfunctory display. However, to Qin Ziwei's surprise, the princes behaved with unexpected decorum and performed their greetings sincerely. She had anticipated a grand spectacle awaiting her after the court session. Your Majesty, has the administration of our Daqian become exceedingly busy of late? Before Qin Ziwei could voice her thoughts, Wang Han had already interjected with a bow. Launching the first offensive, she cast a glance at the upright Wang Han, who exuded an air of neither servility nor arrogance, and furrowed her brow. Why did Wang Han pose such a question? The affairs of the court have always been my responsibility alongside the esteemed ministers, seemingly bearing little relevance to the princes. Qin Ziwei's words were imbued with delicacy, implying that the princes, having received their fiefs, ought to remain dutifully within their domains and refrain from meddling in state matters. Humph. Wang Han scoffed, noting that his dear niece had matured, her tone toward her uncle now imbued with audacity. He deftly shifted the conversation, evading Qin Ziwei's sharp words, and asserted his seniority over her. As the reigning emperor, I am the sovereign. You, Wang Han, are merely a subject within my realm. What objection could you possibly raise? Qin Ziwei let out a cold laugh, wielding her imperial status to firmly suppress Wang Han. What a splendid emperor I am. Is it not a sign of utter incompetence that I, the emperor, am subjected to such mockery? Wang Han's blatant words undoubtedly cast Qin Ziwei's dignity to the ground. Insolence. Qin Ziwei exclaimed, Wang Han, what do you mean by this? What do I mean? I wish to inquire what you, Qin Ziwei, mean by this. The 8 princes, according to Daqian's laws, are entitled to monthly salaries, rewards, and a plethora of cumbersome benefits, amounting to over 100,000 stones of coarse rice. You have delayed their disbursement for half a year. Do you wish for your dear uncle to perish of hunger in his fief? Wang Han glared with bloodshot eyes, accusing her of being unfilial. During the reign of the late emperor, did we, your uncles, ever lack even a stone of coarse rice? How is it that you, now an emperor, have failed to deliver supplies for half a year? Wang Han continued, leaving Qin Ziwei speechless. The matter of the prince's salaries has always been managed by the Minister of Revenue, who passed away before she could find a replacement. Now, seeking to confront the Minister of Revenue is impossible. She could only stand there, dumbfounded, as Wang Han unleashed his verbal onslaught. The late emperor passed away in his prime. And you are still young. It is only natural that the pressing state affairs have caused you to overlook this matter, something we uncles and aunts can understand. The ministers within the palace pricked up their ears, anticipating a dramatic confrontation. Yet were taken aback when Wang Han reined in his aggression and offered a gentle smile to Qin Ziwei. It is also our fault for not properly educating you. Thus, as the 8 princes come to the capital to discuss state affairs with you, we shall teach you anything you do not understand. We are all family. Governing a nation together is entirely reasonable. Once you have matured and secured your reign, we shall retreat to our fiefs. Wang Han said with a cheerful demeanor, though his eyes concealed a profound malice. On the surface, his words seemed innocuous, yet they concealed a deep pit for Qin Ziwei. The notion of jointly discussing state affairs with the princes is unprecedented in the annals of history. Moreover, while Wang Han's words were pleasant, claiming that they would return to their fiefs once Qin Ziwei was adequately trained, who would determine when she was deemed trained? Was it not ultimately Wang Han who held the power? Qin Ziwei gazed deeply at Wang Han, her expression fluctuating between light and dark. Everything he had orchestrated today was merely a prelude to discussing state affairs with her. Jointly discussing state affairs, so beautifully phrased, was in truth a guise for sharing the empire. The longer the 8 princes lingered in the court, growing familiar with the royal relatives, their power would swell, and she might well find herself facing dire consequences. Qin Ziwei understood well that only those princes who remained dutifully in their fiefs were good princes. All others were traitors with insidious intentions. Absolutely not. You 8 princes, rashly entering the capital, have already violated the laws of the court. Your notion of jointly discussing state affairs is sheer nonsense. I shall never acquiesce to your absurd demands. Qin Ziwei declared, her face a mask of frost. Should she truly acquiesce, her reign as the Empress of Qin would meet its end. Very well. Wang Han clapped his hands, repeating the word thrice. Declaring that the governance of Daqian was in utter disarray, how could she claim the title of emperor? As long as you do not comply, I shall ensure that you are never fit to be emperor. The civil and military officials dismissed the court. Wang Han's gaze was fierce as he surveyed the assembly, striking his palm, causing 2,000 imperial guards to encircle the hall. I shall not compel you to abdicate. Rather, I wish to see if you can maintain your throne without the support of the civil and military officials. Chapter 165. Divine Wrath and Public Outcry. Why do you not abdicate? Who dares to dismiss the court? Qin Ziwei stood her ground, her eyes fixed firmly on Wang Han. Wang Han, the emperor is I, not you. As a prince, you have no authority to command the officials of the court. Otherwise, I shall accuse you of treason and uphold justice against Qin. Qin Ziwei asserted, word by word. Wang Han chuckled coldly. Outside Shuntian City, a small town was slaughtered. 8,000 lives lost in a grisly manner. 10 days have passed. Yet you, Qin Ziwei, have not even found a trace of the culprit. Does this not serve as evidence of your incompetence as the current emperor? You, Qin Ziwei ground her teeth, at a loss for how to retort. Not to mention the tragedy of the small town, what explanation do you have for the simultaneous flooding in 3 provinces? In this frigid winter, while other regions are on the brink of drought, How is it that the provinces near Shuntian Imperial City simultaneously suffered floods? The death toll of these 8,000 souls, combined with those lost to the flooding, nears 100,000. Can you, Qin Ziwei, truly assert that their demise bears no relation to you? Wang Han's words pierced her heart, as he openly chastised her before the assembly of civil and military officials. In contrast, Qin Ziwei was left flustered, her complexion shifting in hue, yet she found herself bereft of any retort, forced to endure in silence. Observing her silence, Wang Han appeared somewhat disinterested and turned to address the ministers. As officials of Daqian, are you not frightened by the occurrence of these two events? Throughout the history of our Daqian, the death of 100,000 commoners in a year is an unprecedented and alarming occurrence. Even during the most devastating famine in history, only 80,000 lives were lost. Yet, within less than a year of Qin Ziwei's ascension to the throne, such monumental natural and man-made disasters have befallen us. If she continues to reign as the emperor of Daqian, will the future not be plagued by widespread floods? Wang Han scoffed derisively, repeatedly mocking her. Military leaders perform sacrifices before battles, while civil officials bathe and burn incense before festivals. Some even go so far as to fast, all of which indicates their inherent superstition. Moreover, the simultaneous occurrence of two major events is far too coincidental. Under Wang Han's deliberate guidance, the officials concluded that heaven was displeased with the incompetent female emperor and thus unleashed calamities upon her. Historical texts record that disasters occurring at year's end are the wrath of heaven directed at those in power, punishing Daqian. Many officials voiced their opinions, murmuring among themselves. Only a select few, well-versed in the truth, understood that these so-called disasters were, in fact, entirely man-made. Dismiss the court. I shall not attend. What is the point of morning court when my life is at stake? The female emperor is incompetent, failing to govern the nation, and yet she does not consult with the 8 princes about state affairs. Her vision is sadly limited. Qin Ziwei listened to the scornful jeers of the civil and military officials, her heart heavy with sorrow, while Wang Han's smug smile was particularly jarring. She tightly closed her eyes, letting out a deep sigh, yearning to abdicate and relinquish the throne of Daqian. Being an emperor is hardly worth it. However, her late father's dying wish was for her to elevate Daqian to greater heights, and she could not betray the legacy of the former emperor. Those wishing to depart shall face the consequences. I shall not hinder your exit, she said coldly. At this moment, her heart was deeply wounded. Mere coldness could not adequately describe her profound sadness. Let us leave. The ministers dispersed in a tumult, and soon the grand hall was left with but a few souls. Within the hall, only Qin Ziwei, the 8 princes, Wang Shili, the prime minister of Daqian, and a contingent of palace guards remained. They have all left. Wang Han waved his hand, and the 20,000 guards retreated like a receding tide. The splendid and majestic Bala Hall was now nearly empty. Qin Ziwei, take care of yourself. Since the former emperor entrusted the throne to you, I shall not seize it by force. However, history is written by the victors, and I hope you do not make it difficult for your uncle. After delivering a veiled threat, Wang Han departed the palace with the other princes. Let them all go. It is best this way. Qin Ziwei offered a slight, cold smile, her face full of disappointment. The farce had concluded. She felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally, yearning to return to her chambers and sink into a deep, dark slumber. Just as she was about to leave, the prime minister hastened to her side. Your Majesty, as the sovereign, do not allow these trifling matters to disturb you. Your health is paramount. Moreover, no matter how much Wang Han and the others create a ruckus, they would not dare to usurp your throne. Otherwise, they would be deemed both disloyal and unfilial, living their lives in the scorn of scholars and the common folk. I believe that under your governance, Daqian may not surpass the former emperor's achievements, but it is certainly on par. The prime minister fawned over her, striving to curry her favor. His obsequious demeanor repulsed Qin Ziwei. She feigned a touched expression, suppressing her disdain, and replied with feigned surprise. It seems that the entire court is dissatisfied with me, yet I never expected you, Prime Minister, to understand me so well. In the end, you are the only one standing by my side, she exclaimed, her demeanor filled with fervor. Hee, I have always had keen insight, naturally recognizing that you are the one most deserving of the people's trust, and only you are fit to be the emperor of Daqian. The Prime Minister grinned, his face full of flattery. Is that so? Qin Ziwei followed his lead, offering a soft smile. Since you hold my favor so dearly, why did you not inform me of your late-night meeting with the general of the state? Could it be that you two share an unspeakable secret? Qin Ziwei harbored no belief in any of the prime minister's words. To her, he was akin to a weasel wishing the chicken well, harboring no good intentions. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Ziwei's inquiry, the prime minister's face turned pale, his previously sycophantic smile freezing in place. After a prolonged silence, he managed to stammer, Your Majesty jests. I merely awoke in the cold of night and chatted a bit with General Qin. He awkwardly chuckled, realizing that Qin Ziwei had never intended to trust him. Feeling a profound humiliation welling within him, yet he dared not express it before the sovereign. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The affairs of state await. The prime minister bowed and quickly exited Bao Hall, his expression darkening as he departed. Upon returning to her palace, Qin Ziwei tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. After lying in bed for some time, she sighed and rose, instructing, "Summon the deputy commander of the Ming Jinyue to the palace. I have matters to discuss with him." "Yes, your majesty." Wang Shirley gazed at the troubled expression of the sovereign, shaking his head in dismay. Recent events had nearly overwhelmed her. Not long after, Wang Shirley arrived personally at Jiang Ce's residence. "My lord, the emperor requests your presence." After learning the details from Wang Shirley, Jiang Ce smiled coldly. "These fellows are truly restless. Let us go. Take me to the palace." Chapter 166, The Hidden Instigator. Truth revealed. Your majesty, I have discerned the sequence of events. I suspect that there is someone inciting the 8 princes to come to the capital. Otherwise, I would not have received no information at all. Jiang Ce's eyes flickered with insight. The territories of Wang Han and the other princes are far removed from Shuntian City. Without someone secretly instigating them, it would take them 10 days to half a month to communicate and coordinate their arrival in the capital. The fact that all 8 princes converged upon the capital within half a month to press the palace demonstrates that there is indeed someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Firstly, we can dismiss Qin Fangyuan, as he has no significant ties with Wang Han and chose to feign illness to avoid attending court this time, indicating his desire to remain uninvolved in your domestic affairs. Jiang Ce narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers gently tapping the surface of the sandalwood table, producing a rhythmic sound. As he calmly analyzed the situation concerning Qin Ziwei, when the 8th prince attended court, Jing Ku and several members of the Genie Wei were monitoring Qin Fangyuan, who remained quietly at the general's residence, not receiving guests or writing letters, merely sipping tea and gazing at the sky. This leisurely demeanor clearly indicated that Qin Fangyuan had no intention of getting entangled with the vassal princes. After all, as the Grand General of the Great Qin, he should have held command over the military of Qin, yet due to the considerable influence of Wang Han, he was forced to share military power equally, which weighed heavily on his mind. Next, we can eliminate the group of civil officials led by the 6 ministries minister, as they have irreconcilable conflicts of interest with the vassal princes and would never assist them in seizing power. Moreover, we have confirmed that the Minister of Revenue is colluding with spies from the Tang Kingdom. If the civil officials were also under the vassal prince's influence, it would imply that Jiang Ce paused for a moment, inhaling deeply, that the vassal princes would not tolerate your majesty. Even if they sought to leverage the power of the Tang Kingdom, they would still aim to eliminate you. Qin Ziwei's expression suddenly changed, her face paling, filled with astonishment. It should not be so. Wang Han prioritizes the state above all else. The late emperor had once told me that in times of national crisis, the empire could be entrusted to Wang Han. I trust my father's judgment. He would never err in his choice. Qin Ziwei resolutely shook her head. Wang Han's desire for power stems solely from his belief that a woman cannot securely govern the realm, fearing that the Qin family's rule might be usurped through various means. His ability to endure thus far is merely out of fear that chaos in the court would disrupt the lives of the people. Otherwise, with his nearly 100,000 troops at his command, he could easily flatten Shuntian at a word, making the ambition to become emperor exceedingly simple for him. Hearing Qin Ziwei's words, Jiang Ce felt a slight relief. He too harbored doubts about Wang Han's collusion with the Tang Kingdom. After all, resorting to such underhanded methods to ascend would undoubtedly result in condemnation, and it would be exceedingly disgraceful, rendering him a laughingstock in the eyes of the Tang. Furthermore, given Wang Han's power, he need not conspire with external enemies. Rather, collusion with spies from the Tang Kingdom would only heighten the risks of his power grab failing. This leaves us with only 2 possibilities. If the external official's analysis holds merit, they are confident of identifying the perpetrator within the next few days. Jiang Ce chuckled coldly, his smile tinged with a hint of anger. Although this matter pertains to the governance of the Qin, it bears relevance to me as the emperor of the Ming. As long as someone dares to obstruct Qin Ziwei from firmly establishing her rule in Qin, I would not hesitate to lend a hand in cleansing the Qin court. Who? Qin Ziwei gazed at Jiang Ce with a serious expression, lowering her voice to inquire. It could either be your majesty or our chancellor. Jiang Ce replied solemnly. The individual capable of connecting with the Qingfeng pavilion of the Tang Kingdom, manipulating the Minister of Revenue to order lower officials to sabotage the dikes, and secretly inciting the vassal princes to enter the capital and stage a coup must meet 3 conditions. First, their status must be exceedingly noble, otherwise, their worth would not justify the Tang Kingdom risking war between our nations by dispatching hundreds of assassins into Shuntian. Second, this person must possess immense power. commanding even the Minister of Revenue to comply with their every order, not hesitating to risk the annihilation of their entire family to commit such atrocities. Third, this individual must deeply understand the personalities and needs of the vassal princes. Otherwise, it would be impossible to incite 8 princes to enter the capital within a short time frame. In all the world, only Qin Ziwei and the Grand Chancellor of the Great Qin fulfill these criteria. Nonsense. How could I possibly engage in such foolishness? Qin Ziwei frowned, brushing her sleeve aside, her expression one of displeasure. Jiang Ce smiled, stating that the external officials naturally believe that your majesty would never commit such acts, leaving only the chancellor as the mastermind behind all these events. The more Qin Ziwei contemplated, the colder her beautiful visage became, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, trailing down her cheeks. Her entire being felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, overwhelming her with coldness. She could hardly fathom that her own Grand Chancellor of Qin was the one most eager for the demise of the Qin Kingdom. Her late father had treated him generously, promoting him to the position of Grand Chancellor. Within the Qin, he was second only to the Emperor. Why would he act in such a manner? Was it merely because she was a woman, unworthy of the throne, prompting him to rebel even at the cost of his own life? As these thoughts raced through Qin Ziwei's mind, her breathing quickened, her face flushed, and a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to sway to the side. Jiang Ce reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms, discerning at a glance that she had fainted from the heat of her emotions, with no serious harm done. Your Majesty? Jiang Ce firmly pinched Qin Ziwei's acupoint, causing her to awaken abruptly, clutching his collar tightly. Why would he do this? Why would he sow chaos in the Great Qin? Our Qin family owes him nothing, yet he desires our destruction. Qin Ziwei's face was filled with disappointment, her eyes reddened and glistening with tears. Even at this moment, she still could not believe that all these events were indeed orchestrated by her own chancellor. She had thought him merely close to Qin Fangyuan. Little did she know he was a traitor within the Qin, yet a servant of the Tang. The greed of man knows no bounds. Once one attains the position of county magistrate, they aspire to become a vice minister. Once a vice minister, they seek the role of minister. Following minister, one yearns to be chancellor. What lies beyond the chancellor? Jiang Ce shook his head slightly, helping Qin Ziwei to her feet. An emperor cannot afford to be indecisive. Now that the mastermind has been revealed, it is time to deliver a stern warning, allowing no opportunity for him to evade punishment. Jiang Ce sighed, a hint of helplessness evident. After all, she is a woman, still possessing some fragility. If he were in the role of the Qin emperor, any chancellor with even a hint of suspicion would have already lost his head, with no need to expend effort in gathering evidence. On the day when the sovereign fails to act decisively in matters of state, countless crises will inevitably arise. These crises, as time passes, will accumulate and, when they finally erupt, could lead to the downfall of the nation, just as is the case with the present Qin state. Chapter 167, The Frantic Chancellor. Unexpectedly, today I have been taught a lesson by an outsider. After a considerable time, Qin Ziwei regained her composure and chuckled self-deprecatingly. You are right, I should not be indecisive. It is time to teach the chancellor a lesson. Qin Ziwei declared with utmost seriousness, finally exhibiting some imperial authority. Jiang Ce nodded inwardly, realizing that her awakening indicated there was still hope. This matter is not urgent. Presently, within the Qin court, no one is close to your majesty. With just our 2 voices, we cannot persuade the officials of both civil and military ranks. We need evidence, solid proof that can strike down the chancellor decisively. Moreover, this evidence must be substantial enough to leave the officials speechless. Jiang Ce remarked coldly. This matter shall be entrusted entirely to you, Qin Ziwei affirmed, then picked up the imperial seal from the table. Carrying this imperial jade seal signifies you are the emperor of Daqian. Anyone can be executed. Anyone can be slain. Qin Ziwei's expression hardened, her resolve firm to cleanse the court. As an outsider, I shall not let your majesty down. Jiang Ce's expression grew serious as he tucked the imperial seal close to his chest. The matter is weighty. I shall take my leave for now. Jiang Ce clasped his fists. Just as he was about to depart, Qin Ziwei called out, be cautious in all matters. She said shyly, revealing a rare glimpse of femininity. Jiang Ce was taken aback, instinctively touching his chin, realizing that the disguise was flawless. Recollecting himself, he silently nodded and left the imperial palace. Upon returning to his residence, without hesitation, Jiang Ce took Jing Ku and the 2 proceeded to the general's residence. Due to General Qin's ill health, he was unavailable for visitors. The steward, upon hearing the knocking, came to notify them, but as he was about to close the door, Jiang Ce kicked it open and barged in. Halt! The guard at the door, sensing something was amiss, immediately raised his spear, threateningly pointing it at Jiang Ce. Dare you storm into the general's residence? You seek your own death. With the emperor present, I wonder who would dare to act. Jiang Ce bellowed, raising the imperial jade seal in his hand. Upon seeing the dragon seal beneath the jade, The two soldiers and the steward fell to their knees in terror, proclaiming, "Long live our emperor." Humph, Jiang Ce snorted coldly, not bothering to dwell on them further, and proceeded unhindered into the inner courtyard of the general's residence, where he found Qin Fangyuan had already prepared tea, awaiting Jiang Ce and Jin Ce. "Please sit." Qin Fangyuan gestured for the two to take their seats. The general was in good spirits today. Jiang Ce sat down with an imposing demeanor. As a seasoned general, Qin Fangyuan recognized Jiang Ce's extraordinary presence, understanding him to be a remarkable individual, and immediately raised his cup to toast Jiang Ce. "Since you have brought the emperor's jade seal to meet me, why then the disguise? Is your true visage unfit for public view?" Qin Fangyuan calmly inquired after finishing his tea. Jiang Ce smiled slightly, voluntarily removing his mask. Beneath the mask was an exceptionally handsome face, radiating youthful vigor, which startled Qin Fangyuan, who secretly admired him. "I have come here solely for one matter. I wonder if General Qin might grant me a favor and clear my confusion?" Jiang Ce spoke in a dispassionate tone, slapping the seal on the table, causing ripples in the teacup. "Certainly," Qin Fangyuan replied vaguely. 10 days prior, on a snowy night, the Chancellor sought you out. I am quite interested in the conversation you two had that evening." Jiang Ce sipped his tea, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Fangyuan. "The Chancellor, in a fit of madness, offered enticing promises to compel me to pressure His Majesty. I scolded him thoroughly, and he fled in disgrace. That encapsulates everything that transpired that night between us." Qin Fangyuan recalled that night, still finding it somewhat absurd, a cold smile appearing on his face as he shook his head in silence. Jiang Ce said nothing further, but turned to Jin Ce to retrieve a scroll. After taking the scroll, Jiang Ce spread it out on the table and began to read aloud. "Qin Fangyuan, the great general of the Qin state, has devoted his life to the battlefield, achieving remarkable military accomplishments. Through investigations into the public opinion along the Qin borders, it is noted that General Qin loves his soldiers like his own children, often lamenting their suffering and repeatedly requesting the court to increase military pay. If I am not mistaken, General Qin, your threats against His Majesty regarding peace with the Tang state stem from the frequent withholding of military pay, driven by desperation. Am I right?" Jiang Ce raised an eyebrow, inquiring patiently. After a prolonged silence, Qin Fangyuan finally nodded. "In my lifetime, I have shed blood for the Qin state. Yet in my old age, I cannot secure the benefits my loyal soldiers deserve. How can I face those who have perished on the battlefield? Many of these actions were not my choice, but rather a last resort. I did not wish to lead 20,000 border troops into Shuntian." Qin Fangyuan sighed deeply. In that moment, he was no longer the valiant general strategizing on the battlefield, but merely an old man lamenting his fate. At this advanced age, Qin Fangyuan cared little for national glory, nor for whether the Tang and Qin states would erupt into conflict. His sole desire was to secure benefits for those soldiers who had followed him through years of warfare, unable even to return home to see their families. No matter the means, as long as he could obtain their rightful military pay and benefits, he would willingly withdraw from Shuntian, returning to the southern borders to continue safeguarding the Qin state. "What if I told you that the bulk of the state's finances each year is allocated for the military pay of your border troops?" Jiang Ce remarked with a sigh, smiling slightly. Before Qin Fangyuan could refute, Jiang Ce gestured for Jin Ce to produce another document. The document above is a meticulous record from the Hubu concerning the allocation of military funds to the border troops, issued biannually and consistently exceeding the stipulated amounts. Additionally, there exists a decree penned by His Majesty himself, mandating the Minister of Hubu to ensure the proper disbursement of military salaries and compensation for fallen soldiers. Qin Fangyuan, incredulous, perused the records, and as he continued, tears of sorrow cascaded down his cheeks. He recognized the handwriting of Qin Ziwei, and the records of fund allocation bore the imperial seal, leaving no room for doubt. But what of the money and provisions? Qin Fangyuan inquired, astonished. If the treasury allocates funds to the army annually, why had he not seen a single grain of rice over all this time? Zhang's subordinates have ascertained that the Prime Minister of Daqian has acquired numerous plots of land in Shuntian City. These lands, ostensibly for the construction of a residence, have in fact been hollowed out beneath, transformed into hidden chambers. Naturally, the funds and provisions have found their way into these subterranean vaults. The disaster relief funds from the previous year's floods also reside there. Should you doubt this, General Qin, you may accompany Jiang to verify. There are Daqian silver notes with distinctive relief markings present. Jiang Ce remarked coldly. Daqian currency is specially marked according to its intended use. For military salaries, disaster relief, and public works, each has its unique insignia, rendering forgery impossible. Chapter 168, the conclusion. I trust your words. At this juncture, Qin Fangyuan required no further evidence. The Prime Minister's treachery against the nation and its people was deserving of the harshest penalties. It was unfathomable that a lifetime spent in military service could lead to being ensnared by the treachery of a scoundrel. He lamented the near occurrence of an act of treason, feeling deeply ashamed of having betrayed the late emperor's trust. Consumed by sorrow, he regretted his missteps. The thought that this turmoil stemmed from the prime minister enraged him, compelling him to wish to surround the prime minister's residence with his troops and drag all within back to the border for execution, thereby providing an explanation to his subordinates. Ignorance does not exempt one from guilt. General Qin, you too have been a victim of deception. Fortunately, a grave error has been averted, and there remains an opportunity for redemption. Otherwise, His Majesty would not have sent me to meet you. Qin Fengyuan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of joy crossing his face. So, does this imply that I still hold some value in His Majesty's eyes? Both men, astute as they were, quickly grasped each other's intentions. I hope that General Qin can lend me the 20 troops under your command for a time. Jiang Ce's expression turned serious as he earnestly requested. This 20,000-strong army is crucial, serving as a decisive factor in determining whether Qin Ziwei or the scheming ministers prevail. The Emperor Hongwu of the Ming Dynasty sought assistance. Merely ask, and I shall return them in due time. Qin Fengyuan laughed heartily, sweeping his hand grandly, exclaiming with confidence. Oh, General Qin recognizes Jiang? Jiang Ce regarded him in surprise. The emperor personally leading the charge against the Wokou in the east and commanding troops to the north against Yan Yun. Tales of such valor echo throughout the realm of Qin. How could I remain unaware? Truly, heroes emerge in youth. At your age, I was but a centurion, while your achievements have already captured the world's attention. You are indeed a ruler for the ages. Qin Fengyuan knelt, bowing with utmost respect. Jiang Ce's likeness and tales of his deeds had spread far and wide across the Qin territories, even while he remained in a remote corner of the southern borders. He had heard whispers, though he never acknowledged Jiang Ce's identity, merely curious as to why Jiang Ce concealed it. General Qin, you flatter me. Jiang Ce waved his hand dismissively. He held great admiration for Qin Fengyuan's character, knowing that with such a formidable general guarding the borders, the Tang Kingdom would never breach their defenses. Your Majesty, having dispelled one of my queries, could you now enlighten me on one matter? Qin Fengyuan clasped his hands. Speak freely, General. I wish to understand why, as the sovereign, you choose to diminish your own status and disguise yourself as another to enter Shuntian? Jiang Ce pondered briefly, then nodded slightly. The Qin Kingdom is an ally of my domain. Upon hearing of the concerns of the Empress, I came to observe. You are aware that I have only recently established domain. There is much for me to learn, and exploring is not without merit. Jiang Ce chuckled, half-truthfully. There was another reason he withheld. It was intentional. Only by distancing himself from Jinling could he send a signal of safety to the scheming ministers, thereby drawing out the pests that threatened the stability of the domain. I admire that, Qin Fengyuan remarked, visibly moved. To remain so humble and eager to learn even after ascending to the throne. It is no wonder you have achieved such monumental success at a young age. If only our emperor could possess even half of your excellence. Qin Fengyuan mused inwardly. Such matters of secrecy are known to heaven, earth, you, and me. I implore General Qin to refrain from sharing this with outsiders. Jiang Ce spoke solemnly. You are the emperor of my Daqian alliance. Thus, you are my sovereign. And I would never dare to speak recklessly outside. Qin Fengyuan, with a serious demeanor, shook his head, then retrieved the military token from his bosom, presenting it solemnly to Jiang Ce. Your Majesty, the fate of Daqian rests in your hands. Jiang Ce glanced at the token, nodding gravely before returning it to Qin Fengyuan's palm. I cannot command your army. It is best that you manage your own forces. I shall only oversee you, General Qin. Qin Fengyuan was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with emotion. I, your humble servant, thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Fengyuan bowed deeply to Jiang Ce's departing figure. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Ce was preparing to rest when a captain from the Jinyui approached him. My lord, this is intelligence sent from the Jinyui on the Tang Kingdom's side. Currently, we have successfully bribed numerous officials within the Tang court, and several of our brothers have ascended to fifth-rank positions, entering the core of Tang's political power. Jiang Ce accepted the intelligence from the captain, reading it thoroughly without missing a single word, and nodded in acknowledgement. The infiltration of the Tang court by the Jinyui has progressed far more swiftly than he had anticipated. It appears I have underestimated the capabilities of the Jinyui, Jiang Ce pondered within his mind. As he perused the intelligence reports, he suddenly sprang to his feet. The high echelons of the Tang state have infiltrated the Qin court? Is there a detailed list? I never anticipated that Tang Zhentian would be so audacious. Not only sending the assassins of Qingfeng Pavilion to stealthily enter Shuntian, but also daring to dispatch officials of the Tang Dynasty to personally infiltrate the Qin court. Such brazen actions can only signify one thing. The Qin court must be riddled with weaknesses, and perhaps half of its officials are already inclined towards the Tang state. Reporting to you, my lord, my subordinates and I have already commenced investigations, and we shall have results within 3 days, the Qianhu said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ce felt a slight alleviation of his worries. By the way, Qin Fanyuan has brought 200,000 frontier troops into Shuntian. How many soldiers remain stationed at the southern border of Qin? Approximately less than 400,000, came the response. Too few, insufficient, Jiang Ce replied, his brow furrowing in concern. Since Tang Jintian dares to send Tang officials to disrupt the Qin court, it indicates that he harbors intentions of annexing the Great Qin. It is likely that an attack on the Qin border will soon be forthcoming. Moreover, with Qin Fanyuan not stationed at the border, the sudden reduction of 20,000 troops would surely have been reported back to Chang'an by the Tang spies. Immediately select several swift steeds and return to Jinling. Instruct Su De and Zhao Yun to each lead 100,000 Iron Floating Corps and Tiger Leopard Cavalry to launch a surprise assault on the Tang border. Su De shall be the commanding general, and all will heed his orders. Additionally, let Yu Fei lead 100,000 Yuan army and deploy immediately to Shuntian. Jiang Ce hastily penned an imperial decree, urging its swift delivery. Understood. The Qinhu took the decree and dashed out of the residence. After arranging matters, Jiang Ce let out a significant sigh of relief. Everything remained under control. Once he regained his composure, he glanced at Jin Ce. How is the defensive strength of the residences where the Grand Chancellor of the Great Qin hides his ill-gotten gains? Jin Ce contemplated for a moment. My lord, it seems the Grand Chancellor of the Great Qin has not stationed anyone at those residences to avoid drawing attention. Generally, no one passes by, and only when a substantial amount of gold and silver reaches his hands does it get transported overnight to those residences. At this, Jiang Ce coldly smiled. Take a few brothers with you to gather some disaster relief banknotes, military funds, and other ill-gotten goods as evidence. They will prove invaluable in the future. Yes, my lord.